At the awakening ceremony, as soon as I was identified as a mage, my classmates erupted. But when they saw my G-grade talent, which reduces skill damage by 90%, the mockery was relentless. Especially the archer class students, who sneered at me as trash. Little did they know, I possessed a cheat-like ability to freely squander skill points. Not only did I max out my skills, but I also advanced a C-grade skill all the way to a grade. Right now, all I wanted to confirm was whether the C-grade skill book promised by the principal was still available. I had only transmigrated to this world a week ago, and today was the annual awakening day at Tianfeng City No. 3 High School in Zhengzhou, Blue Star. Principal Li Wenlong stood on the podium giving a speech, announcing the start of the awakening ceremony. Afterward, the students lined up in an orderly fashion to prepare for their awakening. In the queue, the chubby Zhang fan nudged me and said with longing, "Do you think I can awaken as a mage? If I do, you can follow me from now on. I'll make sure you live the good life." I just smiled, but my thoughts drifted back to the day I transmigrated. In my previous life, I was just a factory worker who loved gaming and browsing the internet. At the time, I was playing an extremely difficult single-player game. The final boss was so tough that 99% of players couldn't beat it, myself included. After being killed by the boss 100 times, its mocking trash talk completely enraged me. In a fit of anger, I activated cheats, tweaking my stats to surpass the bosses, and brutally slaughtered it 200 times before finally venting my rage. But when I turned off the computer, it exploded, and I found myself transported here. The technology and lifestyle on this blue star are similar to my previous life, except that 100 years ago, the abyss appeared, and monsters began threatening human survival. Fortunately, after the emergence of the Sacred Tower, humans have a chance to awaken as professionals at the age of 18, divided into combat and non-combat professions. Combat professionals can fight against the abyss monsters. One by one, my classmates stepped onto the stage to awaken. Lu Li's awakening failed. Wang Hu's awakening succeeded. Profession, blacksmith. As it was almost my turn, Zhang Fan confidently said, "Just wait until I awaken as a mage, and I'll carry you." With a smug grin, he walked onto the ritual platform. Not long after, news came that he had successfully awakened. Zhang Fan has successfully awakened as a shield warrior. Upon hearing shield warrior, Zhang Fan's face immediately fell, and he cried his heart out. "My dream of becoming a mage is shattered. You better awaken as a mage, so you can carry me later." Finally, it was my turn to step onto the awakening platform, and suddenly, a surge of power entered my body. At the moment I awakened my talent, inside a resplendent golden palace, a strange machine displayed a line of text, "Abnormal data detected. Preparing to purge. Initiating divine punishment." As I stood on the ritual platform, multicolored light suddenly burst from my body, mixed with a streak of black energy. The teacher presiding over the ceremony loudly announced, "Awakening successful mage class." The crowd below instantly erupted. Wow, someone actually awakened as a mage. That's a golden ticket. Wonder if they need a sidekick I can act cute, warm the bed, and serve as a daily or nightly essential. It's worth noting that mages are an extremely rare class, boasting high damage and area of effect attacks. A high-level mage alone can rival an entire army, and it's the only class without advancement restrictions, capable of ascending to the level of a true god. Principal Li Wenlong walked up to me and said kindly, "You're Lin Yuan, right? You've awakened as a mage. I wonder if you'd mind showing me the talents and skills that come with your profession? The school will reward you with a C-grade skill book. If your talents and skills are powerful, there will be even more rewards." Hearing about the possibility of more rewards, I quickly checked. At that glance, I was instantly stunned. My talent turned out to be cooldown reduction G-grade, with the effect of reducing skill casting time and cooldown by 5%, but decreasing skill damage by 90%. This is no talent, it's practically a curse. The lowest known human talent level is F rank, yet I'm somehow even worse than that. Combat class practitioners must enter the trial abyss to battle monsters, but with my talent, I can't even break their defenses. It's utterly pathetic. Just as I was losing all hope, I suddenly heard a notification, "Ding, player class change detected. Stats have been modified." The voice was identical to the cheat system's prompt from my past life. I quickly checked the panel and was astonished to find an incredible number of skill points, 1000 per level up, doubled upon job change, with additional rewards at level 10, and even evolution points to upgrade talents. Overwhelmed with excitement, I decided to test my luck by allocating skill points to Mana Surge. After clicking 10 times in a row, I maxed it out, boosting its effect from increasing mana by 100 points to a staggering 1500 points. It seems my career as a professional might still have a chance to turn around. Others only get 5 skill points per level up, and the only ways to earn more are by clearing the abyss or participating in the Sacred Tower trials. Skill points are truly precious for professionals. But me? I can squander skill points at will, and no matter what skill I acquire, I can max it out in no time. After maxing out Mana Surge, a thought struck me, and I tapped it again. A prompt chimed in my ear, "Ding. C-grade skill Mana Surge has met the promotion criteria. Spend 100 skill points to upgrade it to B-grade skill Mana Spring?" My eyes instantly lit up, and without hesitation, I shouted, "Upgrade! Upgraded now! Just 100 skill points? No big deal." After the upgrade, the C-grade Mana Surge transformed into the B-grade Mana Spring. Seeing the effect of Mana Spring, grade BLV1, I was overjoyed. This was a divine skill for mages. Artillery mages suffer most from mana shortages, and with this ability, I could freely cast spells from now on. Without hesitation, I continued allocating points, maxing out Mana Spring to its highest level. The effect of Mana Spring, grade BLV Max was even more impressive, not only significantly increasing mana capacity but also boosting mana regeneration speed by 100%. But I wasn't satisfied. I wanted to see the skill's absolute limit. I clicked on the plus sign behind the max level Mana Spring. Ding, detected that the B-grade skill Mana Spring has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to spend 500 skill points to upgrade it to the A-grade skill Mana Body? I decisively chose to agree. This upgrade was excruciatingly painful, as if countless ants were gnawing at my body, and I couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Everyone around me was astonished. Ever since Principal Lee started questioning me, I had been deep in thought, and now I was making strange noises. I ignored them and spoke directly. I've awakened a G-rank talent and an A-rank skill. Wiping my sweat, I displayed, Mana Body, a rank LV1. As soon as this skill appeared, the surroundings instantly erupted with gasps of astonishment. Principal Lee also stared in shock, inwardly marveling that I was no ordinary person. But when I revealed my talent, cooldown reduction G rank, the atmosphere turned peculiar. Talent ranks ascend from low to high as F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, with some prodigies even awakening SS rank talents. Yet my G rank talent was one level below the previously known lowest F rank, something unprecedented in history. Reducing skill damage by 90% in the effects is practically a fatal flaw. At this moment, Chen Bin, who had awakened as a marksman with a C-grade talent, Marksman's Focus, and a C-grade skill, Double Shot, let out a mocking laugh. Haha, what is the use of awakening as a mage with an A-grade skill? With a 90% reduction in skill damage, you can't even scratch the monsters. I say you're just trash. Chen Bin and I had a history of conflict. Narrow-minded by nature, he had been quite pleased with his C-grade talent and skill. But seeing me awaken an A-grade skill had left him frustrated. Now that he discovered my G-grade talent, he immediately started taunting me. Hearing Chen Bin's words, everyone silently agreed, convinced that I was doomed to be useless. After all, once awakened, we'd have to enter the trial abyss. Who would team up with a mage whose damage is reduced by 90%? Two classmates who failed to awaken their abilities also commented from the side, "What a pity. Even though he awakened as a mage, his talent is terrible. He probably has no future. Yeah, might as well have failed the awakening. He probably won't make it back alive from the abyss tomorrow." But these sarcastic remarks didn't affect me at all. A bunch of fools, they have no idea my real talent is a cheat. Right now, I only cared about one thing. I turned to Principal Lee and asked, "Principal, does that C-rank skill you mentioned earlier still count?" I just wanted to confirm whether the C-rank skill book was still available. As long as I got my hands on it, with my abilities, I could at least upgrade it to be rank max level. Solo clearing the abyss might not be impossible. I had no intention of teaming up with anyone. I planned to solo the abyss trial tomorrow. From the reactions of the teachers and classmates, I knew that even if I begged for a team, no one would join me. Who would want to drag me along, a burden that reduces damage by 90%, in this potentially deadly abyss trial? So I urgently wanted to know if Principal Lee's promised skill book was still valid. I raised my question to Principal Lee, and he replied, "Don't worry, the skill book is guaranteed. It's a rule set by the Holy Tower, and no one can go back on it." Hearing that it was a rule established by the Holy Tower, I breathed a sigh of relief. Now there's finally a chance to solo the abyss. After the awakening ceremony concluded, Principal Lee took the stage once more to congratulate the students who had successfully awakened. He said that as professionals, we now had a bright future ahead, but we also had to face the abyss trial at 8:30 tomorrow morning. He also encouraged the students who hadn't successfully awakened to strive to become useful members of society. After saying this, Principal Lee stepped down from the podium, came to my side, and prepared to take me to receive my skill. We arrived at the library and found Vice Principal Chen Shishan and Jian Long just coming out from inside. When they saw Principal Lee with me, they exchanged glances, gave a brief greeting, and hurriedly left. Entering the library, I saw Principal Lee frowning, and my heart tightened. I quickly asked if something was wrong. Principal Lee nodded and admitted there was indeed a minor issue. With a sigh, he handed me a C-grade skill book, explaining that there had originally been 4 mage C-grade skill books in the library, but now only this one remained. At first, my eyes lit up when I heard there were 4, but upon learning only one was left, I couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Taking the skill book, I saw it was Fire Repulsion Ring, C-grade LV1. Though its damage was average, it was at least a life-saving skill. I had no right to complain, so I accepted it gladly. Before leaving, I suddenly remembered that Jian Long had also awakened as a mage today. His talent and skills were both C grade, and he didn't have any damage reduction buffs. Logically, he should have received one C grade skill book, so how could 3 be missing? I shared my confusion with Principal Lee, who explained that Vice Principal Chun Chishan had used his authority to allocate 2 additional C grade skill books to Jiang Long. If it weren't for the rules of the Holy Tower, they probably wouldn't have left even one for me. I felt a bit helpless after all, my talent was considered useless. But getting a skill book was still a good thing. With plenty of skill points at my disposal, I wasn't worried about lacking good skills. Returning home, I opened the panel and looked at my various stats, deciding to upgrade Flame Resistance Ring first. After maxing it out, the effect improved, but I wasn't satisfied. Given my damage reduction buff, the output was limited, so I continued upgrading. When it successfully evolved into the B-grade skill Flame Wheel, I couldn't help but grin with delight. This skill looked promising, so without hesitation, I maxed it out immediately. The fully upgraded Flame Wheel significantly enhances damage, attack range, and duration. As long as I have mana, I can maintain it indefinitely. Afterward, I didn't forget to max out mana body as well. At max level, my mana pool reached a staggering amount. I estimated I could use the Flame Wheel skill 20 times in a row, and with a 500% mana regeneration speed, I felt like I could even become a perpetual motion machine. I couldn't help but think, the skills are pretty good. I hope tomorrow's trial goes smoothly.
Chapter 4. Entering the Abyss. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan got up early to cook for himself. There was no other choice in this life. Lin Yuan was an orphan, and even the house he currently lived in wasn't his own. If Lin Yuan hadn't successfully awakened his abilities, this house would likely have been taken back. After breakfast, Lin Yuan arrived at school. By the time he reached the playground, many classmates were already forming teams. Team needs one healer, for spots filled waiting for one, led by a warrior with C-tier talent. For warriors and one healer melee team, still need 2 more warriors. The overlapping shouts made Lin Yuan feel as if he were back in the online games of his past life. 100 years ago, when the Holy Tower descended, anyone who awakened as a professional would have their attributes quantified into data. It was eerily similar to the online games of his previous life. And the Abyss was equivalent to dungeons in games, waiting to be conquered by players. No one knew why it was like this, as if it were simply taken for granted. After a moment of daze, Lin Yuan's best friend, the chubby Zhang Fan, walked over and patted his shoulder. "Hey Yuan, have you formed a team yet? If not, why not join mine?" Zhang Fan's class was Shield Warrior, more resilient than ordinary warriors. Combined with his B-grade talent, Tenacity, which reduced damage taken by 15%, this made Zhang Fan a highly sought-after commodity. Many teams wanted Zhang Fan to join their group. It's important to know that having a durable frontline in a team can greatly ensure the safety of teammates. Zhang Fan's team happened to be short on damage dealers, and noticing Lin Yuan standing dazed in the distance, he walked over to extend an invitation. Zhang Fan meant well. He was worried that no one would team up with Lin Yuan, so he wanted to help him out. But his decision displeased the other 3 teammates. One of them, named Wang Chong, said unhappily, "Zhang Fan, of all people, why did you invite such a deadweight? Are you afraid we won't die fast enough?" Wang Chong was a healer, and though his words were harsh, the other 2 professionals in the team didn't object. "Yeah, Zhang Fan, you could pick any random damage dealer better than him. You know his talent reduces damage by 90%, he can't even scratch the monsters in the Abyss. We'd have to split our focus to protect him." The other damage dealer was their classmate. Aware of Zhang Fan and Lin Yuan's relationship, he didn't address Zhang Fan directly, but instead tactfully spoke to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, I know you and Zhang Fan are close. If you truly consider him a good brother, you shouldn't hold him back today. Zhang Fan awakened a B-grade talent. He has a bright future ahead. Once he grows stronger, he can protect more people. You can't selfishly demand that Zhang Fan carry you." After the teammates finished speaking one by one, before Lin Yuan could respond, Zhang Fan flew into a rage. "Yesterday when Lin Yuan became a mage, none of you said such things. Now you're looking down on his talent? Try awakening as a mage yourselves. I'll make this clear, if you want to be on my team, you have to bring Lin Yuan along." The teammates had hoped Zhang Fan would come to his senses and drop the idea of inviting Lin Yuan. But Zhang Fan was stubborn, so they simply kicked him out of the team as well. "If you want to drag around deadweight, do it on your own. We're not babysitting." After kicking Zhang Fan out of the team, Wang Chong threw down these words and left. "Do you really think becoming a shield warrior makes you special? 2-legged warriors are a dime a dozen. It's 3-legged toads that are hard to find." After Wang Chong and the other 2 left, Zhang Fan looked at Lin Yuan with a slightly apologetic expression. "Sorry, I didn't expect them to say that. It's fine. They weren't wrong. Anyone would react that way after seeing my talent. I never planned to team up for today's Abyss trial anyway." Lin Yuan patted Zhang Fan's arm, signaling him not to take it to heart. Actually, finding strong teammates isn't easy. Although those 3 didn't speak kindly, their abilities were quite solid. Lin Yuan clearly remembered that among Zhang Fan's previous 3 teammates, even the weakest had a C-grade talent. As the team leader, Wang Chong was even equipped with 2 pieces of priest gear. It's clear that Wang Chong's family is also very wealthy, otherwise they wouldn't have spent a fortune on beginner's equipment. Hearing Lin Yuan say this, Zhang Fan curled his lips. With their cowardly attitude, I doubt they can barely pass the Abyss trial. Although he said so, Zhang Fan obviously agreed with Lin Yuan's words. While the 2 were chatting, the time had already reached 8:30, and Principal Li also arrived at the playground. "Students, the Abyss trial is about to begin. Those who haven't formed teams yet should hurry up. This year's Abyss trial is the Goblin Forest, which is quite friendly for beginners. Remember." For the next 10 minutes, Principal Li went over some precautions regarding the Goblin Forest. In the corner, Lin Yuan, upon hearing that this year's Abyss was the Goblin Forest, showed a relieved expression on his face. Lucky it's the Goblin Forest. It would have been terrible if it were the Wailing Cavern or the Bloody Graveyard. Lin Yuan muttered with a hint of relief. As for the reason, it's obvious. The monsters in the Goblin Forest are all goblins, and most of them are melee fighters, making them relatively easier to deal with. But Wailing Cavern and Scarlet Graveyard are different. The former has narrow terrain where one can easily be surrounded, while the latter is filled with undead creatures, including troublesome wraiths. Scarlet Graveyard is often called the Graveyard of Newcomers. Fortunately, this year's trial abyss isn't Scarlet Graveyard. After finishing the precautions, Principal Lee wasted no more words and opened the portal to the abyss. Remember, once you enter the abyss, your safety must come first. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, be sure to use an escape scroll. These words left a deep impression on many students. If a professional fails to pass the abyss trial, their profession will be stripped away, reducing them to an ordinary person. Losing one's profession is an extremely painful experience, often accompanied by side effects such as weakened physical condition and increased susceptibility to illness. But at least it meant survival. In previous trial dungeons, many rookies were killed by monsters before they could use their escape scrolls. After the portal opened, many teams couldn't wait and headed straight for it, entering the trial abyss. As Zhang Fan's former teammates passed by the two, they shot him a challenging look, then snorted disdainfully before stepping through the portal. What's there to be so cocky about? Zhang Fan spat towards their retreating figures and muttered under his breath. This scene was witnessed by Chun Bin, who had always held a grudge against Zhang Fan. So Chun Bin walked up to the two of them and said arrogantly, "Zhang Fan, our team is still short of a tank. I'm only inviting you out of consideration for our classmate relationship. Our team actually has a mage, not the useless guy beside you, but a real mage. You know Zhang Xiao, right? Not only did he awaken a C-grade talent, but he also mastered 3 C-grade skills. He's definitely going to make the rankings in the Abyss trial. Don't miss this opportunity." Chapter 5. You worry I'll die. I worry the monsters won't be enough to kill. The Zhang Xiao Chun Bin mentioned is Zhang Long, whose awakened class is also a mage. That's the classmate Lin Yuan met at the entrance of the library yesterday. If it were anyone else, they would have eagerly accepted Chun Bin's invitation, but Zhang Fan didn't. Zhang Fan knew his relationship with Chun Bin was terrible, and even if there was such a good opportunity, it wouldn't be his turn. Chun Bin's invitation was definitely a trap. What nonsense about young Master Zhang. If you want to be a bootlicker, go ahead, but don't drag me into it. I'm allergic to dog fur. Zhang Fan immediately snapped back. He even covered his nose with his hand, looking at Chun Bin with disdain. Zhang Fan's reply nearly made Chun Bin explode with anger. Pointing at Zhang Fan, he said furiously, "You don't know what's good for you. Let's see how you clear the abyss without teammates. Don't die in there. When you two lose your professions and become ordinary people, let's see if you can still laugh. Don't blame me then for not caring about our past friendship." After throwing out these harsh words, Chun Bin stormed off without even glancing at them. Let's see how smug you two can be once we enter the abyss trial. Lin Yuan detected the threat in Chun Bin's words. He rolled his eyes inwardly. This guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Needs a good beating. If Chun Bin hadn't left quickly, Lin Yuan would have definitely slapped him hard across the face. Although the 3 teammates Zhang Fan had earlier didn't speak pleasantly, that was just human nature. But Chun Bin's words clearly indicated his hope that the two would die in the abyss. Even if they survived and were stripped of their professions, becoming ordinary people, they still wouldn't escape Chun Bin's deadly intentions. This is a bit too much. Lin Yuan obviously wouldn't let such a thing happen. After watching Chun Bin and his teammates enter the abyss, Lin Yuan turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Fatty, do you trust me?" Hearing Lin Yuan's solemn words, Zhang Fan replied without hesitation, "If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Good, if you believe in me, then come with me. I guarantee you'll clear the dungeon." With that, Lin Yuan strode confidently toward the abyss portal. Seeing Lin Yuan's decisive move, Zhang Fan resolutely followed behind. The unusual actions of the two sparked discussions among others. Look, that's Lin Yuan, the one who awakened as a mage. Too bad his talent is trash, he's practically useless now. He's daring to enter the abyss without a team. Did he lose his mind from the shock? With that kind of talent, no team would ever take him. That's true. None of the students or teachers present had high expectations for Lin Yuan. One teacher, seeing Lin Yuan heading toward the abyss, couldn't bear it and shouted, "Lin Yuan, I know you're feeling the gap, but don't do anything foolish. Once you enter, use the escape scroll immediately, at least you can live on as an ordinary person. Before Teacher Ming could finish speaking, Lin Yuan had already stepped through the portal. You have entered the Goblin Forest. After entering the abyss, Lin Yuan felt as if he had stepped into another world. A few seconds later, Zhang Fan also teleported to Lin Yuan's side. Looking into the distance, the view was filled with a lush forest, where the tallest trees even reached 60 to 70 meters in height. Glancing around, the surroundings were all shrubs, with only a narrow path wide enough for 3 people to the southeast. Yuan, stay behind me. If monsters come, I can hold them off for a while. Seeing the path ahead, Zhang Fan volunteered to take the lead. Walking along the path, the two truly entered the depths of the forest. Inside the forest, numerous monsters roamed about. Goblin Scavenger LV1. Health, 500. Attack power, 7. Defense power, 0. Evaluation, the lowest tier monster in the abyss without exception. Seeing the monster stats, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This goblin's attack and defense were extremely low, so luring them one by one shouldn't be a problem. Although Zhang Fan had just said outside that he believed in Lin Yuan, deep down he still had some doubts. However, Zhang Fan planned to shoulder everything alone. Just as Zhang Fan was about to lure the monsters one by one to kill them, he noticed Lin Yuan boldly walking right up to the monsters. Facing Lin Yuan's blatant provocation, the goblin scavengers in front of him howled and charged at him, eager to tear him apart. Yuan, it's dangerous. Get out of the way. Lin Yuan's actions startled Zhang Fan, who thought Lin Yuan couldn't accept his own talent and was attempting suicide. Just as he was about to step in to stop him, he suddenly noticed 8 fiery wheels radiating scorching heat appearing around Lin Yuan. 500. 500. 500. The goblin scavenger didn't even make it to Lin Yuan before being instantly killed by his skill. After one round of skills, 10 goblin scavenger corpses already lay fallen around Lin Yuan. Goblin scavenger killed. Experience points increased by 10. A flood of kill notifications rang in his ears. The 10 monsters provided Lin Yuan with 100 experience points, leaving him 400 points short of leveling up. After slaying the monsters, Lin Yuan crouched down to search for loot. After searching for a while, Lin Yuan stood up cursing, truly living up to your name, a bunch of paupers. 10 monsters and not even a single copper coin dropped. Lin Yuan's cursing snapped Zhang Fan back to reality. With his mouth agape, Zhang Fan approached Lin Yuan. Holy crap, a Yuan, what kind of skill was that? How is the damage so high? Zhang Fan clearly knew about Lin Yuan's talent. Even with a 90% damage reduction, he could still one-shot the goblin scavengers. Could it be that Lin Yuan had some other hidden talent? Yuan, isn't your talent supposed to reduce damage by 90%? Zhang Fan asked uncertainly. Faced with his best friend's question, Lin Yuan didn't hide anything and directly displayed his skill. Flame Wheel B grade of max. Mana cost, 1500. Casting time, instant. Effect. Summons 8 flame wheels to protect oneself, each dealing 5000 skill damage. The flame wheels can push away nearby enemies, with an attack range of 8 meters. Skill duration lasts 6 seconds, and cooldown time is 4 seconds. Zhang Fan fell silent after seeing the skill effect and pinched his own face hard. Yuan, am I seeing this right? Lin Yuan nodded. You're not mistaken. Zhang Fan exclaimed excitedly. That's great. I thought you were about to do something foolish. Ha ha ha. Now everything's fine, you can carry me to victory. Faced with Zhang Fan's reaction, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Just now, amidst the monsters, Lin Yuan could sense that Zhang Fan was genuinely concerned for his safety. That's why Lin Yuan didn't conceal his abilities. Moreover, Zhang Fan was tactful enough not to pry into how Lin Yuan obtained his skills, saving Lin Yuan from having to explain. The two continued forward and discovered over a dozen more goblin scavengers nearby. As soon as the monster appeared, Lin Yuan confidently stepped forward to face it. When the creature charged at him, he activated his skill, Flame Wheel. The moment the skill was activated, a group of goblin scavengers around him instantly had their HP drained, turning into cold corpses. After repeating this several times, Lin Yuan had already figured out the power of his skill. Goblin scavengers only have 500 HP and 0 defense, so my skill can one-shot them. Lin Yuan no longer acted cautiously, feeling that luring monsters alone was inefficient. He asked Zhang Fan to join in the task of drawing aggro. Chapter 6. Let's get a grill. After the two of them continuously lured monsters, All the nearby goblin scavengers had been eliminated. After killing over 50 goblin scavengers, Lin Yuan smoothly leveled up to level 2. Upon reaching level 2, Lin Yuan noticed new changes in his stats panel. All attributes increased by 1 point after leveling up, and 5 free attribute points were granted. Name Lin Yuan, level LV2, health 400, mana 30,300, strength 6 affects physical attack, physical defense, agility 7 affects critical hit rate, speed, intelligence 13 affects spell attack, spell defense, stamina 8 affects health resistance, skill points 1260, evolution points 0, free attribute points 5, talent cooldown reduction grade G, skill mana body grade A, skill flame will grade B. When Lin Yuan saw the number in the skill points column, he felt reassured and thought it was a sure thing. Immediately after, Lin Yuan tapped lightly on the flame wheel. Ding detected that the B rank skill flame will meets the upgrade conditions. Consume 500 skill points to upgrade to an A rank skill. Is that even a question? Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan immediately chose to agree. After agreeing, Lin Yuan's skill bar gained another A grade skill. Scorching Rune A grade LV1. Cost 2000 plus 100 mana per second. Casting time 5 seconds. Effect: summons a movable magic circle to burn enemies, dealing 10,000 fire attribute damage per second within a 20-meter attack range. While dealing damage, the user can choose whether to knock back enemy units. The skill lasts for 1 minute with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Seeing the new skill added to his skill bar, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. A level 1 goblin scavenger only has 500 HP, and a level 2 goblin probably isn't much stronger. Even if Lin Yuan's damage is reduced by 90%, he can still deal 1000 damage per second. Once Lin Yuan activates his skills, no monster in the goblin forest can stand in his way, even the boss can only hold out for a few extra seconds. After casually maxing out the skill, the damage of the Scorching Rune array increased significantly. Scorching Rune A rank of max. Cost: 5,000 plus 200 mana per second. Casting time 3 seconds. Effect: summons a movable magic circle that burns enemies, dealing 30,000 fire attribute damage per second within a 30-meter range. While dealing damage, the caster can choose whether to knock back enemy units. The skill lasts for 2 minutes with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Perfect! After reaching max level, Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration. At level 1, the skill still has a 2-minute cooldown window, but at max level, this concern is completely eliminated. As for the skill's mana consumption, Lin Yuan feels absolutely no pressure. Lin Yuan's intelligence stat is 13 points, allowing him to recover 13 mana per second. With the 500% mana regeneration bonus, he can recover 65 mana per second. Allocating the 5 free attribute points to intelligence, mana regeneration speed increases by an additional 25 points per second. Although it can't match the 200-point consumption per second, it ensures Lin Yuan's mana won't run dry. After the skill enhancement, Lin Yuan's monster clearing efficiency improved significantly. After killing another 50 goblin scavengers, Lin Yuan encountered a new type of monster. Goblin Wanderwolf 2. Health 800. Attack 10. Defense 0. After obtaining the monster's information, Lin Yuan summoned a scorching magic circle and stepped forward. Upon spotting Lin Yuan's figure, the nearby goblins began shouting loudly, calling for reinforcements. This is precisely what makes goblins such troublesome monsters. Although individually weak, the defining trait of goblins is that they call for help at the sight of an enemy and flee when outmatched. Many newcomers have fallen into this trap. If other teams saw goblins starting to call for reinforcements, they would probably find a narrow terrain to fight in. This way, they wouldn't face attacks from all directions. But Lin Yuan didn't need that at all. Facing the oncoming swarm of goblins, Lin Yuan almost laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the scorching magic array moved in front of him. Before the monsters could even get close, they were burned to death by the flames of the array. 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Damage numbers continuously popped up above the monsters' heads, and Lin Yuan's ears were constantly filled with kill notifications. You have killed the Goblin Wanderer, experience points increased by 20. You have killed the Goblin Wanderer, experience points increased by 20. In less than 5 seconds, all the monsters in front of Lin Yuan were killed, contributing a large wave of experience. Leveling up from 2 to 3 requires 1,000 experience points. Glancing at the experience bar, Lin Yuan realized he was still 600 experience points short of reaching level 3. Keep pushing, aim to reach level 3 as soon as possible. Upon reaching level 3, Lin Yuan would gain another 1,000 skill points, allowing him to upgrade the Scorching Rune to an S-rank skill. Although the damage from his current A-rank skill was sufficient, Lin Yuan still felt uneasy. There was no helping it after all. Lin Yuan had an innate talent that reduced his damage output by 90%. Lin Yuan couldn't address his innate talents for now, so the only way to increase his damage was by leveling up his skills. After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, Lin Yuan picked up 37 copper coins. Zhang Fan, who was nearby, suddenly said, "I didn't eat breakfast, so I'm a bit hungry." Then Zhang Fan took 2 pieces of bread from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth. "If only I had brought 2 grills." This remark made Lin Yuan roll his eyes. "Why don't you bring a tent to sleep in too?" After saying that, he snatched the other piece of bread from Zhang Fan's hand. After finishing the bread, the two continued their journey deeper into the forest. At the same time, Chun Bin's team also encountered a goblin wanderer. Faced with the siege of dozens of goblin monsters, the warrior serving as the team's tank turned pale and nearly turned to flee. At the critical moment, Zhang Long made his move. His right hand emitted waves of cold air, and with a slight shake, a layer of frost spread before the warrior. This skill was one of the 3 C-grade abilities Zhang Long had obtained from the library yesterday. Frost Path C-grade LV1. Effect: consumes 30 mana, reduces the movement speed of targets within a 10-meter range by 20%. Skill duration: 10 seconds, cooldown: 12 seconds. After the skill was cast, the charging goblin's speed instantly dropped significantly. "Zhang Xiao is amazing." Chun Bin, following behind Zhang Long, exclaimed with admiration, his face full of flattery. But Zhang Long remained expressionless and said calmly, "Warrior, watch your positioning, don't get surrounded by too many monsters. Everyone else focus fire on my target." After speaking, Zhang Long began casting with his right hand. 3 seconds later, a fist-sized fireball materialized. Fireball spell C rank LV1. Description: consumes 25 mana points to conjure a fireball that deals 250 damage to the enemy. Casting time: 3 seconds, no cooldown. Next, the 5-member team began coordinating to kill the monsters. With the frost path slowing the monsters, the 5 used a kiting tactic, and within about 5 minutes, all the monsters were eliminated. Phew, these monsters even call for reinforcements, what a hassle. If it weren't for young Zhang's slowing skill, we probably wouldn't have gotten through so easily. While looting the spoils, Chun Bin didn't forget to flatter Zhang Long. The rest of the team agreed wholeheartedly with Chun Bin's words. It's all thanks to young Master Zhang's sharp awareness and strong skills. Anyone else would have been flustered long ago. Zhang Long, who was standing aside to recover his stamina, listened to the flattery from the crowd. Though he didn't say anything, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 7 S-rank skill. After killing the large wave of monsters just now, everyone in the team leveled up to 2. Zhang Long received 5 skill points and 5 free attribute points. After some consideration, Zhang Long allocated all 5 free attribute points to intelligence, bringing his total to 17. This significantly boosted both his damage output and mana regeneration. As for skill points, Zhang Long allocated 2 points each to Fireball and Frost Path. The Goblin Forest is teeming with monsters, where the slowing effect of Frost Path can be utilized to its fullest, while upgrading Fireball is essential for maintaining damage output against the boss. After resting for a few minutes, Zhang Long's team set off again. The group had walked about 50 meters forward when Chun Bin suddenly cursed aloud. "Holy crap! So many monsters. How are we supposed to fight them all?" Before the crowd stood a vast expanse of wooden huts, with nearly 100 goblin wanderers loitering nearby. Chun Bin, being an archer, had sharp eyesight. He also noticed that among the goblin wanderers, there were a few unusually tall goblins. Goblin Warrior 3. HP 1200. Attack power 20. Defense 2. Heavy strike. The next attack deals an additional 50% damage. Over 100 level 2 monsters, mixed with several level 3 creatures, densely packed across the only path forward. Even Zhang Long fell silent upon seeing these monsters, his gaze darting around restlessly. After looking for a while, Zhang Long's eyes lit up. He walked between 2 large trees and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, gather around. The archer will go first to lure the monsters. We'll hide inside the big tree, with the warrior blocking the middle." That way, only 2 monsters at most can attack the warrior. With our current damage output, if we take it slow, the fight should be over in about 30 minutes. Hearing Zhonglong's words, the team members naturally had no objections. After everyone took their positions, Chunbin walked near the monster, shot an arrow, and then quickly retreated. Initially, everyone felt a bit scared when they saw the surging monsters. But when they noticed the creatures were indeed stuck between the large trees as Zhonglong had predicted, unable to attack the backline, they all sighed in relief. While attacking, Chunbin also took the opportunity to flatter Zhonglong excessively. Thanks to young Master Zhang's brilliant idea, other teams probably have no idea how to clear the dungeon this easily. At this point, Chunbin couldn't help but think of Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan. Those two are probably dead by now. If not, even better, I'll humiliate them thoroughly after I finish this dungeon. The idea was good, but reality turned out differently. The monster horde that stumped most people posed no difficulty at all for Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw the densely packed monsters, he nearly drooled at the corner of his mouth. Truly heaven helps me, the monsters are all gathered together, saving me the trouble of luring them one by one. Before killing the monsters, Lin Yuan cast a spell to summon the scorching array, and let out a loud roar. Charge in with me. Controlling the scorching magic array, Lin Yuan charged into the horde of monsters like a tiger among sheep. Lin Yuan's shout shattered the forest's silence, startling many monsters. The monsters, seeing Lin Yuan alone, revealed cruel glints in their eyes as they bared their fangs and charged toward him, growling, "Gurgle gra! Kill this human!" Shouting words Lin Yuan couldn't understand. They wanted to dismember him. Zhang Fan, following behind Lin Yuan, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the goblins upon seeing this scene. Stupid goblins. Zhang Fan had already witnessed similar scenes at least 3 times. Every time the goblins spotted Lin Yuan alone, their movements and expressions were identical, and of course, the outcome was just as consistent. 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. The scorching magic array slowly advanced, and the moment the monsters touched it, they were instantly incinerated by waves of flames. In less than 10 seconds, every monster in the entire camp had been eliminated. Goblin Wanderer slain, experience points increased by 20. Goblin Wanderer slain, experience points increased by 20. Goblin Warrior slain, experience points increased by 30. All the monsters in the camp turned into Lin Yuan's experience points. After killing over 100 monsters, Lin Yuan leveled up to 3, and was only about 200 experience points away from reaching level 4. This is what I call monster hunting so satisfying. If only there were more monsters. After slaying the monster, Lin Yuan sighed. If other teams heard this, they'd probably be furious. Lin Yuan was actually complaining that the terrifying monster waves, which made others pale with fear, weren't coming fast enough. Opening the panel, Lin Yuan discovered he had gained another 1,000 skill points, which meant he could now acquire another S-rank skill. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV3. Health 450. Mana 30,500. Strength 7 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility 8 affects critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence 19 affects spell attack, spell defense. Stamina 9 affects health points, resistance. Skill points 1740. Evolution points 0. Free attribute points 5. Talent cooldown reduction grade G. Skill magical body grade A. Skill scorching rune A rank. No need to say more. Freely allocated attribute points continue to be added to intelligence. For a mage, intelligence equals damage. As for skill points, Lin Yuan tried to allocate them to scorching rune after obtaining them. Ding, detected that the A-grade skill blazing rune meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to spend 1,000 skill points to upgrade it to an S-grade skill? About to obtain an S-grade skill, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. It was impossible to fake. If an A-grade skill was already this powerful, just how incredible would an S-grade skill be? After confirming the upgrade, the A-grade skill Blazing Rune disappeared, replaced by an S-grade skill called Inferno Barrier. Blazing Barriers rank LV1. Casting time 8 seconds. Mana cost 10,000. Effect: deploys a barrier that unleashes massive flames to attack units within a 20-meter radius, dealing 50,000 plus int1 skill damage per second. Generates a protective shield at the barrier's center with 10,000 HP. Enemies attacking the shield are automatically knocked back. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Impressive. Lin Yuan saw the skill effect and exclaimed how amazing it was. This skill was practically divine. Not only did it deal high attack damage, but it also had a life-saving effect. At this stage, a 10,000-point health shield meant that even if he stood still, others couldn't do anything to him. Imagine the enemy pushing through the skill damage to reach the center, only to find Lin Yuan protected by a layer of shield. In their rage, the enemies would surely attack the protective shield, only to be pushed back by the knockback effect applied to them. If the enemies wanted to get close to Lin Yuan again, they would have to endure the damage from the flames. At the thought of this scene, a smile naturally appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Let me see what happens when the skill is maxed out. Chapter 8. The boss? That's it? When Lin Yuan was about to upgrade his S-rank skill this time, the system's prompt appeared. Spend 10 skill points to upgrade? Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yuan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. After upgrading a skill to S-rank, each level up requires 10 points, and reaching the max level for an S-rank skill costs 100 points in total. After doing some quick mental math, Lin Yuan realized that upgrading the C-rank skill, Flame Resistance Ring, to its max S-rank level would require a total of 1,730 skill points. Once he finished the calculation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn, that's way too extravagant. I'd need to level up twice just to get one maxed out S-rank skill. Fortunately, no one heard this shameless remark, or some high-level mage would surely have come to beat him to death. What do you mean you have to level up twice just to get one max-level S-rank skill? Many high-level mages spend their entire lives without ever obtaining a single max-level S-rank skill. Lin Yuan had one at level 3, and yet he still wasn't satisfied. After considering for less than 10 seconds, Lin Yuan still chose to max out the Blazing Barrier. After allocating the points, the damage of the Blazing Barrier was significantly increased once again. Blazing Barrier S-rank max. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cost, 30,000 mana. Effect. Deploys a barrier that unleashes a massive wave of flames, attacking all units within a 30-meter range. Deals 100,000 plus intelligence 10 skill damage per second. Generates a protective shield at the center of the barrier with 50,000 HP. Enemies attacking the shield are automatically knocked back. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. After maxing out the skill, Lin Yuan noticed the duration remained unchanged, but the shield's health increased significantly, and the cooldown was reduced to 5 minutes. Dealing 100,000 damage per second even after a 90% reduction, that's still 10,000 damage. Lin Yuan didn't believe any monster in the Goblin Forest could survive even a single second against it. While Lin Yuan was allocating his attribute points, Zhang Fan had been diligently looting the corpses. Before long, Zhang Fan walked over and handed the copper coins to Lin Yuan, grumbling under his breath. Goblins are such a bunch of cheapskates. Over 100 monsters only dropped a little more than 200 copper coins, not even a single piece of equipment. Hearing Zhang Fan's complaint, Lin Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. Although the Goblin Forest was the easiest among all the beginner dungeons, it also had the lowest drop rates. Only the final boss can drop equipment. The other small monsters are all worthless. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan rushed straight to the boss's camp without stopping. The massive wave of monsters just now was the toughest challenge before the boss. After clearing the monsters, they were about to face the boss of the Goblin Forest. While the others were still struggling to clear the monsters, Lin Yuan had already arrived in front of the boss ahead of them. Arriving at the boss camp, Lin Yuan saw a nearly 2-meter-tall goblin standing majestically in the center of the camp, wielding a spiked club. Goblin Warrior Kalo LV5. HP 12,000. Attack 120. Defense 13. Goblin Summon. Summons 5 Goblin Warriors, 10 Goblin Stalkers, and 10 Goblin Throwers to join the battle. Goblin Smash. Swings a spiked club to deal 150% damage to enemies, with a chance to stun them. The boss has 10 times the health of a regular minion and also possesses 2 skills. An attack power of up to 120 points, if combined with Goblin Smash and a critical hit, would instantly kill the squishy members of the team. For an average team to defeat the current boss, they would have to rely on terrain and slowly whittle it down using kiting tactics. Lin Yuan was clearly not part of that category. He walked to about 50 meters from the boss, then stopped to test its aggro range. After taking a few more steps forward, just as they reached the 40-meter mark, the boss suddenly turned its gaze toward Lin Yuan, let out a furious roar, and began charging toward the two of them. Another group of humans coming to their deaths. Watch as I tear you apart." Seeing this, Lin Yuan didn't dare to hesitate and immediately began casting the blazing barrier. 5 seconds later, the goblin warrior was already right in front of them. But fortunately, the skill had been successfully cast. Once the spell was cast, a sea of flames erupted within a 30-meter radius centered around Lin Yuan, with a golden protective barrier glowing at its core, shielding both Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan inside. The charging goblin warrior suddenly felt an intense wave of heat around him, his eyes widening in shock. Such a petty trick can't fool the mighty Kalo. Arise, my soldiers. It turned out the boss sensed something amiss and immediately activated his goblin summon skill, conjuring a swarm of minions. After unleashing the skill, the boss was just about to say something, but the incoming flames choked his words in his throat. 10,350. 10,220. 2 seconds later, both the boss and the summoned minions had turned into corpses lying on the ground. You have slain Goblin Warrior Kalo, successfully cleared Goblin Forest. This trial took 13 minutes, ranking 4th on the leaderboard. You have leveled up to 4, gaining 1,000 skill points. After killing the boss, Lin Yuan also leveled up to 4, with 2,700 experience points remaining until level 5. Once the boss was dead, it was time for the thrilling loot collection. After searching the boss thoroughly, 2 pieces of equipment were found: a pair of shoes and a pair of gauntlets. Goblin straw sandals common. Wear level 2. Attributes: defense +2, HP +50. Goblin gauntlets common. Wear level 2. Attributes: defense +2, HP +50. These plain equipment pieces that only add defense and HP were of no use to Lin Yuan, so he gave them all to Zhang Fan. Equipment is also categorized by tiers, from lowest to highest: plain, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, dark gold, radiant, rainbow. Legend has it that there are even higher-tier divine artifacts, though currently, no human possesses one. Lin Yuan had no use for these 2 pieces of equipment, and they weren't worth much if sold. After some thought, Lin Yuan directly handed it to Zhang Fan. When Lin Yuan passed the equipment to Zhang Fan still wanted to decline, but Lin Yuan said to him, "Take it. I'm counting on you to tank the monsters for me in the future." Zhang Fan actually knew that Lin Yuan was deliberately saying this. Earlier, when Zhang Fan was inside the protective shield, he had seen the shield's health points. That's a whopping 50,000 shield points. Even a level 30 tank decked out in full gold tier stamina gear might not even have 50,000 HP. But Zhang Fan wisely chose not to ask anything. No matter how strong Lin Yuan becomes, he will always be my best friend. Before leaving the abyss, Lin Yuan meticulously searched the surrounding area, checking for any overlooked items. The first rule of the Mage's Code states, when entering the abyss, one must scrape off a layer of skin. Even a goose passing by must be plucked of its feathers. Last night, when Lin Yuan saw the Mage's Code, he thought he had grabbed the wrong one. Is this the Mage's Code or the Bandit's Code? This is so barbaric. But I like it. After searching around, Lin Yuan didn't find any useful items, and stepped into the portal with some disappointment. When Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan reappeared on the playground, everyone was shocked. Look, it's Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan. They actually came out alive. Students near the portal shouted in surprise. Coming out alive is no big deal. They must have used an escape scroll to get out. What's the fuss about? Scoffed a student who hadn't awakened a profession. Someone familiar with professionals retorted. Open your eyes and look, the leaderboard has changed. Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan are now ranked 4th. They've cleared the trial abyss. These words exploded like a bomb, causing many to look up in shock. A useless mage paired with a shield warrior with no damage output, how did they manage to clear the trial? Chapter 9, Hell Difficulty. This outcome was not only hard for the students to accept, but even the teachers at 3rd High were baffled. A mage who reduces damage by 90% and a shield warrior with almost no offensive capability, how did this bizarre duo clear the abyss trial? Ignoring the murmurs around them, Lin Yuan led Zhang Fan to the school's registration teacher. We've successfully cleared the trial. Does that mean we can challenge a higher difficulty now? The teacher in charge of registration, Wang Lin, was about to praise the two when they approached. But the first words he heard were a request to challenge a higher difficulty. Wang Lin scratched his ear, wondering if he had misheard. Do you want to challenge a higher difficulty? His voice involuntarily rose several pitches, catching the attention of nearby teachers and classmates. Hearing Wang Lin's question, Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, teacher, we want to challenge a higher difficulty. Having received an affirmative answer, Wang Lin grew anxious. A higher difficulty level is still too much for the two of you. You've just cleared the trial, and now is the time to rest properly. As for higher difficulties, wait until you've formed a full team of 5 before attempting them. The implication was to advise Lin Yuan not to aim too high. Although it was unclear how Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan managed to clear the beginner trial, the higher difficulty abyss was not something two people could challenge alone. At the very least, a well-coordinated team with clear roles was necessary. Wang Lin was quite decent and didn't directly mock him. Instead, he tactfully tried to persuade Lin Yuan to give up the idea of challenging a higher difficulty level. But Lin Yuan remained firm in his stance and replied, "Teacher, I know my limits. We've already passed the novice trial and want to experience a more challenging abyss. Don't worry, if we can't handle it, I still have an escape scroll. There won't be any life-threatening danger." After passing the novice trial, using an escape scroll wouldn't incur any penalties. Lin Yuan said this, and Wang Lin no longer refused. "Since you've made your decision, I won't stop you. But you must remember to keep the escape scroll in hand at all times and use it immediately if danger arises." Faced with Wang Lin's kindness, Lin Yuan nodded in acceptance. "Got it." Afterward, Wang Lin entered Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan's information into the system. "Follow me." After completing the registration, Wang Lin led the two to a blue teleportation gate. The white teleportation gate is only for first-time trial participants, with default easy difficulty. The blue gate allows repeated challenges, starting from normal difficulty. "You only have one life. Are you sure you want to attempt higher difficulty?" Wang Lin asked once more. Lin Yuan glanced at the S-rank skill in his skill bar and nodded firmly. "I'm sure." "Alright, then come over and choose the difficulty level. Of course, you don't really have a choice. The lowest basic difficulty is already very challenging for you. There's no need to attempt anything higher. Apart from the beginner trial being set to easy difficulty, abysses below level 20 have 3 difficulty settings: normal, hard, and nightmare, as well as the most unique hell difficulty. Hell difficulty dungeons all possess unique characteristics. If they are not conquered within a certain time limit, the monsters inside might descend upon Blue Star. Hell difficulty is not something ordinary people can challenge, with a fatality rate as high as 99%. Before Wang Lin could finish speaking, Lin Yuan had already selected the difficulty and entered the abyss. Lin Yuan chose the Hell difficulty level, which no one had ever successfully challenged before. After selecting the Hell difficulty, the blue portal slowly turned red, emitting waves of sinister energy. Oh no, he actually chose the Hell difficulty. Wang Lin was shocked and immediately reported the news to the principal. Upon receiving the news, the principal rushed to the vicinity of the portal without delay. Looking at the portal emanating waves of sinister energy, the principal's expression turned extremely grim. "Evacuate the students from the school immediately and report this situation to the enforcement team at once." The surrounding teachers, aware of the urgency, all joined the evacuation efforts. The law enforcement team acted very quickly, and in less than 2 minutes, a man carrying a long sword arrived beside Principal Li. The man was named Li Feng, the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, a level 34 swordsman. Upon seeing the newcomer, Principal Lin clasped his fists and said, "Captain Li, I'll trouble you to hold off the boss for a while. After I clear the other monsters, I'll join you to take down the boss together." Li Feng nodded upon hearing Principal Li's words. His eyes filled with doubt. Someone challenged the Hell difficulty, causing the abyss to riot prematurely? Yes, 2 students who just awakened this year attempted the Hell difficulty. Principal Li had already learned the details of the incident from Wang Lin moments ago. If they hadn't actively challenged the Hell difficulty, the abyss would have remained stable for at least another 6 months. Li Feng found a chair, sat down, and said, "It was bound to happen sooner or later. As long as the Demon King's projection remains in the abyss, it's always a ticking time bomb." Principal Li sighed deeply upon hearing Li Feng's words. Alas, eliminating the Demon King's projection is no easy task. In the trial abyss of Tianfeng City, the Goblin Forest is the simplest, yet who would have thought that in Hell difficulty, there would be a projection of the Demon King of Wrath, Samuel? That's the Demon King of Wrath we're talking about. Even a full team of professionals who have awakened a grade talents might not be able to defeat him. Principal Li finished speaking and took out several stones of varying sizes from his pocket, placing them near the portal. Principal Li's profession is that of an array master with a level of 32. The stones in his hand are array discs, each possessing considerable offensive power. Placing them near the portal was intended to deal significant damage the moment the monsters appeared. Those two students probably won't last much longer. Once they die, the projection of the wrathful Demon King Samuel will surely seize the opportunity to break through. I need to prepare in advance. While Principal Li was making preparations, Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan had already appeared in the Goblin Forest on Hell difficulty. Upon entering the abyss, Lin Yuan frowned. What a foul smell. The air was filled with the scent of sulfur and blood. As far as the eye could see, the lush green forest had completely vanished, replaced by a landscape of broken walls and ruins. This map shouldn't be called Goblin Forest, it should be named Infernal Scorched Earth instead. With the trees no longer obstructing the view, a dark red goblin-like monster appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Corrupt Blood Goblin LV8. Health points, 5,000. Attack power, 80. Defense, 0. Frenzy Blood. Increases attack speed by 50% after taking damage. The moment he saw the monster's attributes, Zhang Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Such insane stats. Zhang Fan was currently level 4, with the class of Shield Warrior. He had allocated all his attribute points to Constitution, barely reaching 1100 HP. Even if he leveled up to 8, his HP might not reach 5,000. This small monster called the Evil Blood Goblin could easily serve as a mini-boss in the novice trial. But in Hell difficulty, it's just a small monster. If even the small monsters are this fierce, what would the boss be like? Zhang Fan felt a hint of retreat in his heart and took out an escape scroll from his backpack. Upon seeing the text displayed on the scroll, Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Yuan, I just checked. The escape scroll can't be used. Zhang Fan's voice trembled slightly. Don't worry, fatty. I've got this. At first, Lin Yuan was also a bit surprised when he saw the monster's attributes, but when he noticed the new S-rank skill in his skill bar, he was filled with confidence again. Chapter 10. S-rank skill Arcane Core. After reaching level 4, Lin Yuan had found time to upgrade the A-rank skill, Maniform Body, to S-rank. Before the upgrade, the mana provided by Maniform Body was already considerable. Maniform Body A rank LV Max. Effect 1. Increases mana by 30,000 points. Effect 2. Increases mana regeneration speed by 500%. Effect 3. Reduces spell damage taken by 25%. After upgrading, this skill granted Lin Yuan an even more massive mana pool and also provided a life-saving ability. Heart of Manus rank LV1. Effect 1. Increases mana by 50,000 points. Effect 2. Recovers 1% of mana per second. Effect 3. Reduces spell damage taken by 30%. Effect 4. Provides a shield equal to 1% of mana, with no duration. Once broken, there is a 30-second cooldown. After upgrading the skill to S rank, the mana regeneration speed significantly increased, and it also provided a passive shield skill, greatly boosting Lin Yuan's confidence. After spending 100 skill points to fully upgrade the S rank skill, Lin Yuan's mana reached a staggering 100,000 points. Mana Core S rank LV Max. Effect 1. Increases mana by 100,000 points. Effect 2. Restores 10% of mana per second. Effect 3. Reduces spell damage taken by 50%. Effect 4. Provides a shield equal to 10% of mana. The shield has no duration but enters a 20-second cooldown when broken. Closing the skill panel, Lin Yuan could feel a layer of mana shield surrounding his body, with a health value of 10,000 points. Lin Yuan roared at the monsters that were constantly wandering in place. "Grandsons, your grandpa is here." This shout alerted all the nearby monsters. In an instant, all the Blood Fiend goblins' gazes were drawn to Lin Yuan. "Kurakara!" The Blood Fiend goblins shouted in their broken infernal accent, brandishing blood-stained weapons as they charged toward Lin Yuan. It had been too long since they last tasted human blood. They were desperate to kill the frail human before them and offer his head to the Demon King, hoping for even the slightest reward in return. The Blood Fiend goblins swarmed forward en masse, just as Lin Yuan completed his spellcasting. Whoosh! The flames of the blazing barrier surged upward, instantly reducing all monsters within a 30-meter radius to ashes. After the monsters were wiped out, Lin Yuan frowned in contemplation. Why were all the monster corpses burned away? And why didn't they drop any loot? Lin Yuan couldn't figure it out. In normal difficulty, monster corpses would remain on the ground for a while before despawning. But in regional difficulty, they were instantly incinerated upon being hit by skills. Is it because of the Hell difficulty? Lin Yuan attributed this situation to the difficulty of the abyss. In fact, this is indeed the case. The hell-level abyss is a real existing plane. This plane was once the Goblin Forest, but the projection of the Rage Demon King invaded here, transforming it into a scorched wasteland of purgatory, serving as a springboard for invading Blue Star. After accumulating sufficient power, the Demon King's projection can open the infernal portal to invade Blue Star. Fortunately, the existence of the Holy Tower prevented the Demon King's scheme from succeeding. To halt the Abyss's invasion, the Holy Tower actively resists. It expended its power to solidify the Hell difficulty abyss. As long as a professional can defeat the Hell difficulty boss, the Holy Tower can permanently transform the abyss into an ordinary, non-dangerous abyss. Lin Yuan was naturally unaware of these matters. He simply wanted to challenge the highest difficulty of the abyss, because Lin Yuan believed that the highest difficulty would naturally offer the greatest rewards. Lin Yuan's casual choice left the teachers and students of number 3 high school in a state of panic. Killed Evil Blood Goblin. EXP increased by 80 points x 10. Killed Evil Blood Goblin. EXP increased by 80 points x 10. After slaying over 20 goblins, Lin Yuan gained more than 1600 EXP, bringing him one step closer to leveling up. As an accessory, Zhang Fan was surprised to see Lin Yuan still able to instantly kill monsters, opening his mouth in shock. He wanted to ask Lin Yuan something, but after a moment's thought, he closed his mouth again. One shouldn't ask what shouldn't be asked. He just needed to quietly be an accessory. Zhang Fan's mindset was very well adjusted. Now, Zhang Fan and Lin Yuan were grasshoppers tied to the same rope, so Lin Yuan's strength was naturally a good thing. Zhang Fan hadn't forgotten what those students said on the playground earlier, nor that annoying Chun Bin who thought he had latched onto a powerful ally. Once the two of us clear the hell difficulty, I'd love to see the look on his face. Lin Yuan, walking ahead, naturally had no idea what was going through Zhang Fan's mind. Seeing that the monster corpses had all been burned away, he called Zhang Fan to move forward. Their SA building over there, probably where the boss is. Let us head there. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhang Fan looked into the distance and spotted a cluster of structures, with a palace at the center. The palace was quite simple, with a somewhat Western architectural style, and atop it stood a statue of a giant serpent flicking its tongue. When he saw these buildings, Zhang Fan scratched his head. Why do these buildings look so familiar? But after thinking for a long time, Zhang Fan still couldn't recall any information about these buildings. The two walked for another 2 minutes and arrived near the structures. Along the way, Lin Yuan encountered scattered blood-fiend goblins, but they were all reduced to ashes by his blazing barrier. Upon reaching the buildings, Lin Yuan came to a halt. I should develop a standard offensive method. The duration of the blazing barrier is 30 seconds, but once it ends, there's a 5-minute cooldown period. During these 5 minutes, Lin Yuan couldn't do anything but wait in place. When learning the next skill, I shouldn't upgrade it directly to S rank, the cooldown is too long. While waiting, Lin Yuan observed the monster information ahead. Flame Goblin of 9, HP 10,000, MP 500, ATK 130. Fell Fireball. Consumes 30 mana, conjures a Fell Fireball that deals 200 magic damage, with an attack range of 35 meters, a cast time of 3 seconds, and no cooldown. After seeing the monster's attributes, Lin Yuan felt somewhat troubled. The blazing barrier is powerful, but it also has a fatal flaw. After casting the skill, the user cannot move. The attack range of Fell Fireball is 35 meters, while his own skill's range is only 30 meters, a difference of 5 meters. If these monsters keep casting fireballs from beyond 30 meters, there really wouldn't be any way to deal with them. Fortunately, there aren't too many. It's just a bit tricky to gather them all. While waiting for his skills to cool down, Lin Yuan kept thinking about how to group the monsters together. After scanning the area, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This spot is perfect, an ideal place to gather the monsters. In the direction of Lin Yuan's gaze, there stood a 3-meter-high tombstone. Beneath the tombstone was a pit, just large enough to hide a person. Lin Yuan's plan was to run ahead and draw the monster's aggro onto himself, then hide in the pit beneath the tombstone. Once he was hidden, these fire goblins would lose their casting target and would inevitably come looking for him, allowing him to wipe them all out in one go. Ha 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 ha! I'm such a clever little devil. Lin Yuan saw that his skill cooldown was ready and told Zhang Fan beside him that he was going to lure the monsters. Chapter 11, Elite Monster. After explaining his monster luring plan to Zhang Fan, A look of concern appeared on Zhang Fan's face. Yuan, it's too dangerous for a mage like you to lure monsters. How can you block all those fireballs from so many monsters? Let me go instead. Having said that, Zhang Fan posted the skill he obtained when his profession awakened. Spell Reflection B rank LV1. Casting requirement. Shield. Effect. Reflect spells that hit you within 1 second. Cooldown. 15 seconds. Zhang Fan not only awakened a B-grade talent but also possessed a B-grade skill. Dual B-grade professionals are quite rare. It's worth noting that tens of thousands of professionals awaken in Zhongzhou every year, but only a minority reach B-grade or above. The skill, Spell Reflection, is nearly useless in the early stages because very few monsters can cast spells before level 10. However, it becomes a god-tier skill as levels increase. In theory, Spell Reflection can deflect any single target spell. There was once a level 70 shield warrior who reflected an S-grade Greater Disintegration, cast by a demon lord. The result was the demon lord being instantly killed by its own reflected spell. I have Spell Reflection, and with some luck, I can deflect multiple fireballs. Zhang Fan pulled out a shield the size of a pot lid from his backpack and said with a serious expression, "The duration of Spell Reflection is 1 second. Many have tested it. Any spells that hit the shield warrior within that 1 second window will be reflected back. But this is a multiple reflection technique that only advanced shield warriors can master. How could Zhang Fan, a level 4 warrior, possibly use it?" He said this just to reassure Lin Yuan. Zhang Fan had already prepared for the worst. Death was the worst that could happen. Fighting side by side with his good brother would make his life worthwhile. After listening to Zhang Fan, Lin Yuan silently activated the shield on his body. Shield value, 10,000 10,000. Gulp. Zhang Fan swallowed hard upon seeing the shield, staring at Lin Yuan with a face full of shock. Then, as if realizing something, Zhang Fan let out a relieved sigh, quietly put the shield back into his backpack, and found a scenic spot to sit down. Oh no! After sitting down, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered something and said in frustration. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "I forgot to buy the grill and tent," Zhang Fan muttered under his breath. This look amused Lin Yuan. "You think you're here for a vacation? This is hell difficulty." Zhang Fan, who was sitting on the ground, lay down directly upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. "You go lure the monsters, I'll take a nap." With that, he actually closed his eyes. Lin Yuan. Well, the shield value on himself completely made Zhang Fan give up the idea of taking action. The previously fired-up Zhang Fan now lay flat and gave up. Judging by the even breathing sounds, he might actually fall asleep soon. The conversation between the two didn't take long, and Lin Yuan directly stepped into the enclosure. As soon as he entered, 2 flame goblins immediately turned their gaze toward Lin Yuan. In the hands of both monsters, a red glow lit up simultaneously. Clearly, it's the casting motion for a fireball. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He ran around the courtyard, drawing all the monsters' aggro onto himself, then directly hid beneath the tombstone. The process was also extremely perilous. Lin Yuan silently counted and realized he had endured over 30 fireball spells. His shield had been nearly halved, now down to 5,820 10,000. However, Lin Yuan's goal had already been achieved. He was now crouched in the pit beneath the tombstone. What the hell is that smell in this pit? Entering the pit, Lin Yuan caught a foul stench. Turning his head, he saw scattered bones and rotting flesh of all shapes nearby. After a moment's thought, he realized this must be a monster's mass grave, the revolting odor emanating from the decaying meat and broken bones. Lin Yuan had barely hidden in the pit for a few seconds when he heard a flurry of footsteps and shouts all around him. "Jalibala! Kuruka! That human is hiding in the pit. Kill him!" Hiding in the pit, Lin Yuan had no idea what the monster was shouting. As the footsteps drew closer, he began casting his spell. 3 seconds later, a sea of flames erupted instantly, centered around Lin Yuan. 10,000. 10,000. Killed Flame Goblin. Gained 90 experience points. Killed Flame Goblin. Gained 90 experience points. 2 seconds after the skill was cast, a flood of kill notifications popped up. Lin Yuan, still uneasy, waited in the pit for another 10 seconds. After confirming no more kill notifications were coming, he withdrew the skill. Climbing out of the pit, Lin Yuan saw an empty courtyard, brilliant as always. After praising himself, Lin Yuan walked around the courtyard. Strangely, Neither the evil blood goblin he had killed earlier nor the newly slain flame goblin dropped any items, not even their corpses remained, as they had been completely burned away. Unwilling to give up, Lin Yuan circled the area again, hoping to stumble upon a treasure chest. Since the monsters dropped nothing, shouldn't the game compensate me with at least one chest? But Lin Yuan was disappointed. The courtyard was filled only with messy stones and shattered bones. Not even a trace of a treasure chest in sight. After killing a pile of monsters, Lin Yuan's level had also reached 5. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV5. Health 500. Mana 101,000. Strength 8 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility 9 affects critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence 30 affects spell attack, spell defense. Stamina 10 affects health points, resistance. Skill points 1540. Evolution points 0. Free attribute points 5. Talent cooldown reduction grade G. Skill 1 Arcane Core grade S. Skill 2 Blazing Barrier grade S. Seeing his attributes, Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Life is truly as lonely as snow. So far, Lin Yuan hadn't encountered a single monster that could last 3 seconds against him. Lin Yuan's pride didn't last long before a loud boom echoed as one of the courtyard's massive doors swung open. 4 dog-like creatures, each nearly as tall as a person, emerged from the doorway. Blazing Hound Elite LV10. HP 32,000. Attack 210. Basic fire resistance. Reduces fire damage taken by 10%. Frenzy Bite. The Flamehound's next bite attack deals 120% additional fire damage, with a 15-second cooldown. After seeing the monster's attributes, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself how close a call it was. Good thing I ran fast. When the courtyard gate suddenly swung open earlier, Lin Yuan swiftly retreated outside the courtyard, avoiding the attack range of the 4 elite monsters. Lin Yuan's skill cooldown still had a minute and a half left, and facing 4 elite monsters, he wasn't confident he could hold out until his skills were ready again. Just like professional players, monsters also have different templates, categorized as common, elite, hero, epic, legendary, mythic, and divine. Lin Yuan hadn't undergone his class change yet and was still a common template. After his first class change at level 20, he would upgrade to an elite template. Lying on the ground, Zhang Fan heard movement nearby and drowsily opened his eyes. What's wrong? Are you leaving after clearing the monsters? Zhang Fan looked puzzled, thinking Lin Yuan had come to ask him to leave. This left Lin Yuan utterly speechless. The entire battle lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Yet Zhang Fan had already fallen asleep and was sleeping so soundly at that. Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire Zhang Fan for having nerves of steel. Chapter 12 New Skill. Seeing Zhang Fan's puzzled expression, Lin Yuan said irritably, an elite monster appeared. I'm waiting for my skills to cool down. Hearing about the elite monster, Zhang Fan scrambled to his feet. An elite monster? What kind? I've never seen one before. Zhang Fan was aware of elite monsters. These creatures were typically extremely powerful, with some particularly special elites even surpassing bosses in strength. After getting up, Zhang Fan didn't dare to get too close, keeping his distance as he observed the flame hounds in the courtyard. Holy crap! For elite monsters, any one of these 4 could easily pass as a boss. Ignoring Zhang Fan's constant exclamations, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the palace behind the courtyard. Zhang Fan, do you see that giant snake statue turning red? When they first arrived, the snake on the palace was a stone-like gray, but now it was gradually turning red. The giant serpent statue on the palace is also a monster. Lin Yuan's heart tightened, and he had a bad premonition. Because that serpentine statue on the palace was just too big, nearly 8 meters tall, it should be hard to deal with if it turned into a monster. After waiting in place for more than 1 minute, Lin Yuan's skills turned good and he stepped back into the courtyard. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, bloodthirsty red light appeared in the eyes of the 4 flaming dogs, and without Lin Yuan having to greet them, the flaming dogs all rushed towards Lin Yuan. The speed of the flame dogs was very fast. In less than 2 seconds, the frontmost flame dog had already arrived in front of Lin Yuan and opened its mouth to unleash the skill Crazy Bite. 480. A huge damage appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. The 3 flaming dogs behind him became even more frantic when they saw that their partner's attack worked. However, their movements could only stop here as Lin Yuan had already completed his spell casting action. As Lin Yuan finished casting the spell, a shield with golden light appeared around Lin Yuan, repelling the flaming dogs, and along with the shield, there were also flames in the sky. 8,910, 8,836, 8,836, 8,728, 8,973. For consecutive damages appeared on the flame dog's body. Lin Yuan's skills were S-ranked. Even though the flame dogs had skills that slightly resisted flame spells, it was only a matter of holding up for a second longer in front of an S rank. The blood level of a flame hound was 32,000 points, and it would take at least 4 seconds to kill one. If the flame dogs had any intelligence, they would have decisively fled backwards to avoid Lin Yuan's skills, and then attacked after Lin Yuan's skill duration was over. By then, Lin Yuan would be meat on the chopping block with nowhere to run. Unfortunately, the flame dog's brain capacity didn't allow him to store such things as wisdom. After receiving damage from Lin Yuan's flames, the flame dogs became even more frantic, but it was useless. Their attacks didn't even knock off 1,000 points of damage when they landed on the shield, before they were scalded alive by the flames within the boundary. Kill Elite Monster Flaming Dog. Gain 300 experience points, x2. Kill Elite Monster Flaming Dog. Gain 300 experience points, x2. For consecutive kill prompts, the 4 elite monsters contributed 1,200 experience points. After putting away his skills, Lin Yuan realized that the bodies of the flaming dogs hadn't disappeared. Does that mean it's because of the elite monsters? Lin Yuan wasn't sure, but still walked up to touch the corpse. You picked up the flaming boots. You picked up the flaming robe. 4 elite monsters exploded with 2 pieces of equipment. The explosion rate was not bad. Flaming robe bronze. Equipment level 5. Attributes: armor plus 10, blood plus 200, intelligence plus 5. Flame boots bronze. Equipment level 5. Attributes: speed plus 1, intelligence plus 3, mana plus 100. 2 pieces of bronze equipment, both of which were also cloth armor, which Lin Yuan could just about wear. After putting on the equipment, Zhang Fan came over at this time and, "I'll try to see if I can peel the skin." Taking out a skinning knife from his backpack, Zhang Fan squatted on the ground and started working. After 5 minutes of work, 4 furs appeared in Zhang Fan's hands. Animal monsters are full of treasures. These 4 furs can make a set of low-grade leather armor. Even if you can't wear it, you can exchange it for a lot of money. After putting the furs into his backpack, Zhang Fan saw Lin Yuan's slightly questioning gaze. "My family are pig killers. It's only natural that I can skin them." Of course, Lin Yuan knew that Zhang Fan's family were pig killers. He was just wondering why a shield warrior would carry a skinning knife in his backpack. Are all shield warriors this unprofessional? While the two were chatting, they had already walked into the atrium. And when they arrived at the atrium, Lin Yuan's breath suddenly caught. There's a treasure chest. A treasure chest emitting a silver glow appeared in front, and there were no monsters around the treasure chest at all. The moment he saw the treasure chest, Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to open it, but the thought was suppressed by him. "Stay close to me. There might be stealth monsters around." Turning his head and instructing, Lin Yuan carefully walked towards the treasure chest. Arriving in front of the treasure chest, Lin Yuan also remained vigilant. After waiting for 1 minute, Lin Yuan realized that there were indeed no monsters, so he reached out and opened the treasure chest. You have obtained 5 gold coins. You have gained the C-rank skill Cold Ice Arrow. You have been hit by the mana loss curse. 3 consecutive beeps appeared in Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan put the 5 gold coins directly into his backpack and waited until he left the replica before discussing how to split them with Zhang Fan. Obtaining the C-rank skill Cold Ice Arrow made Lin Yuan overjoyed. What a sleepy head. Lin Yuan clapped his hands together and directly learned the skill. Previously, Lin Yuan had been worried about the fact that he only had 1 damage skill, but he didn't expect to open it directly from the treasure chest. Skill: Cold Ice Arrow Grade C LV1. Casting time 2 seconds. Consumption: 50 mana. Description: shoots an ice arrow at the enemy, dealing 200 points of frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 20% for 8 seconds with no cooldown. Ice Arrow is the mage's regular attack and a skill that melee monsters hate. As long as the mage is hit by the first arrow, then the next will face the mage's infinite kite. Mages who specialized in frost could even slow the monster down infinitely to achieve the desired control effect. Lin Yuan looked at his skill points. There were still 1540 points left, enough to upgrade the Ice Cold Arrow to a rank. With a flurry of points, a system alert came through that detected that the C-rank skill Cold Ice Arrow meets the upgrade conditions. Do we spend 100 skill points to upgrade it to a B rank skill? Pressing agree, the Cold Ice Arrow turned into the B rank skill Ice Lance technique. Ice Lance technique grade B LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 300 mana. Effect, shoots an Ice Lance at the enemy, dealing 1,500 points of frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 20% for 8 seconds. If the target has been slowed down, it deals triple damage, no cooldown. After upgrading, Lin Yuan realized that the Ice Lance technique had become an instantaneous skill, which made Lin Yuan overjoyed. Instantaneous skill with a slowdown, this skill is really good. Lin Yuan then tapped Ice Lance technique to full level. After tapping it to full, Lin Yuan hesitated. Should I upgrade it to an A rank skill? Chapter 13 The Cunning Timmy. Ice Gun Technique Grade B Max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 800 mana. Description. Shoots an Ice Lance at the enemy, dealing 4,000 points of frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 40% for 8 seconds. If the target is already slowed down, it deals 5 times the damage with no cooldown. The damage of the B rank skill Ice Lance technique was a bit low, but it was good at being able to slow down, and the key was the instantaneous skill, so if he upgraded it to an A rank skill, he might not be an instantaneous skill anymore. This made Lin Yuan very torn. While being torn, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he had been hit by a curse when he opened the treasure chest just now. Looking at his panel, Lin Yuan realized that he had a negative status called mana loss. Curse, mana loss. Effect, you lose 2% of your mana per second for 5 minutes. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily, it's not a loss of life value. The effect of Lin Yuan's S-rank skill, Magic Heart, was to restore 10% mana per second. This curse was only a loss of 2%. It couldn't affect Lin Yuan in any way. Ever since opening the treasure chest, Zhang Fan had noticed that Lin Yuan had been fidgeting. But Zhang Fan knew that Lin Yuan must be thinking about something, so he didn't utter a word to disturb him. Instead, his eyes were vigilant as he observed the surroundings. Seeing that Lin Yuan no longer continued to daze, Zhang Fan spoke out and asked, "Ah Yuan, which way are we going?" There were 2 paths in front of them, one leading to the palace and the other to the backyard. Lin Yuan considered for a moment and pointed at the road to the backyard and said, "The boss should be in the palace. Let's go see if there are any monsters in the backyard." Zhang Fan naturally had no objections to Lin Yuan's decision. The duo walked through the long corridor and arrived at the backyard. Strangely enough, there wasn't a single monster in the backyard, only a dry pool. When Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan walked next to the pool, Zhang Fan suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Lin Yuan looked back and realized that Zhang Fan had stepped on a trap and was hanging in midair swaying back and forth. "Take it easy. Wait for me to save you." Lin Yuan looked around and realized that the rope was not far away and walked in the direction of the rope. Halfway there, a thin black shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Yuan. The black shadow held 2 daggers that flashed with green light and stabbed towards Lin Yuan's back heart. Cunning Timmy Elite LV10. Life value, 15,000. Attack power, 800. Sneak. Hides his form from detection until the sneak status is cancelled. Backstab. Deals 300% damage. Must be used behind the target. Cunning. Timmy will only attack if he is sure he is at an advantage. With a startling glance, Lin Yuan saw the monster's exaggerated attributes. For 1,000, a terrifying number appeared in front of Lin Yuan. It even made a blitz attack. Timmy's skill hit Lin Yuan. If he didn't have a shield, Lin Yuan would have become a cold corpse by now. After reacting, Lin Yuan unleashed an Ice Lance spell towards the monster that, for 100, cutting the damage by 90%, the Ice Lance technique only dealt a little bit of pathetic damage on the monster. Seeing that he had only dealt 100-digit damage, Lin Yuan was not discouraged. His aim had been achieved. Dots of frost had surfaced on the monster's body and its movement speed was reduced by a large margin. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to quickly distance himself from the monster. During his retreat, Lin Yuan didn't forget to continue releasing his Ice Lance technique. 2,000, 2,000, for 1,000. The Ice Lance technique would deal 5 times the damage when it hit a slowed down enemy. 3 consecutive Ice Lance techniques hit the monster, the last one even struck, directly knocking out 1/3 of the monster's blood. After pulling away, it's a monster's nightmare, it can't get in, and it can't run. Lin Yuan ran and fought, well versed in the essence of guerrilla warfare. After 4 rounds of Ice Lance, the monster fell to the ground. "You have killed the elite monster Cunning Timmy. gained 500 experience. After the kill prompt appeared, Lin Yuan then ran to the rope and put Zhang Fan down. After Zhang Fan came down, his face wore a palpitating expression. Luckily, I was the one who stepped on the trap. Otherwise, I would have been killed in seconds. Zhang Fan had watched the entire battle just now, and the damage of the monster's first strike after breaking concealment scared Zhang Fan. It was 4,000 points of damage, and Zhang Fan, as a full-quality shield warrior, only had 3,200 points of blood. If he hit himself, he'd be out of luck. After saving Zhang Fan, Lin Yuan didn't forget to touch the corpse. You have picked up Timmy's scimitar. You have picked up the skill book Sneak. Neither of them could learn the skill book, but the weapon was just right for Zhang Fan. Timmy's scimitar silver. Wearing requirements. Level 5. Attributes. Attack plus 100, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Effect. Increases damage by 10% when launching an attack from behind. Handing the weapon to Zhang Fan. This is for you. Faced with the weapon Lin Yuan handed over, Zhang Fan was a little hesitant. This is too valuable. I haven't been able to help throughout the abyss. You should just take it and sell it for money. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lin Yuan directly shoved the weapon into his hand. What's the point of being polite with me? Seeing Lin Yuan's usual demeanor, Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. I'll be polite then. After equipping the weapon, Zhang Fan stroked the weapon in his hand with a mesmerized expression. Out of breath, Lin Yuan laughed and cursed when he saw Zhang Fan's look. The elite monsters were killed, and in line with the principle that thieves don't walk away, Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan carefully searched the backyard, but the results were not ideal. The entire backyard was dilapidated and there was nothing of value. The duo returned to the corridor and came to the entrance of the palace. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan upgraded his ice gun technique. After spending 500 skill points, the B-rank skill Ice Lance Art became the A-rank skill Cold Ice Ray. Ice Ray grade ALV1. Consumption: 1500 mana. Casting time: instantaneous. Effect: shoots an icy ray at the enemy, dealing 5,000 points of frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds, with a probability of causing the target to freeze in place for 3 seconds. After the skill upgrade, the skill that appeared was still instantaneous and had a probability of causing the target to freeze in place on top of slowing down. If Lin Yuan's luck was good enough and the frequency of triggers was high, it was possible for the monster to be frozen in place and unable to move. Leveling up his skills, Lin Yuan took a step onto the steps. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to get close to the palace, the doors of the palace automatically opened. A majestic voice came from within the palace, and, "Welcome to the realm of wrath." Afterwards, a raging figure over 3 meters tall appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Rage Incarnate Samuel Projection Heroic LV12. Life Value: 150,000. Attack Power: 2,000. Original Sin of Wrath. Automatically triggers the rage state when life value falls below 50% or is affected by a control class mitigating effect. Rage. Attack power increased by 100%. Attack speed increased by 100%. Destructive Heavy Strike. 2 strikes to enemies within 10 meters in front of you, dealing 100% damage each time. When in the rage state, there is a 50% chance to use the skill again for a combo after each release of the skill. Burst of Rage. When life value drops to 10%, it will detonate the rage in his body, restoring 10% of his life every second for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Chapter 14. Facing the Demon King. Long before entering the palace, Lin Yuan had already leveled up his skills. Ice Ray Grade ALV Max. Consumption: 3,000 mana. Casting time: instantaneous. Effect: shoots an icy ray at the enemy, dealing 50,000 points of frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 80% for 10 seconds. High probability of freezing the target in place. Stackable. Freezing effect lasts for 3 seconds, no cooldown. Seeing the effect of the skill after full leveling, Lin Yuan felt a lot more secure in his heart. Lin Yuan had just stepped into the palace with his front foot when the door to the palace closed with a bang, stopping Zhang Fan outside. "You're very good. Quite a bit stronger than those weak humans before." The Samuel projection inside the palace spoke. "Those humans before did not even have the qualifications to step into this place. You are lucky. Offer your soul to serve the Demon King, and this god will grant you great power." The voice of Samuel's projection was full of temptation. This was a common tactic used by the demons of purgatory. These high and mighty demon kings loved to see humans fall under temptation to satisfy their own bad taste. Demon kings would only show generosity in front of their most devout followers. Lin Yuan was obviously not among them. If Lin Yuan agreed, then he would face eternal slavery, and even his soul would be taken away by the Demon King after death. The Samel projection sitting on the throne saw the look of intent on Lin Yuan's face and snorted. What a greedy human! The demonic shadow's hand then waved, displaying 2 items. Transfer voucher, Purgatory Mage. Description: with this transfer voucher, you can transfer to become a Purgatory Mage, which allows you to transform your original talent into Purgatory Fire. Purgatory Fire, Grade A. Effect: enhances fire spell damage by 100% and reduces skill consumption by 70% when unleashing Purgatory-related spells. What a strong talent! Lin Yuan's mouth slightly opened as he exclaimed. Seeing this transfer voucher, it would be a lie for Lin Yuan to say that he wasn't moved. The profession of Purgatory Mage was an extremely strong hidden profession in itself, as well as transforming the talent into Purgatory Flame was something that Lin Yuan coveted. Lin Yuan's current talent was the lowest level G. Humans had never even awakened such a low talent. The damage cut of up to 90% was very difficult for Lin Yuan. Don't look at Lin Yuan's damage now as being able to kill monsters in seconds. That was because of the low level. When Lin Yuan's level came up, the damage he dealt would still be the same, but the monster's blood and attributes would rise exponentially. It was estimated that around level 20, Lin Yuan's damage would be insufficient. The transfer voucher was only one of the items. The other item that the boss pulled out also made Lin Yuan's breath catch. It was an S-rank skill book. Inferno Blaze S-rank LV1. Consumption: 5,000 mana. Casting time: 5 seconds. Skill description: release a large amount of flames to attack enemies with a range of 50 meters in front of you, dealing 50,000 points of flame damage. Enemies killed by the skill have a probability of turning into flaming zombies. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Seeing the 2 items that the boss took out, Lin Yuan called out to him. It's a hidden profession and an S-ranked skill. It's a real bloodbath to tempt me. But I'm not gonna fall for it. I'll finish you off. Won't all these things still be mine? Maybe there's more good stuff on you. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at Samel's projection with a much warmer look. In the eyes of Samel's projection, he was clearly moved. How about it? Are you ready to think about it? As long as you become this god's slave, these 2 things will be rewarded to you. Samel projection looked at Lin Yuan with a slightly contemptuous look. In reality, that wasn't what Samel projection had in mind at all. He wouldn't honor his promise at all. This was all a trap he had set up in order for this to be able to invade the blue planet smoothly. Samel projection thought that Lin Yuan was impressed, not realizing that Lin Yuan was craving his body. Silently estimating the distance, Lin Yuan raised his hand and gave the boss a cold ray. 5,100. A damage that wasn't too high appeared on Samel's projection, giving Samel's projection a blank stare, followed by a great rage that, damned reptiles! How dare you attack the great angry Demon King? There was a slowdown effect on Samel's projection, causing him to directly enter a rage state, emitting a terrifying aura all over his body. In the rage state, Samel's projection's attack power was increased to 4,000 points, and his attack speed was doubled, so if he walked in front of Lin Yuan within 3 attacks, Lin Yuan would be drinking his heart out. Lin Yuan obviously wouldn't give him this chance. The spells in his hands continued to coalesce, 1 round of ice rays after another hitting the boss. 5,189. 5,034. A continuous stream of damage hit the slowed-down Samel projection, and luckily Lin Yuan also triggered the freezing effect. The 3-meter-tall Samel projection was frozen in a pile of ice. Beautiful! Lin Yuan shouted happily. This was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. Lin Yuan then moved without stopping, as spell after spell continued to bombard the Samel projection. At first, the time it took for Lin Yuan to release a skill was about 1 second, and after firing off a dozen or so skills, Lin Yuan had a sudden idea to try casting spells with both hands at the same time. Don't say it, it really made Lin Yuan succeed. Both hands really released spells at the same time. The efficiency of casting spells had increased quite a bit, and now Lin Yuan was able to release a skill in an average of 0.9 seconds. Lin Yuan's spells kept shooting out like machine guns, and poor Samel's projection became a living target, always frozen in place, as if he had an armor made of ice hanging from his body. Damn it! What kind of spell is this? Samel's projection, which had been in a frozen state, was enraged. Despicable human! Dare to fight me head-on! Lin Yuan, who had been releasing skills with both hands, bristled when he heard Samel's projection's words. Have you been staying in the house for too long with your brain broken? I'm a mage who doesn't use spells to fight you head-on. Ah! Despicable human! You're desecrating combat. The SSS-level projection that was frozen in place let out a roar. How did this look like incompetent rage? 8,900. Lin Yuan had lost count of how many times he had unleashed his skills, and coincidentally, after one skill blast, he knocked the boss's blood level below 10%. Then, a large amount of blood aura erupted from SSS-level projection's body, and its life value slowly rose back up. This was exactly when SSS-level projection's last skill triggered. Lin Yuan took a look and his face spread. Gotta start all over again. Lin Yuan's two small hands began to continuously gather spells again. Human, stop casting spells. Let's have a good talk and I can grant you more treasures. SSS-level spoke once more after his projection had returned to full blood. His attitude also became gentle, trying to make Lin Yuan stop in this way. Chapter 15 Killing the Boss. In the face of SSS-level's projection's almost pleading tone, Lin Yuan was still indifferent, and the spell-casting movements in his hands instead became faster. The frequency of releasing skills had reached 0.8 seconds. This caused the SSS-level projection to become enraged and, "Damn reptile, I'm going to put your soul into the purgatory soul lamp to torment you day and night." But these words were just to scare small children. Lin Yuan didn't even care. After releasing the skill dozens of times in a row, SSS-level projection was finally emptied of blood. You killed the projection of the angry demon Lord SSS-level hatred plus 20. You have gained 10,000 experience. You have gained 1 evolution point. After killing SSS-level's projection, Lin Yuan rose 2 levels in a row to level 7. After the corpse of SSS-level's projection fell, the door to the palace reopened and Zhang Fan poked his head out with a ghostly look. Seeing that Lin Yuan was fine, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and ran over to pat Lin Yuan on the shoulder. "And I knew that surviving was definitely you." Lin Yuan answered with a smile and started scavenging the loot. SSS-level projection had dropped a total of 300 gold coins, as well as 2 skill books and 3 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, the skill books were all for warriors, so Lin Yuan directly handed them to Zhang Fan. Rage Recovery B Rank LV1. Description: consumes rage value to restore life value. Restores 1% of blood for every 10 points of rage value. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Rage Recovery Grade B LV1. Passive: increase the upper limit of rage value by 10 points. The 2B rank skills could be considered tailor-made for Zhang Fan. The passive skill increased the rage value and the active skill returned blood, greatly enhancing the survivability. The increase in rage value meant that there were more skills that could be unleashed, in effect increasing the tolerance rate. Since it's a warrior's skill book, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Zhang Fan did not push back and immediately chose to learn the skill book after receiving it. How come the S-ranked skill book and the transfer certificate on the boss's hand didn't explode? Seeing Zhang Fan's gleeful appearance, Lin Yuan was a bit unbalanced in his heart. It wasn't until he saw the equipment that the boss popped out that his face looked a little better. Imp Staff Gold LV5. Wearing requirements: 40 intelligence points. Attributes: spell damage plus 150, intelligence plus 20, physique plus 20. Special effect: fire damage increased by 15%. A golden weapon of the law profession. If it was auctioned outside, it would cost around 2,000 gold at least. With the mace in his hand, Lin Yuan wanted to equip it and, "Your intelligence is insufficient to equip it." After getting the prompt, Lin Yuan remembered that he still had free attribute points that he didn't use and added all 10 free attribute points to intelligence. Lin Yuan's intelligence reached 50 points, and his blue amount reached a staggering 103,000. Equipping his weapon, a 1-meter-long staff appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. One end of the staff had an imp head, which was quite intimidating to look at. Waving the staff twice, Lin Yuan looked towards the other 2 pieces of equipment. SSS-level's Gaze Platinum. Wear requirement: SSS-level's hatred. Attributes: physique plus 50, intelligence plus 50, agility plus 50, strength plus 100. Special effect: demon hatred plus 100%. Damage to demons increased by 50%. Remarks: you can't escape. SSS-level is always watching you. Shield of Hatred Gold. Wearing requirements: 50 points of physique, warrior class profession. Attributes: armor plus 120, physique plus 50, strength plus 50, agility plus 25. Special effect: your hatred value increases by 50%. 2 pieces of equipment, one of which is a warrior's. Cheap. Lin Yuan put the shield in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had been drooling beside him since he saw the attributes of the shield, wanting it but not daring to ask for it. Seeing Lin Yuan bring the shield over, he said in a fake manner, "This isn't good. Why don't we sell it for money?" Once Lin Yuan heard this, he directly took the shield back. "Good idea, you're right. This gold-level shield should be able to be exchanged for quite a bit of money." As soon as Zhang Fan saw Lin Yuan take the shield back, he immediately became anxious. Don't, I'm just kidding, Yuan, brother Yuan. Give it to me." After a good deal of persuasion, Zhang Fan promised not to pretend to be fake in the future, and only then did Lin Yuan give him the shield. As for that necklace, Lin Yuan directly equipped it. 100% attract demon hatred. It wasn't a thing at all. Humans and demons were mortal enemies themselves. An additional effect to attract hatred was nothing. Furthermore, this necklace also came with a 50% increase in damage to demons. This was a divine skill for Lin Yuan. "That's it. We'll specialize in killing demonic monsters from now on." Lin Yuan muttered to himself and opened his attribute bar. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV7. Life 4,100. Mana 104,350. Spell attack 237. Strength 110 affects physical attack, physical defense. Dexterity 60 affects strike rate, speed. Intelligence 87 affects spell attack, spell defense. Physical strength 82 affects life value, resistance. Skill points 2920. Evolution points 1. Free attribute points 0. Talent cooldown reduction G rank. Skill 1 magic energy heart S rank. Skill 2 blaze boundary S grade. Skill 3 ice ray grade A. Lin Yuan's level 7 panel. His chi and blood was even higher than many level 15 warriors. The strength attribute had jumped to become the highest attribute, which made the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitch slightly. What does a mage like me need so much strength for? To chop up monsters with a staff. However, after seeing the other attributes, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Other spells at this level only had about 30 points of spell damage, but Lin Yuan was 8 times as much as the others. Lin Yuan noticed that there was an extra point of evolution inside his attribute bar. Killing a boss gave 1 evolution point. What's the use of this? Focusing his mind on the evolution point, he got a bit of feedback which made Lin Yuan ecstatic that, surprisingly, it has this kind of effect. Evolution points were useful for upgrading talents. For example, if Lin Yuan's current talent was a rank, then Lin Yuan could directly spend 1 evolution point to evolve the A rank talent into an S rank talent, which could be considered precious. Ugh, it would be great if my talent was a ranked. It's really not possible to give it a B. Knowing the role of evolution points, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yuan still added this evolution point to his talent. Detected your talent cooldown reduction grade G? Is it upgraded to an F rank talent? Seeing that even the system had given his talent a question mark, a few black lines appeared on Lin Yuan's head. Upgrading talent. Lin Yuan replied back without a trace of anger. The obtrusive G rank talent then disappeared, turning into an F rank talent. Talent. Cooldown reduction F rank. Effect. Reduces casting time and cooldown reduction by 10%. Skill damage reduced by 80%. The name of the talent hadn't changed, but the effect had been raised by. Not bad, the damage has increased by 10%. It's not doubled. Lin Yuan fully utilized the spirit of Q and comforted himself. Yes, for a 90% reduction wasn't an 80% reduction equivalent to doubling it. Chapter 16 Purgatory Portal. Just as Lin Yuan was fighting the boss, the red portal on the playground of the 3rd middle school appeared to vibrate abnormally. Something seemed to be coming out from inside. Seeing this, Principal Li's face changed. Thinking it was a sign that the Demon King's projection was about to appear, everyone prepared to fight. Commanding, the principal's eyes stared straight at the portal for fear of any mistakes. But after waiting for half a day, he didn't wait for any monsters to appear, which made Principal Li very puzzled. Could this portal be broken? How come the portal didn't appear? Lin Yuan, who was in the abyss, also sent out a question. The boss's corpse was already cold, so why hadn't the portal appeared? While Lin Yuan was wondering, the palace suddenly produced a violent shake. Rumble. The boulders at the top of the palace continued to fall, seemingly about to collapse, and a huge 3-meter-tall stone was about to fall onto Zhang Fan's head. Quickly run out. Lin Yuan was quick on his feet and pulled Zhang Fan to his side, dodging the boulder's attack. The two of them then ran towards the door, and just as they reached the door, the entire palace collapsed. Looking at the palace that instantly collapsed, Zhang Fan said with palpitations, "Phew, that was a close call. I almost died." Lin Yuan on the side had a somewhat serious expression as he stared at the broken walls that had turned into a ruin. After the smoke and dust had passed, a faintly reddish giant snake statue appeared in front of the duo's eyes. Name: Purgatory Portal. Volume: 500,000. Description: this was a portal to the 72nd floor of Purgatory. The moment Lin Yuan saw the portal, his heart was clear. Destroy this portal and you should be able to clear the level. As he spoke, Lin Yuan hit the top of the portal with a frost ray. 10,000. Seeing that he had dealt tens of thousands of points of damage, Lin Yuan rejoiced, "Haha, when I get out, I'll continue to look for hell-grade abysses and try to evolve my talent into an S rank. I don't believe that when I evolve my talent to S rank, I'll still be able to reduce damage." Lin Yuan was happily thinking about the future in his heart. Who knew that a thick layer of frost suddenly appeared in the Purgatory portal? Your actions have angered the angry demon King Samuel, who has used the frost immunity scroll, and the Purgatory portal is immune to frost spells for 30 minutes. Note: if the Purgatory portal still exists after 30 minutes, you will be facing the minions of the Mad Lich King. To be called a demon lord, one must be at least level 80 or higher. Due to the rules, Samuel couldn't strike directly, but he still spent some cost to make the portal immune to frost spells. Samuel was known as the Angry Demon King, so he was naturally petty, but Lin Yuan was a bull, so I'll see how you can destroy the portal in 30 minutes without the frost spells. If Lin Yuan couldn't destroy the portal in 30 minutes, then he would face the elite demon squad under Samuel's command. By then, Lin Yuan was afraid that he would be captured in Purgatory, and with Samuel's cautious demeanor, Lin Yuan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat. Getting a system prompt, Lin Yuan undauntedly gave the portal another shot of cold ray. Immune. Getting feedback, Lin Yuan grimaced. What a petty demon king. Wasn't it just shooting you dozens of cold rays as a target as to be so angry? I think you should stop calling yourself the Angry Demon King and call yourself the Affronted Demon King. With less than 30 minutes left, the portal still had more than 400,000 blood and was immune to frost spells, if an ordinary person would have been in a hurry. But Lin Yuan didn't. He wore an emboldened look on his face. Lin Yuan took a few steps towards the portal. As he approached it, Lin Yuan even curiously touched it with his hand. Hiss! It's so icy. The frost on it gave Lin Yuan a freezing jolt. What a bloody effort. Lin Yuan shook his head. Frost immunity scrolls could only be produced by a minimum level 60 mage. It was a bit of a bully to use it against a small mage who was less than level 10. After Lin Yuan touched the portal, the eyes of the giant snake statue suddenly glowed red, as if mocking Lin Yuan for being at his wit's end. In response, Lin Yuan kindly smiled. I'll use flame spells if I can't use frost spells. Lin Yuan then silently cast a spell in place, and a few seconds later, roiling flames surrounded the giant snake statue. 20,120. 20,336. The skill had been released, and the portal's blood began to poof furiously. In less than 10 seconds, the blood level was already less than 300,000 tons. At this time, scattered red light emerged from the eyes of the giant serpent statue, and on the other side of the room, the angry demon King Samuel was clearly in a state of confusion in the wind. However, Lin Yuan's skill damage wasn't interrupted by the demon king's disorganization, and after another 15 seconds, the portal cracked in half with a click. The moment it broke, Lin Yuan seemed to hear a vague tirade of abuse. After destroying the portal, a beeping sound came to Lin Yuan's ears, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Yuan felt that the sound was much softer. You have successfully stopped an invasion of Purgatory. The leaderboards have been updated. Subsequently, the entire Tianfeng City's professionals received a system prompt in their ears. Congratulations to professionals Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan for successfully killing the final boss of Hell difficulty and destroying the Purgatory portal. Experience value plus 10,000. Reputation value plus 1. Congratulations to professionals Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan for successfully killing the final boss of Hell difficulty and destroying the Purgatory portal. Experience value plus 10,000. Prestige value plus 1. This was a reminder from the Holy Tower, and all the professionals who were within Tianfeng City knew about it at the first opportunity. The professionist forums within Heavenly Wind City were instantly in an uproar. And, what? There's actually someone who cleared the Goblin's Forest on Hell difficulty. May I ask what's so special about Goblin Woods? And what happens if you pass hell difficulty? Brainwashed upstairs. Identification complete. You don't even know about the Goblin Forest on hell level. I really don't know how you joined the forums. Listen up. I'm only going to say this once. Of the abyss below level 20, except for the hell level difficulty. All other difficulty abysses are projections conjured up by the Holy Tower for the purpose of familiarizing the professions with the environment and monsters in the abyss, with the ultimate goal of conquering the hell level abyss. The bosses of the hell level abyss were often elite level, extremely difficult to deal with, and some were even heroic level monsters. The Goblin Forest is even more formidable. According to the gossip, the final boss is the projection of the Angry Demon King. Even though it is a projection, it's not something that level 10 or below professionals can deal with. There was once an elite level advance party that challenged the Goblin Forest hell difficulty, and the end result was a total wipeout. I don't know if you guys have read the hints just now. The ones who have conquered the hell difficulty abyss surprisingly only have 2 people. I'll make a bold assumption. These 2 have at least 1 person who has awakened an SS grade talent, or even both of them are SS grade talents, and the 2 of them are able to take down the hell grade goblins woods by cooperating with each other. There were still some knowledgeable brothers on the forum. When this person's post came out, there were countless instant likes. Chapter 17 ranking number 1. Not to mention the fact that the professionals forum blew up. Principal Lee, who was standing by on the playground, was dumbfounded when he heard the system prompt. Someone passed the hell level difficulty? Principal Lee's eyes looked to Li Feng, who was also in a fog. Don't look at me, the Holy Tower's prompts can't be faked. After saying that, Li Feng laughed. I say, old Li, you've picked up a treasure. Just awakened and you can conquer the Goblin's Forest of hell difficulty. In the future, that would be great. These words caused Principal Lee to remain silent for half a day. Why would Lin Yuan attacking a hell difficulty abyss cause such a big stir? This was because the hell difficulty abyss possessed uniqueness. The creation of a hell difficulty meant that creatures from other realms must exist within it. If the abyss of hell difficulty couldn't be conquered within a period of time, it was possible that the monsters inside would descend to the blue planet. Let's take the Goblin Forest as an example. In order to send his projection to the middle of the Goblin Forest, the angry demon Lord Samuel had spent a lot of money. He had it all planned out. Let the Heavenly Tribulation cult find a chance to successfully launch the Purgatory Heavenly Tribulation inside Heavenly Wind City, causing an abyssal riot in advance. At that time, Samuel's projection would be summoned ahead of time, and after absorbing enough blood, it could gain enough power to destroy Heavenly Wind City. Unfortunately, Samuel's plans were disrupted. Lin Yuan had killed the Demon King's projection in advance, preventing a disaster from occurring. Principal Lee, who was fuming, couldn't figure out even if he thought about it, how could Lin Yuan, a weak mage with a G-rank talent and a shield battle with a B-rank talent that wasn't doing anything, be able to pass the Goblin Forest on hell difficulty? Could it be that Samuel's projection didn't exist in the copy? No, just now the prompt already said that Samuel's projection had been killed. How in the world did Tramp pass hell difficulty? Scratching his head, Principal Lee simply didn't think about it. Regardless of how you guys cleared it, report them both as S-ranked seeds. Afterwards, Principal Lee took out his phone and called the mayor's secretary, Sun Qing. Hey, Secretary Sun, I was about to talk to you about this. The one who conquered the hell difficulty abyss is from our 3rd middle school. I'm going to classify these 2 students as S-ranked seeds, so you see how this is going to flow. Principal Lee's tone could be described as very proud, and his expression carried a spring in his step. The person on the other end of the phone heard Principal Lee's words and gabbled a bunch of times, stating that this was something he couldn't make a decision on and that he needed to ask the mayor for instructions. Principal Lee said he understood, and before hanging up the phone, he said he hoped to receive a reply as soon as possible, and could not let the meritorious ministers bleed and shed tears. Lin Yuan was naturally unaware of the various actions in the outside world, and he was in the process of selecting rewards. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1. Gain 1,000 skill points. Option 2. Obtain 2B rank skills that match your profession. Option 3. Obtain a gold suit that matches your profession. 3 choices. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was actually 2. Option 1 could be ruled out directly. 1,000 skill points was just a matter of moving up a level for Lin Yuan, so he definitely couldn't choose it unless Lin Yuan had a brain fart. As for Option 2 and Option 3, Lin Yuan considered it for a while and still chose Option 2. Although the gold set was tempting, it was only temporary. When Lin Yuan leveled up, the gold set could only be sold for money, and the money exchanged for it might not be able to buy 2 skill books. Speaking of skill books, Lin Yuan inadvertently asked when chatting with Zhang Fan if he had ever heard of skills being upgraded. What he got in return was Zhang Fan looking at a little cutie. General expression. What level is the skill book? What level is the skill book after you learn it? There is no such thing as upgrading. After getting an affirmative answer, Lin Yuan knew that this must be the work of the plug-in again. So Lin Yuan chose option 2 and got 2 skill books. Spell counter grade B LV1. Consumption, 500 mana. Casting time, instantaneous. Description, used on a target that is casting a spell, it can interrupt the spell it is releasing, preventing it from casting any spells of that type for 6 seconds. Explosive fireball grade B LV1. Consumption, 800 mana. Casting time, 2.5 seconds. Description, casts a fireball that can explode, dealing 1000 plus intelligence 2 points of flame damage, and creates an explosion upon hitting an enemy, dealing 800 plus intelligence 1 points of flame damage. Having harvested 2B rank skills, Lin Yuan was satisfied that this increases the means of attack again. Just now Lin Yuan had gained another 10,000 experience points and his level had come to level 8. He had a large amount of skill points in his hand. While he had some free time, Lin Yuan directly upgraded all of his skills in one wave. Force Silence grade ALV1. Consumption, 1200 mana. Casting time, instantaneous. Description, use on a target to prevent them from casting any spells for 3 seconds. Inferno Blast grade ALV1. Consumption, 1500 mana. Casting time, 3 seconds. Description, casting a huge fireball that deals 30,000 plus intelligence 1 points of flame damage. After being upgraded to a rank skills, 2 skills were substantially improved. First of all, Force Silence doesn't need to be used while the opponent is casting a spell, and the effect has changed from silencing a single lineage to silencing all, which is very practical. As for Inferno Explosion, there wasn't much of a change, it just increased the huge amount of damage. Looking at the remaining skill points, he found that there were still over 2,000. So Lin Yuan directly waved his hand and upgraded both skills to S rank. Silent Domain S rank LV1. Consumption, 3000 mana. Casting time, instantaneous. Description, causes all enemy units within 15 meters to enter a state of silence, preventing them from casting any spells for 5 seconds. Meteorite Spell S-level LV1. Consumption, 5000 mana. Casting time, 4 seconds. Description, summons a flaming meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters, dealing 100,000 plus intelligence 1 points of flame damage. Targets at the center of the meteorite are stunned, and it produces a knockout effect on targets at the edges. Awesome! Lin Yuan saw the effects of the 2S rank skills and called out. Silent Domain changed from a single target to a group. In the future, when you encountered a law monster or a law professional, you would directly shoot a silence firsthand, and the 5 seconds of silence would be enough for Lin Yuan to kill the opponent several times. Meteorite is even more powerful. With an attack range of 10 meters in diameter, it also comes with 2 types of control, stun and fly, which will make brushing monsters even more convenient in the future. After upgrading his skills, Lin Yuan realized that Zhang Fan, who was beside him, was staring straight at him. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Zhang Fan shook his head when he heard Lin Yuan ask this. There's nothing. I'm just looking at perverts. Lin Yuan. Oh no, why are you still cursing? Why am I a pervert? Lin Yuan just wanted to say something, who knew that Zhang Fan directly walked into a teleportation portal on the side. Lin Yuan froze for a moment, then also walked into the teleportation portal. Coming out of the portal, Lin Yuan realized that everyone's eyes in the playground were on himself. The torso's Principal Li's eyes were even carrying gazes of surprise, exploration, and excitement, which matched the complexity of Principal Li's mood at the moment. Look guys, those two are Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan, who are number 1 on the leaderboard. The one who spoke out was a female student. This female classmate's team was previously 3rd on the leaderboards, and after Lin Yuan became number 1, their rankings then dropped 1 place to 4th. However, these students didn't look angry at the moment. They only had admiration and yearning. But this wasn't the case for their captain, Zhong Juanru. As the only student in the 3rd middle school to have awakened an A-grade talent, Zhong Juanru had proved herself by being the 1st in the 3rd middle school and the 3rd in the city. But who knew that Lin Yuan was such a freak who came out halfway through the game? Among the leaderboards, the 2nd to 10th place scores were all on normal difficulty, except for the 1st place, which was on Scarlet Hell difficulty. This was a score that people couldn't even catch up with even if they wanted to. Chapter 18 Scandalous. Is it convenient for you to say how you killed the Demon King's projection? Principal Li hesitated for half a day, but still asked. How did you kill the Demon King's projection? Of course it was killed with a spell. This was what Lin Yuan thought in his heart and said, I just killed the boss by firing skills at it all the time. Looking at the slightly innocent Lin Yuan, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Who didn't know that you kept releasing skills at the boss? The key was what kind of skills you were releasing. The Demon King projection couldn't even suffer. Isn't your talent G ranked? Reducing damage by 90% and still being able to kill the boss? Asked Principal Li in a low voice as he walked up to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan saw Principal Li sneaking around and took a small step back. My talent isn't G rank anymore. It evolved to F rank. Lin Yuan's face wore a proud look. Those who didn't know would have thought that Lin Yuan's talent had evolved into SS grade. Lin Yuan was afraid that Principal Li wouldn't believe him and directly revealed his talent. Talent cooldown reduction grade F. Effect: reduces casting time and cooldown by 10%, reduces damage by 80%. Principal Li, I'm not asking about your talent evolution, I'm asking how you killed the boss. Forget it, no matter how you two killed the boss, you two have made an outstanding contribution to the 3rd Middle School and to Tianfeng City. I have already reported you two as S-ranked seed professionals to the mayor's secretary, and I believe that there will be a result in a few days. Principal Li told the duo about the call he had just had with Secretary Sun. It wasn't as if there hadn't been professionals in history who had awakened an unbelievable talent and then hid it. Principal Li categorized Lin Yuan amongst this type of person, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. Just then, a small team suddenly stepped out of the portal. Inside these people, there were 2 people who looked very familiar, namely Zhang Long and Chen Bin. After Chen Bin came out, he looked around and realized that Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan were standing not far from Principal Li, who was amiably saying something. This image reminded Chen Bin, these 2 people should have used the escape scroll. Otherwise, why would Principal Li be amiably comforting the 2 people? In previous years, the principal would also appear in the middle of the playground to comfort those students who had lost their professional qualifications. In Chen Bin's eyes, wasn't Principal Li's actions at this moment the same as the previous 2 years, except that the objects of comfort had become Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan. After waiting for 1 minute, Principal Li left. Taking advantage of Zhang Long and the others going to register, Chen Bin came to Zhang Fan. Do you think you're stupid or not? You had to bring such a loser, your teammates have abandoned you. Turning back into an ordinary person is good for you. If you beg me now, I can still put in a good word in front of Zhang Xiao. Maybe if Zhang Xiao is happy, he can give the 2 of you a job to make ends meet. It's better than you doing manual labor outside. Chen Bin held his bladder and chattered in front of the 2, giving them both a whole lot of confusion. I say you brain is not sick, have a disease quickly go to cure. Do not delay the condition. Zhang Fan listened to Chen Bin talking endlessly, directly interrupted him, pointing to the badge on his chest and said, open your dog's eyes and see clearly. The 2 of us have already passed the trial and have become official professionals. These words caused Chen Bin to freeze. Then he looked down and realized that Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan were indeed wearing the symbol of professionals on their chests. Impossible! Unbelievably saying this, Chen Bin's face was green and white. Which team can take a loser and still clear the level so quickly? Chen Bin looked around and suddenly saw Zhong Juanru standing not far away, with only 2 sisters standing beside her. Good. So it was only by relying on a woman that you cleared the level. I hope you'll keep being a little white boy in the future. Chen Bin had already decided in his heart that the reason why Lin Yuan was able to pass the level was all because of Zhong Juanru. These headless words made Lin Yuan frown. What are you babbling about? Chen Bin was just about to say something when Zhang Long suddenly came over. What are you waiting here for? Hurry up and register, then go to the normal difficulty abyss. Zhang Long's words Chen Bin naturally did not dare to disobey. Chen Bin immediately nodded his head and responded, this is going. The way he nodded and hailed was disgusting to look at. TSK, what a good lapdog. Zhang Fan couldn't look away and muttered, keep your mouth shut. Don't think that passing the trial makes you great. Zhang Long said unhappily, then thought of something and walked over to Lin Yuan and said, your talent is already wasted. There's not much of a future for you as a mage. I have a priest specialization voucher at home that will allow you to switch to a priest. After a pause, Zhang Long added, of course, the specialization voucher isn't given to you for nothing. You'll have to become my vassal in the future. You can only serve me. You have to think clearly. This time you got lucky and hugged your way through the novice trial. In the future it may not be the case. The difficulty of the abyss will become more and more difficult, to the point where 1 less person will make a world of difference. Zhang Long stated his purpose in front of Lin Yuan. It wasn't a whim for him to say this, but a decision made after thinking. First of all, Lin Yuan had an A-ranked passive skill, a skill that increased mana value and mana recovery, and the skill didn't go away after switching to become a priest. In this way, a priest who only served himself with a strong mana value appeared. Priests themselves weren't good at output, so Lin Yuan's talent that reduced damage output by 90% didn't seem so fatal. As for the deeper reason, it was naturally a bit of Zhang Long's pride. To have a mage professional willingly serve him, that was a great thing. Zhang Long's calculations were loud, and his lapdogs were also very hardworking. Chan Bin, who was just about to take a step, heard this and his eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to come in front of Lin Yuan. Don't hurry up and say yes. It's a blessing for you to be able to let Zhang Xiao look at you. Don't you dare to give your face away. Zhang Long heard Chen Bin's words and didn't stop. There are some things he can't say too bluntly. Chen Bin's words just spoke to his heart. Although he didn't show it on his face, but in his heart, he has recognized that Chan Bin will be his #1 lapdog in the future. Not waiting for Lin Yuan to speak, Zhang Fan was furious. You're not finished. When the addiction is right, see me tear your dog mouth. He took 3 or 2 steps to Chen Bin and threw his fists at him. Zhang Fan, who wore several pieces of equipment on his body, was amazingly strong, and his fists hit Chan Bin's body, making the latter scream repeatedly. How dare you hit someone? I'm going to report this to the teacher. Chan Bin's skinny physique could not withstand Zhang Fan's brutal beating, and within a few moments, he was beaten to death. Watching his #1 lapdog being beaten miserably, Zhang Long was furious, with fire elements gathering in his hands. You guys are too much, laying such a harsh hand between classmates. Chapter 19, Wait for me. Zhang Fan, also know the measure, hit a few times. Si Chen Bin lost half of his life after also stopped his hand. Originally Zhang Fan thought that this mattered to this end, but then heard Zhang Long accusing himself, to Zhang Fan gas laugh. Now think up as a classmate, he just barked at that dog how you do not squeak it. How is it? Hit your lapdogs are not happy about it? Zhang Fan finished his words and saw a fireball emerging from Zhang Long's hand. He was not happy at once. Want to fight, right? I'll accompany you. He directly pulled out his weapon and shield from his backpack. The shield appeared in Zhang Fan's hand, and Zhang Long's eyes instantly shrunk. Gold equipment. Just now, when Zhang Long passed the novice trial, he was only given 3 pieces of white plate equipment, and he spent some money on all of them himself. Zhang Long was confident that with his 3 pieces of equipment in hand, he was a lot stronger than Zhang Fan anyways, but Zhang Fan directly pulled out a piece of gold equipment, which was still the shield warrior's most central shield. Zhang Long instantly wimped out. At this stage, the attributes of a piece of gold equipment is enough to crush 99% of the people, Zhang Long unless brain damage to fight with Zhang Fan. However, his fireball had already been unleashed, and the words had been spoken: if he didn't fight, wouldn't he lose face? But if he fought. Zhang Long took a glance at Zhang Fan's weapon. Well, it was silver equipment, so he would definitely not be able to fight. While riding the tiger, Principal Li went and came back. What's going on? Seeing Zhang Long fireball magic are released, Principal Li face reprimanded. Zhang Long, what are you doing? Fireball magic can be released to their own classmates. These years are how to teach you guys. Skills are always released to the monsters in the abyss. Transfer into a mage can be lawless. Principal Li could be said to be pained by the fact that he dared to unleash his skills on his own classmates just after passing the novice trial, with no sense of reverence at all. Will such a person really be able to guard mankind when they become strong in the future? Principal Li didn't dare to be sure. Aya. Isn't it just a friendly sparring match between classmates? I'll apologize to both of them on behalf of Zhang Long. Not long after Principal Lin came over, Vice Principal Chen Qishan also arrived. After arriving, the first thing he did was to characterize the matter as a friendly sparring match between classmates, and then briefly apologized to Zhang Fan and Lin Yuan. The attitude was as perfunctory as it could be. In Chen Qishan's heart, Zhang Long was still more significant than Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan. Zhang Long's father, Zhang Wenyuan, was level 45, and was also a hidden profession spellbreaker with a promising future. Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan were just lucky kids in Chen Qishan's eyes. Before level 10, they were lucky to get through 1 or 2 abysses by luck, but after 10, they were just like everyone else. Over the years, Chen Qishan had seen too many such professionals, so he didn't take the Holy Tower tips to heart. No, after Chen Qishan realized that Zhang Long was being reprimanded, he was the first to come out to relieve himself. When Zhang Long saw Chen Qishan, he was relieved and interrupted his spell-casting action. But because of this matter, he was chopped up and told off by Principal Li, making him very depressed. In his heart, he hated Zhang Fan and Lin Yuan. Originally, Principal Li still had to make Zhang Long learn a lesson, but Chen Qishan rounded off the conversation, so he couldn't continue to say anything himself, but he still grunted softly in displeasure. Remember, the next time won't be a repeat. Chun Chi-shan heard Principal Li's words and answered with a smile on his face. Definitely, definitely. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Long to leave first. Ah Yuan, what were you pulling me for just now? With Zhang Long's flimsy fireball, it can't hurt me at all. Zhang Fan was upset to see Zhang Long walking away like nothing. If he dared to release a spell just now, I would have slapped him in the face with my shield, and it wouldn't be over until I knocked out a few of his teeth. These words caused to give Principal Li an exasperated raised eyebrow, coming up to give Zhang Fan a blow to the back of his head. The latter let out an ouch in pain. Lin Yuan had been expressionless just now. Only after seeing Zhang Fan get defeated did he open his mouth. We can't take the initiative in the city. It's against the city's rules. It doesn't matter if you hit Chen Bin. But if you move Zhang Long, his father's side won't be able to account for it. After saying his words, Lin Yuan's eyes looked towards Principal Li. Is there anything else the principal wants from us? Lin Yuan's words just now had impressed Principal Li. Being young and powerful, and knowing how to hold back, Principal Li couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yuan's heart. This wasn't the kind of heart a teenager should have at all. At this age you should be like Zhang Fan, who was straightforward and straight to the point, not caring about the consequences. Lin Yuan thought a lot. The other party has backstage. Hit him may be very troublesome. That's why Lin Yuan did not do it. Hit the small and then attracted the old script can be common. If you want to beat him, you should beat him to death directly without any trouble. Lin Yuan's character has always been that people don't offend me. I don't offend people. If people offend me, I will retaliate tenfold. Principal Li had obviously thought of this, but he didn't point it out because he knew that Lin Yuan was a person with a bottom line. Such a person wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize humanity. I just received a call from Secretary Sun. He said that it's not impossible to classify you as S-class seeds, but you need to prove yourselves. Principal Li stated the reason for his visit. Prove? How else can you prove it? Can't the top of the Goblin's Forest list on Hell difficulty prove it? Zhang Fan asked in disbelief. Lin Yuan naturally had the same attitude, but he knew that since Principal Li could tell them this, he must have his reasons. Principal Li brought the duo to a nearby place where no one was around and whispered, "Let me put it to you this way. This year there are only 5 spots for the S-class seeds, and it's said that 2 of them have already been internalized, so you can only fight for them from the remaining 3 spots. I don't know what's going on this year. There are quite a few outstanding professionals. Plus you 2 and 1, there are a total of 20 candidates, more than double the number of previous years, but there are only 5 slots. Even though you guys cleared the Goblin's Forest on the Hell difficulty, you'll have to participate in the competition along with the others." When Principal Li explained this, Lin Yuan understood. So what should I do myself? Do I need to fight? Principal Li shook his head. You haven't even reached level 10. You haven't even learned a few skills. There's no point in fighting. After a pause, Principal Li said with a straight face, the quota allocation this time is for you to enter a special abyss. Based on the final rating given by the Holy Tower, ranked according to the rankings, the top 3 will be able to get the S-ranked seats. This time Lin Yuan understood, so it's to brush the abyss. I'm good at this. Just go all the way to Mang Past. I'll get you a first and second out in minutes. Principal Li saw Lin Yuan's confident look and laughed in his heart. You'll know when you enter that abyss. It'll definitely impress you. At this time, Principal Li's phone rang again and he took out his cell phone to see that it was the mayor's secretary, Sun Qing, calling. Principal Li took a few steps to the side and picked up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Principal Li's expression was somewhat helpless. There was a small situation. Principal Li was a little anxious to speak. Is the matter of the quota yellow? It's okay, Principal. It's okay if there's no S-rank quota. The S-class seed quota was precious in the eyes of the general public, but Lin Yuan really didn't put it on his mind. With his current upgrade speed, sooner or later, he would leave his peers behind by a large margin. Chapter 20. Other people are scared in the abyss. I'm here for traveling. Principal Li was still trying to figure out how to open his mouth when he heard Lin Yuan's words and immediately said back, "It's not like that. There's no problem with the quota." Patting his chest, he assured, "You two don't worry. The quota allocation this time is fair and just, there will be no backroom deals. Just now Secretary Sun called me, meaning that he wants you two to team up with someone else. I'll make it clear, you know Zong Juanru? She's also from the 3rd middle school. Her father's name is Zong Bai. Zong Juanru's father is the new mayor." Zhang Fan lost his voice. Even Lin Yuan was very surprised to learn this news. Isn't she already internalized? Why is she teamed up with me? Principal Li glanced at Lin. It's all because of you. Because of me? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Zong Juanru awakened an A-rank talent. She was the first to pass the novice trial in the 3rd middle school. Before you were on the list, her team was 3rd in the city. After you were on the list, she became 4th. Little girl? She's a bit unconvinced and wants to know where she lost to you. So she's taking this opportunity to want to compete with you. After Principal Li finished speaking, he also scowled at Lin Yuan. Mayor Zong is a level 55 Blast Ranger. The time to show off your masculinity has arrived. You don't want to miss this good opportunity. The tone of his voice was urging, encouraging Lin Yuan to take down the mayor's daughter. Headmaster, don't be ridiculous. How could the mayor's 1,000 gold look at me? After realizing the cause and effect, Lin Yuan cried and laughed. Forming a team is fine. I hope it doesn't cause any shadows in her heart. Hearing this, Zhang Fan, who was on the side, nodded with deep empathy. How thoughtful is it to challenge a pervert like you? But it's limited to before turn 1. I won't continue teaming up with them after level 20. Lin Yuan thought about it and added, understood. Principal Li nodded in understanding. After Lin Yuan agreed, Principal Li made another call. And before long, 2 beautiful young girls who exuded youthfulness appeared beside the trio. All right, everyone's here. You're all in the same class. Familiarize yourselves with each other first. This time the abyss is a bit special and unusual. There's no harm in you communicating in advance. After instructing, Principal Li left, leaving the 4 of them here sizing each other up. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't have the intention to speak first, one of the taller women took the lead and said, let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Zong Juanru. My profession is an archer. My talent is a ranked Eagle Eyes with 3C ranked attack skills. And this is my BFF, Wang Shui. My profession is a priest with a B ranked talent and 2 healing skills. Talent Eagle Eyes Grade A. Effect 1. Attack distance increased by 30%. Effect 2. The first attack performed on the enemy increases the chance of a bludgeon by 50%, and the bludgeon rate increases by 10%. As soon as the talent was revealed, it was already oppressive, and Zong Juanru's sharp eyes constantly looked Lin Yuan up and down, wanting to see him through. Lin Yuan ignored Zong Juanru's eyes and secretly commented in his heart. A competitive little girl, but this talent is really good. The first effect increases the attack distance, meaning that in the future, only Zong Juanru can hit other people, and other people can't hit her. The second effect is even more powerful. The first attack on the enemy's bludgeon rate is as high as 50%. When Zong Juanru leveled up, if she wears another bludgeon suit and stacks the bludgeon rate to 100%, the damage reaches a certain level. Even Lin Yuan may not have the certainty to take down her 100% bludgeon arrow. The ladies have opened their mouths first. Lin Yuan introduced himself. Lin Yuan, occupation is mage. This is my best friend Zhang Fan, occupation shield warrior. A simple self-introduction that couldn't be any simpler. Not even saying what level of talent and how many skills he had mastered, causing Wang Shui beside Zong Juanru to be very dissatisfied. What the heck? This doesn't say anything at all. Seeing this, Zhang Fan by his side hurriedly came out to round off the situation. My talent is a ranked rock solid, and I have mastered 3B ranked skills. As for Ayuan, you'll know about his skills once you enter the abyss. As soon as Zhang Fan finished his words, he drew gasps from the crowd. 3B rank skills. A ranked talents. The previous voice was from Wang Shui, who was covering her small mouth in surprise at this moment. You've actually mastered 3B ranked skills. That's too powerful. Hearing the compliment, Zhang Fan revealed an embarrassed smile. Generally average, 3rd in 3. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was surprised that Zhang Fan's talent had turned into an A rank. Weren't you a B rank talent before? How did it turn into an A rank? Ahahaha, just now I cleared the hell difficulty abyss. It gave me 2 reward options. One is a set of silver equipment. The other is the evolution talent. I pondered over it. Equipment is only for a moment, talent is for a lifetime, so I chose the evolution talent. Zhang Fan finished his explanation and posted the talent he had just acquired in passing. Talent firm as a rock grade A. Effect 1. Reduces the damage received by 20%. Effect 2. Gain a shield of 10% of maximum life value every minute. This talent was bullish. It was simply made for taking a beating. After looking at the talent, Zhang Fan sent out 3 more B rank skills. Spell Reflex, Rage in the Fire, and Berserk Recovery, each of which was a genuine B rank skill. Wang Shui looked at Zhang Fan with some reverence, and even Zong Juanru was impressed with Zhang Fan. Well, you have my approval. The cold words coupled with the tight expression almost gave Lin Yuan a laugh. In order to hide his emotions, Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask, when are we leaving? Zong Juanru considered for a moment and returned, half an hour from now. Let's go and get ready first. We'll gather at the sacred pagoda at that time. The abyss is in that place. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay. See you in half an hour. After both parties separated, Zhang Fan took the initiative to propose. We have to prepare a little more. This, Lin Yuan did not object and agreed. Then Zhang Fan brought Lin Yuan to the market. Why did you bring me here? Lin Yuan looked at the market where people were coming and going and asked in confusion. Zhang Fan returned with a straight face, preparing the logistics, of course. Subsequently, Zhang Fan bought a bunch of things for barbecuing as well as ingredients, and before he left, he also bought a tent. Half an hour later, Zhong Juanru's expression froze when she saw the duo carrying big bags. You guys prepared so many things? Lin Yuan was a bit embarrassed and didn't answer. Zhang Fan happily replied, being prepared is not a problem. The time in the abyss is so long, you have to prepare more things. Hearing Zhang Fan's reply and seeing the tent on his shoulder, Zhong Juanru fell into deep thought. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long. The mayor's secretary, Sun Qing, found them. I say, Missy, you've already secured your spot. Why did you have to come and suffer this offense? Zhong Juanru was not happy to hear this and retorted. Why can't I come if others can? I'm not an embroidered pillow either. Don't underestimate me. I'm no worse than the others. Chapter 21. Oddball Abyss. Secretary Sun just nagged. Seeing that Zhong Juanru reacted so strongly, she no longer stopped him. All right. This abyss isn't dangerous anyway. You can just consider it an experience. After saying that, Secretary Sun's gaze went back to Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan. Are you the two of you the ones who cleared the Goblin Forest on Hell difficulty? Principal Li has told you too, right? It's not that the mayor doesn't value you guys, but there are too many outstanding students this year. And with a limited number of spots, the mayor decided to determine the spots in this way after much deliberation. Seeing no other expression on Lin Yuan's face, Secretary Sun added one more sentence. Personally, I have confidence in the two of you. The hellish difficulty of Goblin's Woods was difficult for many people, yet it was cleared by the two of you. I believe that you'll be able to achieve good results inside the abyss this time as well. After finishing, Secretary Sun added another sentence. Of course, anything can happen inside the abyss. Even if you guys don't make it into the top 3 this time, the mayor has promised that you can become a ranked seeds. This is in recognition of the contributions you have made to Tianfeng City. Secretary Sun finished speaking. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and, in his heart, he raised his impression of Mayor Zhong Bai by a few points. Look at this art of speaking. First, he cupped Lin Yuan's hand, believing that they would achieve a ranking based on their strength. Then, he said that it didn't matter if they didn't win. The mayor had already made the arrangements. Even if Lin Yuan really had opinions in his heart before, they would all disappear after listening to Secretary Sun's words. This is a smart man, Lin Yuan said in his heart. Thus, Lin Yuan replied back in an unassuming manner. Thank you, Secretary Sun. I just did what I was supposed to do. I'm afraid I'll have to let Mayor Zhong down this time. The reward for the class seed should be left to someone else. Secretary Sun, who received the reply, had little expression on his face. Only the surprise in his eyes betrayed him. For so many years, Secretary Sun had followed Zhong Bai around and had seen many teenage geniuses, but none of them could be like Lin Yuan at this moment. Others would be more or less formal when they saw themselves, but not Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was conversing with himself in a position of equality. This made Secretary Sun mutter in his heart. Is he a newborn calf or is he really a submerged dragon? But this was not something that Secretary Sun should even consider. Next, Secretary Sun led the few people to an abyssal portal. This is the abyss you guys are going to challenge this time. It's called the Goblin Garden. This copy is, how to put it, a bit odd. Secretary Sun originally wanted to say sand sculpture, but his good education made him swallow his words. The Goblin Garden has 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and nightmare. Considering that you are all newcomers who have just awakened, you only need to challenge the normal difficulty of the Goblin Garden, and the longer you stay inside the Goblin Garden, the higher the score you get. The implication was that whoever lasted longer would be number 1. What's inside this abyss? Do we need to resist wave after wave of monsters? Zhang Fan asked with a straight face. But Secretary Sun did not answer. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you go in. Approaching the Goblin Garden's portal, Lin Yuan glanced at the difficulty. He was actually able to choose the hell difficulty himself. But didn't Secretary Sun just say that the Goblin Garden didn't have a hell difficulty? Could it be because of himself? Lin Yuan felt the need to say something. In advance, the difficulty is my choice. If you guys don't agree, you can leave. I'm definitely not forcing you. When these words came out, Secretary Sun frowned, thinking, this kid won't choose the difficulty because of his own words. He's really young and can't take the heat. Does he want to prove himself so badly? Zhong Juanru glanced at Wang Shui and firmly said, I won't be afraid no matter what difficulty. Won't be afraid. I hope you guys don't get scared and cry your noses off in a while. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. All right then, everything is under my command after you enter. Before entering, Lin Yuan was secretly happy in his heart. Luckily, he didn't refuse to team up with the chick. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to encounter a hellish abyss here. As the captain, Lin Yuan had already chosen the difficulty and walked in. Subsequently, Zhang Fan followed into the portal with his large bag. Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui saw this and followed closely with their long legs. After seeing the four of them enter the abyss, Secretary Wang kept a smile on her face at first. But when she saw the difficulty they were displaying, the smile couldn't be strained. Hell difficulty? How could it be hell difficulty? Secretary Sun's eyes were glazed over, his head full of question marks. The Goblin Garden, an abyss, had never appeared with a hell difficulty in all the years since it appeared, so how could they choose a hell difficulty? Could it be? Secretary Sun thought of a possibility. Rushingly, he pulled out his phone and made a call to the mayor. After saying this matter, Zhong Bai's voice was calm. Got it. They've all gone into the abyss, then it's up to them. There are only two choices in the hell difficulty abyss. Either defeat the abyss boss and come out alive or be killed by the abyss monsters and sleep here for a long time. There is no third choice. Hanging up the phone, Secretary Sun looked at the gradually yellowing portal and muttered to himself, those chosen by the Holy Tower? Inside the abyss. You have entered the Goblin Garden Hell difficulty. The damage you dealt is reduced by 99%. Your arrival has attracted the attention of the box of epilepsy. Several consecutive beeps rang in Lin Yuan's ears. This let Lin Yuan know that this time the abyss was not easy to deal with. Just after entering the abyss for less than 3 seconds, a scream suddenly came from Lin Yuan's ears. Hell difficulty? The one who made the sound was Wang Shui. She had only realized this when she entered the abyss as well, so she couldn't help but shout out. Wang Shui's reaction seemed a bit too much to the duo of Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan. Isn't it just hell difficulty? What's the big deal? It's not like our brothers haven't tackled it before. Don't worry, with the two of us here, no matter what monsters are inside the abyss, the two of us will be able to GAGA mess up and kill them. Zhang Fan comforted, then asked, do you two know any information about this abyss? Wang Shui's emotions had calmed down and glanced at Zhong Juanru. The latter thought for a moment and spilled the information she knew, and the Goblin Garden is not an abyss that needs to be fought. There are quite a few goblins that exist in here. If we want to stay inside this abyss for a longer period of time, we need to complete the goblins' quests on time. If we don't complete the goblins' quests within the stipulated period of time, or if we anger the goblins, they'll just return to beat us out of the abyss. That's all I know. According to Zhong Juanru's narration, the Goblin Garden was an abyss with a large quest chain. No fighting would happen in here. No wonder a negative status that reduced damage by 99% would appear on his body. Then where should we go to do the quest? Lin Yuan asked. Without waiting for Zhong Juanru to answer, a sharp voice came from not far away. And, are you for the new workers? What are you waiting for? Quickly follow me. As the sharp voice fell, an ugly monster with a short stature and a look similar to a goblin walked over. Witch's Overseer LV9. Life, 1,500. Attack, 300. Description. This is a monster created by the witch in order to make the goblins catch up on their work. Although the monster appeared, the monster's name was displayed in yellow, representing that the monster in front of you was a neutral monster. Neutral monsters had a special feature, which was that as long as you didn't actively attack him, he wouldn't attack you either. After the Overseer appeared in front of Lin Yuan's eyes, one hand was stuck on his waist and one hand was holding a whip. He said sorrowfully, hurry up and follow me. There's a lot of work waiting for you guys. The Overseer walked in front. The four followed him. Zhang Fan couldn't help but say, where is he taking us? Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard Zhang Fan's words. Don't say anything for now, we'll find out after a while. The Overseer in front heard the muttering and reprimanded loudly. No talking without my orders. He then raised the whip in his hand high and swung it at an unoccupied area. The next time, I will whip you all hard with the whip in my hand. Chapter 22. A laborer is never a slave. After a whip, Lin Yuan's men stopped talking. The Overseer thought they were afraid of him, smiled smugly and continued to lead the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, the Overseer brought a few people to a factory room. Your job today is to categorize the seeds here. Remember, there can't be any adulteration between the seeds. Each of you can only rest after completing 100 bags. The Overseer finished his instructions and walked to his seat to sit down, his eyes looking at the scenery outside. He said he was looking at the scenery, but in fact, he had been watching the four out of the corner of his eye, and as long as the four behaved in a lazy manner, he would pick up his whip and whip them hard. Lin Yuan's few people each received a task after the overseer finished. Mission: collect 100 bags of seeds within 2 hours and submit them to the witch. You will be rewarded with 1,000 experience points. After reading the quest prompt, Lin Yuan spat out, "This quest gives too little experience. 100 bags of seeds only gave 1,000 experience. Fooling a child." The bags in front of Lin Yuan were nearly 1 person tall, and the seeds were all piled up together. Sorting those seeds would take ages, and this quest was limited to 2 hours. They wouldn't be able to finish it at all. "I think they are deliberately making things difficult for people, Yuan. We are not going to take this. The big deal is that we will wait here for 2 hours and wait for the mission to fail and kick us out," Zhang Fan said indignantly. However, he was still optimistic. Zhong Juanru reminded, "There are only 2 choices in hell difficulty: pass the level or be buried here. If we don't complete the mission within the allotted time, I'm afraid we'll die here." Lin Yuan smiled when he heard this. "No, it won't happen. The car will be there. Even the hell difficulty won't give a dead end. There must be a way to complete the mission. It's just that we haven't found it so far." Several people then began to look around for tools and ways to be able to complete it ahead of time. 15 minutes passed and there was still not much progress. At this point, the supervisor stood up and threatened to rough them up if they didn't work. In desperation, the men began to collect seeds. A few people had just started to work when there was a sudden chittering sound from nearby. Lin Yuan lifted his head to see that there were many winged goblins coming this way, and those chittering sounds were from these goblins. Look, we have a new worker. Workers, working souls, working people are all human." The little goblins spotted Lin Yuan's men and gathered around them, talking and laughing. This made the overseer very angry and raised the whip in his hand again, flinging it heavily towards the goblins. With a loud snap, it hit a goblin who couldn't dodge in time, cracking the goblin's skin. "Ah, the goblins will work here." The little goblins received a whip, and instead of continuing to frolic, they began to work. The work of these goblins was different from Lin Yuan's people. The goblins were all using their power to gather seeds. The entire plant was filled with seeds that the goblins had condensed. "I'll go save that little goblin." Wang Shui was very caring, and seeing that the goblin was injured, her heart was not in it, so she came to the goblin's side and cast a spell to heal his injuries. After a few treatments, the little goblin came alive and flew again. "Thank you, kind beater. My name is Bobo. What is your job?" Wang Shui told the goblin his task. Then Bobo flew back to the goblin's side. Wang Shui saw that Bobo was fine and walked back. Not long after, Bobo brought the goblins to the side of the four. "Let's help you." Then the goblins began to coalesce the seeds towards the bag, and in less than an hour, all 4 of them had completed their tasks. After completing it, Lin Yuan came to the overseer. "Our task is complete." The overseer had been observing from the side. How did the few people complete it, he didn't know. But their task was within the rules, there was no way around it. The overseer could only count them as completed. "You have completed the task of gathering seeds, and have gained 1,000 experience value." Afterwards, the overseer's eyes rolled, and he handed out another task to a few more people. "You have received a new quest. Collect 100 bags of seeds within 2 hours and hand them over to the witch. You will be rewarded with 1,000 experience points." This time, the quest was changed a bit, and the seeds had to be collected by hand to be considered complete, so the goblins couldn't help even if they wanted to. Lin Yuan, who had received the quest, was a bit annoyed. "Isn't there another quest?" The overseer sniffed disdainfully back. "If you can't do such a simple job as collecting seeds, what other job can you do?" Lin Yuan reappeared in front of the others, his face somewhat unsightly, his heart already moved to kill. As it happened, a goblin suddenly couldn't stand the tedious work and muttered, "Going to work is bitter, going to work is tiring, and going to work makes me want to doze off." After one goblin finished speaking, a number of goblins began to chime in. "Going to work is tiresome, going to work is difficult, going to work makes me want to go out and play. Working life is so bad. Not a single meal is enough." The goblins actually hugged and cried together as they spoke. When Lin Yuan saw the state of the goblins, his eyes rolled and he had an idea. Taking advantage of the supervisor's inattention, Lin Yuan quietly came to the goblins. "Aren't you goblins? Why are you still working here?" The goblin named Bobo cried back. "The Goblin Queen is imprisoned by the witch. If we don't work, the Goblin Queen will torture the Goblin Queen, and if the Goblin Queen dies, there's no way for us to continue living. Goblins just want to play freely. Goblins don't want to work. Hearing the Goblin Bobo's reply, Lin Yuan probably understood what was going on. The witch had imprisoned the Goblin Queen, so these free-spirited goblins had turned into wage earners. What were people like himself? Why did the witch want us to work with the goblins piece by piece? I see. Lin Yuan suddenly clapped his hands. The witch didn't even want them to leave here alive. Having the overseer bring them here was also just an excuse to get rid of them. Even if they completed this mission, the next time the overseer would increase the difficulty until they couldn't. By then, I was afraid that the overseer would reveal his true colors. Having figured out the key, Lin Yuan said to the goblins, "Do you want to save the Goblin Queen?" The goblins who were still crying nodded frantically when they heard Lin Yuan's words. "Listen to me if you want to save the Goblin Queen." The goblins looked at Lin Yuan hesitantly, as if they were considering whether Lin Yuan was reliable. Seeing the goblins' looks, Lin Yuan was ready to show them his hand. Afterwards, Lin Yuan shouted, "Beating workers are never slaves." Towards the overseer, he walked over. The teammates saw Lin Yuan's unusual movements and all grabbed their weapons to follow. During the walk, Lin Yuan struck with a cold ray. 67. A very low damage appeared on the supervisor, causing the supervisor to freeze. The supervisor's expression was then a little off. He didn't look angry after being hit, but instead showed a frantic expression, and finally did it. "Do you know how long I've been putting up with this? To show my respect for you, I'll tear you to pieces bit by bit." Chapter 23. Eat my meteorite technique. After the monster finished speaking, its body quickly swelled up and turned into an ugly monster filled with muscles. Crazy Andy Elite. Life value, 5,000. Attack, 1,000. Primary insanity. Loses some of his sanity after activating the skill and increases his attack power by 50%. What? An attack power of 1,000. Wang Shui, who was at the back, shouted in a lost voice. Zhong Juanru, who was at the side, also showed a grave expression as she raised her hand and drew her bow, unleashing a stored power arrow and shooting it out towards the elite monster. 15 strike. A pitiful double-digit damage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing his damage, Zhong Juanru's small mouth pursed. The damage has been cut down too much, it can't be fought at all. The negative status of 99% damage reduction prevented them from effectively dealing damage to the monster, and the damage they dealt wasn't even as much as the little goblin. Seeing the monster walking towards Lin Yuan step by step, Wang Shui even closed her eyes in despair, with only one thought in her head. Are we really going to die? Just a few seconds after Wang Shui closed her eyes, there was a sudden, earth-shattering sound. Rumble. A loud bang accompanied by the monster's screams. 480. A huge meteorite smashed onto the monster, causing triple-digit damage. Since the monster was in the center, it also came with a stun effect. Skill. Meteorite spell S rank of max. Consumption, 15,000 mana. Casting time, 3.5 seconds. Description. Summons a 15m diameter flaming meteorite, dealing 2,000,000 plus intelligence 50 points of flame damage. Targets at the center of the meteorite will be stunned, with a knockout effect on targets at the edges. A full-level meteorite was capable of dealing 200,000 points of damage, which was first cut by 80% by talent and then 99% by Goblin Garden. Just like that, it still dealt 480 points of damage. If there were no cuts, a single meteorite spell would have already beaten the corpse of the elite monster in front of him. Hearing the rumbling sound, Wang Shui opened her eyes and saw Zhong Juanru's shocked little mouth open. "What's wrong?" Wang Shui asked in confusion. Zhong Juanru pointed in the direction of the elite monsters. "Take a look." Wang Shui turned her head and what she saw was Lin Yuan constantly performing spell-casting maneuvers, summoning one flame meteor after another. After the 11th flame meteorite smashed into the elite monster, the monster was silent, and a beep sounded in everyone's ears. Your team killed Crazy Andy Elite and gained 2,000 experience points. Please note that your team's behavior has caught the attention of the sorceress, who will be sending out her men to hunt you down. After the monster was killed, Zhang Fan skillfully went up to touch the corpse. The monster exploded a total of 2 pieces of equipment, 1 silver and 1 bronze. Overseer's belt silver. Wearing requirements, level 8. Attribute, lifesteal plus 300, strength plus 20, physique plus 25. Effect, increased damage dealt to slave-like creatures by 30%. Goblin skirt bronze. Requirements, priest, level 5. Attributes, life value plus 100, physique plus 10, intelligence plus 10. As soon as the equipment attributes were posted, Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui exited their shocked state. This is dead. Wang Shui asked uncertainly. We've received a prompt. So what's not true? Haven't you both leveled up to level 5? Zhang Fan glanced at Lin Yuan, who nodded. After which Zhang Fan fitted the belt onto himself. After that, Zhang Fan put the belt on himself and held the goblin skirt in his hand, handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't have much to say and signaled Zhang Fan to take the equipment to Wang Shui. After that, Zhang Fan walked over to Wang Shui. Nah, this equipment is for you. Seeing the equipment in front of her, Wang Shui was a bit confused. For me, this equipment can only be worn by priests. You're the only priest in our team, so who else can I give it to? Zhang Fan said rightfully. I didn't do anything either. Killing the elite monsters was all Lin Yuan's work alone. Oh no, there was also Zhong Juanru who contributed a little bit of damage. I didn't do anything. Wang Shui said bluntly. As soon as this was said, Zhong Juanru by her side blushed, gently pinched the soft flesh around Wang Shui's waist, and the latter let out an ouch. At this time, Lin Yuan spoke. Take it. If it wasn't for you treating the little goblin, we wouldn't have been able to complete our first mission. This is what you deserve. Lin Yuan had said so. Wang Shui also no longer excused herself. After receiving the equipment, she changed into it beautifully. Don't say, after wearing this goblin skirt on Wang Shui's figure was even taller, and a pair of long legs made Zhang Fan drool, and even Zhong Juanru's face showed a color of envy. It wasn't coveting the attributes of the equipment, it was simply looking pretty. If an ugly gold equipment and a beautiful silver equipment were put together, 99% of the girls would pick that silver equipment. After all, the attributes are only momentary, but beautiful is for life. After killing the elite monsters, Lin Yuan rushed back to the goblins and said, How about it? This time you believe what I said. When the goblin Bobo heard Lin Yuan's words, he called the goblins together to chatter about something. After a while, little goblin Bobo flew to Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, We still have many companions who are enslaved by witches just like us. You have to save them first before you can do that. Hearing Bobo's words, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Where is it? Quickly take me there. Under the goblin's leadership, the few people arrived at a garden. Walking up to the garden, the goblins stopped and Bobo flew over again. There's an evil monster summoned by the witch inside. We can't go in. We can only rely on you guys. Lin Yuan nodded. Leave it to me. Lin Yuan then pushed open the door and walked into the garden. Arriving at the garden, Lin Yuan realized that a group of goblins in the corner of the garden were breathlessly energizing a tree demon. There were a total of 2 types of monsters in the garden. Mad Mackin Elite. Life value 10,000. Attack 8,000. Skill 1, Elementary Madness. Effect. Loses a small amount of sanity after activating the skill and increases attack by 50%. Skill 2, Rooting. Effect. Sends roots deep into the ground and draws energy to regenerate blood, restoring 10% of life value per second for 10 seconds with no cooldown. Crazy Gardener Summoner. Lifesteal 5,000. Attack 500. Skill, Elementary Madness. Effect. Loses a small amount of sanity after activating the skill and increases attack by 50%. An elite tree demon with 4 summons. The tree demon didn't do much when Lin Yuan entered the garden. But when the 4 gardeners saw Lin Yuan, they let out a roar from their mouths that outsiders are not allowed to enter the garden. The names instantly changed from neutral yellow to attackable red. This made Lin Yuan feel like an enemy. While considering what to do, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a skill inside the skill bar and revealed a smile. Silent Domain S rank of max. Consumption 5,000 mana. Casting time instantaneous. Description: causes all enemy units within 25 meters to enter a state of silence, making them unable to cast any spells for 8 seconds. High probability of dispelling enemy summoned creatures. Cooldown 20 seconds. After Silent Domain is raised to full, it comes with an effect that dispels summoned creatures. The Crazy Gardener's note at the back was summoned creatures. I don't know if this skill had any effect on them. If it didn't have any effect, I would have to think of other tactics. Chapter 24, Disgusting Tree Demon. Lin Yuan waited until all 4 summons had entered the 25-meter range before stepping lightly on his feet and releasing the Silent Domain. An invisible fluctuation emanated from Lin Yuan's side, instantly covering the space within the 25-meter range. 3 of the 4 summons, their bodies directly shattered apart and were forcibly dispersed. This skill is really good. Seeing that there was only a lone monster left, Lin Yuan raised his hand and slowed it down with a cold ray. After that, Lin Yuan didn't choose to use meteorite. Instead, he kept using the cold ray to freeze the monster in place. After more than 70 rounds of skills, the gardener fell to the ground. You have killed the crazy gardener. Your experience value has increased by 800. You have upgraded. After killing the gardener, Lin Yuan rose to level 9 and harvested another 1,000 skill points. After considering it for a moment, he directly upgraded Cold Ray into an S-rank skill so that all the skills Lin Yuan had mastered were S-rank. Extreme Cold Shock, S-rank max. Consumption, 7,000 mana. Release time, instantaneous. Description: releases frost energy towards the target to freeze the opponent, dealing 50,000 plus intelligence 10 points of frost damage. While frozen, the target takes an additional 50% damage, freezing time 1.5 seconds. The damage of Extreme Cold Shock isn't very high, but it's better because it's an instantaneous skill and has no cooldown. Lin Yuan had another nasty skill in his hand that he could control infinitely. The gardener's death had finally triggered the attention of the goblins, who all stopped what they were doing to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also shouted towards them, "I'm the warrior that Bobo invited to save the Goblin Queen. I'm going to kill the evil tree demon now. You guys get out of here." The goblins heard that Lin Yuan was invited by Bobo and immediately flew around in joy. The brave man has come to save the goblins. The goblins will be free soon. This commotion triggered a riot from the tree demons. "You playful little goblins, hurry up and come to work or my branches will whip you hard." The tree demon was greeted by a huge meteorite below that. 1,500. The tree demon was huge and still a wood monster. The meteorite dealt a huge amount of damage to it, but because of its monster characteristics, the tree demon was not stunned. When this damage came out, Lin Yuan was shocked. Why is the damage so high? Due to time constraints, Lin Yuan didn't have time to think about it in detail anyway. High damage was a good thing. 5 rounds of meteorite could finish off this tree demon. Lin Yuan was still overly optimistic. After the tree demon took a hit from the skill, it immediately unleashed the skill rooted. Plus 800. Plus 800. Recovering 10% life per second. Before Lin Yuan's second meteorite spell was even released, the monster's blood level was already back to full. Another meteorite spell shot out and in less than 2 seconds, the tree demon's blood level was back to full again. "You're being a bit of a cheat," Lin Yuan said in dissatisfaction. "I hit 1,500 damage in 3 seconds of casting time and you're back to full in less than 2 seconds. Isn't this bullying?" After thinking about it, Lin Yuan released Extreme Cold Shock on the tree demon. 170. A triple-digit damage appeared on the tree demon's head, but then a plus 800 blood recovery effect appeared on the tree demon's head. Hiss, what should I do? Lin Yuan realized that he was surprisingly out of ideas. Pacing from side to side, Lin Yuan looked up at the tree demon again. Realizing that the tree demon didn't seem to have any intention of attacking at all, it just continued to unleash its rooting skill, making it clear that it was going to rely on time. Once the witch's support arrived, Lin Yuan would be on the back foot. There! Lin Yuan saw the silent domain in the skill bar and thought of a good idea. Approaching the tree demon by 20 meters, Lin Yuan began to release Blazing Boundary. The skill was released and damage began to bubble out from the tree demon. The 500 plus 800. Then Lin Yuan kept throwing Extreme Cold Shock at the monster. 180. 180,500. 180,500 plus 800. Seeing the right moment, Lin Yuan unleashed the silent domain, interrupting the tree demon's blood recovery skill. Taking advantage of the tree demon's silence, Lin Yuan started releasing meteorite spells, 2 meteorite spells in a row, and one of them even had a blitz. 1,500, 2,800 blast. Once the silence time was up, the tree demon panicked and tried to reactivate the skill rooted, at which point, Lin Yuan hit him with an Extreme Cold Shock, killing the tree demon. You have killed the Mad Tree Demon Elite. You have gained 3,000 experience points. As soon as the tree demon died, Bobo outside the garden immediately flew in. "The evil tree demon has been killed. You saved our sisters. Thank you." Lin Yuan responded with a couple smiles and started picking up the equipment dropped by the tree demon. Heart of Tree Demon Gold. Where requirements: Level 8, Life Value 1,500 plus. Attributes: Life Value plus 800, Constitution plus 30, Strength plus 30. Effect: your life recovery speed increases by 100%. Forest Trousers Silver. Where requirements: Archer Profession, Level 5. Attributes: Lifesteal plus 200, Agility plus 20, Strength plus 20. Effect: in forested areas, movement speed plus 20%. Oh come on, working for someone else again. Lin Yuan was extremely angry. Throwing the necklace to Zhang Fan, Lin Yuan took the pants to Zhong Juanru again. After the latter received the equipment, her face was a bit complicated. She said thanks and equipped the forest pants. Originally, Lin Yuan had some expectations, but as a result, after Zhong Juanru put them on, her face slightly collapsed, and she thought to herself, why are they wrapped so tightly? Lin Yuan's eyes moved back and forth between Wang Shui and Zhong Juanru's legs. The former wore a short goblin skirt, revealing long white and beautiful legs, and the latter wore forest pants, not even revealing her ankles. Zhong Juanru's senses were very sharp and noticed Lin Yuan's constantly moving gaze. A little annoyed, what are you looking at? Lin Yuan snorted. Nothing. I'm looking at the production process of the Goblin clan. Zhang Fan secretly gave a thumbs up when he heard Lin Yuan's words. After finishing off the tree demon, the goblins group grew again. Bobo came over to Lin Yuan and said, Warrior, up ahead is the witch's laboratory that contains the witch's most loyal servants and the most powerful group of monsters. After Bobo finished speaking, he pulled out a skill book from somewhere and handed it to Lin Yuan. Warrior, your strength is very powerful, but it seems that you don't have enough means of attack. I hope this skill book can help you. Receiving the skill book, Lin Yuan smiled after seeing the skill description. Thank you. This skill book is very useful to me. After saying that, he learned the skill book. Skill. Gale Art Grade B LV1. Skill consumption. 800 mana. Casting time. Instantaneous. Effect. Releases a powerful gale to repel the enemy, dealing 2,500 plus intelligence 1 points of magic damage. Cooldown 5 seconds. Not bad, one more control skill. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw the extra new skill in the skill bar. With not enough skill points in hand to upgrade, Lin Yuan could only fill up his skills first. Low-level skills are too uneconomical. Upgrading to S rank requires too many skill points. Unless it's necessary, it's best to learn S rank skills directly in the future. Chapter 25 The Witch's Hunt. Lin Yuan realized that upgrading low-level skills consumed too many skill points, so it was not as cost-effective as learning high-level skills directly. Don't look at the fact that Lin Yuan was able to get 1,000 skill points at level 1, but as Lin Yuan had more and more skills in the future, the skill points might not be enough, so Lin Yuan planned to only upgrade those skills that had potential. In fact, Lin Yuan had entered a misconception that after learning a skill he could leave it unupgraded for a while. As long as there were enough skills, the damage he dealt would still be very considerable. Passing through the garden, Lin Yuan's group arrived at the entrance of the lab and ran into the elite squad that the witch had sent out to capture Lin Yuan. Witch's Guard LV11. Life, 6,000. Attack, 500. Life sharing. The witch's guards are a single unit. They share life values. As long as one guard does not die, all the other guards will survive as well. Iron Arm. The guards form a defensive formation, reducing their movement speed by 50% and reducing the damage they receive by 60%. Lin Yuan counted them carefully. These guards totaled 20. The moment they saw Lin Yuan and the others, they activated the skill Iron Arm and slowly walked towards Lin Yuan. Hiss! What a perverted skill! Zhang Fan looked at the neatly organized guards and sucked in a breath of cold air. This Goblin Garden's monsters were really tough, either blood recovery skills or damage reduction skills. This was to carry on being disgusting to the end. Zhong Juanru tried shooting an arrow that hit the monster and only dealt 1 point of damage, which made her face very ugly. Sending out these iron lumps to try and catch me is underestimating me. Lin Yuan said disdainfully as he saw the monsters that walked as slow as a turtle. These monsters were an insurmountable mountain to others, but not to Lin Yuan. The mistake of these monsters was that they had formed a dense formation, which happened to be all in the attack range of the meteorite spell. The first time a meteorite spell was sent down, it was a very good idea to use it as a weapon. With a single meteorite spell, all the guards became stunned, breaking the status of their iron arms, and the formation was not broken. Before the stun is over, a second meteorite spell arrives and the 600, 1,000 bludgeon blasts appeared on some of the monsters, and that wasn't all. Lin Yuan cast uninterrupted spells. A few meteorite spells went down in succession, directly smashing the guards into pieces. You killed the witch's guard. The witch's hatred towards you is plus 50. You have killed the witch's guard. Your experience value increases by 220. You have risen to level 10 and can choose one of the following rewards. Option 1. Gain 2,000 skill points. Option 2. Gain 1 evolution point. Option 3. Gain a random S-class skill. Option 3. Gain a random S-class skill. After killing 20 monsters, Lin Yuan came to level 10 and received a bunch of system prompts. Seeing the 3 options in the prompt bar, Lin Yuan froze for a moment. Can't I have all of them? The response he got was no, which made it hard for Lin Yuan. He wanted all 3 of these options no matter which one, but in the end, after considering it, Lin Yuan chose evolution points. Skill points and skill books could still be acquired again, but evolution points would not be available after this village. When the evolution points arrived, Lin Yuan directly used them to evolve his talent. Talent Cooldown Reduction Level E. Effect: reduces casting time and cooldown by 15%, reduces damage by 70%. Seeing the evolved talent, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. Not bad. Another 10% increase in damage, and a little more certainty in defeating the witch. After defeating the 20 monsters sent by the witch, Lin Yuan followed Bobo into the lab. In the lab, Lin Yuan saw many goblins constantly taking different colored water and dropping it inside a huge pool. Sisters, stop. Bobo saw his sisters working so hard and called out to stop them. It's Bobo. How did you guys get here? Where did that obnoxious overseer go? How did you all get here through the garden? When the goblins saw Bobo, they all stopped what they were doing and flew to their side to ask curiously. Thanks to this group of warriors, they were the ones who defeated the overseer and the tree demon to free us. Even the most elite escorts under the witch were no match for them. Bobo pointed at Lin Yuan's few people and praised them. This made the remaining 3 besides Lin Yuan a little embarrassed. Hurry up, our sisters. There's going to be a fight here in a while. Bobo gave a cheering gesture towards Lin Yuan and took the goblins with a swoosh and flew off somewhere. As the goblins withdrew, the water in the pool gradually boiled. With a poof, a monster with an alchemy pot on its back and a gas mask on its head emerged from inside the pool. Crazy Sinji Elite LV9. Life value, 9,000. Attack power, 920. Intermediate Madness. Loses most of its sanity and increases its attack power by 100%. Apothecary. Sinji stores many kinds of potions among his alchemy pots to face different battles. This should be the last mini-boss. Seeing the attributes of the boss, Lin Yuan didn't say anything, and directly froze him in place with a shot of extreme cold shock. 189. The damage was low, but the control effect was pulled full and the boss was controlled in place. This freezing effect is really good. It's practically a godly technique for sneak attacks. As he cast the spell, Lin Yuan lamented. But he didn't get complacent for a few seconds when a bright white light suddenly flashed on the boss. Mad Apothecary Sinji used a frost immunity potion, immune to frost-type skill damage for 30 seconds. Damage from flames increased by 100%. Seeing that the boss was suddenly able to move, Lin Yuan was shocked. Holy, knocking off the medicine, huh? I'll let you know what cruelty is. Frost is immune, but I still have flame spells. Mad Apothecary Sinji has taken an attack speed potion, increasing his attack speed by 100%. Mad Apothecary Sinji used the skill Intermediate Madness. Attack power increased by 100%. Another 2 beeps in a row. Other than Lin Yuan, the others were in shock. The boss was preparing to take Lin Yuan away in one wave. With 1840 attacks, doubled attack speed at close range, it would only take 4 or 5 hits to break Lin Yuan's magic shield. The entire process wouldn't even take 3 seconds. But Lin Yuan obviously wouldn't let the boss get away with it. Without waiting for the boss to get close, a huge meteorite with flames smashed into the boss. 2,200. A shocking amount of damage appeared above the boss's head. Meteorite had a stun effect, and after being hit, the boss was like meat on a chopping block. It was left to be disposed of by Lin Yuan. Under the gazes of the rest of the people who were once again shocked, Lin Yuan killed the boss with 4 rounds of meteorite spells. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so shocking. Once the boss was dead, Zhang Fan skillfully touched the corpse. Alchemy Stone Gold. Attribute: life value plus 500. Effect: restores 20% of maximum life value after use. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Sinji's Boots Silver. Attribute: physique plus 25, strength plus 25. Effect: deceleration effect reduced by 25. 2 pieces of equipment, the alchemy stone and the boots Lin Yuan took. Chapter 26. Battle Witch. After defeating the apothecary, Bobo appeared in front of Lin Yuan again with a group of goblins. Warrior, once again you have defeated the witch's men. Your bravery is marvelous. You are the only one who has done this for so many years. Now, let's save the queen from the evil witch. Bobo's tone was very excited, flying back and forth in mid-air. Upon hearing that there was only one boss left like the witch, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Do you guys know what spells the witches know? Lin Yuan had already seen these few henchmen of the witch. They all carried the prefix of madness. Lin Yuan guessed that they should be a group of special monsters. Maybe the witch also carried the word madness in front of her. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, Lin Yuan would see if he could find out something about the boss from the goblins. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Bobo thought for a moment. The evil witch will release a black spell that can put us all to sleep, and there's no way for any of us to resist it. The witch will also greet the evil clock monster. The ticking is very annoying. Some other goblins interjected. Lin Yuan listened carefully from what the goblins had just said. The witch had at least one control class and one summoning class skill. He just didn't know if there were any life-saving and damage class skills. Looking at the group of goblins in front of him, Lin Yuan was a bit worried. I fought to the death in front of me in order to save your queen. Are you guys going to provide me with a bit of help as well? When I fought, I used up a lot of potions. Look at me. I'm just a tiny level 10 mage. If I didn't use the potions, I wouldn't have been able to use such a powerful skill. Do you guys have to compensate me for that? When Lin Yuan's words came out, Zhang Fan almost didn't hold back his laughter, and secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. High. Really high. Saying it like it was true, tricking those little goblins. The truth was really true, Bobo. These little goblins had seen Lin Yuan release the meteorite spell. It did take a lot of mana to summon a big meteorite, and Lin Yuan hadn't even reached level 10 when he first met with Bobo. At such a low level, if you wanted to unleash such an advanced skill, you would indeed need the help of a potion. Figuring out the key, Bobo's small mouth clenched. Warrior, your dedication has made us very grateful. This goblin feather is for you. I hope it can help you. You goblin clan favorability plus 20, current favorability friendly. You have obtained Goblin Feather Wings Special. Wings Goblin Feather Special. Attributes: Life Value plus 1000, Intelligence plus 50, Physique plus 50, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Effect: After equipping the feathered wings, you can perform a short flight for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. It's fine. This is all what I should do. You guys are so kind and lovely. I definitely won't let the evil witch continue to enslave you. Things like wings belong to special equipment. Before learning the flying skill, wings were a strategic item. Having wings meant that you could take absolute advantage of spellcasting, and the more important point was that it was very windy. It was believed that as long as you turned on the effect of the wings, standing in the location with the most traffic in the city, you would definitely be the prettiest cub amongst the crowd. After Lin Yuan equipped his wings, the eyes of Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui instantly erupted with envy and jealousy. After Lin Yuan was ready, he looked at the other three. You guys wait for me outside. I'll just go in by myself. Well, go and come back quickly. Zhang Fan perfunctorily replied back and pulled out a few packages from his backpack. These were things that Zhang Fan had been wanting to take out for a while now. Considering that there were quite a few battles along the way, Zhang Fan had never taken them out, and now while Lin Yuan went to fight the boss, it was just the right time to take them out and use them. Only to see Zhang Fan take out the grill and barbecue ingredients from inside the parcels, and began to skillfully build a fire. These few actions gave Lin Yuan a twitch at the corners of his mouth. After a few minutes of work, the charcoal had been burned. Zhang Fan put the kebabs on the stove, turned his head to see that Lin Yuan hadn't left yet, and asked strangely, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lin Yuan. This gave Lin Yuan a direct dry speechlessness, directly whisking his sleeve away. Roast me 2 cashews with blood. Walking into the witch's abode, Lin Yuan heard a slightly nervous laugh that, ha 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 ha. Annie, a funny human came here. He wants to get you out. Should I agree to him? What's wrong with you, Annie? Why don't you say anything? Oh, sorry. I forgot. I sewed your mouth shut. Listening to the voice gradually expand, Lin Yuan finally walked up to the boss. Crazy Witch Nissa Elite Chieftain LV13. Life Value: 20,000. Attack: 1,300. Advanced Insanity: loses all sanity and increases attack power by 200%. Worshipper of Madness. Nissa is a devoted worshipper of the Box of Insanity, and most rewarding of all, Nissa can summon a creation of the Box of Insanity. Plague Spread: releases a large amount of plague poisonous gas, dealing 2,000 points of toxic damage per second. The poisonous gas creates a sleeping effect that lasts for 15 seconds. With a life value of 20,000 and an attack power of 1,300, it was deservedly the strongest boss in the midst of this abyss with 99% damage reduction. The boss was wearing a small black and red dress. Her white face had a gothic lowly style. When she saw Lin Yuan come over, she didn't rush to attack but asked, "Human, do you know what the meaning of madness is?" Lin Yuan first surveyed the surroundings and saw that there was a small goblin with a crown on its head locked inside a metal cage next to it. This should be the Goblin Queen. Lin Yuan felt some sympathy for the Goblin Queen in his heart. Because the Goblin Queen's wings had been torn off in half, her little mouth had been sewn shut with silk thread, and she was dying inside the cage. If Lin Yuan had come a little later, the Goblin Queen was afraid that she would have to GA. "Human, do you know what madness is?" Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't answer, the boss asked again, this time in a tone that carried a bit of anger. Lin Yuan returned uncertainly, "What is madness? Is it when you joyfully bought a designer bag at a high price, and then when you showed it to your best friend realized that you bought a fake? Human, you deserve to die." The boss seemed to be enraged by Lin Yuan's words, and directly unleashed a skill to enter combat, which Nisa unleashed advanced madness. Attack power increased by 200%. Boss's state caused Lin Yuan's mouth to quirk. "How did you lose your mind? Did you also buy a fake bag?" Looking at the boss that was charging straight over, Lin Yuan raised his hand and hit the boss with a shot of extreme cold shock. 340. At the same time as the damage appeared, the boss also fell into a frozen state. Chapter 27: Epileptic Creation. After the boss was frozen, it was Lin Yuan's skill show. The extreme cold blasts kept hitting the boss, causing the boss's blood level to drop rapidly. It was thanks to Lin Yuan having a passive skill like Magic Heart. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's spellcasting frequency, he would have run out of blue long ago. After the boss's blood level dropped to 10,000 points, it suddenly exited its crazy state and entered some kind of subspace. Lin Yuan sent an extreme cold shock over, directly passing through the boss's body and hitting empty space. What's going on? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled by the boss's current state. Did the boss still have some hidden skills? Not letting Lin Yuan wait too long, the boss was summoning something with a face full of devotion. The great source of insanity. Grant your most faithful followers the power to destroy this human who dares to desecrate the realm of madness. After the boss's lines were recited, a force from the underworld invaded the place. He found a fun thing, Lemmy? Go have some fun with him. Lin Yuan felt a powerful gaze sweep over him. It was only a momentary sensation, but it still made Lin Yuan sweat. After a force in the underworld disappeared, a huge pendulum appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Punctual Lemmy, Epileptic Creation LV60 Summoner. 10 minutes. Life value, 700 million. Tac, 80,000. Punctuality. Lemmy hates being late and is immune to all skills that require spell casting. Complete insanity. Lemmy transforms into a crazed destroyer, increasing his life value by 500%, his attack by 500%, and his defense to 0. Time management. Lemmy throws out pointers to cause different effects. Seconds, causes 50,000 points of damage per second for 60 seconds. Minutes, causes 200,000 points of damage and puts the target in a state of disorientation. Hours, causes 500,000 points of explosive damage to a range of 100 plus 100. What kind of monster is this? Lin Yuan's eyes almost didn't glaze over when he saw the pendulum monster's attributes. An attack power of 80,000 only needed to lightly touch itself and it GA. It didn't even need to unleash complete madness. You're a bit of a bully for a monster. This is a level 10 abyss. What's a level 60 monster like you doing here? Lin Yuan said loudly. After saying this, Lin Yuan's eyes glanced towards all directions, wanting to find a place to hide. But when Lin Yuan saw that the boss was carrying the suffix of summoner, his heart stirred and he said, "I wonder if my silent domain can dispel him." The pendulum monster's reaction seemed to be a bit slow, or it hadn't yet understood what it was doing here, and it stayed frozen in place without moving. But the boss got a very excited expression as she shouted out in the vicinity of the pendulum, "Great source of epilepsy. Thank you for your gift. Quickly slay the human in front of you who desecrated the field of epilepsy. I will offer his head to the great source of epilepsy." The boss barked orders towards Lemmy. But what infuriated the boss was that Lemmy only gave the boss a light glance, causing the boss to fall into an ice cellar. Lemmy only follows Andy's orders. Lemmy said this and suddenly looked at Lin Yuan. Interesting human. Without waiting for Lemmy to continue speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly unleashed the field of silence and, "Get back to your place." Lin Yuan was lucky and triggered an expulsion effect. A spatial rift containing the power of laws appeared behind Lemmy. If Lemmy had used complete madness, he would have had a chance to kill Lin Yuan before entering the rift, but a voice stopped him from doing so. As Lemmy was about to be sucked into the rift, a childish voice appeared in Lin Yuan's ears. "You're a fun toy." When Lemmy completely disappeared into thin air, Lin Yuan received a prompt that, "Your behavior has piqued the interest of the box of epilepsy. Box of epilepsy favorability plus 20. Lin Yuan realized that he was again being paid attention to by an inexplicable presence, and spat out, "What are you big shots doing paying attention to a little mage like me? You've got nothing better to do." Regardless, the presence didn't have any malicious intent towards him. It was still acceptable. Lemmy was dispersed by Lin Yuan, and the boss was shocked. "No, this can't be." Boss fell into deep self-doubt. "Where did my big epileptic creation go? Why is it gone?" It was a level 60 epileptic creation, the highest level epileptic creation boss had seen so far. It took less than 10 seconds for it to appear and then it was gone, which was unacceptable to the boss. So the boss directly unleashed its last skill, releasing a large amount of poisonous gas. "Die, abominable human." The poisonous gas came with a sleeping effect. As long as Lin Yuan got a little bit of it, he was afraid that he would become a lamb to the slaughter. Boss's poisonous gas was a map-wide attack. The entire floor of the house was filled with green poisonous gas, but to Boss's surprise, after searching through the entire underground, he couldn't find Lin Yuan's silhouette. "Darn it, where did it run off to?" "Hey, I'm here." Lin Yuan, who was in the air, answered and responded to the boss with a meteorite shot. Bang! With a single meteorite shot, the boss fell into a stun and the poisonous gas slowly began to fade until it disappeared. During this time, Lin Yuan's spellstorm was thrown towards the monster non-stop. A meteorite, a few cold blasts, in short, the boss never came out of control, either stunned or frozen. After 2 minutes, the boss was emptied of blood and fell to the ground. "You have killed Nisa, the Mad Witch, experience value plus 20,000. You saved Goblin Queen and Goblin 1's favorability plus 30, current favorability respect." The boss was killed, and the Goblin Queen stood up trembling, her face wearing the color of a life after a robbery. When Lin Yuan saw this, he opened the cage and released Annie. "The witch has been defeated by me, you're saved." Goblin Queen Annie's face wore a look of excitement. Her small hands gestured in gratitude. The boss was killed, and after Lin Yuan picked up the dropped equipment, he walked out with the Goblin Queen. Just after walking out, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to come to Zhang Fan. "Is the waste roasted yet?" Zhang Fan handed Lin Yuan 2 bunches of cashews with blood on them and asked, "Defeated the boss? Where's the Goblin Queen?" "Nah, here it is." Lin Yuan pointed at Annie on his shoulder and shouted at Bobo, "Your queen is injured. You guys find a way to heal her." Bobo and the other goblins came closer to take a look. Their faces all wore a look of anger. "How are you doing, my queen?" The silk threads on Annie's mouth had just been removed by Lin Yuan. At this moment she was able to speak. "I'm fine. The broken wings will grow back after a while." Annie then took the goblin scepter that Bobo handed over and applied 2 gain effects for Lin Yuan. Chapter 28. The Goblin Races Joining. The Goblin Queen has applied the Goblin Blessing. Your movement speed in the forest has increased by 30%, and the favorability of the forest races has increased by plus 10. You have gained the passive skill Move Casting. Skill Mobile Spellcasting Passive. Description: you can release spells while on the move. Both of the statuses given by the Goblin Queen were very good. The former increased movement speed in the forest by 30%, a godly skill for chasing and escaping, and increased forest race goodwill, and the latter was a must-have skill for a mage traveling at home. In Lin Yuan's impression, the elf race should belong to the forest race. I wonder if there's a chance to meet an elf girl. Don't get me wrong, Lin Yuan just wanted to see the skill of the elves in making equipment. Harvesting 2 passive gains, Lin Yuan was happy and took out the equipment that the witch had exploded to check it out. Witch Hood Gold. Wearing requirements LV10. Attributes: Intelligence plus 80, Physical Strength plus 50. Witch's Desire. Mana plus 1,500. Sure enough, the Queen exploded French equipment. If the Queen exploded warrior equipment again, Lin Yuan's mind would explode. Putting on his witch's hood, Lin Yuan asked, and while eating his cashews, "Are you all that's left of your goblin clan?" "There are many more types of goblins. We're just garden goblins. Our clan had more than 500 people before, and after fighting with the evil witches, there are less than 200 people left now." and returned with a confused look in her eyes. Lin Yuan saw the garden, filled with alchemy residue, and asked again, "The Garden of Goblins has been polluted by the witch. Can you all still continue here? Where else can I go if I don't stay here?" Annie asked. The Goblin Garden's current environment was so bad that relying solely on the goblin's own abilities, it would take 20 years to completely purify the place, but by then, it was estimated that the number of goblins would fearfully be less than even half. Lin Yuan looked at the goblins. His mind suddenly had a bold idea. "Are you willing to go to the human world with us?" Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Goblin Queen bit her lip and finally agreed. "I agree." Afterwards, a beep sounded in the ears of the professionals of Tianfeng City. Professionals Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Zhong Juanru, and Wang Shui have successfully cleared the Goblin Garden Inferno level and saved the Garden Goblin clan. The Goblin Queen has decided to join the human camp, rewarded with a prestige value of +1. Professionals Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Zhong Juanru, and Wang Shui have successfully cleared the Goblin Garden Inferno level and saved the Garden Goblin clan. The Goblin Queen has decided to join the human camp, rewarding them with +1 prestige value. Professionals Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Zhong Juanru, and Wang Shui have successfully cleared the Goblin Garden Inferno level, saving the Garden Goblin clan, and the Goblin Queen has decided to join the human camp, rewarding them with a prestige value of +1. 3 beeps in a row made Tianfeng City's professionals forum boil over. It's these guys again. They only cleared the Hell difficulty Goblin Forest in the morning, and then they cleared the Hell level Goblin Garden in the afternoon. Upstairs. I didn't hear it wrong. Isn't Goblin Garden just 3 difficulties? How did you pick Hell difficulty? Same question. I stayed in the hard difficulty Goblin Garden for 96 hours. I want to know what's the difference between me and them? Upstairs. I couldn't stand their pressure after 3 hours. But you lasted 96 hours. I'd like to call you the strongest working emperor. The topic got skewed as we chatted inside the forum. Fortunately, the previous one, Dong, came out with a post explaining it. Theoretically, every abyss has a hellish difficulty, only that some people don't have the conditions to trigger the hellish difficulty. Goblin Garden. This abyss has appeared for 3 years. The highest known record holder is the fierce man who has kept 96 hours in the difficult difficulty. But even this fierce brother hasn't found a way to get through it. The difficulty of this abyss can be seen. I believe we all know that the most disgusting thing about Goblin Garden lies in the negative status that reduces damage by 99%. With this negative status, a fully armed squad can't even defeat normal monsters, but under such circumstances, these 4 people still conquered Goblin Garden's Hell difficulty. I still maintain the inference that Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan are suspected of having SS-level talents. This post hadn't appeared for a while and had broken the 10,000 hit rate, with many people agreeing with him. Secretary Sun had long since been informed of the various news on the forum, and he would be standing behind a man, whispering something like, "Mayor Zhong, do you think it's possible that this Lin Yuan is a chosen professional?" The man's appearance was serious and unruffled, just like Zhongbai himself. Hearing Secretary Sun's words, Zhongbai nodded his head gently. According to the information on the registration of professions, Lin Yuan's talent is surprisingly a never-before-seen Class G. Moreover, his talent evolved into Class F after he came out of the Goblin Forest. From this point of view, Lin Yuan basically matches the traits of the Heaven's chosen professionist. Speaking of this, Zhongbai seemed to think of someone. Every chosen professional possesses incredible power that can't be measured by common sense. That lord who was at the same time as me has long since broken through level 80 and is heading towards demigod, while I'm still just a level 53 blast ranger. Secretary Sun obviously knew who that lord in Zhongbai's mouth was. Mentioning that lord, Secretary Sun revealed an expression of adoration. And, "Mayor Zhong, you've already worked very hard. Those who are the same age as you are still hovering around level 40. Not many of them have broken through to the second turn. Not only have you already completed the second turn, you've also inaugurated the hidden profession of Blast Ranger. What's there to be dissatisfied with? There's no need to compare with that lord. There's only been one such person in 100 years. He's already the prime of Central State now, and now there's such a suspected chosen profession's existence. We can't let him die young." Speaking at the end, Secretary Sun revealed a grave expression. According to the clues investigated by the law enforcement team, there have been traces of the activities of the Heavenly Calamity Order in Tianfeng City recently, and these people are hiding in the shadows, unaware of what ulterior motives they are plotting. Mentioning the Heavenly Calamity cult, Zhongbai's face was overflowing with murderous aura. This bunch of scumbags really have a ghost that won't leave their souls. If they dare to come to my territory to cause trouble, I'll definitely tell them to come back with no return. While the two were chatting, the teleportation gate of the Goblin Garden lit up and Lin Yuan's group of 4 walked out of the gate. Welcome the meritorious members of Tianfeng City. When Secretary Sun saw the few people, he immediately greeted them with a smile on his face. Congratulations to the four of you, you've been successfully selected as S-rank seeded players. Having cleared the Goblin Garden on Hell difficulty, the top 4 on the leaderboards were all them. Who else would the quota be given to if not a few of them? It was just as well. Originally Zongbai had planned to get a spot for his daughter through the back door. But now there was no need for that, and he also saved a favor. Zongbai saw the calm Lin Yuan, and then looked at his daughter, who was a little bird-like, and pondered. His daughter's character, Zongbai is aware of, from childhood to adulthood, that is full of arrogance, of course. All kinds of achievements have not disappointed him. Has always been high above the top of the daughter how to go to a trip to the Goblin Garden on the transformation of the sun, become a little birdie it. It seems to have suffered a lot of blows. Zongbai secretly laughed in his heart. It's good to suffer some blows so that he doesn't have to teach her that there are people outside of the world, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Chapter 29 Settling the Goblin Clan. Seeing Secretary Sun's enthusiastic attitude, Lin Yuan nodded and smiled back. I've kept Secretary Sun waiting. Not long to wait, not long to wait. You guys not only cleared the Hell difficulty abyss this time, you also made the Goblin Clan join the human camp. It can be considered a great achievement. The mayor has already reported your situation to the top. The reward is estimated to come down tomorrow. Secretary Sun even looked around as he spoke, looking for signs of the goblins. After a while, there was a movement in the portal and a large group of goblins flew out of the portal. These little goblins had just entered the human world and immediately flew around in curiosity, chattering nonstop, saying, "Is this the human world? The place is much bigger than our Goblin Garden. What is that thing flying around in the air? Is it a mount?" Other than the Goblin Queen, the other goblins hadn't stepped out of the Goblin Garden, so naturally they all looked like curious babies. Secretary Sun carefully counting the Goblin Queen. There were a total of 186 goblins, which was not a small number. If these goblins were given a suitable environment, this number would have to double in a couple years. Mayor, these goblins are only level 10 and there are quite a few of them. I wonder where we should place them? Secretary Sun couldn't decide at the moment and asked Zongbai for advice. Zongbai was also a bit difficult at first. You said that these little goblins looked weak, so it's not really a good idea to place them. While pondering, Zongbo suddenly thought of a good solution. There is a place where we can place them. Seeing Zongbai's confident look, Secretary Sun couldn't help but ask, Mayor, where are you talking about? Zongbai pointed at the holy tower and said, right there. Seeing the direction of Zongbai's finger, Secretary Sun's heart stirred. Mayor, could it be that you're talking about the holy tower's garden sanctuary? Not bad. Zongbai nodded. There is nothing more suitable for these little goblins than the garden sanctuary. That's true. Secretary Sun clearly recognized Zongbai's proposal. Only, the garden sanctuary was not a place that ordinary people could enter. They needed to pass the Holy Pagoda's trial in order to enter. Zongbai obviously knew this as well, but why did he still propose it? Secretary Su looked up at Lin Yuan, a look of realization appearing on his face. Mayor, I get it. It's still you who's high. Guessing the mayor's intentions, Secretary Sun walked over to Lin Yuan's side, ready to tell him about this. Couldn't be helped, who made him the mayor. He couldn't have Zongbai personally tell Lin Yuan about this. Lin Yuan, have you thought about how these goblins are going to be placed? They're not just one or two that you can bring with you, they're a community. If they're not properly placed, sooner or later something will go wrong. Other than that, their face value alone will attract a lot of criminals to take the risk. You can still fend off the low-level professionals. If the high-level professionals come, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect yourself. After telling Lin Yuan all the various disadvantages, Lin Yuan's expression was a bit gloomy. Secretary Sun was right. All of these goblins had a high face value, especially the Goblin Queen, like a fine work of art. Anyone who looked at her would be tempted to take her for themselves. Previously, it was just a brainwave to make them move, and now there was a dilemma. I can't let them live in their own rental house, not to mention the small place. The security is also insufficient. If a thief enters in the middle of the night, the little goblins are afraid that they will be damaged. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan didn't think of any good place to house these little goblins, so he could only turn to Secretary Sun for help. Secretary Sun, where do you think we should place them? These little goblins have already joined the human camp. The city lord can't just ignore them. If the goblins are treated unfairly today, I'm afraid that no race will dare to join the human camp in the future. The reasoning of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold wouldn't be unknown to Secretary Sun, would it? Lin Yuan gave a big kick, kicking the ball back to Secretary Sun. What a difficult brat. Secretary Sun let out a light laugh. As a part of the human race, with an ally joining us, we naturally won't sit idly by. But whether or not they can be properly resettled this time around will ultimately have to come out of you. On me. Lin Yuan was filled with doubt. Seeing Lin Yuan take the bait, Secretary Sun struck while the iron was hot. Do you know about the Trial Tower Challenge? Lin Yuan first nodded, then shook his head. I only know that every year after a professional awakens they can choose to challenge the Trial Tower. But I've never heard of the Trial Tower Challenge. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Trial Tower Challenge is only for the S-rank seeds of each city to participate in, and this year, you'll be able to represent Tianfeng City in the Holy Tower Challenge. Participating in the Trial Tower Challenge and placing a goblin, are the two related? Lin Yuan still didn't understand. The two have a lot to do with each other. The 10th floor of the Holy Tower is called the Garden Sanctuary. The environment inside is very suitable for goblins to survive. The key is that you don't have to worry about anyone being unfavorable to the goblins. If you don't have the permission of the Holy Tower, you absolutely can't get your hands dirty in the Garden Sanctuary. It's most suitable for the goblins to be housed in the Garden Sanctuary. Secretary Sun was worried that Lin Yuan didn't understand and said, there are a total of 99 floors in the Tower of Trials. Each floor will face a different challenge. As long as you successfully challenge the 10th floor, then you have the right to propose to the Holy Tower to let the goblins live in the Garden Sanctuary. The opportunity is only this year. If you miss it, you'll have to think of another way. After Secretary Sun finished speaking, he stood still and waited for Lin Yuan to make a decision. After digesting these words, Lin Yuan raised his head and looked at Secretary Sun. When will the challenge begin? I want to get them settled as soon as possible. I always feel uneasy in my heart when they're out there. Lin Yuan said this with a tone and expression as if he was already certain that he would definitely pass the 10th level challenge. The cities have just finalized their S-class seats today, and the challenge will open tomorrow morning. Secretary Sun glanced at Zhong Bai, and seeing the latter nodding slightly, he added to Lin Yuan and the others, let me take you guys to receive your S-class seed benefits first. The group of 4 followed Secretary Sun to the logistics equipment office, where the remaining one of the S-class seeds had been waiting for a long time. This was a man with a rugged face. The man had explosive muscles on his body. The whole person was like a devilish sinewy man. This is Su Shan from the first middle school, just like you guys. He is also an S-rank seed. Secretary Sun saw Su Shan and greeted him as the latter walked up to the crowd. Brother Su, at the risk of asking, how can I develop this muscle of yours? Little fatty Zhang Fan pinched his stomach, and with a sincere face, he asked Su Shan for advice. When Su Shan heard Zhang Fan's question, he scratched his head and smiled hee. You just have to be like me. Exercise for 8 hours a day. Eat less snacks and sleep more. The naive look gave Zhang Fan a blank stare. Exercise 8 hours a day. Seeing Su Shan nodding, Zhang Fan sighed. I'd better eat less in general. Chapter 30 Trial Tower Challenge. The few people didn't have to wait long as Secretary Sun distributed all the rewards for the few people. In here is a set of bronze equipment suitable for each of your professions and some skill books. You guys go back today and familiarize yourselves with it first. Gather here at 8 tomorrow. After collecting the rewards, Lin Yuan mentioned the matter of the little goblin to Secretary Sun again. Lin Yuan wished to place the little goblin here at the mayor's place. For this request, Secretary Sun naturally wouldn't refuse, stating that Lin Yuan could definitely rest assured that the mayor wouldn't let the little goblin be harmed in the slightest. After separating from the crowd, Lin Yuan returned home alone. Laid out in front of Lin Yuan was a set of bronze equipment that Apprentice Law Robe Bronze. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Attributes, Life Value plus 200, Intelligence plus 18, Physique plus 18. Apprentice Boots Bronze. Requirements, Level 10. Attributes, Life Value plus 200, Intelligence plus 15, Physique plus 15. Lin Yuan took a look at the two eyes and lost interest. There was more than one gold equipment on his body. The necklace was still platinum. The bronze equipment Lin Yuan naturally did not see. Lin Yuan can't see the equipment, but the skill book is good. Flicker Grade B LV1. Consumption, 500 mana. Effect, instantly flash to a distance of 15 meters in front of you while removing your own slowing effect. Cooldown 30 seconds. Even though there was only one skill book, Lin Yuan was satisfied. Who could ever have too many life-saving skills? Today, Lin Yuan brushed the abyss 3 times. In addition to the first time, the remaining 2 Lin Yuan can be highly concentrated. The spirit is a little tired. Lying on the bed in less than 2 minutes will enter the dreamland. The next day, Lin Yuan woke up from his sleep and then moved to the city hall. Lin Yuan was the last to arrive. Before him, everyone else had already been here for a while. Looking from afar, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched madly. And, I say fatty, eating something so oily in the morning, aren't you tired of it? No wonder Lin Yuan said that, because Zhang Fan was currently sitting on a small stool fanning himself vigorously, with a grill in front of him with all sorts of kebabs on it. Zhang Fan, who was burying his head in the grill, raised his head at the sound of his voice, and seeing that it was Lin Yuan, he picked up 2 skewers of grilled meat and handed them to him. I wasn't worried that you didn't have breakfast, so I grilled them for you on purpose. Receiving the meat skewers handed over by Zhang Fan, Lin Yuan tasted them. It's really good. It's fatty but not greasy. I actually have a feeling of invigoration after eating it. How did you grill it? I thought the meat skewer would be greasy, but it wasn't. Instead, it had a fresh scent of flowers and herbs. Ha ha ha, you don't know about this. This is the blessing effect that the Goblin Queen purposely put on me yesterday. Hearing Lin Yuan praise his meat skewers, Zhang Fan laughed. Skill Goblin Spice Special. Effect. The food you make comes with a grassy aroma and has the effect of refreshing the mind. This skill. Everyone did not know what to say when they saw the skill Zhang Fan shared out. Curious, Sushan walked over and took a skewer. He wanted to understand the effect of that refreshing and awakening effect within the skill description. After the meat skewer went down, Sushan's eyes lit up. It's really good. I feel like my mind reaction power has increased by 2 levels compared to usual. After saying that, he picked up another skewer, at which time information surfaced on top of the meat skewer. Food kebabs to boost energy and refresh the mind. Effect. Eating it will produce an energizing effect that lasts for 30 minutes. Energizing. Increases stamina recovery speed by 20%. Zhang Fan, how much is a skewer of meat? I'll buy a few more. Seeing the effect of the meat skewers, Sushan had a craving and planned to buy more. Today, they were going to participate in the Sacred Tower Challenge, in which they could not use potions but they could eat food. The meat skewers made by Zhang Fan could boost the speed of stamina recovery, so buying some more would be a good precaution. Hearing Sushan's intention to buy, Zhang Fan directly took a dozen skewers and put them into his hands. Hey, what are you buying? These are for you? It's still early for Secretary Sun's appointment. I'll grill more for everyone. Not realizing that the meat skewers he grilled would still produce attributes, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed. I didn't expect there to be this kind of effect. I still have the talent to be a spirit chef. Seeing Zhang Fan's happy appearance, Lin Yuan was also happy for him. Although he and Zhang Fan were good brothers, the two of them were not destined to stay together all the time, and Lin Yuan would have to leave the team sooner or later. He was worried that Zhang Fan would not do well after they separated. However, at a glance today, Lin Yuan is purely over-anxious. Zhang Fan had already started planning to form his own team, whether consciously or unconsciously. The distribution of kebabs just now was Zhang Fan's preparation in advance. Through observation, Zhang Fan and Wang Shue's gazes touched each other from time to time, and when the two of them looked at each other, Wang Shue would always look like a scared little rabbit, while Zhang Fan looked like a big bad wolf who had gotten his way. This made Lin Yuan mutter in his heart. When did these two hook up? Although he was spitting in his heart, Lin Yuan still recognized that Zhang Fan had a knack for it. Inside the S-class seeds, Sushan had an honest character, so he believed that it wouldn't take long for Zhang Fan to hit it off with Sushan. As for Zhong Juanru and Wang Shue, can't you see that Wang Shue is about to be eaten up by Zhang Fan, the big bad wolf, and Wang Shue is with Zhang Fan, so where else can Zhong Juanru, who is a good best friend, go? In the future, even if Lin Yuan goes solo, Zhang Fan's team can't be underestimated. All they needed to do was find another legal output to take Lin Yuan's place. 20 minutes later, Secretary Sun, dressed in formal attire, came. Are you all here quite early? How was your rest? Lin Yuan smiled and nodded back. Rested well. Secretary Sun nodded. He was just about to say something when his nose twitched slightly and, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. With a glance, Secretary Sun saw Zhang Fan who was roasting meat. You roasted it? Zhang Fan nodded. Secretary Sun casually picked up a skewer and put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, his eyes immediately glowed. And, not bad. This is the flavor, haven't had it in how many years. Secretary Sun grabbed Zhang Fan's shoulders with both hands and asked after him. What kind of ingredients did you put in? I didn't put any ingredients. This is a skill given to me by the Goblin Queen. Seeing the incredibly excited Secretary Sun, Zhang Fan posted his skill. Understanding the effect of the skill, Secretary Sun came to a realization. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Then, Secretary Sun pulled out a box and loaded all the kebabs in front of him into this box. While loading, Secretary Sun saw that Zhang Fan was about to say something and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't take your things for nothing. These kebabs are not for me to eat by myself. They are to be given to a big shot, and when the big shot eats them happily, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." As soon as Secretary Sun explained, Zhang Fan's expression changed and he generously said, "What Secretary Sun said, I just wanted to ask you if you have enough kebabs. If not, I will grill some more for you." The shameless look amused Secretary Sun, looking Zhang Fan up and down. "Don't say, you really do have a few shadows of that great man. Is it the potential to become a strong man?" Zhang Fan hurriedly asked after him. Secretary Sun shook his head. "Both of you are shameless enough." Chapter 31, Arriving at the Destination. After joking for a while, seeing that it was almost time, Secretary Sun looked positive. Today's Holy Tower Challenge is closely related to each and every one of you, of course. If you achieve good results, the city will follow suit. Every year the top 3 cities will have extra rewards from the Holy Tower. In previous years Tianfeng City was in the middle to lower rankings. This year the mayor is newly appointed and wants to do a little bit of work. If you guys get the top 3, the mayor promises to open up his treasure trove, and you guys can choose one thing of your choice. Before leaving, Secretary Sun deliberately glanced at Lin Yuan. The other 4 might be able to place in the top 10. But the top 3 was still a bit of a stretch. Still, Secretary Sun had given them a shot in the arm that inspired the fighting spirit of the 5. After that, Secretary Sun led several people into the Holy Tower's teleportation portal. The place we're going to now is the Central Sacred Tower. That's the main body of the Sacred Tower. The Sacred Towers in the other various cities are all just diversions. About to see the real Holy Tower, Lin Yuan asked curiously, "Secretary Sun, what exactly is a Holy Tower?" The Holy Tower? Some people say that the Holy Tower is a supreme artifact that has awakened its true spirit. Some people say that the Holy Tower is capable of being a god. And some people say that the Holy Tower is a fence that keeps humans in captivity. Any way you want to say it, but none of this hinders the greatness of the Holy Tower. If there was no Holy Tower, humans would have long since been exterminated by the monsters in the abyss. And where would they have survived until now? Hearing Secretary Sun's explanation, all 5 seeds seemed to understand. It seemed that in order to get the answer, they would have to rely on themselves to keep exploring. The teleportation time was very short, less than 10 seconds. Several people had already arrived at the real sacred pagoda. Stepping out of the teleportation array, several people were shocked by the scene in front of them. What appeared in front of them was a huge square of tens of thousands of meters. There were 8 huge statues of humans on the square. Countless humans were walking through the square. But when they walked in front of the statues, they would all slow down their steps and bend their bodies slightly to show their respect. The people represented by these 8 statues are all heroes who have made great contributions for humanity. Seeing the shocked gazes of the crowd, Secretary Sun pointed at a huge statue holding a war hammer and said, "This is Tu Yang, the first human paladin and the most powerful paladin to date. Because the paladin naturally restrains the purgatory demon, is regarded as a thorn in the side of the purgatory demon. In Tu Yang level 84 turns, the purgatory demon poured out. Just the demon king sent out 3 wanting to completely kill Tu Yang. But the paladin is notoriously difficult to kill. 3 demon king not only did not succeed but instead was killed by Tu Yang back to kill one." Speaking of this, Secretary Sun was a little sad. Unfortunately, in the end, Purgatory gathered 10 Hell Monarchs and cast a spatial turbulence, banishing Tu Yang into the void. By now 6 years have passed. There are many aberrant monsters in the void. Tu Yang is afraid that he is already in a bad way. "Lord Tu Yang will not die," Su Shan shouted. "I believe that with Lord Tu Yang's strength he will never die. Sooner or later he will cross the void turbulence and return to the human world." Su Shan's father was one of the group of people who followed Tujin's battles in the early years, still fighting on the front lines of the abyss today. Su Shan had grown up listening to Tu Yang's stories and was Tu Yang's most loyal admirer. In Su Shan's heart, the small void could not stop Tu Yang at all. Seeing that Su Shan was a bit agitated, Lin Yuan hurriedly changed the subject and, "Secretary Sun, who is that man holding a staff?" Lin Yuan asked, pointing at the statue at the very front. Seeing the statue Lin Yuan was pointing at, Secretary Sun explained, "This is Good, who is now known as humanity's #1 Dharma god." After Secretary Sun finished speaking, he didn't say too much and waved to everyone, saying, "It's getting late. Let's get going." When Lin Yuan's few people arrived at the location of the competition, There were already quite a few people waiting here. Some of the lead teams from other cities saw Secretary Sun and came over to greet him. "How's it going, old son? Any good seedlings this year? Your Mayor Zong is newly appointed, so he'll definitely place well in this challenge, right?" The one who spoke was the leader of Water Willow City, called Chun Hongguang, who had a good relationship with Secretary Sun and was the first to open his mouth upon seeing him. Seeing an old acquaintance, Secretary Sun humbly said, "Hi, our Tianfeng City is not well known. Where can we compare to other places?" "Modest no, isn't it a stable top 5 this year?" Chun Hongguang squeezed his eyebrows and said, "Hi, top 5 is a bit high." Secretary Sun waved his hands one after another. "I think so, the top 5 is indeed a bit high, you're still a bit self-aware, much better than your lofty-eyed mayor." A sorrowful voice reached the ears of the crowd, interrupting the conversation between Secretary Sun and Chen Hongguang. This caused Secretary Sun to frown and, "Sun envy, what do you mean?" "Nothing much, just that I think you're right." The man known as Sun Envy looked gloomy and gave off an uncomfortable feeling as he walked up to Secretary Sun in surprise. "Why are you frowning? I'm going along with what you said. Is there anything wrong with that?" Secretary Sun obviously hated this person in front of him very much and didn't want to spend more time with him, pulling Lin Yuan and the others to leave. But Sun Xian obviously didn't want to let go of this opportunity, blocking in front of Secretary Sun and said, "Haven't seen you for so long, why do you have to leave as soon as we meet?" After saying this, he waved his hand to the side and walked over a few young men with their noses in the air. "Let me introduce you, these are the challengers of Tianshui City this year. The lowest one is a rank talent. The captain is even an assassin with S-rank talent. How about not bad? How about you, Tianfeng City? Is there any professional who is S-rank talent? Seeing the several young men next to Sun Xian, Secretary Sun finally knew why Sun Xian stopped himself. This was coming over to demonstrate. Secretary Sun implicitly glanced at Lin Yuan and sneered in his heart. "I'll let you pretend to be a bully now. There'll be a time for you to cry later." With an embarrassed expression on his face. "Your Tianshui City has a lot of talent. Our Tianfeng City naturally can't compare. I wish you good results this year." Sun Xian didn't expect Secretary Sun to give in so quickly. In his heart, he had the feeling of hitting cotton with one punch. It was hard when the heart did not go up and down. Chapter 32 Heart of the Inferno Demon. Sun Xian was about to entangle himself. At this time, a huge falcon suddenly fell from the sky. The falcon spread its 2 wings to be nearly 20 meters long, and its aura was terrifying. After landing, a tall man jumped down from its back. "Ha ha ha! It's not too late." Seeing the man, Sun Xian was like a mouse seeing a cat. His face was very ugly and he left with a cold snort. When Secretary Sun saw the man, he first froze, then thought of something. His face rejoiced and greeted him with a smile. "Master, too long time no see. I didn't expect that the one who presided over the challenge this time was actually you." In his heart, he was even more joyful. "I still want to find you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send me to the door." The big man who was called Master 2 nodded his head slightly, only to see him gently stomp his foot, instantly transforming heaven and earth. Everyone in the square was transported to the interior of the holy tower. Hiss, so powerful. Is this the strength of a 4th-turn warrior, terrifying as it is? Apart from being a bit shameless, Master 2's strength is still unquestionable. Silence. Be careful of him giving you small shoes. Listening to the murmurs coming from around him, Master 2 was surprisingly calm, stretching out his hand and gently pressing down, and not seeing any extra movements from him. Everyone was like ducks that had been stuck by the neck, unable to make another sound. "My name is Tu Gang. I'm the host of this challenge. Due to time constraints, I won't repeat the content of the challenge. I have something to emphasize." Tu Gang pulled out a fiery red bead from inside his backpack behind him and said, "This is an Inferno heart that I exploded from slaughtering an Inferno Lord a few days ago. Whoever can achieve first place today, this Inferno heart will be theirs. Heart of Inferno Demon Dark Gold. Attributes: life value plus 8,000, attack power plus 500, life recovery speed plus 200%, flame resistance plus 30. Description: this item does not need to be worn. It can be placed in the backpack to take effect. After the attributes of the Inferno heart were displayed, all the professionals were shocked. Holy no way, this item increases more attributes than my entire body. If I have the Heart of Inferno, won't I be able to walk sideways in the future? A shield warrior professional said loudly. The other professionals also nodded their heads in recognition. The profession in the room that was most eager for this item was actually not the warrior, but the assassin profession. Because the assassin profession had high offense and low defense, it was a brittle profession. The 8,000 blood increased by the Heart of Inferno could greatly enhance the assassin's survivability, and the increase in attack power was also quite a bit. The most critical point is that this thing does not occupy the equipment grid. Put it in the backpack will take effect. Even if it is not a physical profession, also want to grab it. Even if they do not use it, they can also exchange for the equipment of this profession. You only need to spend 500 gold coins for the registration fee. You can have a chance to get the Heart of the Inferno. How about it? The heart is moved. The heart is not as good as the action. The first 10 to pay the money can also be discounted 95%. Oh. Two Gang was like a sales leader at the moment, following the temptation there. Upon hearing that there was still money to be paid, many people hesitated. According to Two Gang's expression, this money is only the enrollment fee. No matter if you are the first or not, this money is not refundable. This reward could only be obtained by the first place, and most of the people here were not confident that they would definitely win the first place. However, there were still some unbelieving professionals who went to Two Gang and signed up. With the first, there would naturally be a second. Within a short while, there were already more than 20 people who had signed up. In just a few minutes, Two Gang had already scored 10,000 gold coins. Su Shan didn't even resist the temptation. Su Shan didn't resist the temptation to pay the 500 gold coins enrollment fee. He knew that 500 gold coins could buy 2 C-rank skill books that a warrior could use. Aren't you guys going? Secretary Sun looked at the other 4 who were indifferent, somewhat surprised. This is a rare and good opportunity. Although Master Tu is a more shameless person, he is very trustworthy. If he dares to take something out, he won't go back on his word. Secretary Sun thought that these people were worried that Master Tu would go back on his word and play tricks on them, and spoke up to explain. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other 3 looked at each other, and Zhang Fan shrugged his shoulders and said, "With a pervert like Lin Yuan here, why would we spend that wasted money?" In his words, he was extremely confident in Lin Yuan. It was as if Lin Yuan had already secured the first place. Su Shan, who hadn't teamed up with Lin Yuan, revealed a puzzled look at his words. "We haven't even reached level 10 yet. He's just a brittle spell. He might not be able to last until the end. I heard that the more monsters we encounter at the back of the challenge, the more monsters we encounter." The other few heard Su Shan say this, and there was no way to explain. There were some things that could only be known by seeing them with their own eyes. Hearing others say it was ultimately not as shocking as seeing it for themselves. Chapter 33 Time to Witness Strength. Only after there were fewer people around Master Tu did Lin Yuan walk over to pay for his registration. After realizing that there was no one in front of him, Two Gang shouted, "No one has signed up yet?" Seeing that no one had signed up, Two Gang didn't remind the people present and directly waved his hand, sending all these people to the teleportation portal. Lin Yuan immediately felt a wave of heavenly rotation. After standing still, a huge light screen 10 meters long and 5 meters high appeared in front of him, with the figure of a monster looming inside. Knowing that the challenge was about to begin, Lin Yuan held his staff in his right hand and prepared to fight. Without giving much time for preparation, a countdown began to appear above the light screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a group of monsters wailed and ran out from the light screen. After a rough count, there were 10 of them, all small level 5 inferior demons. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised when he saw the number of monsters. There are so many in the first wave. A normal professional wouldn't be able to face it alone. It's worthy of being a challenge that only S-ranked seeds can participate in. Inferior Demon LV6. Life value, 1500. Attack power, 60. Skill, none. Facing 10 monsters, Lin Yuan raised his hand and unleashed the Gale Art. 2500. 2500. 2500. 10 lines of damage appeared on the monsters, killing the group in seconds. You have killed 10 inferior demons, gaining 500 experience points. You have killed the first layer of monsters in 2 seconds. Do you choose to continue? Continue. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and directly chose to continue. When he reached the second level, once the countdown passed, Lin Yuan went over with another Gale Art and 2500. 2500. Even the monster's name Lin Yuan didn't bother to look at it. The monster directly turned into a pile of experience. Killed 10 dwarf tie devils. Gained 600 experience points. You have killed the second layer of monsters. 1 second. Do you choose to continue? All the way to the 5th level, none of the monsters that appeared were able to last more than a second. Arriving at the 5th floor, Lin Yuan realized something was different. The portal was glowing with red light. The countdown ended and a tall monster emerged from the light screen. Inferior Demon Commander LV-10. Life value, 20,000. Attack power, 400. Skill, Evil Fireball. Description: unleash an evil energy fireball that deals 800 points of flame damage. Here comes the boss. Lin Yuan revealed a smile. He could finally change a skill himself. The next action of the boss made Lin Yuan freeze, only to see that the boss didn't even greet him and directly rubbed the fireball in place. Yoo-hoo! Mean enough. Lin Yuan saw the boss cast a spell and also started releasing meteorite. Both ended their spell casting at the same time, and the boss's evil energy fireball only dealt 658 damage when it hit Lin Yuan. But the meteorite spell that Lin Yuan summoned directly smashed the boss to death. 110,000. You have killed the inferior demon commander and gained 1,000 experience points. You have killed the 5th level monster. It took 3 seconds. Do you choose to continue? Although the boss was dead, it didn't explode with equipment, which made Lin Yuan a little disappointed. From the 6th level onwards, Lin Yuan would be facing monsters from level 10 upwards. Lin Yuan had discovered something. The Gale technique was no longer able to kill monsters in seconds. So, Lin Yuan switched to the meteorite technique, meaning that each level would take an extra 2 seconds. With 4 meteorite spells, Lin Yuan arrived at the 10th floor. Detected that you've challenged more than 99% of the professions. Is it time to open the elite challenge? Arriving at the 10th floor, Lin Yuan received a system prompt. Elite challenge. Without even considering it, Lin Yuan chose to accept. Although he hadn't heard Secretary Sun mention it, the rewards of an elite challenge should be more than a normal one. After choosing to accept, the color of the portal changed to a deep purple, emitting a deadly aura. Fallen Dark Goblin Queen Elite LV-18. Life value, 150,000. Attack power, 4,200. Dark pollen. Sprinkles deadly pollen towards the front. The pollen comes with effects such as poisoning, corrosion, and weakening, dealing 2,000 points of toxin damage per second. Fallen flame. The Dark Goblin Queen's mouth spits out fallen flames, scorching the target for 5,000 mana points and dealing an equal amount of damage to lifesteal. What a perverted life value and damage. Is the difficulty of the elite level that high? Lin Yuan sighed. However, he didn't slow down with his hand movements, releasing a meteorite spell towards the boss. Unlike the other monsters, the Dark Goblin Queen seemed to have intelligence, and the moment it appeared, it didn't take the initiative to attack, but instead said in a voice full of temptation, "Braveheart, I have been inflicted with a curse by the evil greedy demon King Mammon. Are you willing to help me? As long as you are willing to help me, I can sign a contract of equality with you, and I can fight for you then." The Dark Goblin Queen's calculations were loud and clear. Don't you humans pride yourselves on being righteous? When you see me, a dainty little goblin, appearing in front of you and crying, wouldn't you still be overflowing with a sense of justice? If Lin Yuan agreed, the Dark Goblin Queen would sign a contract with Lin Yuan, but it wasn't a contract of equality. It was a master and servant contract. The Dark Goblin Queen was the master and Lin Yuan was the servant. This trick was tried and true, and by relying on this trick, the Dark Goblin Queen had already captured many professionals for the greedy demon Lord Mammon to be his traders. This time, the Dark Goblin Queen had targeted Lin Yuan. But she thought wrong. Lin Yuan wasn't even listening to her. As soon as 3 seconds passed, a huge, gigantic meteorite that emitted a scorching aura appeared in mid-air. What is this? The Dark Goblin Queen was shocked. It's huge. This was an S-rank meteorite spell which could only be unleashed by a high-level mage, so how could it appear here? The meteorite spell didn't care about the Dark Goblin Queen's shocked expression, and it directly smashed into her petite body, smashing out a stun effect. 90,000. A damage that made Lin Yuan frown a little appeared in front of his eyes. Monsters from Purgatory, it's normal to have a higher flame resistance. Muttering to himself, Lin Yuan released another meteorite spell. Bang! 90,000. Another huge damage appeared on the boss's head. Since the boss had been in a stunned state, it was killed without even letting out a scream. You have killed the fallen Dark Goblin Queen and gained 10,000 experience points. You have killed the 10th floor monster in 8 seconds. You have broken the record. Do you choose to make it public? Hide. Lin Yuan chose to hide. If he didn't hide, Lin Yuan would appear in the official line of sight, which meant that Lin Yuan would obtain richer resources. However, Lin Yuan also knew that there were quite a few evil professionals in this world. Some were traitors to the demon lord, and some were purely in it for the thrill of killing. I can't let these people know, or else I'm afraid I'll always be in danger. After weighing his options, Lin Yuan still chose not to publicize his name. Developing meticulously was the way to go. Chapter 34 Reactions from All Sides. Just a few seconds before Lin Yuan killed the boss, Tianshui City's S-class gifted professionals had just arrived at the 5th floor. Finally came to the 5th floor. I should be the first one here, after killing the small boss. Let's see me rush straight to the 10th floor in one breath and break the previous record. This S-rank talent professional was called Li Liang, and his talent was called Waiting for the Opportunity. Talent. Waiting for an Opportunity S-rank. Effect 1. Refreshes the cooldown of a skill when you use it to kill a target that can make you gain experience points. Effect 2. When used actively, it causes the next attack or skill to inflict a bludgeon, increasing the damage of the bludgeon by 200%. With this talent, Li Liang was on fire and didn't have to worry about skill cooldowns, which led him to the 5th floor one step ahead of the crowd. But just as Li Liang was roaming around with the small boss on the 5th floor, there came a reminder from the Holy Tower that, congratulations to the challenger, successfully passed the 10th floor challenge elite in 8 seconds, setting a new all-time record, prestige value +1. Congratulations to the challenger, successfully passed the 10th level challenge elite, took 8 seconds, set a new all-time record, prestige value +1. It was broadcasted 3 times in a row, everyone in the neighborhood got the alert, and many of the city's leaders were talking about it. What? This passed the 10th floor. How long did it take? You guys take a closer look at the tips above. This challenger is challenging the elite difficulty. While the crowd was still discussing, a sharp-eyed leader pointed out the matter of elite difficulty, and the originally curious team instantly exploded and, surprisingly, it's elite difficulty. This hasn't been elite difficulty for how many years? Yeah, even back then, those supreme demons used about half a minute to clear the 10th level of elite difficulty, but this person only used 8 seconds. The leaders outside the sacred tower looked different, while the challengers inside the sacred tower all broke their defenses. When Zhang Fan and the 3 of them heard the beep, they all unanimously revealed smiles, as if they knew that this hidden name challenger was Lin Yuan. Li Liang, on the other hand, cursed. 8 seconds. I knocked out 10,000 blood from the boss in 8 seconds. Seeing the boss in front of him, Li Liang decisively took the initiative to turn on Waiting for Opportunity and used his strongest B-ranked skill to deal a high amount of bludgeoning damage. 15,000. Seeing this damage, Li Liang's heart felt a little better. Wait for me to slowly surpass you. You have passed the 10th level of the trial. You can choose one from within the following 3 rewards. Option 1. Gain 500 skill points. Option 2. Receive the right to use a portion of the garden sanctuary. Option 3. Randomize an A-ranked mage skill book. The moment option 1 appeared, Lin Yuan directly passed it. When he saw the second item, his face was overjoyed and he directly chose to receive the reward. The place where the goblins live is considered to be settled. After choosing the land reward, a parchment scroll that exuded a magical aura appeared in Lin Yuan's backpack. Is this the land deed? It's really good. This piece of land contained a really good location, in a stream valley in the northern part of the garden sanctuary, covering an area of 10 square kilometers, enough for the goblin clan to inhabit. You have successfully challenged the 10th level. Do you choose to continue the challenge? Note: the difficulty will multiply from the 11th level onwards. Please be mentally prepared. Lin Yuan, who was studying the deed, heard the beep and didn't reply immediately. Instead, he planned to give his skills a wave of reinforcement. Opening his skill bar, Lin Yuan saw that there were 4 S-rank skills and 2 B-rank skills in the skill bar. Which skill should I strengthen? Seeing these skills, Lin Yuan was in a bit of a dilemma. The offensive skills were already enough. Even if he upgraded the Gale Art to S-rank, it wouldn't be of much use. However, Lin Yuan could no longer upgrade the S-rank skills, so Lin Yuan could only choose Flash and Gale Art. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to upgrade his Gale Art, he received a long overdue beep. Detected 2 Fire S-rank skills, whether to spend 2,000 skill points to upgrade to SS rank skills. Ha! Lin Yuan froze, then rejoiced. Upgrade. That's an SS ranked skill. How many people haven't even seen it? I'm only losing 2 S rank skills and 2,000 skill points. I'm making money. After agreeing to this, the blazing boundary and meteorite technique inside Lin Yuan's skill bar disappeared and was replaced by an SS ranked skill called Meteor Fire Rain. Skill Meteor Fire Rain SSS-level. Casting time, 8 seconds. Consumption, 1,050,000 mana. Skill description. Consume mana and summon meteors to deal a devastating blow to a 100-100 range, dealing 300,000 plus intelligence 100 points of fire damage for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Note, the less mana you consume, the less casting time and the less cooldown time. Seeing the unbelievable damage of the SS skill, Lin Yuan laughed out loud. Steady this time! In his joy, Lin Yuan wanted to fill up Meteor Firestorm, but he got a prompt that he didn't have enough skill points. Surprised, Lin Yuan also learned that SS-level skill upgrades required 100 skill points. This can point really doesn't resist spending garbage system, don't know to adjust the value more. Lin Yuan was a bit dissatisfied and cursed under his breath. System. If I was conscious, I would have cursed back. With SS ranked skills, Lin Yuan chose to continue the challenge. Arriving at the 11th floor, the environment here changed drastically, filled with a solemn aura of murder. Where exactly is this place? Are those monsters real or were they created by the Holy Tower? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with questions. He didn't wait long to think about it when an old familiar appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Monster name: Flame Dog Elite LV-15. Blood: 60,000. Attack: 700. Skill 1. Primary Flame Antibody. Effect: Immune to 10% flame damage. Skill 2. Crazy Bite. Effect: Flame Dog's next bite attack comes with 100% flame damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds. For level 15 elite flame dogs, their attributes were quite a bit stronger than the ones Lin Yuan had encountered before. Seeing these flame dogs, Lin Yuan planned to try out the new skill. For his initial release, Lin Yuan spent 5,000 mana and released Meteor Firestorm. With less mana invested, the casting time was naturally much less, and with the talent, the skill had been released in less than 0.5 seconds. Looking at the skill bar, Lin Yuan realized that the cooldown time was only a short 10 seconds. This skill is a bit interesting, I just don't know how the damage is. The skill had been released and had encompassed the 4 elite monsters. Looking at the meteor shower falling from the sky, Lin Yuan was a bit expectant, desperately wanting to know how much damage would be dealt by the skill that had consumed 5,000 mana. Chapter 35 Meteor Fire Rain. The spell was cast very quickly, and the elite monster didn't run for a few steps before it was hit by a roiling meteor of fire. 25,000. 25,000. Terrifying damage appeared above the heads of the elite monsters, and in less than 3 seconds, 4 elite monsters were directly killed. You killed the elite flaming dogs. Took 3 seconds, experience value plus 1,000 x4. Holy, why is the damage so high? Even Lin Yuan was shocked when he saw the damage emerging from the elite monsters' heads. It was reasonable to say that consuming 5,000 mana should have dealt less than 20,000 points of damage. So how could it deal 25,000 damage? After looking at the battle records, Lin Yuan realized. It turned out that these 4 monsters belonged to the demon monsters. Don't forget, one of the effects of the necklace Lin Yuan was wearing was to increase damage to demonic monsters by 100%. Originally, the damage should have been over 30,000 points because the flame dogs had a primary flame immunity, which cut down on some of the damage. After breaking through the 11th floor, Lin Yuan knew his current strength and chose to continue breaking through. The monsters on the 12th floor were 5 evil orcs. Name: Evil Orc Elite LV-16. Life value: 50,000. Attack power: 3,000. Skill 1, Fearless. Description: Orcs are fearless and immune to fear effects. Skill 2, Shun Chop. Description: Swing the weapon towards the front 3 meters to deal a blow that deals 150% damage. The 5 evil orcs had a relatively low life value but high attack power. Lin Yuan saw the monster attributes and directly threw over a 10,000 mana Meteor Firestorm. In 1 second's time, a rain of fire rained down from the sky, hitting the evil orcs. 30,000. 30,000. You have killed the elite evil orc. Time 3 seconds. Experience value plus 1,200 x5. After killing this group of monsters, Lin Yuan looked at the same experience value. He was almost at level 13. Not bad. 1 more level up and I'll be able to fill up the Meteor Fire Rain. 6 level 17 elite Minotaur warriors appeared on the 13th level, but still didn't last more than 3 seconds before being killed by Lin Yuan. You have killed the elite Minotaur warrior in 3 seconds. Experience value plus 1,400 x6. You have leveled up to level 13 and gained 1,000 skill points. Finally, I've upgraded. I've been waiting for my skills to get hungry. With 1,000 skill points in hand, Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together with an excited expression. Fill me up with Meteor Fire Rain. Skill Meteor Fire Rain SSS-level max. Casting time 0.510 seconds. Consumption 5,100,000 mana. Skill description. Consume mana, summon meteors to deal a devastating blow to a 500 range, dealing up to 8,000,000 plus intelligence 100 points of fire damage for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Enemies in the center position of the meteors will be stunned, and enemies in the edge position will be sent flying. Note: the less mana you consume, the less time it takes to cast the spell, the less damage it deals. I'm not mistaken. Looking at the damage of Meteor Firestorm, Lin Yuan wiped his eyes. 800,000 base damage. Lin Yuan roughly calculated that his current intelligence was around 200 points, which would increase the damage by around 20,000. Holy, when his intelligence attribute comes up in the future, won't he be able to deal millions of damage? Truly worthy of being an SS-ranked skill, it just hangs. Taking a few ragged breaths, Lin Yuan calmed down and chose to continue the challenge. Perhaps it was because the Holy Tower realized that all the previous monsters were melee and had no way to pose a threat to Lin Yuan. 8 long-range monsters appeared on the 14th floor. Name: Troll Headhunter Elite LV18. Life value 1,000,000. Attack power 3,000. Skill 1, Frenzy. Description: Troll Headhunter's attack speed increases by 70% when wounded. Skill 2, Troll Regeneration. Description: Troll Headhunter applies a layer of blood regeneration effect to himself after taking damage, restoring 2% of his life value every second. The attack power isn't low. Lin Yuan frowned when he saw the 8 monsters. What a high attack power. Can't be set on fire. Seeing that the monsters were still far away, Lin Yuan began to release spells. Previously, he had been instantly releasing Meteor Firestorm, and the damage dealt was all minimal. Lin Yuan wanted to see how much damage he could deal after chanting. The Troll Headhunter's attack range was 20 meters, and right now they were 80 meters away from Lin Yuan. At full run, it would take them 5 seconds to attack Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan calculated this time and released the spell after chanting for 4 seconds. Rumble. Fire meteors poured down from the sky, the attack distance encompassing the entire trial land. 170,000. 170,000. After chanting for 4 seconds, the damage actually reached 170,000 points for less than a second, directly melting the monster. You killed the elite Troll Headhunter. Time 5 seconds. Experience value plus 1,600 x8. After killing it, Lin Yuan arrived at the 15th floor. A boss should have appeared on this floor, Lin Yuan said to himself as he looked at the huge light curtain that was over 50 meters in height. As expected, before Lin Yuan could say anything, a demon commander over 20 meters tall walked out of the light screen. Name: Crier Alhaz Elite Overlord LV20. Life value 5,000,000. Attack power 12,000. Skill 1, Hear My Command. Description: Summons 30 level 20 demon guards for battle. Skill 2, Fox Falsehood. Description: Summon the projection of an angry demon king to fight. The demon king's projection has twice the attributes of an Alhaz. Seeing the attributes on the monster, Lin Yuan was delighted. Still an old acquaintance. The boss in front of him was actually a henchman of the angry demon king that he had beaten up yesterday. After Alhaz was summoned, he had planned to deliver a very pretentious opening line, but the moment he saw Lin Yuan, he suddenly burst into a rage. Scum who desecrates Lord Demon King, let me break you into pieces. Little ones, listen to my orders and fight for me. Alhaz directly summoned 30 demon guards out and ordered them to swarm Lin Yuan. Arrest this human for me. Don't look at the ferocity of Alhaz shouting just now. He actually intended to capture Lin Yuan alive, force him to sign a slave contract, and bring him back to the purgatory plane. As the lapdog of the angry demon king, Alhaz knew how valuable Lin Yuan was right now. The angry demon king had put out the word that if anyone could bring Lin Yuan to him alive, they would be given a domain fragment. That was a domain fragment, a treasure that even a level 60 archfiend could only dream of, so Alhaz was naturally moved. Demon Guard LV20. Life value 50,000. Attack power 2,500. Skill: Heavy Strike. Description: Swing the weapon towards the target and unleash a heavy strike that deals 120% damage. Trying to catch me with just a few rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs? Overthinking it. Lin Yuan scowled in disdain. Chapter 36 Seconds, or Seconds. Looking at the demon guard who was furiously charging over, Lin Yuan smiled contemptuously before he released his flash and ran away, flashing to the very edge of the trial land. Humph, cutie. Only then do I stay where I am. After flashing, Lin Yuan silently started releasing spells. He intended to give the boss a big wave, and directly cleared his blue bar, spending 10 seconds to release Meteor Firestorm in its entirety. This was the first time Lin Yuan had ever released a skill in its entirety. Lin Yuan's blue bar was instantly drained. It was a good thing that there was a passive skill that restored 10% mana per second, otherwise after releasing this spell, none of the other skills would have been able to be used. Rumble. After 10 seconds of chanting, the fire meteors that appeared this time were each larger than the S-rank skill meteorite spell. The meteorites in the sky were falling crazily towards the ground, giving people a feeling of doom. Looking at the image of the sky falling apart, even Lin Yuan couldn't remain calm. Such a big commotion. The attack range was even 500-500. The entire trial space only had a range of 300-300, which meant that the meteor fire shower had turned into a map cannon. 860,000. After one round, there were no more living things in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. Even the boss was killed by Lin Yuan in one hit. The poor boss didn't even use its second skill before dying. You killed Demon Commander Alhazi. Took 12 seconds, experience value plus 10,000. You've risen to level 14 and gained 1,000 skill points. After killing the boss, Lin Yuan had risen another level, and Lin Yuan also saw something shiny appear on the boss. Finally, the equipment exploded. Lin Yuan was in hot tears. From the first level to the 15th level, a piece of equipment had finally exploded. The moment he picked up the equipment and saw the attributes, Lin Yuan was furious and cursed. IXXXXXX, you shabby demon. Equipment. Guardian Heavy Armor Gold. Wearing requirements: Warrior. Physique 100+. Attributes: Armor plus 100, Physique plus 80, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Probability of summoning a Guardian Shadow to fight when attacked, Shadow attack power 500, lasts 30 seconds. No wonder Lin Yuan cursed. It was so hard to explode a piece of equipment and work for Zhang Fan. Son of a Zhang Fan, it's cheap for you again. Lin Yuan cursed and put the equipment into his backpack and chose to continue the challenge. Lin Yuan's side had just finished cursing when Zhang Fan, who had just killed the 5th level boss, sneezed. Achoo! It must be someone saying bad things about me. A big handsome guy, behind my back again. After sneezing, Zhang Fan came to the boss's corpse. Ugh! How come it only exploded 2 equipments? Seeing that the boss had only exploded 2 equipments, Zhang Fan was a bit dissatisfied. Weapon Guard Short Knife Silver. Wearing requirements: Warrior, Strength 50+. Attributes: Strength plus 30, Physique plus 40, Agility plus 20, Stance probability increased by 5%. Ring Stone Bull Ring Bronze. Requirements: None. Attributes: Strength plus 15, Physique plus 20. Ugh. The attributes are okay. Barely bring it on. Zhang Fan muttered, put the equipment on and chose to continue the challenge. If Lin Yuan saw this image, he didn't know how he should feel. It turned out that it wasn't that the monsters didn't explode equipment, but that Lin Yuan's face was too dark. It seemed that the previous boss fight had such a high drop, but it was entirely due to Zhang Fan's little red hand. Black Hand Lin Yuan currently didn't know about this as he was flying through the challenges. Each layer took no more than 20 seconds. Lin Yuan had sort of discovered a bug that wasn't a bug. He realized that his skills were a full map attack. As long as the skills were thrown out, the monsters had nowhere to run, and he just had to collect the food at ease on the side. The tactics were as follows. After arriving at the next level, Lin Yuan first flashed to the boundary of the trial to distance himself, then released Meteor Fire Rain, and once 10 seconds passed, the monster would be killed in seconds. With this tactic, Lin Yuan killed all the way to the 20th floor. During this time, Lin Yuan had leveled up another one to level 15 and had extra skill points on hand. If only I had a life-saving skill. Lin Yuan desperately wanted a life preservation skill now, but unfortunately, the mage's life preservation skill was too precious, and every time it appeared, it would trigger a scramble from all directions. Let's upgrade Gale Art first and see. With these 2,000 skill points, Lin Yuan did not intend to keep them and planned to upgrade the Gale Art. After all, the Gale Art was considered a control skill, and after upgrading it to S rank he would have one more card to play. After investing 1,510 skill points, The B-ranked skill Gale Art became the S-ranked skill Storm Tornado. Skill Storm Tornado S-rank LV1. Casting time, 5 seconds. Consumption, 5,000 mana. Description: summons a large tornado to inflict damage on targets within 25 meters, dealing 10 strikes per second, each dealing 5,000 plus intelligence 20 points of magic damage for 10 seconds. Enemies in the center will be caught in the eye of the wind and fall into stasis. The damage per time is a bit lower. The victory is that the frequency of attacks is fast, and I should be able to surprise myself when I raise it to full. Seeing the extra S-rank skill, Lin Yuan was satisfied and directly filled up the skill. Skill Storm Tornado S-rank Level Max. Casting time, 4 seconds. Consumption, 12,000 mana. Description: summons a super large tornado to inflict damage on targets within 100 meters, dealing 30 strikes per second, each dealing 1,000 plus intelligence 100 points of magic damage for 30 seconds. Enemies within 10 meters of the center will be caught in the eye of the wind and fall into an entangled state. Note: spells cannot be cast while in the entangled state. Filling up Storm Tornado, Lin Yuan didn't stay too long and entered the 20th floor. As soon as Lin Yuan arrived, the portal light screen lit up, and a humanoid creature with a skeleton mace in hand emerged from it. Name: Purgatory Mage House Chief LV25. Life value 2 million. Mana 10,000. Attack power 5,800. Skill 1, Fear Technique. Description: a shrill whistle comes out of his mouth, releasing a sound wave, causing the target to fall into a state of fear for 10 seconds, and will be lifted after being attacked. Skill 2, Soul Fire. Description: chant for 5 seconds, cast a Soul Fire, dealing 12,000 points of real damage to the target, which ignores shields. Skill 3, Mana Shield. Description: every 1 point of mana can resist 100 points of damage. The moment he saw the boss's attributes, Lin Yuan directly released Flash to the very edge of the map. With a raise of his right hand, he began casting spells. This time, Lin Yuan didn't choose Meteor Fire Rain, but instead chose Storm Tornado. The reason was simple: this boss was a magic monster, the damage of Meteor Firestorm was high, but if he didn't stun the boss and let the boss release a skill, then Lin Yuan would be in a bad way. The first skill of the boss, Fear Technique, is an instantaneous skill, so if he gets hit, he's afraid he'll have to be accounted for here. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he should choose Storm Tornado. Chapter 37, Mana Shield. The boss just teleported over. Jia laughed a few times. Which unknowing human has come to challenge House again? I'll put your soul into endless torture. After saying his words, boss seemed to be very proud, but he immediately froze. Where is everyone? Why was there no one in front of him? Where did the challenger go? After searching for half a day, he only found Lin Yuan's figure in the corner at the very edge. A coward who wants to hide and seek with House. The boss laughed contemptuously and raised his staff to apply a mana shield to himself. Lin was nearly 200 meters away from the boss, and the casting distance of the boss fear spell was 80 meters, so the boss would have to travel a minimum of 120 meters to release the spell. The boss was moving at a speed of 20 meters per second, which was fast, and was getting closer and closer to Lin Yuan. But once 4 seconds had passed, Lin Yuan revealed a victor's smile. It's done. As Lin Yuan stopped moving, a huge tornado of over 50 meters instantly formed, blocking in front of the boss. Before getting close to the boss, dense damage numbers had already appeared on the boss. Although the numbers weren't high, only a few thousand, they couldn't help but be high in frequency. On average, about 150,000 points of damage would be dealt to the boss every second. In just 5 seconds, the boss's mana value was almost at the bottom. The boss obviously also realized this and quickly advanced towards Lin Yuan, wanting to rush out of the tornado's attack range. This was clearly a wrong decision. When the boss walked to a distance of 10 meters from the eye of the storm, its entire body flew up uncontrollably and flew close to the eye of the wind, falling into the entangled state. In the entangled state, none of the boss's skills could be used. The boss, who was being controlled by the eye of the wind, was suffocating and could only pray that this skill would not last long. Unfortunately, the boss was destined to not be able to wait for that time. Lin Yuan's Meteor Fire Rain was already ready. In an instant, millions of meteors fell towards the ground. Not only did the boss have to take damage from the storm tornado, it was also hit by meteors from time to time, and by the 15th second, the boss had turned into a corpse. Congratulations to the challenger? Successfully passed the 20th level challenge elite in 20 seconds, setting a new record, reputation value +1. Congratulations to challenger? successfully passed the 20th level challenge elite, took 20 seconds, set a new all-time record, prestige value +1. The moment Lin Yuan killed the boss, the Holy Tower once again sent out a prompt, and this time even many bigwigs were startled. Tu Gang, who was sitting at the entrance of the trial tower, heard this prompt and his closed eyes suddenly opened. Interesting little guy. Maybe you'll be the next him. After muttering to himself, Tu Gang suddenly frowned and said impatiently, "All of you, get out." The voice reached the ears of quite a few people, instantly scaring off quite a few people with ulterior motives. These people carried all sorts of purposes, wanting to know just what kind of god had passed the 20th layer elite trial. Originally, passing the 20th layer elite trial was nothing, but it was different when it was put on a professional who had just awakened on the second day. The last person who had just awakened and passed the 20th tier elite trial was called Tu Yang. Hearing this person's name, one could tell how much of a stir Lin Yuan had caused. Luckily, the host this time was Tu Yang. As a level 82 Titan Guardian, Tu Gang had deterred a group of professionals who were having crooked thoughts. The Titan Guardian was a shield warrior's fourth turn profession. In that abyssal battle half a year ago, Purgatory had deployed 2 demon kings and a dozen demon lords. Due to the emergence of traitors on the human side, the human race in the abyss was isolated, and Tu Gang used his own strength to resist the Purgatory army for 30 minutes, and eventually waited for support. Through this battle, Tu Gang made a name for himself as the Wall of Heaven. He was known as the strongest shield battle of the human race. Absolute strength carried with it a superb shocking power that deterred the vast majority of people. Damn it! How is it this bogeyman? Another absolute demon has appeared on the human side. Quickly report this to Lord Demon King. Is it the same battle record as Tu Yang? I wonder what occupation this little guy is. With a single heckle, Tu Gang directly cleared out 99% of the people, while the remaining portion was completely with good intentions. A middle-aged man with a handsome face and tie clothes came to Tu Gang's side and sidestepped. "Old Tu, do you know what occupation that little guy inside is?" Tu Gang glanced at the man and impatiently returned, "How would I know? You're the host, who knows if you don't? Bullying me for not having hosted a trial, is it?" The man rolled up his sleeves, somewhat dissatisfied. "With me you are still pretending here. I'm not a bad person. Knowing who this little guy is earlier, the Alliance can also give him a little more resources." Hearing this, Tu Gang smiled disdainfully. "Treat him like you did Tu Yang." With one sentence, the tart man was silenced by the question. After a long time, the tart man whispered, "The Alliance can't be blamed entirely for this. Yeah, it's not your fault. Who knew Tujin would grow to his current strength, right?" Tu Gang waved his hand and interrupted the tart man's words. "I definitely won't tell you guys about his information. Isn't your Alliance capable? Go check it out yourselves. Anyway, there are only 1,000 or 800 people who came to this trial today." Tu Gang was completely not giving face to the tart man. The tart man let out a bitter smile. "Just as well. The Alliance doesn't necessarily need to know his identity. It's the gold that always shines." After saying that, slutty man's figure disappeared. After this man left, some of the other leaders said uncertainly, "Is this man the vice president of the Mage Association? Chan Yuang?" "That's right, it's him. 2 days ago he killed a demon lord inside the Purgatory and is now level 78. Hiss, demon lords can all be level 70 or above, and have countless minions, and he single-handedly slaughtered them?" While the people outside the trial tower were talking, Lin Yuan inside the tower sighed. "Damn it. At least pop a piece of equipment for me." This boss didn't explode equipment again, but it did explode a skill book. Mana Shield B Grade LV1. Description: apply a mana shield to yourself. 1 point of mana absorbs 10 points of damage, up to 5,000 points of damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Seeing the attributes of the skill, Lin Yuan's wounded heart got some solace. Getting a life-saving skill isn't bad. Looking at the attributes of Mana Shield, Lin Yuan's heart stirred. After the skill was upgraded to S rank, I wonder if it could be fused with his magic energy heart. If it could, he would obtain a second SS ranked skill. Chapter 38, First Place. Right after Lin Yuan succeeded in another challenge, the people inside the trial tower were all nonplussed. Who the hell is this? The one who roared was Li Liang. He had just arrived at the 10th floor. He had managed to grind the boss's blood level down to half blood. But then he heard the announcement and froze. The boss seized the opportunity to give him a set of combos and killed him. In the end, he ended up on the 9th floor. That was why he was so angry. To think that he was an S-rank gifted professional, but he had stopped at the 10th floor. This battle record would be laughed at when put outside. Is it really impossible to continue the challenge? This was already the 6th time Lin Yuan had asked the question. The spirit of the Holy Tower seemed to be somewhat speechless. If you want to challenge the trials above the 20th floor, you need to reach level 20 and pass the first transfer trial. Only after receiving an affirmative reply did Lin Yuan call it quits. This challenge needed to end uniformly after all the players had all finished their challenges. Lin Yuan was bored and remembered that he hadn't picked a reward after passing the 20th level just now. So Lin Yuan started to pick a reward. You've passed the 20th level of the trial. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1. Gain 1 evolution point. Option 2. Obtain the right to use part of the Dark Knight Forest. Option 3. A random S-class mage skill book. Seeing these 3 rewards, Lin Yuan was in a tangle. The first one was definitely a must-take. But the second reward was also very attractive to Lin Yuan. Partial use of the Dark Forest area. This should be a public area similar to a garden. Being able to obtain partial use of this area should be rare. As for the third reward, it was alright if he was lucky enough to obtain a suitable skill book. Lin Yuan could synthesize another SS rank skill. After thinking for half a day, Lin Yuan tried asking, "Is there a way to have them all?" At this question, the spirit of the Holy Tower was silent for a long while and gave an answer. Detected that you have 4 points of reputation value on you. If you want to obtain 1 additional reward, you need to consume 1 point of reputation value. This is good. How much prestige do I need if I want all 3 items? Lin Yuan asked again. Getting all 3 rewards requires consuming 3 points of reputation value. Receiving an answer, Lin Yuan directly consumed 3 reputation points to take all 3 rewards. With his own strength, wanting to obtain reputation values wasn't simple plus pleasant. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained the right to use the northwestern part of the Dark Forest. You have gained arcane wisdom. After the evolution point arrived, Lin Yuan directly used it to make his talent D rank. Talent cooldown reduction level D. Description: reduces spell casting time and cooldown by 20%. Reduces damage by 60%. Perfect. Looking at his talent advanced once again, Lin Yuan had a feeling of a promising future. To be able to reduce it by this much at D rank, it won't take off when it reaches S rank or SS rank. Lin Yuan didn't take a close look at the deed to the Dark Forest. He just put this parchment scroll into his backpack. It might come in handy at some point. Glancing at the S-rank skill Arcane Wisdom, Lin Yuan directly learned it. Arcane Wisdom S-rank LV1. Passive skill. Description: increases intelligence by 500 points and increases elemental resistance by 20%. Hiss, this skill is something. To be able to increase intelligence by 500 points at level 1, Lin Yuan shouted pervert. It just so happened that there were quite a few skill points remaining in his hand, so Lin Yuan directly filled up this skill. Arcane Wisdom S rank max. Passive skill. Description: increases intelligence by 500 points and increases elemental resistance by 50%. 5,000 points of intelligence represented 5,000 points of spell damage and 50,000 points of mana. After the skill was fully leveled, Lin Yuan's mana jumped to 150,000 points. The shield on his body also became 15,000 points. The point was that Lin Yuan's skill damage had been enhanced by another huge wave. Take the SS skill Meteor Fire Rain for example. The damage of Meteor Fire Rain was 8,000,000 plus intelligence 100. The original Lin Yuan's intelligence is only 100, which increases the damage by 10,000 points, which is better than nothing. But now it was different. Lin Yuan's intelligence had reached 5,100. The maximum damage that Meteor Firestorm could deal was over 1,000,000. More than 1,000,000 damage was enough to kill many level 30 plus abyssal bosses. However, this horrifying damage appeared on a small level 15 mage. Feeling so strong, Lin Yuan felt like his hands and feet were filled with a surge of power. This was the intuitive effect brought about after the intelligence attribute was raised to 5,000 points. Even a small skill could deal huge amounts of damage. He waited for another half an hour or so. During this time, Lin Yuan communicated with the spirit of the Sacred Tower many times, asking some strange questions. At first, the Sacred Tower spirit responded, but Lin Yuan's questions were so odd that over time, the Sacred Tower spirit began to pretend that it couldn't hear and stopped responding. Detecting that all challengers have completed their challenges, starting to settle the rewards. After all the candidates had come out, 2 gangs stood up and with a wave of his hand, teleported all the professionals who had come to challenge him. This year's rules are a bit altered. I've hidden the rankings. As for the purpose, you guys should be able to guess. After gathering everyone, Gang explained, the Holy Tower is fair and just, although the ranking is hidden, your rewards are not less than 1 point. I myself even gave you quite a few rewards out of my own pocket, so I hope that you guys will continue to work hard. Saying this, Gang seemed to remember something. The previous first place reward still counts. Don't worry. After saying this, Gang teleported all the challengers to their respective cities. After a while, all of them left. Only Secretary Sun was left. Gang was surprised. Why haven't you left yet? A smile appeared on Secretary Sun's face as he took out the delicacies that Zhang Fan had made in the morning. The goblin delicacies that I got by chance. I was going to look for an opportunity to send it to you, Master 2, but I happened to run into you today. A little bit of token of appreciation. Please accept it with smiles. Chapter 39. Settlement. Goblin Clan's Delicacies. As soon as Gang heard this, a bright light emerged in his eyes. Reaching out to receive the skewer, Gang sniffed it. It does have the flavor of goblin spices. After eating a skewer, Gang revealed a smile. It's been a few years since I've eaten the Goblin Clan's food. It's still that nostalgic flavor. In 3 or 2 bites, Gang eliminated all the meat skewers. His face wore an expression of unfulfilled desire. You're not bad. Your little ones from Tianfeng City also stand out, especially that little mage. Hearing this, Secretary Sun carried a slight shock in his eyes. Previously, Secretary Sun had also guessed that it was Lin Yuan who had broken Yang's record. But in the back of his mind, he was still a little unsure. Now once he heard Yang's cryptic hint, how could he not understand that it was indeed Lin Yuan who had broken the record? Besides him, we have a good seedling. I wonder if Master 2 is interested. Gang, as the host of the entire trial, naturally knew who Secretary Sun was talking about. That little fatty is a bit interesting. The one who was speaking was naturally Zhang Fan. Gang was also extremely impressed with Zhang Fan, an extremely lucky shield warrior. Master 2, I forgot to tell you, this goblin cuisine is made by this fatty. Secretary Sun briefly talked about the matter of them clearing the 2 purgatory difficulties yesterday. Kind of interesting. Gang's interest increased this time. After their first turn, find some time to bring him to me. In his heart, he had the intention of taking on an apprentice. But even if the thought of taking on an apprentice came to mind at this moment, one would have to wait a little longer. Wait until after the first turn. Hearing Gang's words, Secretary Sun knew that without any surprises, Zhang Fan would most likely be the disciple of the man in front of him. Master 2, see you later then. Secretary Sun greeted and left. After returning to Tianfeng City, Secretary Sun rushed to the mayor to report. On the other hand, Lin Yuan's few people came together to chat about the rewards of this trial. Yuan, you don't know, the explosion rate inside this trial is really high. I fought the small monster bosses all the way to put together a gold equipment, and I almost killed the boss on the 20th floor. Zhang Fan was the first to talk about his gains, lighting up his equipment. It was indeed as Zhang Fan had said. Apart from the jewelry, all the other parts on his body were gold grade. Yuan, I've exploded so many gold equipment. You didn't explode a few platinum? Mentioning this just spoke to Lin Yuan's sore spot. Lin Yuan's expression was a little unsightly. I've exploded 2 silver equipment in addition to experience and skills. Saying this, he took out his equipment. Zhang Fan, who had a gold outfit, naturally didn't look at the silver in the area, and took a look before retracting his gaze. I say, Yuan, you wouldn't be the legendary Black Hand. It was important to realize that the captain wasn't scary, but was afraid that the captain was the Black Hand. If Lin Yuan really possessed the potential of a Black Hand, he couldn't be allowed to touch corpses in the future. Being molested by Zhang Fan as a Black Hand, Lin Yuan didn't get angry, but instead pondered. There was really such a possibility. Elite-level bosses above the 10th floor of the trial tower would usually explode 2-3 pieces of gold equipment, but he had only exploded 2 pieces of silver. Could it be that I really am a Black Hand? Forget it, a Black Hand is a Black Hand, equipment and whatnot one doesn't need too much at the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to upgrade. Do you guys know which abyss is the fastest to upgrade at this stage? Throwing the matter of the Black Hand aside, Lin Yuan asked the others. Not to mention, Zhang Fan had really done a strategy on this aspect of upgrading. There are a total of 3 abysses that are faster to upgrade, which are Defend Twilight Town, Scarlet Wilderness, and Death Mines. These 3 abysses, a few other people had obviously heard of them as well. Lin Yuan asked, I've heard of all of these. Which one do you think is the most suitable? Zhang Fan thought for a while and returned, saying, if it were me, I would choose death mines because of the map. The monsters in there are usually in groups, so I don't have to lure them around. The disadvantages are not without. The death mines map is very large, you have to travel a long distance to get to the final boss. And the most crucial thing is that the hell mode of this abyss has already been cleared, we can only brush the warrior level difficulty. Hearing that there was no hell difficulty, Lin Yuan was suddenly lacking in interest. Just tell me which abyss's hell difficulty hasn't been cleared yet. As soon as Zhang Fan heard this, he knew what Lin Yuan was planning to do. Of these 3 abysses, only Defend Twilight Town still has hell difficulty. Is this map any different from the others? Lin Yuan thought to himself that a hellish abyss wasn't that difficult. Look at that, is this what people say? A hell-level abyss wasn't hard. If it wasn't hard, it would have been cleared long ago and would still be left until now. Let's go with Defend Twilight Town then. You guys go get ready first. I'll go settle the goblins first. After separating from the others, Lin Yuan arrived at the mayor's place. From the moment Secretary Sun had come to report to him, Zhongbai had found a suitable outfit for Lin Yuan from within his treasure trove. Just as Lin Yuan arrived, Zhongbai gave him this equipment. Secret Law Cloak, Dark Gold Growable. Wear requirements. Mage, Intelligence Attribute 500. Attributes. Intelligence plus 600. Physique plus 300. Attached skills Slow Fall, Secret Magic. Slow Fall. Provides a floating effect when falling from a high altitude, allowing you to glide through the air for a short period of time, which can be cancelled on your own accord. Secret Spell. Doubles the casting time, increases the power of the next skill by 100%, cooldown time 20 minutes. Seeing this equipment provided by Zhongbai, Lin Yuan's eyes glowed. Thank you, Mayor Zhong. Seeing that Lin Yuan liked it, Zhongbai wore a smile. It's good that you like it. Your intelligence attribute doesn't reach 500 points right now. You don't have to be in a hurry. You'll be able to wear it after your first turn. Before the words fell, Zhongbai suddenly widened his eyes. Your intelligence attribute has reached 500? A level 15 mage with an intelligence attribute that had exceeded 500. Was this still human? Seeing Zhongbai's surprised look, Lin Yuan rubbed his nose and the trial tower rewarded a passive skill that increases the intelligence attribute. Zhongbai was quite knowledgeable and knew that some professionals couldn't be judged by common sense. Moreover, Lin Yuan had broken Tujin's record again, so anything that happened to him was acceptable. Even if Lin Yuan now said that his intelligence attribute was over 5,000, Zhongbai would believe it. You're here to pick up the goblins, right? I've arranged everything. Come with me. As the mayor of a city, Zhongbai moved quickly, bringing Lin Yuan and the goblins together to the garden sanctuary. After entering, Zhongbai had Lin Yuan open the deed and teleported to Flower Brook Valley. Wow! Is this where we'll be living from now on? It's so beautiful. The goblins all flew around happily at the sight of the beautiful surroundings. Goblin Queen and also looked excited when she saw the valley that was like a fairyland on earth. Thank you, Lin Yuan. Not only did you save us, but you also found us such a beautiful new home. You will be the most loyal partner of our Garden Goblin clan from now on. Goblin Queen favorability plus 40. Garden Goblin clan favorability has reached worship. Current favorability has broken through full value. Chapter 40 Twilight Town. The Garden Goblin's favorability towards you has reached full value. You can order the Garden Goblin clan to fight for you. Seeing the system's prompt, and then glancing at the pocket-sized cute goblins, Lin Yuan shook his head and dismissed the idea. The goblins were weak and not very strong in battle, so fighting would be unnecessary. However, Lin Yuan could have the goblins set up store inside the garden sanctuary. After his reputation value was full, Lin Yuan unlocked the technology tree of the Garden Goblin clan. Through observing the tech tree, Lin Yuan realized that the goblins were good at making all sorts of delicious snacks and nectar. These treats and nectars were all equipped with special effects, and were especially suitable for professionals. If they opened a store, they should be very popular. So Lin Yuan tried to mention the matter of opening a store to them, and the Goblin Queen agreed after considering it for a while. Since she had chosen to join the human camp, it was inevitable that she would have to come into contact with humans in the future. Now that they were living in the Holy Tower and there was no more security risks, the Goblin Queen naturally had to think about the development of her community. Although the goblins only needed grass and tree essences to live, they still needed to eat something occasionally. Lin Yuan had already done a lot for them, and the Goblin Queen didn't want Lin Yuan to worry about their daily expenses anymore. Now that they could be self-sufficient, the Goblin Queen naturally agreed to Lin Yuan's proposal. After instructing some things, Lin Yuan left. Before he left, he requested one more thing from Zong Bai. Mayor Zong, these little goblins are naive. I'm worried that they'll be cheated. Can you help out? In response to Lin Yuan's request, Zong Bai readily agreed. Don't worry about it. I've long since asked Secretary Sun to arrange for 20 people to come over. These people are all my inner circle, nothing will go wrong. Hearing that Zong Bai had considered this long ago, Lin Yuan's favorability towards Zong Bai increased greatly. Zong Bai had done all of this, obviously for the sake of his own daughter. He hoped that Lin Yuan would be able to help out. Zong Bai guessed in his heart that Lin Yuan was an extremely special kind of professional. As long as he was involved with this kind of person, Zong Bai's future accomplishments would definitely not be bad. So Zong Bai did his best for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan obviously felt it too. He accepted the favor. He told Zong Bai that he would team up with Zong Juanru and the others to brush the abyss before the first turn. The implication is that I can take them before the first turn. After one turn, we'll talk about it later. Zong Bai expressed his understanding. So, the two of them happily ended this conversation. Back at the entrance to the Holy Tower in Tianfeng City, Lin Yuan realized that all the other little friends had already arrived. There were all of them, so Zong Bai distributed the rewards of the others together. The rewards for several people were similar. All of them were a platinum equipment that suited their professions. After getting the equipment, several people naturally smiled with joy and thanked Zong Bai repeatedly. Thank you, Mayor Zong. Mayor Zong took the trouble. Will Mayor Zong eat the roasted waste fresh? Zong Bai had a head full of questions until he saw the attributes of the roasted cashews, and then his heart caught a bit of fire. Food charcoal roasted waste special. Effect. Waist strength increased by 100%. Endurance greatly increased. Zong Bai didn't move and put the bunch of wastes away, saying in a pleasant manner, "These are the rewards you guys deserve. You guys shouldn't be complacent either. As S-ranked seeds, you are representing the face of Tianfeng City. I hope you guys can grow up quickly." After encouraging a few people, Zong Bai returned home. Coming to an unoccupied corner, Zong Bai took out a charcoal roasted waste and ate it. Feeling the warmth underneath his belly, Zong Bai's face was joyful as he rushed up the stairs. After going upstairs, he saw his wife in the bedroom and immediately pounced over in a flaming rage. "Aya, what flavor is in your mouth?" After a complaint, then there was an hour-long waist exercise. "This waist is really strong." Lin Yuan said this after finishing the roasted waist. Not to mention, this waist felt full of strength after eating it. He couldn't wait to rush into the abyss and kill him. When several people arrived at the abyssal zone, Lin Yuan heard quite a few occupiers talking nearby. "Ugh. Did you hear about it? A pro broke Tuyen's record. I know about this. My aunt's first cousin, his third aunt's kid, happens to be an S-ranked seed in Tianshui City. He heard about this himself. The professional who broke this record must be very strong. Isn't that nonsense? How can he break Tu Yang's record if he isn't strong? You know that Tu Yang is known as the strongest paladin in existence." Numerous professionals were talking, and the center of their discussion was heading towards an abyssal entrance. On the way, Zhang Fan tapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder. "Ah Yuan, you're so bullish. The record was broken just by saying so?" Zong Juanru and Wang Shui also had a look of recognition after hearing this. Only Su Shan was confused. "What record? Of course it's Tu Yang's record. I don't believe there's anyone else besides Lin Yuan who can do it." Zhang Fan had a face of entitlement. Su Shan heard and understood, but he still kept a skeptical look on his face as if he was asking. Just him, a brittle mage, could break Lord Tuyen's record. Zhang Fan clearly read the meaning in Su Shan's eyes, but he did not explain. One would know after entering the abyss in a moment. Any more explanations would pale in front of the facts. Lin Yuan didn't care about the words of the others. At this moment he had already arrived at the entrance to the abyss. As the captain of the squad, Lin Yuan directly chose the hell difficulty. Before leaving, Lin Yuan stopped for a moment and turned his head to say to Su Shan, "In advance, we're going to challenge the hell difficulty. If you're not willing to do so, then leave on your own." After saying that, Lin Yuan walked straight into the portal. Although he had promised Zong Bai to team up with them before turn 1. But whether or not they could seize the opportunity depended on the guts of these few people. If they didn't even dare to enter the hell difficulty abyss, they couldn't blame themselves. When Zhang Fan saw Lin Yuan enter the abyss, he didn't even hesitate and followed suit. Zong Juanru and Wang Shui did the same. Only Su Shan was left at the door, frozen in place. After a long time, Su Shan whispered, Isn't it just held difficulty? Who's afraid? Saying so, without stopping his footsteps, he entered the portal. You have entered Twilight Town held difficulty? Please destroy the enemies invading Twilight Town within the specified time. Entering the abyss, Lin Yuan looked around, discovering that the place where several people were located was in the center of the town. The town was called Twilight Town and was surrounded by many buildings of varying heights, and in front of Lin Yuan was the tallest building in Twilight Town. This was where the town's mayor's office was located, and it was now also Twilight Town's combat command. A few people followed the prompts and walked in. Just as he entered the room, a slightly tired voice came from Lin Yuan's ears. Are you few the rescue squad sent by Stormwind City? Turning his head to look, a woman in her mid to late 30s sat at a desk. There was a large amount of materials stacked on the desk, as well as a one-handed sword. Liz, who seemed to have not rested in a long time, stumbled to her feet with her hands propped up on the desk. Introduce yourself. My name is Liz. I'm the mayor of Twilight Town. The undead will attack again in half an hour. We don't have much time. This attack is very unusual. The undead have been attacking for 3 days now. Most of the professionals inside the town have been injured. We're relying on you guys this time. After Liz finished speaking, a quest prompt came to the ears of Lin Yuan's group. Mission objective: defend Twilight Town from the undead. Reward unknown. After receiving the quest, the few people didn't continue to stay inside the house and quickly rushed towards the defense position outside the town. Liz was relieved to see a few people leave and sat back down on the stool. A strong look of exhaustion appeared in her eyes. My father, have you really betrayed your faith? Chapter 41: The First Wave of Monsters. Arriving at the fortress in front of Twilight Town, Lin Yuan saw a dozen or so sentries sparsely stationed here. A few of the sentries responsible for guarding the area immediately shouted when they saw Lin Yuan's few people approaching. Who is it? Stop! Lin Yuan took out the warrant given by the town's mayor and said, We are sent from Stormwind City to support Twilight Town. These sentries heard that Lin Yuan had come from Stormwind City and immediately looked happy. So it's an adult from Stormwind City. Please don't be offended. No harm, you guys have worked hard too. Lin Yuan nodded. No nonsense. How long before the undead launched their attack? The sentry looked at the sky and returned. There are still 10 minutes left. After saying that, he added, For the past 3 days, the undead have been launching an attack every 4 hours. Lin Yuan nodded, indicating that he knew. How many people will the undead deploy each time they launch an attack? Hearing this, a look of fear welled up in the sentry's eyes. My lord, forgive me for not being able to describe it. Seeing the look on the sentries' faces, Lin Yuan knew that he could not ask for any useful information. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed these sentries. You guys go rest first. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, these sentries moved very quickly and left the fortress in no time. There were still 10 minutes before the undead attacked. Su Shan revealed a look of concentration and circled around the fortress a few times, intending to find a place suitable for fighting. Apart from Lin Yuan, the other 3 were much more laid back. Zhang Fan took out a table and a few stools from inside his backpack and took out a grill and charcoal. It looked like he was out for a spring trip. Wang Shui, on the other hand, took out a parasol from somewhere, and underneath the parasol, she spread a thick blanket and was whispering to Zhong Juanru. Zhong Juanru lay on the blanket and said with some embarrassment, Isn't it not good for us to be like this? Wang Shui looked at Lin Yuan, who was squatting on the side watching Zhang Fan barbecue, and nodded. It's not too good. I have to go help. Then, Wang Shui took out another set of tea-making tools from inside his backpack and started boiling water to make tea on the side. The barbecue is still not ready. Have a sip of tea first. The tea was taken by Wang Shui from his father's cabinet. Her father was a level 42 merchant and had quite a lot of good tea. Wang Shui took advantage of her father's absence to take quite a bit, brewing a cup for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded repeatedly after drinking it. Good tea. This tea was fragrant on the lips and teeth, and also carried a lot of refreshing effects. It wasn't cheap. The leisurely appearance of a few people was given to Su Shan, who looked dumbfounded. What are you guys doing? I'm in the vicinity of the laborious efforts to find a suitable location for the fight. You guys are good, here to drink tea barbecue. Have you guys like this? Upon hearing this, Wang Shui immediately poured a cup of tea for Su Shan. Come on, you try it too. Looking at the hot tea in his hand, Su Shan hung on for a breath. It just so happened that he was a little thirsty. After a cup of tea, Su Shan was still about to say something when suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the vicinity of the fortress. Lin Yuan obviously heard it as well. He stood up and looked outside. The undead are attacking. Saying this, he put down the teacup in his hand and came to the front of the fortress. When Su Shan saw that Lin Yuan had even moved, he immediately took his two-handed sword in his hands and took a fighting stance. After taking 2 steps, Su Shan was a little confused when he realized that Zhang Fan was still there busy with the barbecue, and Wang Shui and Zhong Junru were still drinking tea and chatting. Aren't you guys going to prepare for battle? Su Shan was still good-tempered. If he had met a hot-tempered one, he would have gone up to give them all a big BB. Hearing Su Shan ask this, Zhang Fan stopped his hands and returned. Leave the fighting to Lin Yuan. We are responsible for things other than fighting. This made Su Shan speechless to the extreme. No matter how much you joke around, there should be a degree. Now that the monster was right in front of them, and they still took it so seriously, it seemed like they couldn't continue teaming up with them in the future. Seeing the 3 people with a lazy attitude, Su Shan felt that it was not suitable for someone who worked so hard to continue teaming up with them. Let's meet again after we clear this abyss. With his mind made up, Su Shan took 2 quick steps to Lin Yuan's body. What are you doing standing at the front as a mage? This is a job a warrior should do. A moment later, when the monsters go to the southwest direction, I just looked at it. I will only face 2 monsters in that place. When the time comes, I will block in the front, you just cast spells in the back. Although Su Shan wasn't a shield warrior, his attributes weren't low, and his talent was the A-ranked more and more courage. Talent: the more you fight, the more courageous grade A. Description: after entering combat, you increase your damage absorption by 1% damage per second, with a maximum value of 50%, and the effect disappears 5 seconds after leaving combat. This talent of Su Shan's was perfect for fighting long-lasting battles, and it came with a blood-sucking effect that carried its own renewal. Giving Su Shan enough time, these offensive monsters weren't enough for him to kill alone, I'm afraid. In the face of Su Shan's proposal, Lin Yuan was non-committal. There's no need to be so troublesome. The attributes of the monsters were already known to Lin Yuan. Name: Corrupted Zombie LV-15. Life value: 18,000. Attack power: 300. Skill: Corruption. Description: attacks will have a corrosive effect, causing the target to take an additional 30% damage. Looking at the densely packed undead monsters, Lin Yuan began to release spells. Lin Yuan chose Meteor Fire Rain. Once the 3 seconds had passed, Lin Yuan finished chanting. In a flash, countless fire meteors with trailing flames smashed down from the air. Bang! 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 The rain of fire rumbled down from the sky, constantly smashing into the attacking monsters. In less than 10 seconds, all the attacking monsters were eliminated. You have defeated the first wave of attacking monsters. Experience value increased by 17,000. After the monsters were wiped out, Zhang Fan, who was roasting the meat, spoke to Wang Shui. Watch the fire. I'll go pick up the equipment. Then Zhang Fan ran his ass off to scavenge the loot. This series of operations gave Su Shan a dumbfounded look. The attacking monsters were all wiped out? Su Shan stared with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief. In the middle of the day, Zhang Fan, who had finished scavenging the loot, looked at Su Shan still standing there dumbfounded, and went over to pat him on the shoulder. What are you standing there for? The barbecue is all done. Being patted by Zhang Fan, Su Shan finally came back to his senses, but it was still a bit of a dream. Wandering over to the grill, Su Shan still couldn't figure it out. Zhang Fan, he was like this, knew what he wanted to ask. Do you want to ask how a Yuan did it? Su Shan nodded. It's simple. It's just a skill that was released. Zhang Fan's tone was relaxed. Relaxed in a way that made it seem as if he had just killed not hundreds of monsters, but hundreds of ants. Relax, you'll get used to it later. Zhang Fan took out the grilled meat skewers and handed them to Su Shan, telling him to relax. The first wave of attacking monsters just now were all ordinary monsters that didn't pop out any good stuff. The experience given was quite a lot. Lin Yuan's experience bar had already reached halfway and was expected to level up to level 16 in 2 more waves. The others weren't as high-leveled as Lin Yuan. Before entering the abyss, the lowest, Wang Shui, was level 11, and just now, he had shared a lot of experience, directly allowing him to rise to level 12. When this abyss was over, all of these people would be able to have a significant level increase. Chapter 42. Monsters are endless. After eating a few mouthfuls of kebabs, Su Shan had a feeling of being a world away. Seeing Zhang Fan's several people eating barbecue and drinking tea in that leisurely and cozy manner, he recalled his own exhausting brush with monsters in the abyss yesterday. Su Shan ruthlessly bit into 2 large mouthfuls of meat and chewed hard. Listening to that sentry just now, He said that monsters will attack every 4 hours. Do we still have to continue waiting here? While eating the kebabs, Zhang Fan asked about this. Lin Yuan was also stunned when he heard this. Yes, this first wave of monsters had been seconded by himself without even waiting to get close. One couldn't just keep waiting here. While Lin Yuan was thinking, a system prompt came to the ears of the crowd. Detected that the first wave of monsters have been fighting for less than 30 seconds, meeting the conditions for opening the monster siege. Is it time to open the monster siege? Hearing that the hidden conditions had been met, Lin Yuan considered for a moment and chose to open it. Choose to open monster siege. The undead army will be pouring out after 5 minutes. After the beep, Lin Yuan felt a faint sense of vibration coming from the ground. It seemed like something was coming towards Twilight Town. As the vibration grew stronger, all the residents of Twilight Town felt it. Liz, who was sitting in the mayor's office, turned pale after feeling the vibrations. Picking up the long sword on the table, she rushed out. Everyone gather! Liz raised her arms, and in less than a minute, all the professionals inside Twilight Town came to the square. The undead army has poured out. The time to need us has arrived. Without any nonsense, Liz ordered all the occupiers to run to the fortress. During the march, Liz looked over towards somewhere to the west, and her eyes seemed to pass through the heavy barriers and landed on a tall figure wearing blood-colored armor. Father, is it really you? The support came quickly, and before the monsters could even get close, all of Twilight Town's professionals had already rushed to this side of the fortress. The speed was fast, and the essence was also sufficient. It was just that the appearance was a bit miserable. Many of the professionals had layers and layers of bandages wrapped around their bodies. Lin Yuan roughly checked, the injured occupied 80%, and the remaining 20% were only auxiliary professions without much combat power. I don't know what the reason is, but the undead are rioting, all heading towards Twilight Town. Warriors, I'm sorry. I didn't expect something like this to happen and put you all in danger. Liz's expression carried an apology as she said to Lin Yuan and the others. This in turn embarrassed Lin Yuan. The monster attack had been opened by Lin Yuan on his own initiative, so if he wanted to apologize, it should have been Lin Yuan who said so. But now that the battle was imminent, Lin Yuan couldn't tell them the truth. Don't worry, Liz. Leave the battle to me. You let your people rest first. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he even greeted Wang Shui and went over to help heal them. After 5 minutes, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan could already feel thousands of monsters rushing towards Twilight Town. One of the monsters at the head was nearly 10 meters tall and looked like a mountain from afar. The ground shook as it ran. Suture Monster Elite LV20. Life value 200000. Attack power 6000. Pestilence. Inflicts 500 points of damage per second to creatures within 5 meters of the surrounding area. Stackable up to 3 times. Hooked Claw. Throws out the hook in its hand and yanks the target to its body, dealing 10,000 points of damage. Crypt Spider Normal LV18. Life value 30,000. Attack power 900. Spider Web. Yanks out a spider web, entangling the target in place. Stone Ghost Elite LV20. Life value 150,000. Attack power 9,000. Stone Statue Form. Turns into a stone statue after receiving a fatal wound. Restores 5% of life value per second for 10 seconds. Reduces physical damage by 90% in stone statue form. The monsters swarmed around, and in addition to the corrupted villagers from before, many more monsters appeared. In his haste, Lin Yuan only saw the 3 most threatening monsters. While there was still some distance to go, Lin Yuan started casting spells. Between Lin Yuan's spells, a strong look of despair appeared in the eyes of the town's mayor. Liz, is Twilight Town already hopeless? Liz's profession was a level 25 swordsman, an elite panel that might be able to defeat a Stitch monster in a single combat situation. But there was more than one Stitch monster in front of her. It was an endless sea of undead. Not to mention one elite monster, even 10 or 8 would be a drop in the bucket in this vast tide of monsters. But Liz still took up a fighting stance. Even if she died, she would die on the way to the charge. This was what her father had taught Liz before he died. Just as she was about to assume a charging stance, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared in Liz's eyes. How is this possible? Only Liz's eyes saw densely packed flame meteorites floating in the sky. These meteorites seemed to be endless, constantly smashing towards the monster. That wasn't all. Within a few seconds, another terrifying tornado surfaced in the middle of the monster, continuously harvesting the monster's life. Oh, Dharma God above. What the hell is this? Liz was still in shock. The professionals behind her were even worse. Some of them lost their voices and shouted, "My God! Too strong. This must be a senior mage from Stormwind City. Great, we're saved. Yes, we are saved." Liz came back to her senses and looked at Lin Yuan, who completed his spell casting action with a look of gratitude. Turning her head after releasing 2 spells, she realized that everyone's eyes were staring straight at her and rubbed her nose, saying, "What are you looking at me for?" Hearing Lin Yuan speak, no one in the crowd said anything, still staring blankly at him. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shrugged his shoulders and turned his head to continue casting spells. This was because Lin Yuan realized that there were a few stone goblins flying in the sky that had managed to escape the meteorites from the meteor firestorm. But without waiting for these few gargoyles to get close, Lin Yuan gave each of them a shot of extreme cold shock, knocking them to the ground, and then these gargoyles were killed by the meteorite rain. Meteorite rain didn't last long, so Lin Yuan had to resummon it every once in a while. Thanks to the reduced casting time and cooldown reduction that came with the talent, Lin Yuan was able to release spells without interruption. After 5 minutes, there were no more monsters that could stand in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan relied on his own strength to kill all the monsters. You have killed all monsters, your experience value has increased by 50,000. You have made an outstanding contribution in this monster siege. You can obtain option 1 from the following rewards. Option 1. Gain 1,000 skill points. Option 2. Gain 1 passive skill of this profession. Option 3. Obtain a hidden profession necromancer transfer voucher. This time, Lin Yuan did not dwell on the options and directly chose the second item. The skill points of the first item might be precious to other professions, but Lin Yuan couldn't look at them. Option 3's necromancer was strong, but Lin Yuan didn't really like necromancers as a profession, so he passed it as well. After finalizing the options, Lin Yuan had 1 more passive skill inside his skill bar. Skill: multiple casting passive. Description: you can cast different spells at the same time. Seeing the skill description, Lin Yuan let out a high cry of awesomeness. He himself could transform into a spell machine gun in the future, meteor fire rain in his left hand, storm tornado in his right. Who can block me? Chapter 43, Past Events. Although the monster was killed, the floor of loot had yet to be cleaned. Zhang Fan transformed into a cleaner again and started working. Not to mention, it really allowed Zhang Fan to find a few good equipment. Necklace nice heart gold. Wearing requirements: level 15 warrior. Attributes: life value plus 800, strength plus 40, stamina plus 40. Stone Ghost's Blessing. Life value drops below 50%, will reduce physical damage by 80% for 3 seconds. Ring of Plague Gold. Requirements: level 15 warrior. Attributes: lifesteal plus 500, attack plus 100, strength plus 30, stamina plus 30. Plague Infection. After you successfully parry or block, apply a plague effect to the target, reducing the damage dealt by the target by 20%. Headwear Inspiration Headdress Gold. Wearing requirements: level 15 priest. Attributes: lifesteal plus 500, intelligence plus 50, stamina plus 30. Inspiration. For the next 15 seconds, your healing will apply an inspiration effect to the target, causing the target to deal 10% more damage. 3 pieces of gold equipment, as well as the remaining number of silver and bronze equipment. After the statistics, Lin Yuan fell silent. There were dozens of pieces of equipment, and surprisingly, there was not a single one that he could use. Could it be that he really had the Black Hand attribute? It couldn't be. Watching the gorgeous Zhang Fan change his necklace and ring, Lin Yuan was a bit skeptical. After the monsters were eliminated, Liz, as the mayor of the town, breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, warrior. You saved the whole town." "You're welcome. It's all our duty." Lin Yuan replied back and was suddenly stunned, because the boss had suddenly appeared nearby at an unknown time. More Hero LV35. Life value: 240000. Attack power: 15,000. Holy Light Strike. Applies holy light to the weapon, causing the next attack to deal 500% damage. Consecration. Releases holy flames, causing enemies within 8 meters around to take 15,000 points of flame damage per second for 5 seconds. Sacred Shield. Summons holy light to immunize yourself from all attacks. Damage dealt during the holy shield is reduced by 90% for 8 seconds. Flame Protection. Fire attribute damage is reduced by 80%. Too strong for this boss. The crowd's mouths all opened wide when they saw that tall figure. At the same time, they were worried in their hearts. Could Lin Yuan really defeat such a powerful boss? While the crowd was worried, Mayor Liz suddenly ran up to the boss with a very excited expression. "Father, you're still alive." Just as Liz's words came out, everyone's expression changed. There must be a story. Although the boss didn't make a move, Lin was always on guard. Both hands were already prepared for extreme cold shock. As long as the boss moved, then it would face Lin Yuan's spell machine gun. "Father, why have you become like this?" Looking at the armored Moor, tears flowed from the corner of Liz's eyes. "Father, have you forgotten your faith?" When the originally expressionless boss heard the word faith, there was suddenly a gleam in his eyes. He stretched out his wide palm to touch Liz's face, and after reaching halfway, a struggle appeared in his eyes, and then the glitter disappeared. In its place was a coldness. "Liz, be careful." Lin Yuan could see clearly that boss had regained some consciousness just now, but it was only for a split second that boss turned back into its previous form. Lin Yuan surmised that boss should have been controlled, so he spoke out to remind him. In his hands, he didn't slow down even more, and 2 consecutive extreme cold shocks struck over, freezing the boss in place. As soon as Lin Yuan made his move, it meant that this battle had begun. "All of you stand back." The attack power of the boss was ridiculously high, and amongst the people present, apart from Lin Yuan, whoever touched it died. Everyone else got a reminder from Lin Yuan and moved their feet towards the back. Only Liz stubbornly stood on the edge, unwilling to leave. Lin Yuan didn't say anything as he glanced at it, and continued to release the extreme cold shock uninterruptedly. In no time, the boss's blood level dropped below half-blood. At this time, Lin Yuan's ears seemed to hear an exasperated voice. And, "It's you again." The frozen boss suddenly used Holy Shield art. "Immunity. Immunity." Lin Yuan's spell hit it, showing the word immune. Seeing this, Lin Yuan made a flash and moved away from the boss. He was worried that the boss would take advantage of the invincibility to rush over and attack himself. As it turned out, Lin Yuan miscalculated, and after the boss turned on the Holy Shield spell, it turned its head and ran away, disappearing from everyone's eyes in no time. "Boss knows how to run too." Lin Yuan cursed and didn't chase after it. Before figuring out if there were any other dangers in the forest, Lin Yuan didn't act rashly. Of course, Lin Yuan still wanted to know exactly why the boss had become like this. After repelling the boss, Lin Yuan gazed at the town mayor, Liz. "Ms. Liz, just now I heard you call that one your father? I wonder if I can explain." Hearing Lin Yuan's slightly questioning words, Liz raised her head, a look of remembrance on her face as she slowly spoke. "Moore is my father. He was once a great and noble knight who fought in defense of the innocent, the poor, and the suffering. Over the years, he traveled to almost every remote region within the kingdom, bringing comfort to the suffering people and punishing those who did evil. In the summer of my father's 18th year, he married a young girl named Liz. They loved each other and later had a son and a girl. That girl was me." Liz admitted that she was Moore's daughter. From Liz's account, Lin Yuan learned that this was a veteran story. When Morgan was 32 years old, war broke out. He was called into the army to fight against the undead, and because of the war, left his wife and children and his peaceful home. He was gone for many years, and the war still wasn't over, and Morgan witnessed many terrible things. He saw the disbanding of the Order, the death of the Grand Knight Arthur, and the spread of the plague. There was only one thing that could keep him from the brink of madness and collapse, and that was his belief that he would one day be reunited with his wife and family. Morgan bounced around for years before finally returning to his hometown, but it was no longer a familiar sight to him. The once verdant woods have become withered and faded, reeking of depravity, and are littered with homes and farms that have been destroyed. Cemeteries near mass graves occupied large tracts of land. It was then that Moore trudged back to his home with shock and confusion, only to find it in ruins. Not knowing what kind of disaster had befallen his home, Moore rushed to the village in search of answers and news of his wife and children. Moore questioned many people but found no clues. A priest in the place known as Twilight Town told him he should search the mass graveyard for any headstones of his wife and children. Unwilling to believe that his family would die, Moore traveled to every farm and every house in Twilight Forest, but still found nothing. By this point, Lin Yuan probably understood the boss's past. Seeing that Liz was going to continue, Lin Yuan interrupted her. Chapter 44 Boss has gotten stronger. Stop. Just get to the point. Liz had already said a lot just now. Looking at Liz's stance, she wouldn't stop for a while and was planning to continue reminiscing. So Lin Yuan had to interrupt her. There was no telling how long it would have taken if she had continued. There was some displeasure on Liz's part when her own words were interrupted. But he also knew that now was not the time to reminisce, and spoke directly to the point. There was a plague in the village we lived in at the time. My mother and brother both contracted the plague and passed away. I buried them and left to learn my trade, and when I returned to Twilight Town, I heard of a particularly powerful undead roaming inside the Twilight Forest. I had seen him from afar a few times and thought he looked very much like the father I remembered. And today, under close observation, I finally determined that he was my father, more. Liz said this with some uncertainty. Although I don't know why he became the way he is now, I've always believed that my father wouldn't turn his back on his beliefs. Now Lin Yuan understood why the boss turned into an undead and could still use holy spells. It turned out to be a paladin itself. Are there any other powerful creatures inside the Twilight Forest? Understanding the boss's past, Lin Yuan planned to ride out the storm, and before he left, he asked Liz if there were any other dangers inside the Twilight Forest. The answer received was no. Apart from the undead in the south, there were only some jackals and beasts left inside the forest. There were no powerful creatures present. After determining that there were no other dangers in the Twilight Forest, Lin Yuan decided to set off. Before setting off, Lin Yuan's squad suddenly received a system prompt. More opened the Purgatory Portal and gained the Demon King's power boost. The Purgatory Army is expected to descend in 15 minutes. Please close the Purgatory Portal within 15 minutes. This prompt went off 3 times, and was also labeled with an extremely dangerous red color. It was evident that the Holy Tower attached great importance to the Purgatory Portal. Zhang Fan heard the prompt and exclaimed from the side, "Holy! This boss is awesome. It's even shaking people if they can't beat it." Lin Yuan sniffed and gave him a blank stare. Hell difficulty bosses are all intelligent. Why don't they call people if they can't beat them? The Purgatory Portal was not in a hurry. Lin Yuan had broken it before. It was the piece about the boss being empowered by the Demon King's power that was not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan decided to upgrade a wave of skills. Detected that Magic Energy Heart and Auric Wisdom meet the fusion conditions. Is it upgraded to an SS ranked skill? Lin Yuan was now up to level 17 and had over 2,000 skill points, so he planned to fuse the 2 passive skills inside the skill bar. After determining this, the 2 S rank skills disappeared and were replaced with an SS rank passive gain. Supreme Energy SS Grade LV1. Effect 1. Increase Intelligence Attribute by 10,000 points. Effect 2. Increases 200,000 mana points. Effect 3. Restores 15% max mana per second. Effect 4. Provides a 20% max mana shield with a 20-second cooldown after the shield is broken. Effect 5. When releasing a skill, it can increase mana consumption by an additional 1 point of mana, and each additional point of mana increases skill damage by 1 point. Hiss! Seeing the supreme energy that had turned into an SS grade, Lin Yuan sucked in a breath. It was too strong. Lin Yuan's intelligence attribute had already broken 10,000. Meteor Firestorm was already able to deal over 4 million damage, and even though it had been cut by 50%, that still dealt over 2 million damage. And inside the Effect 5, you could also spend extra mana to add additional damage. Lin Yuan's mana had already exceeded the 300,000 mark, so if he spent all of it, he would be able to add 300,000 damage. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan sighed again. Too strong. Not only was the output high, the defense wasn't bad either. The shield value had exceeded 60,000 and was able to stand in place with the boss. After upgrading his skills, Lin Yuan intended to go look for the boss, and the dilemma arose. The Twilight Forest was relatively large, so he didn't know where the boss was hiding. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought that Liz had just said that there was a mass grave in the south, and there was a high probability that the boss was there. So Lin Yuan requested Liz to lead the way. For the hero who had saved Twilight Town, Liz naturally agreed. Originally, she also wanted to see her father again, and after arranging for the town's professionals to do their jobs, Liz led the crowd to the mass grave. Because of the time urgency, the crowd's footsteps were quick, and in less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the mass grave. This is it. The undead that attacked Twilight Town before appeared from here. Liz pointed at a portal 100 meters away and said, "That thing should be the key to the undead appearing here." Needless to say, Lin Yuan knew that this was the case. It was just that the ones that came out of that portal before were all little caramels, and the ones that came out in a little while might be the Demon King himself. Without delay, Lin Yuan directly sent a meteor shower towards the purgatory portal 100 meters away. Rumbling meteorites fell from the sky, constantly landing on the portal. As a result, the words immunity were displayed above the portal one after another. Seeing this familiar image, Lin Yuan knew who the opposite Demon King was. Angry Demon King Samuel. As expected, the system prompt came late. Angry Demon King Samuel has applied a flame protection boundary to the purgatory portal more. Angry Demon Lord Samuel has applied a frost protection rune to purgatory portal more. 2 consecutive prompts caused Lin Yuan to explode continuously. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to finish, the boss guarding the side of the portal made a big jump after seeing Lin Yuan's people and landed in front of Lin Yuan. This time, the boss had changed drastically. Its height had exceeded 3 meters, and the armor on its body had disappeared, replaced by magic patterns that exuded a mysterious aura. The blood-red magic lines made the boss's aura even more terrifying. More Hero LV40. Lifespan, 8 million. Attack power, 60,000. Holy Light Strike. Applies Holy Light to the weapon, causing the next attack to deal 500% damage. Consecration. Releases Holy Flames, causing enemies within 8 meters around to take 15,000 points of flame damage per second for 5 seconds. Holy Shield. Summons Holy Light to immunize yourself from all attacks. Damage dealt during Holy Shield is reduced by 90% for 8 seconds. Flame Protection Boundary. Moore's body is inflicted with a flame protection boundary by the Angry Demon King. Fire damage is reduced by 100% for 10 minutes. Frost Protection Rune. Moore's body was inflicted with a frost protection rune by the Angry Demon King. Ice attribute damage was reduced by 100% for 10 minutes. Seeing the boss's attributes, all the team members were once again silent. Was this still a level 15 abyss? The boss in front of them was a level 40 heroic template. Even if a team of level 40 professionals came, they might not be able to beat it. Zhang Fan, who had always been confident in Lin Yuan, wasn't so confident anymore. The others were even more so, and they all looked worried. Chapter 45. Silly, I still have wind spells. The reason the crowd was worried was because the boss had a gain effect on it that made it immune to flame and frost damage. Lin Yuan's skill damage was very strong, which everyone agreed on. But the boss was obviously guarding against this. He made himself immune to frost and flame. Now you can't do anything about it. The Angry Demon King on the other side of the portal was clearly very pleased with himself, and the red light above him was all flickering. Lin Yuan was quite amused when he saw the portal appear abnormal. What a lack of memory! Is the Angry Demon King clueless, thinking that I can't do anything if I get a gain that is immune to flames and frost? How naive. Lin Yuan used 2 things at once. First applying a mana shield to himself, then silently releasing Storm Tornado. This time Lin Yuan didn't hold back and directly threw all 300,000 mana points in to increase the damage. Go you! After the skill was released, Lin Yuan directly threw it at the boss's head. The boss didn't even know what was going on yet, and was instantly swept into the eye of the wind and plunged into an entangled state. Afterwards, Lin Yuan controlled the tornado to move in the direction of the portal. The 10,000-point intelligence attribute was coupled with 300,000 mana points invested. The damage of the storm tornado was already over 1 million per second, and in less than 2 seconds the purgatory portal was blown up. The portal was blown up and Lin Yuan vaguely heard cursing again. Angry Demon Lord Samuel's favorability towards you is 20, favorability is 40. You and Samuel have become enemies. Sure enough, it's you, the Angry Demon King. Receiving the system's prompt, Lin Yuan expected it. The portal had been broken, and the boss had used the Holy Shield technique in a vain attempt to escape from inside the tornado. But it was destined to be futile. Lin Yuan constantly maneuvered the tornado to move, keeping the boss dead center in the eye of the wind. After the boss had been enhanced by the wave, his magic resistance had increased quite a bit and the damage that hit him was reduced by more than half. However, after 10 seconds, the boss's body still fell to the ground and was killed by Lin Yuan. You have killed more hero, your experience value has increased by 80,000. As soon as the boss died, Lin Yuan canceled the tornado and the surroundings fell back into a calm, deadly silence. The crowd's mouths were wide open again, so wide that they could stuff an apple. Too dang. Zhang Fan first came to his senses and gave a thumbs up, then didn't forget his duty, coming to the side of the boss to pick up the equipment. Zhang Fan was beaming with joy. The reason was naturally that he had picked up good equipment. Ring of Glory Dark Gold. Can grow. Wearing requirements. Recognized by more. Attributes. Life value plus 10,000. Intelligence plus 100. Physical strength plus 100. Strength plus 200. Agility plus 100. Holy Light Glory. Attach a Holy Light barrier to yourself. Immune to lethal damage for 10 seconds. Helmet. Helmet of the Conqueror Platinum. Requirements: Warrior. Level 20. Attributes: Life plus 8,000. Stamina plus 150. Strength plus 150. Frontal Combat. When you face the enemy head-on, increase damage by 10 and reduce damage taken by 20%. Weapon: Moore's Sword Special. Description: This sword symbolizes a man's thoughts of his family. Both the ring and the saber were given to Lin Yuan, and no one in the squad had any comments. This was originally what Lin Yuan deserved. Originally, Zhang Fan was going to give Lin Yuan the helmet as well. Lin Yuan directly threw the helmet back. You take it. The crowd was naturally envious. Aside from Zhang Fan, the remaining 3 people had figured it out by now. Lin Yuan was willing to take them to paint the abyss, but they had struck lucky. They had killed a lot of elite monsters before, and Lin Yuan had shared some silver and bronze equipment with them, so they were already very grateful in their hearts. In fact, even if they didn't share the equipment, they were fine with it. This was because the biggest gain from the abyss this time was the massive amount of experience value gained. The lowest leveled Wang Shui inside the team was already level 15. It was important to realize that they had only just awakened as professionals yesterday. While other professionals were still hovering around level 5 and 6, they were already more than 10 levels ahead of everyone else. Of course, they didn't forget who this was due to. Wang Shui had already made up her mind that she would definitely bring out some more good tea when she returned. Lin Yuan naturally didn't know what the others in the squad were thinking. Bringing a few others was just to look good, as well as paving the way for Zhang Fan in the future. Holding the Ring of Glory in his hand, Lin Yuan was curious about what it meant to be recognized by more. Trying to equip the ring, Lin Yuan got a prompt that the wearing requirements were not met. The boss has been killed by me. Where can I get your approval? When he was puzzled, an anomaly appeared on the boss's corpse. Only Moore in soul form appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Thanks to you all for helping me free myself from the Demon King's control. At this moment, Moore looked ashamed and said to the crowd, It's all because I was confused for a moment, and my mind was affected by the purgatory demon, and I committed an unforgivable sin. Lin Yuan's heart stirred when he saw Moore's soul appear. Knowing that the chance to get Moore's approval had come, no one is a saint. You may still have room to make amends. Hearing this, Moore looked excited. Warrior, you are right. Just now, although you destroyed the purgatory portal, there is still a rift remaining here. The demons of purgatory will still make a comeback. In order to prevent the invasion of purgatory, I will use my soul to fill this rift. Once Lin Yuan heard that Moore was going to dedicate himself, he immediately became anxious. What about your daughter if you die? The key thing is that it hasn't gotten your approval yet. This growable dark gold equipment isn't blind. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Moore turned his head to look at Liz, only to hear Moore smile at Liz and say, I'm sorry, Liz. I'm not a good father. I didn't realize that you've grown so big now. I don't know if you've forgotten what I told you when you were little. Forgive father, okay? When Liz heard this, the tears in her eyes couldn't be held back any longer. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly. I haven't forgotten. You told me that when the world needs us, we have to step up when we are needed. Liz's words made Moore smile in relief, and if he hadn't been in his soul state, he probably would have been in old tears long ago. Warrior, could you give my sword to my daughter? Moore made a request with Lin Yuan. For this request, Lin Yuan naturally agreed. It was just a piece of equipment with no attributes, and he wouldn't be able to use it himself. Besides, Lin Yuan had already guessed that this sword was a quest item. So Lin Yuan took out Moore's saber and handed it over to Liz. Moore saw Liz holding her own saber in her hands and said loudly, Liz, are you going to become a true knight and fulfill your duty with loyalty, bravery, and integrity? Liz, who held her father's sword in her hand, wiped away her tears at these words and solemnly returned. I will use all my strength to protect the innocent and defend against the forces of evil. I will always abide by a code of respect, discipline, and morality, and will carry honor throughout. After Liz finished this paragraph, she seemed to have reached some kind of ritual, and her whole body was wrapped in holy light. After a full 3 minutes, when the holy light dispersed, What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a young girl who emanated a holy aura. From the original elite template swordsman, she had made the leap to become a heroic templates paladin, and her level had been raised to level 30. Chapter 46. All working hard. Seeing Liz transferring to a paladin, Moore seemed to have seen himself back then, and, "You've become a paladin, and I can go at ease." After saying that, Moore called out something towards the sky, and within a few seconds, a holy light suddenly appeared in the sky. The holy light came above the rift along with Moore. Moore looked back at Lin Yuan and nodded slightly before his body disappeared into the rift. As Moore's figure disappeared, the invisible rift was smoothed out by a mysterious force. "You have been recognized by Moore." Seeing Moore's end, Lin Yuan had been thinking about one thing. Were these people in purgatory real or not? It seemed like the Holy Tower knew what was on Lin Yuan's mind and directly instilled some information towards Lin Yuan's brain. All the characters in the purgatory difficulty were real. It could be seen from the attitude of the Angry Demon King. Once again, Lin Yuan had ruined the Angry Demon King's good deed. Originally, the Angry Demon King was going to introduce Moore's soul into purgatory. Moore's soul was very special, a rare pure battle soul filled with fervent faith. If the Angry Demon King obtained Moore's soul, then he would once again have a powerful destruction guard under his command. This process had been prepared by the Angry Demon King for a long time, and he was about to succeed, only to be sabotaged by Lin Yuan. That was why the Angry Demon King was so angry. After destroying the Angry Demon King's good deed twice in a row, Lin Yuan was already on the Angry Demon King's must-kill list. The rift was completely obliterated, and a beep sounded in everyone's ears. Detected that the Purgatory Rift has disappeared. Cleared Twilight Town Hell difficulty. Congratulations to Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Zhong Juanru, Wang Shui, and Su Shan for successfully clearing Twilight Town Hell difficulty. Prestige value +1. The long-lost beeps once again resounded throughout the city. Tianfeng City's profession forum was once again exploded. I'm not mistaken, it's hell difficulty again. This is the third time already. Where exactly are this Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan? There is no hang big can explain why they can always pass the hell difficulty, and I brush a normal difficulty are almost destroyed. Upstairs JJ Small. Identification is complete. While the opinions are divided, Brother Knowing posted again. According to reliable sources, the 5-person squad that just cleared the level were all S-rank seeds from Tianfeng City. They all participated in the Holy Tower trial today, and their strength has been greatly improved. I previously guessed that one of the two of them, Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan, had SS grade talent, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. According to the information, Lin Yuan's profession is a mage, his talent is F grade, Zhang Fan's profession is a shield warrior, his talent is a grade, and the rest of the 3 people are 2A 1B. I'm pretty sure that someone amongst the 2 of them must be hiding their talent, or else relying on the data on the surface alone. It's simply impossible for these 5 people to pass Twilight Town on hell difficulty. The person called Brother Knowledge spoke out his deduction, and even published the data of the 5 people in the professionals forum in a dignified manner. Luckily, Secretary Sun realized it in time and deleted this person's post, but there were still quite a few people who saw this post. This triggered another round of discussion. The more these people talked, the more outrageous they became, and in the end, they even said that Lin Yuan had awakened an SSS grade talent. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Yuan. He had already stepped out of the abyss. Seeing the sun again, Lin Yuan stretched, "So tired." These words caused the few people around him to fill their heads with question marks. "You're still tired? Don't you just casually release 2 skills every time you fight and it's over? This is still called tired. We are the ones who are tired. We have to barbecue and make tea," and the most tired of all was Zhang Fan, who also had to pick up the loot. Of course, the crowd only spat these words in their hearts and did not say them to their faces. After a long time, it was Su Shan who broke the silence. "Are we going to continue brushing the abyss today?" Lin Yuan looked up at the sky as he sniffed. "It's getting late. Let's call it a day and continue tomorrow." Lin Yuan then said goodbye to the crowd and teleported to the garden sanctuary, wanting to see how the little goblins were doing and if they were adapting to the current life. After Lin Yuan left, the other 4 didn't move. Zhang Fan looked at the other 3 and, "Why aren't you guys leaving?" Wang Shui flavorfully blanked him. "Does it even need to be said?" Zhang Fan became the captain of the team without a second thought. "Then let's go and brush a few more rounds?" Listening to the words of several people, they meant that they wanted to brush the abyss for a few more rounds. Thinking about it, the pressure Lin Yuan had brought them was just too much. As professionals, they didn't want to live under Lin Yuan's wings for the rest of their lives. So they planned to brush the abyss a few times on their own. Zhang Fan looked at the others and asked, "It's just the four of us. Is that okay?" The other three nodded and, "No problem." At this stage, their levels were definitely in the first tier, and there might not be any more than level 10 in the entire Tianfeng city. Professionals below level 10 were dispensable to them. So under Zhang Fan's leadership, the four of them once again entered the abyss. At first, the three of them picked the difficult difficulty. As a result, the difficult difficulty was easy and enjoyable for them. The normal monsters couldn't break Zhang Fan's defenses at all, and only the final boss was able to deal a small amount of damage to Zhang Fan. After this time in the abyss, several people also clearly knew their strength. The difficulty had also changed from difficult to nightmare. Lin Yuan naturally didn't know that the others in the squad were working hard to brush the abyss. He was chatting with the Goblin Queen and, "How do you feel? Are you still adapting to the environment here?" The Goblin Queen heard Lin Yuan's words and happily replied, "This place is perfect for our Goblin clan." At noon, after Lin Yuan's reminder, the Goblin Queen organized the goblins to make a batch of snacks, originally thinking that these snacks could be sold for a while. As a result, in less than an afternoon, all the treats were sold out. This made the Goblin Queen very happy. In her heart, she was even more convinced of Lin Yuan. "These gold coins were exchanged for selling the dim sum today. They're all for you." The Goblin Queen took out a bag filled with gold coins. Lin Yuan weighed it, there were about 300 or so. In his heart, he sighed that the Goblin clan was really a small earner. It was only the first day and he had earned 300 gold coins. However, Lin Yuan wasn't short of money and returned the bag to the Goblin Queen. "I'm not short of money, it's better for you to take this money, you guys are here for the first time. It's the time when you need money the most. If it's not enough you can tell me, I'll think of something." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the Goblin Queen was very touched inside. She flew to Lin Yuan's face and kissed him, and, "Thank you." The Goblin Queen seemed to be shy and disappeared after giving Lin Yuan a kiss. Lin Yuan felt like he had been stung by a bee and laughed lightly when he saw the flustered Goblin Queen. Lin Yuan then teleported back to Skywind City and prepared to head home. On the way home, Lin Yuan was thinking about things and didn't see a pair of hate-filled eyes not far away. The owner of these eyes was Chun Bin, who had been beaten to the ground by Zhang Fan yesterday. After being brutally beaten up by Zhang Fan and abandoned by Zhang Long, no squad had grouped him from yesterday until now, so Chun Bin's level was still only 3. Chapter 47 Natural Disaster Cult. Chun Bin blamed it all on Lin Yuan. "Why don't you, Lin Yuan, honestly be a waste of space to be stepped on by me? Why did you pass through the abyss of hell difficulty? Why?" The anger and unwillingness in his heart made Chun Bin want to go crazy. Just now, Chun Bin also heard the citywide briefing. Passing Twilight Town on hell difficulty. Lin Yuan's level was at least level 15. Even if he was no longer willing, it wouldn't help. He could only keep this resentment in his heart. After Lin Yuan disappeared from Chun Bin's sight, Chun Bin gritted his teeth and walked into a dark alley. After 7 turns, Chun Bin opened a sewer manhole cover and jumped in. As Chun Bin walked to the end of the sewer, a low voice came from the front. "Have you thought about it?" "I've thought about it." Chun Bin had determination on his face, clearly making a choice. "Good then, from now on, I will arrange for you to upgrade quickly, and you will be the first group of people to transfer." The owner of the voice appeared from the shadows. It was a middle-aged man cloaked in black robes. The man raised his head, and there were 4 fiery runes on his forehead. "This time, Lin Yuan will definitely participate in the transfer trial. Your mission is to sabotage Lin Yuan's transfer mission so that he can't complete the transfer. Got it?" Chun Bin already hated Lin Yuan with a passion. Once he heard that the task was to sabotage Lin Yuan's transfer trial, his face rejoiced. "I will definitely complete the task." The black-robed man saw Chun Bin's appearance and knew that what Chun Bin said was not a lie, waving his hand for him to leave. "When you leave in a moment, someone will naturally take you to brush the abyss." Chun Bin carefully bowed at the black-robed man and turned around to leave the place. Lin Yuan naturally didn't know that there were people plotting against him in the shadowy parts of Tianfeng City. After a pleasant sleep, Lin Yuan rushed to the sacred tower after a simple meal. Arriving at the place he had agreed to yesterday, Lin Yuan saw that several of his teammates were already fully loaded. Something's not right. Lin Yuan felt something was wrong when he saw a few of his teammates. There was a considerable change in the aura and appearance of these few people, and they faintly exuded an aura of solemnity. This was certainly the case. These few people had been fighting in the abyss since they separated from Lin Yuan yesterday. They had been fighting until 12 midnight before these few people went back to rest. No, after resting for a few hours, these few people agreed to come back early to brush the abyss. By the time Lin Yuan arrived here, these people had already brushed the abyss twice. After forming a team, Zhang Fan gave Lin Yuan the captain, and only then did Lin Yuan realize where the changes in the group had occurred. When they parted yesterday, Wang Shui was still level 15. Today she was already level 16 like Zhong Junru and Su Shan, and the highest level Zhang Fan was already equal to Lin Yuan, reaching level 17. Working hard enough, he himself couldn't fall behind. One couldn't just float away because they had awakened the plugin. Sooner or later they would be caught up if they didn't work hard. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to level up to level 20 today and try to transfer as soon as possible. Are there any more Hell Difficulty Abysses in Tianfeng City? Hell Difficulty Abyss gave a lot of experience, and the rewards were also generous, so it was naturally Lin Yuan's first choice. Hearing Lin Yuan ask this, Zhang Fan thought for a moment. There aren't any below level 20 anymore, but there are in other cities. There's one in Tianshui City. Lin Yuan immediately got energized when he heard about Tianshui City. We'll go there then. Several people then went to the teleportation hall and teleported to Skywater City. Just as they walked out of the teleportation array, they saw Li Liang's squad. Looking at Lin Yuan's few people who came face to face, Li Liang first froze, then angrily said, "What are you guys doing in Tianshui City?" Those who didn't know thought that Tianshui City was owned by Li Liang's family. Zhang Fan, who was not a person who spoiled children, directly disliked, "Our coming to Tianshui City has nothing to do with you." This made Li Liang furious, pointing at Zhang Fan and saying, "You Tianfeng City people don't stay in your city properly. Why did you come to our Tianshui City? Are you trying to plot against us?" This Li Liang was also despicable. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to put a label on Zhang Fan. Hearing Li Liang's words, Lin Yuan frowned and thought to himself, "This person has a problem. What's it to you if we come to Tianshui City?" Both Tianshui City and Tianfeng City are subordinate to the Alliance. As part of the Alliance, we didn't break the laws of the Alliance by coming to Tianshui City, right? Throwing down these words, Lin Yuan directly led his squad towards the abyss this time. Li Liang in the back saw that Lin Yuan's destination was the abyss, and with a twinkle in his eye, he also followed. After arriving at the place, Zhang Fan pointed at an abyssal portal and said, "Of the abysses below level 20 in Tianshui City, only this bloody monastery's inferno difficulty hasn't been conquered." Li Liang, who was following behind, immediately revealed a disdainful expression when he heard that these few people actually wanted to challenge the Bloody Abbey on Hell difficulty. Just a few of you still want to challenge the Bloody Abbey on Hell difficulty. You really don't know the height of heaven. For the entire Tianshui City's level 20 or lower professionals, who didn't know that the Bloody Abbey's Hell difficulty was simply impossible to get through, the city lord of Tianshui City had even introduced a policy for the sake of this abyss that he forbade Tianshui City's professionals from challenging the Bloody Abbey's Hell difficulty. The reason for this was because last year, 5S ranked seeds from Tianshui City had chosen to challenge the Hell difficulty without listening to advice, and as a result, all of their troops were wiped out. At that time, this incident made the city lord of Tianshui City very angry. A ban on challenges was then issued. "I advise you to save yourselves. If you all die here, your city lord shall not cry to death." Li Liang hypocritically pretended to be kind on the side, but actually inwardly hoped that they would go for the challenge, and it would be best if they all died inside. Of course, you guys can also challenge other abysses if you're afraid. Hearing Li Liang chattering on the side, Lin Yuan got a little annoyed and glanced at Li Liang. For some reason, when Li Liang saw Lin Yuan's eyes, his mouth couldn't make a sound. Only after Lin Yuan turned his head did Li Liang feel better. With no more noises in his ears, Lin Yuan walked to the portal and directly chose Hell difficulty, walking into the portal with the rest of the squad. Seeing that Lin Yuan and the others had really chosen the Hell difficulty, Li Liang froze, then sneered and said, "Things that don't know how to die, post about them entering the Bloody Abbey on the professionals forum." With the efforts of Li Liang's few people, in no time, the small half of Tianshui City's professionals knew about Tianfeng City's S-ranked squad's challenge to the Bloody Abbey on Hell difficulty. After the matter had festered, the vast majority of people thought that Lin Yuan's few people were afraid that they were going to be completely wiped out. Of course, there were a few who knew about Lin Yuan's battle record and came out to speak up for Lin Yuan, but they were all covered up by the posts made by Tianshui City's professionals. There was one person who was shocked when he found out about this, and that was Sun Xian. Because Sun Xian was aware of who was hiding inside the bloody monastery of hell difficulty. If he disturbed this person, he was afraid that Sun Xian would not be able to take it in his stride. At the moment, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. After a long time, Sun Xian suddenly had a smirking expression on his face. If that Lin Yuan really took that one out, can I be the yellow bird? At the thought of such a situation, Sun Xian's heart was on fire. Chapter 48 Chun Yuang. Just as Lin Yuan was entering the abyss, a big shot came to Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion. Vice President Chun, what is the purpose of your great visit to Tianfeng City? In front of Zhong Bai stood a middle-aged man dressed in a very flirty outfit. This man's name was Chun Yuang, and he was the vice president of the Mage Association, a figure second only to President Good. The rank was a level 78 elemental mage. The level 54 Zhong Bai was like a child in front of him. Chun Yuang waved his hand and spoke bluntly. I won't say any more nonsense. I've got my eye on that Lin Yuan from your Tianfeng City. Where is he now? I want to take him away. Yesterday, he didn't ask from two gangs' mouth. Chun Yuang could have really gone through a lot of effort to find out that it was Lin Yuan who broke Tu Yang's record. No, just after realizing that Lin Yuan was from Tianfeng City, Chun Yuang rushed here in a hurry. Because Lin Yuan's profession happened to be a mage like him. With the proximity of water, Chun Yuang planned to take Lin Yuan as his disciple. With his own position of strength, Chun Yuang didn't believe that Lin Yuan had the possibility to refuse. When Lin Yuan became his disciple, in time, he would be another human demon. You're here for Lin Yuan? Zhong Bai asked. Knowingly, Chun Yuang returned impatiently. Well, wait a moment. I'll have someone invite him over. Zhong Bai knew that the one in front of him was of an anxious nature and hurriedly asked Secretary Sun to go and invite Lin Yuan. After 5 minutes, Secretary Sun came back with a helpless hand. Several people from Lin Yuan and his squad aren't in Tianfeng City. Not there, where did they go? Chun Yuang came to Secretary Sun's side first and asked eagerly. They went to Tianshui City, and I heard that they also entered the bloody monastery on hell difficulty. Secretary Sun answered truthfully. What? Chan Yuang was taken aback, and without even greeting them, he disappeared in a flash, leaving Zhong Bai and Secretary Sun wide-eyed. On the other hand, Lin Yuan felt that something was wrong after a few people teleported into the abyss. You have entered the bloody Abbey Hell difficulty? Note: extremely dangerous characters exist in this scenario. From the hints given by the Holy Tower, it was clear that this abyss was different. An unpleasant odor filled the air amongst them. You have been infected with a disease that reduces your life value by 1 point per second. Before even seeing the monster, the negative status of disease stalking was already hanging on several people. As the team's healer, Wang Shui cast Dispel Disease with a lift of her hand. The boost received was that it could not be dispelled. After telling everyone about the situation, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. It looks like we need to make quick work of this. The group walked through the corridor and arrived at an open-air plaza. On the plaza were nearly 100 hounds that were close to 1 meter tall, as well as dozens of humans who were responsible for training the hounds. These humans wore uniform red armor with a demon with wings printed in the middle of the armor. These people were all traders of the Purgatory Demon. Hound Trainer LV-19. Life value 50,000. Attack power 2,000. Whip. Swing the whip in your hand at the target, dealing 150% damage and slowing the target by 30%. Loyal Hound LV-18. Lifesteal 45,000. Attack power 2,500. Ferocious Bite. Infects the target with rabies, dealing 500 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. Stackable. A bit scattered. Lin Yuan looked at the monsters wandering back and forth and whispered. Killing them in waves was too time-consuming, so Lin Yuan planned to have a one-wave flow. Hanging a mana shield on himself, Lin Yuan moved. As he ran, Lin Yuan's hand movements were non-stop. Bayu. He fired a few shots of extreme cold shock towards the most densely populated areas of the monsters. He attracted all the monsters' hatred to himself. After circling around, Lin Yuan saw that it was almost time, and flashed to the human statue in the center of the square. Standing on the statue, Lin Yuan started releasing Meteor Firestorm. Against these small monsters, Lin Yuan chanted for less than 2 seconds before choosing to release it. For 100,000. For 100,000. The meteorite rain fell and huge damage appeared in the middle of the monsters. The monsters were instantly massacred. You have killed the loyal hound. Experience value increased by 450. X90. You have killed the hound trainer. Experience value increased by 500. X45. After killing the monsters, it was time to pick up the loot. Without needing to be reminded, Zhang Fan's few people had already started cleaning up the battlefield. However, before a few people finished picking up, a roaring sound suddenly came from the crowd's ears. Not more than a few seconds later, they saw an eagle-nosed man leading a hound dog as big as a calf to the area. You killed my beloved hounds. I'm going to chop you up to bury them. As soon as Lin Yuan heard the man's tone, he knew it was a boss that had arrived. Dog Tamer Rock Elite LV20. Life value 400000. Attack power 15,000. Summon hounds. Summons 20 loyal hounds to join the battle. The hounds are level 20. Human dog unity. Lock rides on a berserker hound, increasing his attack power by 500%. Berserk Hound Elite LV20. Life value 300000. Attack power 20,000. Berserk. Attack power increased by 200% and attack speed increased by 100% after activation. Seeing the boss's attributes, Lin Yuan felt that it was just so-so. Using both hands in one mind, he gave the boss and the hound a shot of extreme cold shock each. 300,000. 300,000. A shot of extreme cold shock directly killed the berserk hound, and the boss had only a sliver of its life value left. Lin Yuan then fired another extreme cold shock and resolved the boss. The entire process didn't take more than 3 seconds. The other teammates were looking at the boss's attributes when the boss suddenly died. This shocked the other teammates. Where was the boss with the horrifying aura just now? Well, it's dead. Then it's fine. My plants. Zhang Fan spat out Fanfong and cursed as he walked over to the boss to pick up his equipment. Jewelry Dog Whistle Gold. Equipment requirement. None. Effect. Summons 3 hounds to protect you for 10 minutes. The hound's life value and attack power is 50% of yours. Weapon. Locks Whip Gold. Requirements. Level 18. Attributes. Attack plus 400. Agility plus 30. Stamina plus 30. Whiplash. Causes the target to fall into a state of deepening damage, increasing damage taken by 15%. Gloves Dog Taming Gloves Gold. Equipment requirement. Level 15. Attributes. Attack plus 80. Agility plus 20. Strength plus 20. Strong attack. Attack speed increased by 15%. The first mini-boss provided 3 pieces of gold equipment. It was a door opener of sorts. The gloves Sushan Zong Juanru could use, so the 2 of them rolled points. Zong Juanru 86, Sushan 75. The gloves were divided to Zong Juanru. This dog whistle jewelry is quite interesting, Lin Yuan said he did not need, after the 4 people continued to roll points. Wang Shui was the first to roll and directly threw a 100. The other 3 saw Wang Shui's points. When the other 3 saw Wang Shui's points, they were all a bit discouraged. In the end, Zong Juanru was 67. Su Shan 52. Zhang Fan did roll a 98. Unfortunately, in the end, the trinket still landed on Wang Shui. Changing into the trinket, Wang Shui couldn't wait to summon the hound. For a while, 1 person and 3 dogs were having fun. Seeing Wang Shui embracing the hound, Zhang Fan couldn't wait to replace it. Chapter 49 Bloody Library. After clearing the square, Lin Yuan realized that 3 paths appeared before him. The passage in the center was locked by a mysterious force and was inaccessible. Lin Yuan could only choose the passage on either side. During his consideration, Lin Yuan realized that the plague infection on his body had worsened. It became dropping 5 life points per second. This was a bit terrifying. It had only been less than 2 minutes since they had entered the copy. At this rate of blood loss, after 10 minutes they were afraid that they would lose 50 life points per second. No wonder no one had been able to pass through this abyss so far. The difficulty is indeed very high. If you bring a healer, you won't have enough output, and if you don't bring a healer, you'll be easily wiped out. Unless one brought a super violent output like Lin Yuan, most teams would return home in defeat. The rest of the squad had obviously noticed this matter as well, and a few others had thought about it and offered to split up. To this, Lin Yuan didn't have much of an opinion. Then Lin Yuan chose the left passage and the other 4 chose the right. Coming to the left passage, Lin Yuan felt like he had entered a library. Looking around, rows and rows of bookshelves were displayed within the room. There were quite a few humans who were also wearing spell robes who were busy. Bloody Caster LV20. Life value 50,000. Mana 5,000. Attack power 900. Mana shield 20 points of damage per 1 point of mana. Fireball. Casts a ball of fire, dealing 2,500 points of flame damage. Seeing the monster's attributes, Lin Yuan knew it was a sure thing. Without delaying for too long, Lin Yuan planned to make quick work of the battle. Before entering the battle, Lin Yuan added a mana shield to himself. Then Lin Yuan started his parkour journey. Not to mention, the terrain of the library was perfect for gathering monsters. These mana monsters had no way to release their fireball spells and could only follow Lin Yuan's ass and eat dust. Within a minute, all the monsters were attracted to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan released Meteor Fire Rain with his left hand and Silent Domain with his right hand. Once the Silent Domain was released, the spellcasters in front of him were like ducks with their throats stuck. Their spell-casting movements were interrupted and they froze in place for a second. This 1 second was enough time for Lin Yuan's Meteor Fire Rain to be released. Real Mana Shield equals Lin Yuan's Shield Unbreakable Shield. Fake Mana Shield equals Bloody Caster's shield collapsed at the touch of a button. The rain of fire smashed down, and there was wailing again. 350,000. 350,000. Over 300,000 damage directly emptied the monster's blood bar. You killed the Bloody Caster, experience value increased by 586. Once the monster died, Lin Yuan leveled up to level 18. Lin Yuan then picked up the equipment that had exploded on the ground and headed towards the depths of the library. When Lin Yuan arrived at the inner level of the library, he suddenly saw a golden treasure chest. This caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up. Since the monsters had all been killed, no one disturbed Lin Yuan from opening the treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest, you have obtained a Disintegration Ray B rank. You obtained 500 gold coins. You obtained the Book of Wisdom. A book of skills that spells can use. There is also a secondary equipment. Sidekick. Book of Wisdom Gold Growable. Where requirements: Mage Intelligence 500. Attributes: Intelligence plus 150, Stamina plus 50. Mana Surge. Your spell damage will fluctuate between 95% 110%. Skill Disintegration Ray Grade B LV1. Release time: Instantaneous, can be channeled. Consumption: 500 mana plus 300 mana per second. Description: releases a laser that deals 1,500 points of arcane damage while reducing the target's magic resistance by 20 points, deals 1,000 points of arcane damage per second during channeling, and reduces magic resistance by 15 points per second. Even though Lin Yuan's vision was already high, he still felt that these two items were not bad. Learned the skills first. Another random silver one-handed sword was found, replacing the imp staff that he had worn for a long time so that he could wear the Book of Wisdom. Further on, Lin Yuan came to a secret room. When Lin Yuan was 30 meters away from the chamber, the door to the chamber suddenly opened and a large fireball flew at him. 8,700. This wasn't an ordinary large fireball, but an inferno explosion. The boss had actually come to open the door to kill. This infuriated Lin Yuan. Arcanist Vetch Elite LV23. Life: 350,000. Mana: 100,000. Attack power: 2,500. Inferno Explosion. Releases a ball of bursting fire, dealing 30,000 points of fire damage. Mage Armor. Armor plus 5,000 takes 40% less melee damage. Arcane Explosion. After taking lethal damage, Vicky will briefly enter a state of invincibility, dealing 100,000 points of arcane damage to enemies within a range of 100. The boss had already spotted Lin Yuan when he heard his subordinate screams just now. It was waiting for Lin Yuan to get close enough to take him away with an Inferno Blast. As a result, the Inferno Blast hit Lin Yuan painlessly, not even breaking the mana shield. I thought I was confident that I would be able to sneak attack Lin Yuan and finish him off. As a result, nothing happened. The boss was dumbfounded, but Lin Yuan was not. Lin Yuan, who was holding his breath, raised his hand, and an extreme cold shock hit him. 300,000. It directly knocked out most of the boss's blood, and incidentally froze the boss into ice. After being frozen, the boss still had a shocked expression on its face. Fortunately, the boss's third skill was a passive trigger, and after dropping to half blood, it entered a short invincible state. The invincibility lasted for 5 seconds, which just happened to be the time for the boss to release the AoE explosion. Once the 5 seconds passed, with a bang, A large amount of arcane energy appeared within 100 meters. 17,000. A move that was enough to kill most level 20 professionals did not even break 1/10 of Lin Yuan's shield. The originally confident boss's jaw dropped. This is too fake. Are you the boss or am I the boss? Lin Yuan was in a hurry and didn't give the boss another chance to talk nonsense. Another extreme cold shock shot out. It emptied the boss's blood level. You have killed Arcanist Vetch Elite. Experience value increased by 80,000. You have picked up the Hypnotic Blade Gold. You have picked up the Arcane Explosive Technique Grade B. After finishing off the boss, a blue button appeared in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan knew that this should be the switch that controlled the middle passage. Walking up and pressing the button, Lin Yuan rushed to the right passage. While on the way, Lin Yuan took the time to look at the attributes of his equipment. Weapon Hypnotic Blade Gold. Wearing requirements. Mage Intelligence 800. Attributes. Attack plus 1,500. Intelligence plus 280. Hypnosis. Your spells have a chance to put the target into a sleep state for 3 seconds. Being attacked will not break the effect. Skill Orbital Blast LV1. Casting time. Instantaneous. Consumption. 600 mana. Description. Causes an explosion of arcane energy within 5 meters, dealing 500 points of arcane damage to enemies within range. Chapter 50. The middle passage is opened. Lin Yuan's movements were quick, and in a short while, he caught up with Zhang Fan and the others. After catching up, Lin Yuan didn't rush to make a move, but instead observed from the sidelines for a while. Not to mention, Zhang Fan's fighting prowess was also very strong. With the tacit cooperation of several people, dealing with a dozen or so monsters was no problem at all. Especially Zhang Fan, his positioning and awareness brightened Lin Yuan's eyes. Every time a monster was about to attack Zhang Fan would make just the right amount of shield blocks. Lin Yuan watched for a while and waited until a few people had cleared the wave of monsters before walking forward. Seeing Lin Yuan come over, Zhang Fan asked, "Are you done over there?" Lin Yuan nodded. This caused a few people to sigh again. It really was a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. Then a few people thought, "Oh, this person is Lin Yuan, that's fine. This is a big pervert. There's no way to compare." So a few people, after seeing Lin Yuan nod his head in acknowledgement, marveled slightly before taking it for granted. Let's hurry up. Lin Yuan glanced at the negative status on his status bar. At the moment, the blood loss effect per second had become 12 points. After that, Lin Yuan was ready to start the train again and lure the monsters into a wave. Weapon Watcher LV22. Life value, 60,000. Attack power, 5,500. Whirlwind Slash. Swing your weapon around to unleash a powerful strike that deals 130% damage. The monsters here were all melee and clustered. Lin Yuan had already gathered them together in less than a moment. It was still a meteor shower, and once 2 seconds passed, all the monsters were killed in seconds. You have killed the Weapon Caretaker, increasing your experience value by 550 points x 57. Together with the waves of monsters that Zhang Fan had killed earlier, all the monsters were cleared. As soon as the monsters died, the roar of a boss was heard in Lin Yuan's ears. A humanoid creature in bloody armor approached quickly towards several people. Herald the Destroyer Elite LV25. Life value, 420000. Attack power, 55,000. Charge. Launches a fierce charge towards the target, stunning the target for 2 seconds. Destroyer. Swings the weapon in his hand and launches 3 rounds of Whirlwind Slash towards a range of 3 meters, dealing 500% damage each time. Unyielding. Immune to slowing and fixing effects. As soon as the boss came over, without saying a word, it directly charged at Lin Yuan. The tall body instantly slammed into Lin Yuan, knocking him into a stunned state. Lin Yuan was also prepared for the boss's actions, and used Flash the moment he was stunned. Not only did he remove the stun, but he also distanced himself from the boss. After pulling away, Lin Yuan directly emptied the boss's blood bar with 2 rounds of extreme cold shock. 300,000. 300,000. Your squad has killed Herald the Destroyer. Experience value increased by 80,000. Aside from Lin Yuan, everyone else in the squad had upgraded. Everyone had reached level 18. After the boss died, Lin Yuan searched around and found a red button, pressed it and then said to the others, "Let's go back over to the square. The middle passage should be open." Several people re-entered the square. Sure enough, the lock on the passageway in the center was open. Passing through the passageway, Lin Yuan and the others arrived inside the bloody abbey. Coming here, Lin Yuan felt like he had arrived at a distribution company. A dimpled woman in a black leotard was giving a loud speech with her hands in the air. The hundreds of people below showed devout expressions as they listened to what she had to say. Originally, the woman was in the middle of her speech, but she froze for a few seconds when she saw Lin Yuan and his men suddenly appear in front of her. Then she frowned and shouted, "There is a pagan invasion! Catch them!" At the woman's command, all of them showed frenzied faces and turned back to look at Lin Yuan and the others. Blood Zealot LV-25. Life value, 80,000. Attack power, 8,000. Frenzy. After taking damage, attack speed increases by 50% and movement speed increases by 30%. Being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes like hungry wolves, Lin Yuan felt uncomfortable. Then Lin Yuan released Meteor Firestorm. Once 2 seconds passed, these blood zealots were massacred by Lin Yuan. The frenzied eyes turned into whitish dead fish eyes. You have killed the bloody fanatics. Experience value increased by 600 x 340. The massive amount of experience allowed Lin Yuan to ascend another level, reaching level 19. The woman on the stage hadn't even waited to show a smile when her face froze. In her heart, 10,000 grass mud horses ran wild. Where did so many of my men go? Just now, they were still alive in front of me. How could they die in the blink of an eye? The woman wiped her eyes and realized that she hadn't made a mistake. So she shouted in panic, "Lenny, where are you, my warrior?" As soon as the woman shouted, Lin Yuan's attention was drawn over and he saw the woman's attributes. Missionary Linda Elite LV-30. Life value, 800,000. Mana value, 50,000. Attack power, 70,000. Live and die together. If Lenny is not dead, then Linda cannot die. Truth Magic Shield. Applies a shield to the target, reducing the damage it takes by 50% for 10 seconds. Healing Technique. Restores 200,000 life points to the target. Instantaneous. Cooldown 5 seconds. This yelling woman was actually a boss. Boss Linda didn't shout for more than 3 seconds, and a man with a silver war hammer appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Guardian Knight Lenny Elite LV-30. Life value, 1,200,000. Attack power, 150,000. Stored power Heavy Strike. Simply store up power and then deliver a fierce heavy strike towards the front of your body, dealing 200,000 points of damage to enemies within a range of 3 meters and stunning targets within the range for 5 seconds. Vengeful Strike. After taking melee damage, bounce 100% of the damage back to the enemy. Berserk. When Linda falls into a near-death state, attack power increases by 1,000%. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, Lin Yuan thought of the term dogman and woman, although it was 2 bosses. But Lin Yuan wasn't panicking at all and was using 2 things at once. Pointing one hand at a boss, he gave them both a shot of extreme cold shock. There was a saying that one move was good for everything. Although this skill, Extreme Cold Shock, had low damage, the control effect pulled full. The boss was frozen in place and unable to make any movements. Lin Yuan could do whatever he wanted. Lin Yuan was quick. In less than 5 seconds, the 2 bosses became a pair of dead ducks. Once the boss died, Zhang Fan skimmed his mouth. Bah! Brushing the abyss and eating a mouthful of dog food. Because these 2 bosses didn't forget to hold hands before they died, leaving Zhang Fan speechless. But after cursing, after picking up the boss drops, Zhang Fan changed his face again.
Good death. Good death.
When Lin Yuan saw Zhang Fan's look, he knew that good equipment had popped out again. Holy Vestment Robe Platinum. Wearing requirements. Priest, level 18. Attributes. Intelligence plus 100. Physical strength plus 120. Holy Care. Your healing and gain spells apply a care effect to the target, reducing damage taken by 15% and increasing the speed of blood recovery by 50%. Guardian's Hammer Platinum. Requirements: Warrior, Strength 300. Attributes: Attack Power plus 1,600. Strength plus 200. Stamina plus 150. Heavy Strike. Increases the damage of the next attack by 150%, causing a ranged strike effect. Chapter 51: The Unpassable Abyss. The 2 pieces of platinum equipment made Su Shan and Wang Shui's breathing heavy. However, the boss was all killed by Lin Yuan, so the 2 of them were too embarrassed to ask for it. After a long time, Su Shan took the initiative to mention that he wanted to spend money on it. Lin Yuan thought about it and agreed. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to give it to them, but then felt that it wasn't a good idea. There was a saying that if you give rice, you'll be grateful for it. It might not be good to give all the time. Proper solicitation would last. So when Su Tian offered to pay for it, Lin Yuan immediately agreed. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't trying to make money, he just sold it to Su Shan at market price. This made Su Shan very grateful. Similarly, Wang Shui also purchased the holy vestments at market price. When the equipment arrived, the duo couldn't wait to change into it. The Guardian Heavy Hammer was visually appealing. The attack power pulled full also added 200 strength, and at this stage it could be called a melee artifact. But to say that it was attractive, it was still the holy vestment robe on Wang Shui that was more attractive. Wearing the holy vestment, Wang Shui's already magnificent figure was even more explosive. Charming and holy were combined into one, making people look away. Lin Yuan was fine. He had seen all sorts of flirtatious young ladies and was fully fixed. Zhang Fan didn't have that same ability. He had a piggish look on his face and was close to drooling. But just this look made Wang Shui's heart happy. What woman doesn't want her boyfriend to be devoted to her? Seeing Zhang Fan's look, Wang Shui stretched out her slender jade hand and gently poked it like this. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Fan instantly came back to his senses, wiped the corners of his mouth, and righteously said, "This vestment is simply tailor-made for you. It suits you too well." These words made Wang Shui's heart blossom. Returning to the topic. After killing the boss, the hint to pass the level didn't come. So Lin Yuan guessed that there should still be hidden bosses that hadn't been discovered. So he started looking around. But after half a day of searching, he still hadn't found any clues. "Have you guys found any clues?" Lin Yuan asked after a few people rejoined. The others shook their heads, stating that they had already searched all over the house and hadn't found any other entrances. Receiving an answer, Lin Yuan gazed around, trying to find some clues. Retracing his steps along the surrounding walls, he kept tapping. Finally, when Lin Yuan reached a wall, he found an echo coming from within. "This wall is hollow. There should be a secret room inside." Lin Yuan shouted and started looking for the mechanism. After drumming for a while, the wall finally opened up when Lin Yuan broke a candlestick, revealing the secret room inside. Once inside, Lin Yuan realized that this secret room led underground. Lin Yuan was the first to enter, and when he was halfway there, the plague effect on his body doubled. It went from lowering 35 life points per second to lowering 70 life points per second. Lin Yuan was startled and immediately shouted, "Don't come down, just wait for me up there." This negative status wasn't a big deal for Lin Yuan, but for the rest of the squad it was very deadly. Moreover, Lin Yuan had only been down for a short while, so he didn't know if this plague effect would continue to increase. If it continued to double, Wang Shui alone wouldn't be able to milk it. The rest of the people who heard Lin Yuan's shouts also stopped moving and returned to the top. Lin Yuan continued to go down, and after he crossed the ladder, the plague effect doubled again, lowering his life value by 150 points per second. Lin Yuan had a strong shield. If he hadn't, a normal mage would have panicked. After arriving at the underground, Lin Yuan was shocked by the sight in front of him. Lin Yuan didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. It was simply a huge underground world. In the center was a huge castle. There were many demons patrolling around. That's right, it was demons. This underground world was made up entirely of demonic races. Lin Yuan had inferior demons, satyrs, and demon guards in front of him. These demons were all around level 20. Holy! There's not going to be any more Demon King projections in here. Lin Yuan had a bad guess in his heart. No wonder the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. Was this environment similar to Hell's Goblin Forest? Knowing that he might encounter danger, Lin Yuan hurriedly strengthened a wave of his skills. First was the SS grade Supreme Energy, which Lin Yuan intended to upgrade. Supreme Energy SS grade Max. Effect 1. Increases intelligence attribute by 50,000 points. Effect 2. Increases 500,000 mana points. Effect 3. Restores 50% max mana per second. Effect 4. Provides a 70% max mana shield with a 15-second cooldown after the shield is broken. Effect 5. When releasing a skill, it can increase mana consumption by an additional 10 points of skill damage for every extra point of mana. Hiss! After the skill was leveled up, Lin Yuan had a feeling of invincible loneliness. His mana was already over 1 million. The damage dealt by Meteor Firestorm had reached 5 million. What a concept this was. No one could last more than 1 second in Lin Yuan's skill. After the skill was filled up, Lin Yuan's bottom line increased greatly. Who cares if you're the Demon King's projection? Even if the Demon King's real body comes, I'm going to blow your dog's head off. Lin Yuan floated. He felt like he was invincible. He was ready to start the train again, intending to clear out the monsters in one wave. He actually did just that. After gathering a few hundred demonic monsters, Lin Yuan came with a meteor fire shower. 6 million, 6 million, 6 million damage appeared on these demonic mongrels, instantly melting the monsters. You kill the inferior demon, your experience value increases by 600x76. You kill Sartre, experience value increased by 700x42. You kill Demon Guard, experience value increased by 800x58. By killing these demons, Lin Yuan's experience value increased by 1/3. After there were no monsters around, Lin Yuan walked into the castle. You have entered the plague realm and gained the effect of disease entanglement. Disease entanglement. You are unable to recover your life value. Luckily, I didn't let Zhang Fan and the others come down. Seeing the description of disease entanglement, Lin Yuan was a bit thankful. If these people had come down, he was afraid that they would all die here. But Lin Yuan didn't care. Looking at the shield value that still had over 600,000, Lin Yuan continued to walk forward. Passing through the corridor, Lin Yuan arrived at the castle's hall. When he saw the figures in the hall, Lin Yuan's pupils shrunk in shock. This was because what appeared in front of him wasn't the Demon King projection that Lin Yuan had guessed earlier. It was a real Demon King. Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King Beelzebub Legend LV25. Life value, 70 million. Attack power, 500000. Tyrannical Eclipse Domain. Attacks and skills come with a 100% blood drawing effect. Pestilence Spread. Applies a plague effect to enemies within 10 kilometers. The closer the distance, the more damage, increasing the plague effect by 1 layer every 10 seconds. Divine Armor Pseudo. Automatically generates armor filled with divinity outside the body to resist damage. The barrier has 5 million armor, 5 million magic resistance, and 50 million life value. Note: Beelzebub is currently in an origin damaged, sleeping state. 52 disruption rays. Looking at the Demon King that appeared in front of his eyes, Lin Yuan exploded with, "Play with me, right? What happened to the promised projection of the Demon King? How did he just face the Demon King straight on?" Lin Yuan cursed a few times and noticed the system's prompt. This tyrannical eclipse Demon King in front of him had his origin damaged and was in a state of slumber? Lin Yuan remembered. This tyrannical eclipse Demon King should be the one who had surrounded Tu Yong and was killed in return. At that time, the tyrannical eclipse Demon King had his demonic body blown up by Tu Yong in the form of the Liege King's guard, and almost didn't even run away with his soul. Luckily, Beelzebub hid his hand and let him survive. But Beelzebub wouldn't dare to go back to Purgatory Realm in this state. If he goes back to Purgatory, not to mention the other Demon Kings, even his former subordinates will have to poison him. Demons are like this, the strongest is the most honored. That was why Beelzebub had fled to an abyss with the help of human traders. It was the bloody monastery that Lin Yuan was in now. After a few years of recuperation, Beelzebub was slowly recovering. It was believed that in another 10 years, Beelzebub would be able to recover most of his strength. At that time, he would be able to collaborate with the traders to destroy Tianshui City and summon the Purgatory Army. Unfortunately, I'm afraid Beelzebub couldn't wait 10 years later, because Lin Yuan had come. Lin Yuan had figured out the key at the moment, thinking that this was a good opportunity. Could it be that he was going to kill a god today? Killing the Demon King projection himself had gotten a generous reward. If he killed the real Demon King, he wouldn't be able to take off from the same spot. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan felt his mouth dry and his heart on fire. But as soon as he saw the hundreds of millions of armor and magic resistance, Lin Yuan's heart was instantly doused. Rushing at the Demon King, he tentatively struck extreme cold shock. 1. It just forced 1 point of blood to drop. How is this even a fight? Lin Yuan was a bit deflated. But Lin Yuan was an unconquerable person. Even in a desperate situation, Lin Yuan would never give up. He suddenly thought of the disintegration ray he had learned earlier. Looking at the fact that he still had a lot of skill points left over, he directly upgraded Disintegration Ray to an S-rank skill. Skill Arcane Radiance S-rank max. Casting time, Instantaneous. Consumption: 30,000 mana plus 10,000 mana per second. Description: releases a powerful arcane laser dealing 10,000 plus 300 intelligence points of arcane damage and reducing the target's magic resistance by 1,000 points, dealing 50,000 plus 100 intelligence points of arcane damage per second during the channeling period and reducing the target's magic resistance by 500 points per second. Seeing the effects of the S-rank skill, it was as if Lin Yuan had seen the light of day. Thus, while the boss was still in a state of slumber, Lin Yuan kept throwing skills at the boss. Lin Yuan didn't choose to channel, although it was said that channeling consumed a bit less mana. But the reduced magic resistance was half as low. In order to hurry, Lin Yuan threw spells left and right like machine guns. One after another, they landed on the boss. Although the 10 million magic resistance was scary to look at, under Lin Yuan's successive blasts of skills, after 20 minutes, the barrier's magic resistance had been reduced to half. Lin Yuan's spells were already able to inflict a considerable amount of damage on the barrier. It was believed that in another 10 minutes, the barrier's magic resistance would be zeroed out, and by then, the boss would become a fish to be slaughtered by Lin Yuan. After another 5 minutes, the barrier's blood level was less than 1/3. The boss seemed to be sensing something and was frowning vaguely. Not good. Lin Yuan was startled. He immediately sped up his spell casting. When the armor was about to shatter, Lin Yuan stopped. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if he broke the divine armor, then the boss would instantly wake up. So Lin Yuan didn't rush to break the boss's armor. Lin Yuan stood in place and started chanting Meteor Fire Rain. This time Lin Yuan's casting time was very long. It took a full 20 seconds to channel. It was obvious that Lin Yuan had turned on the secret spell effect that came with the cloak. It wasn't just that. Lin Yuan had put 1 million mana into Meteor Fire Rain in one go. This time, the damage was absolutely unrivaled by any other time. 20 seconds passed in a flash. When Lin Yuan threw out Meteor Firestorm, he immediately threw out Arcane Radiance at the boss, until the boss's magic resistance was zeroed out. When the magic resistance was zeroed out, the Meteor Firestorm that filled the entire sky came with it. This time, the meteor shower was densely packed. One after another, they fell on the ground. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt as if the end had come. As an onlooker, Lin Yuan felt this way, and the boss in the center of the rain of fire naturally felt even worse. The moment the divine armor was broken, Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King Beelzebub opened his scarlet eyes. Who is it that dares to disturb this king? Due to the damage to his soul essence, Beelzebub needed to spend a lot of time falling into a dormant state. Only in a dormant state could his soul be repaired little by little. It was not easy to recuperate for a few years and recover from the near-death state. As a result, there were unenlightened people who came to disturb themselves. Previously, that believer called Sun Xian, hadn't he sworn to guarantee that no one would come in? How could there be a small bug disturbing himself? The brain of Beelzebub, who had been asleep for many years, was a little slow to react. Still stuck in a few years ago, I didn't realize that I was about to be in big trouble. When Beelzebub fell into a deep sleep, if it wasn't for his body's instinctive automatic warning, I'm afraid Beelzebub wouldn't know how he died until he died. But after all, the Demon King is still the Demon King, having lived for an unknown number of years. Opening his eyes for less than a second, he knew that he was facing a desperate situation. With years of experience in killing, Beelzebub knew one thing. It was to capture the thief first. As long as he killed Lin Yuan, he still had a chance of survival. Without hesitation, Beelzebub stretched out his claws and fired a demon flame at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who had been on high alert, had the feeling of being stared at by death the moment he saw Beelzebub raise his hand. Without stopping, he directly flashed to a corner. This place Lin Yuan had observed before, it was the blind spot of Beelzebub's vision. As expected, after Lin Yuan flashed away, Beelzebub froze for 0.1 seconds. Then with a tremor of the wings behind his back, he instantly came to Lin Yuan's previous position. Turning his head, he saw Lin Yuan in the corner. But at this moment, Lin Yuan was smiling, because the storm tornado in his hand had already been released. It was directly flung out towards Beelzebub. Seeing the tornado coming, Beelzebub wanted to lift his wings to escape. However, Lin Yuan's silent domain made Beelzebub not move. The Demon King's panel was legendary, and his toughness and resistance was way too much stronger than an ordinary panel. An ordinary person could be silent for 8 seconds, which was less than a second for the Demon King. But just that 1 second was enough. The storm tornado directly pulled Beelzebub into the eye of the wind. Beelzebub was caught in a state of entanglement, unable to release any spells for a short period of time. Rumble. The rain of fire was still falling. It smashed onto the boss, smashing out nearly 10 million damage. Beelzebub's eyes were almost glazed over. How come my divine armor isn't working? How could he knock out nearly a tenth of my blood with a single skill? Chapter 53, The 7 Deadly Sins Overeating. No wonder Beelzebub was so shocked. The previous meteors, Beelzebub had dodged them all due to his own speed. So naturally he didn't know how powerful Lin Yuan was. Now that he was caught in the eye of the wind and couldn't break free, he was smashed by the meteor. It really hurt. Beelzebub's heart was in turmoil. There was once a saying, when a swordsman's heart is messed up, then he is not far from defeat. Although Beelzebub wasn't a swordsman, the truth was universal. At this moment, Lin Yuan had also become frantic. Before the duration of the storm tornado ended, Lin Yuan must kill Beelzebub. If Beelzebub didn't die, then it would be Lin Yuan who would die. Therefore, Lin Yuan's two hands felt like they were cramped as he rushed at Beelzebub and kept waving. Cold shock, arcane radiance. Skills poured onto Beelzebub like he didn't need money. After 7 seconds, the storm tornado disappeared early, and Beelzebub still had 3 million blood left. Realizing that he didn't die, Beelzebub smiled. He had survived after all. However, Beelzebub's smile only lasted for a second before he revealed an incredulous expression. Because Lin Yuan had timed it right, he directly activated the silent domain. He threw out 2 extreme cold shocks towards the boss. Coincidentally, one of the 2 extreme cold blasts that Lin Yuan had dealt had struck. 2400000 strike. 1200000 bludgeon. The damage appeared on Beelzebub's head and, emptying his blood bar, Beelzebub fell from the air with a face of disbelief. It was important to realize that the Demon King's resistance and abnormal status toughness was very high. Extreme cold shock only dealt damage to him, the freezing effect was immune. The probability of a skill hitting him with a blitz was 0.01%. Such a low probability was triggered by Lin Yuan. No wonder Beelzebub was dead. You have killed Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King Beelzebub. Experience value increased by 1,200,000. You have risen to level 20. You haven't transferred yet? The experience value is stored for now. After killing the Demon King, Lin Yuan had a full harvest of experience value. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't changed jobs yet, he would have risen at least 2 more levels. And don't forget, the one Lin Yuan killed wasn't an ordinary purgatory lord. It was a real purgatory demon king. Beelzebub had some of the authority of purgatory. His authority was in his heart that emitted a 7-colored light. Heart of Overeating 7 colors. Requirement: kill the Lord of Overeating. Attribute: physical strength increased by 500%. Special effect 1. Your skills and attacks have a 100% blood drawing effect attached to them. Special effect 2. Immunity to disease, plague, and poisoning effects. Special effect 3. Probability of increasing your own attributes after killing a creature. This item cannot be traded or dropped, and will take effect when placed in your backpack. Wings: Demon Wings Dark Gold. Requirements: Strength 1000. Attributes: all attributes plus 500. Movement speed increased by 100%. Flight: consuming 1000 mana per second. You can fly at low altitude with a maximum distance of 500 meters. Skill: Purgatory Wind S rank LV1. Casting time: instantaneous. Mana consumption: 12,000. Description: unleash a powerful shockwave that deals 50,000 plus intelligence 100 points of magic damage to enemies 200 meters in front of you, causing a knockout effect with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Picking up all of Beelzebub's drops, Lin Yuan knew that the time had come for him to choose his reward. As expected, the Holy Tower very sensibly gave a prompt. You have killed the Lord of Tyrannical Eclipse. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1. Gain 5,000 skill points. Pass. Lin Yuan directly scratched away. Can you exclude the skill points option in the future? Santa. Option 2. 1 evolution point. Option 3. 3 S-class skill books. Skills were enough for now. Lin Yuan thought about it and chose evolution points. After the rewards arrived, Lin Yuan used them directly, upgrading his talent to C rank. Talent: cooldown reduction level C. Description: reduces casting time and cooldown by 30%, reduces damage by 50%. It was getting better yet. Another 10% damage increase. Lin Yuan was gorgeous, preparing to go back up and meet up with the crowd. After meeting up with Zhang Fan and the others, Lin Yuan concealed the existence of the Demon King down below. It just said that he had killed a demon guard. The others were naturally convinced by Lin Yuan's words. Congratulations to professionals Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Wang Shui, Zhong Juanru, and Su Shan, who have successfully cleared the Bloody Monastery Hell difficulty, plus 1 reputation value. Congratulations to professionals Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Wang Shui, Zhong Juanru, and Su Shan, who have successfully cleared the Bloody Monastery Hell difficulty, plus 1 prestige value. Congratulations to professionals Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan, Wang Shui, Zhong Juanru, and Su Shan. They have successfully cleared the Bloody Monastery Hell difficulty, and their reputation value is plus 1. 3 screen swiping prompts appeared in the ears of Tianshui City's professionals. This time, Tianshui City's professionals forum exploded. What's going on? Someone cleared the Bloody Abbey on Hell difficulty. I haven't seen these people's names before. Are they this year's S-rank seeds of Tianshui City? At this moment, Li Liang was also at the professionals forum. He felt his face snap after seeing these posts. When Lin Yuan and the others had just entered the abyss, it was Li Liang who had incited the people of the professionals forum to personally attack Lin Yuan, saying that Lin Yuan was unself-conscious, didn't know how to die, and so on. And as Lin Yuan and the others spent more and more time in the abyss, what Li Liang and these people said became more and more vicious. They cursed all of Tianfeng City. As a result, in less than half an hour, there was a reminder that Lin Yuan had cleared the level. Li Liang, who was still trying to post, was dumbfounded. What happened? How long has it been, and how did they all pass the level? It took our squad more than an hour to clear the hard difficulty ones. How come you guys cleared it in less than half an hour? That's right, it's really abyss difficulty. The Holy Tower's hints are out. Li Liang was puzzled, as the hints appeared that Lin Yuan and the others had cleared the level. What Li Liang had done in the forums before was like a clown. And just as Lin Yuan passed the level, the forums of Tianshui City suddenly flooded with a large number of people. These people were all from Tianfeng City. Indignant after realizing that Lin Yuan had been smeared, they rushed over to speak for Lin Yuan. Sand sculptors of Tianshui City. See, this is the strength of Tianfeng City's S-ranked seeds this year. You're still far from it. Look at what your Tianshui City's S-class seeds are doing. Not doing their job, bouncing around like a clown. Don't you think you're not humiliated enough? I'll be damned. At this level you still dare to speak up here. Quickly wash your ass and go home to sing a song about chrysanthemums. Tianfeng City's professionals were also not used to Tianshui City's people at all. Even though it wasn't their home turf, they also exerted their superb fighting strength. It was a 50-50 fight with Tianshui City's people. In the end, it was the mayor of Tianshui City who couldn't look away and temporarily blocked the professionals' forum, and only then did both sides call it quits. At this moment, if anyone was the most excited in Tianshui City, it was no one else but Sun Xian. Sun Xian knew what kind of character was hiding inside the abyss. That was the Overeater Demon King. How on earth did Lin Yuan do it? He had actually killed the tyrannical Eclipse Demon King. But that didn't matter. He only had to kill Lin Yuan while he was off guard. Then all the drops from the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be mine. Chapter 54. Assassination. In order to be able to kill with a single blow, Sun Xian smeared his weapon with lethal poison. As the mayor's beloved, Sun Xian had many privileges. When he arrived in front of the abyssal portal, immediately told the other occupiers to stay away from this area. It was said that it was to safeguard the safety of the professionals inside. It was actually to find an opportunity to strike. It just so happened that Chen Yuyang was also in this neighborhood. Chen Yuyang was hidden in the void at the moment, as long as he didn't take the initiative to show himself. No one within the people present would be able to discover him. He had also heard the broadcast of Lin Yuan's few people clearing hell difficulty. With a flutter in his heart, he muttered in the back of his mind, perhaps this little guy is expected to receive her inheritance. When she was mentioned, Chen Yuang's eyes more or less held a look of longing. Many people outside the abyss were eagerly waiting. Inside the abyss several people were busy barbecuing. Give me 2 more skewers of grilled cashews. Lin Yuan munched on the skewers and asked Zhang Fan for 2 more skewers of cashews. Zhang Fan squinted and handed him 2 skewers. You said that you don't need to use waste exercises either, so what are you always eating that waste for? The portal to the outside world had opened. However, Several people did not leave at the first opportunity. 10 minutes later, only after eating and drinking enough did Lin Yuan plan to leave. Before leaving, Lin Yuan remembered that he hadn't collected his reward for rising to level 20. Opening the panel, there were indeed 3 options for Lin Yuan to choose from. Detected that you've risen to level 20, you can receive one of the following 3 options as a reward. Option 1. 10,000 skill points. Option 2. Gain a random talent of no less than B rank. Option 3. Obtain a random hidden profession. Seeing the options given this time, to be honest, Lin Yuan was a little disappointed. Where are the evolution points? How come there are no evolution points? Are the rewards random? What do you mean you keep giving me skill points? Do I lack skill points? Alas, no. Lin Yuan took a closer look. He realized that the skill points given this time were 10,000. Not 1,000. That's more or less the same. Lin Yuan chose the first reward. It was really because there was too much uncertainty in the second and third rewards. Lin Yuan's current talent was rank C. Reducing casting time and cooldown time was perfect for Lin Yuan. Furthermore, with Lin Yuan's current damage, reducing that bit of damage didn't affect Lin Yuan's output. This could have a huge impact on Lin Yuan if he changed to a talent that didn't fit or was more crotch-pulling. The third item was the same thing. Hidden professions were awesome to look at, but randomization was the pits. If he changed into an ascetic who couldn't actively cast spells, Lin Yuan would cry to death. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Yuan still chose skill points. Once he had more skill points, Lin Yuan immediately squandered them. First, he filled up Mana Shield, turning it into an S-rank skill. Skill Mana Shield S-rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, none. Description: counteracts 100 points of damage for every 1 point of mana, up to 10 million, immune to the first skill damage dealt to you every 30 seconds, unlimited duration, 1 minute cooldown after the shield is broken. Perfect! The energy shield's absorption of damage, coupled with the shield of supreme energy, it would be hard to die now. Next, it was the turn of the blink skill. Through these few battles, Lin Yuan realized that the blink skill was very useful. Before, he didn't have enough skill points and didn't bother upgrading it. Now that the skill points are overflowing, he must strengthen it. Skill Shifting Shape S rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 10,000 mana. Description: you can shrink to anywhere within 1,000 meters. After releasing the skill, a phantom will be created in the same place. Releasing it again will return you to your original position. A maximum of 5 phantoms will exist. The phantoms will have no attack power, and the skill will have no cooldown time. Not bad, not bad. This skill can not only confuse the enemy, it can also be used when rushing. After strengthening, Lin Yuan didn't forget that there was still a skill that hadn't been strengthened. The 2S ranked wind skills inside the skill bar were still on the move. Lin Yuan made a big effort and directly fused them into an SS ranked skill. Skill War Wind SS Grade LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 80,000. Description: releases a huge tornado that deals intelligence 100 points of magic damage. Enemies at the center will be entangled and enemies at the edges will be sent flying for 3 seconds. Nothing to say, just pull full. Lin Yuan directly leveled up War Wind, and the skill had an additional effect. Skill War Wind SS Grade of Max. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 150,000. Description: releases 2 huge tornadoes that deal intelligence 100 points of magic damage. Enemies at the center will be entangled and enemies at the edges will be sent flying for 5 seconds. As soon as the skill arrived, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to test it out. With a wave of his hand, 2 50-meter astral winds flew out of Lin Yuan's hand. After leaving his hands, the tornado doubled in size every second, and by the 5th second it had expanded to a range of 500 meters. What's that? Lin Yuan casually tested a skill, but it scared the others. All of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces. Come out and see God. That astral wind with a destructive aura just now was made by Lin Yuan? It's the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so showy? Zhang Fan thought of the majestic tornado just now, and looked down at his own little body. Completely inadequate. I must hold on to this golden leg of Lin Yuan. After testing the skills, Lin Yuan left the abyss with the rest of the squad. Stepping out of the portal, Lin Yuan and the others returned to the Abyssal Hall in Tianshui City. Look, they're coming out. There were quite a few professionals just waiting to see what Lin Yuan's people looked like and if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Sun Xian, who was waiting in front of the teleportation portal, was ready when he saw the portal emitting fluctuations. At this moment, he wore a smile on his face and took the initiative to walk towards Lin Yuan. Aya, the meritocracy of Tianshui City is here. The enthusiasm was unbearable. If Secretary Sun had this look, Lin Yuan felt it was normal. But with this look from Sun Xian, Lin Yuan was a bit skeptical. During the Sacred Tower Challenge, Sun Xian's attitude towards Tianfeng City had been extremely unfriendly. A snotty look. Moreover, these people of their own had made Sun Xian lose a bet and lost a piece of the hidden professions transfer voucher. It was good that Sun Xian didn't have a black face when he saw them. How could he have a smile on his face like this? There must be something wrong. Lin Yuan thought that Sun Xian must have an ulterior motive. Maybe he's trying to get his people together. Lin Yuan's pattern was still a bit small, although he had guessed that Sun Xian had ulterior motives. However, he never thought that Sun Xian's intention was to kill, because he was inside the Holy Tower. So Lin Yuan didn't have the slightest wariness. In the face of the enthusiastic Sun Xian, Lin Yuan just returned a sentence that was not salty. We just cleared the hell difficulty abyss. We're not heroes. After saying that, seeing that Sun Xian was still blocking in front of him, he added, "Please make way, we're in a hurry, we still have to go back to Tianfeng City." This attitude did not put Sun Xian in his eyes at all. Chapter 55. Sun Xian was, no matter what, a level 47 second turn assassin. His status in Tianshui City was not low, being berated in front of a small mage with less than one turn. The expression on Sun Envy's face did not look good. Fortunately, Sun Envy immediately hid this expression. In his heart, he comforted himself. Doesn't matter, he will be a dead man soon. What is the point of bothering with a dead person? Don't say that. After comforting himself, Sun Xian's heart felt a lot better. He put a smile back on his face. By conquering the hellish difficulty abyss, you have made a great contribution to the safety of Tianshui City. The mayor told me to make sure to invite you over and give you the rewards you deserve. Sun Xian's voice was so small that only Lin Yuan could hear it. But what Sun Xian said was indeed the truth. Why would Lin Yuan's attack on the Hell Difficulty Abyss cause such a big stir? This was because the Hell Difficulty Abyss possessed uniqueness. The creation of a Hell Difficulty meant that creatures from other realms must exist within it. If the Hell Difficulty Abyss could not be conquered within a period of time, then it was possible that the monsters inside would descend to the blue planet. At that time, the entire Tianshui City would be affected. So it was a fact that Lin Yuan had contributed to the safety of Tianshui City. It was also true that the mayor had invited Lin Yuan over. It was just that Sun Xian had said all this to make Lin Yuan less wary, so that he could take action himself. Sure enough, when he heard that there was a reward, Lin Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. He might not need these rewards himself, but the others in the team did. In the spirit of the principle of not taking advantage of a bargain, Lin Yuan nodded and agreed. Afterwards, to show respect, Sun Xian let Lin Yuan go first. Lin Yuan walked at the front, and Sun Xian was half a body length away from Lin Yuan. After a few people left the range of the Holy Tower, Sun Xian took the initiative and spoke. When you guys cleared the level, the mayor had already picked out the right equipment and skills for you, so I'm sure I won't let you down. As expected, hearing about equipment and skills, the attention of the others in the group was drawn. Even Lin Yuan revealed a curious gaze, wondering what the mayor of Tianshui City would come up with as a reward. But the next moment, everyone revealed a shocked expression, because a dark shadow appeared from Lin Yuan's back. The black shadow was Sun Envy's dark split. After using this skill, Sun Envy could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. At this moment, Sun Envy was holding a weapon that glowed with purple light in his hand. It represented that this weapon was quenched with potent poison. Sun Envy's attack speed was very fast. It instantly dealt huge amounts of damage to Lin Yuan. For 100,000, a desperate number appeared on Lin Yuan's head. The others in the team nearly stunned after seeing the damage, because this damage was simply too high. Just ask any professional under level 20 who had a life value of over 400,000. Even Chen Yuyang, who was hidden in the void, became anxious. With a stern voice under his breath, he rebuked, "Thief! How dare you!" Everyone in the arena reacted in a split second. The moment Lin Yuan was hurt, he knew that someone was sneaking up on him. He decisively put an energy shield on himself. He hadn't put it on before because Lin Yuan didn't think it was necessary in the city. After reacting, Lin Yuan immediately put a shield on himself. It had to be said that Lin Yuan's move was wise. After Sun Xian's strike, he had thought that Lin Yuan would be killed in seconds. As a result, Lin Yuan was standing still. He had also put a shield on himself. Sun Envy didn't freeze because he had just heard a bellowing cry filled with anger. There were strong people. Between life and death, Sun Xian exploded his bottom card. He directly exploded his strongest attack, wanting to kill with a single strike. In this attack, Sun Xian used demonization. The arm that stabbed at Lin Yuan turned into a hideous demonic claw. It increased the attack power by 800%. Sun Envy didn't believe Lin Yuan could block this attack. 0. Immunity. The heart of the originally confident Sun Envy sank when he saw the word immune. Then a crazy look appeared in his eyes. He wanted to blow himself up, because he knew that he absolutely couldn't run away. Therefore, Sun Xian would rather die with Lin Yuan. He couldn't let the human race add another supreme demon. But his intentions were destined to fall through. Both Chun Yuyang and Lin Yuan responded. In a matter of moments, Lin Yuan had already made 3 shift shadows and ran 1,000 meters away. Chen Yuyang, on the other hand, came to Sun Xian's side. Only to see that Chen Yuyang didn't make any movements, he just stood there. And Sun Xian's entire body was unable to move. Force field suppression. Sun Xian let out a bitter laugh in his heart. How did he even mess with a third-turn powerhouse? Although Chen Yuyang did not make a move, his elemental force field had already firmly suppressed Sun Xian's entire person. As a third-turn elemental magician, Chen Yuyang was able to control Sun Xian to death with just one look. In a split second, control effects such as flame entanglement, frost chain, and binding spell appeared on Sun Xian's body. Sun Xian was unable to move. He couldn't even explode himself. Chen Yuyang's speed was extremely fast. Before the others in the team could react, the battle had already ended. Sun Xian was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. Zhang Fan looked at Chen Yuyang with some familiarity, but did not think of him for a moment and asked with a respectful tone, "You are?" When Chen Yuyang heard Zhang Fan's words, he didn't answer, but turned his head to look at Lin Yuan, who was 1,000 meters away. The meaning was for Lin Yuan to come back. Lin Yuan read Chen Yuyang's eyes. With a flash of his figure, he returned to its original position. Taking the initiative, he opened his mouth to say thank you. Thanks to this, Chen Yuyang. Many thanks to Senior Chen for his help. Lin Yuan sincerely thanked him. Chen Yuyang, you're the vice president of the Mage Association. Zhang Fan heard Chen Yuyang announce himself and remembered Chen Yuyang's identity. Holy crap, this is a big shot. But what was this big shot doing in Tianshui City? Could it be for Lin Yuan? Zhang Fan's reaction was extremely fast. After going over the recent events in his head, he guessed Chen Yuyang's purpose. Knowing that Chen Yuyang had come for Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan was not only not jealous. On the contrary, she was genuinely happy for her best friend. Lin Yuan also had a few guesses in his heart after hearing Zhang Fan tell him about Chen Yuyang's identity. The other party should have come this time because of the fact that he had broken Tu Yang's record. As expected, although Chen Yuyang was usually flirty, he was thoughtful. Seeing Lin Yuan showing a thoughtful expression, he also knew that the other party had probably guessed why he was looking for him. So he opened the door and said, "I'm here partly on behalf of the Alliance, and partly on behalf of myself." Saying this, Chen Yuyang pulled out a badge from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. "This is your reward for breaking the Tuyen record." After receiving the badge and seeing the attributes, Lin Yuan was secretly staggered. Good guy. This medallion looked unremarkable, but its attributes were truly heaven-defying. Resurrection Heraldry Special. Function. Set up a resurrection point. After death, you can respawn at the resurrection point limited to 1 time a month. The Alliance had given themselves such a great gift on their first meeting. Lin Yuan's favorability towards the Alliance increased quite a bit. The Alliance's rewards are given. Now let's talk about something else. Chen Yuyang pointed at Sun Xian, who was like a dead dog. An official of Tianshui City dared to assassinate his future disciple in the street. It was simply unforgivable. As the vice president of the Mage Association, the president basically wouldn't appear in the middle of the human world. Therefore, Chen Yuyang could be considered the Mage Association's spokesperson. With a single phone call, the mayor of Tianshui City rushed over. Chapter 56. Aftermath. The mayor of Tianshui City was called Wang Yunfang. His face changed drastically when he received Chen Yuyang's call. Immediately dropping everything in his hands, he came in front of Chen Yuang. Looking at the dead dog like Sun Xian, and remembering what Chen Yuang had just said on the phone, he hurriedly explained, "President Chen, unjustly accused. This really has nothing to do with me." The first thing he wanted to do was to clear his name with Sun Xian. This attitude made Lin Yuan look at him with a straight face. Chen Yuyang was even more so, with a cold snort. "As the mayor of Tianshui City, you don't even know that your beloved is a devil spy. At a glance, you're a corpse." Chen Yuyang's words were like a thunderbolt. It exploded in Wang Yunfang's brain. What? Sun Xian was a demonic spy? Really? Only now did Wang Yunfang react. He didn't look carefully when he was in a hurry just now. Now he took a look. At this moment, Sun Xian's arm had turned into a devil's claw. Such a distinctive feature. A demonic spy without a doubt. Seeing this, Wang Yunfang's heart sank. Secretly, he said that it was over. Sure enough, Chen Yuang didn't even explain, and with a wave of his hand, he directly blocked him. Chen Yuyang then pulled out another contact and said something to the opposite side. In less than 2 minutes, a well-equipped squad appeared. "I'll leave the two of them to you. Check if there are any other leaks." Chen Yuyang pointed at the two lying on the ground and instructed with the one in charge. The man nodded his head in response after receiving the order, and then left with the duo. They are the Alliance's law enforcement team. Each of them has special talents and skills, extremely strong in combat, and are responsible for cleaning up internal traitors. Seeing Lin Yuan pondering, Chen Yuang explained. Only then did Lin Yuan understand. "So it's a human traitor. I thought it was Sun Envy who had a small heart and couldn't see the good in Tianfeng City. Smaller pattern, ah. I didn't realize that my reputation had spread to the demon side. It made a 40+ leveled professional want to kill me even though he blew himself up. Fortunately, I upgraded my supreme energy and energy shield inside the abyss. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to take 2 attacks from Sun Envy." Of course, Lin Yuan still had to thank Chen Yuang. If it wasn't for Chen Yuyang rushing over and controlling Sun Envy in the first place, Sun Envy might have continued to attack, although he couldn't do anything about himself. But the others in the squad might not be able to resist Sun Xian's attacks. Lin Yuan should thank Chen Yu. Lin Yuan should thank Chen Yuang. "Thank you, President Chen, for giving a helping hand. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that our squad would be hard to be spared today. If there's anything that I can do, feel free to order." Lin Yuan spoke sincerely. Chen Yuang also felt it and at the same time understood what Lin Yuan was trying to say in those words. This kid valued feelings and wasn't a white-eyed wolf. Chen Yuyang's first impression of Lin Yuan was very good. He was a person worth cultivating. Chen Yuang was actually worried that Lin Yuan was an egotistical and arrogant character. Such a person could easily get lost in the power in front of him, not being able to see the future. Nowadays it seemed, Lin Yuan wasn't such a person, with a power that far exceeded his peers. Instead of being complacent, he was humble and prudent, respecting others. This kind of quality was something that was hard for ordinary people to achieve. At their first meeting, Chen Yuyang could be said to be very satisfied with this future disciple. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something, which was that the reward promised by the mayor of Tianshui City had yet to be given. Thus, Lin Yuan's gaze went to Chen Yuang and, "That, we cleared the hell difficulty abyss before, and the mayor of Tianshui City said that there would be a reward. Now that he's gone in, is our reward still valid?" As soon as these words were uttered, the rest of the group looked at Lin Yuan with admiring gazes. "You're so bullish. You're even knocking on Chen Yuyang's bamboo stick." Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan wore an expression that took him for granted. The mayor was taken away, but the treasure trove inside the city is still there, right? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Chen Yuyang's mouth smiled. It really was a character that refused to suffer. Not bad. The treasury inside the city is probably already seized, so don't even think about it. Seeing that Lin Yuan was a bit disappointed, Chen Yuang painted a twist. "But I do have a few nice trinkets here. Reward them to you guys." After saying that, Chen Yuyang flung out 5 pieces of equipment and distributed them to everyone's hands. The others in the squad let out a loud cry when they received the equipment. Shocked by Chen Yuyang's largesse, Lin Yuan was also surprised when he saw the ring in his hand that emitted an elemental aura. Ring elemental enemy dark gold. Wearing requirements: Intelligence 1500. Attributes: Intelligence plus 300, Physical Strength plus 300, Elemental Resistance plus 3. Characteristics: Every 30 seconds, it can counteract a single elemental spell. As if he knew what Lin Yuan lacked, Chun Yuang gave an equipment that favored life preservation. How about it, still satisfied? Chun Yuang asked with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded, very satisfied. After that, Lin Yuan looked at Chun Yuang, who had no intention of leaving, and suddenly remembered a question. It was about transferring jobs. President Chun, I've reached level 20. May I ask if it's better for me to transfer now, or if it's better for me to obtain a hidden profession transfer? This question happened to be asked to the right person. Chun Yuang's profession was elemental magician. This profession was also a very powerful existence when placed within the hidden professions. When Chun Yuang heard Lin Yuan's question, he thought for a moment and said, other than extremely special hidden professions, general hidden professions don't differ much from ordinary professions, and some are even worse than ordinary professions. Speaking of this, Chun Yuang gave an example of this. Let's take the two gang that you guys have seen before as an example. He is not a hidden profession. His profession is just an ordinary shield warrior, but he is now known as the strongest shield warrior of the human race. When a person has a high degree of fit with his profession, anything is possible. The strength of a profession is not constant, but rather depends on the professional himself. Chun Yuang stretched out his hand and pointed at himself, saying, take me for example, my current profession is elemental magician. This profession is very powerful, but this power is based on myself. Even if I didn't have a hidden profession and was an ordinary magician, I would still be able to become the vice president of the Mage Association. Can you understand what I'm saying? Hearing Chun Yuang's explanation, Lin Yuan somewhat seemed to understand, but he still understood one thing. Chun Yuang was very fond of pretending, saying that as long as you're strong enough, whether or not you're a hidden profession won't affect you too much. See how pretentious that was? So, in that case, I can directly open the transfer challenge? Lin Yuan asked again. Chun Yuang, who heard this, was shocked. You're already level 20? Lin Yuan nodded. Just managed to level up to 20 after brushing that abyss just now. Chun Yuang was surprised at Lin Yuan's upgrade speed. Previously, the fastest person to level up to 20 in the Alliance had taken 3 days. But that person only slept 2 hours a day, relying on continuous liver abyss. Only then was he able to level up to 20 in 3 days. But looking at Lin Yuan's glowing face, he didn't look like he stayed up all night to get to the abyss. Why is his upgrade speed like a rocket? Chapter 57. The Eve of the Challenge. Did the Hell difficulty abyss give such high experience values? That should be the case. Hearing that Lin Yuan wanted to go straight to the transfer trial, Chun Yuang considered for a few seconds and said, it's not impossible to transfer now. I have a proposal you might want to listen to first. Oh? Lin Yuan revealed a serious listening look. There are some special abysses within the Mage Association that contain many hidden professions of the law system, and there's a profession within it named Star Realm Mage. This profession is somewhat special. It is the only profession, but so far no one has been able to inaugurate it. I don't know if you are interested in trying it out. Chun Yuang spoke out his true thoughts. This idea had only just occurred to him. Chun Yuang had seen quite a few people full of confidence trying to inaugurate the Astral Mage before. The end result was all dusty, not even being able to pass the first test. But if it was Lin Yuan, the first level shouldn't be much of a challenge for him. After all, he was the one who had broken Tuyan's record. And, counting the abyss he cleared today, Lin Yuan had cleared 4 hell difficulty abysses. That was one more than that pervert Good at the time. There was no chance that this Lin Yuan was the next Good. That was why Chun Yuang proposed that Lin Yuan go and challenge him. Lin Yuan, who was already very strong in his own right, plus the powerful profession of Astral Mage. That was a powerful combination. At that time, the human race would add another prime pillar. Astral Mage. Lin Yuan softly chanted. Just by listening to the name, he felt that this profession was very powerful. And it was still the only profession. Lin Yuan's heart was moved. I promise. He was already level 20. There was no way he could group up with Zhang Fan and the others anymore. If he wanted to group up again, he could only wait until everyone was level 20 for the transformation trial. After deciding, Lin Yuan said goodbye to a few people. I'll go to the Mage Association with President Chun. You guys upgrade first. The other 4 naturally had no problem with that. Zhang Fan waved his hand. You go, we'll brush 2 more abysses and we'll reach level 20. Afterwards, Chun Yuang brought Lin Yuan to the teleportation array. After setting their destination as the Mage Association, the duo walked into the teleportation array. It didn't take long. Lin Yuan arrived at the Mage Association's headquarters. The Mage Association's headquarters was located on the 60th floor of the Holy Tower. The lowest person who could come here was a second-turn mage. Ordinary people were simply not qualified to come up. Lin Yuan was able to come here early because Chen Yuang had opened up access for him. The first thing he did when he returned to the Mage Association. Chen Yuang turned Lin Yuan's identity into top secret. No one below the level of vice president could view Lin Yuan's information. This was all to protect Lin Yuan. There were more than just one traitor to humanity, Sun Xian. There were many people who hid their entire lives, and you didn't even know they were traitors until the very end. Over there is the Star Realm Mage's Abyss, which is placed separately due to the fact that this abyss is rather special. Chen Yuang said as he pointed to the empty corner. Chen Yuang then pointed to the other side. Over there is the normal hidden profession area. Lin Yuan turned his head to take a look. Good lord. The best way to describe it was to say that it was bustling with people. Normally, it was impossible to see so many mages in the city. Now they were all crammed inside the small hall. Are there usually this many people? Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Hearing this, Chen Yuang glanced at the crowd and shook his head. Usually there aren't this many people. Most of the people over there are just getting along. Lin Yuan took a closer look. Indeed, there were many people who weren't mages at all, but were still squeezing around there. What are these people not mages doing here to make a scene? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Of course it's for their offspring. Those people aren't mages, but their offspring are, this time of year. This place is the most bustling because these people are chipping away at their brains and want to make a hidden profession for their offspring as well. Hearing Chen Yuyang's explanation, this time Lin Yuan understood. So it turned out that these people were all connected. No wonder. Lin Yuan vaguely seemed to see a classmate from their school in the crowd. What was it called? Zhang Long. No wonder I haven't seen Zhang Long in the past few days. Turns out he's trying to transfer to a hidden profession. Chen Yuang was about to take Lin Yuan for a stroll first, but the contact on his waist suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was an urgent matter inside the association that he had to deal with. You wander around first. I'll be back in a few minutes. Chen Yuang instructed. Lin Yuan didn't wait to speak. Chen Yuang had already left with a whoosh. With no choice but to wander around, Lin Yuan could only wander around. The Mage Association covered a very large area, divided into several regions. The area of the abyss that Lin Yuan was in was only a small part of it. But just this small part was almost the size of a small town. After casually walking a few steps, Lin Yuan came to the area for ordinary hidden professions. Within seconds of stopping, a tall, thin man appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Friend, buying a cheat? Saying this, he lifted up his vestment, revealing the many career cheats inside. This caused Lin Yuan to think of the group of people selling discs in his previous life. The means of selling was the same. Looking at the large and small cheats on top of the man's vestments, Lin Yuan asked, "Are there any Star Realm Mage cheats?" Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the smiling expression on the man's face stalled, then returned to normal, and, "There are none for the Astral Mage, but we do have cheats for the Elemental Mage, Flamewalker, and Ice Crystal Destroyer. 1,000 gold coins a book, Child's Play. All of our cheats are 100% real. Take the Elemental Mage for example. This cheat was personally provided by Vice President Chen Yuang. We'll compensate you for a fake one." Hearing Chen Yuang's name, Lin Yuan raised his head and glanced at the other party. And, "Is this guide of yours guaranteed to pass? I'll buy a copy if it's covered." This question again left the man with no answer. If this thing was guaranteed, I would have already changed into an elemental mage. What's the point of selling strategies here? I don't think you're sincere at all. With a dark cry of bad luck, the thin man left with an unhappy look on his face. Lin Yuan was baffled by this. What are you selling cheats for if you don't pack it? Muttering in a low voice, Lin Yuan continued to walk forward. He intended to see if anyone had successfully transferred to a hidden profession. Not to mention, Lin Yuan really met one. After a tall, muscular man walked out of the portal, he shouted excitedly, "I've succeeded. I've successfully changed professions." Hearing this man's shout, many people looked at him with curious eyes, wanting to know exactly what kind of hidden profession this man had transferred. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, the muscular man grinned, revealing his white teeth, posting his profession on the public screen. Shunday Messenger. Lin Yuan. Listening to the name, it wasn't a proper combat profession. Sure enough, after the muscular man's explanation, The crowd knew the purpose of this occupation. Precision delivery courier. Everyone immediately lost interest. But Muscle Man didn't seem to be disappointed. It was because his grandchildren had been delivering couriers for 3 generations. He had switched to the hidden profession of Shun Feng Messenger to make delivering couriers more convenient. Chapter 58. I'm not in the same world as you. After such a hiccup, Lin Yuan lost interest. He planned to leave this place. Just as he turned his head, he met an acquaintance. It was the Zhonglong that he had just seen. Zhonglong's level was 15. He wasn't qualified to be here originally. It was his father who brought him here with the intention of getting him a hidden profession early. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Zhonglong was surprised and, "Lin Yuan, why are you here?" Hearing Zhonglong speak out, a man dressed in a burly outfit beside him spoke out and asked, "Met someone you know?" This man was none other than Zhang Wenyuan, Zhonglong's father. After many comparisons, Zhang Wenyuan felt that the flame walker profession was more suitable for his son. This profession wasn't considered top of the line. The instant burst damage was good, but it lacked range and life preservation. This was something that Zhang Wenyuan had considered long ago. Zhonglong's team was equipped with a secret artist and a powerful shield warrior. With the assistance of the secret artist, Zhonglong would be transformed into a turret mage, solving the problem of lack of range. The powerful shield battle would be able to ensure Zhonglong's safety. For the sake of his son, Zhang Wenyuan could be said to be worried. When he heard Zhonglong speak just now, he thought he had met a classmate and casually asked. After hearing this, Zhonglong nodded his head and gave a hmm. Afterwards, he deliberately said, "Dad, where's the flame walker's abyss you mentioned? Let's go there quickly. I want to become a hidden profession early." After saying that, Zhonglong glanced at Lin Yuan, as if to say, "See, you and I aren't even from the same world. I'm about to transfer into a hidden profession soon, and you can only watch from here." Zhonglong didn't know what Lin Yuan was doing here. He thought that Lin Yuan was here to watch the fun. As he walked towards the abyss, Zhonglong was still thinking. Don't think that just because you've cleared a few hellish difficulties that will change you. A mud leg is a mud leg. It's impossible to turn over in your lifetime. With an inexplicable sense of superiority, Zhonglong entered the abyss. Even though Lin Yuan didn't have the ability to read minds, but from the expression on Zhonglong's face, Lin Yuan could guess what was on Zhonglong's mind. This made Lin Yuan laugh a little. What a brainwashed person. It affected his good mood. Lin Yuan decided to find a clean place to wait for Chen Yuang. As he walked, Lin Yuan came to an unoccupied corner. This corner was the Star Realm Mage's abyss. Compared to the crowded other places, this uninvited abyss seemed somewhat special. But what was the saying? The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. As Lin Yuan waited for Chen Yuyang, a scolding voice came to his ears. "What are you doing? Is this a place you can come to?" Turning his head, he found a fat hippo-like man staring at himself with wide eyes. The words just now had come out of this person's mouth. Lin Yuan didn't spoil the other party and directly disliked him back. "What are you shouting about? This is your home, where it says this place is off limits." Hearing that not only was Lin Yuan not intimidated by himself, but instead he spoke back at him, the fat man was enraged. "Didn't your adult teach you to be polite when you go out, uneducated guy?" Lin Yuan's anger also came up as soon as he heard that. "Please don't use your excretory organs to speak to me. It's very rude. I thought you just looked like a toilet. I didn't realize that even the contents were so similar." Fatty didn't expect to be scolded after just one sentence. The veins on his head almost burst out. "What's the matter? You still want to make a move? This is the Mage Association. Try moving and see if the defense runes here can blast you into slag." Seeing that the other party had rolled up their sleeves, Lin Yuan said disdainfully, being cross with Little Master, "You're afraid you've got the wrong person." When the enraged Fatty heard Lin Yuan's words, it was like a pot of cold water had been poured on him. He had lost his mind and dared to make a move in the Mage Association. Even the master of his own house wouldn't dare. Luckily, he hadn't acted on impulse. Otherwise, I was afraid that I would really be blasted into slag. He was blown to pieces in the Mage Association. His own master can't avenge himself. How to think about it is a loss. After Fatty thought about it, he immediately put away his attacking stance. However, the heaving chest still proved that he was still full of resentment towards Lin Yuan. "Kid, you know what? This is the transmutation abyss of an astral mage." After the fat man slowed down, he rushed at Lin Yuan. The only hidden profession star realm mage. No one has been able to successfully transfer for many years. Today my young master is transferring to break this record. Stay where you are. Don't affect my young master's mood. These words made Lin Yuan laugh and he thought to himself, what's wrong with today? I didn't read the yellow calendar when I went out. Why is there always a dog barking in my ears? It's really annoying. If he had been outside, Lin Yuan would have already taken a big swipe at him. You're so spoiled. What kind of cat or dog dares to appear in front of me? Do you know the overeater? I killed it. Little master, I even dare to do the Demon King, and still dare to mess with me. After the fatty finished speaking, he saw that Lin Yuan still didn't move anywhere. The youth known as Young Master spoke. Move out of the way. But Lin Yuan just pulled out his ears, treating it as a dog fart. When the youth saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a chilling voice, which city are you from? Don't bring trouble to your family and relatives. I have the means to make life worse than death for you and your family. The youth was called Yen Rui, and his father was a third-turn level 62 flame mage. Growing up, he was accustomed to being pampered. He spoke and acted in a very forceful manner. Yen Rui's tone was condescending, looking at Lin Yuan as if he was looking at an ant. What else can you do to me? Threaten me or not? Believe it or not, I'll kill you here. Lin Yuan was a bit angry. It would be fine for this youth to speak nicely, and Lin Yuan wouldn't take it personally. But he even threatened himself with his family and relatives. He was tired of living. Lin Yuan's words were not just words. He stretched out his hand and was about to cast a spell. Just as Lin Yuan was about to cast a spell, he felt a stabbing pain in his brain. This was obviously the Mage Association's own defense mechanism working. In a flash, countless spells locked onto Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan didn't panic at all. Looking at Yen Rui and grinning, you say you die first or I die first. The extreme cold shock in his hand emitted an icy aura, like the scythe of the god of death, ready to harvest lives. The condescending expression on Yen Rui's face finally disappeared. In its place was panic, because he felt death. As long as Lin Yuan's skill shot out, he would definitely die, although Lin Yuan would also be blasted by the Mage Association's defense mechanism after shooting out his skills. But so what? One wouldn't be resurrected either. Therefore, Yen Rui decisively wimped out. Sorry. Yen Rui gritted his teeth and uttered the words of apology. Between survival and dignity, Yen Rui finally chose to abandon his dignity. Hearing Yen Rui go soft, Lin Yuan put away his skills. Subsequently, the Mage Association's defense mechanism disappeared into thin air. However, it still gave Lin Yuan a spirit piercing, counted as a small warning. However, this spirit piercing was directly resisted by the energy shield that Lin Yuan had cast. It didn't take effect. After Yen Rui apologized, he felt a little ashamed. With a light grunt, quickly walked into the abyssal portal. In his heart, he thought that Vice President Chun Yuang promised that I can become his disciple when I succeed in my transfer. You just wait. When I become Vice President Chun Yuang's disciple, let's see how I'll deal with you. Since I was a child, I've never dared to treat myself like this. Yen Rui sort of hated Lin Yuan in his heart. Chapter 59 Dog-like things. After Yen Rui entered the abyss, Lin Yuan's ears could finally clear. Walking to the side, he found a seat and sat down. Wait for Chun Yuang to return. By the way, he checked his attributes and skills. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV20. Life 68,000. Mana 1014900. Spell attack 50960. Strength 3450. Affects physical attack, physical defense. Dexterity 2880. Effects strike rate, speed. Intelligence 50,960. Effects spell attack, spell defense. Physical strength 6,200. Effects life value, resistance. Skill points 8,400. Evolution points 0. Free attribute points 0. Talent cooldown reduction level C. Skill Supreme Energy SS grade. Skill Meteor Fire Rain SS grade. Skill Extreme Cold Shock S rank. Skill Shifting Shape S rank. Skill Silent Field S rank. Skill War Winds SS grade. Skill Energy Shield S rank. Skill Arcane Radiance S rank. Skill Magic Explosion B rank. So strong. It's just a bit off. The intelligence attribute is far ahead of the other attributes. Can't be helped. The passive skills are given too much. A mage with 3 turns at level 60 and all gold equipment might not have such a high intelligence attribute. Moreover, the average 3rd turn mage didn't have so many S rank or higher skills. The worst ones didn't even have any. On the other hand, Lin Yuan's skill bar was filled with S rank skills. There were even 3 SS rank ones. Oh no, there was still one more to go. Lin Yuan saw that the last magic explosion technique was B ranked. It was a bit out of place in front of all the S rank skills. He still had a lot of skill points left in his hand. Why don't we just fill it up? So Lin Yuan started adding points to magic explosion technique. Skill arcane bead grade ALV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 5,000. Description. Shoots an arcane pearl 40 meters ahead, dealing 10 intelligence points of arcane damage to enemies within 25 meters. Seeing the attributes of the skill, Lin Yuan felt that it was almost interesting. It was now difficult for skills below S rank to interest Lin Yuan. Only after continuing to raise it to full S rank did Lin Yuan nod his head in satisfaction. Skill Arcane Storm S rank max. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 50,000. Description. Shoots an arcane bomb towards a target within 200 meters. Hitting the enemy will cause an explosion, dealing 50 intelligence points of arcane damage, while causing a traction effect on enemies within 50 meters of the surrounding area for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 8 seconds. The damage wasn't high, but it had a control effect. Lin Yuan's means of attack had increased by another. Skill upgrade complete. All of the skills had an S behind them. Looking at them was very fulfilling. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. His mood instantly changed for the better. However, Lin Yuan was not happy for 2 minutes. Just now, that dead fat guy leaned towards Lin Yuan's side intentionally or unintentionally. He muttered, "After my young master transfers, the vice president of the Mage Association will take my young master as his disciple. Let's see what you're still so proud of then." Although this fatty was speaking in a low voice, but he was only about 3 meters away from Lin Yuan. The words were heard by Lin Yuan without missing a beat. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the fatty and just revealed an impatient look. The fatty immediately looked like a frightened rabbit and fled from Lin Yuan's side. Inexplicable. He just wanted to stay quietly for a while. How did he net encounter bad people? It affected his mood. After 10 minutes, Lin Yuan got a bit sleepy and yawned. He stood up and prepared to refresh himself. Suddenly, he saw that dead fat guy running towards a slightly gloomy middle-aged man. That fat man walked to the middle-aged man, nodding his head and saying something. Originally, it didn't matter that they were talking. But at the same time that fat bastard was talking, he stretched out his finger and gestured something at Lin Yuan. This gave Lin Yuan a bad feeling. After the fat man finished speaking, the gloomy middle-aged man looked up at Lin Yuan. There was a displeased expression in his eyes. He then walked towards Lin Yuan. This middle-aged man was Yen Rue's father, Yen Liang. Just now, there was a bit of a delay and he didn't come over with Yen Rue. This time, he had just finished the matter in hand and rushed over. Just as he came here, he heard his butler say that an ungrateful boy had insulted his son. He even almost made a move. This had infuriated Yen Liang. As a 3rd-turn flame walker, he was still in the Mage Association. His own son was actually bullied under his nose. His own son was usually so well-behaved and understanding. How could he get into a conflict with someone else? It must be the other party's fault. I have to teach him a lesson. What kind of father you have is what kind of son you have. It was his own dog that bit him first. Now it's good that he's putting all the blame on Lin Yuan. It was a coincidence. Just as Yen Liang was aggressively running towards Lin Yuan, Chen Yuang also finished his business. Chen Yuang had also finished his business. With a flash of his figure, he came directly to Lin Yuan's side. Things are done. Let me tell you about this abyss. Result. Without waiting for Chen Yuang to open his mouth, that fat man pinched his waist and shouted, "Kid, look at me clearly. My master is a 3rd-turn level 62 flame walker. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to make amends and apologize?" After the fat man finished his words, he saw that Lin Yuan was indifferent and snapped again. "Don't be shameless. Today if you kneel down and give 3 heads this will stop. Otherwise you won't have a good time. My young master's future master is the vice president of the Mage Association. Lord Chen Yuang, a single word will make you unable to turn over." Behind the fat man stood Yen Liang. The bottom line was naturally very strong. A perfect illustration of what it meant to be a fox, a tiger and a dog. When the fat man finished speaking, Lin Yuan looked at Chen Yuang, gaze as if inquiring. Your future disciple? Chen Yuang was a bit confused. When did I promise to take on a disciple? Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, the fatty became even more pleased. You're crazy again, little man. Why aren't you crazy anymore? I just wanted to insult him again. But then there was a loud bang. Yan Liang received a big slap on his face. Shut up! Yan Liang shouted angrily. After that, he received another big slap. Directly knocked the fatty to the ground. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan saw Yan Liang bow at Chen Yuang with a formal expression and, "Greetings, Lord Vice President." Just now, Chen Yuang had his back to Yan Liang. Yan Liang didn't recognize Chen Yuang at first, so he let that fatty insult Lin Yuan with his words. But Chen Yuang suddenly turned his head, revealing half of his face to be seen by Yan Liang. Yan Liang's heart thumped. Seeing that his butler was about to speak, he hurriedly stopped him with a big mouth. It's okay for you to talk about that kid, but if you scold this master, I'm not going to be able to save you. Fatty was complacent, but he was slapped twice by his master. He was immediately in a state of confusion. When he heard Yan Liang's words, his eyes almost stared out. Vice President. The Mage Association currently only had one vice president. That was Chen Yuang. This guy dressed so flirtatiously was actually Chen Yuang. Chapter 60 Entering the Star Realm. Fatty was somewhat glad that Yan Liang had given himself 2 slaps at the moment. Otherwise, if he had lost his head and even cursed Chen Yuang as well, at this moment he would probably have turned into scum. Thinking of this, the fat man's eyes immediately glared. He was scared and fainted. Seeing the fatty pass out, Lin Yuan felt a few black lines flash across his head. What a sad clown. If one were to get on the wrong side of such a stupid beep, wouldn't he be pulling himself down? However, this middle-aged man in front of him still needed to be knocked down. If it wasn't for Chen Yuang's timely arrival, this old man will surely rely on the old. Adding to his own problems. President Chen, congratulations on your wonderful disciple, Lin Yuan deliberately said to Chen Yuang in front of Yan Liang. As soon as Chen Yuang heard Lin Yuan say this, he immediately became anxious and, "Don't listen to their nonsense." Listening to the tone of Lin Yuan's voice, Chen Yuang knew that Lin Yuan was carrying resentment. Although he didn't know the cause and effect, Chen Yuang was a shrewd person. From that fat bastard's 2 short sentences just now, I was able to make a rough guess. It must be that this person pretended to be a beeper with Lin Yuan and then got kicked back. He brought Yan Liang over to back him up. As a result, he met him by coincidence. Chen Yuang's thoughts turned. He looked at Yan Liang. He had some impressions of this Yan Liang, but it wasn't a good thing. Half a year ago, during the dimensional battlefield, because of this fellow's greed for life and fear of death, he buried an advance party. If it wasn't for someone pleading for him at the time, Chen Yuang would have slapped him to death. Although he was also a 3rd-turn mage. But Chen Yuang's combat power was something that could arm wrestle with a demon king. To put it bluntly, once Chen Yuang's elemental force field was opened, Yan Liang would only be killed in seconds. Can't what happened half a year ago make you remember? Chen Yuang's voice was a little cold. This gave Yan Liang a bad premonition. Sure enough, Chen Yuang's next words caused Yan Liang's body to tremble. You are limited to 1 day to serve in the Ash Legion. Exceeding the specified time is considered desertion and will be killed on the spot. Hearing Chen Yuang's order, Yan Liang hung on for dear life before he fainted. The Ash Legion was located in the dimensional battlefield, the forefront of humanity's efforts to fend off invasions from other dimensions in the dimensional battlefield. Every day, they had to fend off attacks from demons and other evil existences. Fresh blood joined the Ash Legion every day. Likewise, people were sacrificed every day. Yan Liang was such a greedy character who feared death. Letting him join the Ash Legion would not be killing him. But if he didn't go, Chen Yuang would be able to kill him right now. After weighing the pros and cons, Yan Liang opened his mouth and replied back, "Subordinate accepts the order." His voice was a bit hoarse. Receiving the response, Chen Yuang waved his hand and sent Yan Liang away. He then led Lin Yuan to the abyssal portal. Seeing Yan Liang's expression as if he had died and his parents had died, Lin Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. "I'll let you pretend to be a beeper with me." Lin Yuan was cool, but he didn't know that. Yan Liang, when he turned to leave, Eyes were filled with the color of resentment. When he came to the abyssal gate, Chun Yuyang said, "I also challenged it once when I was young, and how can I put it, the third level's boss is truly despairing. Even if I had prepared well, I might not have succeeded." Saying that, Chun Yuyang told Lin Yuan about the situations he had encountered before. The purpose was to let Lin Yuan avoid some of the traps. After speaking, Chun Yuyang gave Lin Yuan a skill book. Skill Gravity Traction BLV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 600 mana. Description: releases a shockwave that deals 2000 points of damage and causes the target to fall into a stagnant state for 3 seconds. Ha! The skill seemed like his own arcane storm. I wonder if it can be fused together once it's upgraded to an S-rank skill. Putting the skill book away, Lin Yuan nodded at Chun Yuyang. "Thank you, President Chun." He then walked into the teleportation portal. "You have entered the astral realm." After entering the abyss, Lin Yuan arrived in a starry sky. To be precise, he had arrived within a mage tower. This mage tower stood in the middle of the stars. There were 4 teleportation portals within the halls of the mage tower. They were labeled with different numbers. They were 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively. Seeing the numbers on the teleportation doors, Lin Yuan froze. What was this? A condom? I'm going inside the abyss to brush the abyss? Then why not just label it directly outside? Why come in and choose? The mage tower seemed to know what Lin Yuan had in mind. It manifested words in the void to give an explanation. Oh, I see. To fully obtain the inheritance of the Star Realm Mage, one had to go through 4 tests. However, 99% of people stopped at the first test. Only a very few demons were able to break through the second. Chun Yuyang was the one who stopped at the 3rd course. As for the 4th test, no one had been able to see it so far. Until he was about to enter the test, Lin Yuan was ready to upgrade gravitational traction to S rank. After a single raise, skill Particle Beam S-level max. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 80,000 mana. Description: releases a particle beam 500 meters in front of you, instantly pulling targets within range together, dealing 100 intelligence points of magic damage. After particle beam was upgraded, Lin Yuan received another prompt. Detected that particle beam and arcane storm have reached full level. Are they fused? Fusion. Why not? The reason for leveling up to full is to fuse. After pressing OK, Lin Yuan's skill bar had another SS-ranked skill. Lin Yuan directly filled it up. Skill Black Hole of Annihilation SS-level max. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 200,000 mana. Description: releases a black hole of annihilation towards the front, constantly sucking in the surrounding targets. The black hole deals 100 intelligence points of magic damage per second for 3 seconds, and there is a probability that targets sucked into the black hole will fall into an instant death effect. Although the damage is not directly increased. But there was an additional special effect that was almost like a divine skill. That is the instant death effect. If you meet a guy who can't be killed, you can throw a black hole of annihilation at him. If you're lucky, you'll die in seconds. If you're not lucky, I'll just have a few more rounds. Anyway, I have more blue than I can use. After upgrading his skills, Lin Yuan walked towards the number 1 portal. After entering, the scene before Lin Yuan's eyes changed drastically. He arrived in the middle of a fortress. As he froze, a roar came from his ears, and, "Rookie, the demons are fighting up here. Why are you still frozen there? Were you scared to pee your pants?" Lin Yuan looked down and, realizing that he was dressed a little differently from the others, froze in place not knowing what to do. He looked like a new recruit. Lin Yuan hurriedly opened his attribute bar. He found that his attributes and skills were all there. This made Lin Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not role-playing. However, this attitude angered the officer supervising the battle. Seeing that this officer was about to pick up a whip and whip Lin Yuan. But just as he was about to do it, Lin Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers and hundreds of flaming meteorites appeared in the sky, towards the demons outside the fortress. 6,200,000. 6,200,000. The damage was severely overflowing. In a moment, thousands of demons died tragically under the meteor fire rain. Chapter 61. How there are demons everywhere. During the fall of the meteorite rain, the soldiers throughout the city walls cheered loudly. "It's too powerful. It's the demon guides who struck." The soldiers looked around, but they didn't see any magical guides coming to support them at all. While the soldiers were confused, the officer supervising the battle raised his face and shouted, "Quickly return to your positions. The demons will attack again later." Once the soldiers heard the officer's voice, immediately gathered their expressions and returned to the battle state. This lord, my name is Dorn. I'm the commander here. I don't know what you're here for?" Having seen Lin Yuan unleash a stunning spell with his own eyes, Dorn's tone was as respectful as it could be. In response to this, Lin Yuan raised his head slightly and, looking down at the tidal wave of demons below the city, he faintly said, "I've come here to help you resist the attack of the demons." The reason why he said this was because Lin Yuan had received a quest prompt. Hold out against the demon's attack for 30 minutes and defeat the demon's vanguard commander. Lin Yuan was now in a place, an unknown realm, that was now facing a demonic invasion. After Lin Yuan answered Dorn's question, Dorn was overjoyed. "Thank you for coming all this way to help. I salute you on behalf of all the men of the Red Fortress. The demon's attack was very violent. Please forgive me for not being able to offer hospitality." Dorn had embarrassment on his face. According to his own previous understanding of mages, these people were used to being pampered. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation all needed to be taken care of by specialists. They must be served comfortably. These masters of the law will only be willing to go out. And they don't do it for free. They must be paid enough. The thought of payment. Dorn's face showed a difficult look. "My lord, now that it's wartime, the Red Fortress no longer has any extra money." Saying this, Dorn looked at Lin Yuan's expression and, after realizing that Lin Yuan didn't look displeased, only then did he add, "Could you please go ahead and we'll offer payment after the battle is over." After saying that, Duo-en was apprehensive. He was worried that Lin Yuan would brush his sleeve away. In fact, Lin Yuan was having a head full of questions. What's going on? Are the mages of this realm so dangling? They take money before they do anything. But Lin Yuan came here to fulfill his mission. He doesn't care about the money, so he directly refused. "No need. I'm here mainly to kill the demon vanguard officer. Helping you guys is just incidental. The payment is not necessary." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Dorn was incredulous. When did a goose-stepping mage not want money? Was this still a mage? Afterwards, Dorn came to a realization. Oh, so it's here to rake in war credit. Don thought of Lin Yuan as a super second-generation man who didn't care about money. He doesn't care about money. He only cares about credit. This was naturally a good thing. So Dorn took the initiative to introduce Lin Yuan to the situation of the fortress. "My lord, the fortress currently has 1,200 warriors, all level 20 or so professionals. Warriors, archers are in the majority and there are 30 priests. As for mages, there were none before your arrival." Hearing Dorn's introduction, Lin Yuan was somewhat silent, relying on these 1,200 soldiers to defend against a demon attack. The endless demons outside the city were at least 10 to 20,000, although they were all level 5 or 6 soldiers. But they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Even if they were enemies, Lin Yuan had to sigh. Demons as a race were truly blessed. There was no need to mention the high-level combatants. The 7 great demon kings representing the 7 deadly sins of purgatory. There are also some ancient existences that have survived for countless years. Their strength is at the ceiling level. One person can even destroy a realm. The low-end battle power was even more. There were countless races of bad demons, imps, satyrs, and so on. And demons are all warlike. Rumor has it that Purgatory Realm's territory was expanding every moment. Now, the piece of land Lin Yuan was in was being targeted by demons. Fortunately, Red Fortress welcomed Lin Yuan. The fortress next door wasn't so lucky. Yen Rui entered the trial with confidence, expecting to make a killing, become the savior. As a result, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. The place Yen Rui came to was also a fortress. Can't even be called a fortress. It's more aptly described as an outpost. There were only 30 guards at this post. It needed to withstand the attacks of hundreds of demons. In the first 2 waves, Yen Rui still found it easy. It was because his skills were enough to kill low-level demonic monsters in seconds. By the time the 3rd wave came, the attacking demon monsters were all level 10 and up. Yen Rui's group attack skills had no way to kill them in seconds. His single skill was slow to clear the monsters. It was very hard to get through 3 waves. By the time the 6th wave came around, the soldiers at the guard post were all dead. There was no one who could attract monsters for Yen Rui. He used all his strength. He only managed to clear the 6th wave. Yen Rui didn't wait to take a breath and rest. The 7th wave of attack came again. With no choice, Yen Rui could only give up on this trial. Challenge failed. Looking at the words of failure, Yen Rui was a bit disoriented. Walking out of the portal, just in time, he bumped into his lapdog waking up. Fatty licked his face and came to Yen Rui's side with a fawning face. And, "Young master, you came out. How was it? Did you pass?" Failing the trial had already made Yen Rui very unhappy. Fatty's words were like a bowl of oil, splashed onto the fire. Yen Rui's anger bubbled up. It was all because of that kid. If he hadn't influenced him, I would have played better, right? It's all his fault. Yen Rui blamed Lin Yuan for his failure to pass the trial. Achoo! After releasing a war dipper and clearing the 5th wave of monsters, Lin Yuan sneezed. "Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back?" muttered. Lin Yuan looked outside the fortress. At this moment, the war deity wind that Lin Yuan had thrown out was continuously spreading in all directions. 540000. Huge damage continued to float up. The demons were still 200 meters away from the walls when they were killed by the astral winds that spread out. This scene caused the soldiers on the city wall to be collectively shocked. Holy! What exactly is this Lord Mage? It's too powerful. The range of the spell is also too big. If this were to hit our fortress with a single skill, there would probably be no living people in the fortress in an instant. How long has it not been this easy? The veterans exchanged words and talked amongst themselves. The focus of all the talk was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who was being watched by everyone, was frowning at the moment. The offense is a bit slow. After the first few waves of monsters were killed in seconds, the demons were seamless. How come the demons are attacking so slowly this time? It's been 3 minutes. The attacking demons haven't even appeared yet? Lin Yuan was getting impatient. Wings sprouted from his back and flew into mid-air, flying towards the demon's base camp. "My lord, where are you going?" Dorn shouted anxiously from behind. The demon's main camp had many evil energy cannons. The power of that thing was similar to a magic crystal cannon. A single cannonball could be as powerful as a full A rank skill. If you go there hastily, you're afraid that you're going to suffer. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was too fast and didn't hear Dorn's reminder. Lin Yuan opened his demon wings and in less than 5 minutes, he flew in front of the Demon Vanguard Legion camp. Coincidentally, just as he arrived at the entrance of the camp, he directly encountered the demon army that was preparing to attack. Lin Yuan had no qualms about it. With his left hand, he threw out a meteor fire shower. With his right hand, he threw out a war wind. All of a sudden, the sky was dark. Chapter 62, Breaking the Vanguard Camp. Imp Vanguard LV-13. Life value, 34,000. Attack power, 700. Imp throw. Throws a javelin at the target, dealing 120% damage. Thousands of imps had just stepped out of the camp. Meteorites and gusts of wind then fell towards their heads. The demon army that was just about to attack came out unsuccessful. 3200000. 3400000. Exploding numbers appeared in pieces. The imp army was directly killed in seconds. Isn't this much faster? Looking at the corpses of demons on the ground, Lin Yuan nodded, satisfied to the core, perhaps feeling that it wasn't enjoyable to release skills at the entrance. Lin Yuan was prepared to fly inside the camp to take a look. But Lin Yuan had just gotten close to the camp when markings that glowed with red light appeared on his body. It could be seen from 100 meters away and it was very eye-catching. Boom! Boom! Lin Yuan heard the sound of a cannon being fired in his ears and, turning his head, he saw that 2 miserable green evil energy cannons were firing towards Lin Yuan. The shells coming out of the barrels were as big as a cow. Even from a distance, one could feel the evil energy emanating from the shells. Bang! Bang! One of them couldn't dodge in time. Lin Yuan was hit by 2 shells. 45,000. 45,000. The 2 cannonballs dealt 90,000 points of damage. Demons still have these, the damage isn't low. He himself had just stepped into the camp and was in the attack range of the evil energy cannon. Lin Yuan visually estimated that the evil energy cannon's attack distance was 1,000 meters. and there were at least 40 to 50 artillery pieces in the camp. Not something to mess with. Lin Yuan dismissed the idea of destroying this camp. Just kidding. A single artillery piece would hit you with 45,000 blood. If 50 cannons fire in unison for a few rounds, I'd be dead. It's better to play it safe. Anyway, your mission is not to destroy this demon camp. You only need to block the door here. After realizing this, Lin Yuan blocked the demon camp and started killing. This gave Lin Yuan the feeling of fighting a legendary burning phantom spider. The monsters had just stepped out of the camp. They were greeted by Lin Yuan's Fire Rain Dipper 2-shot combo. If that wasn't enough, add a black hole of annihilation, instantly clearing the screen. If only these monsters could get experience. It's a pity. From the time he came here until now, Lin Yuan had killed tens of thousands of demons. Based on 1 experience point each, there were tens of thousands of experience points. It was a pity. For some unknown reason, these demons didn't add experience points at all. 30 minutes passed in a flash. The number of attacks had already reached the 15th wave. The level of the demons had already exceeded level 20. Sartre Vanguard LV25. Life, 90,000. Attack power, 1800. Evil attack. Unleash a powerful strike on the target, dealing 130% damage and reducing the target's defense by 30%. Following the demon army this time was a demon defender wearing armor and carrying a huge sword. Vanguard Commander Mars LV35 Elite. Life value, 800000. Attack power, 50,000. Legion Horn. Blowing the horn increases the attack speed and movement speed of the surrounding demons by 50%. Legion Strike. Swing the giant sword to deal a powerful blow to the area within 5 meters in front of you, dealing 500% damage with the probability to stun the target. This demon had just appeared when it saw Lin Yuan in the air and... Human! Mars' head was spinning a bit. Wasn't this a demon's base camp? Why were there humans at the entrance? And Mars also noticed something. How the surrounding ground was full of demon corpses. They were almost piled up. Can someone tell me why there are so many demon corpses at the entrance of the camp? Mars' low voice rang out. The surrounding demons looked at me and I looked at you. None of them knew how to answer. Come on, didn't we come from the Legion portal in one piece? If you ask us, who are we asking? Mars, who didn't get an answer, was a bit angry, ordering the surrounding demons to clear the path. Clean up the corpses at the entrance. That's right. Because of Lin Yuan's insane killing spree, the corpses of the demons at the entrance to the camp had piled up into a small mountain. It blocked the exit. Mars and the satyrs had gone through a lot of trouble to move the corpses away from the entrance. Attack with me. Before setting off, Mars looked up at Lin Yuan again, thinking to himself that this should be a human scout. Humph. Stupid and weak humans. Only doing things like stealing chickens and dogs. Not daring to compete with Mars in a dignified manner. When I break through your city and invade your land, I guess you'll be so scared that you'll be crying your eyes out. As his mind thought of the image of Lin Yuan crying his eyes out, Mars actually felt a little amused. Ha 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 ha. Mars's laughter baffled Lin Yuan. What was he laughing at? Did he know he was going to die? Or had he lost his mind? Demons had lost their minds too? Lin Yuan didn't know what was going on in Mars' mind. If he did, he would have thrown a skill in his face. You're still sniveling. I'll make you cry. Even if he didn't know what was in Mars' mind. Lin Yuan was not prepared to let them go. When he saw the demon army enter the attack range, he threw a black hole of annihilation at them. A black hole emitting a strong suction force immediately appeared under the feet of the demon army. After a few rounds of testing, Lin Yuan found that starting with Annihilation Black Hole was the best choice. This was because after the skill was released, it would emit a super strong suction force that it will suck all the surrounding targets into the black hole. They wouldn't be able to run away, and the damage of the skill is not low. Can deal more than 5 million damage per second. The monster itself doesn't have much blood, so the moment Annihilation Black Hole came out, it directly killed most of the demons. Although Mars's magic resistance was quite a bit higher than the other soldiers, he still couldn't escape. 3 seconds later, he was swallowed up by the black hole of annihilation. You have killed Vanguard Commander Mars, and have successfully resisted the attack of the demon army for 30 minutes. You have successfully passed Trial 1. 2 prompts rang out, and Lin Yuan re-entered the interior of the Mage Tower. Standing in front of the teleportation portal again, Lin Yuan saw that Trial 1 showed that it had been completed. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan directly walked into Trial 2. Welcome to the Void Arena. This time, Lin Yuan arrived at an arena. As far as the eye could see, the entire arena space was the size of 10 soccer fields. There were spectator seats all around. However, the spectator seats had a mist effect applied to them, so Lin Yuan couldn't see if there was anything up there. Lin Yuan couldn't see if there was anyone up there. Why is this different from what Chairman Chun said? It's not the blood arena. Why is it a void arena? As Lin Yuan looked around, suddenly a green-skinned gnome jumped out and shouted, "Let's see! A newcomer has come to challenge the void arena." The sudden appearance of the goblin gave Lin Yuan a fright. The goblin saw the expression on Lin Yuan's. A smug look flashed across his face and, "Let me see the occupation of this challenger?" With that, the green-skinned gnome took out a card that had Lin Yuan's information written on it. "Oh, my gold coins! Look what I see. A dreamer who wants to inherit the astral mage." The green-skinned gnome had a very exaggerated expression on his face and, walking around Lin Yuan with his short little legs, he shouted, "Let's see if this human can successfully defeat the other opponents in the next challenge." We'll see. Chapter 63 Void Arena. Along with the words of the green-skinned gnome, Lin Yuan's first opponent also arrived at the arena. It was a dog-headed assassin. Dog-headed Grim LV-20 assassin. Life, 180,000. Attack power, 16,000. Skills? The moment Lin Yuan saw the other party, he knew that the other party was a professional just like himself. Dog-headed assassin? Among the panels, Lin Yuan could only see the basic information of the Dogman Green. The opponent's skills and talents were not visible. Relatively speaking, Dogman Green could only see Lin Yuan's basic information. When Grim saw Lin Yuan's 68,000 life points, he revealed a smug smile. Subsequently, when Dogman Green saw Lin Yuan's mana value and attack power, suddenly revealed a shocked expression. "I'm sprouting grass. What's going on with this human? How is the mana value and attack power so high? Wouldn't 2 or 3 skills be able to kill me in seconds?" The dog-headed man Grim had a grave expression on his face. The figure gradually disappeared. It entered the sneaking state, to say that the opponent that a mage is most unwilling to meet. Then the number 1 ranking is definitely the assassin. The most mysterious hands, the highest strength, and the most terrifying. Super high strength and terrifying outbursts. Enough to kill a lot of mages who can't prepare in time. Seeing that Dogman Green is invisible, Lin Yuan put an energy shield on himself. Then he unleashed the Big Dipper in front of him. Assassins sneak around for sneak attacks. I'm gonna throw my skills directly in front of me. I don't believe I can't hit you. The opponent only has 180,000 life points. Lin Yuan's magic can kill him in seconds. Lin Yuan's magic can kill him in seconds. What's going on? Although the arena was a large area, Lin Yuan's 2-war winds had already covered all of it. However, there was no sign of the dog-headed assassin. Where did it run off to? Lin Yuan was still wondering. Suddenly, a skinny figure appeared behind Lin Yuan's back, and it was the Dogman assassin. It was the dog-headed assassin. The dog-headed assassin was covered in shadows. Apparently, he had turned on his Cloak of Shadows. Cloak of Shadow SLV6. Description: provides brief immunity to magic and immediately removes all negative spell effects. Resists all negative spell effects for 6 seconds while the cloak is active. It was by relying on this skill that the Dogman assassin, to be able to be fearless of the spells released by Lin Yuan, and he quickly arrived behind Lin Yuan. The Dogman assassin activated Bloody Frenzy, instantly increasing his attack speed by 200%. Police. In less than a second, it had already attacked 5 times. Immunity: 8,000, 16,000, 32,000, 64,000. 5 attacks in a row. Knocked off 120,000 of Lin Yuan's shield value. That was because the first attack was immunized. Otherwise, it would have been 200,000. Seeing the damage appearing on Lin Yuan's head, the dog-headed assassin revealed a victorious smile. "Little bastard. I've killed more than 20 mages like you. You think you can force me to show up with a ranged attack? That's just naive." Thinking of this, the Dogman assassin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Laugh your ass off." Lin Yuan heard the dog-headed assassin's laughter and instantly became enraged, and a round of extreme cold shock shot over. The dog-headed assassin directly froze. It didn't matter that he froze. Lin Yuan's spell directly hit the dogman assassin's body. 420,000. An explosive damage appeared on the dog-headed assassin's head. This dog-headed man was wearing a lot of magic resistance equipment, and none of Lin Yuan's skills did more than 500,000 damage. However, it was enough. The dog-headed assassin's blood bar had been emptied. You have defeated Dogman Grimm. The next battle opens in 30 seconds. After the Dogman assassin was killed in seconds, his body instantly disappeared. A 30-second countdown began to appear in the air. 30, 29. As the countdown went on, Lin Yuan began to reflect that he was still careless. Why didn't he just open his wings and fly up into the sky? When he flew up into the sky, he would have used his skills to bombard the bottom. The dog-headed assassin wouldn't have survived for more than a second. Actually, Lin Yuan wasn't to blame. Ever since he changed jobs, Lin Yuan had had too much of a smooth ride. He hadn't met any difficult opponents. Perhaps the most dangerous battle was the one with the Demon King. But that time, Lin Yuan was lucky. The tyrannical Eclipse Demon King fell into a state of slumber, allowing Lin Yuan to take advantage of it. If it was a head-on battle, Lin Yuan was afraid that he would be seconded by the tyrannical Eclipse Demon King in a single glance. After the 30-second countdown, Lin Yuan welcomed his new opponent. It was a two-headed ogre. Ogre Mage LOL Elite LV20. Life, 520,000. Mana, 10,000. Attack power, 65,000. Skills, slight. Unlike the previous dog-headed man, the opponent that appeared this time was an elite template. After the battle started, directly hit with a shot of extreme cold shock. The ogre mage's reaction was also quick. He cast a spell with each hand. One hand put an anti-magic shell on itself, and one hand rushed at Lin Yuan to hit a chain of bursts. Bang, 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 bang. Four explosions rang out. Immunity, 34,000, 34,000, 34,000. Originally, Lin Yuan thought it was just one spell. Who knew it would explode 4 times? What Lin Yuan didn't know was that this subsequent explosions were all Ogre Mage talents. Talent multiple spellcasting S rank. Description: an Ogre Mage can cast spells quickly and enhance the effectiveness of the spells. There is a certain probability of casting the same spell multiple times in a single casting, up to a maximum of 6 times. This talent was just too powerful. If it was that dog-headed assassin from earlier, would have been killed in seconds by now. Lin Yuan's passive skill came with a relatively high magic resistance, immunizing him from most of the damage. He was still dealt around 100,000 damage. When the Ogre Mage saw that Lin Yuan hadn't been killed in seconds, he froze. However, the Ogre Mage had a lot of combat experience. He reacted in an instant and he applied a Bloodlust and Magic Armor spell to himself, increasing his movement speed and magic resistance. Afterwards, the Ogre Mage wanted to do the same thing. He wanted to unleash a Flame Blast. This Flame Blast had a stun effect. If he was lucky enough to land a combo, Lin Yuan would be in danger. However, Lin Yuan was already prepared. His figure flickered and instantly disappeared in front of the Ogre Mage. As the Ogre Mage turned his head to look for Lin Yuan had already thrown a black hole of annihilation at his feet. Swish! The Ogre Mage, who was caught in the black hole, wasn't even sure what was happening before he was swallowed up. 560,000. The ogre's magic resistance was indeed high. The annihilating black hole actually only dealt over 500,000 damage. But it was enough to kill him in seconds. The next time, Lin Yuan fought 2 more battles. Both ended in victory. The third battle was a Naga witch. It was also a spellcaster. However, the only thing this Naga witch could show off was a sleep skill. Before she could use it, she was killed by Lin Yuan's Warwind. The fourth opponent was a bit interesting. It was an Orc Shadow Assassin. He sneaked in and dealt a first strike. It dealt a lot of damage. He then used Shadow Divergence and Instant Shadow Dodge to dodge 2 of Lin Yuan's skills. But it was all in vain. Lin Yuan lifted his wings and flew through the air, bombarding the ground with coverage of the Orc Assassin. In his sneaking state didn't even reveal his silhouette. He died in the middle of the carpet bombing. Chapter 64: Battling Heroic Professionals. After defeating 4 challengers in a row, the green-skinned goblin reappeared. Wow! The future Star Realm Mage is about to challenge our hero Gogol. Will he succeed or not? The green-skinned gnome, in the presence of Lin Yuan, shouted at the surrounding audience. The battle is about to begin. Those who wish to press on please do so as soon as possible. The odds for Warhammer Hero Gogol are 1 minute and 1.2 seconds, and the odds for Star Realm Minor Mage are 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. In the green-skinned gnome's mind, it was still more favorable to Gurgle. The green-skinned gnome didn't finish speaking. A slightly naughty voice suddenly came from outside the arena. I'll press Star Realm Little Mage for 10 void fragments. As soon as those words left the room, there was an instant outcry outside the arena. What? 10 void fragments, what a great deal. Listening to the childish voice, I don't know if it's possible to kill someone. You're out of your mind. Do you know who just spoke out? That's the box of epilepsy. If you piss him off, it doesn't matter if you die. Don't pull us as your backs. The audience outside the arena whispered. Someone pointed out that the words just now came from the mouth of the box of epilepsy. At once, most of the people were free of greed. As silence fell, the master of the Void Arena spoke up. Andy, are you that optimistic about this little guy? The owner of the Void Arena was a level 86 Voidwalker called Byru. Byru did not have a fixed image. He looked like a fat blue guy at the moment that was slightly cute. But if anyone thought that this one was easy to bully, Byru was the one who would tell you what the real void was. The child called Andy was the body of the box of insanity. The level was even as high as level 89. Only one level short of becoming a demigod. Therefore, Byru, the owner of the Void Arena, treated Andy very politely as well. It was important to know that Andy had mixed reviews in the outside world. Some said he was crazy and scary. Some say he is very kind. In short, Andy is a temperamental master. But today Andy seemed to be in a good mood. Hearing Byru's words, he smiled back and said, I think he's funny. Hearing the reply, Byru had no expression and, in his heart, he sympathized with Lin Yuan. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by the epileptic box. I wondered if this little guy would be made into a new toy by Andy. Due to the mist, Lin Yuan didn't know that the people on the stage. Lin Yuan didn't know that the people on the stage were arguing over the bets at this moment. The green goblin inside the arena had disappeared. In its place was a 5-meter-tall ogre. To be precise, it was a hybrid of an ogre and an orc. Gogol Hero LV20. Life, 2200000. Mana, 50,000. Attack power, 280,000. Skills, slightly. The opponent this time is a hero, or a Warhammer clan that was very good at fighting within the ogre. His 5-meter-tall body was very oppressive just by standing there. Lin Yuan noticed that Gogol was emitting a faint white light all over his body. This was wearing all platinum equipment. Lin Yuan was a little envious. I haven't even worn a full set of platinum equipment myself. Once the 30 seconds of preparation time had passed, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The arena was the most capable of inspiring a person's potential. After experiencing the first few battles, Lin Yuan was no longer a passive rookie. He had learned to take the initiative. Starting off, he put an energy shield on himself. Then he used shifting shadow to set up phantoms all over the arena. His hand movements didn't stop. Extreme cold blasts were being thrown continuously, but the damage wasn't good. 54,000. 54,000. Ogres and orcs were born with high magic resistance. Gogol was also a hybrid of the two, inheriting the excellent genes of ogres and orcs. Magic resistance was unprecedentedly high, and Gogol didn't stand still and be passively beaten. At the same time that Lin Yuan played his spells, he also put on Ancestor's Blessing. It was able to mitigate damage. On other people, they could deal almost 1,000,000 damage. On Gogol, it only dealt over 50,000 damage. Even so, Gogol was appalled in his heart. What a high damage! He knew that when facing other spellcasters, Gogol's highest damage was just over 2,000. Now that he had received 50,000 damage at once, how could Gogol not be shocked? How could Gogol not be shocked? Lin Yuan's spells were like machine guns. Even if Gogol had 2 million blood, was obviously not enough to fight. So, after receiving 2 attacks head-on, Gogol unleashed his spell deflection. All of Lin Yuan's spells directed at Gogol bounced off. Spell deflection, a rank of max. Description: for the next 10 seconds, all directional skills will be unable to hit you. Once Gogol's skills were turned on, Lin Yuan stopped releasing extreme cold shock. Instead, he threw an annihilation black hole at his feet. Just as the black hole was about to take shape, Gogol's body exploded and flashed. Rumble. He leapt up from his original position in a heroic jump. The spot where he landed was exactly where Lin Yuan was. If he was hit by a foot, Lin Yuan would definitely fall into a coma. For a mage to go into a stunned state in front of Gogol, that was simply looking for death. So, Lin Yuan flickered and flew elsewhere. But who knew? The Gogol that landed on the ground would once again jump up high and repeat his previous action. Repeating his previous maneuver. This was a chain jump that he had developed on the skill of Valor Jump. But Gogol still miscalculated. Lin Yuan's shifting shadow could switch positions anytime, anywhere. With a whoosh, Lin Yuan returned to his previous position. Before Gogol could fall, he threw a black hole of annihilation towards the ground. This time, Gogol had no way to dodge it. This time, Gogol had no way to avoid it, and took 2 damage. 320,000. 320,000. One skill hit Gogol with more than 600,000 damage. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger the instant death effect. This completely enraged Gogol. He charged at Lin Yuan regardless. Lin Yuan fired a war wind. He used the edge knockback effect to send Gurgle flying. 120,000. Lin Yuan then cleared his blue bar. He shot an extreme cold shock at Gogol. 760,000. An exaggerated amount of damage appeared above Gurgle's head. By now, Gogol's blood level was less than half. After that, Lin Yuan grabbed the lead and played his specialized spell Bombardment again. What with Meteor Fire Rain, War Dipper, and Annihilation Black Hole taking turns. In less than 10 seconds, Gogol was already in a state of near death. After entering the near-death state, Gogol's body was red with blood and triggered a death blow. Dying Strike. Unable to die in 5 seconds, attack power increased by 500%. Gogol, in the state of death, roared. He used the skill Fatal Throw. He threw the spear in his hand towards Lin Yuan in mid-air. The spear struck Lin Yuan, causing a huge amount of damage. 250,000. Phew, that was close. Seeing that his blue level had instantly decreased by 20,000 points. Lin Yuan's little heart was pounding non-stop. By 1 billion points, his shield was broken. Gogol saw that even his near-death strike hadn't been able to take down Lin Yuan and, staring with his eyes, he let out an unwilling howl from his mouth. I'm the man who's going to become the strongest ogre. How could I die here? Noisy. Hearing the ogre's hiss, Lin Yuan ended his life with a shot of extreme cold shock. Chapter 65 Astral Mage Magna. As soon as Gogol died, a beep sounded in Lin Yuan's ears and, you have successfully defeated Gogol Hero, Void Arena points +1. You have passed Trial 2. The battle between Lin Yuan and Gogol was very short. It was simply a one-sided abuse by Lin Yuan. The entire time, Gogol had dealt 200,000 damage to Lin Yuan in his near-death state. It was all resisted by the shield. In the eyes of the audience outside the arena, Lin Yuan was a mage who hadn't changed professions. To be able to do this was terrifying. There was an ogre mage called Gar who said angrily, "This isn't fair. All of this mage's skills are at least S-ranked, or even SS-ranked. How can he be mixed inside a low-level arena?" It was no wonder that Gale was so angry. It was because Gogol was the best ogre of their Warhammer Clans generation. The reason for letting Gogol enter the Void Arena was because they wanted him to reach 100 consecutive victories inside the low-grade arena. Achieving 100 consecutive victories would earn him 500 points. Then Gogol will be able to trade for a Heart of Gorin. With the Heart of Gorin, Gurgle will hopefully upgrade his panel to Epic by level 20, inaugurating the epic profession of Gorin Chaser. But today, Gurjin was killed by a human mage. This caused Gar to instantly become furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the owner of the arena, Bairu, was right there, Gar would have rushed down to finish off Lin Yuan. The arena's master, Bairu, had also heard Gar's words and looked towards Gar with that slightly cute body and let out an ethereal voice that, "Oh, are you questioning the Void Arena's shady practices?" Originally, Gar was just spitting out a few words of complaint. In the end, the owner of the arena spoke back. This caused Gar to be startled. Oops, that was a cheap shot. Gale was the most powerful of the ogres. He's used to being the most dominant of the pack. He forgot about the occasion. Now when he heard Bairu's questioning words, Gale was a bit flustered. "Lord Bairu, I'm not questioning your meaning. What I want to say is that this human should have utilized some props to hide his level. How else can he prove that he can kill other professionals in seconds when he's only level 20? Bairu didn't have any expression when he heard this answer, and continued to ask in his ethereal voice. Then, in that case, I was remiss in not scrutinizing his qualifications for the competition? These words instantly made Gar tense up. This human mage's entry qualifications had actually been scrutinized by Bairu himself. What kind of person was standing behind this one? Cold sweat broke out on Gar's head as he thought of this. Just as he was about to reply, a tender voice next to him interrupted him with, "You're a nag. Get out of here and don't bother me with my toys." Andy, the box of insanity, stood up and waved his hand towards Gar, directly through Gar into the unknown area. Gar was at least a level 78 war mage, but he was powerless in front of Andy. "It's finally quiet." Andy clapped his hands and laughed. "Bairu, I'm going to take this toy away. You don't have a problem with that, right?" Hearing Andy's words, Bairu returned, "He is not from the Void Arena. If you want to take him away, please help yourself." According to the meaning of Bairu's words, this was completely ignoring Lin Yuan. Thus, with a flick of his hand, Andy yanked out a clock from inside a spatial rift. This clock was none other than the Lemmy that Lin Yuan had seen before. However, at this moment, Lemmy's level had been raised to level 70. The attributes had increased by a large margin. "Lemmy, go bring me my new toy." After Andy ordered, Lemmy leapt to the center of the arena. It startled Lin Yuan for a moment. Punctual Lemmy, epileptic creation LV70. Life value, 120 million. Attack, 250,000. Skill 1, punctuality. Effect. Lemmy hates being late and is immune to all skills that require spell casting. Skill 2, complete madness. Effect. Lemmy transforms into a mad destroyer, increasing his life value by 800%, his attack power by 800%, and his defense power to 0. Skill 3, time management. Effect. Lemmy throws out pointers to inflict different effects. Second hand, inflicts 300,000 points of damage per second for 60 seconds. Minute hand, inflicts 500,000 points of damage and causes the target to fall into a state of disorientation. Hour hand, inflicts 1 million points of explosive damage to a range of 100 plus 100. Skill 4, time stasis. Effect. Enter stagnation state after receiving fatal damage. Recover 10% of life value per second for 3 seconds. Cannot take damage or perform any action in the stagnant state. A behemoth suddenly popped up in front of himself. Lin Yuan froze and, randomly breaking into a fit of rage. How did this thing appear again? Lin Yuan obviously remembered the behemoth in front of him vividly. Back in the Goblin Garden, if Lin Yuan hadn't been lucky enough to have his silent domain trigger a dispelling effect, he would have been out of his misery long ago. Wasn't this thing a toy from the box of epilepsy? Why is it here? I'm not going to fight this thing, am I? Why don't you just kill me? The moment Lin Yuan saw Lemmy, his mind was racing with thoughts. After a long time, Lin Yuan spoke. "This Mr. Clock, are you in the wrong place?" Lemmy shook his huge pendulum and mechanically replied back. "You're a new toy. Andy told me to arrest you." Saying that, the pendulum slowly moved towards Lin Yuan and, preparing to grab Lin Yuan up. Lin Yuan was just about to use shifting shadows and, only to realize that he couldn't even move. He couldn't help but be horrified. What's going on? You've fallen into Lemmy's clock stance. You can't use spells other than time. Clock stance? Is this the so-called stance suppression? Lin Yuan had felt elemental force fields on Chan Yuyang before. It wasn't as terrifying as Lemmy's in front of him. He doesn't have any time-based spells in his skill bar either. This isn't a lamb to the slaughter. Will not die. I'm still a virgin. Oh no, I haven't changed jobs yet. Just when Lin Yuan was about to despair, a voice with a slight vicissitude came from the void. Enough! The moment the voice fell, Lemmy's entire body shattered into pieces with a crash. In the center of the fragments was a glowing stone. Ring clock core dark gold. Upgradable. Wearing requirements. Gain favor with the box of insanity. Attributes. Life value plus 50,000. Life recovery speed plus 200%. Time stasis. Enter a stasis state after active use, recovering 10% of life value per second for 3 seconds. Cannot take damage or perform any actions while in the stagnant state. The clock was broken. Lin Yuan regained his mobility. Then, with a flash of Lin Yuan's divinity, the entire person was teleported to the interior of the Star Realm's Mage Tower. Wow, it's actually Star Realm Mage Magna. Isn't he fighting the Dark Titan? How did he appear here? It's really Magna himself. He saved that human from just now. Could that mage just now really be Magna's inheritor? This is going to be interesting. From the time Andy made his move just now, these spectators outside the arena just had an expression of watching a good show. It really made them wait for a good show. Chapter 66, First Step of Inheritance. Astral Mage Magna's level was 91, a solid demigod powerhouse. And Andy's level was 89, quasi-demigod. If the two were to go to war, there would be a good show to watch. But the other viewers were disappointed. Magna and Andy didn't fight at all. Andy saw Magna's tired face and said with a smile, "I'll put my toys in your storage for a while, and I'll ask for them after I become a demigod." After saying that, Andy waved his hand and resurrected Lemmy, who was shattered into pieces. However, after resurrection, Lemmy's level became level 60 again. "Let's go." Andy made a stroke towards the void, tore out a spatial crack, and drilled in. The main man had left. The other spectators naturally had no reason to stay, and, one after another, they tore through the spatial crack and left the place. Before Magna left, she took a deep look at Bairu and then her figure disappeared. Not long after, Lin Yuan was teleported back to the Mage Tower. He saw a woman in purple vestments appear in front of him. This woman was Magna. Magna looked at the young Lin Yuan and slowly said, "You've passed your initial test. Come back after your level 30 for the next test." Magna didn't give Lin Yuan a chance to speak and threw Lin Yuan a nearly broken staff. Without seeing any movement on her part, Lin Yuan was directly teleported away from the. With Lin Yuan gone, the Mage Tower was once again left to itself, and Magna sighed. Time is running out. Then, Magna's figure flickered, and she didn't know where she had gone. On the other side, Lin Yuan re-entered the interior of the Mage Association after leaving the Mage Tower. "You came out so quickly?" Chen Yuyang, who had been waiting at the entrance, was surprised. Then his eyes glazed over when he saw Lin Yuan holding a broken staff in his hand and pulling Lin Yuan up in an instantaneous movement to his office. Chen Yuang pointed at the staff in Lin Yuan's hand. "You passed the trial?" Lin Yuan sniffed and first nodded. "Passed." Then he shook his head. "Just passed the first step. The next trial will have to wait until level 30. Chen Yuang narrowed his eyes and mused. "It's similar to what I expected. I also went through 2 trials when I first switched to Elemental Mage." Then Chen Yuyang asked Lin Yuan about the trials. Lin Yuan truthfully answered how he had resisted the demon army and the battle in the Void Arena. "What? You fended off tens of thousands of demonic hordes by yourself. You even fought other races' professionals in the Void Arena." Chen Yuang's tone of voice changed. How was the trial different from his own? Himself, the first level in the first place was just fending off thousands of demons. The second level was fighting a group of other races' professionals in a place called the Blood Arena. How did the difficulty increase dozens of times when it came to Lin Yuan? The Void Arena was a place that Chen Yuang had not only heard of, but had also been to, so Chen Yuang knew the gold content of the Void Arena. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in there. Certain races that were blessed with natural talent were born as epic templates. Relying on their attributes alone, they were able to crush the professionals of other races. Lin Yuan was able to defeat a hero-level professional. Strength could be seen. Chen Yuang looked Lin Yuan up and down. "I thought I'd already overestimated you, but I didn't expect to underestimate you." Lin Yuan heard Chen Yuang praising himself and he smiled in embarrassment. "President Chen Liao praised you." Afterwards, Lin Yuan thought of some questions and he asked Chen Yuang, "President Chen, why was it that I could use my skills when you opened your elemental force field at that time, but I couldn't use my skills when I was under someone else's force field?" Then, Lin Yuan told Chen Yuang about his encounter with the epileptic creature in the Void Arena. After talking about a woman in a purple vestment giving herself a staff, Chen Yuang's expression finally changed and, You're so awesome." Chen Yuang suddenly didn't know what to say. The epileptic box was the closest thing to a demigod's existence. He wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse that he was interested in Lin Yuan, thanks to Star Realm Mage Magnus stepping in. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have been made into a toy by now. Speaking of Magna, Chen Yuang had a toothache. Lin Yuan had really alarmed this lord. Could it be that this person had actually taken a liking to Lin Yuan and wanted to take him on as a disciple? He wants to take Lin Yuan as his disciple? That's not a good idea. He's a less than a 4-turn magical instructor, and he's trying to steal a disciple from a demigod. Is he too old to hang himself? As Chun Yuang was pondering, Lin Yuan suddenly coughed. Ahem. Chairman Chun, you haven't answered my question just now. Seeing that Chun Yuang had been in deep thought for almost 10 minutes, Lin Yuan couldn't wait any longer. That was why he interrupted Chun Yuang's thinking. Returning to his senses, Chun Yuang thought about Lin Yuan's question just now and, clearing his throat, he returned. The function of my elemental force field is to weaken the enemy's damage while increasing my own. After saying that, fearing that Lin Yuan wouldn't understand, Chun Yuang directly brought Lin Yuan to the training ground by instantaneous transfer and, let's have a practical battle here, saying that he released an elemental force field at Lin Yuan. You hit me with your spell. Chun Yuang signaled for Lin Yuan to use his spells to attack himself. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and struck an extreme cold shock towards Chun Yuang that 1,200. A not-so-high damage appeared on Chun Yuang's head. So strong. Holy! The first sentence was what Lin Yuan said, and the second sentence was what Chun Yuang was thinking in his mind. Lin Yuan was thinking that Chun Yuang's elemental force field was too powerful. It had directly weakened himself into a retarded child. The damage dealt was less than 0.1%. On the other hand, Chun Yuang was shocked in his heart. This kid can even deal thousands of damage under my elemental force field. If I don't turn on my elemental force field, I'd be able to deal over 100,000 damage. What a freak. Chun Yuang muttered in his heart, then explained. Any enemy's attack that is inside an elemental force field will be weakened by the vast majority, but if the opponent also opens their force field, then they will be exempted from some of the effects. If the opponent's force field is more powerful than mine, then I will be caught up in the opposing party's force field suppression. Do you understand? Lin Yuan nodded his head as if he understood. Kind of understand. Chun Yuang knew that with Lin Yuan's current level he wouldn't know. Therefore, Chun Yuang was prepared to popularize the knowledge of each level for Lin Yuan. Before level 20 is known as the novice stage. At this stage, as long as the professional is a bit more careful, most of them can hope to rise to level 20. Reaching level 20 is a threshold. There are some less talented or living professions that have a hard time passing the first turn trial. Lin Yuan understood all of this. It was taught in school. What Chun Yuang said next was what wasn't taught in school. After level 20, there's a probability of encountering other races or professions from other realms in the abyss. If you meet a good camp, it's fine, no fights will happen, but if you meet an evil race or a profession that kills for fun, then it'll be a disaster. At level 40, through the second turn can be called a true professional because after level 40, professionals will understand the specialization of their respective professions, and with the strengthening of the specialization, professionals will undergo a qualitative change. At the third turn, that is, after level 60, will gradually master the force field. My specialization is elemental control. On top of that, I created the elemental force field. Chapter 67. Preparing for the transfiguration. As for level 60 and above, it's still a bit far for you. The first thing in front of you is the transfer trial. If you fail the transfer trial, it takes 7 days before you can challenge it again. After Chun Yuang finished talking to Lin Yuan still had one question in his mind. That was about the tyrannical eclipse demon king. Chairman Chen, just now you didn't say anything about level 80 and above. Isn't it true that level 80 and above will come with divinity? Lin Yuan's question caused Chun Yuang to freeze for a moment and then he nodded his head. Not bad. Chun Yuang didn't know where Lin Yuan had heard about divinity from. Since he had asked, Chun Yuang would give him some more details. Above level 80, professionals who have gone through the fourth turn will have an additional attribute, which is divinity. Divinity can be used in attack or defense. 1 point of divinity attack can offset 1 point of divinity defense. If there is no divine defense, you will be crushed when facing a divine attack, and by the same token, if your attack doesn't have divine attributes attached to it, then it won't even break when facing a divine defense. Let me give you a simple example. Tu Yang, known as the strongest human paladin, he had already gained 5 points of divinity before his transformation. In order to wrestle the demon king, he directly added all of his divinity to his attacks, fully intending to exchange one life for another. Back then, in order to want to get rid of the demon king, he purposely hid the news that he had already been transmuted, and declared to the outside world that he was preparing for a transmutation. Although it was rumored by the outside world that it was Tujin who was ambushed, in reality, Tujin was the one who took the initiative to attack. Tujin took advantage of the tyrannical eclipse demon king's lightheartedness and adventurousness to inspire the power of the holy light, incarnating as a liege king's guard, and took the initiative to strike. Back then, the tyrannical eclipse demon king's divine defense was 7 points, and it was by relying on the extra 3 points of divinity that Tu Yang increased the final damage by 30%. It blew the Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King's divine body out of the water. Even the Tyrannical Eclipse domain was shattered by Tu Yang. Unfortunately, the support from the other two Demon Kings was too fast, and Tujin wasn't able to completely decapitate the Tyrannical Demon King god, and I'm afraid that the Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King will be making a comeback in a few more decades. After hearing Chan Yuyang's explanation, Lin Yuan somewhat understood. The calculation of divine armor and divine attack was simple. Assuming that Chan Yuyang didn't have a divine attack and Lin Yuan had 1 point of divine armor, Chan Yuyang's attack wouldn't break the defense. If Chan Yuyang had 1 point of divine attack and Lin Yuan didn't have divine armor, Chan Yuyang's attack would cause a crushing effect, unless Lin Yuan had a life-saving skill. Otherwise, it would basically be a second kill on Lin Yuan. If both sides had divine armor and attack, if the divine attack was greater than the divine defense, it would increase the damage by a percentage. If the divine attack was less than the divine defense, it would decrease the damage by a percentage. Chan Yuyang specifically mentioned the Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King, and Lin Yuan muttered in his heart that the Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King shouldn't appear anymore, because it's already been slaughtered by me. Of course, killing the Demon King was too amazing. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. After understanding the gap between the various levels, Lin Yuan first thanked Tu Yang in his heart. If it wasn't for him, he himself wouldn't have met the Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King in its severely injured state. This was indeed the case. The Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King was worried that he would be attacked while repairing his soul damage. It took him 5 years of hard work to regather 1 point of pseudo-divine armor. Originally, he thought that with the pseudo-divine armor, he could repair the damage to his soul without any worries. But who knew that Lin Yuan was such a freak? He was able to weaken the magic resistance of the divine armor. Lin Yuan was able to kill the Overeater Demon King. Arcane Radiance skill contributed a lot. Now, Lin Yuan realized just how lucky he had been in the previous battle. If Lin Yuan hadn't obtained that skill book, or if the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been awake, Lin Yuan definitely wouldn't have survived until now. That was close. Secretly celebrating in his heart, Lin Yuan decided that in the future, he must be careful and cautious when he met higher-level enemies. After his doubts were lifted, Lin Yuan then remembered that Magna had thrown himself a broken staff. Picking the staff up, Lin Yuan saw the attributes of this piece of equipment. Weapon Illunis 7 colors broken. Wearing requirements, Intelligence 10,000. Attributes, Intelligence plus 1%, Stamina plus 1%. Arcane Affinity, Spell consumption reduced by 10%. Temporal Dao Marker, opens a portal to the Astral Mage Tower. No matter where you are, the astral plane is your home. Other, slightly, Illunis once shown as a world, until its world was destroyed by the Dark Titan. Lin Yuan was scrutinizing the staff in his hands. Next to him, Chan Yuyang also poked his head over to check out the properties of the staff. Illunis, I think I've heard that name before. Chan Yuyang then snapped his fingers. A book appeared in his hand. Looked it up. Originally an elemental creature, Illunis was later molded into a staff by the previous generation of astral mages, and the staff was only one of its forms. At its peak, the staff once repelled the lazy demon King Belial and the demon army under his command all by itself. Later, when the world Illunis lived in was invaded by the Dark Titan, this staff was shattered by the Dark Titan's divine magic during the Battle of Extinction and ended up nowhere to be found. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard that this staff in his hand had such a big origin. Chan Yuyang threw the book in his hand to Lin Yuan and, with a look of envy, he said, I didn't expect that that person would actually give the staff to you. He obviously has a lot of confidence in you. Lin Yuan still agreed with this statement. I didn't expect Magna to not only be strong, but her eye for people was also so accurate. Love, love, love. Looking at the staff in his hand, Lin Yuan fantasized about the scene where he would kill the Purgatory Demon King with the staff in his hand in the near future. Seeing Lin Yuan in love with the staff, Chan Yuyang's words were like a pot of cold water being poured on him. Don't be too happy. Illunis is on the verge of shattering nowadays. If you want to restore it to its previous form, you don't know how much precious materials and elemental energy you'll have to spend. Lin Yuan was right when he heard it. He hadn't even passed turn 1 yet. What was the point of thinking blindly here? So Lin Yuan planned to say goodbye. Chairman Chun, I've troubled you today. Not really, he said politely. Chan Yuyang left his contact information with Lin Yuan. Call me if you encounter anything you can't solve. Don't be polite to me. Remember, no matter what, the alliance is your faithful backing. Lin Yuan nodded heavily at his words. I will. Afterwards, Lin Yuan utilized the teleportation array to return to Tianfeng City. Seeing Lin Yuan leave, Chen Yuan contemplated for a long time before finally deciding to contact President Guda. Hearing Chen Yuyang's report, Gud was surprised. Magna personally saved Lin Yuan? Then he seemed to think of something and instructed. The Celestial Tribulation cult has been making big moves again lately, so pay attention and don't let the people of the Celestial Tribulation cult harm Lin Yuan. Chen Yuyang nodded in response and hung up the connection. Speaking of the Heavenly Calamity cult, Chen Yuyang's eyes flashed with a murderous aura. He then opened the contact up and released a reward within the Mage Association. From now on, anyone who kills an ordinary member of the Natural Disaster cult will be rewarded with 1 point. Killing the leader of the Natural Disaster cult will be rewarded with 10 points. Killing a deacon of the Natural Disaster Church will be rewarded with 50 points. Killing an apostle of the Natural Disaster cult will be rewarded with 500 points. And killing the Vice Lord will be rewarded with 3,000 points and an S-ranked skill book. As soon as this reward came out, the mages went into a frenzy. Normally, it was too difficult to earn points. Now you could earn them by killing a person from the Celestial Calamity cult. The mages at home couldn't sit still at once. One by one, they all pondered how they could find the Heavenly Tribulation cultists hiding in the shadows. Those who were confident in their own strength even directly used themselves as bait and wanted to fish. Chapter 68 Elves. It was already late after Lin Yuan returned to Tianfeng City. Seeing that Zhang Fan and the others were still inside the abyss, Lin Yuan went straight back home to rest. The next day, Lin Yuan received a call from Zhang Fan early in the morning. Ah Yuan, come to the Holy Tower. Something big has happened. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Yuan was confused. When Lin Yuan arrived at the Holy Tower, he found that many professionals had already gathered here. Ah Yuan, today the Holy Tower released a reminder that the Purgatory demons are preparing for a full-scale invasion of the Blue Planet, and the first step is targeting us low-level professionals, blah blah blah. Through Zhang Fan's narration, Lin Yuan understood what had happened. The Purgatory plane didn't know which one of them had used a rule contract to tampered with the trial for human professionals turn 1. The content of the trial was changed to Legion combat. This trial includes all the countries on the Blue Planet. That is to say, for this turn, Lin Yuan would be doing it together with professionals from other countries. The rules were like this. The place where both sides would fight was a random half-dimension. Each had a base camp. The base camp itself was guarded by many natives of the demiplane. There are 3 routes in which the 2 sides can fight. There were 2 ways to win. One is to kill all the other side's professionals. The other was to destroy the core building of the other camp. Figuring out the rules, Lin Yuan had some amusement on his face. Isn't this a real-life version of LOL? Could it be that the commander-in-chief of this purgatory invasion of Planet Blue was still a fan of the game? Lin Yuan was feeling a little childish. Someone on the purgatory side apparently questioned it as well. Mammon, what kind of crappy rules are you making? We don't have the advantage either. In the purgatory realm, a demon with a body as large as a mountain spoke. The one who spoke exuded infinite might. His identity was none other than the angry demon king Samuel, one of the 7 great demon kings. Samuel's body was 1,000 feet tall, and he had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth when he raised his hands and threw his feet. The Mammon he was talking about was Mammon, the greedy demon king, who was also one of the 7 great demon kings. Mammon was the overall commander of this invasion. The rules of the trial were formulated by him. Hearing Samuel question himself, Mammon's eyes flashed with displeasure. What a brainless fool! Although he cursed angrily in his heart, he still gave an explanation on his lips. Our target this time is the elite professionals amongst the humans of Blue Star. I've asked the Heavenly Tribulation cult to secretly bribe many professionals to use them for us. Use them to sabotage the elite transfer trials amongst the humans of the Blue Planet. As for the ordinary human professionals, what can they do even if they pass the transfer? And it wasn't like Mammon didn't have a backhand. He had prepared many little tricks, based on the loopholes in the rules. After Mammon gave his explanation, Samuel then understood Mammon's intentions. His body suddenly shrunk into the size of a human. Then I'll wait for your good news. Samuel's appearance after shrinking was also rather comical, with a shiny head and a face full of horizontal meat. A look of a dopey person with a lot of money. Purgatory had already planted a trap on its side, and was now waiting for the human side to take it. Lin Yuan obviously hadn't realized this yet. He formed a team with Zhang Fan and a few others and chose to open the trial. This transfer trial should be the last time to form a team, and after a successful transfer, he had fulfilled his promise with Zhongbai. Entering the portal, Lin Yuan and the others were transported to an unfamiliar place. You have entered the Silver Forest. Lin Yuan had just arrived here within a few seconds. There were noisy voices in his ears. Damn, it's an elf. It's true. Take a look at these legs. This body, it's really great. Nanny, is this where the trial is? The first two sentences are still in the language of Central State. How come the last two sentences are in neon? Have we mixed in something immodest? Lin Yuan turned his head and looked. Sure enough, there was an obscene-looking young man with a mustache in the middle of the group of professionals. This person had a lecherous look in his eyes that was displeasing. After a few dozen more seconds, many more occupiers appeared near Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan realized that there were 500 occupiers around him. After everyone had arrived, all of them received a prompt. Winning condition: kill all the opposing professionals or destroy the demon fortress. Demons will be arriving at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Please get ready. Lin Yuan looked up and found an elf girl with a longbow and silver armor walking towards him. Elf Ranger Leah, Hero LV25. Life value 3 million. Mana 50,000. Attack power 150,000. Skills: Scattered Shot, Chain of Arrows, Shock Arrow, Swarm of Stars Shining. A hero of the elven race. The stunningly beautiful looks and super high attributes caused saliva to flow wildly in the surrounding area. Gudu. The neon professional from before gulped. This person was called Yamada. There was a greedy look in his eyes. Leah seemed to have sensed his malicious gaze. Ice-cold eyes looked at him and, instantly, Yamada's back was covered in cold sweat. Yamada saw icy killing intent in Leah's eyes. If he stared at Leah any longer, the next second his own head would be shot off. Thus, Yamada very sensibly lowered his head. Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan were very close to Yamada. The few people took Yamada's actions in, but neither said anything. The eyes were on someone else, and it was his freedom to see who he liked. Just don't mess up the transfer trial. Out of the way, all of you. A cacophony of voices came from not far away. More than 24 professionals came aggressively into the middle of everyone. Looking at their dresses, they were all professionals from the Neon Kingdom. The one in the lead had an evil ghost mask strapped to his head and 2 taijutsu at his waist. This outfit resembled one of the hidden professions of the Neon Kingdom. Ghost martial artist. After these 24 people arrived here, the man at the head spoke. You all listen to my command in this transfer. I'll make sure you can pass the trial. When Yamada saw this person appear, his eyes glowed and he ran to this person like a pug and shouted. Lord Matsui is a hidden profession with S-rank talent. You guys will be right if you listen to him. Chapter 69. You want to be a dog's leg? Watch me break your dog's leg. Yamada spoke very loudly, after seeing that the attention of the people around him was attracted to his own. With a twinkle in his eye, he shouted even louder. Lord Matsui's profession is a noble ghost martial artist. He once soloed the Nightmare Difficulty Abyss. He is a strong person who can fight 1 against 100. If you want to win this trial, you still have to rely on Lord Matsui. Flattering in front of the crowd, he yelled vigorously. Not to mention, it really felt like he was right. The professionals of the kimchi and curry countries all believed it. Are you telling the truth? Is he actually that powerful? Yes, we haven't seen an S-ranked talented professional. You must not show us a couple of hands. Quite a number of professionals from other countries who were watching the scene were saying this in a variety of ways. The scene was chaotic for a while. Seeing that his words had attracted many professionals, Yamada had a winning smile on his face. He came over to Matsui's ear and muttered a few words. After Matsui nodded in agreement, Yamada pointed at the dummy stake not far away again and shouted. Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. This will let you see what Lord Matsui is capable of. After Yamada finished speaking, Matsui drew his sword and came to a stop 5 meters away from the dummy stake. Brushing his sword, he struck out with 2. 15,000. 15,000, 20,000. Matsui then builds up his power for 1.5 seconds. Another chopping blow. 50,000. Huge damage appeared on the dummy stake's head. When he was done, Matsui sheathed his sword. His face was relaxed and cozy. Hiss, what a high damage. Is this the power of an S-rank talent? It's not just the S-rank talent. He's also a hidden profession ghost martial artist. It's only when the two are added together that it's so terrifying. Many of the professionals present were shocked by Matsui's damage. Standing behind him, a careful count showed that there were about 100 of them. Matsui saw that his purpose had been accomplished, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this smile, Yamada urged again, "Why aren't you Zhongzhou people moving yet? Aren't you afraid that Lord Matsui will get angry?" Yamada's words had a threatening tone to them. It made many of the professionals from the central state very uncomfortable to hear. Lin Yuan was even more so. He frowned. His heart was a bit unhappy, and he said nonchalantly, "What are you barking at here? How do you talk?" Yamada raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "A brittle mage still dares to scream. Let's see me teach you a lesson." After saying that, Yamada suddenly threw a dozen shurikens at Lin Yuan. The sound of ding 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 reached the ears of the crowd, and the professionals from the central state were furious. "You actually sneak attacked. How despicable. Son of a ninja. You just know how to engage in this kind of small maneuver." Hearing the curses of these people, Yamada scoffed. "Humph. This is what happens when you question Lord Matsui." He thought Lin Yuan would surely die. But when he looked at Lin Yuan again, his heart shook wildly. How could that be? Lin Yuan stood there like a nobody. Only his eyes were upset. The little pussy has lived long enough, right? Raising his hand, an extreme cold shock struck out. If the skill shot hit, Yamada wouldn't have enough lives to die even if he had 10. But this shot of skill was blocked by Matsui, and a blood-colored glow emerged from his body that activated Ghost Shadow Flash, immunizing him from this damage. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was going to continue his attack and exterminate these annoying guys. Who knew? An enraged voice came. "Enough!" Leah, the commander of the elves, came over. "The demon's attack is coming soon. You guys are actually infighting. All of you get your asses over there and fight or I'll be impolite." When Leah became angry, everyone didn't dare to retort, and Matsui was the first to put away his weapon. "It was me who was reckless." Matsui had a knack for admitting defeat and immediately turned around and left with the people around him. Lin Yuan didn't want to clash with Leah, so naturally he didn't make another move. Thanks to Matsui's group not doing anything drastic, or else Lin Yuan would have been killed with a single skill. As he was leaving, Yamada's eyes rolled and he shouted, "Those who wish to follow Lord Matsui on the road." As soon as Yamada shouted this, quite a few professionals from other small countries followed them, nearly 200 of them. There were actually quite a few professionals from the central state among them as well. There was one person in there that Lin Yuan would have recognized if he had seen them. This person was Chun Bin. At the moment, Chun Bin was wearing a black cloak and a mask that was hiding amongst the crowd. Before he left, he even stole a glance in Lin Yuan's direction and said, "Wait for death, you." Chun Bin hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming here, which was to sabotage Lin Yuan's trial mission. Before that, Chun Bin had to hide himself first. He couldn't let Lin Yuan find out. Once Matsui's group had left, the remaining people inside were basically all professionals from the central state, and Zhang Fan looked around and shouted, "I'm a shield warrior, a rank talent. Is it all right for me to lead the team?" He then flashed out his shiny equipment. Wow, awesome! The others were overjoyed when they saw Zhang Fan's equipment and talent. With such an awesome shield warrior here, it was considered stable. However, Zhang Fan was still one person even if he was powerful, and there were two paths here, so how should he defend? Noticing that many people were staring at him, Zhang Fan instantly understood what these people were worried about. So, Zhang Fan discussed with Lin Yuan and said in a loud voice, "Those who believe in me, follow me down the road." Zhang Fan raised his arm and quite a few people really responded. However, someone in the crowd still asked, "If we go to the lower road, what about the middle road? If the demons attack the middle road, won't we lose for sure?" This person's words had some truth to them. Many professionals looked at Zhang Fan with bated breath, letting him make up his mind. Zhang Fan's finger pointed towards Lin Yuan and said confidently, "Leave the middle road to him." Zhang Fan's answer instantly made many people frown. This is too much of a child's play, right? The center is so important, and it's given to one person to guard it. Yes, letting him guard the center alone is not letting him die for nothing. At least leave half of them to guard the middle road. Quite a few professionals had expressed their opinions, feeling that although Zhang Fan was strong, he had made a very unwise decision. Chapter 70 Mistaken Identity? Then let's make it a mistake. All be at ease. Zhang Fan glanced at the time. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the demon attack. One could not continue to waste time here. Therefore, Zhang Fan said to everyone, "This person beside me is a fierce person who can single brush the hell difficulty abyss. With him here, not even a single demon fly can come over from the center." After Zhang Fan's introduction, there were still many professionals who were skeptical. But there were still quite a few professionals who had heard of the name Lin Yuan. He's Lin Yuan? Great, this turn 1 quest is secure. Is he the Lin Yuan known as the Terminator of Hell? I didn't realize that this man was so handsome. These professionals at the bottom, in the shortest possible time, recounted Lin Yuan's battle results. Hell difficulty Goblin Forest. Goblin Garden on Hell difficulty. Twilight Town on Hell difficulty. Hell difficulty Bloody Abbey. Just 2 days after awakening, did what many professionals couldn't do in their entire lives. It said that Lin Yuan's talent is even SS or SSS grade, proper golden thigh. Afterwards, Lin Yuan posted 2 skills on the public screen. Extreme Cold Shock S rank. Arcane Radiance S rank. These 2 skills were still Lin Yuan's weakest, and Lin Yuan hadn't even dared to post the SS rank skills for fear of scaring them to death. The 2 S rank skills instantly silenced all the other professionals. S rank skills. It's too powerful, isn't it? It's actually an S rank skill. These 2 skills instantly detonated the other occupiers. All the professionals no longer objected. A swarm of people followed Zhang Fan towards the lower path. Be careful. Before leaving, Lin Yuan instructed and gave Zhang Fan his previous trinket alchemy stone. There was also the goblin feather and some equipment that he had replaced earlier. All of them were given to Zhang Fan. In this life, Lin Yuan only had one good brother, Zhang Fan. He didn't want anything to happen to Zhang Fan. Otherwise, he would have to take care of his wife and child. Oh no, kids. Then he'll have to take care of his girlfriend. Seeing Lin Yuan take out his equipment, Zhang Fan was not polite, but he kept it in his heart. After accepting the equipment, he patted his chest. He said that he didn't need to worry. After these professionals left, Lin Yuan himself was the only one left in the entire square. Seeing that the elf commander Leah was frowning, Lin Yuan asked, "General Leah, are there heroes like you inside the other side's base camp?" Leah nodded at his words. "Not bad." Then asked suspiciously, "Are you the only one responsible for guarding the middle road? Are you planning to give up the middle road and turn to the other 2 roads to gain an advantage? You should know that if the other side's forces are concentrated in the middle road, you're afraid that you won't be able to withstand it at all, and I won't be able to withstand it for long if the number of demons is too high." There were also quite a few evil professionals on the demon side. Some of these professionals were those who possessed a purgatory bloodline, and some were races that had been seduced and corrupted by demons. The fighting strength was generally stronger than the average professional. Leah was very unimpressed with Lin Yuan defending the middle alone. But there was nothing she could do to stop it. Glancing at the tree of life behind her, Leah let out a helpless sigh. Is she going to die here today? Lin Yuan didn't hear this sigh. He had already moved to fly to the middle at the moment. That's right, flying. Everyone else walked, but Lin Yuan flew there. Lin Yuan's speed was very fast. When he arrived at the wall in the middle of the city, discovered that the demon hordes were still speeding down the road. Hellhounds? Demon guards? Sats? What's that? Lin Yuan on the city wall saw monsters he hadn't seen before appear in the demon camp. The monsters wore black armor and held hammers in their hands, making clanging sounds as they walked. Demon Soul Armor Elite LV20. Life value 500000. Attack power 30,000. Defensive heavy armor. Armor plus 2,000. 50% reduction in damage from melee combat. Undead Soul. Upon death, the Demon Soul armor will transform into an undead soul, dealing 20,000 points of damage to surrounding enemies. Such a tough elite monster has appeared on the purgatory side. Isn't this cheating? We agreed on a fair fight. Why did you send an elite from purgatory? In fact, this is Mammon's deliberate plan. This Demon Soul armor was just created. Before entering here, these Demon Soul armors were just ordinary Demon Soul messengers. For them to become what they are now, it was all thanks to those armors. These armors were carefully researched by Mammon. The purpose was to give the human side a surprise. Mammon didn't make many armors this time, only 10,000. There were less than 10 of them spread out to each trial mission. Now, there were 6 sets of magic soul armor that appeared in front of Lin Yuan. It accounted for more than half. Seeing that the demons were getting closer and closer to the city walls, Lin Yuan opened his wings and flew down the city wall, released a war dipper towards the place where the demons were densest. 5300000, 3300000. Dense damage numbers floated up. The number of demons plummeted by half. This gave the commanding officer of the demon side enough of a fright. Stop! The commander of the middle road on the demon side was a vampire, called Meddler, but he also had another identity, which was the trumpet of a certain big brother of the human race in purgatory. The vampire clan were all quite conceited. Meddler acted even more so. Before he set off, he made a military order with Demon General Bennis. It would definitely be the first one inside the 3 paths to breach the city walls. Therefore, Bennis gave Meddler 6 pieces of demon soul armor. In fact, he came with this group of demon souls powered on to send them to their deaths in order for the human side to win. Confidently, Meddler brought his followers along as they sped along. He was about to see the city wall, but it turned out that half of the soldiers under Meddler's hand instantly vaporized. Mydra was shocked, and at the same time, he was muttering in his heart. When did such a powerful professional appear on the human side? With a wave of his hand, Meddler signaled the troops to stop advancing. With his eyes roaming around. Over there, Meddler saw Lin Yuan in mid-air. The two were some distance away, yet Meddler saw it clearly. He saw Lin Yuan's human face with a pair of demon wings on his back. A good idea came to Meddler's mind. Deliberately pretending to look like he couldn't see clearly, he would put on a show in front of Lin Yuan. Thus, with an expression of humility, he shouted in a loud voice, "I don't know what I have angered your excellency. Please forgive me, I will pay attention." There is a saying that one should put on a full show. Meddler positioned himself as a vampire who was foolishly trying to climb the ladder and took the initiative to greet Lin Yuan. This confused Lin Yuan. This person is out of his mind. I've killed so many of his men and I'm asking if I've been offended by something. Masochist. Lin Yuan was confused. Then Lin Yuan glanced at the wings behind him and came to a realization. I seem to understand a bit. This person should be thinking of me as being on the demon side. Figuring out the crux of the problem, Lin Yuan's eyes twinkled and he came up with a good idea. Finding an evil demon mask from inside his backpack and putting it on, Lin Yuan dashed to Meddler. What's your name? Lin Yuan's words were slightly low, carrying an undeniable tone. At close range, Meddler could feel that Lin Yuan carried an extremely pure purgatory aura on him. This kid still has purgatory treasures on him? Medra's feeling was not wrong. The source of that aura was the heart of Tyrannical Eclipse. It was the essence of the Tyrannical Eclipse Demon King, so of course it carried a pure purgatorial aura. Medra felt it carefully. The aura on Lin Yuan's body was far more pure than the Bennis inside the demon castle. Put in purgatory, it was definitely a higher race with an honorable bloodline. Medra felt that the plan would go more smoothly, putting his head down and his voice even more humble. Returning to my lord, my name is Meddler, a vampire. Vampire. Lin Yuan saw a vampire for the first time and glanced at Medra for a few moments before saying, "You guys were too noisy just now, affecting my mood." Hearing this, Medra immediately took the initiative to apologize. "My lord, I'm really sorry. I came here to attack on the orders of General Bennis. I didn't know that you were here. If you haven't lost your temper yet, feel free to do as you please with these men of mine." Chapter 71 Medra's Usefulness. Meddler's words sounded ruthless to Lin Yuan. The group of henchmen behind him were not treated as humans at all. Perhaps this was the difference between demons and humans. In a demon's conception, the weak were born to be dominated by the strong. Thus, Lin Yuan didn't have the courtesy to feign anger and waved his hand, throwing out a shower of meteor fire towards the others. But in a few seconds, these demons were all massacred. When Meddler saw this, he said in his heart, "This kid is so strong." When these demons were killed, there wasn't even the slightest bit of heartache in Meddler's eyes. There was only joy. "My lord, you are simply too strong." The vampire sat back and watched as his men were killed off. Instead, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Have you lost your temper, my lord?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly as he looked at the fawning mouth in front of him and, aha! The high and cold look and murderous tactics resembled that of a high and mighty demon. Meddler felt that Lin Yuan's strength should be enough to take out Bennis. If it didn't work, he himself would help him out then. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't make a sound, Meddler took the initiative to ask, "My lord, You must have appeared here for the life essence, right? Life essence, what is this? Lin Yuan had doubts in his eyes, but he was wearing an evil ghost mask at the moment, so Medler didn't see the doubts in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't answer, Medler thought that he had acquiesced and said again, General Benes is also here for the life essence this time. Then Medler took the initiative to explain everything he knew to Lin Yuan one by one. After listening to Medler's words, Lin Yuan had a strange look in his eyes. This bastard knew quite a lot. According to Medler, the reason why this attack and defense war was chosen amongst these half-dimensions was because of the greedy demon king Mammon's idea. Because there were quite a few treasures amongst these half-dimensions. For example, in the silver forest that Lin Yuan was in, there was a seedling of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was a good thing. It was the mother tree that the elves relied on to survive. With the Tree of Life, there can be a constant flow of elves. Over time, it can produce an army of elves, but of course, this will take a very long time. A seedling of the Tree of Life even appeared in a half-dimension. How could this not drive Benes crazy? Destroying the Tree of Life could obtain life essence. And this life essence was something that could refine one's own bloodline. If you are lucky, you can even have your bloodline returned to your ancestors. It is said that Benes's ancestor is an inflammatory devil. After knowing that there is a Tree of Life, Benes desperately wanted to get it. He hoped to use this life essence to purify his bloodline. If he can return to his ancestor and become an inferno, then Benes will leap through the dragon gate, and from then on he will soar to the heavens. The matter of the life essence is a top secret, and Benes only told Medler. But now Medela, who Benes trusts the most, has told Lin Yuan everything. I didn't know how furious Benes would be if he knew about this in the demon fortress. After Lin Yuan heard Medler's words, he said in a slightly low voice, Life essence is no longer useful to me. You just said that the Tree of Life has another function. What is it? Medra immediately revealed an ambiguous look that Lin Yuan looked a little uncomfortable. Only to hear Medra continue, it's possible to use natural energy to mature the Tree of Life in advance, so that the Tree of Life can continuously breed elves. Speaking of this, Medra heatedly smiled. My lord, elves are a good thing. Their looks and body are superior. They can look 100 times better than those ugly monsters in purgatory. Only Chimera can compare with them. With the Tree of Life, that's a constant supply of harem. If you're tired of playing with them, my lord, you can transform these elves into dark elves, fiery elves. At that time, you can play with them as you want, don't have to worry about them mutinying. As long as the Tree of Life is in your hands, they will follow your orders unconditionally. After finishing her speech, Medra rubbed her hands together in an LSP-like manner. After hearing Medra's explanation, Lin Yuan was directly speechless. Well, so it's for this kind of use. Lin Yuan was instantly interested. Don't get me wrong. Lin Yuan just couldn't bear to let these lovely elf girls fall into the hands of demons. How can I control the Tree of Life? Lin Yuan asked. This? Medra was a little hesitant. Lin Yuan grunted lightly, a little disgruntled, and frightened. Medler hurriedly blurted out the words that followed. General Benes has a talisman on him that can be used to control the Tree of Life, but it's a talisman that he wears with him, and no one else is qualified to touch it, not even me. Medra told the situation truthfully. After Lin Yuan heard this, his brain instantly came up with a good idea, but it still needed Medra's cooperation. So, Lin Yuan said, the life essence is useless to me, but the Tree of Life interests me a bit. I'm going to find Benes to ask for that charm. Do you think he'll give it? It would be strange if he would give it. Benes is a fire demon, and there's no way to heckle an elf. That's why Benes is not interested in elves. He only wants to purify his bloodline. That's why he won't give you the spell. Where would he get the life essence if he gave it to you? Of course, Medler muttered all this in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. What he said to Lin Yuan was the opposite. If you go out, my lord, you will definitely succeed. Only, Medler was about to say something. But General Benes's temper may be a bit strange, you may not be able to see him, but General Benes is the nephew of Inferno Commander Dahl, so it's not easy to mess with him. Medela had told Lin Yuan all about Benes' background this time. It was so close to telling Lin Yuan what color bottoms Benes wore. Inferno Dahl. Lin Yuan seemed to have heard this name before. The Inferno who was killed by two gang last time seemed to be Dar's younger brother. He himself wasn't from purgatory. There was no fear that Bar would retaliate against him, so what was there to worry about? Therefore, Lin Yuan pretended to be unhappy and snorted. So what if Dar is still comparable to the Demon King? Lin Yuan pointed at Meddler and said, "Take me to Benis now if he doesn't know better. Don't blame me for being rude." When Meddler heard Lin Yuan's words, he muttered in his heart, "Quite capable of pulling the tiger's skin. The Demon King has done it." However, Meddler still put on an ecstatic look. "All right, my lord. I'll take you to General Benis." Before leaving, Meddler suddenly remembered something and said with a pleading look on his face, "My lord, I came out this time on the orders of General Benis, promising to be the first to break through the other side's defenses. Now that all of my men have been killed by you, my lord, I'm afraid that if I go back so alone, I'll be beaten to death alive by General Benis. Can I trouble you, my lord, to take a hand in destroying this city wall, so that I can at least have an explanation? Acting? It has to be like the real thing." Chapter 72, Traitor in Action. Hearing Meddler's request, Lin Yuan considered it for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Fine." Lin Yuan then flew into mid-air and flung a shower of meteor fire at his side city wall. In less than 5 seconds, the city wall collapsed down with a bang. The middle defense has been breached. When Lin Yuan broke his side city wall, all the human professionals received a prompt. There was an outcry. "Baga, are all the professions in Central State pigs? How did the Middle Road's defense get breached so quickly?" Matsui was engaged in a battle with a demon on his side. He was fighting a demon soul armor one-on-one, and his face was tinged with rage after hearing the prompt. He then made a big move in a hurry and, only to see a shadow slowly appear behind him. Matsui attacked towards the demon soul armor, and the silhouette behind him made the same move and, 2 days first class. Matsui used his best move. The 2 swords in his hands, one red and one blue, emanated the power of a demon. In less than a minute, he killed the demon soul armor in front of him. After that, Matsui commanded the others behind him, "Leave 50 people here with me, the others go to the center for support." Don't look at Matsui's mouth as he cursed merrily. But he was also worried that there was no way to support the middle road. He could only let the others go over to provide support. Behind him, when Yamada heard Matsui's order, a smile flashed across his eyes as he led his men to the middle road for support. Chun Bin was naturally one of them. As for Zhang Fan's side, they were outnumbered and were able to pressurize the attacking demons. When they heard that the defense of the middle road had been breached, their first reaction was disbelief. "It can't be. Yuan is so strong. How could the defense be breached?" But even if it was unbelievable, the alert had already been sent out, so how could it be false? At this moment, 2 voices appeared inside Zhang Fan's team. One was believing in Lin Yuan. It felt that even if the middle road was breached, there wouldn't be any problems. One was to go back for support. They couldn't put all their hopes on Lin Yuan. The 2 voices were deadlocked. Finally, Zhang Fan made the decision. Those who wanted to go to support went to the center, while those who believed in Lin Yuan stayed here. In the end, more than 120 people chose to support the center. There were still more than 190 people who stayed by Zhang Fan's side. While fending off the demonic attack, Zhang Fan looked in the direction of the middle road. In his heart, he murmured, "But don't have any accidents. How about that, satisfied, so you can account for it?" After destroying the city wall, Lin Yuan naturally received a prompt. But he didn't put it to heart. The attacking demons had all been killed by himself. What was there to worry about? Satisfied, very satisfied. "Your strength is really too strong, my lord." Seeing that Lin Yuan had only used one skill that had destroyed the elf city wall, the smile on Meddler's face grew even wider. This kid's strength is truly unfathomable. I'm afraid that this time, Benis would really have to suffer. Quickly take me to Benis. Lin Yuan was afraid that the night would be too long, so he wanted to finish off Benis early so that he could complete the transfer quest. When Meddler heard Lin Yuan's urging, he immediately hoofed it in the direction of the demon fortress. Meddler and Lin Yuan hadn't been gone for long. The support from the other 2 roads also arrived. Why is there no one? After the professionals from the other 2 paths arrived here, they only saw the city walls that had turned into ruins, and there was no sign of human professionals. Have they all been killed? But we didn't meet any demons along the way. Where did the people who were defending the middle road go? The professionals who came to provide support were baffled. There were bold occupiers who came outside the ruins and immediately shouted, "There are traces of demons here." Others heard the shouts and came outside the ruins. What they saw was a bunch of demon corpses. These demon corpses were very strange and they fell neatly in place. They didn't seem to resist at all when they were killed. It was very strange. When Yamada and Chun Bin saw this situation, they looked at each other in shock. Both had puzzlement in their eyes. That's right. These two had already determined each other's identities through code words. They were both members of the Heavenly Tribulation cult. It was only that one was from the Central State branch and the other was from the Neon branch. Both had the same objective. Yamada's goal was to sabotage Matsui's transfer mission, and Chun Bin's goal was to sabotage Lin Yuan's transfer mission. Through the code words, Chun Bin realized that besides Yamada, there were 11 other members of the Heavenly Tribulation cult. When you did the math like this, inside 500 people there were actually less than 13 people who were traitors. When these traitors saw their own demonic army being slaughtered all over the place, they were all shocked. Who the hell did this? The middle road is too strange. Demon corpses all over the ground, breached walls, just not a single living person. These professionals didn't know what to do. Just then, a new alert appeared on the battlefield. Humans, 497 demons, 213. On the left is the number of survivors on the human side. On the right is the number of survivors on the demon side. The number of humans that survived was twice as many as the demons. This was all due to Lin Yuan. The vast majority of demons had been exterminated by Lin Yuan. After Chun Bin and the others understood the difference in strength between the two sides, they were all nervous in their hearts. At this rate, I'm afraid that the human professional side is going to win. This couldn't be good. If they didn't complete the task they had been given, they were afraid that they would be worse off than dead. Yamada and Chun Bin looked at each other and quietly summoned the other traitors together to discuss a plan. What should we do, now that the human side has an absolute advantage? I'm afraid that in another 2 hours, the demons will have been killed off, and our mission will have failed. Chun Bin's face was grim, remembering that he had wasted 24 hours of his life fighting inside the abyss these past few days. It was so that he could take revenge on Lin Yuan. But now, the demon side was actually so unlucky. Chun Bin couldn't help but curse. What a waste! Yamada knew who Chun Bin was cursing and nodded in agreement. What bad luck! How come the demons we encountered this time have such garbage fighting strength? Inexplicably being killed for the most part, we couldn't even make a move in time if we wanted to. The other Heavenly Tribulationists also all sighed, unable to come up with any constructive comments. Finally, Yamada suddenly thought of something and took out a bottle from inside his backpack. Tainted blood special. Effect. Causes the target to be contaminated and turn into a deformed creature after 30 seconds. Just pour this on the Tree of Life, and once 30 seconds pass, we win. Yamada was actually planning to make a move on the core building of his house. Think about it. Relying on the 13 of them, there was no way they could kill all the other human professionals. They wanted to use the demons to kill the human professionals. But now the demons have been killed. With no one to rely on, these people had no choice but to turn their attention to the Tree of Life. Your idea is good, but how can we sneak in next to the Tree of Life, knowing that that elf hero is always guarding next to the Tree of Life? Chun Bin's eyes also lit up when he saw the tainted blood. But there was an unsolvable puzzle in front of them, and that was Leah. That elf hero is not a good person. If we approach the Tree of Life without the other party's consent, she will definitely attack us. Which one of us will be able to take an arrow from her? After saying that, the others fell silent. Chun Bin was right, none of these people were able to do so. Chapter 73, Infiltrating Castlevania. How about we transfer the tiger away from the mountain? A thinly clad assassin suddenly voiced out. Let's lie about the military situation. Tell Leah that we can't hold off the demon's attack, detach her, and then we'll make our move when she's gone. After this person finished speaking, some of the others nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. But one shook his head and, not good. That elf hero's mission is to guard the Tree of Life. Even if we all die, she won't make a move. That assassin was displeased to hear someone contradicting him. This isn't good, that isn't good, you think of a way. That person opened his mouth to say something, but then sighed helplessly. He really didn't have any good solutions. Seeing that the crowd was talking and not thinking of a good solution, Chun Bin was a bit anxious. Suddenly, a warrior named Wang Chong took out a prop. Slumber spell. Causes a target below level 30 to be forced into a slumber that lasts for 10 seconds. An attack will interrupt the slumber effect. 2-2. This. Chun Bin and the others stood up excitedly and, there's this prop, you didn't take it out earlier. Wang Chong's reaction was a little slow. This thing usually could not be used and had been eating dust in the parcel. It was only after a flash of light that he remembered that he still had this prop. When the people combined, this spell could be used twice in total, which added up to 20 seconds. The others will stall for a bit more time. Stalling for 30 seconds shouldn't be a big problem. So they decided to do it. While the others were still wandering in the middle of the road, Chun Bin and the others quietly left the area. How far is it to Castlevania? After flying for almost 10 minutes, Lin Yuan asked with Medra. Medra sniffed and immediately replied back, "My lord, we'll be there after crossing this canyon." Looking at the towering canyon, Lin Yuan nodded and, "Speed up." Medra sniffed and burned a portion of her chi and blood, increasing her speed by another 20%. In less than 2 minutes, the duo crossed the canyon and a city full of purgatory style appeared in front of the duo. "My lord, this is the Devil's City. It hasn't been built for long. Many entertainment facilities haven't been built yet, so bear with me." Medra took the initiative to lead the way in front, introducing the city, and inside the city there are automatic defense spells. The spells are able to withstand 100 million damage. Even if the human professional side poured out their nests, there's no way to break through the defense spells inside the city in a short period of time. There were 10 evil energy cannons here, and the damage of each shell was equivalent to a full A rank skill of a level 20 human mage. Seeing the evil energy cannons, Lin Yuan looked at them a few more times and memorized their positions. When he moved, he thought about knocking them out first. The duo walked for about 200 meters and arrived at the gates of Castlevania. At the moment, the gates of Castlevania were open, and there were only 2 demonic guards guarding the entrance, which was rather shabby. Thinking about it, the demons had all been sent out to fight in the war, so it was good to have 2 guards at home. When Medra and Lin Yuan arrived at the door, the 2 demon guards looked at the duo. These 2 obviously knew Medra. "Lord Medra, didn't you lead the attack?" Hearing the words of these 2 pawns, Medra's face flushed. "Didn't you hear that the other side's defense has already been breached by me? I was about to report an important military situation to General Bennis. Where is the general now?" The fact that Medler was Bennis' inner circle was well known. So the moment they heard that Medler had important military information, these 2 soldiers dared not talk nonsense. Immediately flashed to the sides, making way for a passage. Thus, Lin Yuan walked into the Devil's Castle in a big way. The automatic defense spells inside the city failed to recognize Lin Yuan's identity. This was all thanks to the Heart of Overeating. Priorities were pulled full. As long as the item was below the grade of the Heart of Overeating, there was no way to recognize Lin Yuan's identity. Therefore, Lin Yuan had an unimpeded journey, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at Bennis's residence. "General Bennis, Medela seeks an audience." Arriving at the place where Bennis usually stayed, Medler knocked on the door and said softly. Bennis seemed to not expect Medler to come back so soon, and was somewhat surprised but still let Medra in. "Come in." After Medler came in, Lin Yuan followed him. Bennis frowned when he saw Lin Yuan, then thought that this person was brought by Medler, so perhaps he had something important to report to himself. The frown stretched again. Bennis was a fire demon with a body that was 5 meters long, and the upper half of his body was 2 meters upright, standing there with an oppressive feeling. Fire Demon Bennis, Hero LV25. Life value, 3600000. Mana, 200,000. Attack power, 320000. Skills, Consecutive Fireballs, Fork of Anger, Anti-Magic Shield, Flame Rain. I didn't expect this fire demon to be a law boss. Lin Yuan was almost fooled by his huge body. However, it couldn't be ruled out that this fire demon was a dual magic and martial arts practitioner. This was because the purgatory creatures themselves favored physical combat. Even if this fire demon was a law-based creature, one couldn't underestimate his melee combat abilities. Seeing Medler come in, Bennis revealed a rare smiling face and, "Medler, I really didn't expect you to break through the opponent's defense so quickly. What reward do you want?" Hearing the compliment, Medler gave a dry smile and respectfully returned. "It's all because of the general. If it wasn't for the demonic soul armor that the general bestowed upon me, I wouldn't have been able to achieve victory so quickly." "Ha ha ha. So it was me who had the foresight." "That's right. General has strategized and is far-sighted." Lin Yuan was very speechless as he listened on the sidelines. "The city wall was clearly broken by me. You 2 are bragging about each other here. Demons are always straightforward. Why are they learning the human way now? I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it." Lin Yuan was a bit impatient and coughed softly from the side. Ahem. Upon hearing the coughing sound, Medela reacted, almost forgetting about this master. He just wanted to introduce himself, but as a result, Bennis burst into a rage and, "What kind of a thing are you? Can't you hear I'm talking? Something that doesn't know respect." After saying that, he raised his hand and shot a series of fireballs towards Lin Yuan. He wanted to directly smash Lin Yuan into dregs. "How dare you disturb my general's pleasure? What a damn thing. If the skill hits your body, a normal level 20 professional wouldn't be able to resist it." Of course, Lin Yuan was obviously not one of them. Realizing that the fire demon had made a direct move, Lin Yuan spoke directly to Medler. "You saw it," he started it. While speaking, he directly threw an annihilation black hole towards the fire demon's feet. 360,000. In order to prevent the fire demon from making an anti-magic shield, Lin Yuan tapped his foot and activated the silent domain. A series of fireballs hit Lin Yuan, appearing to deal a series of damage of 1,600, 3,200, 1,600, 3,200. The most at once was 3,200, the least was 1,600. However, this was all just a hair's breadth to Lin Yuan, who had a massive amount of shields. Medler's reaction was also extremely quick. Realizing that the duo was preparing to start a fight, with a whoosh, she disappeared without a trace. Chapter 74, Starting a Fight. "Damn it! How dare you attack the future Inferno Lord?" After Bennis was silenced, the first thing he did was pick up the fiery flaming fork by his side and stabbed it towards Lin Yuan. But he was still a step too slow. Lin Yuan struck out with a war dipper, knocking Bennis back. 320,000. The astral wind then spread out, directly shattering Bennis' residence. 360,000. 320,000. The damage from the annihilating black hole and the follow-up damage from the astral wind appeared on Bennis' head. In just a few seconds, nearly half of Bennis' blood was knocked out. As soon as the silencing effect ended, Bennis immediately put an anti-magic shield on himself. Anti-magic shield. Immunity to single spells. Damage from group spells reduced by 90% for 30 seconds. After Bennis turned this skill on, he looked at Lin Yuan with a look of fear. "Who the hell is your excellency?" Up until now, Bennis hadn't realized that Lin Yuan was a human. This was because the aura of purgatory on Lin Yuan's body was just too pure. Combined with the magnificent demonic wings behind him, it was hard to conjure up the idea that Lin Yuan was a human. "Who am I, you ask? I'm called Yufad." Lin Yuan casually made up a name. Hearing Lin Yuan say his name, Bennis carefully recalled it in his head and, discovering that there wasn't a single person named Yufad in the younger generation inside purgatory. Could it be a descendant of some ancient being? Bennis said solemnly, "Your Excellency Fard, this attack and defense is deployed by Lord Mammon. If your Excellency continues to make a move against me and angers Lord Mammon, there will be no good consequences." Bennis pulled up Mammon's tiger skin and, wanting to scare Lin Yuan off. But Lin Yuan didn't care at all. The reason why he didn't continue to make a move was because Bennis had an anti-magic shell hanging on him. Since Bennis himself had the intention to stall for time, Lin Yuan happily accompanied him to continue chatting. After dragging him out until the skill effect ended, Lin Yuan would just him up. Bennis obviously knew Lin Yuan's intentions as well and, in a shrill voice, he said, "Inferno Commander Dahl is my uncle. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me." But those words still couldn't impress Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Bennis' face changed and intended to fish out of water. Afterwards, Bennis pulled out a machine and pressed the button on it. The entire city suddenly resounded with a rumbling sound. This was the defense array being activated. However, the effects of the defense formation were only on Bennis himself. That meant that Bennis now had a 100 million life value shield on him. Then Lin Yuan saw the 10 evil energy cannons inside the city all aiming at him. The muzzles of the cannons were faintly emitting green evil flames. "Humph. Really think I'm a bully?" Bennis used his machine to manipulate the evil energy cannons to attack. Himself wasn't idle either, constantly firing continuous fireballs and rains of flames at Lin Yuan. For a time, there were countless fireballs hitting Lin Yuan. 3,200, 40,000. Evil energy cannon gold. Life value, 8,000,000. Attack power, 240,000. The evil energy fire cannon deals a very high amount of damage. A single evil energy fireball will deal 40,000 damage, even though he has a shield that can withstand it. However, Lin Yuan still planned to destroy those annoying fire cannons first. Lin Yuan's silhouette flashed. Arriving near the evil energy cannons, he threw a few rounds of black hole of annihilation towards the evil energy cannons. 1200000. 1200000. The cannon itself had no magic resistance. It was shattered into pieces in less than a second. Lin Yuan then repeated the same trick. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 evil energy cannons were shattered into pieces. Damn it! Seeing the 10 cannons turned into pieces all over the place, Ben's heart was dripping blood. These were the artillery pieces that he had spent a lot of money on. It was shattered just like that. Bennis was heartbroken, but he couldn't do anything about Lin Yuan, because Lin Yuan could fly. As a fire demon, Bennis couldn't fly, although he was able to hit Lin Yuan. But none of his damage was painful, not even as much as the damage caused by the evil energy fire cannon. This was because Lin Yuan's magic resistance was just too high. The SS class skill Supreme Energy coupled with the equipment on his body enabled Lin Yuan to reduce magic damage by 80%. Bennis didn't have a skill that ignored magic resistance, so the damage dealt was pitifully low. Why was the evil energy cannon able to deal so much damage? That was because of evil energy. Evil energy was born with its own magic breaking and weakening effects, which was why it could deal so much damage. Once the 30 seconds had passed, the anti-magic shell on Bennis had disappeared. Lin Yuan didn't intend to hold back any longer, preparing to destroy the city along with the people. Flying to a distance of 300 meters from the ground, Lin Yuan stopped and, turning on the secret spell skill that came with the cloak. Secret spell doubles the chanting time of the next spell and doubles the damage dealt. The skill Lin Yuan used was Meteor Fire Rain. He emptied his blue bar at the same time he used the secret spell. The 20 seconds passed in a flash. When Lin Yuan released his skill, the entire sky was darkened. Dense flaming meteors appeared above Castlevania. Lin Yuan waved his hand. In a split second, the sky collapsed and the ground shook. 6300000. 6300000. The damage of each meteor was in the millions. Once 10 seconds had passed, the entire demon city had ceased to exist. All the other demons inside the city were wiped out. Only Bennis was left dying on top of the ruins. Fire Demon Bennis Hero LV25. Life, 73,652. Mana, 180,000. Attack power, 320,000. Skills, Fireball, Fork of Fury, Anti-Magic Shield, Flame Rain. The entire city was destroyed. The defense spell formation was shattered and, on the verge of death himself, Bennis looked at Lin Yuan with a strong fear in his eyes and, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to buy my life with treasures, and I'll offer your excellency a satisfactory reward after returning to purgatory." According to the rules of purgatory, the losing party could spend a high price to buy their lives. The vast majority of demons wouldn't violate this rule. Killing the other party wouldn't gain any real benefits, but would instead create enemies for themselves. So, this trend of spending money to buy lives was very prevalent amongst the demons, because it's considered to be a war to feed the war. The strong would always be strong, and the weak would always be the one being exploited. But this rule is useless to Lin Yuan, because the other party had to return to purgatory alive to fulfill his promise. Lin Yuan couldn't go to purgatory just for this small profit. I'm afraid that just as Lin Yuan entered purgatory, the angry demon king would appear in front of his eyes. So Bennis was still going to die. Lin Yuan struck out with a shot of extreme cold shock. 96,000. Bennis was killed before he could even say the words that followed. Human Camp Lin Yuan kills Demon General Bennis. Human Camp morale is boosted. All attributes increased by 50%. Lasts until the end of the battle. Human Camp Lin Yuan kills Demon General Bennis. Human Camp morale boosts. All attributes increase by 50%. Lasts until the end of the battle. Having killed Bennis, all the professionals received a reminder in their ears. Chapter 75, Scrambling for Time. The death of the demon general instantly triggered the entire human camp. Lin Yuan is greatly bullish. Voice breaking. Baga. Who the hell is this Lin Yuan? He was able to kill the demon general. Fantastic. Let's launch a counterattack while the full attributes are raised. The morale of the human professionals increased greatly, beating the attacking demons to a pulp. Humans, 485 demons. 64. Only 64 demons remained, and that number was still decreasing. Looking at this situation, in less than 10 minutes the human side would be victorious. This should be a happy thing. But some people's expressions were indeed sad. What should we do? If we don't act, our mission will fail. Chun Bin said in a condensed voice. We can't wait any longer. You guys think about what you will face if the mission fails. Hearing these words, everyone else's hearts fluttered, obviously remembering something bad. Failing a transfer was nothing more than waiting 7 more days. If the mission failed, I'm afraid it would be worse than death. There's no way, once a traitor, always a traitor. You're a traitor for life. There's no escaping it. So, these people also had a look of determination on their faces. Let's do it. After deciding, Chun Bin and Yamada, these people walked towards Leah. Lord Leah, we have important military information to report. Chun Bin and the others were responsible for attracting Leah's attention. Yamada was responsible for contaminating the Tree of Life. Seeing that Chun Bin's words had attracted Leah's attention, Yamada turned on stealth to sneak towards the Tree of Life. By coincidence, Leah was shocked by the Demon General. Leah was shocked by the fact that the Demon General had been killed by Lin Yuan. She wasn't very focused. Plus the fact that Chun Bin and the others were intentionally blocking the way. Yamada was able to take advantage of this. This allowed Yamada to approach the Tree of Life without any problems. What's the important military information? Leah's tone was not as cold as before. Chun Bin saw this and immediately came forward. Lord Leah, the Demon General has been killed by us, and we are about to win. Leah nodded, her tone somewhat flat. Oh, this matter because this matter had already sent out a system prompt. Leah had already known about it, but Leah only knew that the Demon General was dead, but didn't know how he was killed. Somewhat curious, she asked, do you know how the Demon General was killed? After Leah asked the question, Chun Bin gestured towards Yamada, signaling that he could do it, indicating that he could do it. Then he said to Leah, Lord Leah, you've asked the right person. No one knows better than me. As Chun Bin finished speaking, Yamada had also opened the bottle of tainted blood and poured it towards the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life has been contaminated and will deform into the twisted tree in 30 seconds. The Tree of Life has been contaminated and will be deformed into the twisted tree in 30 seconds. Scarlet prompts instantly appeared in everyone's ears. The Tree of Life was the core structure of the human side. If it were to deform into the twisted tree, all the professions on the human side would be considered to have failed in their transformation quests. There was a deep connection between Elf Leia and the Tree of Life. The moment the Tree of Life appeared abnormal, she looked towards Yamada and shouted, Dare to desecrate the Tree of Life? Give me, before the word death could be uttered. She was knocked out by one of the assassin's muffler. However, Leah's abnormality resistance was very high. She came to her senses in 1 second. Chun Bin frowned as he watched. What a pain in the ass. He then fired a concussion shot at Leah. 0.5 seconds later, Leah came to her senses again. This time, he knew that the professionals around him were all traitors. So he wasn't going to hold back. He was going to use his big move, Star Shine, blast these damn traitors to dregs. Without waiting for her to use her skills, her entire body suddenly fell into a state of slumber. This was Zhang Chong using the slumber spell on Leah. Just now it was only delayed for less than 3 seconds, and with the 20 seconds of the slumber spell it's only 23 seconds. We have to continue to hold out for another 7 seconds before we can do so. Chun Bin stood out and said loudly, It's all come down to this point, don't hide it. Light up any props and skills you have or we'll all die when this woman comes to her senses. There was one person who heard Chun Bin's words. Originally somewhat hesitant, his expression instantly became firm and, taking out a small square box. Box of Banishment. Banishes a target no higher than level 30 into the box. The box itself has 1 million blood. Disposable item. Seeing this box, everyone revealed a look of delight. This is stable. This is bad. When the professionals on the upper and lower paths heard the prompt, their hearts sank. They didn't care about the attacking demons. They directly turned around and ran back. They wanted to rescue the Tree of Life within the 30-second time limit. But their actions were destined to be futile. Not to mention the distance. No one can purify the pollution alone, unless someone destroys the Devil's Fortress first within 30 seconds. Where the hell is the demon fortress? Lin Yuan was currently standing in the ruins of Castlevania looking around. The entire demon city was now in ruins. If the demon fortress was here, it would have been shattered long ago. There was no need to look for it. As he was walking, Lin Yuan saw a figure standing next to a large rock. This silhouette was actually Medler. Medela, you're not dead? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. He was still able to save his life under his own meteor firestorm. This Medler also had a few skills. At the moment, Medler was a bit grimy. But when he saw Lin Yuan, he wore a bright smile. After seeing Lin Yuan, he revealed a bright smile. Sir, you're really too powerful. You even destroyed the people and the city. Medler acted as if he hadn't heard the hint. She treated Lin Yuan in the same manner as before. Instead, Lin Yuan was baffled. Is there a conspiracy? Never mind. Who cares? Even if there is a conspiracy, I'm not afraid. Lin Yuan asked bluntly. Do you know where the demon fortress is? Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Medler hemmed and hawed. The idea of hiding the demon fortress was suggested by me, so I naturally know. Hurry up and take me there. Lin Yuan was a little impatient. There was less than 25 seconds left until the Tree of Life was contaminated. Lin Yuan must rush to destroy the demon fortress before then. Medler heard Lin Yuan urging him on. Without delay, moving the boulder in front of her. Reaching out, he pulled. A 2-meter-wide passageway appeared in front of the two of them. The demon fortress is at the end of the passage. Without waiting for Medler to finish speaking, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to rush in. After Lin Yuan's figure completely disappeared, Medra muttered to herself, the tyrannical Eclipse Demon King actually did fall. What a lucky little guy. Medler looked at his hands and shook his head. This body could have been used for a while longer. It's a pity. After saying that, Medler's body gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The human side's main camp, next to the Tree of Life. Chun Bin was silently reciting in his heart that 7, 8, 9. Continue casting the sleeping spell. Warrior Zhang Chong sniffed and didn't dare to slow down. Pinched at the last second to release the sleeping magic spell towards Leah. They were dancing on the tip of a sword. If they slowed down by just 1 second, Leah could wipe them out. Fortunately, they did. Leah fell back into slumber. So far, everything was going in the direction that Chun Bin had planned. As long as they held on for another 17 seconds. After the Tree of Life was completely contaminated and twisted, their mission would be completed. Lin Yuan and these geniuses would have failed in their transfer mission. Chapter 76. Luckily, it's not too late. The transfer quest had failed, and one needed to wait 7 days before accepting it again. By then, Lin Yuan's level would be behind by a large margin. Besides, with the presence of someone like Chun Bin, Lin Yuan might not succeed in his second transfer quest. Each person could only accept the transfer quest 3 times. If you fail all 3 times, you'll never be able to upgrade again. You can only stay at level 20 forever. That's the purpose of these human traitors from the Celestial Calamity cult. Kill them if you can, but if you can't, they won't be able to pass the transfer quest. They are ready to kill all the good seedlings of this generation of the human race in the cradle. In a few years, there will be a break in the human race's professionals. Purgatory's opportunity will come. It must be said that Chun Bin's timing was very appropriate. All the other professionals were fighting on the front lines. Leah's attention was attracted by the death of the demon general. She let her guard down. She didn't have an ounce of defense. It was only then that these traitors from the Celestial Calamity cult found the right time to take advantage of the situation. Time flies. The fastest professionals returning from the front line had only traveled half the distance. There were less than 15 seconds left. Many professionals had a look of remorse on their faces. Careless. I should have known to leave a few people to guard the house. Baka! Is Leah the hero a pig? How could she let the Tree of Life be polluted? SCI bar low. No one is defending the home. Really damned. But even if they cursed fiercely, it won't help. The time for the second sleeping curse was about to pass. Someone has already prepared the box of banishment. When there was still 1 second left in the sleeping spell countdown, this person activated the box of banishment in advance. Leah, who had just woken up and was about to launch her big move, realized she was locked in the box space. She realized that she was locked in the box space. Leah decisively activated her move, Star Shine. This skill was ranged. dealing 100,000 points of damage per second for 20 seconds. But the box of exile had 1 million blood. It would take at least 10 seconds to break the box. But the Tree of Life only had 7 seconds left before it was completely hopeless. It's too late. What should we do? Who can save the mother tree? Who can save me? Leah closed her eyes in despair and, finally, Lin Yuan's expression tinged with excitement. Hidden deep enough. After entering the passage. In order to hurry, I used shifting shadows 5 times in a row to get to the end. These people are gophers, they dug so deep. At the end of the tunnel, in front of us is a semicircular object with a diameter of about 10 meters. Demon Fortress Building Core. Life value, 5 million. Defense, 50,000. Seeing that the Demon Bastion only had 5 million blood, Lin Yuan was relieved. Without delaying, he instantly emptied his blue bar and cleared his blue bar and threw over a dozen skills at the Demon Bastion. In an instant, the Demon Fortress was subjected to flame wind blow and frost black hole. From a distance, like fireworks in full bloom, gorgeous, 420,000, 360,000, 280,000. In less than 3 seconds, the Demon Fortress shattered under Lin Yuan's wildly bombarding skills. Congratulations to the human camp, Lin Yuan, for breaking the Demon Fortress and winning this battle. He will be automatically teleported after 10 minutes. Congratulations to the human camp, Lin Yuancher, for breaking the Devil's Bastion first and winning this battle, automatic teleportation after 10 minutes. Congratulations to the human camp, Lin Yuan Zhao, for breaking the Demon Fortress and winning this battle, automatic teleportation after 10 minutes. 3 consecutive announcements rang out. All the professionals in the entire battlefield froze. Am I hallucinating? Didn't it just prompt that the Tree of Life was destroyed with 5 seconds left? Lin Yuan greatly YYDS. Who the hell is this Lin Yuan? How can he be so powerful? No matter what, the one who won was the human camp. The professionals on the human side were all overjoyed. However, there were some people who couldn't be happy. It was Chun Bin and the others. They've gone through a lot of trouble. When they were about to succeed, Lin Yuan destroyed the Demon Fortress. He won a step ahead of them. It overturned their plans. These people knew they couldn't do it. They immediately prepared to escape. But halfway through their run, they realized that a dozen ropes suddenly flew out from behind them, tied them up tightly, because Leah had already come out of the box of banishment. The first thing she did was to release the ropes to control them. Then she rushed to the Tree of Life to check on them. The Tree of Life was in a very bad state at the moment. Although it wasn't completely contaminated, it was still at the point of running out of gas. If Lin Yuan hadn't destroyed the Demon Fortress in advance and won, the Tree of Life would have been completely contaminated into a twisted monster by now. Due to the urgency of the situation, Leah took out a bottle from her waist. This bottle contained the essence of the moon that it had a purifying effect. In order to enhance the effect of the moon essence, Leah poured most of her energy into it. The entire bottle of moon essence was poured onto the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life's condition improved a lot, but this was just like drinking poison to quench her thirst. In less than a month, the Tree of Life would still wither. When Leah saw this, her eyes were glowing with murderous intent. She wanted to kill these traitors who desecrated the Tree of Life. Just as she was about to do so, Matsui came back with many professionals. Yamada, who was tied up, had a twinkle in his eye, immediately shouted, "Lord Matsui, this elf is a devil's spy. I saw her pour something unknown onto the Tree of Life, and then the Tree of Life was contaminated. We tried to stop her, but we ended up being tied up by her. You guys came at the right time. She is in a weakened state right now. Kill her quickly to be able to explode the artifacts." Yamada had been Matsui's confidant for many years, knowing that Matsui is a dumbass with just force and no brain. That's why the evil one intended to incite Matsui to help them take down Leah. Matsui, who had just returned here, was overjoyed at the news. Without considering the truth or falsehood of Yamada's words, he drew his weapon and went towards Leah. Why did he dare to do it? Because Leah was indeed as Yamada said. Leah had fallen into a state of weakness just like Yamada said. Leah, Hero Ranger LV-25, Weakness, Life 1,200,000, Mana, 50,000, Attack Power, 30,000, Skills, Scatter Shot, streak arrow, shock arrow, starshine unavailable. Leah's attack power and blood level had been drastically reduced, and even her big moves were in an unavailable state. It was the backbone of Matsui's courage to make a move. Matsui was the first to do it. The professionals behind him all wanted to take advantage of the situation. They also attacked Leah. He planned to kill Leah within 10 minutes. He intended to kill Leah within 10 minutes and reveal Yamada's so-called artifact. This infuriated Leah. They're the ones who polluted the tree of life. They're the traitors. The wrongly accused Leah was still defending herself. However, she realized that none of these occupiers were listening to her defense. She understood at once. It wasn't that these people didn't know the truth. What they really wanted was to kill themselves and thus explode the artifacts. Thinking of this, Leah also stopped holding back. She drew her bow and shot arrows. She returned the favor to the professionals who dared to attack her. Even if it comes down to the last moment, I will make you pay. The battle between the two sides was fierce. It's time to say no. Matsui's fighting strength is not weak. Moreover, thanks to Lin Yuan, temporarily increased their full attributes by 50%. Leah's attributes were weakened. She was caught in a bitter battle for a while. Leah's blood level was dropping at a steady rate. In less than 5 minutes, Leah would be killed. At this time, Zhang Fan had rushed back with quite a few people as well. What happened? The demon fortress has been destroyed. Why are our own people still fighting? The arrival of Zhang Fan and his men caused Chan Bin's heart to tighten. He exchanged glances with Yamada, repeated his previous words out loud. But Zhang Fan was more cautious and did not choose to believe, because Zhang Fan saw Chen Bin. From the mouth of this scumbag. I don't think it's credible. Zhang Fan has been hesitating. In the end, to save or not to save Leah. While hesitating, Leah only has 200,000 blood left. She is in critical condition. Chapter 77, Harvesting the Tree of Life. Stop! In the end, Zhang Fan decided to save Leah and, shouting at Matsui and these people, stop it! But his words had no deterrent effect. Matsui saw that Zhang Fan and the others were going to block. Matsui was ready to unleash a big move to take Leah's head in one go. Right at this moment, a figure instantly appeared nearby. It was none other than Lin Yuan, who had utilized shifting illusion to rush back. What are you doing? You want to revolt? Lin Yuan took a look. How come the professionals of his country were still striking out at Elf Leia? This can't be done. The elf girl is so cute. Why attack her? Lin Yuan flashed into the middle of these people. He started with a silence field, silencing everyone. Immediately after, Lin Yuan raised his hand. Large and small flame meteorites appeared in the sky. Stop it all. Whoever is making a move, don't blame my skills for not being able to see. Chan Bin saw Lin Yuan suddenly appear and lost his voice and shouted, Lin Yuan. The surrounding professionals saw the fire streamers in the sky. And hearing that the person who spoke was Lin Yuan, the big contributor to this battle, they immediately stopped fighting. Is this person Lin Yuan Kuan really strong? Lin Yuan Oba is so powerful, worthy of being the one who single-handedly killed the demon general. 1 second these professionals were attacking Leah. The next second they were all kissing Lin Yuan's ass. This caused Matsui to get very upset. Humph. What's the point of being so proud? Lin Yuan not only stole his thunder, he even stopped him from killing Leah. It was really abominable. This elf is a devil's spy. Why did you save her? Are you also a devil's spy? Matsui said. I thought that someone would agree with me. It turned out that the surrounding professionals looked at themselves like they were looking at a little cutie. Like, he was not happy at all. Didn't you guys hear what Yamada said? It's this elf who poured something into the tree of life that caused the contamination. Hearing this, the bound Yamada mentally cursed the fool, with a forlorn expression on his face. That's right. Yamada repeated what he had just said in an attempting to confuse Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan was so smart. He saw through the loopholes in Yamada's words with a single glance. Do you think I'm as stupid as that Matsui guy, that I'd believe your bull? Matsui's veins popped out on his forehead as he sniffed. Lin Yuan glanced at Yamada and said disdainfully, Leah was birthed from the tree of life. Even if she died, she would never bother to harm the tree of life in the slightest. If the tree of life was completely contaminated, she would be the first to die. Please have some common sense, okay? Don't treat everyone else as a little cutie. Look, this information was still something Lin Yuan had heard from Medra. It was just the right time to live and learn. At the mention of Medra, Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Could this person be a spy on the demon side? Or maybe he's an alter ego of a certain big brother. A spy. That's right. Could these people be spies of the heavenly tribulation cult? At this moment, Lin Yuan was basically sure of the identities of these people. After Lin Yuan reminded them, the other professionals now understood. So that's how it was. Elf heroes were actually birthed by the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was like a mother to Leah. Would anyone hurt their mother? Apparently not. We've all been tricked. As soon as the professionals from the other countries thought that Yamada had made a monkey out of them just by moving his lips, they were instantly enraged. Damn you, Yamada, for deceiving us. ACI bar. Beat him to death. Everyone was shouting at once. It was almost time to fight. Yamada was so scared that his face was bloodless. Lin Yuan waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet and, Leah, tell us what they did. Lin Yuan was ready to sit on their status as traitors. Leah's blood had just been healed and, currently restored to a safe line. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Leah told what Yamada and the others had just done in front of the crowd. Impossible. How could Yamada do that? What good would it do them? After Leah finished speaking, Matsui did not believe it and first came out to object. Stupid. Seeing Matsui being the first to jump out, Lin Yuan shook his head. Stupid and hopeless. They're from the heavenly tribulation cult. Everyone was nonplussed when Lin Yuan said this. Lin Yuan greatly said that they're from the heavenly tribulation cult. There must be proof. What? The heavenly tribulation cult? They've even appeared again. I recognize that person. His name is Zhang Chong. He's my classmate, D-rank talent. I didn't expect him to join the heavenly tribulation cult. No wonder he upgraded so fast. The surrounding professionals whispered. All felt that Lin Yuan's words were true in all probability. They're aiming for us. Their first priority is to work with the demons to exterminate our group, and the second is to sabotage our transfer quests so that we can't transfer smoothly. Think about it carefully. Have these people ever sold out and fought? When the others heard that, all felt that Lin Yuan had a point. It was true that these people didn't have a presence when they were fighting. Some of them even made some low-level mistakes that they shouldn't have made at all. Now it seems that these people were clearly trying to harm people. Even Matsui had nothing to say this time. He's a bit stupid. He's a little stupid, but not that stupid. Before, he just couldn't accept that he was being tricked by Yamada like a little cutie. Before, he just couldn't accept that he'd been tricked like a little cutie pie by Yamada. Now that Lin Yuan had made it so clear, if Matsui continues to be stupid, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind a skill to send him to reincarnation. Write down these people's identifying names and which city they're from, hand them over to the Alliance's law enforcement team when you get back to the city, and you'll all more or less get some rewards then. These traitors belonged to different countries and cities. A bit troublesome to deal with, although it was possible to kill them here. But that would be the most foolish thing to do. Handing them over to the law enforcement team will maximize the benefits. With the power of the law enforcement team, they will be able to trace the clues. They will be able to destroy a lot of the heavenly calamity cult's dens. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, Chun Bin soldiered on and crawled to Lin Yuan's side shouting, I'm not a traitor. I'm your classmate. Lin Yuan, Master Lin, say something. I'm really not a traitor. But even as Chun Bin cried his heart out, Lin Yuan was also indifferent. Let the law enforcement team investigate whether you're a traitor or not. When you notify the law enforcement team, you can just report my name and they will naturally believe you. Lin Yuan had already arranged for all the professionals in Central State, and these people didn't have any opinions at all. Lin Yuan was willing to share the credit with them. They were grateful in their hearts. As for the other countries, Lin Yuan just threw the people to them. He didn't say anything. Lin Yuan is not obliged to interfere in other people's affairs. Lin Yuan has no obligation to interfere, nor does he want to. He doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want people to say that Lin Yuan's hand is too long. After everything else was settled, Lin Yuan remembered that the most important thing was left undone. Lin Yuan thought of the most important thing he hadn't done. My harem. Oh no, the Tree of Life hasn't arrived yet. Lin Yuan took a step towards the Tree of Life. The mother tree has been heavily contaminated and has less than a month to live. Leah came over as well, a little downcast in mood. Only a professional who has mastered the purification specialization can completely get rid of the mother tree's contamination. However, this half dimension can only be accessed by professionals before first turn. The mother tree is hopeless. That's good. My sisters all fell in the battle. Now I'm the only one left in the clan. I can also be relieved. When Lin Yuan heard this, it wouldn't do. There had to be a way to save this tree of life. Looking at the status of the tree of life. Tree of life hatchling, polluted, life value, 800,000, 500,000. The tree of life was only down 800,000 life. And it was still continuously dropping blood. At this rate, maybe in less than a month, tree of life would have to be finished. There are no purification specialists in this half dimension. So just go out and look for them. Chapter 78 Dark Night Forest. Lin Yuan spoke to Leah. I have an idea. Then he took out a charm from his backpack. Control charm. Use it on a creature. If the other party agrees to it, a master-servant contract is concluded, and it can be forced to be used on creatures with less than 1% life value. The Tree of Life could be considered a creature, right? Lin Yuan used the charm on the Tree of Life. Leah, who was on the side, saw Lin Yuan's actions and a hesitant expression on her face. She was conceived by the Tree of Life. If the Tree of Life became Lin Yuan's servant, she wouldn't be able to escape. Do you really want to be this human servant? Leah asked herself this question repeatedly in her mind. After a long time, Leah finally made up her mind. This human was already able to single-handedly kill the demon General Benes before he had even been transferred. Such a professional is destined to have an extraordinary future. Being his servant might not be a bad thing. Well, have you thought about it? Lin Yuan saw Leah raise her head and knew that she had already thought about it. Right now, the Tree of Life's consciousness was already very thin and was no longer able to recognize good and bad. So, Leah was the spokesperson for the Tree of Life. If Leah agrees, then the Tree of Life will naturally agree as well. Leah sniffed with a firm gaze and nodded her head heavily. I agree on behalf of the Mother Tree. After saying that, the talisman in Lin Yuan's hand flashed and turned into a rule contract that it didn't enter the Tree of Life's body. Master, the Mother Tree has accepted the contract and has become your personal item. You can briefly bring the Mother Tree with you. Once the contract was made, Leah recited an unknown incantation. The Tree of Life suddenly shrunk to the size of a potted plant. Master, the Mother Tree can't maintain this state for a long period of time in its current condition, and it has to find a place with abundant natural energy as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, receiving the pot containing the Tree of Life, suddenly he remembered that he seemed to have obtained a land deed to the Darkness Forest. So Lin Yuan retrieved the land deed. 50 kilometers? That's enough. Currently, there were only two creatures, the Tree of Life and Leah. 50 kilometers would be enough for them. In the future, if the number of elves increases, we'll find a way to expand the territory. After 10 minutes, Lin Yuan returned to Tianfeng City. You have successfully completed the transfer quest. Your level has increased. After successfully completing the transfer quest, Lin Yuan's experience from killing the tyrannical Eclipse Demon King had been unfrozen, and he had leveled up 3 times in a row. Brush and brush to level up 3 times in a row. The level became level 23. Holy! What the hell? How did this person level up 3 levels in a row? Look, that person is Lin Yuan. One person single-handedly killed the demon general and destroyed the demon fortress. So powerful. Some of the lucky ones who were assigned to a mission area with Lin Yuan shouted excitedly. The expressions were the same as if they had seen their favorite beans. Frenzied beyond measure. Lin Yuan's fans weren't the only ones. Instantly, there were many professionals surrounding Lin Yuan. They squeezed Zhang Fan, Su Shan and the others to the side. Seeing this, Zhang Fan and the few others could do nothing about it and let out a bitter laugh. Lin Yuan's popularity was really high. However, they thought wrongly that, among these people, only a few of them came to see Lin Yuan. Most of them were here for Leah. At the moment, Leah was wearing tight leather armor. Leah was currently wearing tight leather armor, which showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. Her cold face and high neck looked like a noble white swan. Beautiful and elegant. A level 36 hunter with a gold suit came in front of Leah with an elegant demeanor. With a magnetic voice, he asked, "This beautiful lady, can you tell me your name?" The response was Leah's cold gaze. This gaze was full of coldness. The eyes looked like a knife man who had been killing fish in the supermarket for 3 years. The hunter was chilled to the core by the icy gaze and put away his smile, and he left with a smile on his face. Surrounding people see this hunter ate defeat. Uproar. Eat your heart out, Chun Hui. You don't even look at the status of others. Chun Hui froze and asked, "What identity?" The fanatic fan of Lin Yuan who had just answered the question. This one is an elf hero of the first turn trial, and has become a follower of Lord Lin Yuan. Worthy of being Lord Lin Yuan, it's just bull. Hearing that such a beautiful elf was actually someone else's follower, Chun Hui's heart seemed to break into pieces. Make way, I have to leave in a hurry. Lin Yuan really couldn't stand the passionate attitudes of the other people. Of course, most of these people's enthusiasm was running towards Leah. Unfortunately, these people were just putting a hot face on a cold ass. If they knew that Leah had affectionately called Lin Yuan her master, I don't know what kind of expression they would have. Lin Yuan brought Leah out of the crowd. Lin Yuan led Leah out of the crowd and arrived at the Dark Night Forest. The Dark Night Forest was located on the 20th floor of the Sacred Tower. Most of the creatures in it were nature-friendly. The Sacred Tower is truly amazing. There's such a vast space inside. The environment on this floor wasn't even close to the 10th floor. There were lush forests everywhere. Some of the trees were even hundreds of meters tall, and it was filled with a strong natural atmosphere. Ever since coming here, Leah hadn't stopped smiling on her face. "Master, are you going to place the Tree of Life here?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Not bad. I have a piece of land here, currently only 50 kilometers, it's enough for now." Hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Leah's mouth broke into a wide smile, and Leah's favorability increased by 40, current favorability is respect. Lin Yuan turned his head to see the bright smile on Leah's face and heart fluttered. The Goblin Queen's favorability towards herself was adoration. The Goblin Queen was obedient to her own words. It's just that the Goblin Queen is too small. Otherwise, wake up. What are you thinking about? This is an online game. It's not allowed. Lin Yuan shook his head. Lin Yuan shook his head and shook out the thoughts he shouldn't have. But during the rush, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at Leah. This armor is so white. Oh no, this road is so bumpy. The thighs are so strong. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan, according to the coordinates shown on the map, came to the territory that belonged to him. After taking a look at his surroundings, Lin Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The place wasn't bad. In front of him was a large open space. To the right of the clearing was a valley. To the left is a water source, very suitable for living. When they arrived at the clearing, Lin Yuan and Leah discussed for a while, decided to place the Tree of Life near the valley. After taking root, Lin Yuan realized something. The Tree of Life's blood level was no longer slowly decreasing. Instead, it had a tendency to rise. Great, the natural energy here is very dense. Even if we don't need to purify it, the mother tree will be able to recover to its previous form within 10 years. Seeing that the mother tree has hope for recovery, Leah was as happy as a child. From Lin Yuan's eyes, he was able to reflect Leah's bouncing figure that was innocent, lively and beautiful. 10 years, that's not good. How many things would be delayed? Lin Yuan took out his contact device and called Chun Yuang and saying that he needed a professional specialized in purification. When Chun Yuang heard that Lin Yuan had contracted a Tree of Life, he almost lost his grip. Grass. He's letting this kid get away with it again. This is a huge elf harem. Oh no, it's a future elf army. Chapter 79 Bald Priest. After learning that Lin Yuan had gotten a Tree of Life planted on the 20th floor of the Holy Tower, Chun Yuyang hoofed it down from the Mage Association. In less than 2 minutes, Chun Yuyang had arrived in front of Lin Yuan. This was because Chun Yuang had purposely changed into a gorgeous coat. Otherwise, it would have been even faster. It really is an elf. Even though Chun Yuang had seen elven beauties before, but he was still stunned by Leah. Her strong arms and long thighs were like a strong cheetah, were like an athletic cheetah that, full of power. Her face was green but with a bit of charm. There is an exotic flavor. People cannot help but be attracted to her. This is the natural racial advantage of elves. President Chun. Lin Yuan greeted Chun Yuang when he saw him arrive so quickly. This is the Vice President of the Mage Association, a level 78 elemental mage. He's here for the Tree of Life. Hearing Lin Yuan reveal Chun Yuyang's identity, Leah revealed a light smile and nodded slightly in respect. Master, I see some fruits over there. I'll go pick some back. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement and, after Leah left, Chun Yuyang's face was filled with envy and, you kid can do it. The elves are all in your hands. The garden goblin clan on the 10th floor is also related to you, right? You've played with enough flowers. Chan Yuang's tone was teasing, as if he was a prophet who saw through everything. As if he was a prophet who saw through everything. Lin Yuan, big brother. What kind of person do you think I am? I'm a decent person. Seeing Chun Yuyang with a you-know-what expression. Lin Yuan was rather speechless. Don't make fun of me. Chairman Chun, business is important. I'm still counting on the tree of life to recover and reproduce elves later. Look at you, you're in a hurry. Chun Yuang took out his contact device and dialed a number. Old Lee, there's something I need to ask of you. What, you're not in Blue Star? That's a pity. You won't be able to see the beautiful elf girl. Old Lee on the other side of the communicator was silent for a while. Suddenly returned. Look at my memory. I'm on my way back to the blue planet right now. I'll be there in 1 minute. Give me the coordinates. I'll come over right away. Chen Yuyang gave a disdainful humph and sent the coordinates to Old Lee. Ending the call, Chen Yuyang said to Lin Yuan. Although Old Lee is a bit unorthodox, his strength is still trustworthy. After Chen Yuyang finished speaking, Lin Yuan muttered in his heart, I see that you're not much better, and you're still saying that people are immodest. It's really true that people are like people and things are like things. While waiting, Leah walked back with some bright red fruits in her hands. Leah picked a few of the brightest colored fruits and put them in Lin Yuan's hands. Master, this is a red diamond fruit. It can only grow on red diamond wood. Lin Yuan picked up a fruit and put it in his mouth. With a gentle bite, the sweet flavor filled his mouth. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded and threw 2 to Chun Yuang. Chairman Chun also tasted. Chun Yuang reached out and caught them, his expression a little off. This kid was quite good at it. Invisible pretenses were the most deadly. An elf beauty had a mouthful of masters with Lin Yuan, and also picked wild fruits for Lin Yuan. Chun Yuang watched from the sidelines with a bad taste in his heart. I think I'm the vice president of the Central State Mage Association. I'm actually being compared to a small mage who just turned 1. I'm so angry. Chun Yuang picked up the fruit and took a few bits. As if he was taking it out on the fruit. Chun Yuang. I'm here. Where's the elf beauty you mentioned? Before Chun Yuang could swallow the fruit, he heard a big bald man shouting in the distance with a big voice. Grass. Chun Yuyang's eyes glared as he shouted. Li Dongming. I asked you to come here to purify the tree of life. In his heart, he thought, even if you want to see a beautiful woman, you can't shout so loudly. You're a retard. The bald man called Li Dongming came to Chun Yuyang's side. Old Chun, you're really something, you've got the elves, he. Li Dongming scowled at Chun Yuang and smiled. The look was obscene in any way. Leah was eating a red diamond fruit. This fruit was rather juicy. The juice flowed down the corners of her mouth as she took a bite. It flows down to her neck. The appearance of more attractive and more attractive. Look at the bald man, Li Dongming eyes straight. What a superb product. Sighing, Li Dongming looked at Chun Yuyang with a questioning gaze, as if asking where did you get it from. Chun Yuyang rolled his eyes. I don't have this kind of good fortune. Chun Yuyang reached out and pointed at Lin Yuan, who was wiping his chin for Leah with his sleeve. This kid contracted a tree of life, and this elf is his follower. Li Dongming was shocked at his words. Holy tree of life. Then Li Dongming turned his head to look around and discovered the tree of life next to the valley. It's really the tree of life. This kid has gotten lucky. Li Dongming walked up to check the state of the tree of life and it's been doused with contaminated blood. Li Dongming frowned slightly. Luckily, someone poured the essence of the moon in the first place, or else I'm afraid it's hopeless. Don't look at the breath of the tree of life that's slowly growing, but it's all an illusion. If we can't get rid of the power of contamination right away, this tree will deform into a monster in less than 3 days. Lin Yuan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. How can this be? The natural atmosphere here is so rich. Is there no way to suppress the power of pollution? Li Dongming shook his head. If it was the usual pollution blood, it might be possible for it to be dispersed by the natural aura, but the pollution blood that was used on the tree of life is extremely malevolent, and as far as I understand it, this kind of malevolent creatures should only be found in the abyss on the neon side. Lin Yuan immediately gave a brief account of what happened inside the Turn 1 quest. Understanding what had happened, Li Dongming looked at Lin Yuan in surprise and he muttered in his heart, single-handedly killing a hero-level demon. What a demonic kid. How about it? Is there a way to recover? Chan Yuyang poked Li Dongming from the side and I didn't purposely bring you here to hear you say it's difficult. Don't drop your chain. How could I possibly fall off the chain? Li Dongming replied back. I am considering what methods I can use to accelerate the growth of the tree of life and enter the maturity stage earlier. The moment these words came out, Lin Yuan and Leah froze. Entering maturity early? Then wouldn't it be possible to continuously breed elves? Was this person's words reliable? Chen Yuyang froze after hearing Li Dongming's words, then asked uncertainly, Old Li, you're going to move that thing? Li Dongming nodded his head. Not bad. That thing hasn't been of much use in my hands for so long. It's rare to come across a seedling of the tree of life, so it's not a waste to use it. Lin Yuan was confused as he listened to the words of the two. Just what kind of riddle were they playing? Chen Yuyang saw Lin Yuan's puzzled gaze and smiled and didn't explain. Don't look at Li Dongming's ferocious appearance. He is a level 76 preceptor priest, vice president of the Priest Association, and Li Dongming is planning to use that thing. You kids take your time and watch. You'll be shocked in a while. You're really lucky to have old Li bring out his crushing stuff. Hearing Chen Yuyang's words, Lin Yuan seemed to understand something. Chapter 80 Mature Nature's Tree. Afterwards, Lin Yuan then saw Li Dongming take out a green stone from his parcel. The Heart of Nature 7 Colors. Effect: increase the target's affinity for nature if the target is an ancient tree-type creature. Cause the target to enter maturity earlier, very small probability that the target will metamorphose into a higher-level species. What Li Dongming took out was clearly a piece of 7-colored grade material. Seeing this piece of Heart of Nature, Leah's entire body became excited. Surprisingly, it's the Heart of Nature. No wonder Leah was so excited. Nature's heart was extremely rare. The piece in front of Leah's eyes was the top 7-colored grade. With this piece of nature's heart, Mother Tree will not only be able to enter maturity earlier. In the future, there is even a chance that it will give birth to a child of nature. That was an existence that was expected to break through to demigod. After taking out the Heart of Nature, he placed it on the trunk of the Tree of Life. He then cast the S-rank skill Great Purification Technique. The rich divine power removed all the polluting power from the Tree of Life. After the end of the skill, Li Dongming still felt that it was not safe. He continuously unleashed the Dispel Evil and Sacred Light skills. After ensuring that the Tree of Life's pollution was completely purified, Li Dongming released Blessing, Luck, Holy Prayer, Holy Light Affinity, and a series of other beneficial spells on the Tree of Life. After everything was ready, Li Dongming activated the Heart of Nature. In a flash, a green light rose up from the sky. It shot up into the sky. All the creatures and professionals on the 20th floor could see this vision. What is that? Could there be a treasure coming out? What a rich natural aura. Just being close to it makes my body and mind happy. Quite a few professionals and natural creatures saw the green pillar of light. All of them came towards the vision without a second thought. After they got close to the vicinity of the light pillar, they were prompted that there was private territory in front of them. To the great surprise of these creatures and professionals. What? How could this be a private territory? Could someone have gotten a contract from the Dark Forest? Who cares? There must be treasures appearing in here. Let's quickly go in. What private territory? It's all a gift of nature. Why should he be the only one to monopolize it? Those who spoke were all professionals. Because natural creatures were all peace-loving. Knowing that this was a private territory, these natural creatures all hovered outside the territory had no intention of wanting to enter. Only those professionals who are not afraid of the earth want to grab the chance. But their plans were doomed to failure. Chen Yuang had already spotted them when they approached the 10-mile range. Chen Yuang had already discovered them. He waved his hand lightly. He manifested his elemental split. He sent his elemental split to stop them. Most of the people who hung out on the 20th floor were hunters or druids. The former were here to find a powerful partner. The latter were here to master natural spells. The levels of these people were generally not high. The highest level amongst them was only level 53, a beast tamer. As soon as Chen Yuang's elemental doppelganger appeared, it scared them all back. Force field suppression. It's a third-turn powerhouse. These people realized that their surroundings were filled with elemental power. They knew that they had hit a brick wall. The leader of the beast tamer immediately wimped out. We saw the light that rose up to the sky and thought that someone was in trouble. Since you're here, We'll leave you alone and leave now. The elemental doppelganger didn't reply when he sniffed and raised his hand and released two spells, a gale spell and a shockwave. It beat these people to dust. This is to teach them a little lesson, to save these people from coming back in the future. In order to hide that there is a tree of life here. Chun Yuan had some heart. Oh no, you can't call it the tree of life now. I don't know if it's favored by goddess of luck. The very small probability of metamorphosing into a higher level species was met by the tree of life. The tree of life transformed into the world tree. It evolved into the world tree. When the green pillar of light dissipated, Lin Yuan's mouth opened wide in shock. This is the previous tree of life. Lin Yuan was not the only one who was shocked. Chun Yuang and Li Dongming were shocked. Holy, oldly. Did I see it right? It's even evolved into a world tree. Chun Yuang wiped his eyes in disbelief. As a level 78 elemental mage, there had been very few things that could shock him. He had really encountered it today. Li Dongming's heart was also in shock. He shouted frantically, "Grass? Grass? Grass? Big loss." But his face was calm, as if he had expected it. Isn't it just the world tree? What's all the fuss about? A good friend for many years. How could Chun Yuang not know that Li Dongming was pretending? Sniffing, he returned a middle finger to him. While several people were chatting, Leah excitedly ran to the world tree. Leah excitedly ran to the world tree. After transforming into the world tree, its size increased tenfold. It was 100 meters tall. Its branches were thick and leafy. When the leaves swayed, they were accompanied by points of light. This is a sign that the natural energy is dense to a certain extent. World Tree Legend Mature LV52. Life Value 5000000. Attack Power 3 million. Skills: Conception, World Blessing, Heart of Nature, Natural Affinity, War Form. Slightly. The World Tree has turned into a legendary template. There were dozens of skills. Lin Yuan was dazzled. Lin Yuan sensed carefully that the connection between him and the World Tree hadn't disappeared. In other words, this powerful World Tree belonged to Lin Yuan. This was too good to be true. Lin Yuan smiled in his heart. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard Leah cry out in agony. This made Lin Yuan's heart tighten and, what's going on? Where's Leah? Chun Yuang patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. He pointed at the top of the World Tree, looking in the direction of Chun Yuang's finger. Leah was enveloped in a green glow. 5 minutes later, the light dissipated. Leah slowly fell to the ground. Lin Yuan wiped his eyes and, realizing that Leah's attributes had also changed drastically. Child of Nature Leah Epic LV32. Life Value 8 million.
Mana 300.000.
Attack Power 450,000. Skills: Nature's Wrath, Nature's Protection, Nature's Vector, Swarming Stars Shine, Summon Ancient Tree of War. The World Tree blessed Leah, causing Leah to metamorphose into a child of nature. It turned into an epic level creature and her level came to 32. Because after being blessed by the World Tree, physical resistance and magic resistance were greatly increased. The damage received would be greatly weakened. And Leah also had the ability to heal. Even Lin Yuan might not be able to defeat Leah in her current state. Even Lin Yuan might not be able to defeat her. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't need to fight. After Leah opened her eyes, and ran towards Lin Yuan at the first opportunity, opening her arms to embrace Lin Yuan. Master, the mother tree metamorphosed into a world tree, and I was blessed to become a child of nature. Leah's actions caused the two beside her mouths to sour, especially Li Dongming. Obviously, it was you who allowed the tree of life to advance. Why don't you come and hug me? You have successfully transferred and truly become a professional. With your strength, it won't be long before you can welcome the second turn. But before the second turn, I have one piece of advice. Be sure to think about what to do on the road ahead. Chun Yuang saw that things were settled and didn't want to watch Lin Yuan pretend to be a pussy. So he gave him the advice of a man who had been there before. So he gave him a piece of advice from someone who had been there. My path is to incarnate as an elemental. I am the elemental is me. It's a difficult path, but I still stick to it. I hope you can also find a path that fits you. Chapter 81. Welcoming a Wave of Reinforcement. Upon hearing Chun Yuang's advice, Lin Yuan nodded his head heavily. I know. I'll try to find my way as soon as possible. Having received a reply, Chen Yuyang pulled Li Dongming along with him and left. Before leaving, Li Dongming also fondly looked at Leah for a few moments. So damn beautiful. After being promoted into a child of nature, Leah exuded an aura that wanted people to get close to her from the inside out. This was the top-level natural affinity granted by the World Tree, as long as it was a creature from the orderly goodness camp. Innately had a very high affinity for Leah. You settle down here first. I'm going to go upgrade. The Tree of Life had now morphed into a World Tree. There was no point in Lin Yuan staying here. Upgrading was now the most important thing Lin Yuan should do. Before leaving, Lin Yuan asked Leah, "How do you upgrade? Can you enter the abyss with me?" Leah thought for a moment and replied, "I can usually upgrade as long as I stay by the side of the World Tree and absorb natural energy as well." Then, Leah added, "Master, you're currently level 23 and I'm over level 30. There's no way for me to enter the abyss with you right now. I can only wait until you're over level 30, Master." After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded his head, thinking about it. If high-level followers could follow their masters into the abyss, those bigwigs would have already prepared high-level followers for their children and descendants. The rules of the world wouldn't have such an obvious bug. Before leaving, Lin Yuan said, "Then feel at ease and absorb the natural energy here. Doesn't the World Tree regularly breed elves? You can protect them by staying here as well. Right? If you feel bored here by yourself, I'll call some garden goblins over to accompany you." Leah let out a "hmm." "You be safe, Master," no matter how many times you hear it. Every time Leah called herself Master, Lin Yuan's body would get tingly. His mood was even more pleasant. After leaving the Dark Night Forest, Lin Yuan remembered to check his attributes. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV23. Life 125,000.
Mana 1054900.
Spell attack 58960. Strength 6,450. Affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility 5660. Effects strike rate, speed. Intelligence 52,960. Effects spell attack, spell defense. Physical strength 10,300. Effects life value, resistance. Skill points 11300. Evolution points 0. Free attribute points 0. Talent, cooldown reduction grade C. Skill, slight. Alas, the skill points given for leveling up had really doubled. Lin Yuan pulled up his upgrade record. Upgrade to level 21, 2,000 skill points added. Upgrade to level 22, increase 2,000 skill points. Level 23, 2,000 skill points added. After one turn, the skill points given for leveling up became 2,000. After 2 turns, wouldn't it become 4,000? My math has gotten better too. I can even calculate multiplication. This plugin isn't that trashy. Plugin. The doubling of skill points was an unexpected blessing. What pleased Lin Yuan the most was that his basic attributes had more than doubled. On the one hand, it was the increase that Lin Yuan had brought about after his job transfer. On the other hand, it was the reward for Lin Yuan's excellent performance during the transfer mission. You performed well in the transfer mission, your full attributes are plus 500, and your reputation value is plus 1 point. After the transfer, since Lin Yuan wasn't a hidden profession yet, each level up increases your full attributes by 10 points, and 50 free attributes. Of course, there were also skill points. The others weren't like Lin Yuan. After turning 1, ordinary professionals would be given 10 skill points for each level up. From this, it could be seen that before level 20, it was really like what was said in the professional forums. Before level 20, it's really like what they say in the professional forums. It's a newbie village. Only after transferring. Only then would you be considered to have truly stepped into the circle of professionals. Fatty, what are you guys doing? Back in Tianfeng City, Lin Yuan contacted Zhang Fan and asked him where he was. Seeing that it was Lin Yuan, Zhang Fan replied, "We're at the Central Sacred Tower right now. We're gonna go to the trading hall to buy 2 skills. Do you want to come?" Once Lin Yuan heard that, he felt that he also needed to buy some skills from other lineages. Otherwise, he would really be at a loss when he encountered a magic immune enemy. "Wait for me. Be right there." Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan met up at the entrance to the trading hall, and then several people walked into the trading hall together. When they walked into the trading hall, a palm-sized goblin flew in head-on, and this little goblin spoke a formulaic language. The first floor sells materials and consumables. That one over there is a store that sells goblin nectar and secret pastries, very good. The second floor sells skill books and spell casting materials. The third and fourth floors are equipment. You can choose what you need. This little goblin highlighted the goblin store and, after saying that, she was about to turn around and leave. Before leaving, her eyes suddenly glanced at Lin Yuan and she was suddenly startled. Then a delighted smile appeared on her face and, Lord Lin Yuan, why are you here? This little goblin flew to Lin Yuan's shoulder bouncing and this little goblin was very familiar to Lin Yuan. This little goblin was very familiar to Lin Yuan. Name was Bobo. Seeing Bobo, Lin Yuan asked strangely, why are you here? Didn't the goblin race hate work? How could you be here as a guide? Could it be that someone forced the goblin ones to do it while they were away? Thinking about this possibility, Lin Yuan's expression didn't look good. It was all on our own initiative. Bobo heard Lin Yuan's question and returned. The Queen Sama said that since we chose to join the humans, we have to integrate into human life, and that we can get 50 gold coins a day for coming here as guides. Then, Bobo told Lin Yuan quite a few interesting things that had happened in the past few days. Only then did Lin Yuan realize, don't say, Goblin Queen and's business acumen was really good. These goblins were originally selling nectar and pastries here. But and realized something. There are a lot of professionals who are very fond of beautiful and cute goblins. So Annie had an idea. Annie had the bright idea to suggest to the person in charge of the trading hall that the leprechauns should be ushers. And it was just what the man in charge wanted. With these goblins, the sound of the trading floor was much better than usual. Some people even came here just to see the goblins. To hear the goblins talk to them. The goblins are exhausted these days. They're on strike. The person in charge of the trading hall took one look. Immediately raised the salary from 20 gold coins to 50 gold coins. That's why Bobo's speech was so fast and formulaic just now. Hearing that the goblins were volunteering, Lin Yuan's face eased up, but was still a little distressed. Isn't it very tiring? Bobo sniffed and nodded busily, and, Lord Lin Yuan, it's really tiring. Bobo beamed, a little upset, and, I worked for 30 minutes today. The next time it's my turn will be 20 days from now. It's horrible. There's still 20 days before I have to work again. Lin Yuan. How? This you're even shouting that you're tired. Worthy of being a free little goblin. Lin Yuan looked at Bobo with a breathless look in his eyes. Chapter 82. Garbage out of my sight. After bidding farewell to Bobo, Lin Yuan and Zhang Fan arrived on the second floor. This floor was all about selling skill books. The skill books were divided into several areas depending on the professional. Lin Yuan first browsed around with Zhang Fan and the others. He wanted to find out if there were any general skills that suited him. But he didn't find any suitable ones. But after one round, he didn't find any suitable ones. Zhang Fan and the others did buy a few good skill books and, in the end, when Lin Yuan came to the mage skills area, he accidentally met an acquaintance. Zhong Juanru, you're here too? The one who spoke was Zhang Long. Zhang Long's current level was 21. It looked like he had already passed the turn 1 trial. Zhang Long didn't even look at Lin Yuan and walked towards Zhong Juanru. You're here to buy skill books too? Have you guys completed your transfer quests yet? If not, hurry up and don't fall too far behind me. Zhang Long deliberately lit up the transfer symbol on his chest and added, not only did I complete the one-turn quest, I also managed to obtain the hidden profession Flame Walker. Zhang Long's tone was tinged with pride and, like a proud peacock that, trying to attract the eyes of the opposite sex by opening his screen. But no one even appreciated his head-scratching look. Seeing that Zhong Juanru was still expressionless after he said so much, Zhang Long was a little displeased. Little Ru, can't you see how good I am? No better than that Lin Yuan who only hides behind women. Lin Yuan only has a good-looking face. What else can he do? Zhang Long's tone was very agitated. He was being unworthy of Zhong Juanru. Lin Yuan's trashy talent was well known throughout the school. He was destined to have no development in the future. Why did he still bring Lin Yuan with him? In his heart, Zhang Long had always thought that Lin Yuan was relying on Zhong Juanru to stay in their squad. After Zhang Long finished speaking, Lin Yuan was not happy. You're out of your mind. Where did that superiority complex come from? Idiot. Becoming a hidden profession, how the brain is still gone. Get lost. Don't get in my way. When Zhong Juanru and Zhang Fan and a few others heard Zhang Long's words, The gazes in their eyes were like looking at a little cutie, like, martyr retard. Who gave you the courage to pussyfoot around here? Does great god Lin Yuan still need us to lead him? The four of us are all pendants on the great god's leg. According to you, we don't even deserve to be dragged along. Zhong Juanru was worried that Lin Yuan would be upset and said to Zhang Long, I don't know you well. Little Ru isn't something you can call. The words were full of rejection. Great god Lin Yuan's strength isn't something you can evaluate, your eyesight is too narrow. Have a look at the professionals forum more often if you're not doing anything. After Zhong Juanru finished speaking, Zhang Fan snorted and said, Sand $1. After cursing, Zhang Fan pulled Lin Yuan away, and, don't pay attention to this sand sculpture. Lin Yuan nodded. This Zhang Long was really a sand sculpture. I don't know where that inexplicable sense of superiority in him came from. Arriving at the mage skills area, Lin Yuan realized that there were very few skills here, nothing suitable for him. The ones that were here were the popular ones. Fireball art, explosive fireball, inferno explosion art, ice pick, ice lance, ice roar, wind blade, gale art, and so on. None of these spells were what Lin Yuan needed. To be precise, Lin Yuan had mastered the top versions of these spells. There are no S rank or higher skills? Lin Yuan asked with the clerk here. Upon hearing this question, the clerk froze and, after looking up and down, he said back, Yes, but can I ask you how much mana you have right now? The clerk guessed that they should have just started this year. The clerk guessed that they should be professionals who had just awakened this year. They've just passed level 20 and completed the first turn. Conservatively estimated. The mana value didn't even break 10,000. Even if you learn the S skills and what can be done. The only thing that you can't release is that it's just for show. It's not as cost-effective as buying a ranked skills. The clerk asked Lin Yuan this question out of good intentions. He wanted to politely tell Lin Yuan through the mana value thing. He wanted to politely tell Lin Yuan that he shouldn't be overly ambitious. When Zhang Long at the door heard this, suddenly he was energized. Just now, he had reminded Zhong Juanru of his good intentions. She didn't even appreciate it. She even scolded me. What a waste of my hard work. Women in love. It's really sad. Zhang Long heard Lin Yuan ask about S-class skills. Guessed that Lin Yuan was just clowning around. He's also a mage. Zhang Long naturally knew that releasing an S-rank skill required at least tens of thousands of mana. He had been transformed into a flame walker. With his silver equipment, he only had 12,000 mana points. His mana value was only 12,000 points. Can Lin Yuan's mana be as high as mine? I don't believe it. I guess asking the clerk if he has any S-rank skills is just posturing. When the clerk brings out the S-rank skill books, then he'll use the reason that he doesn't have enough mana not to buy it. Humph.
Vine clone.
Zhang Long was very disdainful in his heart, but he didn't break it down, because Zhang Long suddenly realized a truth. How could a dragon in a river be so familiar with a grass carp in a pond? That is not a price drop. Although Zhang Long thought so in his heart. Although Zhang Long thought this in his heart, his footsteps were still unconsciously moving towards Lin Yuan's side. He wanted to listen to how Lin Yuan answered the clerk's question. My mana value, over 1 million, I think. Lin Yuan looked at his attribute bar and said truthfully. The moment these words came out, the clerk's mouth opened wide enough to swallow a goose egg and, what? More than 1 million mana values. It was really too exaggerated. However, Zhang Fan, Zhong Juanru and the others took it for granted. When they were brushing the abyss with Lin Yuan, had seen the way Lin Yuan released his skills. To describe it in one word, it was a spell machine cannon. Releasing skills was the same as not needing mana. So, hearing Lin Yuan say that his mana value had reached 1 million, these people weren't surprised at all. However, a sudden puff of laughter came from the side of the room. Ha ha ha, 1 million mana? You really dare to say that? Zhang Long didn't want to make a sound. But he heard something. Lin Yuan said he had 1 million mana. Ha 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 ha. That was so ridiculous. Even a third turn level 60 mage might not have 1 million mana value. You're really daring to say that. Zhang Long was conspiratorial on the side and, clearly not believing Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan didn't want to be general with the brainwashed and he didn't even look at Zhang Long. In fact, the clerk didn't really believe that Lin Yuan had 1 million mana either. But good professionalism caused him to maintain his smile and every S-ranked skill book is a very precious resource. And you need to spend additional prestige value if you purchase it. The clerk thought Lin Yuan was talking nonsense. So he spelled out the conditions needed to purchase an S-rank skill book. After hearing this, Lin Yuan thought that it should be so. S-class skill books couldn't be purchased by just anyone. Showing his reputation value, Lin Yuan said, "Prestige value, right? I have it." The clerk had thought that Lin Yuan would back off. As a result, Lin Yuan came to say that he had prestige value. When he looked closer, Lin Yuan's reputation value showed 3 points. The clerk was shocked. He knew that a normal person with 1 prestige point would already be showing off. But Lin Yuan had 3 points and was still so low-key. The clerk thought that Lin Yuan was the kind of person who pretended to be a pig and ate tigers. Without realizing it, his tone became much more respectful. "Please wait. I'll bring you the S-class skill book." As the clerk left, the Jianglong had a jealous look on his face that this meant that Lin Yuan definitely possessed a reputation value. He couldn't figure out one thing, that he himself had never obtained a reputation value. Why could Lin Yuan, a loser, actually have it? Chapter 83 Brainstorming monsters are pathetic. As Lin Yuan waited, suddenly, he found a spell he hadn't learned in the corner, that Earth Spike C rank LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 150 mana. Description: summons an Earth Spike that deals 300 points of Earth damage. I really don't have any Earth spells myself. Seeing this skill description, Lin Yuan directly reached out and picked it up. This action was seen by Jianglong, thinking to himself, "That's right, Lin Yuan is a mudblood. Lin Yuan is a mudblood. He doesn't have the financial resources to buy an S-rank skill. It seems that he wanted to buy a C-rank skill. That series of actions just now was just for show. Ridiculous vanity. I have to say, Jianglong's brain is really strange. In such a moment, he created so many images. I've kept you waiting. This is all the S-rank skill books currently in the store. Please take a look." What the clerk brought out wasn't really a skill book. Instead, it was a few skill descriptions. This was all for insurance purposes. If the real skill books were brought out, were learned directly by those who couldn't afford it, the shopkeeper would still be crying his eyes out. So, generally, the trade of skill books are paid for with one hand and delivered with the other. This way, disputes are less likely to arise. With the list in his hand, Lin Yuan picked and chose. In the end, he selected 2 skills. Extreme Cold Storm S-level LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 18,000 mana. Description: summons a storm of cold air, inflicting up to 10 points of frost damage to enemies within a 50-meter range, reducing the movement speed of targets within the range by 20%. Mirror Image S-level LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 5,000 mana. Description: summons 1 mirror image around you that casts spells and attacks your enemies. Lasts for 10 seconds. Mirror image can only use 1 skill. The skill Extreme Cold Storm can be fused with Extreme Cold Shock when it's full. That way, you'll have another SS-class skill to add to your repertoire. Mirror image is also a very good skill. If used well, it might have a strange effect. I want Extreme Cold Storm and Mirror Image. Hearing Lin Yuan pick 2 skills, a joyful smile appeared at the corner of the clerk's mouth. "Please wait a moment." While the clerk was fetching the skill books, an incredulous look appeared on Jianglong's face. What's going on? Shouldn't the plot be that Lin Yuan sighed after reading it and said that he didn't have the skill book he wanted? Why did he actually pick 2 skills? Could it be that Lin Yuan really wanted to buy S-rank skills? Jianglong was currently holding 2 A-rank skill books in his hands. The profession of Flame Walker required high burst skills. That's why Jianglong picked a book of Inflammatory Explosion and Magma Eruption. The reason he didn't leave after picking the skill books was that he wanted to see Lin Yuan's joke. But it seemed like that joke was out of sight, because the clerk had already handed the skill books to Lin Yuan. The 2 S-class skill books cost a total of 20,000 gold coins and 2 reputation points. And this one, after buying the 2 S-ranked skill books, Lin Yuan remembered that there was another C-ranked skill book that he had forgotten to mention. When the clerk saw the C-ranked skill book Earthen Spike in Lin Yuan's hand, he hurriedly took the skill book out and put it into Lin Yuan's hands. With a smile on his face, "This C-rank skill is for you. Welcome to your next visit. So young to have 2 reputation points. The future will definitely not be mediocre." Using a C-grade skill book in exchange for Lin Yuan's favor, this was a surefire deal. As expected, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard the clerk's words, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. It's not like I'm short on money. The service attitude is really good. There is development. With 3 skill books in his arms, Lin Yuan swaggered away. When passing by Zhang Long, Lin Yuan didn't even look at him. A frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks he's seen the whole world. Ridiculous. Zhang Long walked up to the clerk in disbelief. He really bought an S-class skill book? The clerk nodded his head. Not bad. This made Zhang Long feel very bad in his heart. Instantly, he felt that the 2 A-rank skill books in his hands didn't smell good anymore. Check out. Zhang Long pointed to the 2 skill books in his hands and asked the clerk to take the goods. As the clerk was picking up the goods, he suddenly remembered that Zhang Long seemed to have spoken to Lin Yuan just now. Could it be that they knew each other? Thinking of this, the clerk asked, "Do you recognize that person just now?" Zhang Long was distracted. He directly replied, "I don't know him." The clerk let out an 2,000 gold coins for Makui. As Zhang Long took out the money to pay for the item, he heard the clerk talking to himself. He heard the clerk mutter to himself again. "What a shame. If you guys knew each other, I could have given you a 20% discount." Zhang Long. Grass. What a pain in the ass. Lin Yuan returned to Tianfeng City once again, and it was discovered that there were significantly more professionals in the city. This was more or less due to Lin Yuan, because Chun Yuang's bounty in the Mage Association had just festered. Quite a few occupiers were searching for the heavenly calamity cultists everywhere. For a time, everyone in the celestial calamity cult was at risk, fearing that they would be captured by the wolf-like professionals in exchange for points. The group of heavenly calamity cultists that Lin Yuan found in his Turn 1 quest. They were taken away by the law enforcement team the first time they were teleported out. After that, the law enforcement team destroyed 3 of the celestial calamity cult's dens. One of the apostle-level cult of the apocalypse executives was killed. Quite a few professionals knew that the natural disaster cultists had appeared in the Neon Kingdom. Hordes of them teleported to Neon Kingdom to capture them. Frightened, Neon Kingdom almost entered a state of readiness. In the end, it was Chun Yuang who stepped in, kicked and scolded those lawless professionals back to Central State. "Ah, Yuan. Let's go back and familiarize ourselves with the skills first. See you tomorrow." Today, everyone had just switched professions and purchased quite a few more skills. It would take some time to acclimatize. It just so happened that Lin Yuan also planned to go back and upgrade the skills he had just purchased. After the several people parted ways, Lin Yuan went back to the rental house. Just as Lin Yuan was returning to his rental house, a black-robed man disappeared into the neighborhood. A black-robed man disappeared into a nearby alley. "Mayor, the people from the Celestial Calamity Cult have their sights set on Lin Yuan. We need to prepare in advance." At Tianfeng City's City Hall, Secretary Sun was reporting to Zhong Bai, "There are currently 13 Celestial Calamity cultists in Tianfeng City, and the strongest is a level 48 magic tattoo messenger. According to my speculation, the reason they haven't made a move is because they're waiting for a big name from the Celestial Calamity cult. Do we need to move Lin Yuan away?" After listening to Secretary Sun's report, Zhongbai fell into deep thought. According to our previous arrangement, the people of the Heavenly Tribulation cult are not enough to worry about. If the other party comes as an apostle, I can deal with it. I'm afraid that the other party is coming from a branch sect master or a vice sect master. Those are all strong people above the 3rd turn. I'm a bit reluctant to deal with them. Secretary Sun nodded and made a suggestion. "How about we report this matter to Vice President Chun?" With Vice President Chen's nature, the fact that he was able to come in person last time is enough to ascertain the importance he attaches to Lin Yuan. Why don't we report this matter to Vice President Chun and listen to what he arranges? Zhong Bai also thought it made sense once he heard it. So he took out his contact device and called Chun Yuang. After reporting to Chun Yuang replied that he knew. He gave the order to stay put. If there is a sect master or vice sect master, Chun Yuang will naturally arrange for someone to handle it. Chapter 84 Abyss Above Level 20. After Lin Yuan returned inside his home, he simply took a shower and he went back to bed and lay down. Lin Yuan had already finished learning the 3 skill books. Now Lin Yuan was adding points. Extreme Cold Storm S-Class Max. Casting time, instantaneous.
Konsumtion, 50.000 mana.
Description. Summons a storm of cold air, inflicts to power 50 points of frost damage on enemies within 200 meters, reduces the movement speed of targets within range by 50%, and has a probability of applying a freezing effect. Mirror image S-level of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 30,000 mana. Description: summons 3 mirror images around you, casting spells and attacking your enemies. Lasts for 30 seconds. Mirror blood equals intelligence 5. Mirror attack equals intelligence 1. Mirror can use 2 skills. After the extreme cold storm was leveled up, came a system alert that detected that extreme cold storm and extreme cold shock can be fused. Is it fused into a SS rank skill? Of course they're fused. Of course. I purchased Cold Storm for the purpose of fusion. Absolute 0 SS grade of max. Casting time, instantaneous.
Konsumtion, 150,000 mana.
Description: releases a cold shock that causes the target to enter a frozen state, reducing intelligence 80 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. Using it on yourself creates an ice attribute barrier around you with 500 intelligence lifesteal in blood, which can be lifted at any time. Cooldown time 8 seconds. This skill Lin Yuan was more satisfied with. It has 2 effects. It was called both offensive and defensive. After the 2S rank skills were finished, Lin Yuan filled up his earthen spike again. From C rank all the way to S rank. Earth Spear S rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 20,000 mana. Description: coalesce an Earth Spear. Each attack deals 5 intelligence points of physical damage. Duration 1 minute. Earth Spear exists up to 5 at once. Seeing this skill description, Lin Yuan found it a bit interesting. It was clearly a spell. Surprisingly, it came with a physical attack. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yuan tried summoning an Earth Spear. In an instant, a golden spear about 2 meters long appeared beside him. Lin Yuan was able to feel a connection between himself and the spear that, able to control the spear with his mind. And so, under Lin Yuan's control, the spear began to perform all sorts of difficult maneuvers. Vertical ascension, Thomas pirouettes. It was a lot of fun. When the 1 minute is up, the spear disappeared. Lin Yuan felt unfulfilled. This skill is fun. Lin Yuan, who hadn't had enough, got up and went to the courtyard and summoned 5 spears at once. He controlled the spears and arranged them together. Then Lin Yuan went to the top. He pinched his sword finger. Somewhat in a middle-aged manner, he shouted, "Rise for me!" The spears arranged together instantly flew into the air, allowing Lin Yuan to experience flying with a sword. After playing for a while, Lin Yuan reclined on the bed with the corners of his mouth were still smiling. This skill was the right thing to buy. It doesn't matter if it hurts or not. The key is to be handsome. Which teenager didn't have a dream of flying with a sword? Although Lin Yuan had demon wings to fly, but one was flying with open wings. The other is flying with a sword. Which one do you choose? 98% of people would choose flying with a sword. Don't ask. It's cool to ask. After completing a wave of skill enhancement, Lin Yuan took out his cell phone. He planned to check the information on the level 20 abyss. Lin Yuan didn't have access to this information before. It was only after he passed the transfer quest that he opened up his access. Entering the professionals forum, Lin Yuan clicked on the Abyss module and he opened the Abyss module and checked it out. After reading the information, Lin Yuan realized that, from level 20 onwards, the common abyss was divided into 3 categories. The first type of abyss is relatively simple, called the peaceful abyss, and can be brushed over and over again. This type of abyss is very suitable for ordinary professionals. Because the skills of the bosses and the number of monsters are constant, there is no need to worry about variables. As long as you follow the strategy and play steadily, the probability of passing is very high. The most crucial thing was that there would be no danger to life, because after entering the abyss, there will be an additional talisman on each person. If you're killed by a monster, you won't die, you'll be teleported out. And since it's called the Abyss of Peace, the professions in there can't attack each other. It's very safe. Of course, this type of abyss gives the least amount of experience. The highest level of equipment you can get is gold. Low risk, low reward. It is suitable for all professionals. The second type of abyss is the quest type abyss. The second type of abyss is the quest type abyss, where you descend into an unknown dimension to do a quest. The openness of this abyss is very free. In addition to the main quest, professionals can also trigger their own hidden quests. Of course, this kind of abyss will also encounter danger. There may be professionals from other countries or other races. Some of them are on the same side as you. Some of them are on the same side as you, and some of them are simply on the opposite side. This type of abyss was very popular with questing parties. The last abyss Lin Yuan took a look at was called the Killing Abyss. It's called the Killing Abyss. It opens once a month. Each time there are at least 100 people. Here, all professionals are your enemies. If you kill other professionals, you'll gain a lot of experience. The winner will also receive a super reward. The last time the killing fields opened was half a month ago. That means it will open again in half a month. Lin Yuan estimated his upgrade speed. He could still catch up. These three types of abyss were common. There's also a special kind of abyss that's relatively rare. That's the rift abyss. This kind of abyss is random. The places where they appear are often extremely secretive. If you don't attack it in time, the monsters inside will break through the rift blockade. They will invade the blue planet. This is similar to the Hell difficulty abyss. Or perhaps the Hell difficulty abyss is actually the rift abyss. It was only cured by the Holy Tower. Without realizing it, it was almost 12 o'clock. Lin Yuan put down his cell phone and prepared to sleep. The next day, Lin Yuan was woken up by his alarm clock and, after washing up, he set off from his house and, arriving at the Holy Tower, Lin Yuan joined up with Zhang Fan and the others. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to speak, Zhang Fan and the others looked at each other and took the initiative to say, "Ah Yuan, thank you for taking us all the way. Although we'd love to continue teaming up with you, it's too selfish. We can't drag you down anymore. Without us, you'd be upgrading at a much faster rate." Zhang Fan spoke from his heart with Lin Yuan. This idea coincided with Lin Yuan. "We're going to brush the peaceful abyss to practice. Are you coming? Let us take you flying once too." Once Lin Yuan heard this, he also wanted to see what peaceful abyss was like. Nodding his head, he agreed. He also wanted to try the feeling of being taken flying. The abyss that Zhang Fan chose was called Barren Swamp, and the difficulty levels are easy and hard. In order to prove that he has the strength to fly, Zhang Fan directly chose the hard difficulty. Entering the abyss, there was more than one team in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. There were 4 squads in total, 20 professionals. The lowest level of the other 3 squads were all level 25. On the contrary, Lin Yuan's team, except for Lin Yuan who was level 23. The other 4 were just level 21. Marred, what bad luck. Meeting rookies who don't know anything. A shield warrior from one of the squads saw the levels of Lin Yuan's people and, with a look of disgust on his face, "Freshly transferred rookies, right? Didn't anyone tell you guys that you need to be at least level 25 to enter the Barren Swamp difficulty?" The other 2 squads heard the shield warrior's words. They also sighed. "Ugh. We'll have to wait another 12 hours after we go out." Although the easy difficulty abyss could be swiped indefinitely. However, if you were killed inside the abyss, it would take 12 hours before you could enter again. This was the reason why the other squads of professionals were sighing. They naturally thought that with Lin Yuan and the others around. This time, they were afraid that the abyss would fail 9 times out of 10. Chapter 85 Barren Swamp. The monsters inside the Barren Swamp were thick-skinned themselves, and the difficulty level monsters had higher defenses and more life value. It was very much a test of a professional's output ability. The configuration of the other squads was similar to Lin Yuan's squad. They were all 1 shield warrior, 3 outputs and 1 healer. The minimum level of the monsters in the difficult level Barren Swamp was 25. The higher the level, the higher the level. Once a monster's level exceeds a professional's level, the skills and damage of the professionals would be weakened. It would be very difficult for 4 full teams to pass through, let alone with Lin Yuan and the others. Not to mention bringing Lin Yuan and the other newbies. Of course, all of the above was for ordinary professionals. Lin Yuan was a pervert, and the people in his squad weren't ordinary professionals, so naturally he didn't need to worry. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to what the other squads said. These people were dispensable in Lin Yuan's eyes. Wasn't it just a matter of having hands if you wanted to pass through the abyss? However, Lin Yuan's silence caused the others to intensify their actions. The shield warrior who had spoken first walked towards Lin Yuan. This person's name was Li Yong. His level is 27. He's the highest level among all of them. Li Yong looked at Lin Yuan, who was acting like a normal person. His face flashed with anger. This was because in order to clear the abyss today, he had specially purchased some potions that increased his life value and full attributes. These potions cost Li Yong 50 gold coins. Previously, Li Yong had fought the difficult Barren Swamp twice. All of them were stuck at the final boss. Today, Li Yong had put in a lot of money. He was hoping to beat the final boss. As a result, he met Lin Yuan, a rookie who had just turned one. Why does Li Yong want to pass this abyss so badly? Because the final boss drops a gold-level one-handed hammer. It's a shield warrior's smallest item. Li Yong only had 3 pieces of equipment on him that were gold level, the rest were silver, including the weapon and shield in his hand. Gold-level shields were too hard to pop. Therefore, Li Yong desperately needed a gold-level weapon. This would be able to make his hatred more stable. As Li Yong walked towards Lin Yuan, another squad's shield warrior stepped forward and said, I know that you young people have high spirits and want to challenge high difficulties, but you're still too reckless today. Take this one as a lesson, and when you go out, make sure to study the raid carefully and don't be overly ambitious. The shield warrior who spoke was called Wang Ping, somewhat cowardly in nature. Why did Wang Ping say these things to Lin Yuan and the others? Because Wang Ping had done this before. Only Wang Ping was unlucky at that time. He was unlucky enough to meet some wary professionals. Those people left the abyss and posted in the professionals forum. They deliberately smeared Wang Ping. They intentionally smeared Wang Ping and put the blame for the group's demise on Wang Ping. As a direct result, for a long period of time, Wang Ping had no one to team up with him for a long time. If it wasn't for his current teammates, Wang Ping wouldn't have been able to enter the abyss again. It had been almost a month since Wang Ping had risen to level 25. But he had never dared to challenge the barren swamp on hard difficulty. It was because this abyss had left a shadow in Wang Ping's heart. Today, under the persuasion of his teammates, it was with great difficulty that he gathered the courage to come in. Then he met Lin Yuan and the others. Wang Ping laughed bitterly in his heart. It seems that he is not suitable to enter the hard-level abyss. In the future, he would be better off on the easy difficulty level. Wang Ping's bitter words were heard by Li Yong. Snorted. What's wrong, Wang Ping? Are you remembering your old self? Do you also think your old self was stupid? Li Yong then pushed Wang Ping away and stood in front of Lin Yuan and said loudly, Kid, who told you to choose the difficulty randomly? Li Yong's was already very long. Now that he was pulling a face, the whole person looked like a donkey. Stupid. Lin Yuan originally didn't want to pay attention to this stupid bastard, but he was still moving forward. Lin Yuan was a bit angry. The abyss is run by your family. I can enter if I want to. It's none of your business. Li Yong heard that. He dared to talk back. If it wasn't for the fact that there's no way to get in here, if it wasn't for the fact that there's no way to do anything here, I'd definitely teach you a lesson, letting you know that words can't be spoken casually. What responded to him was a blank stare from Lin Yuan. Just be glad that there's no way to get your hands dirty here, or else you'd have already turned into scum. Zhang Fan saw that Lin Yuan was arguing with someone else and rolled up his sleeves and came to the side. What's the matter? You're great for having this donkey face. Who are you yelling at? Li Yong usually hated it when people said he had a long face. Zhang Fan directly said he had a donkey face. Li Yong's face immediately turned purple with anger. Donkey face changing color. It's really an eye-opener for me. Zhang Fan continued there. Lin Yuan saw Li Yong's expression and didn't hold back, and he bared his teeth and laughed. This almost made Li Yong faint, and, stretching out his finger, he trembled and said, You guys wait for me. When this abyss is over, I'll go to the professionals forum and post about this. Lin Yuan heard this with an indifferent expression on his face. But Wang Ping was anxious. He had been cyberstormed. He knew how powerful it was. He naturally didn't want Lin Yuan to be hurt like this. So it seems, apart from being weak and timid, Wang Ping is still kind-hearted. If he were an ordinary person, if it was an ordinary person, he would never have cared about this. Wang Ping reached out and pulled Li Yong. Let's discuss something. They just passed the transfer quest. They don't know anything. You are overdoing it. Li Yong shook off Wang Ping's hand and, pointing at his face, he said, I'm overdoing it. Didn't you hear what they said? They are not big and small. They should be taught a long lesson and know the evils of society. Wang Ping sniffed slightly pleadingly and said, You tell me exactly how to stop. When Li Yong heard Wang Ping's words, his eyes turned around and returned. It's also very simple to make me calm down. Just compensate me for my losses. Let me do some math for you. I spent 50 gold coins on potions today. Because they didn't make it through the abyss, they still have to compensate our brothers for their mental losses. 20 gold coins a person isn't too much, right? I'm not bullying you either. Give me 150 gold coins and this will be settled. 150 gold coins. You really dare to say that? Wang Ping let out a bitter smile and silence. 150 gold coins Wang Ping had. It was most of Wang Ping's wealth. But it was impossible for him to empty his family's fortune for a stranger he had only just met. Seeing Wang Ping's silence, Li Yong gave a disdainful humph. Not knowing what to think, he said to Lin Yuan again, "I'm giving you one last chance. Take out 150 gold coins, compensate us for our losses, and let's forget about it. Otherwise, we're not done. Think about it. I don't want much." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was infuriated and laughed. 150 gold coins? You give it to me. You said I caused you damage. So who's going to compensate for our losses? Li Yong froze on hearing this. What losses do you have? Lin Yuan stretched out his finger and pointed at Li Yong's face and said with disgust, "Of course it's our mental loss, it doesn't matter if you're ugly. But you coming out to scare people is you're wrong. I thought I met a donkey-headed man when I saw you. Do you think you should compensate us for our mental loss? What I want is not much. Just compensate me 1 million gold coins." Chapter 86 Flying with a Sword? Flying with a sword and spear. You! Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Yong immediately had his blood rush up and almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Sharp teeth. There will be a time for you to cry. Li Yong snorted coldly, returned to his teammates, and he told his teammates that he would definitely expose this matter in the professionals forum. Let Lin Yuan become a street rat. Wang Ping saw the furious Li Yong and glanced at the breezy Lin Yuan, shook his head and sighed. Young and impetuous, not listening to advice. It's good to suffer a little. Afterwards, Wang Ping discussed with the other squad that was purely watching the show and they planned to move on. We've come all this way, although there is no way to pass the level. We'll fight wherever we can. After the two teams decided to set off, Li Yong thought about it and joined them as well. The three teams didn't care about Lin Yuan and the others. They walked towards the right side of the hill. After they left, Lin Yuan looked around and re-surveyed his surroundings. The current location they were on was a platform there were two paths in front of them. The path on the right had fewer monsters and was relatively safe. The road on the left leads to the underground. The terrain is complicated and the monsters are relatively dense. Both have the same destination. Both would eventually reach the front of boss number 1. Let's take the left. Lin Yuan didn't want to see that annoying donkey face, so he chose the left path. The few people walked for about 100 meters and met the monster. Boar Minion LV-25. Life value, 250,000. Attack power, 3,000. Berserk Strike. Deals 150% damage with a small chance of knocking the target unconscious. How to describe these boar men? They were a pig walking upright with sharp tusks next to its mouth. To describe it in one word, it was ferocious. Lin Yuan just wanted to make a move. Zhang Fan said, "Don't do it first. I promise to take you flying." Lin Yuan's one skill went down. Lin Yuan's one skill would kill all the monsters here in seconds. This copy was to prove strength. Lin Yuan would just lie down. Hearing Zhang Fan stop himself, Lin Yuan knew what they were planning to do and walked to the side ready to watch the show. Afterwards, Zhang Fan took the initiative to lure a wave of monsters. There were a total of 5 monsters in this wave. In less than a minute, the 5 boar man minions turned into 5 corpses. Not bad. Lin Yuan offered praise from the side. The guys were working well together, with Zhang Fan taking turns using control skills to hold the monsters at bay. Su Shan and Zhong Juanru were on the sidelines, outputting to their heart's content. Wang Shui released gain spells on the side, keeping Zhang Fan in a state of reduced damage at all times. None of the monsters' damage hit Zhang Fan for more than 100 points. The other 3 squads combined couldn't even compare to these guys. That was natural. The other 3 squads were all ordinary professionals. The most gifted ones are only C-ranked. They were only a little bit higher than Zhang Fan. The rest, whether it's equipment, awareness, or talent. The rest, whether it was equipment, awareness, or talent, were not even close. Through the wave of monsters just now, several people had a hint of confidence in their own strength. They became more bold in attracting the monsters. At the most, there were even more than 50 of them. Relying on his superb damage reduction and blood recovery, Zhang Fan ate these monsters very simply. During this time, Lin Yuan didn't move his hand once and was a spectator on the sidelines. It had to be said that this feeling was very good. There was a feeling of being a boss. 15 minutes later, several people arrived at the bottom of a cliff. Boss number 1 was on top of the cliff. If they wanted to go up, they had to climb up from the bottom of the cliff. We have to climb up? Zhang Fan looked at the 100-meter high cliff and froze. It would take a lot of effort to climb up. Not to mention the delay, it wouldn't be easy to fall off if they were not careful halfway up. Lin Yuan was also looking up at the cliff. He himself had devil's wings, Zhang Fan also had elf feathers. But the other 3 didn't have them. But don't forget, he himself had just learned an Earth-type S-rank skill yesterday. Earth Spear, with a sudden movement in his heart. There. I'm a man who can fly with a sword. As the crowd was scratching their heads, Lin Yuan summoned 5 Earth Spears. Come and stand on them. At the moment, Lin Yuan stepped on the Earth Spears and floated in mid-air. With one hand behind his back, he looked like a sword immortal from the world of immortals. My Chow, what is this thing? Zhang Fan turned around and his eyes almost glazed over. Aren't you a mage? How can you still fly with a sword? Zhang Fan sort of asked what was on everyone's mind. Lin Yuan smiled at that. It's just a skill. Come on up. I'll take you guys to fly up. Looking at Lin Yuan's glib remark that it was just a skill, the crowd was extremely speechless in their hearts. This beep has gotten you loaded again. Subsequently, the others also experienced what it meant to fly with a sword. Don't say it. It's really exciting. Really handsome. When these people came down from the top of the Earth Spear, they were all a little bit tired of it. It seemed that both men and women were not immune to vulgarity. When he came to the top of the cliff, Lin Yuan saw a 4-meter-tall boar man wandering in place 100 meters away. Kulra Elite LV-27. Life value, 950,000. Attack power, 30,000. Ferocious Strike. Deals 200% damage to the target and reduces the target's defense by 20%. Boar Man Charge. Randomly selects a target to launch a charge that stuns the target and deals 12,000 points of damage. This was the first boss. Lin Yuan also realized that this boss had 2 minions with him. It's full of faction. Boar Priest LV-26. Life, 320,000. Mana, 20,000. Attack, 15,000. Healing. Consumes 500 mana to restore 30,000 life points to the target. Casting time 2 seconds. This boss is quite interesting. Comes with 2 blood-boosting ones. So afraid of death. Lin Yuan and the others just arrived at the top of the cliff not long ago. Li Yong and Wang Ping were still fighting the last wave of monsters before the boss. After the battle, these people didn't challenge the boss immediately. Instead, they rested in place for a while too, recovering their life value and mana. During the resting process, Li Yong took the initiative to say to the others, "There are 2 blood-boosting priests beside the boss. We only have 15 people this time. Not enough output to directly attack the boss. In a moment, I'll pull the boss down to one side. Thief, you control one priest, the others will focus on the other. And after you guys finish killing the priests, you'll come over and kill the boss. Healer must pay attention to my blood level. This boss's skill can lower my defense." There was nothing wrong with this tactic proposed by Li Yong. No one objected to it. So a few people rested and headed towards the boss. But when they came to the cliff, all 3 squads were dumbfounded. Where was the boss? They searched around. Finally, they found the boss's corpse in a corner. The bodies of the 2 boar priests were also here. It looked like they were killed together with the boss. Who killed the boss? These people were in a state of confusion. Could it be? The professionals who came in this time had another squad besides them. Could it be that they did it? Chapter 87, The Abyss with corpses everywhere. Could it be that those newbies who just turned 1 did it? A priest muttered in a low voice. Impossible. Li Yong was the first to speak out against it. Our 3 squads came here from the intersection and we didn't see anyone else at all along the way. How could it be them? One of the thieves thought about it and said, "Is there a possibility that they chose another path and came here first to kill the boss?" When the other few heard this, they thought that it made some sense. But once they thought of the difficulty involved, they were all a bit uncertain. The other path ends at the bottom of the cliff. It would take at least 10 minutes to climb from the bottom of the cliff to here. Besides, the monsters on the other path are so dense, how could they come from that path? Li Yong still didn't believe it. But the fact in front of him was that the boss had been killed. The equipment had also been picked up. But who exactly did it? These people knew nothing. These people looked at each other. They decided to move forward, wanting to see who actually grabbed the front and killed the boss. Yuan, I told you that you were the Black Hand, right? You still don't believe me. Just now, after Zhang Fan and the others killed the boss, Lin Yuan volunteered to touch the corpse, wanting to challenge himself. Then he touched 2 pieces of bronze equipment from the boss, the Priest Handguard Cloth Armor Bronze LV20. Attributes: Armor plus 120, Intelligence plus 30, Physical Strength plus 30. Boar's Power Battle Sword One-Handed Sword Bronze LV20. Attributes: Attack plus 300, Agility plus 20, Strength plus 20. Boar's Strength plus 50. After Lin Yuan touched these 2 pieces of equipment, the smile that had been full of confidence suddenly froze. He was not in a good mood all the way. In his mind, he repeatedly asked himself, "Am I really a hacker?" After this trial, Lin Yuan was once again skeptical. Calm. It was so irritating. Continuing on, the group saw a boar man camp. From here, the monsters changed their appearance. Boar Man Beater LV27. Life value: 400000. Attack power: 12,000. Meteor Hammer Slam. Swings the meteor hammer in his hand and delivers a single blow to a target within 3 meters, dealing 180% attack damage. Fighters and minions are just not the same. Get dressed already. The Boar Man Beater is wearing a brown leather jacket. It wasn't all fat and traces of muscle could be seen. These monsters were still left to Zhang Fan and the others. After spending more than 10 minutes, several people finished clearing out all the monsters in the camp. They went further. They entered a dark cave. After entering the cave, Zhang Fan shouted at the top of his voice, "It's too dark. Let's have something to light it up." Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Wang Shui was ready to cast a light spell. However, Zhang Fan's voice caused a problem. Dense red dots began to appear in front of their eyes. These red dots began to fly towards Lin Yuan and the others. It wasn't until Wang Shui released the lighting technique that these people realized that the red dots were all red dots. It was only after Wang Shui released the light spell that these people realized that these red dots were all monsters. Cave Bat LV26. Life value: 100000. Attack power: 800. The bats had very little blood. There were a lot of them, almost nearly 1,000 of them. Lin Yuan felt a little annoyed and released a War Dipper. 350000. 350000. 1 skill. Dense damage numbers instantly floated across his eyes. It's a dazzling sight to behold. Kill Cave Bat. Experience value increased by 80x 968. The experience value given is really small. Lin Yuan was somewhat disgusted. After killing the bats, the few people continued towards the front. Originally, Zhang Fan wanted to practice skinning, but after considering it, he let it go. The bats don't have any valuable stuff on them. If you have that kind of time, you might as well touch 2 boss corpses. After Lin Yuan finished touching the bodies of the bosses, Zhang Fan made a bet with Lin Yuan. Zhang Fan made a bet with Lin Yuan on whether he could find gold equipment on the next boss. The loser wouldn't be able to touch corpses in the future. Lin Yuan agreed. As they joked and laughed, they arrived in front of the second boss. Asaro's Elite LV28. Life 1,100,000. Attack power 40,000. Rage. Increases attack speed by 100% when blood level is reduced to 50%. Boiling blood. Silences a target, reducing their blood level by 500 points per second for 10 seconds. The second boss didn't have minions following around it like the first one did. However, the blood level was much higher than the first one. Asaros was carrying a huge wolfsbane in his hand, patrolled back and forth in front of a stone door. In order to hurry, Lin Yuan directly threw an absolute 0 at the boss. The boss was frozen into an ice sculpture. 1800000. In just 1 second, the boss was emptied of its blood, collapsed on the ground. Watch me. Arriving in front of the boss corpse, Zhang Fan rubbed his hands together and then took a breath towards his hand. Reaching out and touching it like this, he was instantly beaming with joy. Bloodstained Wolfsbane Gold LV25. Attributes: Attack power plus 1,200, Strength plus 100, Stamina plus 100. Tier: When attacking an enemy, there is a chance that it will cause a bleeding effect, lowering life value by 50 points per second for 15 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Boiling Blood Belt Gold LV20. Attributes: Lifesteal plus 500, Strength plus 30, Stamina plus 50. Boiling Blood. silences a target, making it unable to release spells for 3 seconds. The attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment were posted. Lin Yuan looked like he had been hit by the boiling blood effect and was silenced. Grass. The highest grade equipment that could be dropped from the difficulty level Peaceful Abyss was gold grade. Zhang Fan had managed to pull out 2 pieces of gold equipment from a boss. In contrast, he had only fumbled out 2 pieces of bronze. It was clear who the Black Hand was. The bet was lost. It meant that Lin Yuan couldn't touch corpses anymore in the future. It was just sad. Seeing Lin Yuan in a depressed mood, Zhang Fan came over and comforted him. It's just that you won't be able to touch corpses in the future. It doesn't matter, you can't touch any good equipment anyway. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart felt like it had been stabbed. Grass. Having solved the second boss, a few people twisted the mechanism next to them and the stone door behind them was opened with a rumble. After walking in, Lin Yuan felt that this place was out of place with the cave outside. If the cave outside was a primitive society, then this was already a modern society. The surrounding walls were painted in various colors. There were some stone utensils placed around. The boars inside here were all wearing clean clothes. It seemed like nobles inside the boar people. Boar Deacon LV-29. Life, 450,000. Mana, 10,000. Attack, 15,000. Unity, 10% increase in attack and defense with boar men around. What are these boar men up to? Minions again. And thugs again. And now we see a bunch of deacons. Developing a society? Labor is the nemesis of sin. Just as Zhang Fan and the others were clearing the monsters, the other 3 squads had just passed by the boar camp, preparing to enter the pitch-black caves. Don't go in yet. Wang Ping stopped the others, although the monsters in the boar man camp had all been killed. However, Wang Ping was not sure if the bats inside the cave had been killed. It was better to be careful. Wang Ping took a torch and cautiously walked to the entrance of the cave and, throwing the torch into the cave like this, what appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes was a field of bat corpses. Chapter 88. They really did it. Even though Wang Ping was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. His teammates were also shocked when they saw his expression and came to his side. Hiss! Holy! So many bat corpses. There must be thousands of them. When they brushed the normal difficulty and passed by here before, none of them chose to engage in combat with the bats. Not to mention the low experience value. It was also easy to be attacked by the swarm. Quite a few teams had awakened too many bats, which ended up wiping out the group. Therefore, most teams will choose to quickly pass through here before the bats wake up. These bats will only stay inside the cave. They won't fly out of the cave. When Li Yong heard the alarmed cries of these people, he walked over quickly. Seeing the dead bats in the cave, he fell silent. Who the hell is it? Could it really be those newcomers? Couldn't be. They were all rookies who had just turned 1. How could they kill all these bats? Even we can't do that. Li Yong and the others are just ordinary professionals. They're all ordinary professionals. What they think is impossible. Some thought it was easy. This is the last boss, right? Lin Yuan was 50 meters away. There was a boar man wearing a blue vestment and holding a staff standing in place. This boar man's physique wasn't strong and appeared thin. Both eyes were brown, giving off a sickly feeling. Demon Warlock Lotus Elite LV30. Life value, 1300000.
Mana, 200.000.
Attack power, 80,000. Evil armor. Armor plus 5,000. Magic resistance plus 3,000. Shadow arrow. Cast a shadow arrow that deals 8,000 shadow damage. Life siphon. Releases a siphon of light that sucks 1,200 life points per second from the target and heals itself. Summon Demon Guard. Summons a demon guard of the same level as yourself, with a very small chance of summoning a demon elite. So their boss has defected to the demons. No wonder the boars are acting like gangsters. Time to kill. Leave this boss to us, you rest by the side. Zhang Fan's few people took out their weapons, intending to deal with the boss by themselves. In this way, they wanted to reassure Lin Yuan. Tell Lin Yuan you don't have to worry about us. Our fighting strength isn't weak either. Lin Yuan heard and also understood what they were trying to say. In fact, Zhang Fan and the others had already proved themselves along the way. So, Lin Yuan found a comfortable position and started watching the battle. Seeing this, Zhang Fan launched a charge at the boss without hesitation and blew the battle horn. The boss had 1.3 million blood and very high armor and magic resistance. But the damage dealt by the few of them wasn't low either. For every 10 attacks, 5 of Zhong Junru's attacks were bludgeons, and the bludgeon rate was frighteningly high. Not to mention Sushan. His talent needed a certain amount of time to take effect. Once 30 seconds had passed, Sushan's body radiated blood aura, which was stacked with the talent. The attack power was able to come with a large amount of damage and blood absorption. The most stable one was Zhang Fan. Every attack from the boss would be blocked just right by Zhang Fan using his shield. There was no damage that exceeded 1,000. Every time the boss released a shadow arrow, Zhang Fan handled it skillfully. First, he used the silence that came with Boiling Blood Belt to interrupt boss's spellcasting. When the Boiling Blood Belt was on cooldown, Zhang Fan would also use shield reflection to bounce the shadow arrows back at the boss. The boss's blood level was steadily decreasing, and in less than 5 minutes, it had already dropped to half blood. At this time, Lin Yuan heard voices talking from not too far away, and, "Who the hell killed the monsters along the way? It's too strange." "That's not true. Even the cave bats weren't spared. That's awesome. Do you guys think it was those few youngsters who just turned one who did it?" The one who spoke was Wang Ping's teammate, and these few people didn't avoid other people when they chatted. So everyone could hear it. "It can't be them. Those bats in the cave were obviously killed in seconds. What kind of professional at this stage can kill so many bats in seconds? There must be some kind of change in this abyss." Li Yong stated his deduction. However, his words were a bit far-fetched. How could there be any changes inside the peaceful abyss? There hasn't been anything like this for many years, and it's still possible for us to come across it. This Li Yong is only saying this because he is worried about being retaliated by that group of youngsters. Think about it. The 5 professionals who just turned one, killed through the difficult level of the barren swamp. This kind of person is not something that Li Yong can afford to offend. While talking, the members of the other 3 squads arrived at the final boss. "Look, it's really them. The boss's blood level is almost 1/3. Wang Ping's teammate shouted excitedly. The others were incredulous when they saw this image as well. The monsters and bosses in the abyss were really all killed by them. Wang Ping looked at Zhang Fan's several people who were swimming with ease, and he was sighing in his heart. "I thought that these young people did not know the sky and the earth, but it turns out that the clown is myself. I was indeed over-ambitious at first, but these young people in front of me are truly powerful." Wang Ping suddenly felt relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he had not said anything excessive, so he should not have offended them. Thinking of this, Wang Ping looked at Li Yong with some sympathy. At this moment, Li Yong's gaze was somewhat dull and, with disbelief, "The real ones are them. The original ridiculous person is actually me." Li Yong, the whole person, is a bit lost in thought. A long time, one of the assassins in the team suddenly leaned over to Li Yong's ear and said 2 words. Then Li Yong's eyes gradually lit up. "It." Afterwards, Li Yong quietly whispered something in his teammate's ear. "When the boss has a little bit of blood left, let's go over and grab the boss." For these people to be able to become Li Yong's teammates, it was obvious that none of them had great character. Hearing Li Yong's proposal, they all felt it was very good. The abyss was everyone's, not yours alone. Why should your squad hog all the bosses? In the peaceful abyss, the last professional to kill a boss was able to obtain a piece of loot first choice. After seeing the boss's blood level drop to 10%, these few people took a step towards the boss. This action was not hidden from Lin Yuan, but he didn't stop it at all. This was the peaceful abyss. There was no way for Lin Yuan to stop them. With just their mouths, it was obvious that these people wouldn't listen either. But Lin Yuan wasn't at all worried that they'd steal the boss's final blow, because the boss still had one more skill that hadn't been released yet. Maybe these people were going to be cannon fodder. After the boss's blood level dropped to 10%, it was briefly invincible. It released its last skill, Summon Demon Guard. The lead time for this skill was very long, a full 8 seconds of chanting. Took 8 seconds to chant. Once the 8 seconds had passed, a dark purple portal appeared beside the boss. From inside the portal, a 6-meter-tall demon guard came out. Demon Guard Haratsi Elite LV30. Life 1,800,000. Attack power 150,000. Whirlwind Slash. Swing your weapon to deal 150% attack damage to enemies within 5 meters. Demon Charge. Charge one target within 50 meters. Stunning the target and dealing 5,000 damage. Demon Skin. Takes 20% less damage from spells. After the demon guard was summoned, the members of the other 3 squads were dumbfounded. What the heck was this? Didn't the boss summon ordinary demon guards before? Why did he summon an elite monster this time? The previous demon guard's attributes were like this. Demon Guard LV30. Life value 200000. Attack power 18,000. Whirlwind Slash. Swing your weapon to deal 120% attack damage to enemies within 3 meters. Demon Charge. Charge one target within 20 meters, stunning the target and dealing 1200 damage. The attributes of this elite demon guard summoned today. It was a full 10 times higher than the normal demon guard. The final boss may not even be able to beat this elite demon guard. Chapter 89, Seeking Death by Yourself. Li Yong, who was running towards the boss, seeing that it was the elite demon guard that was summoned, his face changed drastically. Immediately stopping in his tracks, he shouted towards the front. Run, away from the boss. Li Yong's words were shouted to his assassin teammate. The assassin had already sneaked near the boss and was less than 5 meters away from the boss. The moment the demon guard was summoned, Devil Charge was launched towards Zhang Fan, who had the highest boss hate value of 2,800. Zhang Fan's talent came with damage reduction. The demon charge only dealt 2,800 damage. But Zhang Fan was stunned. The demon guard raised his axe. He was about to unleash his cyclone chop. There was a swish. The demon guard swung the weapon in his hand and dealt a blow to a target within a 5-meter range. 9,000. 63,000. The first damage jumped out from Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan's own equipment wasn't bad. And Wang Shui had also applied a shield and healing to Zhang Fan in time. His blood level was always in a safe state. The second damage was from Li Yong's assassin teammate. Although he heard Li Yong's shout, he was 1 step behind the demon guard. Without waiting to act, he was killed by the demon guard with a whirlwind slash. Damn it! Li Yong's face was not so good. Before he could grab the boss, the assassin with the highest attack in the team was killed in seconds. It made Li Yong's heart sink. He was caught in an awkward situation and, let's go forward. He couldn't get around the elite demon guard. If he turned around and left, Li Yong's eyes looked towards Lin Yuan. At the moment, Lin Yuan was looking at them with interest. Although he didn't say anything, Li Yong could still feel that it was a silent mockery. Garbage. How dare you come to rob the boss? Li Yong's head instantly became hot. Eyes reddened. Ignore that demon guard and kill the boss directly. Look at Li Yong's intentions. Li Yong's intention is to rob the boss. Because at this time, Zhang Fan's attention was attracted by the demon guard. There was really no one around the boss. Thus, Li Yong and the others quickly ran towards the boss. With a charge, Li Yong approached the side of the boss and tried to snatch the hatred over. But his damage was severely lacking. He couldn't grab the hatred at all. The shield warrior's rage value rises very slowly without taking a hit, so the damage Li Yong dealt was very little. Luckily, there were still 2 hunters in the team. The 2 hunters kept shooting from afar. Before long, the boss's blood level had dropped to 5%. Work harder. The boss will die soon. Li Yong didn't expect things to go so smoothly and, with a joyful look on his face, he asked his teammates to increase their output. But the next second, the smile on Li Yong's face froze, because the demon guard unexpectedly gave up attacking Zhang Fan and turned his head and launched a demon charge at one of his team's hunters. 4,500. This hunter was the one who had dealt the most damage to the boss just now. How joyful the fight was just now. How hard it was now. After the hunter was knocked unconscious, the sharp axe in the demon guard's hand was raised high again and, no! Seeing this image, Li Yong roared in anger and tried to stop it. But in the next second, the demon guard's whirlwind slash landed in response. 98,000. 98,000. 87,000. 79,000. 2 hunters and a priest were all killed by the demon guard in seconds. Li Yong turned his head to look at Zhang Fan's people and realized that these people were standing still. Instantly, he realized that they were doing this on purpose, deliberately giving themselves hope and then personally extinguishing it. So ruthless. Li Yong was incomparably indignant in his heart. You guys wait for me. Li Yong didn't wait to finish his sentence, but the demonic guards had already come to his side and, brushing 2 attacks, Li Yong also fell to the ground. Silly beeps. Still trying to rob my old man's boss. Zhang Fan saw that Li Yong's squad was annihilated. Bah! said disdainfully. I've been guarding against this for a long time. I really thought that peaceful abyss wouldn't be able to do anything about you. Although I can't do it myself, I can kill someone with a sword. The elite demon guard is the tool man in Zhang Fan's hands, deliberately leaving the boss unattended so that Li Yong and his squad would think that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it. Utilizing the hate mechanism, the demon guard managed to destroy Li Yong's squad. The two squads outside the arena saw this scene, and their hearts burst. Luckily, they held back and didn't make a move. If they did, they probably wouldn't have fared any better. Although being killed here would not be a real death. But the pain of death is still to be experienced once. And after death, there is no way to enter the abyss again within 12 hours. Unless there was no other way, no professional wanted to be killed. After no one messed up, Zhang Fan killed the boss in less than 30 seconds. After 5 minutes, the elite demon guard also fell to the ground. Kill Demon Warlock Lotus. Experience value increased by 30,000. After killing the boss, Zhang Fan walked over and touched the corpse. Blade of Painful Strike Gold LV25. Attributes: Attack Power plus 900, Strength plus 35, Agility plus 35, Pain Strike. When attacking, there is a probability to inflict another attack damage on the target. Boorman's Hammer of Defense Gold LV25. Attributes: Attack Power plus 500, Stance plus 5, Dodge plus 5, Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 50. Thick Armor. Armor increases by 10%. The boss exploded 2 weapons. One was an assassin's superb one-handed sword, and the other was Li Yong's coveted defensive one-handed hammer. If Li Yong saw this, he would probably be furious. When Zhang Fan picked up these 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Ping and the others were also very greedy. However, they knew that these 2 pieces of equipment did not belong to them and could only show envious gazes from the sidelines. Ugh! There's something there too. Lin Yuan was watching clearly from the side. Dots of light were also emerging from the demon guard's body, also bursting with stuff. Zhang Fan walked over and picked up a fist-sized stone. Demon Essence Gold. Function: can be used to cast spells and upgrade specific equipment. When Lin Yuan saw this demon essence, his eyes twitched. This thing seemed to be needed by Illunis. Lin Yuan took the demon essence into his hand and pulled out Illunis. In an instant, the demonic essence disappeared without a trace. The progress bar behind Illunis showed a slight increase, not even 0.01. Gold-level demon essence just went up this much. Lin Yuan felt that he had a long way to go if he wanted to recreate Illunis' former glory. As if sensing Lin Yuan's shock, Illunis glowed slightly and told Lin Yuan that it didn't have to be gold. She told Lin Yuan that it didn't have to be gold-level demonic essence. Silver and bronze ones would also work. It's just that the amount needed is much larger. Once Lin Yuan heard that, he had to. Looks like he'll have to find more demonic monsters to kill in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to feed Illunis. Zhang Fan saw Lin Yuan holding an ancient broken staff in his hand and asked strangely, Yuan, wasn't your previous weapon quite good? Why are you holding such a broken staff? Illunis, who was held in Lin Yuan's hands, heard Zhang Fan actually call himself a broken staff and she was instantly displeased. The broken body of the battle flickered as if telling Zhang Fan that I was not a broken staff. I was the elemental spirit Illunis. Alas, why is this staff of yours still emitting light? It's a bit interesting. Zhang Fan saw that the staff in Lin Yuan's hand was bubbling with light and sked. Chapter 90. Lonely Journey to the Quest Abyss. Illunis, who had eaten a demon essence, seemed to have changed her appearance and began to actively communicate with Lin Yuan. She could still express her emotions. Just a bit childish, that's all. Lin Yuan could feel the aggrieved emotions in the staff. It was as if a child was expressing his dissatisfaction with his old father. It made Lin Yuan laugh. Don't underestimate this staff. Lin Yuan revealed the staff's attributes. This staff once single-handedly repelled lazy demon King Beria's demon army, only to be shattered by the demigods and turned into its current form. As Lin Yuan spoke, his eyes had also been staring at the staff in his hand, and he was able to see dense cracks appearing on the top of the staff. It was just a little bit too close for the staff to be completely shattered. As soon as Zhang Fan heard this, his eyes immediately widened. Holy, single-handedly defeating the Demon King. So powerful. The others also revealed shocked gazes when they heard Lin Yuan say that. What? We just got out of the novice village. How come you're all holding divine artifacts? Seeing the reaction of Zhang Fan and the others, Elunis seemed to be very proud. Converging her light, she seemed to be saying, "Ignorant mortals know how powerful Grand Master Elunis is." Sensing that Elunis was in a better mood, Lin Yuan put his staff away. At this time, the abyssal portal had already appeared beside the crowd. Wang Ping and the few of them didn't dare to move, looking at Lin Yuan and the others with slightly complicated eyes. A squad had taken less than 40 minutes to fight through the difficulty level barren swamp. It was too terrifying. Actually, what Wang Ping didn't know was that it took them 40 minutes was still a situation where Lin Yuan hadn't made a move most of the time. If Lin Yuan had directly made a move, how long it took to walk from the doorway to the final boss, how long would it take Lin Yuan to clear the level? The main fight was one of efficiency. Let's go. This trip to the barren swamp brushed down. Lin Yuan had gained a total of over 100,000 experience. However, it now required over 1.5 million experience to level up, not even 1/10 of that. Lin Yuan was very dissatisfied with this upgrade speed. A few other people in the team obviously felt the same way. After coming out from inside the abyss, Zhang Fan took the initiative and suggested that, Yuan, I'm afraid that abyss just now wouldn't have taken even 10 minutes if you had made a move." Lin Yuan nodded and acquiesced. With Lin Yuan's strength, ordinary abysses couldn't satisfy him anymore. But Zhang Fan and the others couldn't. Like the tyrannical Eclipse Demon King that he had met before, Zhang Fan and the others wouldn't even get close to the Demon King before they would die under the effects of the plague field. When Lin Yuan was alone, if he couldn't defeat it, he could flee far away. He was free to move in and out. If he took Zhang Fan and the others with him, he would have to be distracted to look after their safety. Zhang Fan and the others had prepared for this matter of separating from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan wasn't a loach in a pond, but a true dragon soaring through the sky. The reason why they brushed the peaceful abyss once first today was to show Lin Yuan, our strength isn't as good as yours, but it's not comparable to the average professional either. Zhang Fan reached out and whacked Lin Yuan on the chest, then hugged him again. I can always reserve a place in the squad for you. Don't forget us when you become a big shot in the future. The rest of the squad smiled when they heard Zhang Fan say this. Great God Lin Yuan, cheer up. Wang Shui raised her small fist and waved it at Lin Yuan. Zhong Juanru pursed her lips and said, You're strong, but I won't stand still either. Sooner or later I'll catch up with you. Su Shan scratched his head from the side and smiled without saying anything. Lin Yuan was suddenly a little sad, but he didn't know why. Maybe this was the price of growing up? When a person had fewer and fewer friends around him, did he become stronger? Lin Yuan didn't know, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that in the future he would definitely become very strong. The kind that was strong enough to protect everyone. Before leaving, Zhang Fan mysteriously pulled out a bag and shoved it into Lin Yuan's hand. Tell me when you're done eating, it's enough. After Zhang Fan left, Lin Yuan opened the bag and took a look. Oh well, 100 skewers of roasted cashews. You're trying to supplement me to death. Putting the bag away, Lin Yuan walked towards the abyss in the mission area. The quest abyss was only chosen by professionals who were bold and adventurous and confident in their own strength. Everything in here was full of uncertainty. It was possible to appear in a very pitiful environment, such as the caveman mines of the underground world. There was once a level 30 professional who teleported to the caveman mines. Inside the cave, there was no sunlight, and the professional dug for 30 days before completing the main quest and teleporting back. After that professional came back, he had a deep hatred for earthworms ever since. See a kill a people send nickname Earthworm Killer. Of course, there are also lucky people who accidentally found a hidden task when doing the mission. Successfully transferred into a hidden profession. Unknown. That's what attracts professionals the most to mission copies. Lin Yuan had an adventurous spirit in his bones and liked to challenge the unknown. After choosing, Lin Yuan walked into the portal. Entered the abyss. You have arrived at the Beast Forest. The teleportation ended and Lin Yuan appeared in the middle of a dense jungle. Opening the quest panel, Lin Yuan saw his main quest. Find the hunting camp. According to the location shown on the map, the destination was 2 kilometers away from Lin Yuan. So Lin Yuan summoned his Earth Spear and he used his Imperial Spear Flight to move towards his destination. Along the way, Lin Yuan saw many beasts in the jungle. When these beasts saw Lin Yuan in the air, they could only stare and growl helplessly on the ground. As he was about to approach the camp, a gunshot suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Bang! A bullet hit Lin Yuan's body and inflicted a huge amount of damage. 9 million. Not only did this bullet deal a strangely high amount of damage, it also came with a knockback effect, directly knocking Lin Yuan down from his royal spear flying state. Luckily, Lin Yuan wasn't too far from the ground at the moment. Otherwise, he would have had to have a good fall. What kind of person? Lin Yuan got up with a wary look. When he first entered this abyss, Lin Yuan had already released an energy shield. It was able to withstand the first skill that the enemy shot at him. But that shot from the other party's own energy shield didn't even react. What did that mean? It meant that the opponent's shot was a normal attack. A normal attack dealt 9 million damage to himself. If he had used his skills, he would have turned into dust. The person who fired the shot just now, realizing that his shot didn't kill Lin Yuan, couldn't help but eek. He couldn't help but let out an eek. How dare you take a shot from me and not die? Could it be a legendary demon pup? When Lin Yuan saw the person coming, he froze. Because the person who came over was not a human, but a dwarf. This dwarf could be 1 meter 3 in height, and his explosive muscles contained enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth. After this dwarf approached, Lin Yuan felt like he couldn't breathe well. Ace Hunter Gwari Legend LV? Life value? Mana value? Attack? Skills? Chapter 91 Ace Hunter's Trial. Let me see the true colors of you little devil cub. Dwarf Gavari took out a pocket watch from his bosom and swept it at Lin Yuan. Ha! The dwarf revealed a puzzled expression. Because the pocket watch showed that Lin Yuan was a pure human. The dwarf held the pocket watch to himself. It showed his race as a dwarf. It's not broken. The dwarf was a bit confused. If he is a human, why did it have such a pure purgatorial aura on it? This aura. Even many great demons did not possess it. Are you really a human? The dwarf asked Lin Yuan, holding a pocket watch in one hand and a toy gun in the other. Being pointed at by a dwarf with a toy gun, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his back and hurriedly answered back. Of course I'm human, as in fake. The dwarf asked bluntly, why do you have the breath of purgatory on you? The breath of purgatory. Lin Yuan was stunned. Could it be demonic wings? Nope. It was the heart of overeating. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that. Is this what your excellency is talking about? Lin Yuan took out the heart of tyrannical eclipse and, showing it to the ace hunter. No one else could snatch this thing. Even killing Lin Yuan wouldn't help. Not to mention that Lin Yuan had the ability to be reborn. Heart of overeating. The dwarf was shocked when he saw the heart of tyranny that Lin Yuan had taken out. You actually killed the tyrannical eclipse demon king. Even though the dwarf had never fought the tyrannical eclipse demon king. But he had dealt with the jealous demon king Leviathan often. The dwarf's ultimate goal was to turn jealous demon king Leviathan's head into his own collection. But he fought with Leviathan countless times. All failed to kill Leviathan. One time he got careless. He was surrounded by Leviathan and his army of demons. He almost died. A level 86 ace hunter couldn't even do that. A level 23 mage killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is there any justice in this? After determining that Lin Yuan was a human, dwarves put away the toy guns in their hands and brought Lin Yuan into the camp. I'm sorry about earlier. I thought it was some ungrateful demon cub. Knowing that it was a misunderstanding, Lin Yuan didn't look into it. But Lin Yuan knew one thing. If he didn't solve the matter of the heart of overeating, I'm afraid I'll be in this situation again in the future. This is the same thing that happened to him today. He has a shield of nearly 10 million. If it was anyone else, they'd be dead by now. Lin Yuan saw that Dwarf Gwari had 3 guns on him. One was the toy gun he just pulled out. This gun is really a toy gun. It was exactly the same as the plastic gun he had bought for $1. A silver-colored, old-fashioned gunpowder flintlock rifle was on his belt. According to Gwari, this gun is for normal fighting. Another was a double-barreled shotgun slung behind his back. From this gun, Lin Yuan sensed a flavor of killing people. Dwarf Gwari noticed Lin Yuan's eyes on his own shotgun and patted his double-barreled shotgun. And said, if this gun shoots the jealous demon Lord Leviathan, then he will receive the ultimate evolution and become a top weapon. Lin Yuan nodded his head and, obviously agreeing with this statement. Arrived at the hunting camp, main quest opened. Completing Gwari's trial, reward unknown. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into the camp, a A new quest prompt appeared. Immediately after that, the Gwari also spoke. Since you were able to find this place, I'm sure you're here for the hunting trials. I have 3 trials here, which one would you like to choose? Ordinary trial, rewarded with trap making upon completion. Intermediate trial, reward beast affinity upon completion. Advanced trial, reward beast leader upon completion. These 3 trials give things that are exclusive to hunters. Mages can't use them. Lin Yuan was about to say, "Can we change the rewards?" He didn't expect Gwari to suddenly slap his head. "Look at my head." Gwari remembered that Lin Yuan met the criteria for the top trial. He forgot to tell Lin Yuan. Top trial, rewarded with beast intuition upon completion. Can you replace beast intuition with something a mage can use? Lin Yuan asked. It's useless for a mage to learn a hunter's skill. That beast intuition. Just by listening to the name, he knew it wasn't suitable for mages. Upon hearing that, Ace Hunter Gwari was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't underestimate this beast intuition. Saying this, he showed Lin Yuan the beast intuition skill. Beast intuition passive not upgradable. Attribute, perception +2, concealment +1. Effect, hide your breath while you can sense the malice of the surrounding creatures towards you. This passive skill was something that Gwari had spent years sensing. The practical combat effect was very strong. You carry the heart of overeating in your body, emitting an aura of purgatory all the time, and I can sense it from a long way away. But if you learn beast intuition and hide your own aura, as long as you're not too close to me, there's no way for me to sense the purgatory aura on you. After Gwari's explanation, Lin Yuan sort of understood. This skill was a divine skill. Just now, he was worried about the heart of overeating. In the blink of an eye, Gwari had given him a solution. What a good guy. You have received a top-level trial. Please complete the trial mission within the specified time. Then what's the point of thinking about it? It's bound to be a top-level trial. Gwari had the look of someone who knew it all along. Looking at Lin Yuan, he added, "This trial mission is very difficult. It's not too late for you to give up." Lin Yuan didn't even think about it and said back, "There's no need to change. I'll pick this one." Just kidding. Although he didn't know what effect that beast leader had. But it must not be as good as this beast intuition. And since it's a top-level trial, then the monsters faced must be stronger than the others. The experience value will also be more. So, Lin Yuan decisively refused. Good, young people are just driven. Gwari's favorability towards Lin Yuan increased quite a bit. Ace Hunter Gwari favorability +5. Current favorability friendly. Having finalized the trial quest, Lin Yuan's main quest changed. Trial 1. Hunt 50 jungle tigers, 50 canyon crocodiles, 50 swift flamingos. After receiving the mission, Lin Yuan made a move with his hand and he changed into the earth spear. He stepped on it. He traveled to the jungle tiger's territory in a spear-flying position. Gwari saw Lin Yuan turn a good attack skill into a cool skill. Shaking his head, spat out. Mages love these fancy things. Arriving at the territory of the jungle tigers, Lin Yuan realized that all of these monsters were actually elite monsters. Jungle Tiger Elite LV32. Life value, 850,000. Attack power, 100000. Fierce Bite, inflicts 130% attack damage on the target, with a probability of generating a bleeding effect. Tail Whip, makes a fierce attack with its tail towards the target, dealing 150% damage and generating a knockback effect. Jungle tigers do not appear alone. They were all together in groups. The smallest ones had 3 of them. After Lin Yuan arrived in the vicinity, immediately startled quite a few jungle tigers. For a while, the entire group of tigers had gathered together. But Lin Yuan was in the sky and the tigers were on the ground. They could only stare and roar at Lin Yuan. After the tigers had gathered together, a low tirade of curses came from inside the nearby forest. Thick gift crab. Farking squid. Is that person looking for death? Pissing off the tigers. Chapter 92 Professionals of the Sunless Kingdom. The man had just uttered a woman's reprimand came from the side. Shut up, Hunter. If this person is a strong person, you will get into trouble. The woman who spoke was tall and wearing black leather armor on her body, with a convex front and curvy back. A head of long blonde hair was tied up high and with a bit of ing chi. Extremely beautiful. Hearing the woman reprimand herself, Hunter was a bit dissatisfied and muttered. Even if he is a strong man, he can't act recklessly. We have waited here for more than 5 hours, and we are about to wait for a single jungle tiger. He came and directly made all our previous waiting useless. Hant glanced at the woman. Ina, we only have 4 hours left for our trial mission. If we can't kill 3 jungle tigers within 4 hours, our previous efforts will all be in vain. After listening to this, Ina revealed a contemplative look. After a long time, she helplessly said, "What can we do then? Strong people who can fly in the air are at least above 2 turns. We can't afford to mess with them." After Ina finished speaking, Hanty followed back. "He's not above turn 2. He's just a level 23 mage." A level 23 mage. Ina was startled and, using Hunter's scrying technique on Lin Yuan. Name. Race, human. Level, 23. Profession, mage. The feedback was indeed exactly what Hunter had said. A level 23 mage. How did he fly? Ina was very curious and, opening her sharp eyes and looking towards Lin Yuan. Sharp eyes level CLV8. Description. Field of view increased by 80 meters. After the increase in field of view, Ina was able to see more clearly, noticing that Lin Yuan had several spears stepping on the soles of his feet that were side by side. Black hair and eyes. Typical Zhongzhou people looks. Ina told her team about the situation. Without waiting for the others to say anything, Hunter said angrily, "Professions from Zhongzhou don't have much strength, and they like to make these vain moves, ruining our long and hard wait. Damn it." Realizing that Lin Yuan was a level 23 small mage from Central State, Hunter branched out again. Because Hunter's level was 34, his profession was a hunter. The lowest level of the rest of the squad was level 33. Ina's level was the highest of all. She was also the only one with a hidden profession. A level 36 wilderness hunter. The others were able to come to the beast forest. It was thanks to Ina. Ina has a trial quest scroll. After using it, they can enter the beast forest for the hunter's trial. The quest they took was an advanced quest. It's been a week since they came to the beast forest. In this week's time, they had completed the first 4 steps of the trial. They had hunted and killed many beasts in the beast forest. Now they were stuck on the last step. Trial Mission 5. Kill 3 jungle tigers, 3 canyon crocodiles, 3 swift flamingos. The canyon crocodiles and swift flamingos both appeared singly. It was better to deal with. It only took them 8 hours to complete. Now all that's left is the 3 jungle tigers. But this is also the hardest step. Unlike the canyon crocodile and the swift flamingo, the jungle tigers all appear in groups. They're very hard to kill. If you mess with one, you'll get a whole bunch of them. In the last 10 hours, they used several methods. They couldn't lure the jungle tigers out. It was hard to wait until the 3 jungle tigers left from the herd. Then Lin Yuan flew over. The jungle tigers all gathered together. I thought it was a big guy, but it turned out to be a level 23 mage. Hunter was instantly moved to kill. Humph. Can't spare him after ruining our good deed. Hunter took out his bow and arrow, ready to snipe Lin Yuan, wanting to get out this bad anger in his heart. Stop! Ina reached out to stop Hunter and, eyebrows raised. We're both from the Blue Star, how can we do something to our own people? Hunter sniffed and rolled his eyes. This Ina was good at everything. It's just that she's a bit naive. What era is this? What's wrong with being from the blue planet? She's not from the same country. Even if she is, I'll kill them all. I'll still kill you. But Ina has done the most work on this mission. I'm counting on her to finish the job. So, Hunter cursed and put away his bow. Afterwards, Hunt left a hunter's mark on Lin Yuan's body. This mark only had one effect. That was localization. Within 1 kilometer, Hunter could sense Lin Yuan's location. The hunter's mark skill itself didn't do any damage. Lin Yuan didn't have any early warning skills on him either. That's why he didn't realize it either. If Lin Yuan had mastered beast intuition, then he would immediately realize that he had been hit by Hunter's mark. He would also find out where Hunter was based on the malice of the nearby creatures towards him. 1.2.3 16 only. 16 jungle tigers in all. A bit few, but they couldn't be spared. Thus, Lin Yuan waved his hand and threw out a war astral wind. It instantly killed the group of tigers. After killing the tigers, Lin Yuan simply cleaned up the battlefield and left. He was gone, but everyone in Ina's squad was shocked. He actually killed the jungle tigers in seconds. The professional beside Aina was shocked. Their squad had gathered the strength of 5 people and they needed to be careful when facing a single jungle tiger. But Lin Yuan had actually killed 16 of them in seconds. Moreover, Lin Yuan was only a level 23 mage. There was simply no heavenly reason. He must have used a magic scroll. Hunter suddenly spoke out. He didn't believe that a small level 23 mage could kill so many jungle tigers in seconds. This was something he couldn't even do. Hearing Hunter's analysis, the others also revealed a look of approval. That's right, it should be a scroll. Humph. Just a loser who relies on external objects. Hunter said acidly. Enough. It's important to finish the mission first. Aina signaled the crowd to shut up. After that, the crowd continued to search for the jungle tigers. After walking for a while, another tiger group was discovered. The number of jungle tigers here was similar to the one just now, and Aina and the others found a place to wait. They were lucky. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, 3 jungle tigers broke away from the group and came near Aina. Aina wanted to wait a little longer, reminding the few to hold off for now. Wait a few more minutes until they are away from the tigers. Before the words were finished, an arrow shot out from the side. Hunter was more impatient and launched his attack directly towards one of the 3 head tigers. The moment Hunter shot the arrow, Aina was instinctively startled, and it was too late to stop it. The jungle tiger that was attacked immediately let out a roar from its mouth, startling the nearby tigers. In a flash, more than a dozen jungle tigers all rushed towards Aina and the others. Oh no! Aina was startled and felt bad. However, she still maintained a few moments of calmness and threw out many traps towards the front, trying to slow down the jungle tigers' attacking steps. At the same time, she told the others to get the traps ready as well, so that they could retreat in one piece. As Aina threw out the traps, Hant, who was behind her, was alarmed and shouted at the others that, "Run!" Not listening to Aina at all, he turned his head and ran. The others in the squad saw Hunter fleeing, and after hesitating for a split second, they all fled in the direction that Hunter had left as well, leaving Aina alone. After throwing the trap in her hand, Aina spoke, "Throw the frost trap towards here." When she realized that no one was responding to her, she turned her head and her pretty face was covered in frost. Thick gift crab. Farking squid. Triple O volt eat. Bunch of damn cowards. Aina's silver teeth clenched darkly in anger, and her lips turned purple with rage. But anger was anger. The priority was to find a way to escape. The tigers were moving very fast, and were already on the verge of running out of the trap they had laid, close to Aina. Aina could only turn around and run quickly, through the jungle, thinking to herself, "If only I could fly. I don't know if that Central State mage will come back just now, and if I can take me with me if I ask him for help." While thinking wildly, Aina made a mistake and was struck in the body by the whiptail used by one of the fierce tigers that was catching up. 15,000. The damage was very high. It knocked out nearly a third of her blood. If it wasn't for the fact that half of Aina's body was platinum equipment, she would have taken even more damage. But that wasn't the deadliest thing. The most deadly thing was the knockback effect of the whiptail. Aina's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Chapter 93 Rescue, Oddball Skills. It didn't matter that Aina stumbled. The fierce tiger behind her immediately revealed an excited expression and, "Roar! Suffer death!" A look of despair appeared in Aina's eyes as she fell to the ground.
No.
Seeing that a stunning beauty was about to fall into the mouth of the beast. But the next second, a swift and violent gust of wind came. 3200000. 3200000. More than 3 million damage exploded on the heads of these jungle tigers, killing all of them in seconds. Aina, who had escaped death, froze, and then revealed an ecstatic look.
I'm saved.
Turning her head to look, she was stunned. How was it him? What appeared in front of Aina's eyes was Lin Yuan, who had returned. At this moment, Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Looking for half a day and finally getting enough. What a waste of my time. Just now, Lin Yuan had gone deep into the jungle, wanting to find more jungle tigers. As a result, he only managed to find 43 tigers, and the remaining 7 tigers were nowhere to be found. If he hadn't heard the sound, he wouldn't have been able to complete his mission. He followed the direction of the sound, and the first time he saw the tigers, Lin Yuan killed them with a war wind. After killing the tigers, Lin Yuan realized that there was someone sitting on the ground. At a closer look, It was a foreign girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Not bad looking. After Aina was saved, she looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Although mages were powerful, how could a level 23 mage deal over 1,000,000 damage? It simply didn't make sense. Oh dear gods. How did he do it? The famous detective said. Eliminate all the impossible factors. What's left, even if it doesn't make sense, must be the truth. Aina raised her hand and brushed the hair that was in front of her eyes to the base of her ears too, revealing her fair face, nodding at Lin Yuan. That? Thanks to your excellency for saving my life. My name is Aina. I'm a professional from the Sunless Kingdom. A journeyman of the Sunless Kingdom? It's kinda coincidental to meet a professionist from the same blue star in the Quest Abyss. Hearing Aina's words, Lin Yuan slowly landed on the ground with a rather dashing look. This action made Aina's eyes light up, thinking to herself, what kind of skill is this? It's so cool. At the same time, Aina mentally compared Lin Yuan with Els, the strongest of the younger generation of the Sunless Kingdom. Who was stronger between the two of them? Then, Aina shook her head and, Aina, why do you have such childish thoughts? Els is a level 57 magician, famous in the dimensional battlegrounds. This person in front of her is just a turn 1 mage. Her damage is a bit higher, but she still can't be compared to Els. Aina's mind. She thought of Lin Yuan as the descendant or disciple of some big shot, and that the magic she used just now must have been a disposable consumable like a skill scroll. That would explain why Lin Yuan was able to deal such high damage. It suddenly occurred to Aina that she had exploded a mage's skill book when she killed a vampire commander earlier. This skill book was rather special. Originally, Aina had planned to go to the exchange to exchange it for a skill she could use after completing the hunter trials. Now it seemed more appropriate to give this skill book to the other party. This would cancel out the other party's saving grace. Your Excellency saved my life. This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Aina took the skill book out and put it in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took a look. This skill is not bad. Secret Shadow Technique Grade B LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 1200 mana. Description, causes the body to enter the Shadow Rift, immune to physical damage for 1 second. This skill is a life-saving art. When assassins and warriors burst their faces, they suddenly realized that Lin Yuan was immune to physical attacks, which is how great it is. And this skill is much more than that because Lin Yuan, the hanging ratio, can upgrade this skill to S rank. The effects of the skill would be even more powerful then. Lin Yuan looked up at Aina and reached out to take the skill book. No need to thank me, I was just passing by. Seeing Lin Yuan take away the skill book, Aina sighed in relief. She was worried that Lin Yuan wouldn't accept it. If Lin Yuan didn't accept the skill, then this saving grace today would remain. If Aina was at a higher level in the future, Lin Yuan made some excessive demands, or even ask Aina to. If he agrees, he'll feel bad. If he didn't agree, it would be against the way of the wilderness hunter. Aina's profession is a wilderness hunter. This profession has a unique passive skill that is very different. Grudges will be paid passive. Effect 1. When someone helps you without repaying, the damage you deal is reduced by 50%. Effect 2. When fighting a grudge, the damage dealt is increased by 50%, and you receive a random reward for killing a grudge. This skill is, how to put it, very bad to say. Saying that he is pitiful, it is quite useful when chasing and killing enemies. But once you owe a favor, you have to pay it back immediately, or else Aina's damage will be reduced by half, no different from a normal profession. Since her transformation into a wilderness hunter, Aina has never shown this skill to others, and the image she has set up outside has always been one of clear grudges. If there is a favor, it will be repaid. If there is a grudge, it will also be avenged. Aina's special character had gained her a large number of supporters. Although Lin Yuan had not intentionally rescued Aina, this was also considered help. At the moment, Aina's attribute bar already showed an unrepaid negative status above it. Therefore, this skill book Aina had to make Lin Yuan accept it so that the negative status could disappear. It was only after Lin Yuan accepted the skill book that the negative status above Aina's attribute bar disappeared and was replaced by another status, which was, Avenger, you deal 50% more damage to Hunter and the others, and receive a reward for killing them. The reason why Aina had brought Hunter and the others to the Mastodon Forest before was because Aina had been unintentionally helped by Hunter. Unable to do anything else, Aina took out the trial quest scroll and brought them along to the Mastodon Forest. After coming here, Aina had already repaid the favor of help, and was going to travel alone, But she couldn't help but be pestered by Hunter, and took advantage of Aine's lack of attention to pick the advanced trial in the name of the squad. Aine had no choice but to move with them. Before leaving, it was agreed that all actions would be under Aine's command. The first few days, Hunt and the others performed okay and didn't make any trouble. As a result, when they encountered danger today, Hunter revealed his true nature and ran away, leaving Aine behind. This act of betrayal directly triggered the passive skill of grudge separation, which listed Hunter and the others as enemies. Achoo! Hunter, who had escaped to a safe place, sneezed and rubbed his nose. Tramp, it's all because of that central state mage. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, our mission would have been completed long ago. The remaining 3 people heard this and also all very much agreed. That's right, it was so hard to catch Aine working for us for free. But it turned out to be bad. The mission was still not completed after all. Chapter 94, Fusing SS rank skills again. Don't mention that smelly. Mentioning him makes me angry. Hunter snorted coldly when he heard the others' comments. If it wasn't for her, I would have shot that little mage from Central State. It wouldn't have been so much of a problem if he was dead. Hunter put all the fault on Lin Yuan and Aine. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan suddenly appearing there, if it wasn't for Aine stopping herself from attacking Lin Yuan, how could she have held her breath? If he hadn't held that breath, he wouldn't have shot that arrow in such a hurry, been chased by the tigers and almost died. That Aine was better off dead. She had a cold expression all day long, and she had a stinky face for no one to see. Hunter especially hoped that Aine would be beaten to death by the tigers. Then he wouldn't have to worry about Aine's revenge. If Aine didn't die, according to Aine's character of revenge, she would definitely take revenge on herself after she went out. His father was a level 75 Templar, but he couldn't be by his side all the time. It was better to die. Thank you for today, Your Excellency. If I have the chance to come to Sunspot in the future, I will do my best as a host. The skill book was also given, and Aine said politely and offered her farewell. Lin Yuan didn't stop him as he still had to go kill monsters. The 2 parted ways. When he was flying with his spear, Lin Yuan learned the skill book directly and upgraded it to an S-rank skill. Void form S-rank max. Casting time, instantaneous.
Konsumtion, 30,000 mana.
Description. Body enters void form, immune to physical damage, duration 12 seconds, can move short distances during this time, cooldown 1 minute. After becoming S-rank, the skill was greatly enhanced. The duration of immunity to physical damage reached 12 seconds, and it was also possible to move short distances at will within this time period. Very flexible. Lin Yuan tested it out. After opening the skill, a mysterious energy was attached to the surface of his body, and it was this energy that was able to immunize against physical damage. Lin Yuan was able to perform short-distance space jumps with a single thought, but the longest distance was only 5 meters. The advantage was that it could be used without interruption. During the duration of the skill, Lin Yuan could change his position at will. It's kind of fun. While moving, Lin Yuan suddenly thought, this skill seemed to belong to the same category as shifting shadows. I wonder if it's possible to synthesize these 2 skills into an SS-ranked skill. Lin Yuan tried it and realized that it was actually possible. Is it possible to fuse Shifting Shadow S and Void Form S into an SS rank skill? Yes. Determining the fusion, Lin Yuan had an expectant gaze in his eyes and, wanting to see what skill he could fuse out this time. Dimensional Walk SSS-level. Casting time, instantaneous.
Konsumtion, 100,000 mana.
Description. Cannot be harmed by dimensional storms, can walk through dimensional cracks, immune to damage and cannot be selected after active use. Teleports to any location within 1 kilometer. Creates a phantom in place when used. Phantom has no attack power. Upgraded to an SS rank skill. Although there is no longer a long period of physical immunity. But when using the skill you are immune to all damage and cannot be selected. This was extremely powerful. Anyone else who wanted to attack Lin Yuan would be using it for nothing unless they came with tracking. And there was also an additional passive effect of being immune to Sublime Storm. There was nothing to say, the skill was pulled straight to full. Sublime Walk SSS-level max. Casting time, instantaneous.
Konsumtion, 200,000 mana.
Description. Unable to take damage from Dimensional Storm, can walk in the Dimensional Rift, immune to damage and unselectable after active use. Teleport to any location within 10 kilometers. When used it creates a real phantom in the same place. The phantom has no attack power, and can share the phantom's field of view. After the skill is leveled up, the phantom becomes a real phantom. Aren't they all phantoms? What difference does it make if it's real or not? Lin Yuan tested it out. After flashing to 100 meters away, an identical Lin Yuan appeared in place. Interesting. Lin Yuan had discovered the special feature of this skill, the being able to see himself through the phantom's vision. And whatever action Lin Yuan made, the phantom would also make, including casting spells. Lin Yuan instantly came up with so many ways to fight in his head. Oldine coined divine skill After familiarizing himself with the skills, Lin Yuan prepared to do the right thing, intending to find trouble with the canyon crocodile. In order to hurry, 3 consecutive sublime walks were released, arriving at the boundary close to the canyon. Here, Lin Yuan happened to meet a canyon crocodile that had fallen on its own. Canyon Crocodile Elite LV33. Life value 9,000,000. Attack power 80,000. Death roll. Bites a target, flips them over, stuns them and deals 150% attack damage. Thick skin. Plus 2,500 armor. The canyon crocodile's blood and defense are considerably higher than that of the jungle tiger. But the canyon crocodiles all appeared one by one. There are no hordes. They are relatively easier to deal with. Of course, this was what ordinary professionals thought. Lin Yuan thought that jungle tigers were better to deal with, because it saves time and effort. Jungle tigers appeared in large swathes. Lin Yuan could kill a dozen of them with a single skill. It was very efficient. Lin Yuan needed to find the canyon crocodiles one by one. These crocodiles are not easy to find. They were like rocks on the ground. If you're not careful, you can't see what you're looking for. Takes about 10 seconds to find one. And then they're killed in less than a second. Then it takes another 10 seconds to find another one. To kill all 50 canyon crocodiles. Lin Yuan had spent almost 20 minutes. 18 of those minutes were spent looking for canyon crocodiles. After killing enough, Lin Yuan went straight to the swift flamingo's territory. He used 4 consecutive subdimensional walks. He arrived near the swift flamingo. Lin Yuan had just landed. He heard the sound of a conversation coming from nearby. Aina. My father is a level 75 Templar. You can't kill me. Aina, we ran away before because we didn't want to drag you down. See, you escaped on your own without us dragging you down. Humph. There's no use saying anything. I'm going to kill you guys. The first 2 sentences were said by Hunter and another companion. The latter sentence was said by Aina. At the moment, Aina's eyes were cold and continuously shooting towards Hunter and the other person. Her attack power was temporarily increased by 50%. She only needed 3 arrows. She could take away a person's life. Of the 4 people before, 2 of them had already been shot by Aina. Now, Aina only had Hunter and a nameless hunter in front of her. The enemy must die. This is the way of the wilderness hunter. As for why Hunt and Aina are here, it's because after Hunter escaped, he immediately returned to the hunting camp. He voluntarily gave up the advanced trial. He switched to the intermediate trial. The ace hunter Gwari changed their mission with a slight regret. Since Hunter and the others had completed 4 rounds of trials, Gwari omitted the previous steps. Hunter only needed to kill 1 more swift flamingo to complete the quest. That way they could leave the beast forest. And so, Hunter and the other 3 rushed here. They wanted to finish the quest and leave as soon as possible. Aina guessed what they wanted to do. She made the same choice as them. But her purpose was not to complete the main quest. Instead, she wanted to kill Hunter and the others here. Chapter 95. It's all your fault, go to hell. Aina was well prepared. A few of Hanti's men were caught off guard and were instantly killed by 2 people. After realizing that it was Aina who attacked him, Hunter fled frantically. That's how the conversation came about. Lin took a closer look and realized that it was the same Aina he had met before. No wonder her voice sounded familiar. Suddenly, a scream rang out. The unknown hunter beside Hunter was shot by Aina. Hunter was left alone. This little is pretty ruthless. Lin Yuan realized that. After Aina shot the man, she didn't even blink. She continued to attack towards Hunter. Obviously, she wanted to kill everyone. Seeing his last companion die a horrible death, Hunter said in a stern voice, Aina, don't kill me. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. But Aina, as if she didn't hear him, continued her attack on Hunter. Hunter had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he took out a silver amulet and activated it. After activating it, Hunter had a silver-colored shield hanging on his body. This is the talisman given by his father. Sanctuary Blessing Disposable Item. Effect. Generates a shield with 30,000 defense and 500,000 life value for 30 minutes. At the moment of crisis, Hunter activated this talisman. The damage dealt by Aina was drastically reduced. The strongest skills that hit the shield only dealt 4,800 damage. Normal attacks only dealt 1,200 damage. After activating the talisman, Hunter flashed a look of pain. This talisman was very precious. His father had spent a lot of money to exchange it. But the effect was also very good. Aina's attacks were no longer able to pose a threat to Hunter. The talisman was opened. Hunter stopped in his tracks. Bitch, you really think I'm afraid of you? You wait for me. After I get out, I will let my father take a shot at capturing you. Let's see how I'll clean you up then. I hope you can still keep your current condescending expression when you're in bed. Then I'll get a kick out of it. Having already torn his face, no longer continuing to hide Hunter, he exposed his true nature. His words were filthy. He was extremely insulting. Aina's face turned red with anger. She accelerated the frequency of her attacks. 1,200, 3,500. Hunter let Aina attack for 1 minute. The shield only dropped 20,000 points. A drop in the bucket. Aina seemed to have realized Hunt's intention. This was a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. And so, Aina put away her weapon and stared viciously at Hunter. If her eyes could kill, Hunter was afraid that he would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Ha 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 ha. There's no way out. Wait to be severely humiliated by me when you go out. I will train you to be an obedient. Noticing Aina stopping, Hunter smiled smugly and prepared to return to the hunting camp to complete the main quest. After teleporting back, he would complain to his father, requesting his father's help in capturing Aina. When he thought of the taste of Aina, the corners of Hunter's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I can't believe it's nearby. Before preparing to leave, Hunter suddenly sensed a message from the Hunter seal that this caused Hunter to be overjoyed that he had planted the Hunter's mark on Lin Yuan before. He didn't have any good intentions. This is not it. As soon as he turned his head, he found Lin Yuan standing not far away. You really deserve it. Aina is a higher level than me. Her equipment is better than mine. I can't beat her. I can't beat her, but I can't beat you, a level 23 little trash mage. You, a mid-state mage, still dare to appear in front of me. You're simply looking for death. Hunter came towards Lin Yuan in a furious manner. On the way, Hunter took out his bow and arrow and attacked towards Lin Yuan. With this arrow, Hunter used a skill that, intending to kill Lin Yuan with a single arrow. Killing shot grade Beelv max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 3,500 mana. Description: delivers a powerful blow to the target, dealing 300% attack damage, and 500% damage if the target's life value is less than 20%. This skill has the highest damage out of all of Hunter's skills. Once Hunter had used this skill to kill a level 28 fighter in seconds. When attacking, Hunter thought to himself, I can kill a level 28 boxer in seconds. I can kill a level 28 boxer, not to mention a level 23 central state mage. When this attack shot out towards Lin Yuan, Aina was startled. How did he appear here? He should have learned that skill. Aina suddenly thought of the skill book she had given Lin Yuan before. The effect of that skill book could immunize physical damage. If Lin Yuan learned it, use the skill before the arrow touches his body. He shouldn't be killed in seconds. It all depends on Lin Yuan's awareness. If he's not as mentally strong, or too nervous, if he uses a skill too early or fails to use it, it'll be fatal. But the next second, Aina's eyes were glazed over. In the face of the arrow attack, Lin Yuan didn't do anything. Although the arrows hit Lin Yuan's body, it didn't cause any damage. 0. The word immune appeared. Hunter's confident smile suddenly froze. How could it not take a second? Hunter couldn't have imagined that Lin Yuan possessed an S-rank defense skill. Could immunize the first skill damage. You're blind. She's over there. What are you shooting at me for? Brain cannon. Lin Yuan was a little annoyed at being hit by an arrow. Attack at me again and I'll kill you. Just now, Lin Yuan had merely played up the favorite tradition of the people of Zhongzhou watching the fun. As a result, he had been attacked for no reason, making him a bit puzzled. Out of the blue, he warned Hanty that if he messed with me again, he would kill you. This pissed Hunter off to no end. It's all because of you, this damn Zhongzhou man. If it wasn't for you, our hunting mission would have been completed long ago. How dare you threaten me? I'll get you killed now. Hunter was so enraged that he pulled out an attack scroll. Sanctuary Flash, disposable consumable. Effect. Shoots a beam of light at the target, ignoring defense to deal 500,000 points of damage. Seeing the name, it was clear that this scroll came from the same source as that Sanctuary Blessing just now. The two have one offense and one defense. It was Hunter's most important card. The reason why he didn't use this scroll against Aina. Naturally, he didn't want to give up. Hunter wanted to turn Aina into his plaything, so of course he couldn't kill Aina. Lin Yuan was different. This level 23 mage didn't know what skills he had. His own attacks surprisingly hit him without dropping blood. But even if your skills were more powerful, it was also impossible to survive the Sanctuary Flash. Go to hell! Hunter activated the scroll and a blinding beam of light flashed and struck Lin Yuan. 500,000. Hallowed Flash had the property of ignoring defense, and Lin Yuan ate the entire damage of the skill. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you won't die this time. Chapter 96. You've angered me. The light flashed by. Lin Yuan's figure was still in the same place. Only at this moment, Lin Yuan's face was somber and killing intent. The laughing hunter was like a duck with its throat stopped. His voice came to an abrupt end. You! How did you not die? Hunter couldn't believe it. 500,000 damage was dealt to him. He didn't even manage to kill him in seconds? Does he have a life-saving scroll on him like I do? That's right. If he's level 23 and he dares to come here, he must have something to save his life. Bah! He's a loser who only relies on others. Hunter despised Lin Yuan from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't realize that he's survived until now. He relied on the scroll his father gave him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Aina long ago. After realizing this, Hunter was ready to leave. Before leaving, Hunter was still putting out harsh words. Zhongzhou man, count yourself lucky to have a life-preserving scroll. I don't believe you'll have such good luck in the future. Pray that you don't meet me next time, or I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Hunter gave a middle finger towards Aina and prepared to return to the hunting camp. When Lin Yuan heard this, his gloomy face suddenly calmed down. It was a sign of complete anger. If you want to leave, did you ask me? The tone of the words carried an icy killing intent. And Aina, who had been watching Lin Yuan, had her eyebrows furiously jumping. What a strong killing aura. As a wilderness hunter, Aina's senses were sharp and able to sense the strong killing aura on Lin Yuan's body. However, right now, the shield effect on Hunter's body was still there, and he couldn't even do much damage with his own attacks. What could a level 23 mage do? Did he still have a one-time damage scroll in his hand? Hanti was obviously thinking the same thing. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, arrogantly he said back, I'm standing right here, what can you do to me? Do you still have a damage scroll in your hand? Lin Yuan shook his head. Scrolls I indeed don't have. Hearing Lin Yuan admit that he didn't have a scroll, Hanti became even more complacent. Without waiting for Hunter to say anything else, Lin Yuan raised his hand. He faintly said, There's no need for any scrolls to deal with you. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Hunter froze. He didn't need a scroll. What did that mean? Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan's hand lit up with the glow of spells of black, red, green, and blue. There were 4 rays of light. They represented Annihilation, Black Hole, Meteor, Fire, Rain, Absolute Zero, and War Wind. The 4 skills were thrown out. In a split second, heaven and earth changed color. Aina's small mouth was wide open and enough to swallow an 18-centimeter red sausage. Oh, bugger it. The end has come. In Aina's eyes, black holes that devoured life appeared. Raging winds, the ice that froze everything, and fiery flaming meteors. In one word, it's destroying the sky and the earth. Any damage that falls on Hunt is enough to kill him in seconds, not to mention for 1,800,000, 220,000, 900,000. First second, breaking through Hunt's shield. Second, Hunt has been cleared of blood. After his death, his body was sucked into the black hole of annihilation and turned into slag. Nothing was left. Once Hunter died, Aina's Avenger status above her attribute bar disappeared. Successfully completed a revenge. Attack power plus 130, although this skill is strange. This effect is not bad at all. After a successful vengeance, Aina will be rewarded depending on her performance. In this revenge mission, Aina killed the other 3 independently, but she didn't kill the most important one, Hunter. The mission completion level is 60%. Increased attack power by 130. If it was 100% complete, Aina would have an additional reward of at least 300 points of increased attack power. After Aina received her reward, there was another negative status above the attribute bar that she was very reluctant to see. There is a favor to be repaid. Someone has provided you with help that has not been repaid. Damage dealt is reduced by 50%. On one side, Aina rejoiced at Hunter's death, while on the other side, she was worried about how to repay Lin Yuan's help. Hunter's death gave Aina one less hidden danger. At the very least, she didn't have to directly face Hunter's father's pursuit. As for how to explain that Hunter died here when she went out, we'll figure it out when the time comes. After the mind-blowing skill ended, Aina came over to me. Thank you very much for your honor's help. Before she came, Aina had been thinking about how to thank her opponent. After carefully rummaging through her backpack, there was only 300 gold coins. The reason why there was so little left was because it was all spent on purchasing equipment some time ago, and, after rummaging through it, she found that there wasn't anything valuable. Aina was worried. She couldn't just give herself to him. After thanking him, Aina raised her head. Seeing that Lin Yuan was looking at her intently, she froze for a moment. Following Lin Yuan's gaze, Aina realized that Lin Yuan was staring at his own chest. The eyes fell and were unapologetic. Aina looked down and blushed slightly. The battle had been a bit intense just now, and without realizing it, 2 buttons of the leather armor on her chest had chipped off. Fleshy. It was very beautiful. Aina had met quite a few men before, but those men were all sneaking around. There was no one like Lin Yuan who stared at people all the time. He wasn't shy either. Tightening her shirt, Aina looked up again, seeing that Lin Yuan was looking at her with a serious look on his face. No need to thank me. I didn't want to help you either. It was this guy who was looking for death. At this moment, Lin Yuan had a face of purity that, as if he was a defender of the way. Aina was a bit speechless. Just now you were looking at me so vigorously. I just blocked you and you changed your look. A lecherous man. Thinking about it, Aina's heart was shocked. The other party wouldn't want to do anything to herself. Although the other party was only a level 23 mage. But the combat power is amazing. The skill that destroyed the sky and the earth just now. It was still echoing in her mind. It's too scary. Why don't you take the initiative? I'll give him something. That's how it was decided. Lin Yuan didn't know that Aina was having a heavenly battle in her heart. And seeing that Aina wasn't doing anything, she was ready to leave. But before he could move his feet, Aina suddenly rushed in front of Lin Yuan. The roundness of her chest crashed into Lin Yuan's body. A hit with a ball. It's a foul. Such a thought surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Who knew that Aina was going to put her face up again? She imprinted on Lin Yuan's mouth. What's going on? Why are there always goblins trying to take advantage of me? I'm the man who wants to become a Dharma god. Women. It only affects the speed of my spell casting. Lin Yuan believes that if there is no woman in his heart, he can cast spells naturally. But if you throw yourself at me, I can't refuse. Aina kissed Lin Yuan, realized that the negative status above the attribute bar disappeared, and intended to leave. But Lin Yuan wouldn't stop. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Just need me. Let's see me need you too. Lin Yuan hugged Aina with one hand and put his other hand where it belonged. His mouth wasn't idle either, and he kissed her enough. After touching a certain point, Aina suddenly pushed Lin Yuan away like a frightened rabbit. With a face that looked like it had been boiled, she ran away without looking back. Looking at the fleeing Aina, Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. Demoness, I want you to help me cultivate next time we meet. Daba, what are you thinking about? Let's get down to business. Don't get sidetracked. After this little incident, Lin Yuan continued his mission. He came to the territory of the Swift Flamingo. He started a new round of killing. Swift Flamingo Elite LV33. Life, 880,000. Attack power, 75,000. Swiftness, 30% chance to dodge physical attacks. Weakness breaker. Use its beak to launch a powerful attack on the target, with a 20% increase in bludgeoning rate, dealing 180% attack damage. The Swift Flamingo is over 2 meters tall. The most striking thing about it was the fiery red-pointed beak that, like a sharp sword, is a bit creepy. Of course, these flamingos couldn't defeat Lin Yuan at all. With a war wind, 2300000, leaving behind a dead bird. Chapter 97. Before was just a warm-up, the trial has just begun. Kill Swift Flamingo. Experience value plus 11,000. An elite monster increases its experience value by around 10,000. I've killed over 100 of them before. If we kill 30 more Swift Flamingos, Lin Yuan would be able to level up to 24. After 15 minutes, Lin Yuan had killed enough 50 monsters. He had also leveled up to 24. You've risen to level 24 and gained 2,000 skill points. You have completed Top Trial 1. Please return to the hunting camp as soon as possible. After completing the quest, Lin Yuan opened the map and used Sublime Walk to return to the hunting camp. Lin Yuan saw Guari and snapped a greeting. I finished the quest. Guari was holding the thigh of an unknown animal in his hand. He was just about to put it on the fire and roast it. When he heard Lin Yuan's words, he froze for a moment. So fast. It hadn't even been an hour since Lin Yuan had returned from his mission. He killed 150 level 30 elite monsters in such a short period of time? You're kidding. Lin Yuan walked over to Guari and turned in his quest. Completed Top Hunt 1. Rewarded with 200,000 experience value. Guari took a look. Lin Yuan's first quest step showed completion. Naturally, this couldn't be faked. You're good. After so many years, Lin Yuan was the first professional to complete his first quest in less than an hour. The fastest one before him had taken a full 6 hours. That person was pursuing the way of the beasts, called the Beast King by many. The name was resounding. You're much faster than Thackeray, worthy of being the one who killed the Demon King. After praising, Guari added, warm-up is over. The hunt has just begun. Your next target will be very dangerous. Confident. Lin Yuan was non-committal and made it to Guari's side and, after thinking about it, taking out the roasted cashews that Zhang Fan had left for him, while eating the roasted waste. What's the highest level of the target? What is the highest level of the target? Is there anything over level 60? Guari shook his head. That's not true. The highest level doesn't exceed 50. No problem then. Lin Yuan replied without thinking. Having eliminated a bunch of roasted cashews, Lin Yuan felt some warmth in his belly. Glancing at Guari, in a heartbeat, taking out a few skewers of roasted cashews and handing them to him. Want some? Guari took the food Lin Yuan handed him and he smelled it. It smelled like fresh grass. He had the urge to taste it. After placing a bite in his mouth, Guari's eyes lit up. Ace Hunter Guari's favorability plus 15. Current favorability 20. Guari seemed to be in a good mood. In 3 or 2 bites, he ate up this bunch of roasted cashews. After eating, he was still a little bit tired of it. There was still some unfinished business. Hesitantly asked, what is this thing? So amazing. Lin Yuan replied, it's roasted cashews, but it's not just any roasted cashews. It's made using goblin spices that have magical effects.
Guari nodded.
The magical effect he had already felt. As a hunter, it was very important to increase the strength of the waste that, in the middle of the day, Guari asked, somewhat embarrassed, is there any more of this stuff? I have a very good friend. I want him to try it too. Hearing Guari's words, Lin Yuan squinted at him. That friend can't be yourself. A friend from nowhere? But Lin Yuan thought about it and still pulled out the food bag, generously giving Guari 50 skewers. Your friend is my friend. Ask me again if you don't have enough. Don't be polite. Ace Hunter Guari favorability plus 20. Current favorability 40. Lin Yuan. That friend of yours really is you. Otherwise, it would be impossible to justify your sudden increase in favorability. The two of them chatted some more, perhaps feeling that Lin Yuan was very speculative. The dwarf talked a lot. Lin Yuan knew that Guari's homeworld no longer existed and it was destroyed by the jealous Demon King's legions. It was now part of the Purgatory realm. As he spoke, the dwarf's tone was somewhat despondent, and picked up the wine cup next to him and fiercely poured a large mouthful. Seeing this, Lin Yuan comforted, old brother, don't be discouraged. I think one day you'll be able to make Leviathan's head into a wine glass. Ha ha ha, I also think that will be the case. I've suffered the loss of fighting alone before. Once I was ambushed by a leviathan and almost died. The dwarf's words seemed to be opened up to him. Since then, I've learned a truth. Lin Yuan asked appropriately, "What truth?" "There are still more people in a fight." The dwarf burped. "Don't care what Jianghu morality is, when you meet, quickly call out your friends, more people bullying fewer people, what is nasty to use, what is good to use, no matter what means you use, as long as you can take out the other party is a good means." Lin Yuan. There's nothing wrong with saying this. Regardless of a black cat or a white cat, catching a mouse is a good cat. The dwarf felt that Lin Yuan was a good match. He threw out a secret silver badge from his traveling bag. "This is the badge of the Secret Silver Brotherhood. I'm one of the initiators. Do you want to join?" Hearing the dwarf say this, Lin Yuan carefully scrutinized the badge in his hand. It was slightly cool to the touch. The texture was a kind of metal that Lin Yuan had never seen before. The pattern on it was a huge hammer. The badge also had a property attached to it. Secret Silver Brotherhood Badge Dark Gold. Attributes: Flame Resistance +2, Physique +200. Note: this is the symbol of the Secret Silver Brotherhood. Lin Yuan played with the badge and rushed the dwarf and asked, "What kind of organization is the Secret Silver Brotherhood?" Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't choose to join at first, the dwarf's, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The Secret Silver Brotherhood was originally created with the intention of creating the dwarves' supreme artifact, Thor's hammer, and there are mostly forgers in it. But after the destruction of my world, I was the only one who survived, and although I know how to forge, there was no way I could create the artifact on my own. Later on, I met many friends and invited them to join the Secret Silver Brotherhood for two purposes. One was to find partners to fight against Purgatory together, and the other to adventure around. "If you join, there are 8 of us so far, counting you." After the dwarf told Lin Yuan about the Secret Silver Brotherhood, Lin Yuan was a bit confused. "Adventure? You think you're a child? You think you're a child, creating an organization just to go on adventures?" The dwarf seemed to have read Lin Yuan's mind. He added, "We dwarves are naturally adventurous. The reason why my hometown was invaded by Purgatory was because an adventurer called Columba discovered the profession of demon warlock during archaeology. Columba was curious about what a demon really was and planned to try out the profession himself. Later, Columba was compelled by a demon to secretly build a demonic portal, which, in the end, led to our homeland being overthrown by demons. Gwari seemed to want to use this story to prove that they dwarves naturally loved adventure." Lin Yuan gave Gwari a breathless look. The organization this bastard founded, was it reliable? After considering it for a while, Lin Yuan still chose to join. "You have joined the Secret Silver Brotherhood." Why did Lin Yuan join? Because after Gwari's reputation value reached 40, Lin Yuan was already able to see his rank. Ace Hunter Gwari Legend LV 86. Chapter 98 King of the Beasts. A level 86 Ace Hunter. This was already the ceiling of a professional. Anywhere you put it, you'd be a big shot on one side. Such a person personally invited Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan didn't agree, if Lin Yuan doesn't agree, his favorability won't be erased. But he won't be able to raise it again. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't join blindly. Before he joined, he had already learned about the dwarves' past in detail. The dwarves' homeland had already been destroyed. There were basically no enemies. If there was one, only the jealous demon king Leviathan. The next realm that the Purgatory demon wanted to invade was the Blue Planet. Lin Yuan as a Blue Planet human. Lin Yuan as a human from the Blue Planet is a natural enemy of the demons. It's his duty to help the dwarves get rid of Leviathan. I just don't know the identities of the other members of the Secret Silver Brotherhood. But the dwarves also said that those who carry the Secret Silver Badge can be sensed within 10 kilometers. In the future, they would naturally know the identities of the others if they encountered them. The trial quest is for you. Hurry up and finish it. The dwarf was full of wine and wanted to take a nap. Directly waved his hand to drive Lin Yuan away. Lin Yuan. Got to. You're strong and I can't afford to mess with you. I'll go. Leaving the camp, Lin Yuan saw the quest produce a change. Top Trial 2. Find and kill Tiger King Ragaksh. This mission didn't give a specific location. There was only an approximate range. It was 100 kilometers from Lin Yuan's current location. However, Lin Yuan had sublime walking. He found the place in less than a minute. After arriving here, Lin Yuan flew along the area at a low altitude. He didn't find any traces of the Tiger King. Instead, he found traces of humans. Cooking smoke. Lin Yuan saw smoke rising not far ahead. With a flash of his figure, he arrived at the place where the smoke appeared. After taking a closer look, he realized that these people seemed to be the natives of the beast forest. They were wearing clothes made of animal skins. They looked like primitive people. After Lin Yuan appeared, a man holding a spear came before Lin Yuan and, "Who are you and what are you doing here in the roof tribe?" Hearing the man's words, Lin Yuan returned, "I'm a human mage. I don't have any malicious intentions. I just want to inquire some news about Tiger King Ragaksh." Hearing Lin Yuan's reply, the man lowered his spear and, revealing a puzzled look, "What are you, a level 24 mage inquiring about Tiger King Ragaksh for too long to live?" The man no longer showed any malice. Lin Yuan was able to see the attributes of the man in front of him. Yalago Human LV 34.
Occupation, hunter.
Life, 180,000. Mana, 30,000. Attack power, 20,000. Skill? The sound of the conversation between Yalago and Lin Yuan was not small and attracting quite a few onlookers. Lin Yuan was surprised to find that everyone in this tribe was a hunter by profession. The lowest level was level 25. The highest was their leader. He's called Labu. His level is 47. Today is the day of their tribe's festival. All unmarried professionals will attend. Whichever professional can hunt the best prey will be given the first right to choose a spouse. The women inside the tribe will be picked at random. If the winner is a woman, then the men of the tribe will be chosen at random. Of course, provided they're single and unmarried. The roof tribe is a simple people. Hospitality. Chief Rabu, after learning Lin Yuan's intention, asked, "Can I ask what you want to do by inquiring about Tiger King Ragaksh?" "To kill it, of course." Lin Yuan replied rightfully. This answer startled the entire tribe. Afterwards, many people whispered, "Are people from the outside world so arrogant?" A level 24 professional wants to challenge the level 40 Tiger King Ragaksh. His profession is a mage. Have you guys seen how mages fight? I've heard from other tribes that mages have very high damage, but their blood count is very low, so they can't help but fight. The words of the professionals in the tribe reached Lin Yuan and Rab's ears. As the chieftain, Rabu waved his hand to stop the tribe's murmurings and said with a slight apology, "My clan is a bit less knowledgeable and straightforward. I hope you don't mind." "It's fine. My purpose today is just for Tiger King Ragaksh. Can you tell me its location?" Of course, Lin Yuan didn't take it personally, because he was able to sense that there was no malice in these people's words. Saying those words was simply due to limited cognition. Simply put, they hadn't seen the world. Not believing that a small level 24 mage could challenge the king of the jungle tigers. Rab was hesitating whether to tell Lin Yuan or not. Lin Yuan asked again, "Can you tell me where Tiger King Ragakshi's is?" Afterwards, Lin Yuan pulled out some equipment from his packages. These were all the ones that had exploded from killing elite monsters earlier. There wasn't much good stuff. Originally, Lin Yuan was going to disassemble them when he got back. It was just the thing to use to buy information. Seeing Lin Yuan pull out so much equipment, Rab was shocked. These things looked familiar to him. They could only be found on elite monsters in the beast jungle. Lin Yuan could take out so much equipment. He had to kill at least 50 elite monsters. In fact, he had to add one to that number. He had to kill over 150 monsters before he was able to get this much equipment out. Rab didn't know that Lin Yuan had the Black Hand attribute. But this had already shocked Rab. A small level 24 mage. To be able to kill so many elite monsters. It wasn't simple. After collecting his equipment, Rab told Lin Yuan all the information about Tiger King Ragaksh. After Rab's narration, Lin Yuan immediately felt a bit confused. As far as he knew, Tiger King Ragaksh originally lived in the beast forest and was the king of the jungle tigers. Was the king of the jungle tigers. The template is heroic. Very strong. Has a very large number of minions. Life is very comfortable. Suddenly, one day, a void rift appeared inside the forest. Ragakshi, the Tiger King, happened to be nearby. Out of curiosity, he came near the rift. As soon as the Tiger King Ragaksh got close to the rift, Ragaksh, the Tiger King, was suddenly overwhelmed by the void energy. Ragaksh, the Tiger King, was wrapped tightly in it. The void rift came and went quickly. It disappeared as fast as it came. After the rift disappeared, Tiger King Ragaksh's body was filled with void energy. After returning to the tiger group, the jungle tigers all thought that Tiger King Lagash would die. But King Ragash unexpectedly absorbed the energy and evolved into a ghost tiger. He evolved into a ghost tiger. After transforming into a ghost tiger, Lagash had the ability to enter the void. Since then, Lagash was basically active in the void. He seldom appears in the beast forest. Only in very special circumstances. Rab mentioned that there are two ways to make Lagash appear. One is the mating season, although Lagash has become a ghost tiger. But he is still the king of the jungle tigers. There are a few days a year when he will appear in the forest to help the tigers reproduce. But, according to Rab, this year's mating season is over. We'll have to wait for next year. When Lin Yuan heard that, that's not good. It's a poll to next year. I said how there is no time limit for this mission. So it's like this, what a pitiful ah. The last mission had a time limit. To be completed within 48 hours. This mission simply had no time limit. It turned out that the hardest part of this quest was not killing Tiger King Ragash. Instead, it was finding Tiger King Ragash first. Chapter 99. Fishing, watch me fry. Rab had just mentioned that there were two ways to lure out Ragash. So Lin Yuan asked, "You just said there was another method. What is it?" Labu knew that Lin Yuan was determined to find the Tiger King. Returned. In the westernmost part of the Mastodon forest, near the sea, there is a bay, and inside the bay there is a kind of fish called the red-scaled salmon. If you can catch enough red-scaled salmon, there is a high hope that you can lure Ragash out. Hearing Rab's reply, Lin Yuan nodded. Got it. After saying that, he prepared to go to the west of the Mastodon forest to catch fish. Before leaving, Rab reminded again, there's a group of sea giants where the red-scaled salmon live. You have to be careful. That's an existence that even Tiger King Ragashi wouldn't want to mess with. Seeing that Rab was so solemn, Lin Yuan let out a hum and his figure disappeared. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived at the bay that Rab had mentioned. Nice scenery, Lin Yuan sighed. He was currently standing on a towering hillside and, looking down from above, flocks of birds were feeding on the crystal-clear surface of the sea. If I were to use a phrase to describe the scenery here, the gulls gather, the scales swim, the shore is green with Dahurian orchids. When the sun shines down, the whole surface of the sea is flooded with golden light. It's extremely beautiful. Coming here, Lin Yuan's mood suddenly relaxed a lot. This was really a good place to fish. Near the surface of the sea, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a clatter. A huge crab moved its feet in the water. It turned out that Lin Yuan's shadow was blocking it from sunbathing. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the crab and the crab also stared at Lin Yuan with two large eyes. The two stared wide-eyed. Then, Lin Yuan saw a humanized look of contempt in the crab's eyes and spat out bubbles at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was stunned and he thought, I'm being despised by the crab? Clicking on the crab's attributes. Golden Iron Claw Crab Elite LV35. Life value, 980,000. Attack power, 120,000. Iron Pincer. Deals 120% damage and imprisons the target for 3 seconds. Golden Shell. Takes 25% less magic damage. Lin Yuan was shocked that, surprisingly, it was still an elite crab custard mix. Lin Yuan was going to leave. But when he saw the golden iron claw crab that was spitting bubbles and relaxing in the water, he was suddenly a bit upset. An absolute 0. 1800000. I'm not going to be able to do that. Lin Yuan threw the frozen crabs into the package. Don't say that. The crab's relaxed expression was still clearly visible. Moreover, Lin Yuan also discovered that the absolute 0 skill had a very important use. It was a freshness locking function. Don't get me wrong. Lin Yuan didn't want to taste dishes like steamed crab claws, crab paste with rice, or spicy fried crab legs. It was just that he couldn't stand to look at the crab's arrogant expression. After walking a little further into the middle of the bay, Lin Yuan finally spotted the red-scaled salmon. Red-scaled salmon LV40. Life value, 250,000. Attack power, 10,000. Delicious food. Increases full attributes by 5 points after consumption limited to 5 times. And emits a tantalizing aroma after cooking. That's you. Having discovered the target, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. This fish could increase full attributes after eating it. This was an unexpected delight. In the next few minutes, Lin Yuan started fishing. First, he used a fishing rod to catch them. The result was that these red scale salmon were very cunning. They just ate the bait but didn't bite. Then Lin Yuan threw away his rod. Lin Yuan threw away his fishing rod and used his earth spear. The effect was minimal. When these fish saw Lin Yuan, they immediately dived into the deep water. It's been half an hour. A total of 3 fish were caught. I really don't believe it. I still can't catch you guys. Lin Yuan was certain of one thing. There were no more red scale salmon on the entire surface of the sea. These fish had all dived to the bottom of the sea. Whenever Lin Yuan left, when Lin Yuan left, they would emerge. Lin Yuan decided to do something tough. What's the point of catching them? Don't bother. I'll blow you all to the sky. Lin Yuan arrived in mid-air. He used a secret effect. He spent 20 seconds. He prepared to cast meteor fire rain. Hundreds of flaming meteors the size of small mountains appeared in the sky. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Hundreds of flaming meteors smashed into the sea. Poof! Poof! The meteors fell into the water and made a poofing sound. Then the entire surface of the sea trembled continuously. Not long after, countless corpses floated on the entire surface of the sea. Next is the moment of harvest. Lin Yuan picked up all the red scale salmon. Lin Yuan picked up all the other things. This golden iron claw crab's legs fell off. Don't want it. This equipment is garbage. Don't want it. This shell is good. After 10 minutes of picking up, all the red-scaled salmon had been pocketed. Lin Yuan counted them. There were 486 in total. From now on, please call me Lin Yuan. If we sell these fish, I'm sure they'll fetch a big price. Lin Yuan was so happy. Suddenly a rock the size of a car came crashing down on Lin Yuan. Bang! 185,000. After dealing damage, it also had a knockback effect. It smashed Lin Yuan into the sea. But the next second, Lin Yuan opened his demon wings and he flew out of the sea, suspended in mid-air. He was smashed into the sea for no reason. Lin Yuan was furious. He looked around. He wanted to find the person who did it. At a glance, Lin Yuan found that 50 meters to his right, there were 2 8-meter-tall sea giants staring at him angrily. One of the sea giants was holding a rock the size of a car in both hands. It was preparing to attack itself. Sea Giant Hero LV-40. Life, 4 million. Attack power, 280,000. Armor, 80,000. Magic resistance, 50,000. Giant strength specialization. Strength is increased by 200%, and attacks produce a knockback effect. Siren Shell. Reduces magic damage taken by 60%. Giant Wave. Summons a wave to attack the enemy, dealing 50,000 magic damage and reducing the enemy's movement speed by 50%. These 2 sea giants are the guardians of this bay. The red-scaled salmon were raised by the sea giant clan. These 2 sea giants were a bit hungry just now. They were going to look for something to eat. They thought that no one comes back here, so they went to the deep sea to catch some sharks. Not long after they finished eating, when they came back to the bay, well, the sea was littered with corpses. Only Lin Yuan was happily searching for something. The 2 sea giants were furious, picked up rocks and threw them hard towards Lin Yuan, originally thinking that they could kill this despicable thief, who knew that Lin Yuan was still alive. The 2 sea giants became even angrier. Damn human! You stole all the red scale salmon. Go to hell! The sea giant clan had spent a lot of energy to reproduce so many red scale salmon. These red scale salmon were very important. It was the tribute that the sea giant chief was going to offer to the Naga queen. But it turned out to be good. All of them were used as a dowry for Lin Yuan. One of the sea giants took out a horn, put it to his mouth. Woo-woo! After the horn sounded, the 2 sea giants' attacks fell once again. You really think I'm made of clay? Before, it was Lin Yuan who wasn't paying attention and was sneak attacked. Now that Lin Yuan was prepared, naturally he wouldn't be hit so easily. He continuously used sublime walking, leaving many phantoms around. Lin Yuan then released the mirror image technique. In an instant, dozens of Lin Yuan's figures appeared in front of the sea giant. This confused the sea giants, although their heads were huge, but their IQ didn't grow according to their size. For a moment, they didn't know which target to attack. However, sea giants were born to drive waves. The duo combined their efforts to create waves over 10 meters high that, hitting towards Lin Yuan, they extinguished 7 or 8 phantoms at once. Only Lin Yuan's own body and 3 mirror art doppelgangers remained. But Lin Yuan's goal had been achieved. The counterattack began. The skills he attached to the 3 mirror arts were all absolute zero. The control effect was drawn out. The 3 mirror images took turns using absolute zero. A chain of control was formed. 37,000. 37,000. The sea giant's magic resistance is extremely high. The siren's shell was also a perverse defense skill. The damage dealt by the mirror image was very low. However, the control effect was still there. The 2 sea giants could no longer perform any actions. Chapter 100 Wave Rider Madri. After the mirror image took control of the sea giant, Lin Yuan started casting spells. First, he threw out Annihilation Black Hole. Then he connected with Meteor Firestorm. 230,000. 180,000. The sea giants themselves had high magic resistance. There was also a siren shell that reduced damage. Lin Yuan's skills could at most deal about 200,000 damage to them. In order to increase his output, Lin Yuan emptied his blue bar when he used War Wind. 140,000. This time, the damage dealt was very substantial and it was able to knock out 1,000,000 of the sea giant's blood. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't have to worry about his mana. Supreme Energy was able to restore 50% mana per second.
Durable. Durable.
That's what he said. Every time Lin Yuan released a skill, he would leave 100,000 mana for emergencies. The rest of his mana was put into his skill output. 580,000. 620,000. 7 seconds passed. The 2 sea giants were killed by Lin Yuan. The corpses fell to the ground with a rumble. Kill sea giants. Experience value increases by 220,000 too. Overeating effect triggered. Full attributes increased by 22. After killing the sea giant, Lin Yuan received 2 prompts. Level 40 hero monsters have really high experience values. 1 heroic monster topped 20 elites. And it also triggered the overeating effect. Lin Yuan remembered that. This was the first time he had triggered it after getting the heart of overeating. Was the probability that low? Or does this effect only work on high-level creatures? I could experiment with the Tiger King Garaksh later. Coming to the side of the sea giant, Lin Yuan touched the corpse. 2 pieces of equipment and some strange items. Water Elemental Essence Platinum. Effect. Increases the water elemental damage of a weapon. Sea Giant's Heart Special. Function. Forging material. Fishman's Horn Ornament Gold LV25.
Attribute, Vitality plus 1200, Physique plus 80, Agility plus 50.
Come to me. Summons 20 blue-cheeked fishmen to help in battle. Lasts 30 minutes. Cooldown 30 seconds. Clamshell Giant Shield Platinum LV30. Attributes. Armor plus 8,000. Physique plus 200. Strength plus 150. Hard Shell. Armor plus 5,000. Smooth Surface. 25% reduction in hit rate from long-range attacks. 2 Sea Giant Hearts. 1 Water Elemental Essence. 2 pieces of equipment that couldn't be used. I can't say they're useless. That fisherman's horn might be useful.
Boule.
Fishmen are at the bottom of the food chain. What's the point of summoning 20 of them? They're not even cannon fodder. Illunis is reacting. Lin Yuan was just about to put the water elemental essence into his package when Illunis expressed the emotion of wanting it with Lin Yuan. You want it. Taking out his staff, Lin Yuan stuck the water elemental essence on it. In less than a second, water elemental essence was absorbed by the staff. Lin Yuan noticed that the cracks on the top of the staff had disappeared by 10, compared to the tens of thousands of cracks. It was insignificant, but the result was good. Lin Yuan at least knew that the elemental essence was useful to Illunis. Elemental monsters are also on the kill list from now on. Tidying up the package. Finding an extra 400 or so red-scaled salmon. Dozens of golden crabs. There were also some miscellaneous equipment and materials. This trip hadn't been in vain. I don't know if I'll have the chance to come here again. After looking around, after making sure that nothing was missing, Lin Yuan was ready to leave. Suddenly, the sound of earth-shattering waves came from 1,000 meters away. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked. A wave hundreds of meters high was coming towards him. The waves were raging and violent. Facing the towering waves, Lin Yuan was like a flat boat in the ocean. Lin Yuan was like a flat boat in the ocean. Lin Yuan's first thought was to put up an energy shield for himself. 0. Immunity. Lin Yuan's guess was right. This wave was indeed man-made. It was wise to put up an energy shield. After the wave, 1,000 meters away, a terrifying figure came riding on the waves. The figure was 50 meters tall. With one step, the surface of the sea shook violently. Just walking in the middle of the sea, just walking in the middle of the ocean, it can create huge waves. Wave Treader Madri Sea Giant Leader Legendary LV70. Life, 360 million.
Mana, 800.000.
Attack power, 4,500,000. Armor, 600,000. Magic resistance, 900000. Wave Treader. Throws up a giant wave that deals 3 million points of damage, doubled in the ocean. Mega Anchor Strike. Throws out a flying anchor for a single attack, ignores defense, deals 300% attack damage and knocks the target away. Siren Shell Armor. Immunity to control effects, reduces magic damage taken by 80%. Destruction Specialization. Trample the earth and stun enemies within 50 meters, dealing 1000% attack damage. Seeing the sea giant leader running towards him, Lin Yuan's eyes went wide. Holy, what the hell? Again, they're just coming up and starting a fight. What's wrong with you guys? You want me to die so badly? Those two sea giants just now. They greeted each other with rocks. Are all sea giants so grumpy? I just fried some fish here. What's the point? What Lin Yuan doesn't know is, those red-scaled salmon that he blew up. The sea giants were carefully trained to pay tribute to the Naga Queen. Originally, Madri planned to use these salmon to get a reward from the Queen of Naga. He was going to use the salmon to get a reward from the Queen of Naga and ask for the sacred weapon of the sea giants. As a result, the sea giants responsible for guarding the sea giants told Madri that all the red-scale salmon had been stolen. This made Madri furious. He rushed here at the first opportunity. But he was too late. Not only did the damn thief steal the salmon, he killed 2 of his men. Unforgivable. 1,000 meters away, Mordrady struck out in anger. And to his dismay, the wave he created did no damage. Although Madri was surprised, his feet didn't stop. He ran towards Lin Yuan. When he was still 800 meters away from Lin Yuan, Madri raised his hand. He locked onto Lin Yuan. He unleashed a giant anchor strike. 2 anchors the size of buses spun and flew towards Lin Yuan. The swish and cracking sound caused Lin Yuan's goosebumps to rise. Can't dodge it. Lin Yuan used Sublime Walk and, trying to avoid it. But it was useless. The anchor was still flying towards Lin Yuan. It was a lock-on technique. You can't avoid it. Then we can only take a gamble. As the anchor approached, Lin Yuan released Absolute Zero on himself. A block of ice with a cold aura appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The ice had a life value of 5 million. But that didn't make the ship anchor stay for even a second. 5 million. The ice block collapsed at the touch of a button. The ship anchor came in front of him. Lin Yuan stuck in time to use Sublime Walk. A 0.5-second invincibility effect flashed through his body. Immunity. He dodged the anchor's attack. Lin Yuan, who flashed into the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had really been dancing on the tip of a knife. If he had slowed down for a second, he was afraid that he would have been killed in seconds. When Madri saw that his attack didn't hit, his face darkened. With a move of his hand, the anchor flew back in Madri's direction. The anchor flew back in Madri's direction. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan was right in the middle of the two. A breaking sound was heard behind him. Lin Yuan only had time to release another Absolute Zero. 5 million. 10760000. The ice shattered. Over 10 million damage also emerged from Lin Yuan's body. Chapter 101 Imminent Death Effect of Annihilation Black Hole. The giant anchor strike dealt over 10 million damage to Lin Yuan. That was because Lin Yuan had his energy shield on. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Skill Energy Shield S rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, none. Description, 100 points of damage for every 1 point of mana, up to 10 million, immune to the first skill damage dealt to you every 30 seconds, unlimited duration, 1 minute cooldown after the shield is broken. With just 1 mega anchor strike, it broke all 2 layers of Lin Yuan's shield. At this moment, Lin Yuan only had 150,000 life value left. He was running around naked. The mega anchor strike also had a flying effect. After Lin Yuan landed on the ground, the distance between Madri and Lin Yuan was less than 100 meters. Despicable thief. Meet the wrath of the Wave Treader. Madri's 50-meter body was very oppressive. Lin Yuan felt like an ant. The opponent would be crushed to death if he moved his feet. You are locked by the giant's force field. You cannot use movement type skills. Lin Yuan's face was very ugly when he saw the panel prompt. This meant that Lin Yuan couldn't escape from this place using dimensional walking. Damn giants. Really think I'm easy to bully? Big guy. Did I blow up your ancestral tomb or sleep with your wife as to be so angry? Caught in a desperate situation. Lin Yuan, on the contrary, had little burden and he was ready to fight to the death. Of course, could also be called a mantis. Lin Yuan's trash talk made Madri even angrier. Raising his right foot, ready to make a big move of destruction. Go to hell, mongrel. Seeing Madri's movements, Lin Yuan ghostly threw an annihilation black hole. The annihilation black hole appeared underneath Madri's feet and it only dealt less than 30,000 points of damage. A look of disdain flashed across Madri's face. He then stepped heavily with his right foot towards the ground. Rumble. The moment Madri's right foot made contact with the ground, a powerful shockwave was generated. In a split second, the ground shook. Lin Yuan, who was standing on the ground, felt the ground crack open with countless crevices that, in less than a second, it had spread to Lin Yuan's feet. Ding! When the shockwaves and tremors reached Lin Yuan's feet, the ring on Lin Yuan's hand flashed with golden light. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan turned into a little golden man. Immunity. Immunity. Time stasis. When used actively, enters a stasis state, restoring 10% of life value per second for 3 seconds. Cannot take damage or perform any actions while in the stagnant state. Lin Yuan was using the skill that came with the ring on his hand. It was still pitched from the box of epilepsy. I didn't expect it to briefly save his life here today. Once 3 seconds had passed, Lin Yuan disarmed the little golden man state. The moment it was lifted, Lin Yuan raised his hand again and threw an annihilation black hole towards Madri's feet. 28,000. The damage dealt wasn't even as fast as Madri's return. Seeing this, Madri smiled contemptuously. Humble mage. Madri is the natural enemy of spellcasters. Madri never fears spellcasters. After saying that, Madri raised his foot and stomped towards Lin Yuan, wanting to crush Lin Yuan into mush. This might reduce the anger in his heart a bit. When Lin Yuan looked up, what he saw was a foot as big as a mountain. He just wanted to say a few harsh words and close his eyes to die. As a result, a hint made him ecstatic. Aren't you too happy too soon? Lin Yuan suddenly said this. Why did he say that? Because the feedback that appeared on Lin Yuan's panel was, Annihilation black hole triggers instant death effect. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Madri suddenly felt like he couldn't move his body. Countless black tentacles suddenly emerged from the black hole of annihilation, wrapped Madri tightly around them.
No.
Madri let out an incredulous cry from his mouth. This is impossible. My spell resistance is so strong. I won't be controlled. What Madri didn't realize was that the annihilation black hole had already touched part of the rules of space and death. Although the probability was very small. If it is triggered, it will be enough to kill Mogwari. It was enough to kill Mogwari. Madri's huge body was pulled into the black hole of annihilation by the tentacles. It wasn't until after the whole person had disappeared into it that Lin Yuan received a prompt from the system. You have killed the wave treader Madri. Sea Giant reputation 40. Current status is enemy. Warning. Wave treader Madri is leading an army of sea giants and is preparing to descend. Please prepare for battle. When he saw the previous prompt, Lin Yuan didn't have much of an expression yet. It's just a reduction in reputation. The big deal was that he wouldn't come into contact with the sea giants in the future. But when he saw the second prompt, Lin Yuan was shocked. What's going on? Didn't Madri just get killed? How can he still bring people to attack me? Am I blind? Not really, because Madri carries the blessing of the sea giant god. After his death, he was resurrected in the sea giant's temple. After his resurrection, Madri was furious. Immediately summoned the sea giants under his command and set off to the bay to find trouble with Lin Yuan. But when Madri returned to the bay, Lin Yuan was nowhere to be found. There were only countless corpses of sea creatures floating on the surface. Despicable human. Don't let me meet you again. Madri's voice shot up into the sky. All the creatures in a 5-kilometer radius could hear it. Scared, they scurried around. Madri's favorability towards you 20. Sea Giant's reputation 60. Current status is mortal enemy. Lin Yuan, who was running away at high speed, heard the prompt and, skimming his lips, inexplicable. He was just gonna fry a fish. What's in the way of you sea giants? If you want to eat fish, just tell me. I'll give you 10 or 8. What's the point of fighting like this? You're really sick. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, what Lin Yuan doesn't know is that his unintentional behavior directly led to the demise of the sea giants. After spending half an hour, Lin Yuan once again returned to the vicinity of the roof tribe. As Rab said, placing 2 or 3 red scale salmon about 50 meters apart. After placing almost 100 fish, Lin Yuan found a place to give birth. Lin Yuan found a place to build a fire. He passed a wooden stick through the salmon and he started to roast them himself. Not to mention, after the salmon was roasted over the fire, it gave off a tantalizing aroma. You can smell it from a distance of tens of meters. When he smelled the fish, Lin Yuan felt a bit hungry. In 3 or 2 bites, he destroyed a fish. You have eaten a red-scaled salmon, increasing your attributes by 5.5. After being roasted, the red-scaled salmon was extremely delicious. Lin Yuan ate 5 of them in one gulp. Not only did he solve his hunger problem, the full attribute also increased by 25 points. Too delicious. After eating them, Lin Yuan was picking his teeth with the fish bones. He thought to himself, this fish is so delicious even if I just grilled it myself. If Zhang Fan were to roast it, it would be so delicious that it would explode. When I get back, I'll definitely ask him to bake 2 more. And that golden iron pincer crab for him to deal with. Such a big crab. He'll have to eat 9 crabs at once. And after that, we'll make a crab meat with rice. The kind that doesn't need rice. Lin Yuan is resting. At a certain location about 2 kilometers away from him, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared. A gap in the void suddenly appeared. A dark purple tiger leapt out of it. After the tiger appeared, the rift also disappeared. The place where the dark purple tiger appeared. It was not far from the red scale salmon. When the tiger saw the red scale salmon scattered on the ground, its mauve pupils revealed a humanistic skepticism. Then its figure slowly began to fade. It disappeared without a trace. Chapter 102 Tiger King appears. After what could be 20 minutes, the figure of a tiger appeared once again. This purple-colored tiger was the Tiger King Ragaksh. The reason why he was invisible just now. He was worried that someone was using the red-scaled salmon as a trap. If it goes there, it will be ambushed. But during the 20 minutes of stealth, I didn't find any traps or traces of other people around. Could it be that the salmon was just accidentally dropped here? You're too lucky yourself. The last time I ate a red-scale salmon was 4 years ago. At that time, I was almost stoned to death by a sea giant. Luckily, I was able to run away quickly. Tiger King Ragaksh recalled that scene from 4 years ago. The corners of his mouth involuntarily drooled. The red-scale salmon was too delicious. If it wasn't for the fact that I really couldn't beat the sea giants. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat the sea giants, the red-scale salmon in the bay would have been stolen by the Tiger King. Lin Yuan had put more than 100 red-scale salmon in this area. Tiger King Ragakshi had a good time this time. He was eating happily. When he came to a distance of about 100 meters from Lin Yuan, Tiger King suddenly raised his head and he sniffed hard and smelled a particularly fragrant odor. He smelled a particularly fragrant smell. This scent was the smell of roasted fish. At this moment, Lin Yuan was still holding a roasted fish in his hand and he was hesitant to eat it. Before he could eat it, suddenly a fierce roar came from directly in front of him. Roar! Humans! Throw that roasted fish over here. Hearing the sound, Lin Yuan looked up and, happy. It's true that I didn't find a place where I stepped on iron shoes, but I didn't have to work hard to get it. He was wondering when the Tiger King would come out. He ended up popping up in front of him. Putting the grilled fish away, Lin Yuan stood up. Ghost Tiger Ragaksh Epic LV43. Life. 7,500,000. Attack power. 600000. Hunting instinct specialization. Enter stalking state. Movement speed increases by 100%. First attack after showing up will definitely produce a bludgeon. No cooldown. Predator. When in sneak state, normal attacks will jump behind the target enemy. Can be triggered again after killing the enemy. Void body. Immunity to magic. Physical damage increased by 200%. Beast roar. Inflicts 80,000 points of magic damage to enemies within 10 meters, creating a frightening effect. Void flicker. Quickly jump in the void. Up to 50 meters, cooldown time 8 seconds. After seeing the attributes of the Tiger King Ragaksh, Lin Yuan froze. Magic immunity. How can this even be fought? I'm a mage. And you're telling me that I need to defeat a magic immune level 43 epic ghost tiger. And this ghost tiger is also an assassin-type beast. You're playing with me, aren't you? Lin Yuan cursed Guari in his heart. Achoo! Guari inside the hunting camp suddenly sneezed and opened his eyes and looked at the sky, closed his eyes again, muttering under his breath. I'll see how long it takes for you to finish your mission this time. Lin Yuan cursed and cursed. The mission still had to continue. Roar! Hand over the grilled fish. As Lin Yuan froze, Ragaksh also roared. It wanted Lin Yuan to hand over the grilled fish. Lin Yuan understood the intended meaning and said back, wanting roasted fish is simple. Kill me. I still have over 300 red scale salmon. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the Lagaksha's eyes flashed with delight. As long as he killed this human in front of him, then there would be endless amounts of red scale salmon to eat. After being transformed by the void energy, Ragaksha's IQ was lowered, but his hunting instincts were still there. In a flash, he disappeared into thin air. When Lin Yuan saw Lagaksh enter a state of invisibility, decisively put a layer of energy shield on himself. Demon wings opened up. 5 earth spears appeared around him. There was nothing he could do. Who let this monster be immune to magic? Lin Yuan could only use earth spears to attack. Moreover, Lin Yuan also released his mirror image. He also put earth spears on the mirror image. At one time, 20 earth spears were suspended around Lin Yuan. This image resembled a practitioner of the imperial sword technique. Lagaksh didn't care about those fancy spears, because it had magic immunity. It was coy in the face of the sea giant caretaker. It was because the sea giant caretaker had a super high physical attack that it also had a knockback effect. The void body is immune to magic, but takes 200% more physical damage. That's why, even though Galaksh had long coveted the red scale salmon, he didn't dare to go to the bay to steal the fish. Facing Lin Yuan was different. It was going to strike hard. Lagaksh is filled with void energy. He had a keen sense of magic. Could sense that Lin Yuan possessed a huge amount of magic in his body. A caster? The one thing it wasn't afraid of was spellcasters. After sneaking, Lagaksh unleashed Predator. In a flash, he came behind Lin Yuan. He broke out of his sneaking state. The claws in his hands flashed coldly. He grabbed towards Lin Yuan's back. 1100000 strike. After taking damage, Lin Yuan wasn't slow to react and he used Sublime Walk to leave his original position, leaving behind a phantom. Leaving behind a phantom. He then controlled 20 earth spears to stab viciously towards Ragaksh. 120,000. 120,000. 30,000. 120,000 damage was inflicted by Lin Yuan's body. 30,000 of the damage was caused by the mirror image's spells. In 1 second, 20 earth spears dealt a little over 1,000,000 damage. It knocked out a large amount of Lagaksh's blood. It also dazed Ragaksh. Wardhair, isn't he a spellcaster? How can he deal physical damage to me? Ragaksh was a bit confused. Its fighting instincts told it not to be passive. Using void jump, he dodged to the side. The figure re-entered the sneaking state. Lin Yuan frowned and, feeling that it was a bit difficult to deal with. Looks like we'll have to get an anti-submarine skill or equipment. When faced with other stealthy monsters, Lin Yuan could bombard them with spells without discrimination. But Ragaksh was different. This tiger was immune to magic. Undifferentiated spell blasts were useless against it. Lin Yuan was very passive. Lagaksh, after stealthing again, he aimed at the mirror image. Because the mirror image only had 200,000 blood, without a shield, could be killed in a second. When Ragaksh reappeared, appeared behind the mirror image. Just one hit, the mirror image was shattered. And then Predator's effect was activated again. With 2 consecutive jumps, the remaining 2 mirrors were shattered again. Predator's effect is still active. Then, Ragakshi aimed at Lin Yuan's body. He came behind Lin Yuan and attacked. This time, Lin Yuan was prepared. The moment Lagaksh disappeared, Lin Yuan unleashed Sublime Walk. Immunity. The attack dealt no damage to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan appeared less than 20 meters away. After appearing, immediately manipulated the earth spear to attack. 120,000. 120,000. 5 spears. Only 2 hit. Once again, Ragaksh's figure disappeared from Lin Yuan's line of sight. Grass. It was so hard. Lin Yuan tried releasing a war wind towards the surroundings. After the gale raged, the surroundings remained the same. Except for Lin Yuan, it was still empty. Chapter 103. Alunis gives out. Undeterred, Lin Yuan unleashed the War Dipper twice more. The gale still failed to force out the Tiger King Ragaksh. As the king of the jungle tigers, Lagaksh's hunting skills were very high. He is also very patient. He knew that Lin Yuan was getting impatient. So, it struck. The predator was unleashed. The figure silently arrived behind Lin Yuan. After launching its attack, it didn't stay for even 0.1 seconds. It immediately used Void Flicker. It flashed to a safe place. Disappeared from Lin Yuan's sight. 1,100,000 strike. Lin Yuan, who had been attacked, just wanted to mobilize his Earth Spear to attack. As a result, he lost his target. The next time, Ragaksh repeated this tactic. Once Void Flicker had cooled down, he would launch an attack towards Lin Yuan. For a while, Lin Yuan could only be passive. Even if he put his Earth Spear behind him, it didn't help. This can't go on. Lin Yuan was in a very difficult situation. Ragaksh's godly ability was too buggy. If Lin Yuan didn't have a shield of nearly 10 million, would have died under Ragaksh's claws long ago. The current situation was that Lin Yuan had no way to attack Lagaksh. Ragakshi couldn't break Lin Yuan's shield in a short time, but the two of them weren't leaving. One man and one tiger were now at a standstill. Lin Yuan had to kill Ragaksh. If he didn't kill it, Lin Yuan had no way to leave the beast forest. Lagaksh, on the other hand, Lagaksh was thinking about the 300 or so red scale salmon on Lin Yuan's body. They can't kill each other. They refused to leave. They were in a stalemate for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes of fighting, Lagaksh became a little bit reluctant. As a creature of the void, if you leave the void for a long period of time, a huge emptiness will arise in your body. It is necessary to return to the void. During the mating season, the ghost tiger will only be around for 30 minutes. Don't underestimate this 30 minutes. It's enough time for it to have a quickie with 5 or 6 tigers. Fighting with Lin Yuan is much more tiring than having fun with tigers. I don't know what this human is doing. The damage he's done to him must be in the hundreds of millions. How could he not die? Ragaksh was a bit skeptical of the tiger-born. At the moment, Lin Yuan was also trying to figure out what to do. In order to prevent a sneak attack, Lin Yuan applied absolute zero to himself, wrapping himself in cold ice. Seeing Lin Yuan make another cloud of ice to protect himself, Lagaksh was also a bit speechless. The shield was already high. Now it made another layer of ice shield. Can't be killed. It really couldn't be killed. Lagaksh had the idea of leaving. He was just about to leave. Lin Yuan suddenly cancelled the ice shield. He had obviously considered this as well. Worried that Lagaksh would see the ice shield and run away. Then what to do? Wouldn't he have worked so hard for so long for nothing? No way. He had to let it attack him. Lin Yuan thought of how Lagaksh looked when he saw the roasted fish. He thought of the way Ragaksh saw the roasted fish earlier. He took out the roasted fish from his parcel. As soon as the roasted fish appeared, the moment the roasted fish appeared, it emitted a tantalizing aroma. Lagaksh's footsteps instantly stopped. There was a strong desire in his lavender eyes. Instinctively, he unleashed his predator. Came behind Lin Yuan. This time it didn't choose to attack Lin Yuan. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Yuan's right hand. The roasted fish was on Lin Yuan's right hand. Lin Yuan hadn't expected Lagaksh to move so fast. The grilled fish had just been taken out, and he couldn't wait to come over and grab it. Lin Yuan let go of his hand and, throwing away the roasted fish, he then attacked Lagaksh with his Earth Spear. 120,000. 120,000. In order to be able to eat the grilled fish, Ragaksh takes 5 hits from the Earth Spear. After that, Ragaksh's figure flickered and disappeared without a trace again. Lin Yuan. He really couldn't do anything about this tiger. But Lin Yuan was sure of one thing. That was that the red-scaled salmon had a huge attraction to Lagaksh. And so, Lin Yuan rebuilt the fire and took out 5 red-scale salmon and put them on the fire and prepared to roast them. Lagaksh was also very patient. He knew that Lin Yuan was preparing to set a trap for him. Reason told him to leave immediately, but his instincts told him to stay here. The only thing that human could do damage to himself were those 5 spears. As long as I dodge the spears, that human won't be able to do anything to me. Lagash was quite confident. Felt that he had recognized Lin Yuan's trap. As long as I'm careful, this human is a free cook. Roar. The grilled red scale salmon was just too delicious. 3 minutes later, the red scale salmon in Lin Yuan's hand gave off a tantalizing aroma. Ragaksh almost didn't have the control to rush over like he did just now. Luckily, he stopped in time. After that, Ragaksh was very patient and found a chance to snatch all the roasted fish. Damn it, you've gotten smart. Lin Yuan looked at the bare branch in his hand and he wanted to curse his mother. The lure plan failed. Unbelievingly, Lin Yuan took out 5 more red scale salmon. This time, he must be prepared himself. 5 minutes later, the branch in Lin Yuan's hand once again became bare. Grass! Is this tiger so cunning? It grabbed it and ran away. It doesn't hold back. The sneaking ability was simply bug level. Lin Yuan had already put up a lot of energy. He still couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yuan was a man who wouldn't give up. He pulled out 5 more fish. After 30 minutes, Lin Yuan had lost 45 fish and not a single bit of damage was done. Lin Yuan was so depressed that he wanted to give up. When he was about to lose heart, a message came from Illunis in his backpack. It indicated that he was capable of trapping this void creature. Taking out Illunis, Lin Yuan asked, "Can you do it?" Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Illunis' staff flashed and shrunk rapidly, indicating that it was no problem. It indicated that there was no problem. After Lin Yuan and Illunis communicated, Lin Yuan and Illunis decided to take action immediately. In order to lure Lagash to show up again, Lin Yuan took out 10 red-scaled salmon this time. By his side, Illunis hid all her light. It looked like a broken staff. There was no threat. While Lin Yuan was grilling the fish, the distance between Lagashi and Lin Yuan was less than 20 meters. He's so bold. After so many rounds of games, Lagash was sure Lin Yuan couldn't do anything about it. You still want to use a roasted fish as a trap? Heh, naive human. As long as you move faster, you can only eat the dust from my ass. Lagash was lying on the ground, bored, tail wagging, very dejected. Of course, these movements were all done in a submerged state. Lin Yuan could not see them. The fish was almost ready. Only then did Lagash slowly get up and he was ready to enjoy the fish. His previous successes had made him a bit complacent. When he quietly walked to Lin Yuan's side, Lagash had a humanized look of mockery on his face. The humble roasted fish man, when he was less than a meter away from Lin Yuan. Lagash just wanted to reach out and bite the roasted fish in Lin Yuan's hand. He suddenly felt a palpitation. This was the 6th sense of the king of beasts. It sensed danger. It was ready to retreat at the drop of a hat. He didn't even care about the fish that was so close. But it was still too late. A colorful cage appeared around them. It locked Lin Yuan and Lagashi together. Chapter 104 Void Treasure Pearl. This elemental cage was not mere magic. Rather, it was as if it were substance. The colorful elements transformed into a hard rope that surrounded Lin Yuan and Ragaksh tightly. Roar! A small trick. Lagaksh let out a low roar, prepared to perform a void dodge to leave this place. In the next second, it froze for a moment. Why isn't it working? Void dodge is a tried and true technique. How come it doesn't work anymore? Seeing this, Illunis sent a message of disdain, as if to say, "You little bastard, you still want to use other skills inside my elemental cage." Illunis is an elemental spirit. The elemental cage it casts can completely isolate other energies. Ragakshi's attempt to use Void Blink is a fool's errand. The effect of elemental cage was very powerful. The amount of energy consumed was also extremely high. In Illunis' current state, it would last for a maximum of 10 seconds. If it exceeds that time, the cracks will increase. If it's more than that, the cracks will increase, and if it's more serious, there's even a risk of it breaking. Lin Yuan was obviously aware of this. 5 earth spears instantly appeared, stabbing towards Ragaksh, who was close at hand. 240,000. 240,000. The earth spears struck Ragaksh's body and it dealt 240,000 damage. A full double. This was obviously an additional effect of the elemental cage as well. After the damage became more, Lin Yuan was overjoyed and he continued to attack Lagaksh. The frequency of the Earth Spear's attacks was once a second. It was able to deal 1.2 million damage in one round. Ragesh had over 6 million damage left. It would take at least 6 seconds to finish it off. Lagash felt the crisis of death. He exploded his beastly instincts. It launched an attack towards the elemental cage. Lagash had just fought with Lin Yuan for so long. He hadn't even been able to kill Lin Yuan. That's why Lagash had a misunderstanding. That he had no way to kill Lin Yuan. Therefore, Lagash stretched out his sharp claws, launched an attack towards the elemental cage. Ragash's attack speed was very fast. He could strike 3.4 times a second. There was a crash sound. 2 ropes were broken by the blows. Alunis hurriedly repaired them. For every broken rope that was repaired, 10 more cracks would appear on all of Alunis' body. While Lagakshi was attacking, Lin Yuan wasn't idle either. He had been manipulating the Earth Spear to attack. He looked at the Alunis in his hands with some pain, looking at the new cracks that kept appearing on it. Lin Yuan said viciously, "I've lost a lot of money this time. If Alunis breaks, 10 of your lives won't be enough to pay for it." Lagash didn't say anything when he sniffed, but he expressed his dissatisfaction with practical actions. The frequency of his attacks was actually a tiny bit faster, able to attack 1 more time per second, as if to say, "You only broke your weapon. I'm losing my life." The 2 of them are now fighting for time. Ragakshi still has 1.5 million blood. 2 more seconds to complete the mission. But at this very moment, Alunis suddenly ran low on energy. The light of the elemental cage dimmed. Ragaksh was overjoyed and wanted to use Void Flicker to leave this dangerous place. At this time, I heard a click. A stubborn emotion came from the staff of Alunis. She wanted to leave Ragaksh behind even if it was broken. The elemental cage rose again. It extinguished Lagaksh's hope of escape. 240,000. 240,000. With intense unwillingness in his eyes, Lagaksh. He collapsed to the ground. Killed Ghost Tiger Ragaksh. Experience value increased by 430,000. Completed Hunting Quest 2. Please go to Gwari as soon as possible to receive the next quest. Overeating effect triggered. Agility increased by 200. At this moment, Lin Yuan couldn't care less about Ragaksh, because the Alunis in his hand broke in half. Elemental power was constantly being lost. In a few more minutes, I'm afraid the true spirit of the staff will dissipate. Alunis would become an ordinary staff. No, not even an ordinary staff. It would be a broken piece of trash. Lin Yuan was a little heartbroken and, "You said, why do you have to show off? Don't you know how fragile you are right now?" Although Lin Yuan and Alunis had been in contact for a short period of time. But Lin Yuan very much liked Alunis' childlike personality. It gave Lin Yuan the feeling of an old father. But before Alunis could grow up, Lin Yuan had a very difficult time. Lin Yuan had a very hard time for a while. "If we can't kill it this time, we can kill it next time. What's the big deal is that we have to wait here for more." Lin Yuan spoke with 7 parts heartache and 3 parts blame. Alunis was in a somewhat bad state, but still gave a response. The light above the staff was much dimmer. It was as if she was begging for a compliment. "See how good I am. As long as I step in, I'll be able to solve it right away." Lin Yuan sighed. Suddenly it felt like this was a bare child. Lin Yuan guessed that the reason why Alunis was crushed by the Dark Titan should have been for bravado as well. "Better hurry up and turn in your quest. Didn't Gwari say he was a forger? Go ask him if he can fix you up later." Walking over to Ragaksh's corpse, Lin Yuan cut off its head. "What's this?" Ragaksh dropped a skill book and a fist-sized gem. The gem emitted a rich purple light and, holding it in his hand, Lin Yuan could feel that it contained a mysterious energy. Void Jewel 7 colors. Description: a treasure naturally condensed in the void, contains powerful void energy, function unknown. Eye of Prying grade ALV1. Casting time: instantaneous. Consumption: 500 mana. Description: upon release it can see hidden targets within 5 meters in front of it, and if the opponent's sneak level is too high, there is a probability that it cannot be seen through. It's a real sleepyhead. Before, I wanted to get an anti-hiding skill book or equipment. This is not it. After picking up the loot, Lin Yuan was in a hurry to go back and find Gwari to repair Alunis, continuously casting Sublime Walk. After 1 minute, Lin Yuan returned to the hunting camp. "Elder brother Gwari, it's bad. Come help me look at my staff. My staff is broken." As soon as he returned, Lin Yuan shouted at Guari. At this time, Guari hadn't even woken up yet and, hearing Lin Yuan noisily putting out a fire, he reluctantly got up and, after getting up, he took a look at the sky. It had only been less than 2 hours. Did he accomplish his mission again? That's impossible. Lagakshi's ghost tiger is so cunning. It would take a lot of time just to find him. That's right. He was shouting that his staff is broken. If it's broken, just replace it. Why are you looking for me? If your staff is broken, just replace it. Why are you looking for me? Guari thought and said this in his heart. Lin Yuan had already arrived in front of Guari. Sniffed back. There's no way to replace this staff, old brother. Quickly help me see if it can be repaired. Lin Yuan was full of anticipation as he brought the staff in front of Guari. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Guari's mind was reeling. I don't know how many superb weapons I've seen in my life. I've seen a lot of excellent weapons in my life, many of which came from me. There's no such thing as a weapon that can't be replaced. You think your weapon is the same as my shotgun? Seeing the anticipation in Lin Yuan's eyes, Guali couldn't refuse. He planned to take a look at it first, but the moment he looked down, he directly exploded. Holy! This is Illunis. Elemental Soul Illunis, 7 colors broken. Repair degree, 0.06%. Requirement, Intelligence 10,000. Attribute, Intelligence plus 0%. Arcane affinity, spell consumption reduced by 0%. Temporal Dao marker, opens a portal to the Astral Mage Tower. Unavailable. Status, true spirit loss. Guari saw the state of Illunis at the moment and Miso stood up. The staff had reached the point where it was running out of gas and, if it had been a few minutes later, the true spirit wears out. At that time, even if the dwarf god came, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 105. Fusing the Void Treasure Pearl. Wasn't Illunis lost in the stars? How did it get into your hands? The staff is broken like this. How the hell did you get it? Guari's tone was not friendly. Illunis had been damaged to such an extent. I can't believe you're still fighting with the staff. What a big heart. After hearing this, Lin Yuan, he hurriedly explained. After hearing that, Guari's expression only looked better. I didn't expect that little tiger Ragaksh to have evolved a magic immune physique. That's something I didn't expect. The last time Guari saw Ragaksh was 4.5 years ago. At that time, Ragaksh had just become a ghost tiger. Guari realized that this little guy was very special. After being eroded by the void, it still retained the hunting instincts of a fierce beast. At the time, he found the little guy interesting and let it go. It was just in time for Lin Yuan to choose the top trial. Guari remembered this little tiger, Ragaksh, thinking that Ragaksh could create some trouble for Lin Yuan. Unexpectedly, this little tiger had met with a strange encounter. Surprisingly, it had evolved a magic immune physique. After learning about the battle, Guali marveled. I didn't realize that even the magic immune Ragaksh couldn't defeat you, although I relied on my equipment. But isn't equipment also part of your strength? It's just a pity that Illunis has this excellent staff. I currently don't have an elemental pearl in my hand. There's no way to completely repair it. I can only maintain it for the time being. You can find someone else to think of a way after you go out. Lin Yuan's heart thumped when he heard this and asked, will this affect Illunis? Guari nodded. It will definitely have an impact, unless you can collect all 4 elemental treasures of earth, fire, water, and wind right now. And even if you gather all the 4 elemental treasure beads, there's no way to repair it without a treasure that can balance these elemental treasure beads. After Guari's explanation, Lin Yuan was a bit emotionally drained. What Guari had said was clear enough. There wasn't a single treasure that could balance the 4 elements. Even if one had gathered all the 4 elemental treasures, it wouldn't help. When the time comes, without waiting for the elemental pearls to merge, Illunis will explode first. At that time, the staff wouldn't even be left. Elemental pearl, elemental pearl. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Where to find the elemental pearls? Lin Yuan had asked Guari. Elemental treasure beads only appeared in the elemental plane. It's a treasure that even the elemental lords covet. It's extremely rare, not to mention Lin Yuan. Even Chun Yuyang had a hard time getting one. While thinking about it, Lin Yuan suddenly clapped his hands. Older brother, see if this thing works. Lin Yuan took out a deep purple pearl from his parcel. This pearl was the one that popped out after Ragaksh's death. Guari took the treasure bead and, after carefully scrutinizing it, uncertainly, he asked, "Where did you get this?" Lin Yuan patted the tiger's head at his waist and, "Got it from it. No wonder. No wonder this little tiger of Ragakshas could evolve a demon immunity body." It turned out that it had unintentionally swallowed the void treasure pearl. "I really don't know if it's this little tiger's bad luck or you're just too lucky." Guari suddenly didn't know what to say. To say that this little tiger had bad luck. He swallowed the void treasure pearl but didn't explode and die. Instead, he evolved due to the misfortune. It was considered to be a blessing of good fortune. If he doesn't die, he'll be a void lord in a few years. But it turned out to be bad luck. He was killed by Lin Yuan because of his gluttony. The void pearl was transferred and fell into Lin Yuan's hands. Before, I didn't have the materials and could only maintain it. But now with this void treasure pearl, I can do my best to try and maybe fix it completely. Hearing Guari say that, Lin Yuan showed a joyful expression. "Great trouble, old brother." Guari shook his head. "Don't be too happy yet. I'm not 100% sure, and there's still a key material missing." As Guari spoke, taking Ragaksha's head into his hands, Lin Yuan's panel also displayed a prompt to complete the quest. Completed top trial 2. Gained 400,000 experience points. Then a new quest was released. Top trial 3. Kill a sea giant and obtain a sea giant's heart. There is a lack of a sea giant heart. After a sea giant dies, their heart will turn into a stone. A stone ground into powder will reduce the activity of the elements and can increase the success rate of weapon repair. You need to hurry up and kill a sea giant. They all live in the west by the sea. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Guari took out a mechanical part from his backpack and threw it on the ground. The part hit the ground and there was a klaxon sound, and it instantly turned into a forge. It instantly turned into a forge workshop. "This is the alchemy workshop I got from the goblins. It can be carried around and is very convenient." Entering inside the workshop, Lin Yuan felt a wave of heat come over him. Guari took off his upper body's clothes and, revealing muscles that were like rocks, putting the staff and the void pearl on the anvil, Guari pulled out many more tools and materials. After working for a while, once he turned around and realized that Lin Yuan was still here, unhappily, he said, "Why aren't you gone yet? Didn't I tell you just now that you need to get the heart of the sea giant within 15 minutes, so that the success rate of repairing the staff can be a few points higher?" Guari now had everything in place. All that was missing was for Lin Yuan to bring over the sea giant's heart. But Lin Yuan was just standing there. Has he given up? Just when he wanted to say a few words of reprimand, Lin Yuan suddenly smacked his head. He took out 2 oddly shaped stones. Sea giant's heart special. Function: forging material. Seeing Lin Yuan pull out the sea giant's heart from his backpack, Guari was stunned for a moment. Then he took it and put it on the anvil. "Where did you get it?" "You have completed top trial 3. Experience value increased by 500,000. Top trial 4. Prove yourself to Guari." After completing the quest, Lin Yuan rose 1 level and reached level 25. Harvested another 2,000 skill points. But what was the meaning of the last step of this last top trial? Proving himself? Did he have to fight Guari? It's too difficult, isn't it? Which professional could complete it? Guari didn't have the time to talk to Lin Yuan right now. After the materials were complete, he was ready to start repairing the staff. First, he crushed the 2 sea giant hearts. He took out many more materials and crushed them one by one. Finally, he put the void treasure pearl on the place where Illunis had broken it. Then, Dwarf changed a hammer of forging from somewhere and started to knock and beat. The clanking sound made Lin Yuan's heart skip a beat. He was worried that Guari would accidentally break the staff. Fortunately, there was no danger. 15 minutes later, void pearl and Illunis completely fused together. "It's finally done." Guari wiped the sweat from his head. To be honest, he was also nervous. If he wasn't careful, the former top-tier staff would be reduced to scrap. "You're lucky." Guari handed the repaired staff to Lin Yuan. "The energy contained in this void pearl is extremely powerful. If it wasn't for it, this wouldn't necessarily have been repaired." Hearing Guari's words, Lin Yuan took the staff with glee. "Thank you, old brother Guari. In the future, if you need roasted cashews, just say the word. There's enough." With the staff in hand, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to take a look at the current attributes. Chapter 106: Void Erosion. Elemental Soul Illunis, 7 colors broken condition. Repair progress, 5%. Wearing requirements bound. Intelligence 20,000. Level 25. Attributes. Intelligence plus 10%. Physical strength plus 10%. Agility plus 10%. Arcane affinity. Spell consumption reduced by 15%. Temporal Dao marker. Opens a portal to the Astral Mage Tower. No matter where you are, the astral plane is your home. Void erosion. Unleashes on one target, increasing the damage it takes from spells by 50% for 3 seconds. Other. To be unlocked. Seeing the refreshed staff, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Older brother is awesome. Seeing this, Gwari commanded. The Dark Titan's divine magic is too powerful, and even after fusing the Void Pearl, it only restored 5% of its power in its heyday. Alunis was originally an elemental soul, and now that she's fused with void energy, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Lin Yuan nodded after hearing this. The staff was in his hand. Lin Yuan could clearly feel Alunis's emotions, and this master has returned alive again. Tremble, Dark Titan. Sooner or later this master will shatter your Titan god body. This master of mine can cheer up and join me in dry crushing the Dark Titan. Lin Yuan. How is it that, after fusing the void energy, Alunis turned a bit middle-aged? Putting the staff away, Lin Yuan asked with Gwari, how do you complete the last step of the top trial? Hearing Lin Yuan ask about the trials, Gwari raised an eyebrow and, sitting down next to the iron felt. Let's not get too busy with that. First tell me how you lured Ragaksh out, and that sea giant's heart. When did you kill the sea giant? Hearing Gavara's words, Lin Yuan told his encounters one by one, starting with the roof tribe, going to the fish fry afterward, the great battle against the sea giants as well as the sea giant leader. After escaping death, he lured Ragaksh out with the red-scaled salmon. Speaking of this, Lin Yuan stopped. The story of the battle with Ragaksh had already been told to Gwari before. There was no need to repeat it. Gwari finished listening and, sighing, am I getting old or is this world progressing too fast? You were able to kill the sea giant leader, but you're really something. Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. Fluke. Fluke. It's all luck. Or else you wouldn't have seen me already, old brother. Gwari nodded. It was indeed luck that he himself had seen Madri before on the western coast, possessing a huge body and super high magic resistance. Calling it a caster's nemesis wouldn't be an exaggeration. After estimating, if I were to make a move, I would need at least 3 shots to finish off Madri. You kid is really fooling around. It's a good thing that Madri didn't become the king of the sea giants, or else you'd already be dead. Gwari stroked the beard on his chin and scolded with a laugh. You can't be so reckless in the future. It's not guaranteed that you'll piss off a powerful person one day, and you won't even have a place to cry when the time comes. After that, the two of them seemed like they were chattering about family matters. Gwari told quite a few interesting stories. Lin Yuan also shared what he had encountered. But he hadn't been awakened for long. He didn't have many stories, but it was enough to impress Gwari. I knew you were unusual. I didn't expect you to be favored by Star Realm Mage Magna. I didn't miss my eyes. Gwari attributed all of Lin Yuan's abilities to Magna, thinking that Lin Yuan had his current strength after receiving Magna's favor. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan was a loser. Lin Yuan's current strength was due to a plug-in. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The two of them started to drink. Lin Yuan took the initiative to take out the roasted waste. After thinking about it, he also took out a dozen of red-scale salmon, put them on the fire and roasted them. Gwari smelled the aroma, nose sniffing hard. It smells good. Looking up to see Lin Yuan roasting the fish. What kind of fish is this? Why does it smell so good? Gwari came forward and asked. It's called red-scaled salmon. It's especially delicious, especially after it's been roasted. I relied on these fish to seduce Ragaksh out. Lin Yuan handed the roasted fish to Gwari. The latter took it and gently tasted it. The fish meat was bouncy and delicious, and the aroma overflowed in all directions. The entire taste buds seemed to be excited. Gwari had never eaten such delicious fish before. He ate 10 of them in one gulp. Moreover, after eating this fish, it could actually increase all of his attributes. Of course, for Gwari, this attribute was like a drop in the bucket. But a mosquito is still meat. In the end, he owed Lin Yuan a favor. So Gwari decided to give Lin Yuan his toy gun. You've been recognized by Gwari. Passed the top trial. Experience value increased by 600,000. You have learned beast intuition. A system prompt suddenly came to Lin Yuan's ears, who was still grilling fish. Lin Yuan was confused. What did I do to complete the quest? Is it possible that my barbecuing skills have been recognized by Gwari? Has my charisma finally been discovered? Damn, I thought I was gonna have to fight this old man. Scared the baby to death. Lin Yuan looked at Gwari and, from the other party's eyes, Lin Yuan saw a hint of a smile and he immediately understood. Oh, so it's because of the relationship. This is opening the back door for himself. This is just like a job promotion. Whether or not you can get the approval of your superiors, it's just a matter of their word. If the leader says you can do it, you can't. If the leader says you can't, you can't. To show his appreciation, Lin Yuan took out the remaining dozens of skewers of roasted cashews and put them on the iron felt. After thinking about it, he also put a few dozen red scale salmon. Golden iron claw crab Lin Yuan did not put, because he loved to eat it. Seeing Lin Yuan's movements, Gwari stood up and, "You've completed the top trial. You can leave the Mastodon Forest at any time. This is a summoning rune. You can call me when you need help." Gwari handed a telephone-like rune to Lin Yuan and, then, without moving, he put the roasted waste and the red scale salmon into his backpack and, "This toy gun is for you. I hope it helps you." Looking at the toy gun in Gwari's hand, which he could buy for $1 by spelling Yuzu, and hearing Gwari's serious tone, Lin Yuan reached out and took the toy gun. When he took it in his hand, seeing the properties of the toy gun, Lin Yuan was shocked. Seeing Lin Yuan's shock, Gwari's expression was a bit smug and, "How about it? Isn't it a surprise?" Lin Yuan nodded vigorously and, "Thank you, old brother. If you have time to come to Blue Star as a guest in the future, there's enough roasted cashews to go around, as well as elf wine and goblin snacks." Upon hearing this, Gwari, immediately his eyes lit up. "I still have some things to do during this period of time, so don't break your appointment when I contact you." Gwari favorability plus 20, current favorability best friend. Lin Yuan took a look. Gotta. Another LSP. After the two of them exchanged simple pleasantries, Lin Yuan used a teleportation scroll to return to Blue Star. After Lin Yuan left, Gwari put away the alchemy workshop and looked at the empty campsite and muttered to himself, "With the heart of tyranny falling into the hands of humans, I'm afraid that the purgatory demons are going to make another big move. I'll have to go and ask around to find out where Leviathan is right now, and this time I'll make sure to avenge my previous revenge." Before leaving the camp, Gwari took out the old flintlock rifle at his waist and put a bullet into it. Bang! The bullet tore through space. The bullet ripped through space. Then, Gwari walked in, not knowing where to go. Chapter 107 Natural Disaster Sex Strikes. On the other side, after using the teleportation scroll, Lin Yuan returned to Tianfeng City. When he looked at the time, it was already late at night. He took out his contact device and called Zhang Fan. He found that Zhang Fan was out of contact. What an effort! There's only one way to be out of contact. It's in the middle of the abyss. It was unclear when Zhang Fan would come out. Lin Yuan mailed the shield and 20 red scale salmon to Zhang Fan's house. Then he returned to the rental house. "I'll have to change my house in a couple days." Returning to the rental house, Lin Yuan had the idea of changing his house. Today was a very tiring day. It was also the most treacherous day. Lying on his bed, Lin Yuan reviewed today's battle and felt that there were many things he hadn't done well. If it wasn't for his heavenly fortune, I would have been killed by the wave treader. If it wasn't for Illunis, I would still be fighting Lagaksh. All in all, I'm still not strong enough. I need to get stronger. A wave runner almost blew me away. It's a shame. Listen to that. That's a very angry thing to say. The wave treader is at least the leader of the sea giant clan, although he didn't become a king. But he has hundreds or thousands of sea giants under his command. In ancient times, he was considered a lord. Lin Yuan is just a small level 25 Karami. You're still ashamed of yourself. You really don't know what to do. After reflecting for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that there was still a skill he hadn't learned. So he took out the skill book that Ragakshi had popped out. After learning it, he directly filled it up. True IS class of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 12,000. Description. Release an invisible Eye of Truth for 5 minutes. The Eye of Truth can see through invisible creatures within 30 meters, and has the probability to see through the camouflage on the opponent's body, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Likes. With the Eye of Truth, Lin Yuan no longer worried about stealthy enemies. And the Eye of Truth was invisible. Only Lin Yuan himself could see it. When it's released, others won't be able to see that he's wearing a big eye on his head. Not only is it convenient, it's not only convenient, but also aesthetically pleasing. After upgrading his skills, Lin Yuan didn't feel like sleeping. He took out his cell phone and started to see if there was anything new on the professionals forum. When he opened the forum, the first thing that caught his eye was a piece of mourning. The reason was that a level 30 rift abyss had appeared near Water Willow City. But the professionals in Water Willow City discovered it late. They didn't attack it in time. This led to the creatures inside breaking through the dimensional barriers and descending on Blue Star. Although in the end, Water Willow City mobilized the professionals to exterminate all the sub-dimensional creatures. But they suffered heavy losses. 130 professionals died. After such an incident, the Central Sacred City issued an urgent warning. The Purgatory Plane has fully invaded Blue Star. In the coming period of time, the Rift Abyss will be at a high incidence. The professionals of each city must strengthen the patrols and controls in the region and nip the Abyss Rift in the bud. As soon as the order was given, all cities immediately executed this order. The locations where the Rift Abyss appeared were not fixed. Some appear in the river, some appear in the sky, others appear underground. There's no way to prevent it. Fortunately, this time, the Central Holy City has issued a newly developed rift detector. As long as the distance does not exceed 50 meters, it can accurately locate the direction of the fissure. Do not say. Some cities have actually discovered the rift abyss. The danger was eliminated in the rift. A large portion of Tianfeng City's professionals have dispersed to explore the rift. Only about 20% of the higher-ranked professionals were left in the city. Seeing this, Lin Yuan understood that professionals weren't that good. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even though Lin Yuan was better than the professionals of the same stage. However, there was still a gap between him and those veteran professionals. If a level 60 or above professional appeared in front of Lin Yuan would most likely only be able to run away, unless the opponent didn't have a force field to suppress or the force field couldn't restrict Lin Yuan. After scrolling through the forums, Lin Yuan saw a mage alignment teaching post when he suddenly felt sleepy. I'm really not a person who loves to learn. I get sleepy when I see words about teaching. Then Lin Yuan decisively put his cell phone away. Sleep. As Lin Yuan entered Dreamland. Inside a sewer somewhere in Tianfeng City, two black-robed men were conversing. One of them had magic patterns all over his body. This person was Wang Li, the head of the Heavenly Tribulation cult in Heavenly Wind City. Rank 47 Demon Tattoo Messenger. Right now, Wang Li was bowing down and reporting towards the other black-robed man. Lord Inspector, most of the professionals in Tianfeng City have already left. Lin Yuan just came out of the abyss and has now returned home. My lord, when are we going to make our move? The man called the inspector pondered for a moment and said, the night is long, we'll make our move in a while. Zhongbai won't anticipate that we've sent out 4 people this time even if he's prepared. Wang Li sniffed and looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. It seemed to be asking where the others were. In response, the inspector did not say anything more and he ordered, do it immediately after half an hour. Lin Yuan is the person that Lord Demon King named to be arrested. It must be foolproof. After the inspector finished speaking, Wang Li immediately replied, yes, sir. Wang Li then summoned the only 13 remaining Heavenly Calamity cultists in the city to gather. Mayor, the Heavenly Tribulation cultists have assembled. These congregants had just made a move. Secretary Sun immediately ran to Zongbai's side to report. Upon hearing this, Zongbai immediately arranged for his men to rush to the vicinity of Lin Yuan's house to stand by. He himself was heavily armed. He rushed to Lin Yuan's house with Secretary Sun. While he was on his way, he also contacted Chun Yuang. He reported the incident. Chun Yuang only replied with 3 words. Got it. After hanging up, Zongbai snorted coldly. The Heavenly Tribulation cult. I will definitely tell you to have no return. In the dimly lit city, 2 forces gathered as quickly as a storm. Their destination was clear. It was Lin Yuan's rented house. But what was Lin Yuan doing in the center of the storm? He was lying on his side. His legs were sandwiched between the covers. He was sleeping soundly. In his sleep, Lin Yuan felt that this position was a bit unattractive. He changed his position. Oh no. It should be the word tie, or to be more precise, the character for wood. Is everyone here? At the same time, inside the sewer, Wang Li looked at the time and asked with a nameless little brother beside him. The nameless little brother nodded. All here, boss. After that, Wang Li asked the inspector for instructions. After getting a response, he went with the inspector to the nearest sewer to Lin Yuan's house. Coincidentally, just as these people were about to go up, they heard the sound of a conversation coming from above the sewer. Did you enjoy your drink tonight? Want to go somewhere else for a drink? Sure, let's go. The inspector heard someone talking. The movement stopped for a moment and was directly below the manhole cover. He planned to wait for the men to get farther away before going up. Immediately afterward, he regretted it, because there was a faint rustling of pants coming from above. In a few seconds, there was the sound of water flowing. And then the inspector realized that he had been drenched in urine. It almost didn't make him explode in place. Next to Wang Li and a group of juniors' faces. All looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was particularly hard to hold it in. Seeing this, the inspector roared angrily. Seek death. Flying directly, he lifted the cover of the well and came to the ground. After coming up, Inspector saw that there were two men around the well cover who were looking at themselves in shock. With a cold snort, raising his hand and waving it at the two men, with a flash of light, the two men were dead. Dead beyond death. Chapter 108. The house has been dry-bombed? Before these two died, they were still full of questions. They didn't understand why they peed. Surprisingly, pee out a person. After the inspector killed these two people. Perhaps not feel relieved. He waved his hand again. He shot a skill at their corpses. The bodies of the two people were beaten into meat paste. This move startled Wang Li and the others who came up behind him. They didn't dare to show any more smiles on their faces. That's it right there, isn't it? The inspector asked Wang Li, pointing at Lin Yuan's rented house.
Bang Linuda.
That's the place. The inspector envoy suddenly closed his eyes and unleashed a scrying skill. Imp's Eye Grade BLV4. Description. Summons a movable Imp's Eye. The caster can share the vision of the Imp's Eye. The Imp's Eye has a life value of 4 points. After releasing this spell, a 1 centimeter-sized green eyeball appeared at the feet of the inspector. The eyeball could float on the ground and it moves very fast. You can't even notice it unless you look closely. The inspector used his Imp's Eye to investigate. He found Zhong Bai's men who had ambushed him in advance. After disbanding the Imp's Eye, the inspector laughed coldly. Fortunately, I was prepared. Saying that, he took out a red button from his pocket and he pressed it, then ordered Wang Li to attack from the front. Quickly, charge me. Wang Li applied a few magic gains to himself and rushed out first. Arriving in front of Lin Yuan's rented house, he blasted out with one fist. The fist was filled with bursting flames that, after one punch, Lin Yuan's rental house was torn apart. Lin Yuan, lying on the bed, was blown away by a punch. 80,000. Before he could land on the ground, Lin Yuan cursed and put up an energy shield on himself. Damn it, my house. I wonder if I need to pay for it. Before landing, Lin Yuan used Sublime Walk. He left a phantom on the spot. The main body flashed to a safe place. After crushing Lin Yuan's rental house, Wang Li headed straight for Lin Yuan's phantom. Flames appeared on both hands once again. Rage Strike A level of max. Description. Consumes 500 points of chi and blood to strike 5 consecutive blows, each dealing power 5 physical damage. Magic Tattoo Evil Flame Grade A of max. Description. When turned on, your attack comes with 5,000 points of flame damage, stackable 5 times, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Wang Li did not hold back and, upon coming up, he turned on Demonic Evil Flame and he was ready to combine it with Rage Frenzy Strike for an explosive output. But when his skill landed on Lin Yuan, his hand went straight through Lin Yuan's body. It's a phantom. Wang Li was extremely experienced in combat. After realizing that it was a phantom, he turned his head at the first opportunity and wanted to look for Lin Yuan's whereabouts. But what greeted him was a ferocious and furious war astral wind. 650,000. As a skill went down, Wang Li was knocked back 10 meters and the entire person almost flew out. Afterwards, Wang Li looked up and he saw Lin Yuan floating in mid-air. with no idea what he was stepping on under his feet. Can actually fly. Wang Li was dumbfounded. He didn't have any flying skills himself. What to do about this? No one told me Lin Yuan could fly either. Lin Yuan flew through the air with his spear. The small group of calamity cultists could not do anything to him in an instant. People of the heavenly tribulation cult. Lin Yuan in midair saw the attire of these people and recognized that they were from the celestial calamity sect. Die for me! Having been disturbed in his sleep. Lin Yuan has his own anger. Plus they're from the heavenly tribulation cult. Lin Yuan didn't hold back. An annihilation black hole passed, followed by an absolute zero. 560,000. 780,000. Two skills went down. Except for Wang Li, who saved a trace of blood. Everyone else was killed by Lin Yuan. A red light flashed on Wang Li's body. He was released from control. Seeing that his men had been massacred, lost his voice and shouted, This is impossible. Wang Li's eyes were glaring out. Wang Li was not the only one who was surprised. Zhong Bai and Secretary Sun were also very surprised. The two of them had already rushed towards here at the first opportunity when Wang Li made his move, just in time for Lin Yuan to go on a rampage and killing a vote of the heavenly calamity cultists in seconds. What kind of damage is this? Zhong Bai and Secretary Sun had a look of intense surprise on their faces as the two looked at each other. They looked at each other as if they were saying that it was useless for us to come. Zhong Bai, you're just in time. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Hearing the voice, Zhong Bai secretly said that it was not good. His body immediately dodged to the right. The next second, a terrifying thunderbolt fell and shattered the surrounding ground. Zhong Bai looked up and found a black-robed man suspended in mid-air. The breeze blew by, revealing a miserable white face in the hood. Fang Yiming, you're actually still alive. Zhong Bai revealed a shocked gaze. Yeah. Didn't think I'd still be alive. Fang Yiming's voice was a little hoarse. Fang Yiming and Zhong Bai were classmates and the relationship was very good when they were young. In an accident, the duo fell into a demonic siege. They were separated. Zhong Bai was lucky to meet a rescue team. But Fang Yiming wasn't so lucky. His life was on the line. Almost died. If it wasn't for one of the vice masters of the heavenly tribulation cult who spared his life on a whim, he would have died long ago. After joining the cult of natural disaster, Fang Yiming was subjected to all kinds of torture. He attributed all these pains to Zhong Bai. If I had met the rescue team first, I would have been the lord of Tianfeng City. I wouldn't have suffered that kind of pain. Thinking of the vice sect leader's perverted hobby, Fang Yiming shuddered. Instantly, he felt a paroxysm of pain in his chrysanthemum. From that moment on, Fang Yiming had a strong aversion to that thing. Even his own body under the thing to karma. Why did Fang Yiming take out those two drunkards who urinated and defecated just now? The fundamental reason was that they were walking the bird in front of him. Musti. Zhong Bai, after waiting for so many years, I can finally take revenge. Fang Yiming lifted his cloak and, revealing his bone-thin body, his hands began to condense spells. Fang Yiming, race, half-demon, profession, evil magician, level 59, skills, slight. In order to gain great power, Fang Yiming infused his body with demonic blood and turned into a half-demon. Fang Yiming believed that, whether it was spell affinity or spell resistance, the demons were much stronger than humans. Fang Yiming struck two bursts of flame that landed on Zhong Bai, causing 100,000 points of damage. Why did you join Catholicism? Have you forgotten what you said before you became a professional, to fight in defense of your home? The best friend that he thought was dead in his heart suddenly appeared to become an enemy. Suba had a hard time accepting it. He tried to persuade him to turn back. But could he really? Impossible. You're still so childish. What defense of the homeland? It's all bull. Did you guys ever care about me when I was captured by the heavenly tribulation cult? Since meeting Zhong Bai, Fang Yiming's entire being turned crazy. In his hands, he continuously condensed spells to hit Zhong Bai. Seeing Fang Yiming's state at this moment, the Zhong Bai also stopped speaking and, in his hand, there was a silver-colored longbow. He started to counterattack, although Zhong Bai's level was lower than Fang Yiming's. However, his equipment was much stronger than Fang Yiming's. The damage dealt by both of them was almost the same. Zhong Bai was even a bit higher. While these two were fighting, Lin Yuan wasn't idle either. He was ready to kill Wang Li. Who knows? Before Lin Yuan could release his skills, a black sphere suddenly appeared, pulled Lin Yuan into it. Chapter 109. Sneaking? I'm not afraid of sneaking. You have entered the dark canopy. Lin Yuan, who had been sucked into the interior of the sphere, saw a panel prompt. It was pitch black all around him. He couldn't see anything. Lin Yuan opened his true eye. He could see the surroundings of 30 meters. What is this place? Lin Yuan wanted to use sublime walking to leave, but realized there was no way to leave. We can't leave in the current environment. Please wait for the dark canopy to expire. Dark canopy, Lin Yuan muttered. What is this thing? What was the other party trying to do by trapping himself here? What's the purpose? Is there an exit from this place? As Lin Yuan was looking around, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly came from the surroundings. Don't look for it. The dark canopy is Lord Belial's signature skill. You won't be able to get out until it's time. The voice was indistinct. It was both near and far. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked around the room, trying to find the person who was speaking. The other party was 100 meters away from Lin Yuan. The range of the true eye was only 30 meters. Lin Yuan couldn't see the other party. After that, Lin Yuan heard footsteps coming from all directions. The sounds were disorganized. Lin Yuan couldn't tell where the other party was coming from. I've never been able to figure out one thing. Why would capturing a small level 20 mage require the use of the dark canopy, even sending out 4 apostles? While speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the sound of a weapon breaking through the air. A flying dagger hit Lin Yuan and 0. Immunity. There really is an immunity skill point shield on your body. The owner of the voice from earlier spoke out again. This person's name was Kai Ji. It was an apostle of the Celestial Calamity cult. Kai Ji guessed that Lin Yuan would have a shield on him that resisted skill damage. What he used was just the lowest level skill, flying dagger throw. Let's see what you're capable of to make Lord Samuel take it so seriously. After saying his words, 2 daggers appeared in Kai Ji's hands. The daggers were green on top. This poison was called Green Corpse Cold. A hit may cause a paralyzing effect. In the darkness of the sky, Kai Ji didn't even sneak. He rushed towards Lin Yuan. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a man in a black suit with a thin man running straight towards him. When he saw this person, Lin Yuan's face stared, because he saw the other party's rank. Rank, 60. Profession, Shadow Dancer. Skill? Level 60 Shadow Dancer. He's determined to kill me. Samuel. He's so vindictive. We've only met twice. Why are you looking for so many people to take revenge on me? And a level 60 high burst profession. In the past, the routine is to send some children to deliver the treasure first. Waiting for their own level is high. I've got good equipment. Then send the elite over. This is how to come up on the big one. 60 level Shadow Dancer. Even if they're not at the top of the pyramid, it's still in the upper middle class. Is it appropriate to deal with a level 25 mage? Perhaps this answer can only be answered by Samuel. But the most important thing right now was to solve the enemy in front of him. The opponent's level was 60. It meant that the opponent had not yet made the 3rd turn. He didn't have control over the force field suppression. There might still be a chance. Lin Yuan knew one thing. He couldn't give his opponent a chance to get close. If the opponent got close, with Shadow Dancer's high explosive power, Lin Yuan's shield would be shattered in an instant. So Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to unleash his war winds. 180,000. It dealt damage and knocked back the opponent at the same time. What high damage! Kai Ji looked at Lin Yuan as he stayed put after being knocked back. Kind of interesting. Did you feel it or blindly blind? Regarding Lin Yuan's reaction, Kai Ji was a little puzzled. After a normal professional entered the dark sky eye, there was no way to adapt to the environment here. It's pitch black here. Lighting spells have very little effect here. In a state of complete invisibility, he was able to hit me accurately with a spell. Kai Ji had to admit that Lin Yuan had some skills. I was careless just now. Kai Ji was ready to get serious. He activated Sneak. Sneak C rank of max. Description: hide your body until the sneak state is cancelled or you are hit by an attack. Although the sneak skill is C rank, however, it is the core skill of the assassin. in order to reduce the probability of being detected. Assassins would generally learn some skills to increase their sneak level. Kaiji had a passive skill in his skill bar that could increase his sneak level. Master of Fraud passive non-upgradable. Description: greatly increases your ability to hide and reduces the probability of your opponent recognizing you when you use disguise. Since having this skill, Kaiji had assassinated several Central State geniuses. 2 days ago, he even took advantage of the chaos in Water Willow City to take out 2 professionals. After entering Sneak, Kaiji had a mocking look on his face. I was careless just now. Can you still spot me when I sneak this time? I don't believe it. The invisible Kaiji tiptoed towards Lin Yuan. He was ready to take Lin Yuan away with a set of moves. I'm afraid this guy isn't a cutie, right? Looking at the assassin who was slowly preparing to approach him, Lin Yuan felt speechless. Do you think I'm blind? I can see you. And so, Kaiji, who had just entered Lin Yuan's line of sight, was once again sent flying. 180,000. Grass, what's going on? After Kaiji got up, somewhat confused. What happened just now? How did the opponent use his skill again? Can he see me? That's impossible. I'm already sneaking. Unless my opponent has an S-rank anti-hiding skill. There's no way he can detect me. There are only a few anti-hiding skill books, not to mention the S-class ones. It's even more rare. How could a level 25 mage possibly have one? Looks like we have to get real. Having been knocked away twice in a row by a level 25 small mage, Kaiji was a bit embarrassed. He was ready to show his true skills. Re-entering his sneaking state, Kaiji prepared to use his specialized skill. Dance of Shadows Grade A Specialization Level Max. Description: hides himself in the cloud of shadows, becoming invisible, attacking, casting spells, and using items will not be visible. Lasts for 10 seconds. Kaiji had thought of all the moves. After opening Dance of Shadows, I'll start with an ambush, maximize damage, and then a crippling blow, so that he can't use his skills. 2 evil attacks in a row. If he doesn't die, I'll give him the ultimate skill, Bone Chopper. Jiji.
Kaiji Laugex Jengeli.
He slowly approached Lin Yuan. In Lin Yuan's line of sight, his opponent changed his line of attack and towards his back, and with the wind at his feet, the speed had increased by a large margin. Why is this person so persistent? Does he think I won't see him if he changes direction? Lin Yuan threw an annihilation black hole at his opponent's feet this time. He used absolute zero again. 150,000. 150,000, 230,000. 2 damages appeared on Kaiji. It broke his sneak status. He himself turned into a big ice lump. In less than a second, there was a ding sound. Saiji's ice shattered. He used the skill to remove the control. You can actually see me. Kaiji's voice was no longer so frivolous. Instead, it was filled with astonishment. Chapter 110. Hiding? Watch my full screen attack. I'm not blind. Why can't I see you? Lin Yuan said back. Kaiji was extremely angry. But I'm sneaking. You can see me sneaking in the dark canopy? You're just sneaking. Why can't I see you? Lin Yuan glanced at the Eye of Truth floating above his head and said back again. Fine. I'm the one who underestimated you. What's with sneaking and not sneaking? I'm pissed off now. I'll kill you first. Kaiji once again turned on his sprint. He ran straight towards Lin Yuan. Still coming. Kaiji was greeted by a war wind. 0. Immunity. Shadow energy surfaced on Kaiji's body. Cloak of Shadow S-rank Level Max. Description: provides brief immunity to magic and immediately removes all negative spell effects. Resists all negative spell effects for 10 seconds while the cloak is active. Of course, Lin Yuan knew about this skill. He already knew how powerful this skill was when he fought the Dogman Assassin in the Void Arena. The opponent was magic immune, but Lin Yuan also had physical attack skills. With a move of his hand, 5 earth spears appeared. 12,000. 12,000. Kaiji's equipment wasn't bad. The earth spears only dealt a little over 10,000 damage when they hit him. Kaiji didn't care about the spears attacking him. He just chased after Lin Yuan. After coming into sight, Kaiji froze for a second. Lin Yuan was flying. Still flying.
Kaiji Whisper.
But it wasn't hard to beat him. A pair of bat feathers appeared behind him as well. Supersonic feather wings, grade A Level Max. Description: entering the flying state, Movement speed increases by 100%, duration 15 seconds. Kaiji was already very fast. Even swifter after using the supersonic feather wings. The speed skyrocketed. In less than 2 seconds, he had already arrived at Lin Yuan's side. 830,000. Kaiji struck 2 evil attacks. One of them was cancelled out by the effect of the energy shield. The other hit for over 800,000 damage. And that's not all. A blue light suddenly appeared in Kaiji's right hand. Close range. Lin Yuan could feel a bone-chilling chill. Cold blood grade ALV5. Description: increases the chance of the next skill attack's blast by 100%. Increases blast damage by 50%. Cooldown time 15 minutes. After activating Cold Blood, Kaiji struck the ultimate skill Bone Tickler. 346,000 blast damage. Grass. Grass. Lin Yuan and Kaiji's voices rang out at the same time. The damage is so high. How is it still alive? Kaiji's attack knocked out 1/3 of Lin Yuan's shield. With 2 more attacks, Lin Yuan would be out of luck. There was a ding sound. Ice appeared around Lin Yuan. You've got the shadow cloak, you're good. I can't hit you, so I'll play defense. Absolute Zero's ice has 5.5 million blood. Kaiji slashed it twice and found that it didn't break. He hesitated. He used his big move, Storm of Swords and Fans. Storm of Swords and Fans S rank LV4. Description: throw 1,000 daggers in one direction. Each dagger deals agility 0.4 damage. Cooldown 30 minutes. Kaiji's agility was close to 20,000. Each dagger was capable of dealing 8k damage. After using Dagger Fan Storm, densely packed damage appeared in front of Lin Yuan. In less than a second, the ice cracked with a bang. But the skill didn't disappear when the ice broke. Countless daggers were still attacking towards Lin Yuan. 8,000. 8,000. After eating all the attacks, Lin Yuan's shield still had less than 3 million left. But it was already enough. Enough fighting. Isn't it my turn? Lin Yuan had been taking a passive beating all this time and had long since held his breath. Seeing that the effect of the shadow cloak on his opponent had disappeared, a war dipper went down and pushed the opponent away from him. Afterwards, Lin Yuan's figure shifted and he released the mirror image technique. The skills he gave them were all war winds and absolute zero. This was to control the opponent to death, taking advantage of the opponent being knocked back. The 4 Lin Yuan cast spells at the same time. They all chose absolute zero. As long as they hit, Kaiji is basically dead. Kaiji was basically accounted for here. However, Lin Yuan's skill was not enough. The moment Kaiji was sent flying, without saying a word, he unleashed his shadow dance and disappeared from Lin Yuan's sight. He disappeared from Lin Yuan's sight. After Kaiji became invisible, he ran to a corner where Lin Yuan couldn't see him. He ran to a corner where Lin Yuan couldn't see him. He immediately pulled out a contact device. After connecting, he quickly said, "The dots are solid. I can't solve this alone." The opposite party was silent for a second. Then he replied, "I told you he was different, but you didn't believe me. Wait for 2 minutes. I'll put the dark canopy away." After hanging up, Kaiji found a corner and took out a potion to restore his blood level. Kaiji couldn't understand. Even if a level 50 mage had received so many of my skills, he would have died. How could a level 25 mage act like nothing happened? He also almost drove himself to the brink of extinction. Mud, what a freak. After Kaiji hid, Lin Yuan couldn't find the other party for a while the Eye of Truth still existed. Lin Yuan turned around inside the dark canopy. He didn't find any sign of Kaiji. Instead, he found the range of the dark canopy. It was roughly the size of 4 soccer fields. A full-bodied meteor firestorm would be enough to cover the entire dark canopy. And so, Lin Yuan came to the middle of the canopy and he activated the secret effect of his cloak. Secret spell. Casting time doubled. Spell damage doubled. Then Lin Yuan emptied his blue bar before casting the spell. Enhanced the damage of meteor firestorm again. Once the 20 seconds had passed, thousands of fire meteors appeared in the dark canopy. Lin Yuan waved his hand. The fire meteors ruthlessly smashed above the canopy. Rumble, rumble. The fire meteors smashed on top of the dark canopy. The dark canopy shook. After the meteor fire rain smashed down, Kaiji was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? He watched as the flaming meteors smashed into him like a wash. There was nowhere to dodge. He was hit squarely by one of the flaming meteors. 560,000. Over 500,000 damage sprung up on his body, and also entered a stunned state. Found you. Lin Yuan saw the damage appear in front of him on his right and lifted his wings and flew. Arrived near Kaiji. Without any nonsense. Started with an absolute 0. 180,000. Kaiji hadn't recovered from the cliff. He turned into a lump of ice. Then he threw a black hole of annihilation. 210,000. 210,000. The mirrors have also arrived. Absolute 0 after absolute 0. Unless Kaiji could open his shadow cloak again. Unless Kaiji can open his shadow cloak again, he won't be able to escape. Frozen. Kaiji was unable to make any movements. He was horrified. There was only one thought. My life is over. The truth was just as Kaiji had expected. After 3 rounds of skills, killed a level 60 shadow dancer, triggered overeating ability, gained 300 points of agility. Upon hearing the kill prompt, Lin Yuan stopped. Killing a professional can also increase attributes? Lin Yuan was shocked in his heart. Is this overeating heart so evil? That's right. This thing was originally obtained from the Demon King. It was normal for it to be evil. After killing someone, Lin Yuan could feel a longing coming from the overeating heart. Lin Yuan bristled. You don't even stop when you're dead. You still want to tempt me to fall. Chapter 111. How can someone always think that mages are afraid of magic immunity? As part of the Purgatory Authority, the heart of overeating has existed for billions of years. Only by possessing the heart of overeating, one can only become a purging demon king. Except for the pride. I don't know how many times the other demon kings have changed. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could slaughter a few cities. He could have great power in a short time. But Lin Yuan wouldn't do that. If he did, he'd be no different from a slave of the heart of overeating. From now on, he would never be able to escape the control of the heart of overeating. Stay true to your heart. Refuse temptation. That's why Lin Yuan obtained the heart of overeating. If someone with an evil heart got it, I don't know what kind of bloodshed it would cause. When a professional is killed, a sublime pouch will be dropped. 3 items will be opened inside. It's like opening a blind box. Some people are lucky. They'll be able to open precious items. Some are unlucky. They can only open some trash. There was once a time when professionals killed each other for the sake of equipment. There was a time when professionals killed each other in order to get more equipment. Later, there was a person who posted a post in the professionals forum. Gave away. That is to carry a lot of garbage items with you. This way the business of killing into the transgression is not worth it. Taking the trouble to kill other professionals. And then just get a few pieces of junk that. It's not worth the money for the potion. Over time, carrying some of the junk around with you became the norm for professionals. Let me see what you have on you. Lin Yuan had never opened the sublime pouch that popped out after the death of a professional. After opening it, 3 items appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Lucky Rabbit's Foot Miscellaneous. Description. Take me with you and your luck might not be too bad. Lin Yuan casually threw it away. The Lucky Rabbit's foot was thrown far away. I don't want it. This assassin is so unlucky because he brought you along. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Lucky Rabbit's foot landed right on Kaiji's corpse. Lightning Storm S-Class LV1. Casting time 3 seconds.
Konsumtion, 15,000 mana.
Description. Summons a bolt of lightning that inflicts intelligence 1 point of magic damage to all enemies within 30 meters nearby, with a 1-second paralyzing effect and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Ugh, good luck. Seeing the skill book, Lin Yuan cracked a smile. There was nothing to say. Lin Yuan directly learned it, and then pulled it full. Lightning Storm S-Class of Max. Casting time 2 seconds. Consumption, 50,000 mana. Description. Summons a bolt of lightning that inflicts intelligence 10 points of magic damage to all enemies within a range of 80 meters nearby, with a 3-second paralyzing effect that causes the target to enter a state of electrosensitivity for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Sense of electricity. 100% increase in damage from lightning. 1 more means of attack. That's nice. It's just that this skill requires 2 seconds of casting time. After looking at his talent, Lin Yuan was a bit dissatisfied. When will he be able to get more evolution points? Speaking of evolution points, Lin Yuan's heart fluttered. Will he be able to participate in the Trial Tower Challenge? I remembered that after 20 floors, you need to complete the first transformation. Now that he's been transformed, is it possible to go again? With his own strength. Inside is not GAGA mess kill. When the time comes, I'll get some more evolution points to strengthen this garbage talent. Woohoo. Take off. It's decided. Finish off these scum of the celestial calamity cult and go brush the tower. Lin Yuan's eyes went back to the third item. What's this one? A bit strange? Purgatory wolf smoke, disposable consumable. Description. When lit, a cloud of wolf smoke will appear, with a probability of drawing out an army of demons. Lin Yuan put the purgatory wolf smoke into his backpack, although it was currently useless, but he might be able to use it in the future. 2 minutes later, the dark canopy disappeared. Lin Yuan reappeared in front of everyone. Why are you the only one? Where's Kai Ji? A middle-aged man with a pleated face asked. Here, there it is. Lin Yuan pointed back at the corpse that had fallen to the ground. The middle-aged man turned his head and he was immediately shocked. What, you actually killed Kai Ji? Not only did you kill him, even the dimensional bag had finished opening. The middle-aged man clearly remembered that. That lucky rabbit's foot was Kai Ji's most precious thing. He usually held it in his hand and played with it. He always told the others that the lucky rabbit's foot could bring him luck. This is great. When he dies, he'll be buried with the lucky rabbit's foot. Fang Yiming was fighting with Zhong Bai, noticing that Guitu had actually put away the dark canopy. He thought Kai Ji had taken down Lin Yuan, but when he turned his head, he realized that Lin Yuan was standing there properly. He was instantly furious and shouted, Guitu, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and work with Kai Ji to capture this kid? If you can't capture him alive, then finish him off. Guitu was the one who released the dark canopy. Sniffing pointedly, he said back, Kai Ji was killed by him. What? Fang Yiming was incredulous. Kai Ji was a level 60 shadow dancer. How could he die on a level 25 mage? You're kidding. But Fang Yiming turned his head and he found Kai Ji's corpse and the lucky rabbit's foot on his body. In his heart, an absurd feeling arose. Wanted to curse his mother. Overgrown, you stupid beeping Kai Ji. How trashy can you be to die on a level 25 mage? Guitu on the other side was also angry. Kai Ji had already been warned when he opened the dark canopy that can't be careless. Can't be careless. As a result, he still flipped. It's good that Kai Ji is dead. It's all over. Leaving a mess that I still need to clean up. Kid, be a good boy and tie your hands, so you can still suffer a little less, or I'll make you taste what pain means. Lin Yuan was a bit speechless after hearing that. Do you people of the celestial calamity cult go out without a brain? You play the beeper when you have nothing to do. If you have the guts, just let your horse come over and see if the little masteress you or not and be done with it. When Guitu heard this, his eyebrows raised. He took out a black box the size of a volleyball. After opening it, a dozen or so ghosts appeared from within. Blood-sobbing ghost LV55. Life value 500000. Attack power 120,000. Magic immunity. Immunity to magical attacks. Vicious ghost LV55. Life value 500000. Attack power 240000. Illusory body. Immune to physical attacks. Guitu's occupation was that of a demon summoner. It could control some specters to fight. My weeping blood specter is immune to magic. I'll see what else you can do. Guitu manipulated the weeping blood phantom to attack Lin Yuan. He himself released gain spells from the back. Soul-devouring spell grade Beelvmax. Description. Consumes 2000 mana and deals an additional 50% magic damage when the summoner attacks. Frenzy grade Aelvmax. Description. Consumes 5000 mana, increases the summon's attack speed by 200% for 10 seconds. After Guitu used the skill, 8 weeping specters had a red and blue glow coming out of their bodies it was quite creepy. Without waiting for the weeping ghosts to get close, Lin Yuan released Mirror Image, and he put the Earth Spear on the mirror art. In an instant, 20 Earth Spears surrounded Lin Yuan. It was exceptionally dashing. Get them for me! Lin Yuan waved his hand and 20 Earth Spears were like arrows that left the strings and stabbed towards the weeping ghosts. 130,000. 60,000. 130,000 damage was dealt by Lin Yuan's body. 60,000 damage was dealt by the mirror image. In one round of attacks, had finished off 2 weeping specters. For seconds later, all the weeping ghosts were dry crushed. Chapter 112. Watch out, this is how a mage fights. After killing all the weeping ghosts, Lin Yuan switched targets, aimed at Guitu and hit him with a war wind. 230,000,000, 280,000. A skill that killed all of the vicious specters in seconds. Guitu's body was also knocked back several meters. Guitu looked at the empty black box and, stretching out his trembling fingers, he asked, "You? How can you, a mage, have a physical attack skill? Who says that a mage can't have physical damage skills, lesser man?" Lin Yuan snorted and said back, "Thinking that getting a magic immune specter will scare me is going to be just this much ability to go to hell." Lin Yuan's words were domineering, completely not putting the other party in his eyes. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his body sink. The entire person was unable to move. "You've been targeted by Shadow Stance. Shadow damage increased by 100%. You've been hit by Corrosive Plague. You're immune to this damage. You've been hit by Shadow Scourge. You've been hit by Dark Speech Pain." In an instant, a variety of negative statuses appeared on Lin Yuan's body. Luckily, Lin Yuan had Heart of Overeating on him. He was immune to plague and disease effects. Secretary Sun, who was fighting Wang Li, was the first to notice Lin Yuan's abnormality. Taking a closer look, he realized that a handsome young man wearing a silver-white vestment had appeared not far from Lin Yuan. Seeing this person, the Secretary Sun was appalled in his heart. "Telediel." The mid-air Teledier let out a "hmm." "There's actually someone who recognizes me." Secretary Sun's heart thumped. Secretly said that it was not good. The colleague muttered in his heart. Vice President Chen Yuang said that he would arrange for someone to come over. Where is he? If he doesn't come over, Lin Yuan will really be in danger. Teledier, level 69. Profession Shadow Priest. Teledier was the 4th person Fang Yiming was talking about. He had originally thought that with Kai Ji and Guitu joining forces, against a small level 25 mage would be a piece of cake. But it turned out to be a disaster. One of them is dead, and the other one is a waste of time. Forced himself to take action. Bunch of losers, though Teledier's words were soft. But the weight was extremely heavy. Guitu and Fang Yiming's faces were extremely ugly. Although Teledier was an apostle, he was strong enough to serve as a vice-patriarch. It was just that he didn't like being tied down. As an apostle, he could still roam around. When he becomes a deputy, he'll have to put out fires. Teledier is a very eccentric character. He was originally a holy priest in Sunset. But after a certain experience in the Abyss, he suddenly wanted to join the Void. The point is, he didn't just do it on his own. He also gathered some of the trainees in the Holy Church to do the same. Teledier was also extremely gifted. Surprisingly, he was able to communicate with a Void Lord. On the back of the Void Lords, Teledier transformed himself into a Shadow Priest. After that, Teledier, under the compulsion of the Void Lord, he built an altar of summoning. He almost summoned the Void Lord into the sanctuary, although it didn't work. But it caused the Holy Church to suffer heavy losses. After that time, Teledier became the most wanted man in the Holy Church. However, Teledier didn't panic at all. He took a portion of his Void followers and turned around and joined the Natural Disaster cult. He has made a name for himself in the Church of the Natural Disasters. This time, Teledier originally did not want to participate in the mission. Later, he thought that it would be better to be idle. "Why don't you come and take a look?" As a result, the fish still didn't get touched. "Surprisingly immune to most of my spells. You have quite a few secrets on you." After the originally careless Teledier realized that Lin Yuan was actually immune to most of his spells, he immediately became interested. Excitement surfaced in his eyes. He was ready to take Lin Yuan back for a serious study. "Don't resist. Come with me. Pacify Mind C rank of max." Description: lowers the target's mental defense and reduces the chances of the target resisting control skills. Teledier as a Shadow Priest. Playing with the mind was his specialty. When he saw that the time was almost right, Teledier was ready to use mind control, turning Lin Yuan into his puppet. Right at this moment, a raging fireball suddenly fell from the sky. Rumble! With a loud bang, Teledier was blown back. Without the suppression of the shadow force field, Lin Yuan's figure flashed and came to a safe spot. The fireball dissipated. From within, A slightly distressed figure emerged. Cough, cough, cough. Sorry for being late for something. After this figure appeared, the others who were fighting instantly stopped. Zhong Bai and Secretary Sun came to Lin Yuan's side. Fang Yiming and Guotu walked behind Telediel. Li Yan, I didn't expect you to actually come all the way here. The man who came out of the fireball was Li Yan. He was a man whose battle prowess was not to be picked on. He just had one habit that was very bad. He likes to play games. The key to playing games is nothing. But he's very focused when he plays games. No one can help. Originally, he should have come long ago after receiving Chen Yuang's notice. But before he came, he started a game. He didn't leave until after the game was over. He almost missed the big event. Good thing. I was able to catch up with him. Teledier, why did you show up in Central State when you weren't playing hide and seek with your people from the Holy Church? Li Yan's words were a bit impolite. But he did have the backbone to say this.
Li Yan.
Grade 72. Profession Flame Controller. Because of specializing in flames.
Li Yan possessa explosiva output.
In fact, Li Yan's combat power was able to rank in the top 30 of the Mage Association. If he wanted to, he could spend a little price to keep Telediel here forever. Hurry up and get lost. Don't show up in the boundaries of Central State again. If you dare to show up again, I will never let you go. A large amount of white flames emerged from Li Yan's body that, illuminating the dark night as if it was day. This flame wasn't as simple as illuminating. Lin Yuan could feel the air filled with a burning flavor. This was the invisible power of the flames. If you were to be hit by the flames head-on, it would be a matter of life and death. If you were hit head-on by the flames, it would be hard to tell if you would live or die. Hearing Li Yan's nonchalant words, Teledier's eyes twitched. He wanted to attack, but thinking that he was probably not Li Yan's opponent, he held back again. Before leaving, Telediel's gaze went to Lin Yuan and remembered Lin Yuan's appearance. Stop, you can go. The two of them stay. Li Yan signaled that Telediel could go. The other two had to stay here. Hearing this, Telediel finally couldn't stand it anymore. Deception is too much. A short staff appeared in Teledier's hand, opened his shadow force field, released a dozen negative spells towards Li Yan. In the face of Telediel's attacks, Li Yan let out a cold snort and, speaking to Lin Yuan behind him, he said, "Watch how a real mage fights." After saying that, a flame shield surfaced on Li Yan's body and, blocking all of Teledier's spells. With a stamp of his foot, the white flames on his body quickly spread to the surroundings. It competed with Teledier's shadow force field. Then, Li Yan continuously swung his fists with both hands and, striking out one flame shockwave after another. Bang!
Bang!
The flames hit Teledier's body and a large amount of damage emerged. 1800000. 1800000. Then, Li Yan's figure turned into a ball of white flame and disappeared in place. And then, a large white fireball appeared on Teledier's head. The fireball landed heavily on Teledier's head and inflicted 5 million damage. It also stunned Teledier. Chapter 113. Isn't this how a mage fights? Li Yan performed a set of consecutive moves that knocked out a quarter of Teledier's blood. While Teledier was stunned, Li Yan was going to release his big move to deal heavy damage to his opponent. Flame Storm Specialization Grade SSS-level. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 80,000 mana. Description: unleash a storm of flame, dealing intelligence 50 points of flame damage to surrounding enemies, applying a burning effect to the target with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Searing reduces the opponent's life value by 1% per second for 20 seconds. The moment Li Yan unleashed Flamestorm, suddenly changed his mind. It just released a ring of resisting fire. The flames touched Teledier's body. The opponent's entire body turned into a ball of shadow energy. Escape into Shadow S rank level max. Description: consume 50,000 mana to apply a shadow shield to yourself, automatically activated when unconscious. Immunize yourself from this attack and enter shadow form for 3 seconds after being attacked, restoring 30% of your life value. Li Yan's combat intuition was very sharp. He instinctively felt that he could not use Flamestorm. His intuition was correct. Teledier automatically activated Transported Shadow. He was immune to the damage of Ring of Fire resistance and recovered 30% of his life value. The blood level was full again. However, Li Yan had expected this to happen. when fighting with professions like priests and paladins. Just don't hold on to the idea that you can kill them in seconds. The shadow form didn't end. Li Yan's body slightly crouched down and Li Yan slightly crouched his body and performed the starting stance of a power punch. Rising Dragon Strike Grade Max. Description: consumes 1200 mana, inflicts intelligence 3 points of physical damage, causing a knockback effect. Teledil came out of his shadow form and roared. Li Yan struck him in the jaw with an oil-consuming root. This wasn't an ordinary oil-running root. It was an oil-consuming root with bursting flames attached. The blow knocked Teledir into the sky. Li Yan then transformed into flames again and a series of small moves. The attack left Teledir powerless to fight back. Enough! Teledir fell to less than half blood. An explosive void energy appeared around him. Bang! The energy exploded out and sent Li Yan flying. 870,000. Damage popped up on Li Yan's body for the first time. After the two separated, the Teledir's face was grim. Do you have to force me to summon that lord here? Hearing Teledil's words, Li Yan's face was solemn. If you have the guts to summon, let's see if I kill you first, or you summon the one behind you first. Although the words were said this way, but Li Yan still stopped. He didn't dare to gamble. If this madman Teledil really summoned the Void Lord here, he was afraid that Tianfeng City would be destroyed in an instant. He couldn't afford this responsibility. Li Yan. Still fighting or not, fight or get lost. I can tell you that I have already notified the Holy Hall of your appearance here. Li Yan observed that Teledir's face was cloudy and impatiently said. Teledil finally made a decision when he heard that. Humph. See you later. Leaving behind a scene, the Teledir left the place. He left by himself. As for the deaths of the other two, he didn't have the time to worry about it. The biting mad dogs of the Holy Church were his next concern. It didn't matter that Teledir left. Fang Yiming and Guitu were shocked. Don't leave us behind. But no matter how much they tried to stay, Teledil still left alone. Turning back, what the duo saw was Li Yan's expressionless face. That their faces trembled and they felt that their chances of survival were very low. Li Yan released his scorching inferno force field, and his gaze turned to Lin Yuan and, see how I fight? Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Lin Yuan mentally spat. I saw? Who's a serious mage fighting someone face to face? Are you suffering from some kind of serious disease in your head? But he had just saved his life. Lin Yuan was not in a good position to dismiss the other party's face. The corner of his mouth pulled out a smile. Seeing it clearly. If you've seen them, I'll leave them to you. Li Yan pointed at Fang Yiming and Guitu and said indifferently. What the hell? Let me take on two. What are the others doing? That? I'm not good at close combat. That means I can't do that, so don't give me a hard time. Use whatever you're good at. It doesn't matter. I'm right next to you. I'll save you in case of danger. Li Yan finished, came to Lin Yuan's side and pushed Lin Yuan in front of the duo. Both sides hadn't even started fighting yet. Suddenly a man covered in magic tattoos fled outwards. This man was Wang Li. He didn't run for a few steps. A huge pillar of fire fell from the sky. With a loud bang, Wang Li's entire body was burned to slag. Fang Yiming. Guitu. It's over. For today's solution, we can only take a gamble. Guitu and Fang Yiming looked at each other. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Capture Lin Yuan. Only by using him as a hostage could we have a chance of survival. So both of them used their best techniques. Guitu consumed half of his blood and mana. He summoned 3 huge mud monsters. Corrosive Mud Monster Elite LV52. Life, 280000. Armor, 35,000. Magic Resistance, 120,000. Attack Power, 250,000. Acid Jet. Sprays a jet of acid towards the target, dealing 150,000 points of magic damage, corrupting the target's armor and magic resistance by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. Radiant Physique. Inflicts 5,000 points of magic damage per second to 30 meters of enemies, stacks up to 10 times. Before starting the fight, Guitu added a bunch of statuses to himself and the soft mud monster. Fang Yiming beside him was not ambiguous either, and he used his demon form. A crackling sound came from his body. His entire body rose to a height of 4 meters. A scorching hot aura emanated from his body. The aura was horrifying. Zhong Bai. who was watching the battle from the side, had a gloomy look on his face. He weighed it in his heart. 1-on-1, the one who would win in the end would be himself. If it's 1 against 2, he would lose. Li Yan saw the appearance of the heavenly tribulation sect's 2 people going all out. In his eyes, there was a look of interest. Secretly said, "I'll see how long you can hold out under the attack of the 2 of them. I will not be killed in seconds." Lin Yuan sighed, seeing that the opposite side was summoning and transforming. He had no fear on his face. He just took out a staff. Without any unnecessary nonsense. He went straight for it. First hand, a silent field. The opposite 2 people were turned into mute cannons. In a flash, mirror image technique opened. This time, the skills assigned to mirror art were Lightning Storm and Absolute Zero. Mirror image took the lead. A shot of Absolute Zero went down. 45,000. 30,000. Freezing the 2 into ice sculptures. This shot was just a test. Lin Yuan knew deep down that there was bound to be an uncontrolled skill on a professional over level 50. Sure enough, the next moment, the ice sculptures shattered and the 2 of them were ready to attack Lin Yuan. As a result, they were greeted by another Absolute Zero. This time, it was Lin Yuan who attacked. This time, Lin Yuan controlled the 3 soft mud monsters along with them. 120,000. 160,000. Afterwards, lightning energy surfaced in the hands of Lin Yuan and the 3 mirror images. After 1.5 seconds had passed, the crackling sounds of electricity arcing came. Berserk lightning surged. 160,000. 80,000. 80,000. Lin Yuan struck lightning storm. Sensational electricity effects appeared on the 2 people and the 3 soft mud monsters across the street. A round of lightning attacks. For 100,000 damage was dealt. Fang Yiming and Guotu, who had turned into ice sculptures, were horrified. Why is his damage so high? There was only one thought in the duo's minds at the moment. That was to wait for the control effect to be lifted and then make sure not to give Lin Yuan a chance to cast a spell. When there was still 1 second left in the freezing effect, mirror image added another Absolute Zero. Lin Yuan alone with 3 mirrors. He could control his opponent to death. Black hole of annihilation. War wind. Lightning storm. Absolute Zero. The meteor firestorm is still cooling down. Otherwise, they would have to experience the taste of ice and fire. After 2.5 rounds of skills, they were killed by Lin Yuan. Kill level 55 Demon Summoner. Strength plus 220. Kill level 59 Evil Sorcerer. Strength plus 280. Chapter 114. I'm also a mage. Why wouldn't I be able to? When the bodies of Fang Yiming and Guotu fell to the ground, the crowd hadn't reacted yet. This is the end? A level 55 Demon Evoker. A level 59 Evil Sorcerer. Just like that, dead on a level 25 mage. Li Yan couldn't help but burst out. I originally wanted to pretend to be a beep in front of you. As a result, this beep is all for you to pretend. Li Yan envisioned that Lin Yuan was beaten up by these 2 people and ran away. And then he'd take advantage of the crisis. Then he'd take advantage of the situation to give Lin Yuan a mage teaching. But it turned out well. Lin Yuan gave him a magic show. The skills he released just now were the S-rank skills Mirror Image and Lightning Storm, right? If I'm not mistaken, the Ice skill should be the SS grade Absolute Zero. I haven't seen the rest of the Wind skills or the Black Hole skills. Are they SS ranked skills again? I don't think so. I only have 1 SS ranked skill. A level 25 mage has 3 SS rank skills. That's not right. There should be at least 2 more S rank skills. 1 to increase the mana limit and 1 to speed up blue recovery. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't be able to release skills as easily as drinking water. If you do the math, he has at least 3 SS rank and 4 S rank skills. Oh my god. Reason. Oh. Now Li Yan knew why Chen Yuang was so attached to Lin Yuan. What a freak. Big brother Li. The pace of your battles is too fast. I can't get used to it. How do you think I'm doing? Lin Yuan asked Li Yan as he walked in front of the crowd. Li Yan. You're ruthless and good. The corner of Li Yan's mouth pulled out a smile. It's more than not good. Call it unique. Whose mage puts skills like no money. Other people's mages are meticulous with their skills. Put the least amount of blue. Highest damage. You are good. S-class spells can be used at will. If other mages were to fight like you, they would have run out of blue long ago. Not bad at all. I thought I've disgraced the mages. I'll just be their brainlessly releasing skills. degrading the profession of a mage. Crowd. This time, even Zong Bai and Secretary Sun were speechless. Really, TM can pretend. Saying something about brainlessly releasing skills insults the mage profession. We also want to stand there and brainlessly release skills, okay? The key is that we don't have that many skills. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. A few people heart coincidentally spat. Look at your face, you look so formal. I didn't expect you to be a sociopath. Li Yan saw that Lin Yuan still wanted to speak. Li Yan saw that Lin Yuan still wanted to talk, and was afraid that this kid would say something pretentious again. He immediately turned into a ball of flame and flew up into the sky. Before leaving, he left Zongbai with one sentence. I still have important things to do. I'll leave it to you to sort it out here. After Li Yan left, Lin Yuan was a bit sad that that's how mages are supposed to fight. There's nothing wrong with it. Li Yan, who hadn't gone far, heard Lin Yuan's words and almost fell out of the sky. Martyr. I'm also a mage. Why wouldn't I be? I also want to fight like this. Li Yan was in tears. A few of you go and take a look around. If anyone is injured, heal them as soon as possible. And the broken houses around them should be taken care of as soon as possible. Don't leave any hidden dangers. The battle was completely over. Zong Bai methodically commanded his men to dispose of the aftermath of the battle. The men under his hand were very efficient and immediately went to work. Half an hour later, all of his men were back here. According to the statistics, no one was injured in the battle. No, there were still 2 deaths. They were the 2 drunkards who were abused by Fang Yiming. These 2 belonged to the lowest class of professionals who were idle and lazy. Usually they did some sneaking around, bullying the weak and the small. They were regulars at the police station. For the death of these 2 people, the investigators feel that the kill is right. Mayor, this street is more severely damaged, as well as the 2 houses. Hearing his men report, Zongbai gazed at the house that had a large hole blasted out of it. This house was Lin Yuan's rental house. Now that it had been punched through and through, only the beams were left to support it. It was crumbling. Mayor, this isn't my business. There's no need for me to pay for it. Lin Yuan asked with some concern. This made Zongbai very speechless. You're so rich, you're still short of this. The place where Lin Yuan lived belonged to welfare housing. Because it was a welfare house. It was naturally very remote. It was in the western part of the city. It was fortunate that Lin Yuan lived here. If he was in the city center, Wang Li, Fang Yiming and the others would have crushed an entire building. Would be able to shatter an entire building. Mayor, you can't say that. My money is all exchanged with my life. Mayor, you don't know. I went to the Quest Abyss this time. I didn't get a single gold coin, and I almost died in there. I even bought 2S ranked skills before. I really don't have any money left. Lin Yuan was in tears. He was close to turning his traveling bag inside out, revealing that he only had 10,000 gold coins. Revealing that he only had 10,000 gold coins. When Zongbai heard that, he said, "You've got money to buy S-class skills, but you're still crying about poverty." After a pause, Zongbai saw Lin Yuan's aggrieved look and said in a good-natured manner, "I didn't say I'd let you pay for it, so why are you so aggravated?" After Zongbai finished speaking, Lin Yuan immediately changed his expression. Lin Yuan immediately changed his expression. Mayor Zong is wise. Immediately after, Lin Yuan added, "Look, Mayor, my home was destroyed by the heavenly calamity cult. What can I do if I have no place to live? The villains of the celestial calamity cult are so vicious. I'm a level 25 small mage who decided to join the fight regardless of life and death to contribute to the safety of Tianfeng City. I've shed my blood for Tianfeng City." Lin Yuan spoke. He added a heavier tone above defying life and death and perseverance. It was to let Zongbai know his determination. I'm a level 25 turn 1 mage who has abandoned life and death. Fought to defend Tianfeng City. You, a mayor, can't let a warrior shed blood and tears. Zongbai, Gautama has shed blood for Tianfeng City. You haven't lost a single drop of blood. I'm blind. Why didn't he see that Lin Yuan was so shameless before? Is Lin Yuan's strength proportional to his shamelessness? The more shameless he is, the stronger he is. Zongbai shook his head, shaking off these unrealistic thoughts. Don't worry. I've asked Secretary Sun to arrange a place for you to stay. Seeing that Lin Yuan was about to say something, Zongbai guessed what he wanted to say. That place is very safe. Things like tonight won't happen again. After Zongbai finished speaking, Lin Yuan had nothing more to say and He gave a thumbs up. Mayor Zhong is wise. After that, Lin Yuan followed Secretary Sun to his new home. This is it. Secretary Sun pointed at a single house and said, "Isn't this the mayor's home?" Lin Yuan issued a question. "The mayor's house is next door. This row is all the mayor's houses." Seeing the dozens of villas in front of, Lin Yuan bristled and secretly said that the dog was a big house. After receiving the keys, Lin Yuan thanked Secretary Sun. He walked into the villa. The villa was large. There were several bedrooms. Lin Yuan casually found one and lay down. It was already midnight, but Lin Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan took out the dimensional bag that Fang Yiming and Guitu had dropped. He wanted to open the blind box again. Chapter 115, Challenging the Sacred Tower again. At this moment, Lin Yuan was full of confidence. It was because when he opened the blind box earlier, Lin Yuan had opened an S-ranked skill. To be able to open an S-ranked skill that was useful to him amongst all the trash. How small were the chances of that? Could it be that I have a special talent for opening boxes? That must be it. There's no skill in touching equipment. Opening a blind box is what makes you a hero. Please call me Lin, the box opening expert. Far. Before he opened the sublime bag, Lin Yuan purposely got up to wash his hands. He felt that something good would definitely appear this time. Bang! Bang! Both dimensional bags were opened. 6 items appeared in front of Lin Yuan in turn. Broken stone gray. Broken scissors gray. Blood-stained diaper gray. A broken bone gray. Boots of boar power bronze. Box of souls special. Seeing the 6 items in front of him, Lin Yuan fell silent. I must have blurred my eyes. Wiping his eyes, he reopened them. Still these items. Calm. We agreed to open the box. It only works once, right? What the hell is all this stuff? What are you 250+ leveled professionals doing with all this stuff? Is that blood-stained diaper serious? Lin Yuan picked up the boar power boots. He's familiar with this piece of equipment. It's a specialty of the barren swamp. Lin Yuan had also touched it before. It's in Lin Yuan's backpack. What? I'm going to put together the boar's power set. Turning into a boar and arching cabbages? Lin Yuan threw the 4 trash items into the trash can. That's not all. When he saw the blood-stained diaper, he thought about it. He threw the trash can out again. Damn it, this is bad luck. Back in the room again. Lin Yuan picked up the last item. Soul Box Special. Function. Can host spirit-type creatures and slowly restore their strength. The box of souls was a small black box the size of a soccer ball. Lin Yuan recognized this item. The box Guitu held in his hand when he summoned the specter was the box of souls. The moment he thought of what the spectral souls could do, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. I wonder if there are any spectral souls present inside. Opening it, Lin Yuan was disappointed. There wasn't even a hair inside. There wasn't even a single hair. This is crap. Just a few ghosts. Don't know how to get more. Lin Yuan cursed. If Guitu, who was in the 9 springs, heard this, would have to vomit blood and die again. Big brother. Do you think that ghosts are like Chinese cabbages? You can just wholesale them at will. Those bloodshed ghosts and evil ghosts are Guitu spent a long time, a lot of effort to get. They were usually very precious. As a result, he met Lin Yuan, a master who doesn't play by the rules. A mage even had a strong physical attack ability. The ghosts that were collected with great difficulty were annihilated. Putting away the box of souls, Lin Yuan also wanted to inquire about the Holy Tower challenge, considering that it was already midnight, so he stopped. Lying on the bed, he continued to display the wooden character. He fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Lin Yuan got up and realized that Zhang Fan had written back to him. Inside the message, he said that he had received Lin Yuan's equipment and fish. To show his appreciation, Lin Yuan had made some special food and sent it home. It was even more flavorful than before. Seeing Zhang Fan's message, Lin Yuan was a little curious about what kind of food it was, but he suddenly tapped his head and remembered that his house was dry shattered yesterday. What if the mailman couldn't find him? In the middle of thinking, Lin Yuan's contact device rang. He answered the phone. It was the mailman. He told Lin Yuan that he couldn't get into the villa. He told Lin Yuan that he couldn't get into the villa and asked him to come down and sign for it. He hung up. Lin Yuan went downstairs to the door. After meeting him, Lin Yuan realized that he had seen this mailman before. He was the one who had gotten the hidden profession, the Sooner Messenger. The name on his chest was Li Bida. After confirming that Lin Yuan was himself, Li Bida handed a box to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan signed it and casually asked, "How did you find me?" Li Bida smiled brightly. "A messenger of the wind. A mission will be accomplished." The smile carried extreme confidence. Receiving the items sent by Zhang Fan, Lin Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock and made a call to Secretary Sun and inquired about the Holy Tower challenge. The response was that he could go. The location is the same as last time. It's a good time to go. There aren't many people. On the way to the destination, Lin Yuan took the time to open the box that Zhang Fan had mailed to him. When he opened it, Lin Yuan was stunned. Honey pork chop. 10% increase in strength for 20 minutes after consumption. Shadow pepper. Attacks with shadow damage after consumption. Lasts 10 seconds. Secret pork loin. 200% increase in stamina after consumption. Lasts 30 minutes. The box was filled with some food. Looking at it, there were quite a few novelties. Zhang Fan really did have the talent to become a spirit chef. Even something like shadow pepper could be made. It's something. Putting all the food in the traveling bag, Lin Yuan teleported to the central sacred tower. When he arrived at the place where the challenge for the Holy Tower was to be held, Lin Yuan saw a familiar face again. It was Li Yan who had saved him yesterday. "Older brother, are you going to brush the tower too?" Hearing the voice, Li Yan turned around and, when he saw Lin Yuan, his eyebrows involuntarily jumped a bit. This kid was also here to brush the tower today. Wasn't he only level 25 and in such a hurry? But when he thought about this kid's heaven-defying battle power, Li Yan felt justified again. "I'm not here to brush the tower. It's my disciple who's here to brush the tower. I'm following to take a look." Li Yan returned a sentence and then stopped speaking. Li Yan didn't come here alone. There was a playful figure standing next to him. This girl is called Qi Ning. This girl is called Qi Ning, and she is a level 37 flame mage. This time, she wanted to pass the 40th floor of the elite difficulty level. For this challenge, Qi Ning has made full preparation. She was planning on accomplishing it in one fell swoop. When Lin Yuan entered this place, Qi Ning had already noticed. Seeing Lin Yuan walking towards her side, she thought that Lin Yuan was another fly who wanted to accost her. As it turned out, she'd gotten it wrong. Lin Yuan was actually greeting his master. A level 25 little mage was calling his own master old brother. Then what did he call himself with him? Qin Ying's gaze was curious, looked back and forth at Lin Yuan's body. Apart from being handsome, other than being handsome, he's pretty ordinary. When the other party called his master elder brother, Master actually agreed, but his attitude was a bit strange. How can I put it? He seems to be avoiding him. Could it be that the other party is the disciple or junior of a certain big brother? Was his master afraid of offending the other party? Qi Ning made up some of Lin Yuan's possible identities on his own. When he looked at Lin Yuan again, Qi Ning felt that the other party carried a hint of mystery about him. Oh, old brother is accompanying his disciple. It's true that a famous master produces a great disciple. I hope that my great niece's challenge in a while goes smoothly. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yuan's consciousness communicated with the Holy Pagoda and prepare for the challenge. The strength of the professional has been detected to be in line with the heroic difficulty trial. Is the heroic difficulty opened? Lin Yuan heard. Heroic difficulty? That's great. The higher the difficulty, the more rewards. There's no need to hesitate. Just pick it. After choosing, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared into thin air. Professional Lin Yuan has started the heroic difficulty Holy Tower trial. Professionals within the Tower of Trials all heard this prompt. When Qi Ning, who was beside Li Yan, heard this, her small mouth opened slightly. Somewhat surprised. Master, did I hear it right? Someone opened a heroic difficulty trial? Chapter 116. Elemental Monsters? Let the elemental monsters come harder. Hearing the words of his own disciple, Li Yan returned to his senses. That's right. Realizing that his disciple was very surprised, Li Yan added, "He's a freak. Don't compare yourself to him. You've been preparing for so long to clear the 40th floor. Don't let him affect your play." The direction Li Yan's finger was pointing was where Lin Yuan was just now. Hearing his master's words, the Qi Ning reacted. Why didn't master have a surprised expression at all? It was as if he had known. Of course, Li Yan had already seen Lin Yuan's strength yesterday. The three apostles of the heavenly tribulation cult were no match for Lin Yuan. The trial towers before the 40th floor probably couldn't stop Lin Yuan, unless he was unlucky enough to encounter undead creatures. You've entered the 21st floor of the trial tower. Please prepare for battle. The countdown began. Lin Yuan realized something. The space around him had gotten much larger. Visually, it was about 4 times larger than before. Lin Yuan could only cover a quarter of the map with one full-bodied meteor firestorm. Not letting me card bugs anymore? Restricting me? Lin Yuan thought, well, the map area was too small. Lin Yuan only needed to stand at the very edge of the map and release skills to kill monsters. This doesn't serve the purpose of the trial at all. It was better to just shove the rewards into Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan didn't know that his behavior had caused the spirit of the Holy Tower to change the rules of the trial. Before the countdown ended, Lin Yuan couldn't be sure where the monsters would come from, avoiding the possibility of a professional waiting for a rabbit. 3, 2, 1. When the time came, 10 monsters were refreshed at a distance of 1,000 meters from Lin Yuan. Half Mermaid Elite LV26. Life value, 720,000. Mana, 30,000. Attack power, 90,000. Water armor. Increases armor by 2,000 points and reduces the movement speed of targets attacking them. These demi-humans had appeared and, rapidly approaching towards Lin Yuan. Sea creatures. Lin Yuan chanted and used Sublime Walk to arrive in front of the demi-humans and, with a wave of his hand, a war dipper appeared. 2300000. 2300000. 10 merfolk were killed before they knew what was happening. They were killed in seconds. After counting the loot, Lin Yuan looked at them with a grimace. Poor bastard. Then, killed the half-mermaid. Cleared the 21st floor of the trial. Took 2 seconds. Experience value increased by 12,000 x 10. The monsters on floors 22 to 24 are all sea creatures. Not much to say. Quick pass. Kill the half-mermaid aristocrat. Pass the 22nd floor of the trial. Time 2 seconds. Experience value increased by 14,000 x 10. Kill the deep-sea crayfish. Pass the 23rd floor of the trial. Time 2 seconds. Experience value increased by 16,000 x 10. When we reach the 24th floor, creatures worthy of Lin Yuan's attention appeared. Venomous Flying Snake Elite LV29. Life value, 8,000,000. Attack power, 100,000. Toxic attack. Attack with 1,000 points of toxin damage. Stackable, no upper limit. Deep sea poison. Poison targets have a 0.01% chance of dying immediately. The location where the venomous flying snake was refreshed was also coincidental. It was right near Lin Yuan. When they first appeared, the group of venomous flying snakes immediately sprayed venom towards Lin Yuan. In just one round, it dealt nearly 700,000 damage, and the poisoning effect reached 10 levels. Fortunately, Lin Yuan reacted quickly. With an absolute 0, killed the group of highly poisonous flying snakes. Are you kidding me? If you let these snakes attack again, they might trigger the deep-sea poison. I'd be dead, even though you have the resurrection crest. I can't afford to waste it on a little Karami. Killed the venomous flying snake. Cleared 24 levels of the trial. Time 3 seconds. Experience value increased by 20,000 x 10, according to the rule of 1 mini-boss per 5 floors. On the 25th floor, Lin Yuan was not facing an ordinary creature anymore. Fishman Guard Delore Hero LV30. Life, 3200000. Attack power, 4,00000. Armor, 35,000. Magic resistance, 30,000. Tidal Slam. 25% of attacks cause a stun effect on the target for 2 seconds. Fishman Dash. Increases movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. Trident Pseudo. Shoots a trident at the target, dealing 250% attack damage and reducing the target's armor and magic resistance by 40%. The Fishman Guard had just appeared. Twisting its body towards Lin Yuan, it rapidly approached. A faint wind power appeared on his body as he approached. This was the start of Fishman Dash. The Fishman Guard was 300 meters away from Lin Yuan. With his speed, he would be close to Lin Yuan in less than 8 seconds. With the Fishman Guard's perverted melee ability, as long as he triggers a tidal slam, is basically useless. The Fishman Guard can attack twice a second. The probability of tidal wave strike being triggered is 25%. You can attack 4 times in 2 seconds. As long as you don't have a black face. When you're fighting alone, Fishman Guard could stun someone to death. Lin Yuan obviously wouldn't give the Fishman a chance to get close to him. With an absolute 0, froze the Fishman Guard. 950,000. The Fishman Guard was a deep sea race. The resistance to water magic was very high. Plus the hero template. It was originally able to control for 8 seconds. Now it's less than 4 seconds. But that was enough. Lin Yuan threw a black hole of annihilation at his feet. 11000000. 11000000. 3 seconds. When the last of the annihilation black hole's damage jumped out. 11000000. Cleared the Fishman Guard's blood bar. Killed the Fishman Guard. Cleared the 25th tier trial in 6 seconds. Experience value increased by 150,000. Once the Fishman Guard was dead, Lin Yuan had 2 options. Rest for 30 minutes and continue the challenge. Lin Yuan didn't rush to choose, because the Fishman Guard had popped out 2 goodies. Underwater breathing helmet gold LV30. Attributes: life value plus 1,200, strength plus 50, agility plus 50. Underwater breathing. Breathing is possible in water. Trident pseudo-disposable consumable. Effect: shoots a trident at the target, reducing the target's armor and magic resistance by 50% for 5 minutes. Upon seeing the gold equipment, Lin Yuan was still somewhat elated. He was finally able to touch the gold equipment himself. When he saw the attributes, Lin Yuan's smile froze again. What kind of garbage is this? Forget it. Shouldn't have had expectations. After picking up the 2 items, Lin Yuan chose to continue the challenge. At the 26th level, the number of monsters Lin Yuan met increased. It reached 15. Water Elemental Elite LV31. Life value: 110000.
Mana, 200,000.
Armor 12,000. Magic resistance 18,000. Attack power 210,000. Water arrow fires a cloud of water arrows at the target, dealing 150% of attack power magic damage and reducing the target's attack and movement speed by 25%. Elemental body immune to water magic damage. This was the first time Lin Yuan had seen an elemental creature. Elemental creatures were born as elite templates. They had high attack and defense. They were also immune to single-system magic damage. They were very difficult to deal with. If a mage who specialized in water magic met a water elemental, I'm afraid it will be a big headache. Water elementals are tough. But it wasn't a problem for Lin Yuan. Absolute Zero couldn't use his other magic. With a war wind, 14000000. The bodies of all 15 water elementals exploded and turned into 15 puddles of water. They were reduced to 15 puddles of water. Kill water elemental. Pass 26 levels of trial. Time 2 seconds. Experience value increased by 25,000 x 15. Chapter 117 Eloise needs to be fed. When an elemental monster died, it didn't have a corpse. Instead, it exploded 15 water elemental essence spirits for Lin Yuan. You have picked up water elemental essence x 15. Having found elemental essence spirits, Lin Yuan revealed a hint of joy. This is a good feeling. I was worried about how to fix Eloise. Put the water elemental essence next to Elunis. In an instant, all 15 water elemental spirits disappeared. Elunis progress advanced by 0.15. Lin Yuan. So edible? Elunis had absorbed the water elemental essence. Silk was a little excited and, transmitting a wave of delight. I want more, I want more. She looked like a young woman who was in desperate need. Lin Yuan spoke out to pacify her. Don't be in a hurry. There's more to come. Level 27. Breeze Elemental Elite LV32. Life value: 130000.
Mana, 250,000.
Armor 14,000. Magic resistance 21,000. Attack power 250,000. Light wind constantly sends out air currents in the surrounding area, dealing 120% magic damage per second to those around it and slowing down their movement speed by 50%. Elemental body immune to wind magic damage. Level 28. Fire Elemental Elite LV33. Life value 170,000,000. Mana 300,000. Armor 28,000. Magic resistance 32,000. Attack power 340000. Fireball. Fires a fireball at the target, dealing 150% magic damage and scorching the target for 5 seconds. Scorch. Reduces life value by 1% per second. Elemental body. Immune to fire magic damage. 29 levels. Rushing Elemental Elite LV34. Lifesteal 220,000,000. Armor 35,000. Magic resistance 40,000. Attack power 400000. Stone throw. Launches a boulder at the target, dealing 180% attack damage. Great earthquake strike. Hammers the earth, dealing 200% magic damage to targets within 10 meters, causing a 3-second stun. Elemental body. Immune to earth magic damage. Lin Yuan guessed correctly. The ones he met on floors 27 to 29 were all elemental monsters, with the exception of the earth elemental where it took 2 rounds of skills. None of the other elementals survived a single round. Leveled up to 26, gained 2,000 skill points. The high experience value of the elemental creatures caused Lin Yuan to go up a level and came to level 26. Not only that, also gained 45 different types of elemental essence. After feeding them all to a Lunas, restoration increased by 0.45%. He arrived at level 30. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the temperature of this floor had increased a lot. Lava Elemental Winster Epic LV35. Life value 560,000,000. Mana 800,000. Armor 120,000. Magic resistance 150,000. Attack power 78,000,000. Lava burst. Throws lava at the target, dealing 200% magic damage. Hitting the target creates an explosion, dealing 300% damage with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Lava body. Immune to fire magic damage, inflicts 200,000 points of flame damage per second to enemies within 50 meters around. Flame Nova. When life value is reduced by 70% and 30%, automatically releases a flame shockwave towards surrounding enemies, dealing 500% magic damage and sending enemies flying. Flame Shield. Releases a flaming shield that absorbs 10 points of damage per mana point for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. Lava Elemental just appeared. The temperature of the surrounding space skyrocketed. Are elemental creatures so powerful? Seeing Winster's attributes, Lin Yuan was a little surprised. To damage had damage. And defense. It was too unintelligible. When Winster showed up and realized that his opponent was a tiny human, a raw laugh escaped from his face where he couldn't see his features. Human. Ready to die. The flames will make you feel fear. A level 26 human mage. Surprisingly dared to challenge the mighty Winster. You don't know how to die. I'll let you taste the flavor of your body being melted. Melt in the flames. Winster unleashed a lava burst at Lin Yuan. A lava the size of a small car flew towards Lin Yuan. The speed was very fast. Immunity. 187,000,000. Lin Yuan had an energy shield hanging from his body that immune to the first damage of the lava burst. But Lin Yuan ate the second blast damage. The damage is a bit high. Surprisingly, he's still alive? One person and one elemental were surprised. Lin Yuan was surprised by Winster's damage. Winster, on the other hand, was surprised that Lin Yuan was still alive after being hit by the lava burst. Realizing that Lin Yuan wasn't dead, Winster's huge body came towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't stay idle and released the mirror image technique. Absolute Zero and Lightning Storm. Both were control skills. Lin Yuan was prepared to continue his torture tactics. Before Winster could get close to him, Lin Yuan released Absolute Zero. 260,000. Winster's magic resistance was extremely high. It only dealt 260,000 damage. But Lin Yuan's aim had been achieved. Winster was frozen into a pile of ice. From a distance, Winster didn't look like a lava elemental. Rather, it looked like an ice elemental. Success. Seeing that he had controlled Winster, Lin Yuan was a bit excited. But the next second, Lin Yuan's smile disappeared, because Winster had lifted his ice-sealed state. Ridiculous Griffin. Winster is a lava elemental. How could he be afraid of a little cold ice? Lin Yuan was right when he heard that. Winster was an epic template. He had a higher resistance to abnormal statuses than ordinary creatures. Plus, he was a flame elemental. Absolute Zero being able to control him for 2 seconds was already very good. Since Ice Elemental doesn't work, let's try Thunder Elemental. Lin Yuan had the mirrors use Absolute Zero in turn. The mirror image's control effect was even worse, not even 1 second. But that was enough. Lin Yuan had already managed to release Lightning Storm. 60,000. Lightning Storm's damage was even lower. It wasn't even 100k, although the damage was low. But the effect achieved was very good. Winster was paralyzed for 3 seconds. Since Lightning Storm was useful, Lin Yuan had the mirrors use Lightning Storm in turn. Dozens of lightning storms were fired, pounded Winster's blood level to below 70%. Triggered Flame Nova. A 150-meter area centered around Winster. A shocking shockwave of flames erupted. Immunity. 410000. Lin Yuan was immune to this damage. But the remaining 3 mirror images were all killed in seconds. With fewer mirrors, the constant chain of control was broken. Winster was back in action. At this moment, Winster was furious. He raised his hand and fired a lava burst. He said viciously, "I'll let you know what happens when you anger a lava elemental." Lin Yuan was very focused this time. After so many battles, Lin Yuan's guts were already very big. The moment the lava burst hit, the Sublime Walk was used. Immunity. When the figure reappeared, it had already arrived in mid-air. If I can't use control torture, I'll use my destruction machine gun. I'll blast you to death with my skills. Next, Lin Yuan's magic show. Lava elementals couldn't even get close to Lin Yuan. War Wind has a knockback. The Black Hole of Annihilation has traction. Absolute Zero has Ice Seal. Lightning Storm came with paralysis. A continuous bombardment of skills. Winsus doubted his life. Chapter 118 breaking records like eating and drinking water. When Winster was bombarded with magic by Lin Yuan, he didn't give up resisting. Every now and then, he threw out a lava burst, attempting to interrupt the rhythm of Lin Yuan's attacks. But it didn't affect Lin Yuan at all. Lin Yuan would get stuck in the last 0.5 seconds and use Sublime Walk. The lava burst became a pose. After several rounds of using it, Lin Yuan had become more and more skillful at dodging skill damage with Sublime Walk. Unless it was a skill that landed directly on Lin Yuan's head. Normal directional skills could no longer damage Lin Yuan. I don't know how many rounds of skills he had used. Winster's life value dropped to 30%. Once again, he set off Flame Nova. The moment the flame shockwave hit, Lin Yuan attempted to use Sublime Walk. Immunity. Although immune to this damage. But it had nothing to do with Sublime Walking. It was all the effect of the energy shield. Lin Yuan said that it was a pity that he hadn't dodged Flame Nova. This kind of full-screen damage skill wasn't easy to dodge. I guess I need to practice again. Lin Yuan was about to continue his spell bombardment. But then he realized that Winster had turned on his flame shield. Despicable human. Dare to fight Winster face to face. Winster had 800,000 mana, able to resist 8 million damage. It was very powerful. After realizing that Winster had opened his shield, Lin Yuan used Sublime Walk to leave his spot. He hid far away. Cutie. Only to stay here and continue fighting with you. The flame shield only lasts for 10 seconds. Why do I have to fight you so hard? I'm so tired after releasing so many skills just now. Consider it a break. When Winster saw Lin Yuan run to the very edge of the map all of a sudden, he froze in his tracks. He let out an angry roar. You cowardly, despicable, shameless, dirty human. No matter how harshly Winster cursed, Lin Yuan treated him as if he was farting. After 10 seconds, the flame shield on Winster's body disappeared. Lin Yuan made a flash and he came back. This time, Lin Yuan's mirror image technique cooldown time was also up. When Winster realized that 4 more Lin Yuan had appeared in front of him, he revealed a desperate hiss. No. How could a powerful lava elemental die to a scumbag like you? Before he could finish his latter words, he was electrically numbed. 20 seconds later, Winster's huge body fell to the ground with a rumble. The lava flowing outside his body was gradually extinguished, turned into a huge lump of stone. Killed lava elemental Winster, passed 30 levels of the trial, 225 seconds, Experience increased by 500,000. Professional Lin Yuan has broken the record on the 30th floor of the Trial Tower heroic difficulty. Reputation value +1. Professional Lin Yuan has broken the record on the 30th floor of the Trial Tower heroic difficulty. Reputation value +1. Having killed Winster. All the professionals who were inside the Trial Tower heard the prompt. I didn't even make it past the 30th floor of normal difficulty, and this guy actually cleared heroic difficulty. Lin Yuan, there's something familiar about that name. The professionals inside the Trial Tower were shocked when this beep sounded. Qining had just killed the creatures on the 36th floor. It's him, beating the 30th floor so quickly. From the time Lin Yuan had entered the Trial Tower until now. Hadn't even reached 10 minutes. Was this still human? How long did it take himself to beat the 30th floor from the 21st floor before? 8 hours or 9 hours? That's pretty fast. But Lin Yuan took less than 10 minutes. Terrifying as hell. Qin Ying's mind floated back to what his own master had said. He's just a freak. Don't compare yourself to him. Qin Ying took a deep breath. After adjusting his emotions for a moment, chose to continue the challenge. You have picked up the Flame Crystal Core. You picked up Soul Tremor. When a lava elemental died, it dropped 2 items. One was a crystal core filled with the Raging Fire element. Elunis showed her longing for it. After absorbing the fiery crystal core, Elunis' repair progress increased by 1%. One flame crystal core was worth 100 elemental essences. It has to be this kind of famous elemental creature that explodes good things. Today, Elunis absorbed 60 elemental essences and a flame crystal core. The repair degree increased by 1.6%. The overall repair degree reached 6.6%. When the repair level reaches 10%, Elunis' attributes would be able to increase by another wave. That was good news. Looking at another skill, Lin Yuan was also very happy. Soul Tremor S rank LV1. Casting time 2.5 seconds.
Konsumtion, 25.000 mana.
Description. Inflicts intelligence 1 point of soul damage on enemies within 15 meters of the target. Doubles the damage if the target is a necrotic creature. Has a chance to inflict a soul regeneration effect, cooldown 30 seconds. The lava elemental had exploded an S-ranked skill book that Lin Yuan could use. Lin Yuan had more skill points than he could use. After learning it, he immediately pulled it to full. Soul Tremor S rank of max. Casting time 2 seconds. Consumption 60,000 mana. Description. Inflicts intelligence 10 points of soul damage on enemies within 50 meters of the target. If the target is a necrotic creature, the damage will be doubled and 100% of the damage will be caused by soul stirring, cooldown 20 seconds. After raising it to full, the damage has been increased by 10 times. The casting time and cooldown have been reduced accordingly. The demontation effect on necromantic creatures reached 100%. What's a demontation effect? Lin Yuan had never met a necrotic creature before. He didn't know what a demontation effect was. He had some questions. However, Lin Yuan thought about it for a while and stopped looking into it. Choosing rewards was important. You have passed the 30th level of the trial. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1. Receive 1 evolution point. Option 2. Receive a Steam Kinetic Fighter. Option 3. A random S-rank Mage skill book. There's nothing to say about the first reward. It was definitely the one to choose. Lin Yuan had come to brush the tower for this reward. The second Steam Kinetic Fighter, Lin Yuan didn't know what it was. The name makes him feel a bit backward. What kind of era is it that still uses Steam Kinetic energy? Pass it off. S-class skill books can be had. If you go outside to buy it, you need to spend 1 reputation point and 10,000 gold coins. I'm just going to go for it here and spend 1 reputation point. Blood earns 10,000 gold coins. Just pick you 2. You have gained 1 evolution point. You've gained Thunder Blast. After the evolution point arrives, Lin Yuan immediately used them. A C rank talent evolved into a B rank talent. Talent cooldown reduction level B. Description. Reduces casting time and cooldown by 40%. Reduces damage by 40%. Woohoo. Takeoff. Increased the damage by another 10%. Sooner or later, I'll get rid of this annoying damage reduction effect of yours. Because of you. How many times have I been scolded by the Reader's Lords? You're an eyesore. After the talent evolved, Lin Yuan picked up the newly acquired skill book in his hand again and Thundershock S rank LV1. Casting time 5 seconds. Consumption 30,000 mana. Description. Releases an intense thunderbolt towards the target, dealing intelligence 5 points of lightning damage, 50% increase in strike rate, and 50% increase in strike damage when the skill is released. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Chapter 119 Lust Demon King as Mantis. The S-rank skill acquired this time is a single one that, after it was filled up, the damage is so high that it explodes. Thunder Blast S-rank max. Casting time, 5 seconds. Consumption, 100,000 mana. Description. Releases an intense thunder towards the target, dealing intelligence 50 points of thunder damage, 100% increase in blast rate when the skill is released, 150% increase in blast damage, cooldown time 10 seconds. This skill comes with a 100% blitz. The damage of an S-rank skill was even able to rival SS rank skills. The only flaw might be that the casting time was too long. It was as high as 5 seconds. Even if the casting time was reduced by 40%, it would still take 3 seconds. Lin Yuan, who was used to casting spells instantly, was a bit uncomfortable. Lightning Storm S and Thunder Blast S have reached full level. Do you choose to fuse them into an SS rank skill? Whether to fuse. Lin Yuan was in trouble. If Lightning Storm was replaced with another skill, Lin Yuan would not hesitate. Although Lightning Storm's damage is low. It's better because it has a control effect. Lin Yuan used Absolute Zero and Lightning Storm as the core. to develop a control and torture stream. As soon as the mirror image opens. As soon as the mirror image is turned on. As long as the target is not magic-free. As long as the target isn't magic immune, he can control the opponent to death. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan didn't choose fusion. He would think about it. When we arrived at the 31st floor, the monsters had changed again. What appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes was a group of creatures that resembled spiders. The difference was that these creatures only had 6 legs. Nightwalker Elite LV36. Life value, 1600000. Armor 12,000. Magic resistance, 100000. Attack power, 400000. Piercing attack, fires spikes at the target, dealing 120% physical damage, causing a bleeding effect that reduces lifesteal by 3,000 per second. Stackable with no upper limit. Night walking, increase movement speed by 100% at night, increase attack speed by 50%. The attributes of this group of Nightwalkers were odd. The attack power was ridiculously high. The double resistance and life value were very low again. A single War Dipper went down. Killed them all in seconds. 2400000. 2400000. Kill the Nightwalker. Pass the 31st floor of the trial. Time 2 seconds. Experience value increased by 30,000 x 15. Levels 32-34 were similarly filled with demonic monsters that it didn't cause Lin Yuan even the slightest bit of trouble. Instead, it allowed Lin Yuan to level up. You've risen to level 27 and gained 2,000 skill points. Cool. This was what was called upgrading. The trial tower was really a good place. If Lin Yuan thought this way, if other people knew about it, Lin Yuan would be furious. Everyone else came to challenge the Tower of Trials to get rewards. Lin Yuan was good. He came here to brush up on his experience. Everyone else had made all the preparations before they came to challenge the tower. Potions, supplies, food. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to beat them with less preparation. Lin Yuan was afraid that there would be fewer monsters. Lin Yuan was afraid that there would not be enough monsters for him to kill. It's true that people are more angry than each other. He came to the 35th floor. Lin Yuan instinctively felt that something was wrong, because the enemy was standing not far away, smilingly looking at Lin Yuan. This situation was obviously abnormal. It was as if the primary and secondary relationships had been reversed. Lin Yuan had become the prey. Lust Demon King as Mantis Doppelganger Legendary LV40. Life value, 20 million. Mana, 3 million. Attack power, 1500000. Armor, 200,000. Magic resistance, 300000. Charm specialization. Cast a light of charm towards the target, causing the target to fall into a state of disorientation for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. Fiery whip. Swing your weapon at the target, dealing 150% attack damage and sending the enemy flying, with a chance of causing a lashing effect. Lash. Damage received is increased by 50%. Passionate hormone activates to increase the attack power of surrounding targets by 50% and decrease their defense by 50%. Blasphemous shield summons a shield filled with blasphemous power that bounces off spells that hit Asmontis for 5 seconds with a 15-second cooldown. What appeared in front of Lin Yuan's eyes was clearly the doppelganger of the Lust Demon King, one of the 7 demon kings of purgatory. Although it was only a doppelganger. However, both its attributes and skills were extremely powerful. Asmundis was currently a phantom demon. Her body was full of extreme temptation. Asmundis' character was very lazy. Although as a demon king, she doesn't seem to be very interested in anything. She basically stays in her own demon king's territory. She doesn't even care about the movements of the demon army under her command. The lazy demon king Belial has said more than once. In terms of laziness, I'm not as good as Asmontis. When Asmundis saw Lin Yuan appear in front of him, the corner of her smiling mouth gave a soft eek, and her nose, as beautiful as a work of art, lightly sniffed. His nose, which was as beautiful as a work of art, gently sniffed. You smell like Beelzebub, as the same demon king. As a demon king, Asmundis naturally knew that Beelzebub had gone into hiding after being seriously injured by Tuyen. Now he could smell Beelzebub's scent on the human in front of him. This meant that Lin Yuan had definitely seen Beelzebub in the near future. Perhaps he was a follower of Beelzebub. Perhaps it was because he had stayed at home for too long. His mind was slow to react. Asmundis didn't think of anything else. Because even if Beelzebub was seriously injured, it was still not something that a small mage of 27 could resist. Asmundis never dreamed that it wasn't Beelzebub that she smelled. What she smelled was not Beelzebub's scent. Instead, it was the smell of the heart of overeating. A follower of Beelzebub? Can you tell me where Beelzebub is? Asmontis' tone suddenly changed to soft and pouty. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked the index finger of her right hand. It was as seductive as it could be. Lin Yuan's eyes went straight as he watched. In his heart, he kept reciting the ice heart technique. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not collapse. But Asmundis' appearance was too seductive. Lin Yuan's eyes were still unconsciously looking towards that body full of beauty. A thought arose in his heart. He wanted to ruthlessly ravage this work of art. In the next second, the heart of overeating radiated a strange fluctuation that, causing Lin Yuan to wake up from his fantasies. After coming to his senses, Lin Yuan's back broke out in a cold sweat and, what a powerful charm ability. Asmundis just stood there and hooked his finger. 3 or 2 words made Lin Yuan have impure thoughts. Worthy of being the demon king of lust. Knew how to tickle the primal instincts deep within a person. Hee. Surprisingly able to come out of his daze. Asmontis said in surprise. Turned out that without realizing it, Asmontis had released the charm. Lin Yuan's energy shield didn't even work and he accidentally fell into the path. Luckily, the heart of overeating emitted a wave of energy. It counteracted the power of the charm. However, the heart of overeating wasn't acting out of good intentions. It wanted to devour Asmundis' doppelganger. To be more precise, it wanted to devour a fragment of the lustful heart that Asmundis' doppelganger contained. At this moment, an additional status appeared on Lin Yuan's status bar. Overeating desire. Damage dealt when attacking Asmontis is increased by 100%, although he didn't know why there was an additional gain status on his attribute bar. But this was undoubtedly a good thing. Chapter 120 Lin Yuan's now learned bondage skills. Asmontis' body struck an extremely seductive pose. The human. Tell me Beelzebub's hiding place and I will reward you handsomely. And this body will also be rewarded to you so you can play with it as much as you want. How about it? Asmontis was usually no more lazy when faced with Beelzebub's message. Asmundis would not be indifferent when faced with Beelzebub's message. That was a possibility that would allow Asmundis to reach the demigod level. Among the 7 demon kings of purgatory, Lucifer, the arrogant demon king, is a real demigod. Now, a chance to become a demigod was in front of him. Asmundis must seize it. After hearing Asmundis' conditions, to be honest, Lin Yuan was not moved. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. Seeing this, Asmontis intended to add fuel to the fire and he pulled out a skill book from his chest and he threw it to Lin Yuan. Magic Fire Chain SSS-level LV1. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 30,000. Description: shoots a ball of magic fire chains around the target, dealing intelligence 0.5 points of magic damage and binding the target for 3 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. Lin Yuan took the skill book. Words like binding and SM instantly came to mind. This skill has a strong control effect. Giving it to me for nothing? Could it be fraudulent? Lin Yuan carefully scrutinized the skill book. It was found that there was nothing unusual. While Lin Yuan was examining the skill book, Asmodeus hadn't said anything, nor did he urge. Very patiently, he watched Lin Yuan from the side. There's no problem. Am I just being paranoid? Lin Yuan finished his inspection and, after making sure that there was nothing wrong, learned the skill. The image of Asmodeus being bound up in chains instantly appeared in his mind. It's so exciting. Don't get me wrong. He just wanted to know what the binding effect of Magic Fire Chain was like. After learning Magic Fire Chain, Lin Yuan filled it up with skill points. Magic Fire Chain S rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 80,000. Description: shoots out a ball of magic fire chains to wrap around the target, dealing intelligence 5 points of magic damage and binding the target for 5 seconds. Unable to cast spells during the binding period. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Asmodeus saw that Lin Yuan couldn't wait to learn the skill. A smile of triumph appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now you can talk. Lin Yuan was just about to muddle through by saying some random place when a prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. Asmodeus has signed a trading contract with Asmodeus. If either party cheats, the soul will belong to the other party. Asmodeus has completed the contract. Please tell us where Beelzebub is. Seeing the prompts, Lin Yuan was stunned. When did I sign a trading contract with the other party? Could it be that? Lin Yuan was right. The moment Lin Yuan had learned the magic fire chain, had already signed a trading contract with Asmodeus. For this reason, Asmodeus consumed a scroll of the equality contract. Well, are you going to say it now? Or wait until the soul is under my control? Asmodeus' tone was very smug and cackling non-stop. Damn. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. You don't even think about it. If Asmodeus was whored out by Lin Yuan, it would be a wasted life. The matter has come to this. Lin Yuan had no choice. He can only tell the truth. Beelzebub's hiding place is in a hellish abyss in Tianshui City. The name of the abyss is called Bloody Abbey, and Beelzebub has been recuperating in a demon fortress deep in the ground of Bloody Abbey. Up to here, Lin Yuan stopped and, secretly, I'm telling the truth, Beelzebub has been recuperating in the underground fortress of the Bloody Monastery. Only what's there now is Beelzebub's corpse. Took a look at the panel and found that the transaction with Asmodeus had been completed. The deal with Asmodeus is complete. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was secretly wary in his heart. Asmodeus' actions seemed to be very bold, but in reality, there was a hidden agenda. He was already so careful. He had already been so careful. He had already been so careful, but he still fell into the trap. In the end, I was too greedy. In the future, I must learn from my mistakes. Oh, Beelzebub has been hiding in the human world. Really cunning. No wonder no one has been able to find him for so many years. Now it's cheap for me. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Asmodeus laughed happily. A pair of big, watery eyes looked at Lin Yuan with a killing intent. This human should be Beelzebub's believer without a doubt. He couldn't be allowed to continue living. Beelzebub's hiding place can only be known to me, knowing what he wants. Asmodeus intended to kill to silence. As expected, demons can't be trusted. When Asmodeus took out his weapon, Lin Yuan seemed to have expected it. He flashed. He opened the mirror image technique. The skills arranged were Magic Fire Chain and Absolute Zero. Asmodeus was really a good guy. He gave himself such an awesome control skill. If I don't use this skill on you, it's a waste of time. Watch me give you a bind.jpg later. Both of them have the same thought in their mind. It was that they couldn't let the other party live. Lin Yuan and Asmodeus moved their hands at the same time. Asmodeus had a lot of combat experience. He didn't choose an attack skill first. Instead, he opened his blasphemous shield when Lin Yuan cast his spell. Within 5 seconds, no matter what directional skill Lin Yuan released, it would be rebounded. What Asmodeus had in mind was, it's best if you use Magic Fire Chain. That would give you a taste of what it was like to be bound by your own skills. Asmodeus was right. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to use Magic Fire Chain, but the moment he used it, turned into a war wind. 320,000. The skill hit Asmondes. It only dealt 320,000 damage. That's even if Overeating Desire increased the damage by 100%. It would have been lower. The knockback effect wasn't very good either. Asmondes just took 2 steps back. Huh. A Wind-type SS-ranked skill. Looks like you're harboring a lot of secrets. Asmondes' gaze held a few moments of surprise after being knocked back. Indeed, seeing that the War Dipper was working, Lin Yuan's heart and mind were greatly relieved. Blasphemous Shield couldn't bounce back group skills, so Lin Yuan threw out Annihilation Black Hole and Meteor Fire Rain one after another. 360,000. 700,000. Looking at it this way, it was still Meteor Fire Rain that did the most damage. When Lin Yuan used his skills, Asmondes didn't just stand there passively all the time. Swinging the whip in her hand, she struck Lin Yuan with a 130,000, a normal attack that it dealt 1.3 million damage. What a high shield! Even though Asmondes was well informed, they was surprised after realizing that Lin Yuan's shield was close to 10 million. How could a level 27 mage have such a high shield? It simply didn't make sense. But Asmondes didn't think Lin Yuan could make any waves, because his identity was one of the 7 Demon Kings, the Lust Demon King Asmondes. A Demon King could not be lightly insulted. While the Blasphemous Shield was still in place, Asmondes released the Passion Hormone. An additional negative effect appeared on Lin Yuan's body. Passion Hormone. Attack power increased by 50%, defense reduced by 50%. This effect also appeared on Asmondes' body at the same time. Another whip went down. Asmondes used a skill this time and Lin Yuan's energy shield resisted this attack damage. 0. Immunity. Asmondes didn't care. Another whip went down. 210,000. A normal attack knocked off a fifth of his shield. Under Asmondes' high attack power, Lin Yuan's shield was like paper mache. But that was the end of Asmondes' attacks. Chapter 121. Asmondes is stripped naked. Because the duration of the profane shield had ended, the magic fire chain could be used now. Once again, Lin Yuan's skill and Asmondes' attack hit at the same time. 210,000. 120,000. Asmondes' normal attack once again dealt a terrifying 2.1 million damage. On the contrary, Lin Yuan magic fire chain hit Asmondes for a mere 120,000 damage. It was good that it hit with a control effect. Asmondes was tightly entangled in the magic fire chains and was unable to perform any movement. The full level of Chains of Fire had an additional effect. It is impossible to cast spells while bound. The duration of Chains of Fire is 5 seconds. This skill is a bit unique. The damage is low, but the control effect was super strong. Even if Asmondes is a legendary template, magic fire chains could still bind her for 3 seconds. Lin Yuan and the 3 mirror images were enough to maintain the binding effect. Oh no, it's the binding effect. After Asmondes was bound, Lin Yuan took out a thick fork from inside his backpack.
Trident pseudo disposable consumable.
Effect. Shoots a trident at the target, reducing the target's armor and magic resistance by 50% for 5 minutes. Asmondes had just used the skill Passion Hormone that reduced the defense of those around her by 50%, including herself. Now Lin Yuan had taken out his trident for the self-evident purpose of reducing Asmondes' armor and magic resistance. It was to completely strip Asmondes naked. Go you! After the trident in his hand hit, Asmondes had an additional negative status of piercing armor on his body. Armor and magic resistance all turned to 0. Know how powerful this lord is. I'm very good at interpreting people's clothes. Lin Yuan realized that Asmondes' magic resistance had returned to 0 and was exceptionally excited. After emptying his blue bar, he began to condense lightning in his hands. He was going to unleash a lightning storm. After 1.5 seconds, the lightning storm struck 600,000, although the damage was low. But Lin Yuan had a look of excitement in his eyes. It was because a sensory electricity effect had been applied to Asmondes. 100% damage from lightning. Then, Thunder Light surfaced in his hand again. This time, Lin Yuan cast Thunder Blast. Before casting the spell, Lin Yuan turned on the secret effect attached to the cloak that The casting time was doubled and the damage was doubled. Once 6 seconds had passed, a thick thunderbolt shot out from Lin Yuan's hand and struck Asmundus' body. 14 million. Over 10 million damage appeared on Asmundi's head. Asmundus was shocked. What kind of damage is this? Even if my armor had been stripped bare, this damage was too outrageous. That human across the street was not a god of law reborn. Seeing that he had dealt 1400 damage, Lin Yuan secretly said, the reason why he chose Thunder Blast. Because Thunder Blast comes with a 100% bludgeoning effect. And it also increased the damage of the Blitz by 150%. These two effects alone can already be compared to SS-level skills. And don't forget one thing. Lin Yuan also had a temporary status on his body called Overeating Desire. He was able to increase his damage by 100%. Plus the lightning effect of Lightning Storm. It also cleared the blue bar. Altogether, it was understandable that Thunder Blast could deal 14 million damage. The most crucial point was that Asmundus' armor had been stripped bare. He was in a state of nakedness. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have dealt 1 million damage at best. Asmundis saw that Lin Yuan had once again condensed spells in his hands. His eyes were almost glazed over. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Human. Oh no, master. I'm willing to surrender. I can sign a slave contract with you and be your slave. A dainty chimera shouted, Master. An ordinary person would have agreed long ago. But Lin Yuan didn't. He had already suffered a loss once just now. Who knew if it was the other party's expedient measure? The other party is not an ordinary person. He was the demon king of lust. If Lin Yuan slacked off for a second, once the other party activated the blasphemous shield, it was hard to tell who would live and who would die. So no matter what Asmundus said, Lin Yuan's spells never stopped. Kill Lust Demon King Asmundus Doppelganger? Passed the 35th floor of the trial in 50 seconds. Experience increased by 1,500,000. Overeating heart effect triggered, you gain 500 points of agility. You have gained a lustful heart fragment 120. After Asmundus died, only one item was dropped. It was the lustful heart fragment that Lin Yuan was holding in his hand at the moment. Lustful heart fragment 127 colors incomplete. Attribute. +1 charisma. Active use removes charm, sleep, and ecstasy effects. Cooldown 5 minutes. Held in his hand under lust. Lin Yuan could feel the impatience coming from the overeating heart. Give it to me quickly. I want to swallow it. The lustful heart fragment silk seemed to be able to sense the malice of the overeating heart. It radiated a pleasing emotion. It hoped that Lin Yuan wouldn't throw himself to the heart of overeating. Give it to me. I'm going to eat it. The heart of overeating asked Lin Yuan for the lustful heart fragment again. Lin Yuan placated it to no avail. The heart of Pyrrhic Eclipse was like a rebellious adolescent. It wouldn't listen no matter how much it was told. There was no way out. Lin Yuan pulled out the heart of tyranny and said, Be honest or I'll bear you with my urine. Heart of tyranny. What did he just say? How dare he treat the great heart of overeating like that? Ignorant mortal. You will regret this. For countless years, every demon who has acquired the heart of overeating has been careful to treat me like a lord, afraid to abandon them. But you, a human, you dare to threaten yourself. The key is to use such a disgusting method as urinating. You are despicable and shameless. Humph, ignorant mortal. You've angered me. Don't ask me for help when you're in trouble. You'd better die before it's too late. After all this talk, the heart of a predator is still afraid. It's completely silent. It no longer emits any emotion. From afar, it looked like a black stone. When Lin Yuan saw that the overeating heart was no longer clamoring to devour the lustful heart fragment, nodding his head in satisfaction. How nice to be so obedient earlier, skin. Overeating heart. Putting all the items away, Lin Yuan suddenly received a prompt that, Asmundus' favorability towards you 5, current relationship is hostile. Oh come on. There's another enemy who misses him. Lin Yuan was somewhat speechless. I'm a level 27 mage. I'm a level 27 mage, and to be able to gain the hatred of 2 demon kings and a sea giant leader at the same time is no one's fault. However, Lin Yuan didn't care. I'll be waiting for you with a clean neck. When I get stronger, I'm gonna come and get you one by one. Before entering the 36th floor, Lin Yuan still had one more thing to deal with. That was to have a theory with the spirit of the sacred tower. What's going on with this trial tower of yours? A heroic difficulty trial even has the Demon King's doppelganger appearing. Don't you have to give me a statement? It's only the 35th floor, and the Demon King's doppelganger has appeared. Still a legendary template. Even heroic difficulty is too much bull. Are you bullying me because you think I'm easy to talk to? I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not done with you. Lin Yuan communicated with the spirit of the sacred tower, putting on a mixed-up front. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not finished. Chapter 122 Undead Creatures. After the spirit of the holy tower heard Lin Yuan's words, it was silent for a while. It then gave with an apologetic mood. Summoning the Lust Demon Lord's doppelganger here was indeed its mistake. Originally, the Tower of Trials had been prepared to summon a level 35 epic chimera to be Lin Yuan's true opponent. As a result, it didn't know what had gone wrong, but it had actually brought the Lust Demon King's doppelganger in front of Lin Yuan. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. The Sacred Tower spirit was quite honest. It communicated with Lin Yuan and asked what compensation Lin Yuan needed. Compensation? Feel free to give me 10 or 8 evolution points. After communicating with the soul of the Sacred Tower, Lin Yuan came up with a lion's share. Spirit of the Sacred Tower. This one really didn't. Can't give it. The soul of the Sacred Tower bluntly rejected Lin Yuan's request. Can't give that much, it's always fine to give a little. Lin Yuan stated that he had already made a big concession. The Sacred Tower spirit still refused. As long as evolution points were mentioned, there was no room for negotiation at all. There was no other way, so Lin Yuan could only ask for something else. Give me a few SS-ranked skill books. Spirit of the Sacred Tower? I kind of realized that you kids stomped your nose and raced your face. I can't bull with you anymore. Otherwise, I'll probably ask for some other unreasonable conditions. This is it. Take it or leave it. A skill book fell into Lin Yuan's hands. Soul Scourge S-level LV1. Casting time 3 seconds.
Konsumtion, 12,000 mana.
Description. Scourges the target's soul, inflicting intelligence 10 points of soul damage and creating a fear effect for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Another control skill. Pull full directly after learning it. After Soul Scourge is full, Lin Yuan received a prompt. Detected that Soul Scourge and Soul Tremor have reached full level. Is this a fusion? This time, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He chose to fuse. Death Wither SS Grade Max. Casting time, 5 seconds. Consumption, 150,000. Description. Ignores magic immunity, inflicts 2% of maximum life value soul damage per second on targets within a 50-meter range for 20 seconds. Enemies killed by Death Withering will have a soul obliteration effect. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Awesome! Lin Yuan almost jumped up in joy. Ignoring magic immunity, it dropped blood according to a percentage of the target's maximum life value. Although it was only 2% per second, it was strong enough. It might not be noticeable when dealing with small monsters, but when it came to those creatures with insurmountable defense, such as sea giants, this skill could be of great use. Coming to the 36th floor, the enemies Lin Yuan needed to face had changed their appearance again. Zombie King Elite LV41. Life value, 250,000. Attack power, 360,000. Armor, 170,000. Magic resistance, 200,000. Carrion Pile specialization. Increases maximum lifesteal by 30% and restores 5% of maximum lifesteal after killing an enemy. Disease Cloud. Inflicts 8,000 points of toxin damage per second to enemies within 10 meters. Stacks up to 3 times. The Zombie King was very large, nearly 5 meters tall. It also held a rusty machete in its hand. After appearing, dragging his heavy feet, he ran towards Lin Yuan to kill him. Seeing the Zombie King, Lin Yuan was a bit disgusted and too ugly. When he was running, green smoke was generated around him. The smoke was filled with tons of poisonous insects. Lin Yuan could already smell the stench of decay before he even got close. He couldn't let these monsters get close. Raising his hand, he shot out an absolute zero. 980,000. After controlling them, Lin Yuan was able to use the War Wind plus the Black Hole of Annihilation to take these Zombie Kings away in one wave. He took these Zombie Kings away in one wave. Kill Zombie King. Pass 36 levels of trial. Time 3 seconds. Experience value increased by 30,000 x 15. Kill the Stone Ghost. Pass the 37th floor of the trial. Time 3 seconds. Experience value increased by 32,000 x 15. Kill Soul Devourer. Pass 38th floor. 3 seconds. Experience value increases by 34,000 x 15. For the next 2 floors. Every time any powerful creature appeared, 2 rounds of skills went down, and they all turned into Lin Yuan's experience value. When they reached the 39th floor, after the countdown ended, Lin Yuan realized that the monsters had disappeared. Why are there no more monsters? Is there a bug? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Where did the monsters go? Lin Yuan was wondering. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation coming from the surroundings. 420,000. 420,000. At the same time, Lin Yuan was attacked at least 10 times. The shield was beaten down to less than 5 million. Invisible monster. Lin Yuan instantly reacted, using Sublime Walk to leave his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. The Eye of Truth had been released. After waiting for a few seconds, Lin Yuan finally saw the attributes of the creatures on this level. Undead Assassin Elite LV44. Life value 3 million. Attack power 420000. Armor 0. Magic resistance 0. Undead soul form. Permanent invisibility. Does not reveal itself when attacking. Void. The undead assassin's actions ignore terrain. Seeing the attributes of the undead soul assassin, Lin Yuan was shocked. This was too playful. It was permanently invisible and didn't show its form when it attacked, which brittle skin could resist the undead assassin's attacks. Luckily, there is no defense. Seeing the column of armor and magic resistance, Lin Yuan let out a sigh. Creatures like the undead assassin were too monstrous. If they didn't have the means to counter stealth, undead assassin was a nightmare for professionals. The key was that he could ignore the terrain. Right now, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the undead assassin's body was floating in the air, slowly flying towards him. Without waiting to get closer, Lin Yuan threw out War Dipper and Absolute Zero. 280000. 230000. Kill the undead assassin, clearing the 39th floor of the trial in 15 seconds. Experience value increased by 36,000 x 15. You have risen to level 28 and gained 2,000 skill points. The experience value given by killing elite monsters was very high, and it was only at the 39th floor that he had already risen 3 levels. The upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. It's a pity that you can't keep brushing. After brushing the 40th floor, I guess we have to wait until after the second turn. Stepping onto the 40th floor, Lin Yuan received a prompt. Death Lord Phidias is preparing to descend. Please prepare for battle. Death Lord. Lin Yuan cursed. Grass, when I was on the 35th floor, you gave me a Demon King divergence because of a mistake. But on the 40th floor, you directly created a Death Lord. You're afraid that I won't die, aren't you? Lin Yuan's chest was heaving. Obviously angry enough. I think you're targeting me. Lin Yuan still wanted to communicate with the Sacred Tower Spirit and talk to him. However, the Sacred Pagoda Spirit simply ignored Lin Yuan's words this time. There wasn't the slightest response. It was as if it had blacked him out. Fine, you're playing with me like this. You think I'm scared? It's just the Lord of Death, isn't it? I'll blow his head off. Death Lord Phidias has appeared. Please pay attention. With the end of the prompt, a figure with an infinite evil aura appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Chapter 123 Death Lord. Death Lord Phidias Legendary LV45. Life 30 million.
Mana 200000.
Attack power 1200000. Armor 250,000. Magic resistance 500000. Regeneration aura specialization. Restores 3% of maximum life value to your units within 50 meters per second. Frost Strike. Attacks with a slowing effect, reducing the target's attack speed and movement speed by 50%. Twist of Death. Unleashes evil energy, dealing 2 million points of shadow damage to one enemy target, and doubles blood when used on undead creatures. Army of the Dead. Unable to move, summons 100 elite Soul Eater Ghost Kings per second for 15 seconds. Is this the world beyond the undead? After the Death Lords appeared, they didn't attack first, but instead looked around curiously. Introduce yourself. I am the third son of the great undead Emperor Leo Rick, Death Lord Phidias. When the Death Lord saw Lin Yuan looking like an enemy, he smiled. There's no need to be nervous, humans. I'm just curious about what the world outside of the undead is like. The Death Lord took a deep breath and, feeling very intoxicated. The world of the living. What a wonderful smell. The Death Lord's strange behavior made Lin Yuan a little puzzled. At the same time, he was relieved. Luckily, it wasn't a real lord. What did he mean when he said that he was the third son of some undead lord? Undead could still have sons. There's no reproductive isolation. In terms of playing with flowers, it's still you undead. While Lin Yuan was thinking, a blood-red message appeared on the alert bar. Warning: the undead plane is locating Blue Star. Please kill Death Lord Phidias within 30 minutes. What? Undead plane? Lin Yuan was shocked in his heart. How did he mess with the undead plane again? Blue Star was about to face an invasion from the Purgatory plane. Now the undead plane wants to join in the fun. What a disaster. Human, would you like to join me? I will reward you with eternal life. The Death Lord threw out an olive branch to Lin Yuan. As the first human to meet me, I can transform you into a necromancer. Lin Yuan heard that. What? Necromantic knights? The kind of necromantic knights who wore black armor that was actually filled with skeletons? You've got to be kidding me. Flesh and blood are gone. The basic joy of being human is gone. What's the point of living? Why don't you just die? Oh, I'm sorry. Necromancers are undead creatures. Come. You still want to kill me? Lin Yuan understood. So you want to kill me first, then turn me into a necromancer, and continue to toy with me? Dream on. Lin Yuan made a decisive move and struck the magic fire chain. Human, you didn't take your chance. After I kill you, I'll transform you into the lowest level ghoul. The Death Lord's tone became huffy as he was hit by the magic fire chains. Intending to throw Death Entanglement to finish off Lin Yuan after the binding effect of the magic fire chains ended. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Lin Yuan had already activated Mirror Image. The skills assigned to the Mirror Image were Magic Fire Chains and Death Withering. Chains of magic fire were coming one after the other, forming a seamless chain of control. Lin Yuan threw out a few skills from time to time when he had time. However, the damage dealt was not impressive. The Death Lord recovered 3% of its maximum life value every second. The damage Lin Yuan dealt per second didn't reach 1 million. After half a day's work, Lin Yuan had done nothing. The boss's blood level was still at full. Human, don't waste your effort. Submit to my feet. Your spell casting ability is good. I can make an exception and let you reincarnate as a witch demon. Taking an unknown number of skills from Lin Yuan, the Death Lord gradually stopped his anger and instead rose a few moments of love for his talent. It was a bit of a shame for such an excellent spellcaster to be transformed into a ghoul. It would be better to be transformed into a witch demon. After becoming a witch demon, this human will definitely become more powerful. Father will definitely praise me for having such an excellent witch demon under my command. The Death Lord's tone was joyful at the thought of being praised by his father. After becoming a witch demon, the probability of advancing to demigod will be greatly increased, and it will be hundreds of times stronger than you are now. What the Death Lord said was indeed true. Becoming a witch demon would definitely be stronger than what you have now. Moreover, a witch demon could also advance into a dragon witch demon. At that time, the shortcoming of a fragile body would also be made up. Under the same level, their combat power would definitely be in the top 5. But Lin Yuan was still unmoved. Just kidding. I don't want to be a good Dharma god. I'm going to become a witch demon. My head is kicked by a donkey. Whoever wants to do it. I won't. Don't waste your breath. You like witches and demons so much. Turn your mom into a witch and demon. Lin Yuan directly sprayed. When the Death Lord heard this, he was instantly enraged. He himself was birthed by the undead lord using some of his power. Where was his mother? Lin Yuan's words sort of poked the Death Lord's sore spot. Damned human. I've changed my mind. I'm going to skin you and throw your soul into the extreme cold ice prison. Although the Death Lord screamed ferociously. But how to put it? Some impotent rage. Lin Yuan was also somewhat enraged by. Because the Death Lord's blood return was too annoying. Conventional methods simply didn't work. Lin Yuan has already thrown no less than 50 black hole of annihilation. He was hoping to trigger the instant death effect. But it never triggered. Lin Yuan had thought too much. He actually expected the instant death effect to trigger on the Death Lord. Isn't this nonsense? There's nothing else to do. I guess I can only try Death Wither. After that, Lin Yuan controlled the mirror image to use Death Wither in turn. For Death Withering struck the Death Lord. Not to mention, the effect was very good. The Death Lord was able to recover 3% of its life value per second. The 4 deathly apocalypses together dealt 8% damage per second. 20 seconds was just enough time to finish off the Death Lord. Power of apoptosis. The Death Lord's expression finally changed. You actually possess the power of withering. The Death Lord was shocked. This was a power that even he hadn't mastered. How was a human able to master it? This was unscientific. 2400000 plus 900,000. 2400000 plus 900,000. The Death Lord panicked when he realized that his blood was dropping at a terrifying rate. Human, stop. Kill me and you will bring endless trouble to your world. The Death Lord himself did not fear death, because even if he was killed, it would also be resurrected in the Great Graveyard. That was provided that he couldn't be killed by Death Wither. If you are killed by Death Fade, your target will have a soul obliteration effect. He can't be resurrected. That's scary. As an example, if a professional who had the resurrection crest with them was killed by Lin Yuan with Death Withering, the resurrection crest wouldn't trigger, because the opponent's soul had already been obliterated by the power of withering. That was why the Death Lord was so afraid. As the third son of the Undead Lord, he had a great future. He didn't want to die, especially to die here in such a suffocating fashion. Human, stop the power of withering. The Death Lord no longer had the luxury of surviving. He only begged Lin Yuan not to use the power of withering to obliterate his soul. Chapter 124. Setting a new record again. You killed Death Lord Phidias in 89 seconds. Experience value increased by 2 million. Overeating heart effect triggered. Strength increased by 800 points. Professional Lin Yuan breaks the record on the 40th floor of the Tower of Trials heroic difficulty. Professional Lin Yuan breaks the record on the 40th floor of the Tower of Trials heroic difficulty. Prestige value +1. As soon as this regional bulletin came out, all of the professionals in the trial tower were nonplussed. Holy, did I hear it right? Wasn't this brother on the 30th floor just now? How did he clear the 40th floor? This is too fast. What profession is this Lin Yuan? The rookie someone from the previous 2 years didn't have this person. Even Li Yen was very surprised. This kid is also too fast. It's less than an hour. You think you're killing chickens one cut at a time. That's a heroic difficulty trial. It's not as if we're useless if we're going through the level so fast. Li Yen thought back to the time he had passed. The difficulty he challenged was elite. Took 4 hours. He almost broke the record at the time. But Lin Yuan was better. Less than an hour. Only half an hour to be exact. You made such a short record. Who can break it in the future? Isn't this a blow? Qining was the one who was hit. At the moment, he was still fighting the monsters on the 37th floor, and it was about to end. He heard the area alert. In a daze, he was almost hit by the monster's skill. After killing the monsters on this floor, Qining stood in place to recover his stamina. How is he so fast? Qining was struck with some skepticism. He himself was level 37 and had started the challenge from the 36th floor. Lin Yuan was level 25 and started challenging from the 21st floor. And the difficulty of Lin Yuan's challenge was still heroic. He hadn't even finished fighting the small monsters on the second layer. Lin Yuan had already killed the boss of the 40th floor. This was so unscientific. No wonder his own master had said he was a freak. That was an apt description. Lin Yuan didn't know that he was known as a fast man among the others. He was eyeballing the boss's corpse. After the Death Lord was killed, the body turned into a ball of blue beads and fell to the ground. Lin Yuan walked up and picked up the equipment and this bead that the Death Lord had dropped. Pure Death Essence Radiant. Effect. Contains a strong power of death, but it seems to lack a soul. Ring Necromantic Glory Radiant. Requirements. Full attribute 5,000 plus. Attributes. Life value plus 50,000. Full attributes plus 6,000. Death immunity. Instant death type skills cannot take effect on you. Grip it. The time has come. Lin Yuan held the ring and cried tears of joy. Is my black hand finally saved? The Death Lord only exploded 1 piece of equipment and 1 material. Although the quantity was small, each one was a fine item. Except for intelligence. Lin Yuan's other attributes were similar to what this ring added. With this ring on, Lin Yuan's other attributes doubled. It was simply too good to be true. Opening the attribute bar. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV28. Life 465,000.
Mana 1121900.
Spell attack 60890. Strength 13,250. Affects physical attack, physical defense. Dexterity 12340. Affects strike rate, speed. Intelligence 60,890. Affects spell attack, spell defense. Physical strength 35580. Affects life value, resistance. Skill points 18400. Evolution points 0. Free attribute points 0. Talent, cooldown reduction grade B. Skill slight. After putting on the ring, Lin Yuan's life value broke through 460,000. This was all thanks to the heart of overeating. Physique increased by 500%. Lin Yuan had transformed into a Blood Bull mage. Too good. Seeing his current attributes, Lin Yuan called out perverted. Shield warriors of the same level with full body mass couldn't even catch up to Lin Yuan's life value. What's the use of this item? The Death Lord had exploded a total of 2 items. The equipment Lin Yuan had already put on. The pure death essence was now being held in Lin Yuan's hands to play with. The soul is missing. Does that mean the soul obliteration that comes with death withering is working? It's a pity. If the soul was still there, the quality would be higher. Lin Yuan lamented with a slight sense of pity. He had guessed wrong. The pure death essence was able to burst out thanks to the death withering. It obliterated the Death Lord's soulfire, making it impossible for him to return to the undead plane's great graveyard to be resurrected. But that wasn't necessarily a good thing. It wasn't a small thing for the undead lord to have a dead heir. There was no chance that people would unleash an undead apocalypse on Blue Star in a fit of rage. Just as he was about to put the pure death essence into his backpack, a longing emotion came from Illunis. You want it. Lin Yuan pulled out Illunis and confirmed. This is death essence. Are you sure you can absorb it? Lin Yuan asked again. Illunis replied, yes. Due to the fusion of the Void Treasure Pearl, Illunis had gained the trait of being able to absorb any energy. You really aren't picky. Lin Yuan was a little amused and gave pure death essence to Illunis to absorb. Not to mention, the energy contained in this pure death essence was quite powerful. Illunis absorbed it for 5 minutes. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that this essence contained the origin of the Death Lord. If this death essence fell into the hands of a necromancer, could definitely mold a powerful Death Knight. Such a precious treasure, Lin Yuan actually gave it to Illunis to absorb. What a waste. So full. After absorbing the death essence, Illunis burped. Lin Yuan was shocked when he took a look at it and, it's repaired so much. Elemental Soul Illunis 7 colors broken state. Repair progress, 11.6%. Wearing requirements bound. Intelligence 50,000. Level 25. Attributes. Intelligence plus 20%. Strength plus 20%. Agility plus 20%. Arcane Affinity. Spell consumption reduced by 20%. Temporal Dao Marker. Opens a portal to the Astral Mage Tower. No matter where you are, the astral plane is your home. Void Erosion. Unleashes on one target, increasing the damage it takes from spells by 50% for 3 seconds. Deathlaw. Upon release, control an undead creature no higher than 5 levels above your level for 30 seconds. Other. To be unlocked. Absorbing the death essence, Illunis repair increased by 5%. After breaking through 10% in repair degree, Illunis attributes received another wave of strengthening. As soon as it became stronger, Lin Yuan's attributes also skyrocketed. The life value was already close to 500,000. It's still you. It was this bullish at only 10%. How strong must it have been in its heyday? Illuni heard Lin Yuan's praise. The staff flashed dramatically, as if saying again, know how powerful I am. Get me more treasures that contain energy to absorb. I'll take you flying when I get stronger and up the Dark Titan soon. Oh well, it's still the same childish character. The obsession of dry crushing the Dark Titan was already deep in his bones. Putting away the staff, Lin Yuan now had to pick the rewards. Chapter 125. It's not good. The undead realm is coming. You have passed the 40th floor of the trial. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1. Receive 10,000 skill points. Option 2. A magic fighter. Option 3. a mage-exclusive equipment. Seeing the rewards above the options, Lin Yuan was a little dissatisfied and, where are the evolution points? Why are there no evolution points? The 30th floor gave evolution points. How come there are no more on the 40th floor? I came here to brush the tower for evolution points. You told me you didn't have any after you finished. Lin Yuan communicated with the Sacred Tower Spirit. Can we get another batch? This made the Sacred Tower Spirit very speechless. You think you're choosing waitresses at a karaoke? You're still changing the batch. These are the rewards. I'll take it or leave it. The spirit of the Holy Tower is a bit tough. Please make your choice within 30 seconds, after which the rewards will be handed out randomly. 30, 29. Lin Yuan still wanted to argue with reason. After realizing the countdown, he immediately shut up. Cut it out. If you don't change it, you don't change it. Lowering his head, Lin Yuan began to concentrate on choosing his rewards. He had a lot of skill points, but if he exchanged 1 point of reputation for 10,000 points, it wouldn't be a loss to take it. What was this magic energy fighter? From the sound of the name, it's better than the steam fighter. You can choose. Mage's exclusive equipment, this is a bit generalized. I don't know if it's worth 2 reputation points. After hesitating for a while, when there were 5 seconds left in the countdown, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and consume 3 prestige points and choose them all. Skill points plus 10,000. You've acquired the magic fighter. You've obtained the coronet of orphans. After the rewards arrived, Lin Yuan attempted to challenge again. The prompt given was that it required 2 turns. Sure enough, we still have to wait for 2 turns later, teleporting out of the trial. As soon as Lin Yuan looked up, he saw Li Yan, only to see Li Yan looking at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. You kid has been focused on by the higher-ups now. Vice President Chun even asked me to guard you every inch of the way just now. Hearing Li Yan's words, Lin Yuan's heart warmed. Chun Yuang still attached great importance to his own safety and security. With Li Yan around, Lin Yuan's safety in Central State was considered guaranteed. As for the abyss, Chun Yuang couldn't do anything about it. If even Lin Yuan himself couldn't solve it, others of the same level would be sending them to their deaths if they went. Are you still going to the quest abyss later? Li Yan asked. Lin Yuan shook his head. Not for now, we'll talk tomorrow. Li Yan nodded. Then you can wait for me for a while. We'll go when my disciple comes out. Lin Yuan let out a walked to the side and found a place to sit down and rest. While resting, Lin Yuan took out the Coronet of Arcana. Coronet of Arcana Dark Gold Upgradable. Requirements: Mage Intelligence 10,000. Attributes: Maximum mana increased by 20%. Intelligence plus 2,000. Combat Focus: Increased damage by 1% per second while in combat, up to 50%. Not bad. Changing into the Coronet of Orphans. Lin Yuan's mana surpassed 1.3 million. The damage was also increased by quite a bit. The key to this equipment was that it could be upgraded. In the future, after obtaining the Orb Crystal and Orb Pearl, this equipment could be upgraded to a 7-colored quality. After changing into his new equipment, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. He took out his magic fighter again. Magic Energy Fighter Radiant. Life value: 5000000. Function: Can be ridden, increases movement speed by 280% while riding, can fly in the starry sky. The Magic Energy Fighter is actually a rideable vehicle. While others are driving, I'm already flying on an airplane. As long as Lin Yuan had enough mana, he could keep driving. Although Lin Yuan had dimensional walking, he could teleport over long distances. But who could say no to a cool and racy warplane? Just as Lin Yuan was admiring the magical war machine, all the professionals in the entire Blue Star received a prompt. Warning: the undead plane has launched an invasion. The Rift Abyss has appeared. Please destroy the creatures in the Rift Abyss as soon as possible. If the rift cannot be destroyed within 12 hours, the undead realm will launch a massive invasion. After this message appeared, all the professionals of Blue Star raised their heads to look at the sky. A huge rift of thousands of meters appeared in the sky. The rift opened up into a vortex, emitting an evil and deathly aura that continuously eroded the surrounding space. After the vortex appeared, the 3 figures in the Blue Star instantly arrived in front of the rift. These 3 people were the 3 strongest professionals in Blue Star. The handsome man on the far left was called Adam, the old man in the center was Good, and the beautiful young girl on the right was called Vivian. With a gloomy look, Adam asked, Isn't the god of death sleeping? Why would the undead plane invade? Good shook his head when he heard Adam's words. Adam, the one who invaded Blue Star, was not the god of death, but Leo Rick. Good Fa Shen, you're not mistaken. What's this skeleton frame doing invading Blue Star if he's not staying at his skeleton throne? After the two finished speaking, Vivian closed her eyes and felt for a while and said, Godfarius God is right. The opposite side is Leoric's aura, and I can feel his skeleton realm. Hearing Vivian say the same, Adam drew the long sword at his waist and, before he could strike, an angry voice came from the vortex. Hand over the murderer of Phidias, or I will unleash the undead plague and leave no one behind. Just as this voice appeared, Good had already released a spell to close off the nearby space. It made it impossible for the situation here to be perceived by the outside world. Leo Rick, after the death of Phidias you will just resurrect him in the great graveyard. What murderer are you looking for here? Adam heard that it was Leoric's voice and replied back in a deep voice. Phidias's soul has been obliterated and can no longer be resurrected. The one who killed him is you humans. Quickly hand over the murderer. Otherwise I will unleash the undead heavenly tribulation. Leo Rick let out a furious roar and threatened. Humph, you're just looking for an excuse to invade Blue Star, right? It seems that the previous lesson didn't make you remember. It won't be over until we break your skeleton domain today. Adam finished speaking. Holding a sword in his right hand, he chopped out a stream of golden sword chi towards the rift. Adam's speed was very fast, and he had already chopped out hundreds of swords in a second. The sword chi had divine and evil breaking attributes attached to it. This was Adam's unique means of attack. The outside world called Adam the Light of the Vault. Adam's level was 91, and he had broken through to demigod for a long time. He had fought with Leo Rick in the undead plane before. Although the place where the battle took place was in the undead plane, which was Leoric's home turf. However, all of Adam's attacks were accompanied by sacred and evil breaking, and Leo Rick could not do anything about it, and eventually suffered a small loss, and the skeleton body was cracked in a small piece. I thought that Leo Rick would learn to remember, but who knows that he dared to take the initiative to invade the blue planet. This time we must give you a heavy blow. Let's see if you dare to invade Blue Star again. Adam cut out hundreds of golden sword chi. When the sword chi entered the rift vortex, it made a bared sound. Then came the sound of open-hearted laughter. Ha 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 ha, Adam. I got the unrestless wind. Your sword chi doesn't work on me anymore. Although Leo Rick was arrogant, he did have the money to be arrogant. He ventured into the extreme cold ice prison a while ago and accidentally obtained the breathless wind. After incorporating the breathless wind into the skeleton domain, the skeleton domain's defense was greatly enhanced. Adam was unable to break through the defense of the skeleton field with his sword chi alone. Chapter 126, The Rift Becomes Smaller. When Adam heard Leoric's maniacal laughter, his expression was solemn and a powerful force erupted from his body, and he swung out a huge sword chi that exceeded 1,000 meters. This sword chi contained infinite divine energy and sharpness. It easily broke through the rift vortex and crashed into the skeleton field. Rumble. After the sword chi and the skeleton domain came into contact, a shocking sound was emitted. Leoric's skeleton domain was hit and trembled, but it lasted for a while before stabilizing again. Ha 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 ha. I told you. Your sword chi can't break through the defense of the restless wind. Don't waste your efforts. Leoric's voice rang out once again. Hand over the murderer of my son or destroy your world. One-on-one, Leoric's combat power might not be the strongest. But in a group fight, there really weren't many who could stand up to the undead plague. Hearing Leoric's words, Adam wanted to explode his power to deliver a fatal blow, but it would cause some damage to him. Moreover, even if he struck this blow, he might not be able to harm Leo Rick. It wasn't very cost-effective. So, Good raised his hand to stop him. Leave it to me. After Good finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand in the direction of the rift. In less than 2 seconds, a terrifying arcane energy emanated from Good's right hand. As long as just a trace of this power was leaked out, it would be able to instantly destroy Tianfeng City. But such a terrifying energy was like an obedient baby in Gouda's hands. It was at the mercy of Gouda. Give it to me. Gouda raised his hand, and this energy flew into the rift. When the arcane energy came into contact with the skeleton field, there was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only a silent annihilation. The skeleton field was shrinking at an astonishing speed. In another 5 seconds, The skeleton domain was afraid that it would be completely corroded by this energy. Arcane truth. Leoric let out a startled cry. You actually comprehended the true meaning of arcana. His skeleton domain was indestructible. An ordinary demigod wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. But Good did it so easily. There was only one possibility. Good had realized the true meaning of the arcane arts. Utilizing the ability to analyze everything, he directly dissolved his skeleton field. If Leoric didn't take back his skeleton realm, and if it continued like this, skeleton domain would be heavily damaged and even shattered. Naturally, Leoric could not let this happen. He decisively withdrew his skeleton domain. After the skeleton field disappeared, the arcane energy did not disappear. Like a gangrene attached to the bone, it wrapped around Leoric's skeleton. Ah, damn spellcaster. The dissolving effect of the arcane spells was very powerful and imprinting scars on his golden skeleton. After this energy was completely exhausted, Leoric's golden bones were filled with black spots. This made Leoric furious. But on the contrary, he couldn't have a fit. Demigods who had comprehended the true meaning of arcana belonged to the top of the pyramid. It was not something he could easily mess with, but he was not willing to retreat. So Leoric added, "My third son was killed by you humans, and before he died, he sent me a message asking me to avenge him. You must hand over the murderer, or I will report this matter to the god of death, and at that time you will face a true undead apocalypse." Hearing Leoric once again bring up the matter of his son's murder, the three Goulds were somewhat convinced that it was true. They hadn't heard of Leoric's third son, but he shouldn't be a nobody. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could kill. At the very least, it would require a professional with more than 3 turns. As long as we check which professional has recently traveled to the undead plane, I can basically determine who the murderer is. But even if we find out, what can we do? We can't hand them over. If we hand him over, where is the dignity of the human race? Where is the dignity of the human race? And where is the majesty of their demigods? Before my son died, he told me that the one who killed him was a level 28 mage, so as long as you hand him over I will leave immediately. Leoric finally spelled out his purpose. It turned out that he had come this time just for Lin Yuan. From the image of the moment before Phidias died, Leoric saw the power of withering. This was a power that was a level higher than his skeleton domain. If this human was transformed into a witch demon, wait until he grows up. He will take the opportunity to occupy his body. Leoric will become a skeleton witch demon. This is much more powerful than any dragon witch demon, because this is a witch demon demigod that has fused the power of apocalypse and the power of bones. When the strength reached its peak, it was even able to grab the authority of death with the god of death. Leoric appeared to be flying the banner of avenging his heir's death. The underlying reason for this was for Lin Yuan. As soon as Leoric finished speaking, the 3 demigods on the human side froze. What did you just say? The one who killed Phidias was a level 28 human mage. You're kidding. Even if your heir is useless, the minimum is a legendary template. Professionals below 3 turns have no chance of winning. But you actually said that a level 28 mage who just turned 1 killed Fidelis. Not only did he kill him, but he also obliterated Phidias' soul. To draw an analogy, it's like a 7-year-old child defeating a heavily armed security guard without any injuries. It's not scientific at all. The 3 demigods racked their brains. They didn't realize this 7-year-old child is holding a Gatling with unlimited bullets. A heavily armed security guard is just a bullet away. If 1 bullet isn't enough, then another. He had plenty of bullets anyway. While the remaining 2 demigods were pondering, Good guessed someone. Could it be him? Good was basically sure of the candidate in his mind. 9 times out of 10 it was Lin Yuan. Just now, Chun Yuang had reported something to himself saying that Lin Yuan had set a new record for the 40th floor of the trial tower. It was still at the hero level. Now that I think about it, the boss on the 40th floor of the trial tower wouldn't be Phidias, would it? It's possible. Good laughed bitterly in his heart. This kid is really something. If it's him, then it's even more impossible to hand him over. Lin Yuan was someone that even Magna liked. If he doesn't fall, sooner or later he would become a demigod. Having sorted out all the ins and outs, Good forcefully refused Leoric's request. And it's impossible for us to hand over people. Phidias' death was all his fault. If he didn't leave the undead plane, this wouldn't have happened. Adam on the side added, It's your heir who is not competitive and still managed to die at the hands of a level 28 mage. If I were you, I would have already crashed my head on the skeleton throne to save myself from being ridiculed. These two people's words made Leoric very angry. But he couldn't beat good. The situation was at a stalemate. A long time later, Leoric suddenly thought of a good idea. I'll tell you what, let's take a step back, and I won't ask you to hand over the murderer. After a pause, Leoric added, it's also very simple to want me to leave. I'll shrink the rift energy to below level 30. My men's skeleton legions are stationed in it. If you guys don't have the means to defeat my men within 2 days, then you must hand over the murderer. Chapter 127 Skeletons love to use Yang tactics. Leoric is using a Yang strategy. Limit it to below level 30. If you succeed in defeating the skeleton army in the Rift Abyss within 2 days, it's over. If you don't beat the skeleton army, the human side will have to hand Lin Yuan over. Leoric knew one thing. Humans had a lot of potential, but it needed time to grow. On the human side, apart from Lin Yuan, there was no one below level 30 who could stand up to the skeleton army under his command. If you send Lin Yuan, I'll get some magic immune henchmen to bring you here. If you don't send Lin Yuan, even better. I'll wait for the rift to expand in 2 days. I'll start an undead apocalypse. No matter how many of my men die, I'll capture Lin Yuan. Leoric has proposed a solution. It was up to the human side to accept it or not. Is there a limit to the number of people? Adam was the first to ask. Leoric's response was no. There is no limit, no matter how many people you put up. Hearing Leoric's answer, Adam consulted with Good and Vivian. Are we going to agree? Why don't we give him a hard time and exterminate him? Adam proposed to exterminate Leoric. Goody Vivian shook her head and Vivian explained, it's useless even if you kill him here. He can still be resurrected on the skeleton throne. Unless we enter the undead plane to shatter his skeleton throne at any cost, it's useless. Good also meant the same thing. Not bad. Leoric's strength isn't considered strong amongst the demigods, but he possesses a near-infinite resurrection ability. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the hardest demigod to kill. One more thing, if all 3 of us enter the undead plane, we will definitely alarm the god of death, and when the god of death revives, we will lose more than we gain. Adam heard that the 2 of them had a point. He also didn't mention the matter of finishing off Leoric. I think we can agree. I have a disciple who just leveled up at 29. Her strength is still okay. Find some powerful aides to cooperate with her. We might be able to defeat Leoric's skeleton army. Since there was no way to finish off Leoric, Adam intended to agree to Leoric's proposal. Moreover, Adam just happened to have a relatively good apprentice that he could just send out to brush up on his popularity. The heir to the Vault of Light, Valkyrie of the Vault. This name was just fine. Adam had already thought of a nickname for his disciple. Good and Vivian considered it for a moment and were also ready to agree. What Gouda thought of was Lin Yuan. With him around, the Skeleton Legion was a joke. Not enough for Lin Yuan to fight. Although Vivian didn't have a suitable candidate, she could do her part by applying gain effects to those professionals. We agree. Sign the contract. After discussing, the human side signed a contract with Leoric. It was agreed that there could be no creatures over level 30 in the rift, and that the demigods on both sides could not intervene in the battles in the rift. If they violated the above agreement, they would be backfired by the laws of the contract. After the pact was completed, Leoric was proud. A bunch of fools. Really think that my skeleton legion is easy to bully. With a wave of his hand, Leoric. The rift of nearly 1,000 meters shrunk dramatically. In a short while, it shrunk to less than 100 meters in size. After Leoric was ready, he said to Good and the others, all right, I've done what the contract said. At the same time, Good's 3 people notified this matter. Urgent notice, the undead plane Rift Abyss has appeared, and we are now enlisting professions above level 25 and below level 30 to join the battle. Urgent notice, the undead plane Rift Abyss has appeared, and we're calling for those above level 25 and below level 30 to join the battle. Professions above level 25 and not yet level 30 had all received this message. Lin Yuan was no exception. The Rift Abyss of the undead plane. Lin Yuan was shocked in his heart. Can't be because of me. Did I cause this? Is that Death Lord really the heir of that laborious undead emperor? Now it's coming to my door to take revenge. Damn, he's too protective. It's just killing your 3rd son. Isn't it? Don't you still have 2 more? What's the need to get all worked up and come to the door? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Li Yan suddenly came to his side. Lin Yuan, come with me. President Good is looking for you. President Good is looking for me. Could it be for the Rift Abyss? Lin Yuan followed Li Yan out of the trial tower. Seeing Li Yan pull out a tool from his backpack and, after throwing it to the ground, it turned into a steam-powered helicopter. Seeing the doubt in Lin Yuan's eyes, Li Yan said proudly, "This is a steam kinetic war machine. It's a reward I obtained on the 60th floor of the trial tower. It can increase your movement speed by 150%. It's very convenient to use to catch up on the road." Li Yan walked forward and opened the door of the helicopter. Seeing Lin Yuan standing still, he urged, saying, "Hurry up. President Good is waiting for us." Hearing Li Yan's words, Lin Yuan silently pulled out his magic energy fighter and, after throwing it to the ground, it instantly transformed into a technological and gorgeous warplane. This warplane was dark and full of power and beauty. "This is a magic energy warplane." Li Yan's eyes glazed over when he saw this warplane. "Brother Li, in a hurry, it's better to take mine. Mine is a bit faster. Mine is faster. Faster. Faster." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Yan was silent. "Damn it, I let you get away with it again. Originally, I thought I'd surprise you by taking out a steam kinetic fighter. But you turned around and brought out a higher-level magic energy fighter in front of me. I'm so damn angry." But after getting angry, Li Yan still put away the steam helicopter and got into the magic energy fighter that Lin Yuan had poured. "This thing is a reward from the trial tower?" After the fighter took off, Li Yan asked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded and, "Originally, I didn't even want it, but there was too much prestige value to spend, and I was a bit curious about what the hell this thing was, so I picked it."
Li Yan. Calm.
"This is human talk from you kid. I want all cannot get the thing you kid actually cannot see. There is still too much prestige value to spend. If you can't spend it, you can give it to me." Li Yan spat madly in his heart. He felt that Lin Yuan was really an expert at pretending to be something he wasn't. "But I have to say, the magic fighter is really fast. Compared to it, his precious steam helicopter is nothing. It's twice as fast. The most important thing is that this warplane is handsome." Flying high above the city caused a burst of amazement. "Grass, that's a magic energy warplane, right? It's so cool. I want it too." "What are you dreaming about? Magic energy fighters need at least Grandmaster-level craftsmen to make them. Not to mention whether you can afford it or not, the cost of the materials can also make you lose all your money. Look, they're heading towards the Rift Abyss. Is this a big brother taking his disciple to practice?" The magic energy fighters were flying at a high speed. The professionals on the ground could only watch with envy and jealousy as the warplanes got farther and farther away from them. "We're here." Chapter 128, The Eve of Preparation for Battle. "President Good is right there," Li Yan said as he pointed at the figure in gray vestments in front of the rift. Hearing Li Yan's words, Lin Yuan maneuvered the magic energy fighter towards the three Gouda. When the magic energy fighter appeared in front of the three Gouda's eyes, all three of them were a little surprised, and Adam was the first to speak. "Magic energy fighter, which wrongdoer came up with this? Flashy but not real." Although Adam's mouth said flashy, in fact, in his heart he also wanted one. The magic energy fighter was expensive, but the cost performance was very uneconomical. With that kind of money, it would be better to build a powerful piece of equipment. Only those old guys who liked to show off had the spare money to make something like this. "Which old guy is here?" After the fighter jet stopped, Adam wanted to see who exactly was sitting inside. Two people came out from inside the fighter jet. None other than Lin Yuan and Li Yan. Once Li Yan came down, he nodded to Good and pointed at Lin Yuan. "President Good, Lin Yuan has brought it. Your kid has a magic energy fighter. Weren't you a steam helicopter before? What? Robbed a dragon?" Hearing Good's joking words, Li Yan's face fell. "Chairman, this magic energy fighter isn't mine. How could I have that kind of free money? Not yours? Could it be that you borrowed it from someone? I say, why is your kid still vain?" Gouda laughed and scolded. Gouda had a fairy-like appearance, and was actually amiable. But being grumpy was also very scary. "It's the reward for the 40th floor of the trial tower." Li Yan reached out and pointed at Lin Yuan, who had put away his magic energy fighter after. Stepped on the earth spear, his appearance a bit more dashing than the others. Professionals after the third turn could have the ability to step in the air. The three demigods and Li Yan obviously had this ability, but Lin Yuan didn't, although he had other means of flying, such as spreading his devil's wings. But the devil's wings were too ugly and could easily cause misunderstandings. Ever since Lin Yuan had gotten the Earth Spear, he rarely used his demon wings, unless the situation was urgent. Right now was obviously not an emergency situation, so Lin Yuan flew with his spear. This one showed the difference between Lin Yuan and the others. The other four were all standing in the air. Just Lin Yuan had an earth spear under his feet. Coupled with Lin Yuan's handsome face, a game-playing sword immortal leapt out. When Li Yan saw Lin Yuan stepping on the earth spear, he was furious. Well, you're pretending to be a demigod. S-rank attack skills are actually being played out by you, and you're flying with a sword. You think you are a sword immortal. I'm so sorry. However, these words were all in Li Yan's mind and did not come out. Instead, he explained to the other three demigods. He just turned one not long ago. He doesn't have the ability to fly, don't be offended. Without the need for Li Yan to explain, Good waved his hand and, no harm done. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting young man. An amiable smile appeared on Guda's face as he gestured for Lin Yuan to stand next to him. And, you kid can really cause trouble. You almost stirred up a big mess. Lin Yuan came next to Guda and didn't see Guda's mouth move, but he heard Guda's voice in his head. Was this the strength of a senior professional? Lin Yuan explained in his heart. Injustice, Lord Chairman, I was just challenging a trial tower who knew I would meet a Death Lord. If you want to blame it, blame the spirit of the sacred tower. It's the one that brought out the Death Lord. It's none of my business, I'm just acting in self-defense. Hearing Lin Yuan's heartfelt reply, the corners of Guda's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Yuan to answer like this. Dumping the pot all over the soul of the sacred tower, you're pushing things away. If the spirit of the holy tower heard that, it would be furious. Gud had known Lin Yuan a bit before, and knew that he was a restless master. Today, he realized that Lin Yuan was more than restless, he was simply a troublemaker. Because he felt at least 3 kinds of hate power from Lin Yuan. None of the auras on them were weak. Gud got a little curious. You just turned one. How did you get involved with those big shots? However, Gud had a good sense of propriety and didn't look deeply into it. He himself had a lot of secrets, so why bother prying into Lin Yuan's? When Lin Yuan stood beside Guda, Adam and Vivian both looked at Lin Yuan with searching gazes and, wanting to know the purpose of Guda calling Lin Yuan over. However, Guda only didn't say anything, so they didn't ask. Not long after, a steam helicopter flew in from the distance. The helicopter stopped 30 meters away from Lin Yuan. 2 people walked down from it. The first one to appear was tall and had sharp eyes. There were 2 daggers on his waist. The man bowed at Adam after coming down. Sir Adam, Miss Sophia has arrived. Tough luck, Mirandi.
Adam nodde.
His eyes looking at a young girl behind Mirandi. This young girl had a delicate face and a sharp expression. Behind her back was a huge sword that was 1 person high. It gave people a strong sense of dissonance. When Lin Yuan saw the other party's appearance, a word appeared in his heart. Big wave giant sword girl. After Sophia came down from the steam helicopter, opened a pair of white magical feathered wings on her back and, flying in mid-air, she was like an angel of judgment walking on earth, filled with a holy radiance. This is my disciple Sophia. With strong battle power, she has already soloed 2 hell-level abysses before her transfer. After Sophia approached, Adam introduced her to Gud and Vivian. This is Demigod Gud, and this is Demigod Vivian. Hearing Adam's introduction, Sophia respectfully bowed. Good day to the 2 demigods. After the introduction, Adam said to Sophia, Sophia, this time the Rift Abyss can only be entered by professionals below level 30, and you were called over here to defeat Leoric's Skeleton Legion. As soon as Adam finished speaking, a look of gravity appeared in Sophia's eyes. The word Skeleton Legion had been mentioned to her more than once by her teacher. Even teacher felt that it was difficult to deal with the skeleton army when he mentioned it. Can you do it by yourself? But since it's what teacher asked for, I'll do my best. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely defeat the monsters inside the rift. Adam seemed to see Sophia's concern and added, you don't need to feel pressured. You're only leading the team in the Rift Abyss this time. There are many other professionals with you. Vivian will also apply Gain Magic to you. With your strength, you will definitely lead the others to defeat the Skeleton Legion. Adam finished speaking and nodded with Vivian. Then, Vivian condensed a ball of green light in her hand. After the green light came out of her hand, it turned into a huge petal that was thousands of meters wide. The petal appeared and floated in mid-air, waiting for the other professionals to descend. After waiting for less than half an hour, many occupiers converged here. Demigod Good. A total of 36,000 occupiers below level 30 have been gathered so far. Since this rift involved the entire Blue Star, half of these 36,000 occupiers are from Central State, and the remaining half are from whichever country. The rift abyss that has appeared this time concerns the entire Blue Star. The professionals from all countries should work together to defeat the monsters inside the abyss. As soon as Gouda opened his mouth, the other professionals all shut up. Chapter 129 Undead Knights Attendance. Your opponents are the Undead Plane's renowned Skeleton Legion, but I believe that you will be the ones to win in the end, as we are fighting for our homeland. Without further ado, anyone who participates in this battle will be rewarded with a gold equipment for one person. The top 10 performers will be rewarded with platinum equipment, and the top 3 will be rewarded with an S-rank skill book for one person. The first half of Good's words only galvanized the fighting spirit of a portion of the professionals. But the second half of his words mobilized the positivity within 99% of the professionals. As the saying goes, there will be a brave man under a heavy reward. These professionals already wanted to rush into the rift abyss. It was about time. Good discussed with Adam and Vivian, and it was decided that Vivian would release gain spells on the others. Vivian came to the crowd and waved her hand and released a dozen gain spells. You have been enchanted with Holy Prayer, which restores 5% of your life every 30 seconds for 6 hours. You have been inflicted with True Word Shield. Damage received is reduced by 20% for 6 hours. You have been inflicted with more than a dozen tips instantly floated out from Lin Yuan's body. All of them were very powerful gain effects. Having received these gain statuses, the battle power of these professionals had more than doubled. Alright, now you can go in. Remember, you only have 2 days. You must defeat the Skeleton Legion within 2 days. After Vivian released her spell, Good waved his hand, and all of these professionals went into the Rift Abyss. You have arrived at the Undead Plane Skeleton Court. Stepping into the Rift Abyss, Lin Yuan felt the temperature around him drop by a dozen degrees. The piercingly cold wind blew through, freezing people to the bone. It was a good thing that there were quite a few light and fire mages within the professionals that released spells to warm the people around them. However, the effect was minimal. Lin Yuan didn't feel anything. His shield was able to withstand the cold. Movement was not affected in the slightest. Sophia, what do we do next? Where are the skeleton legions? A strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall came to Sophia's side. This burly man was called Shen Long, a native of the Central State, and his occupation was Iron Guard. Iron Guard was a hidden occupation of shield warriors, giving up offense and specializing in defense. At the moment, Shen Long was holding a tower shield that was over 2 meters tall and asked Sophia what to do next. Because before coming, some people already knew Sophia's identity. The disciple of Adam of the Vault of Light. To be accepted as a disciple by a demigod, his strength must be nothing to speak of. And Sophia was not only strong, her face value was no match. Right now, if someone were to make a comment about Sophia being ugly, it would definitely be drowned by the spittle of the tens of thousands of professionals present. The cold air here is already affecting our movements, so take out all the clothes in your packages and put them on. The armor on Sophia's body came with light-based defensive magic and could withstand this icy cold. But the others can't. Can't you see that quite a few people are freezing and shivering? As soon as Sophia finished speaking, there was a rebuttal voice from the crowd. It's useless. This cold air is applied to the souls. Those with a physique lower than 500 points have no way to resist this cold air. As the voice fell, a young girl walked out of the crowd. This young girl was holding a wooden staff in her hand, with a round face and a long, playful, and cute face. The entire person exuded an air of youthful vigor. Her appearance was not much worse than Sophia's. My name is Pan Hui. I am a druid. After introducing herself, Pan Hui said to the others, this cold air is the unique frost cold breath of the undead realm. The frost cold breath is a tonic for the undead, but it's fatal for the living, and those with a physique below 500 points will be assimilated into the undead if they stay here for a long time. Pan Hui was right. What he said were the basics of the undead realm. Anyone who had a brief understanding of the undead realm would know. But nowadays, the professionals are all rather impatient. They're all researching how to get through the abyss. Few could sink their teeth into the basics. This is embarrassing, because there really are some professionals in this in order to pursue the ultimate damage. the physical quality did not reach 500. And there were quite a few of them. A rough estimate was nearly 2,000. These professionals had fixed teams. In order to pursue the output, most of them had a sword-walking edition. This is tragic. They've become useless here. It's not safe to let them stay here. If they encounter monsters, they will definitely be wiped out. If we take them with us, they'll be a burden. If they don't, they'll be a drag on the whole team. Sophia was instantly caught in a dilemma. Let's do it this way. Leave 1,000 people here to watch over them, and the others will go with me to look for traces of the skeleton army. After thinking for a while, Sophia gave a solution, but after this proposal appeared, everyone else fell silent. No one wanted to stay here, because staying here meant no contribution, only getting a guaranteed gold equipment. They all came here for the S-rank skill books. It was harder than heaven for an ordinary professional to get an S-rank skill book. Now that there was an opportunity in front of them, these people certainly wanted to seize this opportunity. Therefore, Sophia's proposal was rejected by everyone. No one wanted to stay here. Seeing the reaction of the others, Sophia was rather embarrassed. But she was only embarrassed for a few seconds when a vibrating sound came from the ground in front of her. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of neatly organized hooves appeared in everyone's ears. 30 seconds later, a squad of undead knights appeared in front of the eyes of the many professionals. Undead Knight Elite LV25. Life value, 150,000. Attack power, 180,000. Armor, 12,000. Magic resistance, 8,000. Undead charge. Launch a charge towards the front, increasing movement speed by 150% and dealing 200% attack damage to the first target. Cavalry battle formation. When there are more than 100 undead knights, the overall defense increases by 50%. There were 1,000 undead knights that appeared before the eyes of the crowd. These undead knights wore rusty armor and the weapons in their hands were lances. One of the undead knights at the head was 4 meters tall and stood apart from everyone else. Knight Captain Leonard Hero LV25. Life value, 380,000. Attack power, 360,000. Armor, 50,000. Magic resistance, 30,000. Inspiration. Increases the attack power of soldiers within 100 meters by 15% for 20 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Phantom charge. Summons 3 phantoms that deal 180% damage with knockback to targets within 10 meters in front. Undead Knights charge. Although there were only 1,000 undead knights behind Leonard. However, he was fearless and took the initiative to charge. He wanted to kill all the humans in front of him. Dedicated to the Supreme King Leoric in his heart. The moment the undead knights initiated their charge, Sophia stepped forward and commanded methodically. Shield warriors top the front row. When the opponent charges, turn on their damage reduction skills at the first opportunity. Hunters throw explosive traps towards the front. Mages prepare deceleration control skills. Chapter 130 Undead Knights destroyed by the regiment. Priests pay attention to the blood level of the front row shield warriors. Sophia finished speaking and unsheathed the giant sword behind her. Opening her magical feathered wings, she flew into mid-air and, in just an instant, it located Leonard's figure. Silver light falling blade. Sophia descended from the sky with her giant sword in hand and crashed into Leonard's body. Rumble. Leonard, who was charging, was hit with a 43,000. Sophia then swung her giant sword and she used a combo move to keep Leonard in a deadlocked position. 35,000. 35,000, 50,000. Sophia's moves were extremely smooth. And her one-man tall sword looked like a toy in her hands. She dealt a huge amount of damage to Leonard. Lin Yuan, who was playing soy sauce, couldn't help but quip, "It's so silky smooth." These words were heard by Pan Hui, who was beside him, and looked at Lin Yuan with a strange gaze. "Why are you touching the fish?" Pan Hui was a druid who followed the path of balance, with output as well as blood boosting. She had just released a starfire spell to kill an undead knight and, seeing that Lin Yuan had been fumbling, she was a bit dissatisfied. "You don't want the rewards anymore. The top 3 are rewarded with S-ranked skills." Hearing Pan Hui's words, Lin Yuan smiled and didn't reply. S-rank skills. I can't even look at them. Right now it's only SS-ranked skills that can pique my interest a bit, right? However, Lin Yuan didn't need to say these words. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Why didn't Lin Yuan make a move? because he felt that these undead knights were too weak. Killing them in seconds was just a matter of one skill. If he was right, these undead knights were the first wave of monsters. It's a good time to give the other professionals a chance to practice. When they can't hold out much longer, I'll take another shot. There's always room for the other professions to maneuver, isn't there? If I take advantage of everyone, the other professions will hate me to death. Although I have protected them, they won't think that way. They would only think that I stole all their benefits. I can't do such a stupid thing. So Lin Yuan decided to touch the fish. Alas, I'll make my move when you guys can't hold out any longer. By then, no one will say that I stole the rewards. Instead, you'll be grateful for saving my life. It's the same thing. Some people will be praised for doing it. Some do it and get hated all the time. That's the difference. Lin Yuan's attitude made Pan Hui a bit angry. Originally having a round face, she was even more adorable after she got angry. And Lin Yuan wanted to reach out and pinch his little cheeks. Just keep groping the fish here. Don't regret it if you don't get a reward. Pan Hui said before taking a few steps forward and unleashing her Starfire spell on a charging undead knight. 6,500. After a shot of Starfire spell hit, the shield warrior blocking that undead knight seemed to have made a mistake and he didn't attract the undead knight's hate in the first place, causing the undead knight to charge towards Pan Hui. Oh no! Seeing the undead knight close at hand, Pan Hui revealed a look of despair in her heart. If this attack was true, she would be killed in seconds. If Pan Hui was a druid specializing in wildness, it would be fine. He could have resisted this attack by turning into his bear form. But he wasn't. In his haste, he could only use his hard armor and pray that he would be able to dodge this. 230000. As the undead knight's attack was about to hit, his body was frozen into ice and a huge amount of damage popped up above his head. It turned out to be Lin Yuan who had struck. A single absolute zero killed the undead knight in seconds, saving Pan Hui. When Pan Hui saw the undead knight frozen into ice, her pupils shrank and she was. Inside, she was very shocked. Another person who was just as shocked as Pan Hui was the shield warrior who had just made a mistake. He was just now still annoyed that his mistake had killed his teammates behind him. As a result, he saw what he saw. A single skill shot had dealt over 2 million damage. This is a living hell. Which professional under level 30 could do this much damage? Even Sophia couldn't do it. Her set of combos had dealt at most 1 million damage to Leonard. But that was the effect of many skills working together to hit. Could it be that someone had used a spell scroll? It was too extravagant as well. To use such a precious scroll for an unrelated person. That shield warrior felt a bit unworthy while envious in his heart. That girl was good looking. The girl was pretty. But the spell scrolls were obviously more valuable. It can save one's life at the critical moment. But to waste it on such a place. It's really stupid. What the nameless shield warrior could think of, Pan Hui naturally thought of as well. She was currently looking around. She was looking around, trying to find out who had saved her. But after half a day of looking, except for Lin Yuan who was fishing, all the other professionals were fighting hard. Could it be him? Pan Hui looked at Lin Yuan with suspicion. Can't be. He's a fish groper, how could he have that ability? It's probably some occupier who doesn't want to disclose his name. Pan Hui was secretly grateful in her heart. If she knew who saved her, I would definitely be grateful to the other party. Leonard had been in a state of control since the beginning of the battle. Sophia's attacks all had a control effect. This was all due to her talent. Talent. Weakness break S rank. Description. Attacks have a 30% armor-piercing effect and will cause the target to freeze for 0.5 seconds after hitting. This talent can be described as unbeatable in single combat. As long as you are hit once by Sophia's attack, it will be controlled to death. Sophia's skills are basically very short cooldowns, instant hit skills. She basically wouldn't learn those skills that required guidance. After 5 minutes, Sophia decapitated Leonard. At the same time, the rest of the professionals had also killed the necromantic knights. There were only 20 to 30 necromancers who were struggling to hold on. After these necromancers died, their bodies turned into green smoke and flew into the air. Lin Yuan frowned when he realized. Could they still be resurrected? By all rights, these undead creatures should be able to release some undead cores or something like that after they die. But these necromancers didn't explode anything after they died. This was a bit strange. Lin Yuan always felt that something bad would happen. Leo Rick, who was watching the battle, saw that all the necromancers under his command were killed. Instead of getting angry, he was a little excited. Ignorant humans, I'm going to make you feel endless despair. Jia 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 jia. When the top brass of the human side saw that the professionals from their side's camp had exterminated Leoric's necromantic knights without any injuries, the smiles appeared on their faces. It's true that a famous teacher produces a great disciple. His Excellency the Light of the Vault's disciple defeated the heroic necromancers of the same level so easily. It's not too much to say that he's the number one of the younger generation. There were a few high-level professionals who were on good terms with Adam, speaking compliments, making Adam very happy. Overpraise. I just taught her the most basic combat instincts. It's nothing. Once the others heard that it was combat instincts, they became even more overwhelmed. No wonder, so it's a combat instinct. It's something that many high-level professionals can't realize. Sophia isn't even at level 30 now, right? What a genius. Li Yan was listening from the sidelines. At the same time, in his heart, he was a little strange. Lin Yuan, this kid loves to act so much. Why hasn't he moved at all this time? Chapter 131. Undead are not that easy to deal with. Li Yan had no expression on his face and, in his heart, he asked with good, "Did you say anything to Lin Yuan? Why is he so honest?" Li Yan felt that Lin Yuan's behavior was too abnormal, unlike his character. "Didn't say anything. I just told him to be careful." Good was puzzled too. "I told you to be careful, but I didn't tell you to be so meticulous. You're too good at paddling, aren't you? If you hadn't killed an undead knight in seconds, you wouldn't have made it to the top 100 on the contribution list." At this moment, inside the Rift Abyss, after the battle, the top 100 on the contribution list had already been displayed. Sophia was at the top of the list with 8% of the contributions. The second place was not even 2%. Lin Yuan coincidentally ranked 99th. Behind Lin Yuan was Pan Hui. These professionals knew that the undead knights were only the first round of monsters, and many of the powerful skills were useless, preparing to deal with more powerful monsters. The corpses of the undead knights had all disappeared. There was nothing to clean up on the battlefield. The many professionals all had gains added by Vivian, and they were back to full status in no time. "It seems that we don't need to go looking for them. The Skeleton Legion will take the initiative to strike at us," Sophia said to the crowd. Those professionals who didn't have more than 500 points of physique let out a sigh of relief. At least they didn't have to worry about being abandoned. 5 minutes later, the enemy reappeared. Skeleton Demon Elite LV-26. Life value, 1800000. Attack power, 150,000. Armor, 20,000. Magic resistance, 10,000. Bone booster. Armor plus 8,000. Reduce physical damage received by 10%. Bone spike. Use on one target to deal 50,000 physical damage. Reduce target's physical defense by 30%. Cooldown 1 minute. Skeleton Guard Ralpha Heroic LV-26. Life, 4 million. Attack power, 3000000. Armor, 50,000. Magic resistance, 25,000. Alabaster bone. Armor plus 30,000. 50% reduction in physical damage taken. Bone prison. Use on one target, inflicts 100,000 points of physical damage, imprisons the target for 5 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. The number of skeleton demons in this batch reached 2,000. The defense was a bit stronger than the undead knights as usual, while the attack was not as good as the undead knights. However, the skeleton demon's skill could lower defense, which was a bit more annoying. If there were several skeleton demons unleashing bone spikes on a target at the same time, it would be very dangerous. This wave of monsters is a great test of front row and healing. Seeing the skeleton demons charging towards his side, Lin Yuan was a bit confused. Was this Leoric's head kicked by a donkey? Why didn't he let the skeleton army attack? He had to create this kind of wave after wave of attacks. It's not interesting. Lin Yuan thought, if I were Leo Rick, I definitely wouldn't be so stupid. If I were Leo Rick, I wouldn't be so stupid. In fact, if Leo Rick didn't want to, he would. What the undead were good at was group warfare, one wave of A's and they won. But this was a rule set by the Abyss. Whoever it was had to abide by it. But Leo Rick has prepared a backhand. Even if you Lin Yuan have the power of apocalypse, you are bound to fail. Although the skeleton demon's defense was strong, professionals weren't vegetarians either. Sophia still took a crushing stance against the skeleton guard. The beaten skeleton guard was unable to make any moves. After the first round of battles, these professionals in front of Lin Yuan cooperated with each other. In less than 20 minutes, the skeleton demons were all killed. Lin Yuan didn't do anything this round and directly fell out of the top 100 of the contribution list. But he wasn't in a hurry. He even ate a barbecue. The barbecued pork chop in his hand was the one that Zhang Fan had sent over last time, and Lin Yuan hadn't been able to eat it. Not to mention, it smelled really good. Many of the professionals beside him looked at Lin Yuan with bated breath after smelling the aroma. The other professionals didn't have such good treatment from Lin Yuan, so they could only take out hard steamed buns and dried food to fulfill their hunger. The next two groups, the professionals dealt with them fairly easily. Sophia's contribution was firmly in first place. No one could shake it. The second place was Shenlong, who with his superb defense resisted the front line and protected many people. The third place was called Shimada. Just by looking at his name, he could tell that he was a Neon native who had had a good time in Little Nikko. At this moment, Shimada was standing beside Sophia and said, "The next monster to attack is level 30. It should be the last wave. I wonder if I can invite you to have dinner with me after it's over." Shimada's profession was a yin-yang master, and he had 3 very powerful gods. He had regarded Sophia as his forbidden domain in his heart since the moment he met her. No one else would be allowed to get their hands on her. Shimada had been looking for opportunities to get close to Sophia. In the first 2 waves, Sophia displayed superb single combat ability, making Shimada's heart even more eager to conquer this woman. Finally, during the third wave of fighting, Shimada saw an opportunity and did Sophia a small favor. After that, Shimada stayed by Sophia's side. Sophia frowned when she heard Shimada's invitation. Although this Neon Nation man in front of her was courteous and polite-looking. However, she very much disliked the other party's eyes. The eyes were full of possessiveness and evil thoughts. So Sophia bluntly refused. After defeating the Skeleton Legion, "I still have to go cultivate with my teacher. I don't have time." Sophia moved Adam out as a shield, and Shimada was out of options for a while. He couldn't go in front of a demigod and ask for proof, "Don't want to die." Shimada wanted to say something else, but Sophia stopped him. "Let's talk about what's going on when we leave here." After Sophia finished speaking, her eyes looked into the distance, because the 5th wave of monsters had already arrived. Skeleton Mage Elite LV30. Life value, 2500000. Mana value, 20,000. Attack power, 300000. Armor, 10,000. Magic resistance, 20,000. Frost armor. Apply frost armor to yourself. Armor plus 5,000. Reduces movement speed and attack speed of targets within 20 meters by 25%. Life siphon. Use on one target to deal 5,000 magic damage per second. The damage will cause a healing effect on yourself for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Frost Striker Gidia Heroic LV30. Life, 5 million. Mana, 300,000. Attack power, 350000. Armor, 30,000. Magic resistance, 70,000. Frost Nova. Inflicts 200,000 points of frost damage on targets within 10 meters, causing a confinement effect that lasts for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Dark Contract. Use on your own units. Killing the target restores 30% of your maximum life value. Cooldown 3 minutes. The monsters that appeared this time were law monsters. Sophia's face turned ugly. There was no need to mention the skills of the Frost Striker. This boss could only be dealt with by himself. If he was allowed to unleash it on the back row, it would instantly kill a large group of people. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to let the boss get close. Chapter 132. Is it my turn to fight? Lin Yuan, who was playing soy sauce, saw the attributes of the monsters and he thought to himself, this should be the last wave. It's great that he doesn't have to fight anymore. Usually, Lin Yuan was the one who fought monsters to the death. Today, he had the rare experience of being taken flying through the abyss. Don't say it, lying down to win feels really good. In Lin Yuan's gaze, Sophia was rapidly approaching towards the Frostbolter. When she was about to approach the Frostbolter, Frost Striker used Frost Nova on Sophia. Immunity. A golden light flashed from Sophia's body, deflecting the damage. Justice and Glory S rank of max. Description. Movement speed increased by 200%, immune to control skills for 10 seconds. After turning on Justice Glory, Sophia took 3 or 2 steps to arrive in front of Frost Striker. An uppercut hit the stalemate effect. This was followed by a set of relentless combos. After Sophia struck, Shenlong rushed over with his shield warrior to support him as well. This time, the attacking skeleton mages were all long-range monsters. If you don't rush over, you can't fight, you can only be a target in place. Both sides fought for half an hour. As for Lin Yuan, he had been fishing. His leisurely appearance was out of character with the others. Even the skeleton mage couldn't stand it anymore. He attacked him a few times. 11,000. 11,000. Lin Yuan's magic resistance was extremely high. The damage from the skeleton mage only dealt a little over 10,000 damage when it hit his body. It was lower than even hitting a shield warrior. The image of Lin Yuan taking a beating was seen by Pan Hui. Pan Hui was a bit surprised. Wasn't he a mage? How could he have such a high damage immunity? It was higher than even an iron guard. The skeleton mage's attack had dealt over 20,000 damage on the iron guard. But it only hit Lin Yuan for 10,000 or so. Is my eyes blinking? Lin Yuan didn't see Pan Hui's shocked little eyes. He was a bit pissed off after taking 2 hits. I'm not looking for trouble. I've been fishing. I haven't been bothering you guys. I've been fishing. But you guys still dare to take the initiative to attack me, you're tired of living. Lin Yuan shot an absolute 0 towards the skeleton mage that attacked him. 2300000. A single skill killed the skeleton mage in seconds. After killing it, Lin Yuan felt much more relaxed. Turning his head, Lin Yuan and Pan Hui looked at each other. Seeing Pan Hui's surprised eyes, Lin Yuan smiled, continuing to touch the fish. It's him. He's the mysterious person who stepped in and saved me earlier. Pan Hui's heart was shocked again. He was so strong, why didn't he make a move? If he had stepped in, there would have been a place for him on the contribution list. It wasn't impossible to crush Sophia underneath him. Originally, he thought that he was a fish-finding bastard. I didn't realize that it was actually a hidden big brother. Pan Hui was completely confused. But she wasn't confused for long, because the battle was still going on. After nearly an hour of fighting, skeleton mages had been completely annihilated. After the battle ended, the vast majority of the professionals had run out of blue. If the number of skeleton mages had been 1,000 more, their casualties would have increased a lot. We're victorious! After defeating the skeleton mages, many of the professionals cheered. When Sophia, Shenlong and the others heard the cheers, the corners of their mouths also revealed smiles. This was because they were about to get their hands on an S-rank skill. Outside the rift, Blue Star's bigwigs were also happy, thinking that the skeleton army was nothing more than that. The human side had defeated the skeleton legion by only deploying some of their elite professionals, although the way of attacking was favorable to the human side. But that was all set by the rules. So willingness to gamble was not enough. Adam was the happiest one. His protege had defeated 5 heroic necromantic creatures in a row, brushing up on his reputation and surely circling the wagons. There were all these professionals from any country, so when they came out and pushed themselves behind the scenes a bit, wouldn't the title of Vault Valkyrie be realized? Speaking of which, where is the young man next to Demigod Good? How come I couldn't see him fight the whole time? Did he get scared silly after entering the undead realm? He was handsome and dashing, but he turned out to be a pewter spearhead, not useful. Leo Rick, we've won. Honor the contract and get out of the Blue Star. Adam shouted at the rift vortex. These words reached Leoric's ears, and the latter let out a piercing laugh, and
嘎嘎嘎嘎，你们赢了，真是可笑。
the fun is just beginning now. I'm going to let you know what true despair is. As soon as the words were finished, the situation in the rift abyss took a sharp turn for the worse. All the undead creatures that had been killed earlier reappeared in front of the many professionals. 5 heroic necromantic creatures stood at the very front. Behind them, the necromancer, skeleton demon, soul eater, crypt spider, and skeleton mage stood side by side. After these necromantic creatures appeared, the human side was at an absolute disadvantage. The professionals who were still cheering were instantly confused. How did they resurrect again? It's over. All 5 heroic necromantic creatures have resurrected. Sophia can't resist at all. It's over. It's over. We're going to die. What should we do? They had personally experienced the difficulty of these undead creatures. It was fine when they fought in waves before. There wasn't that much pressure. But when these undead appeared in front of the crowd all at once, the crowd felt a great sense of oppression. And most importantly, Vivian's gain effect on them had less than half an hour left. If Vivian's gain effect disappeared, these professionals' combat power would be reduced by at least half. Soul furnace. Seeing a certain item floating in mid-air, Adam spat out these 4 words from his mouth. Leo Rick, you're actually playing a trick. Aren't you afraid that we'll hit on your skeleton throne? The soul furnace was a death-holy weapon held by Leo Rick, as long as the soul flames of the necromantic creatures remained intact. Soul-melting furnace would be able to expend its power to resurrect it. However, every time a dead creature was resurrected, its soul fire would be weakened. Resurrecting it 5 times was the limit. Ga, you say I'm cheating. The soul furnace has been given to the adjutant of the skeleton army by me. This is recognized by the rules. How can you count me as cheating? Leo Rick was very smug. He didn't want to bull with Adam, ordering the undead under his command to attack. Attack! The undead creatures were all humongous and fearless. After hearing the order, without the slightest hesitation, they killed towards the human side. It's over. They're killing over. Some timid professionals panicked, not knowing what to do. At the critical moment, Shen Long shouted, "What are you afraid of? Even if you die, you have to die in battle. Don't forget that we still have our family and friends behind us. If we fail, the necromancers will invade the blue planet, and by then our family and friends will suffer." Shen Long's tall body and calm words gave the surrounding people a great sense of security. Quite a number of professionals showed a look of determination, intending to fight the necromancers to the death. Sophia heard Shen Long's words and showed appreciation. She drew her huge sword and stood beside Shen Long, already having the realization of death in her heart. But it was destined to be futile. Sophia was hit by the Frost Nova released by the Frost Striker and fell into a confined state. Shen Long was also knocked back by the Knight Captain's phantom charge. Shimada didn't know where he had run off to. There were still 3 heroic necromancers left who were simply unstoppable. Chapter 133. When it's time to strike, strike. If these 3 heroic necromancers killed the crowd, there was no telling how many occupiers would die in their hands. Damn Leo Rick, actually resorting to deception. Adam was angry but also very worried about Sophia's safety. But don't foolishly charge forward. If you can't beat them, you must remember to use the boundary-breaking rune. Earlier Adam had given Sophia a boundary-breaking rune so that she would remember to use it when she encountered a life-and-death crisis. Adam was not the only one who was worried. Many of the country's executives also revealed a look of worry. These professionals were the treasures of their respective countries. If they all died here, it would definitely hurt. Demigod Good, do you have any ideas? Why don't we all rush into the necropolis together to finish off Leo Rick? An Eagle Sauce Nation's professional proposed. Hearing this person's words, Good shook his head and, "It won't work. We've already signed a contract with Leo Rick. We can't act until they've split the victory. If we unilaterally tear up the contract, we will be backfired. If we are backfired, the Purgatory Demon will definitely do something." After Good's explanation, the other professionals understood the 3 demigods' plight. But after understanding, they were still a bit frustrated. "What are you guys crying and mourning for? Our people haven't lost yet." Seeing that the moods of the people around them were low, Good spoke up. "Someone hasn't made a move yet." "What? Demigod Gouda, what do you mean by that? There's someone who hasn't made a move yet. Who is it?" "Yeah. Could it be that Demigod Gouda you have arranged a backhand? Is it someone from the Advancer Squad?" Hearing the murmurings of the people around him, Good waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet for a moment. "You guys will know if you look down." The rest of the people heard Good's words and patiently continued to watch. At this moment, within the Skeleton King's court, under the leadership of several heroic undead, the undead army was like a force to be reckoned with, and it was about to break through the defense line of the professionals. If the front line of defense was breached, these professionals would only face death. At the critical moment, a violent wind magic sent the first 3 heroic undead flying. 260,000, 2,300,000, 210,000. As they flew out, millions of damage popped up on the heads of all 3 heroic necromancers. The nearby professionals all looked dumbfounded when they saw Lin Yuan go on a rampage. "What kind of damage is this? It's outrageous." Lin Yuan didn't care about the shocked gazes of the others. In battle, Lin Yuan was cold and ruthless. A shot of War Dipper was followed by a shot of Absolute Zero. The 3 heroic necromancers instantly turned into 3 piles of ice sculptures. Afterwards, Lin Yuan's figure flickered and released the mirror image art. The skills that Lin Yuan had arranged for the mirror image were Meteor Fire Rain and War Gang Wind. They were both wide-range spells. They were the most suitable for dealing with the undead. When the mirror image released meteor fire rain, Lin Yuan wasn't idle either. He continuously released Black Hole of Annihilation to gather the two remaining heroic undead together. After 10 seconds, flaming meteors poured down from the sky, crackling on the undead army. Huge amounts of damage emerged. At this point, the surrounding professionals were at a loss for words. Hey, is there anyone out there? Come out to see God. Oh by God. Who is this person? How is he so powerful? He wiped out all the undead by himself. How is he so strong? What's his name? I want to give him a monkey. In less than a minute, not a single undead was standing before Lin Yuan's eyes. All of them had turned into bone fragments scattered on the ground. Hiss, this person is a level 30 or lower professional. Sure it's not that big guy's doppelganger? Demigod Good? Did you arrange this person? The occupiers who could surround Good were at least level 70 and upwards. Geniuses these people had seen a lot, but it was the first time they had seen one as demonic as Lin Yuan. Why are you surprised? He hasn't used his real skills yet. Just now, Lin Yuan had killed the undead army with a light touch. Good didn't believe that this was Lin Yuan's full strength. At the same time, Liu Rick was furious when he saw Lin Yuan destroy his own men with a wave of his hand. Damn it! But when he saw Lin Yuan's appearance, his huge body stood up in a mischievous manner and, it's this human. The murderer that Liu Rick had searched so hard for had been found. He was the one who had used the power of Apocalypse to kill Phidias. Bring him to me alive. Liu Rick gave the highest command. Everyone else could be ignored as long as Lin Yuan was captured. Right. He's mastered the power of apoplexy. Send Samira over. The adjutant of the Skeleton Legion was a witch demon. Originally, he was hesitant to resurrect low-level soldiers, but after receiving the order, he immediately dismissed the idea. He began to work on summoning Samira. In order to summon Samira, the witch demon used up all the energy of the soul baking oven. After the summoning was completed, a huge figure that was 100 meters long appeared in midair. Look in the air. What's that? Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Lin Yuan raised his head. My chow, it's a giant dragon. What appeared in front of Lin Yuan's eyes was clearly a 100-meter-long frost giant dragon. Frost Dragon Samira Legend LV30. Life value 40 million. Attack power 3800000. Armor 200,000. Magic resistance 180,000. Dragon Might. Immunity to fear effects. Deals an additional 50% damage to creatures below legendary level. Dragon Blood Regeneration. Recovers 10% of maximum life value per second. Constructed Skeleton. Reduces physical damage by 80%. Frost Spit. Attacks come with a freezing effect. Freezing lasts for 3 seconds. Hiss. Seeing Samira's attributes, everyone was shocked. This is our opponent. It's too fake. It was no more than these professionals being shocked. This Frost Dragon's attributes had already crushed most third-turn professionals. Feel the despair. Seeing the human side's expression of despair, Leoric's huge head opened and closed, emitting a crunching sound. This Frost Dragon was no one else. It was none other than Leoric's second son. It was made by him after spending hundreds of years of effort. In order to make this Frost Dragon, Leoric slaughtered a dozen dragons. In the end, he was attacked by the dragons. Samira's original level was a whopping 71. In order to deal with Lin Yuan, Leoric had temporarily deprived him of his power. Because only the ability Dragon Regeneration could counter Lin Yuan's death withering.
嘎嘎嘎嘎！你杀死了我的爱子斐迪亚斯，我要将你变成他的替代品。
The soul fire in Leoric's eyes suddenly flourished, and his entire body was excited. Blue Star's Good and the others were all silent after seeing Samira. After a long time, Li Yan gulped and asked, Demigod Good, can Lin Yuan, can he defeat Samira? Li Yan's question was what everyone wanted to ask. After these heard Li Yan ask, they all looked at Gouda with bated breath, wanting to hear how Gouda answered. Chapter 134 SS Grade Silent Thunder. Hearing Li Yan's words, Good pondered for a moment. Even if he met Samira at this rank, he might not have a chance of winning. This Lin Yuan kid should be in danger if he didn't have any other cards. But he couldn't grow others' ambition and destroy his own. After a moment of contemplation, he said, This Lin Yuan kid isn't simple. I can't see through it. Hearing this, the expressions of the others varied. But right now, everyone's main concern was the battle in the Rift Abyss. It didn't continue to pursue the matter. In the Rift Abyss, after Samira appeared, his huge, hideous head carried annoyance and dissatisfaction. He was dissatisfied that Leo Rick had stripped his power away from him. The ickle-like human actually needed his own personal action. Samira was in a very bad mood. Human, tie your hands and you can still suffer less. Samira wanted to complete his mission as soon as possible and was a little impatient talking to Lin Yuan. What responded to Samira was a middle finger and, "Stupid beep." Samira sniffed and instantly became furious. His huge wings flapped rapidly, and a long whine escaped from his mouth. "Die, reptile." Samira spat out dragon's breath in the direction of the other professionals. Lin Yuan himself wanted to be captured alive. The other reptiles, then it would be better to kill them all. This was wanting to vent the anger in his heart by killing. With the support of frost-cold breath, the dragon's breath spat out by Samira was ice-cold and piercing, and before it even got close, it had already rendered quite a few professionals unable to move. Lin Yuan put an energy shield on himself. He dodged in front of the dragon's breath and blocked the attack. Immunity. Lin Yuan was right. This dragon's breath had a magical effect. The energy shield cancelled out the dragon's breath. But dragon breath was Samira's regular attack. Seeing that the next dragon breath was about to spit out of its mouth, Lin Yuan reached out and shot out a magic fire chain, interrupting Samira's attack. Afterwards, Lin Yuan released the mirror image technique, arranging the skills to be lightning storm and magic fire chain, preparing to put Samira under deadly control. Control was controlled. But the most important piece of the puzzle before Lin Yuan appeared, that was the lack of damage. Samira's life value was as high as 40 million, and she recovered 10% of her maximum life value every second, which was 4 million. Lin Yuan didn't have any skill that could deal that much damage. Even Death Withering couldn't do it. Death Withering reduced the life value by 2% per second. Even if he placed all 4 mirrors, he still couldn't catch up with the speed at which Samira was recovering blood. "It's over. What should we do?" Some of the professionals saw Samira and their entire body collapsed. Not knowing what to do, there were also sober professionals who boldly came near Lin Yuan and shot out skills towards Samira. However, the damage dealt was very limited, and the most they could do was thousands of points of damage. Pan Hui was one of those attacking Samira. Seeing that his attacks hadn't achieved much, he immediately shouted, "All long-range attack Samira, we will definitely defeat him if we work together." Pan Hui's words resonated with quite a few professionals, but only a few. However, it was only a small portion. After Pan Hui shouted a few times and realized that only a few hundred people responded to her, she stopped wasting her words. Instead, she rushed towards Samira and released the Starfire spell over and over again. This look touched quite a few professionals. One after another, hundreds more people joined in the attack. "It's useless. Samira is a legendary template that recovers 10% of its life value every second. We can't defeat him at all." As the crowd struggled, a man spoke. This man was Shimada. His style god had a skill that would allow him to escape from this place. Since the undead army had been resurrected, Shimada had gone into hiding. If things couldn't be done, he would flee this place. But who knew that a pervert like Lin Yuan would come out halfway and kill the resurrected undead in seconds? Killed the resurrected undead army in seconds. The happy Shimada immediately ran to Sophia and courted her. But he wasn't happy for long. Samira appeared. Shimada fell into despair again. Such a powerful creature is simply not something we humans can resist. His look of awe was detected by Sophia, and Sophia looked at him with contempt. This infuriated Shimada, so he rushed at Pan Hui and the others and uttered these words. "Don't waste your efforts, your pitiful damage will only enrage the other party. If I'm right, Samira's target is him." Shimada's finger pointed at Lin Yuan. "Samira will appear here just to take him away. It's come to this, why don't you go with him? As long as we take you away, I believe that Samira will let us go. For the sake of other people's lives, just sacrifice your own. How can your life alone compare to the lives of tens of thousands of us?" Shimada finally revealed his purpose, wanting to morally kidnap Lin Yuan, using the lives of more than 30,000 other professionals to force Lin Yuan to give in. Why did he say that? Because ever since Lin Yuan had appeared, Sophia looked at Lin Yuan with a longing look, clearly convinced by Lin Yuan's superior strength. Shimada would never allow that. Sophia could only be her own. So, while most of the active resistance was going on, Shimada's inner jealousy exploded. Stepping forward, He morally stood on the moral high ground and demanded that Lin Yuan take the initiative to go with Samira. Don't say. Shimada's brain-dead remarks actually gained the support of quite a few professionals. Shimada has a good point. Are the lives of more than 30,000 of us no better than one of you? Yeah. Don't look at you as strong now. We may not be worse than you in the future. Some professionals who saw the wind at their backs came forward to point their fingers at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't wait to get angry. Sophia and Shenlong quit first. Put your mother's fart, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan, we would have died long ago. Lin Yuan saved your lives. This is how you treat your benefactor. Shenlong stood his 2-meter tall tower shield on the ground and said sternly, I'll put my words here. Whoever dares to say another word against Lin Yuan is an enemy of all of us professionals in Central State, and we will definitely not let him go. Sophia followed suit, raising the great sword in her hand. I, Sophia, also hereby declare that if anyone slanders Lin Yuan again, they will never show mercy. The duo strongly supported Lin Yuan, instantly suppressing the other unsuspecting people. Shimada's face was very ugly when he heard Sophia's words, but the other party's words had made it very clear. If Shimada was any more insensitive, then there would definitely be no good consequences for him. Detected that lightning storm and thunder blast can be fused. Is it fused? Fuse for me. Lin Yuan already had enough group attack skills. Now Lin Yuan was betting on it. Betting that this fusion would give him a single attack skill. Fusion is successful, you gain SS grade Silent Thunder. Chapter 135 Eat a thick shot of thunder from me. Silent Thunder SS grade max. Casting time 3 seconds. Consumption 200,000 mana. Description: summons a bolt of thunder that deals 300 intelligence points of lightning damage, increases the strike rate by 100% and strike damage by 200% when casting, cooldown time 10 seconds. If the target is hit by Silent Thunder 3 times in a row within 30 seconds, it deals an additional 200 intelligence points of damage. Awesome! The Thunder of Silence had surprised itself. This skill was simply a divine skill for seconds. With this skill, let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of them. Samira was it. Dragon blood regeneration, right? I'll kill you in seconds. Having obtained the Thunder of Silence, Lin Yuan instantly thought of a tactic in his head. Before that, Lin Yuan had one more thing to do. Samira had 200,000 magic resistance, so Lin Yuan spent some time using Arcane Radiance to zero out Samira's magic resistance. After zeroing out her magic resistance, Lin Yuan prepared to activate destruction mode. The mirror image continuously struck lightning storm, putting Samira into a sensory electricity state. The casting time of Silent Thunder was 3 seconds. With the talent's bonus, Lin Yuan only needed 1.8 seconds to release it. 18 million strike. A single Silent Thunder struck out over 10 million damage. Seeing the damage he had dealt, Lin Yuan nodded, very satisfied. Well, it's worthy of being a lightning spell. The damage is just high. While Lin Yuan was waiting for it to cool down, the professions at the bottom all exploded with, "Oh, by cake. Am I reading this right? What the hell kind of damage is this? A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000 million, more than 10 million damage. My titanium dog eyes are going blind. Fantastic. Keep going, we're saved." After 6 seconds had passed, Lin Yuan once again struck a Silent Thunder that 18 million blast. As the damage hit again, the smile on Lin Yuan's face increased. Because the last procedure of the destruction mode had been completed, the next thunderbolt would destroy the heavens and the earth. But this situation fell differently in the eyes of other professionals. This skill's cooldown time is too long. 6 seconds for Samira's blood to return to full strength. Ugh. There's not much hope? Some of the professionals began to sing their praises again, especially Shimada, who started preaching that rhetoric again. Don't waste your efforts. What's the use of your high damage? You're just wasting everyone's time. Just as Shimada's words came out of his mouth, Shenlong glared at him and said, "Shut up! Shut up!" Also speaking out was Sophia, who was holding a large sword and pointing it at Shimada. Lin Yuan is fighting for all of us. Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare say something like that again. Sophia was getting real this time. As long as Shimada dared to say one more word of nonsense, Sophia was going to make sure that he didn't see tomorrow's sun. Hearing Sophia's reprimand, Shimada's face was bruised and purple, looking exceptionally comical. He was literally going crazy with anger in his heart. With a sinister glance at Lin Yuan in the sky, Shimada coldly grunted and called out a style god, only to see an illusory figure emerge behind him, growing its mouth and swallowing Shimada in one bite. Bunch of idiots. You guys stay here with him and wait for him to die. After Shimada finished speaking, his entire body disappeared. Shimada's action caused the others to talk. I'll be damned. Coward. Actually running away from the battle. Really disgracing the Blue Star professionals. Are the Neon people such cowards? They don't even have the courage to fight when the enemy invades. As I see it, there's no need for the Neon Kingdom to exist at all. Shimada's behavior caused a series of chain reactions. After the bigwigs on the Blue Star side saw Shimada fleeing, each of them revealed different looks. Their eyes couldn't help but look at the people from the Neon Kingdom. What are you all looking at me for? Kishimoto, one of the bigwigs from the Neon Kingdom, was in a state of agony at the moment. In his heart, he cursed Shimada for being a stupid pig. If you want to run, it's also to take advantage of the chaos. No one will see or say anything about you. But you can't run in front of everyone. How am I going to explain this to the others? And the 3 demigods are still here. Where can I put my old face? When the others heard Kishimoto's words, they all wore smirking expressions. Li Yen said bluntly, I think you Neon people are used to kneeling. You like to kneel when you meet anyone, and you also like to bring others along with you, and when you find that you can't kneel, you run away. These words gave Kishimoto angry. His chest continued to rise and fall, pointing at Li Yen. You what you? Do you also want to kneel? If you want to kneel, you kneel yourself, but don't bring me along. Li Yen was not afraid of Kishimoto at all. President Good was by his side. What was he afraid of? To be afraid is also the other party is afraid. Sure enough, Kishimoto originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he saw Good next to Li Yen, his words stuck in his throat. The words got stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. He could only give Li Yen a hateful look and finally whisked his sleeve away. Che, his ability is not big, but his temper is not small. Li Yen saw Kishimoto leave and said disdainfully, Look, Samir pulled. Hearing the exclamation, the crowd's eyes gathered back into the rift abyss. At this moment, within the rift abyss, Lin Yuan's mirror image automatically dissipated due to it reaching its time. Samira's huge body finally resumed action. Samira, who had regained his strength, turned unusually berserk and, Reptile, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you apart. Samira took a deep breath and prepared to spit out dragon breath to kill all the professionals. As Samira inhaled, the temperature of the entire space became even lower. The ground had all started to freeze, and the entire space gradually had a tendency to freeze. It's over. Are we going to die? Quickly run. We can't hold back anymore. Some professionals were unable to withstand Samira's aura and began to flee. However, there were also those who stayed behind and prepared to fight alongside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, retreat first. We'll buy you some time. Shun Long's shield lit up with a silver glow as it skyrocketed to 5 meters, quickly arriving in front of Lin Yuan, with a death-defying expression on his face. Shun Long turned on his life-saving skill Shield Wall. Shield Wall couldn't move when it was on, but it reduced damage by 90% for 10 seconds. As long as you're alive, there will be a way to deal with Samira. We'll buy you some time, but don't hold out too much hope. My ability is limited. I won't last long. Sophia once again spread her magical feathers, intending to fight Samira. The actions of the crowd moved Lin Yuan greatly. He hadn't saved them for nothing. They were worthy of his own hand. The last silent thunder had appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan walked up and patted Shin Long on the shoulder. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not going to leave my teammates behind and run away alone. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he ignored Shin Long's retention and peered in front of Samira. Die, reptile! Samira had already thrown the order to capture Lin Yuan alive to the back of her mind, and was bent on killing all the humans in front of her. Damn you! Lin Yuan bellowed, flinging the thunder in his hand at Samira. Chapter 136. Calm down. Killing in seconds is just a basic operation. Damn you! After flinging thunder, Lin Yuan used Void Erosion on Samira. Void Erosion. 50% increase in damage received from spells. This silent thunder was extraordinary. Samira's body was still in a state of electricity sensitivity, and the damage she received from thunder was increased by 100%. The third thunder of silence came with an additional 200 intelligence damage. The damage bonus from Coronet of Orphans also counted. All in all, the damage from this one silent thunder was enough to kill Samira in seconds. Humph, reptile, you can't kill me. A sneer appeared in Samira's eyes when he saw Lin Yuan strike the thunder again. But a second later, he couldn't laugh anymore. 42 million. Samira's dragon eyes filled with disbelief as damage appeared on his head before becoming dim. With a rumble, it fell from the sky. The huge body smashed into the ground and shattered into countless pieces. You have killed Samira and defeated the Skeleton Legion pseudo. Experience value increased by 8 million. After getting the prompt, Lin Yuan's hanging heart finally fell. Done and dusted. Falling down from the air, Lin Yuan came to the side of Samira and he wanted to see if this frost dragon had exploded anything. Not to mention, it really did explode a necklace. Dragon's enemy brilliant upgradable. Requirement: defeat Samira. Attributes: full attributes plus 5,000. Dragon Slayer, your damage to dragon creatures is increased by 20%. The wearing requirement for this necklace was clear enough. Other than Lin Yuan, it was useless for anyone else to take it. Other professionals couldn't do anything about it even if they craved it. Besides, Samira was killed by Lin Yuan alone. The others didn't contribute much at all. It's dead. The dragon was killed in seconds. I'm not dreaming. Hit me. He really did it. Defeated Samira. Shenlong and Sophia were still in a trance when they saw Samira's body fall to the ground. The frost dragon that everyone was helpless against just died. It was still killed by a single skill from Lin Yuan. It was too dreamy, but no matter what, we survived. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. Look, a portal has appeared, we've won. A sharp-eyed professional shouted excitedly when he saw the portal appear. In order to summon Samira out, the soul furnace's energy had been completely depleted. There was no way to summon any other undead anymore. And even if they were summoned, they couldn't beat Lin Yuan. Therefore, the rules ruled that the one-class side had won. The human side cheered. The opposite side was unusually silent. As if in disbelief at his defeat, Leo Rick said, Samira actually lost. In addition to the power of Apocalypse, this human had actually mastered such a terrifying lightning spell. We can't let him continue to grow. Wait for him to become a demigod. No, there was no need to even wait for a demigod. It would be enough to threaten himself after the 4th turn. This human must die. Leo Rick favorability 40. You and Leo Rick have become enemies. Lin Yuan had just stepped out of the portal when he saw the panel's prompt. Sighing. Ugh. One more bigot who misses himself. I blame myself for being too good. This damn charm of mine. Lin Yuan was lost in thought when Li Yan came over and heavily slapped Lin Yuan's shoulder and, you kid can do it, that's awesome, Samira was killed by you in seconds. Li Yan had fought with Samira proper. The full-bodied Samira had both the dragon and frost force fields. It was super strong. Li Yan couldn't beat it. But it wasn't something to be ashamed of. Your kid is now well known. The beeps are loaded abroad. I guess there will be a lot of fanatical fans coming to your house to block you in a few days. Li Yan scowled at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sniffed and returned a blank stare. Everyone has worked hard. Your rewards will be given out based on your contributions to this battle. After all the professionals had all come out, Good spoke. These occupiers all revealed an excited look after hearing this. Although the process had some ups and downs, there was no danger of being surprised. The key was that there were rewards to take. When the crowd saw the contribution list, they were once again shocked. Lin Yuan topped the list with 99% of the contribution value. The second and third places were Sophia and Shenlong. The rewards for the top 3 were S-rank skill books. Lin Yuan had gained another S-rank skill. Vivian. I'll take Lin Yuan to pick out the skill books first. I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, Demigod Good. Nothing can go wrong here with me. I'll arrange the rewards for all the professionals. Vivian glanced curiously at Lin Yuan and said softly. Logistics was Vivian's job. Nothing could go wrong with her. Good nodded. Good work. He then led Lin Yuan to leave first. As the duo left, the bigwigs from other countries stared at Lin Yuan with somewhat complicated eyes. Is there going to be another mage demigod in Central State? Although they were also part of the Blue Star, these people didn't want another mage demigod like Good to appear in Central State. If 2 mage demigods appear in the Central State, will we still have a voice? The person who spoke was from Sunset. It was one of the elders of the Sunset Sanctuary. Coincidentally, this man was Hunter's father, named Jonathan. Jonathan's words had the suspicion of stirring up trouble, causing Vivian to be very displeased and, Jonathan, Do you people of the Holy Church only engage in these petty maneuvers behind the scenes? Why didn't you dare to say something like this when demigod Good was here? Vivian's words caused Jonathan to stutter and, thinking to himself, I think I've lived too long. Do I dare to say that when demigod Good is here? I thought that my words would get the approval of the others. I didn't expect to attract Vivian's reprimand. Jonathan made a fool of himself. The rewards have been handed out. Don't stay here if there's nothing to do. After a few minutes, after the rewards were all handed out, Vivian waved her hand to drive people away. Vivian gave a worried look when she saw Jonathan leaving after Adam. Adam, I hope you don't do anything stupid. What skills are you lacking right now? Tell me about it and I'll find them for you. After returning to the Mage Association, Good asked with Lin Yuan. Hearing Good's question, Lin Yuan thought for a moment. What type of skills did he lack right now? Group damage skills himself had many: Meteor Fire Rain, War Dipper, Annihilation Black Hole. Control skills he had Magic Fire Chain, Absolute Zero. The single damage skills he had just acquired were Silent Thunder. There is no need to increase the number of attacking skills for the time being. That left defense and functionality. Chairman, are there any S-rank passive skills that reduce damage, preferably the kind with invincibility that can save your life? Lin Yuan's reply made Good very speechless. I want the kind of skill you're talking about. Guda returned in a good-natured manner, understanding what Lin Yuan meant. You want defense skills, right? Chapter 137. I'm coming for the Astral Mage. What you want is a defense skill, right? Lin Yuan nodded his head frantically as Good finished speaking. Well, the kind that can boost defense in all directions, preferably with increased attributes. Lin Yuan made a billion-point request for defense skills. Hearing Lin Yuan's shameless words, Guda sort of realized something. This kid was shameless. Forget it, let him choose for himself. Guda waved his hand. 5 S-class defense skill books appeared in front of Lin Yuan. These are the 5 existing S-class defense skill books. See if there's anything you like. I can make the decision to give you 2. It was nice to be able to pick 2 books. Hearing Good say that he could take 2 books, Lin Yuan happily thanked him and, Thank you, Chairman. No need to thank you. This is all what you deserve. Your contribution this time is huge. It's nothing to give you 1 more book. After a pause, Good emphasized. You're kind of famous this time. I don't know if it's good or bad. There shouldn't be any danger in Blue Star with Li Yan following you around. But in the Abyss there's no telling. There are 4 auras of hatred on your body. Can't see that. Your kid's level is not high. The ability to cause trouble is not small. These few who have a grudge against you are not weak, right? More than not weak, they were all at the big brother level. Hearing Good's words, Lin Yuan muttered in his heart. Apart from the sea giant chief pulling his crotch a bit, 2 of the rest are purgatory demon kings, and 1 is an undead demigod. Oh yeah, there's also a box of epilepsy who wants to make me into a toy. Cam. These people are stuffed and have nothing to focus on me for. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan's mood was a bit depressed. I'll pick this mage armor and cold ice protector. After picking out the skill books, Good asked, Last time I heard from Chan Yuang that you passed the first round of trials for Star Realm mages. When will your second round of trials start? When Lin Yuan heard this, he slapped his head and said, If you didn't tell me, Chairman, I almost forgot. Ms. Magna told me that the real trials start at level 30. Lin Yuan just happened to rise to level 30 after killing Samira, and could proceed to the subsequent transfer trial for the Astral Mages. Familiarize yourself with your newly acquired skills before you go to the challenge. And if there's anything you don't understand, go ask Li Yan. Good finished speaking and gave his expulsion order. As the strongest person in Blue Star's strength, he had a lot of work to deal with on a daily basis. Goodbye, President. Leaving the Mage Association, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of Leah. I wondered how Leah was doing now, and if the World Tree had spawned any new elves. Afterwards, Lin Yuan didn't go home directly. Instead, he came to the Dark Night Forest. Li Yan was a little strange when he realized that Lin Yuan had come to the Dark Night Forest. What are you doing here? Do you want to catch a beast as a mount? Actually, you don't have to at all. Your magic energy fighter is good enough. None of the beasts in here can compare to a magic energy fighter. Li Yan thought that Lin Yuan had come to catch a mount and was shredding at the side. Without explaining, Lin Yuan took out his magic energy fighter and flew towards his territory. The roar of the warplane broke the silence of the Dark Night Forest. Many professionals were taken aback when they saw it and, what kind of airplane is this so fast? This person is sick, flying an airplane inside the Dark Night Forest, not afraid of being shot down by a raptor. You're the one who's sick, know what kind of airplane that is, that's a magical energy fighter, only a patriarchal engineer can build it, which Raptor dares to provoke it, smacks of having lived long enough. An unintentional behavior of Lin Yuan caused the entire Dark Forest professionals to talk, speculating about which big brother this was who had nothing better to do than to come here for a ride. Before he even arrived at his territory, Lin Yuan could feel an amazing natural energy appearing in front of him. This energy was full of new life and vigor. Arrived. After arriving at his territory, Lin Yuan put away his magic energy fighter. What is this place? What a dense life energy. Is there a mature stage nature tree here? Li Yan asked in astonishment as he came here. Continuing to walk on, Li Yan's mouth gradually grew, and his entire being froze in place. The world tree. There was actually a world tree here. A world tree that was much more advanced than the tree of nature. My God, I'm not blind. Li Yan saw Lin Yuan, who had a normal face, and asked, "You know there's a world tree here?" Hearing Li Yan's question, Lin Yuan nodded. "I know, this world tree is mine." Lin Yuan's tone was very flat. "That's a world tree. Why are you being so bland? It feels like you're not talking about the world tree, but that this pound of eggs is mine." Damn, he got it again. Li Yan was doubting his life when he suddenly heard a very pleasant voice. "Master, you're back." Looking up at the person who spoke, Li Yan's heart shook and secretly said, "How beautiful." At this moment, Leah was riding on a clean white tiger. She was only wearing thin clothes on her body. The whole person exuded a wild charm. Leah's face again carried the flavor of holiness. The combination of wildness and holiness gave a very stunning feeling. What Li Yan considered to be a great beauty saw Lin Yuan. Leaping down from the white tiger, she ran 2 quick steps and jumped into Lin Yuan's arms and, "Master, Leah misses you." Feeling the elastic body in his arms, Lin Yuan gently patted Leah's back and, "Is it okay to live here? Are you adapting?" Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Leah raised her head, revealing a sweet smile and, "Master, the environment here is especially good. With the mother tree here, it's full of life energy. My leveling up is very fast." Leah didn't mention that Lin Yuan hadn't noticed. Taking a closer look, Lin Yuan was taken aback. It turned out that Leah was already level 40. Child of Nature Leah Epic LV 40. Life 20 million. Mana 500,000. Attack power 800000. Skill Nature's Wrath, Nature's Protection, Nature's Vector, Swarm of Stars Shining, Summon Ancient Tree of War. "How did you level up so fast?" Lin Yuan asked. Originally, he had planned to bring Leah along to brush the abyss. Who knew that Leah was leveling up even faster than herself? She was level 40. Seeing her master's surprise, Leah covered her little mouth and laughed. "My profession is a child of nature. I don't need to kill. I will automatically gain experience in places filled with natural energy. I can have such a fast upgrade speed, all because of the mother tree. Of course, the main thing is also the credit of you, Lord Master." After learning that Leah didn't need to kill enemies to upgrade quickly, Lin Yuan was very happy. Upgrading fast is good. When Leah becomes a demigod, I'll see who dares to mess with me. It's best if the world tree also advances to demigod quickly, so I'll have 2 more demigod fighters. What kind of purgatory demon king? I'll blow you all away. I'll make you all arrogant again. Speaking of the world tree, Lin Yuan hadn't looked at the world tree's attributes yet. It wouldn't have been upgraded as well. Chapter 138 World Blessing. World Tree Legend Mature LV 58. Life Value 60 million. Attack Power 340000. Skills Nurture, World Blessing, Heart of Nature, Nature Affinity, War Form, slightly. It's really upgraded. The Dark Forest is really a treasure. Lin Yuan was even happier when he saw the properties of the World Tree. That dazzling array of skills made Lin Yuan's heart flutter with joy. If the World Tree became a demigod, it would properly be a powerful life demigod. Roar! Lin Yuan was mesmerized when a tiger's roar suddenly came from the side. Hearing the tiger's roar, Lin Yuan turned his head and let out a gasp. "This white tiger is so beautiful. EKA. Don't be rude. This is my master." Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Leah softly reprimanded. "Master, this white tiger is called Aika. It possesses a very high natural affinity. She was attracted by the mother tree. Aika has become my battle partner. You won't mind, master." Don't mind at all." Hearing Leah's explanation, Lin Yuan waved his hand to show that he understood. Because Lin Yuan had already seen the attributes of this white tiger, it was quite good. Spirit of the Tiger Ica Legendary LV47. Life value, 34 million. Attack power, 2300000. Armor, 150,000. Magic resistance, 280,000. Skills, Swift Power, Fierce Tiger Roar, Ferocious Bite, Spirit of the Tiger. Ica right, hello? Lin Yuan smiled and greeted the white tiger, and was rewarded with a blank stare. This human doesn't smell good. I don't like it. The white tiger wagged its tail and wiggled its butt as it came to get down near the world tree. Clearly didn't want to bother with Lin Yuan. Master, don't mind. Ica is a bit lazy in her nature. Leah explained, worried that Lin Yuan was angry. Lin Yuan stroked Leah's head and said with a smile, "It's okay. It'll be fine when we get familiar with it later." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Leah seemed to think of something and pulled Lin Yuan to the bottom of the world tree and, "Master, you left in a hurry last time. The mother tree hadn't had time to apply a blessing to you. I'll communicate with the mother tree." After saying that, Leah reached out and touched the trunk of the world tree, awakening it. Subsequently, a series of life runes coalesced on the branches of the world tree. These runes linked together and converged on Lin Yuan. The world tree has bestowed a world blessing on you, increasing your life value by 200,000 and your nature affinity by +5. After the blessing was applied, Lin Yuan's life value became 700,000. After his natural affinity became higher, Lin Yuan's senses were also much sharper. He could feel the life energy present around him. The most intuitive feeling was that the white tiger Ica was much kinder to himself. After Lin Yuan was blessed, Leah came over to take a whiff. It smelled even better on the master. Realizing that Lin Yuan was still frozen in place, Leah explained, "Master, the mother tree is still only in its mature stage. When it grows to its full body, the effect of the blessing will become stronger." "How long will it take to become a full body can?" Lin Yuan couldn't wait to ask when he learned that the blessing could still become stronger. Leah thought about it and gave an approximate time. In the outside world, it would take over 300 years. But inside the dark forest, it takes less than 60 years. "Master, isn't that fast?" Leah smiled very happily. 60 years, that's too long. I'll be able to become a demigod after 60 years, right? The world tree's only just grown to its full size. It's too slow. Lin Yuan really didn't know enough. He knew that the more powerful the creature, the slower the growth cycle. The world tree's growth cycle was shortened by half because it absorbed the heart of nature and mutated. Otherwise, it would still be in a juvenile form right now. Did I hear it right? It only takes 60 years to grow to a full body. Li Yan, who was next to him, couldn't help but raise his voice again. Ever since he came here with Lin Yuan, Li Yan had been in a state of shock. What did I just hear? 60 years to grow to a full body. That's too fast. A legendary level complete body world tree was equal in strength to a purgatory demon king. If you let the world tree grow to its peak, it would be extremely powerful amongst the demigods. Lin Yuan, he's actually dissatisfied with it and thinks it's too slow. Grass, it's really a man's comparison. Li Yan was completely self-absorbed. The whole person was moping. As for Lin Yuan, he and Leah chatted a few more times before preparing to leave the place. Before leaving, Leah hugged Lin Yuan once again and, "Master, Leah will miss you." "Well, I'll pass by to see you guys as well. If you're bored, go to the 10th floor's Flower Stream Valley to play with the goblins." After that, Lin Yuan summoned his magic fighter and took Li Yan out of the Dark Night Forest. When he returned to the villa area of Tianfeng City, Li Yan still had a soulful look on his face. He didn't say anything to Lin Yuan and picked a house to go into. After entering, he closed the door. Lin Yuan wondered what was wrong with this old brother, moping around. However, Lin Yuan didn't ask because he had another very important matter. "You have reached level 30. Please choose one of the following rewards." Every 10 levels could provide a mystic reward, which was something Lin Yuan had longed for. He had thought that he would be able to gain 2 evolution points this time by brushing the tower and raising his talent to a rank. As a result, he only got 1 point in the end. Lin Yuan was now counting on the level 30 reward to show up with evolution points. Option 1. Reward skill points 20,000. Pass. Lin Yuan moved on to the next one and Option 2. Randomize 1 SS ranked skill. Option 3. 1 evolution point. Can I have them all? Before choosing, Lin Yuan asked undauntedly, only to get no response at all. With no choice, Lin Yuan could only choose the evolution points. Talent, cooldown reduction grade A. Description, reduces casting time and cooldown by 50%, reduces damage by 30%. Isn't this just fine? When the talent evolved to S, SS or even SSS rank, wouldn't one be able to use unlimited skills? Cooldown less silent thunder, just ask if you're afraid. Please call me Lin Thunder Dharma King Far. After receiving his level 30 rewards, Lin Yuan learned the 2 newly acquired defense skill books. After leveling them up, Lin Yuan saw the skill effects that Mage Armor S rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 50,000 mana. Description, increases armor by 100,000, reduces physical damage received by 50%, duration 30 minutes, no cooldown. Cold Ice Bodyguard S grade of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 80,000 mana. Description, immediately add a shield to yourself, absorbing 50 intelligence points of damage. When attacked by a melee attack, it will reduce the target's movement speed and attack speed by 50%. The slowing effect lasts for 10 seconds, the shield lasts for 1 minute, and there is a 20-second cooldown after it is broken. Chapter 139 SS Grade Arcane Barrier. Ugh. Ice Protector and Energy Shield should be able to be synthesized. Both of them absorb damage. Lin Yuan tried, and sure enough, they could be synthesized. Is it possible to fuse the Cold Ice Protector with the Energy Shield? Fusion. I don't have any SS-ranked defense skills yet. Just in time to see the effects. Arcane Barrier SS rank of max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 200,000. Description, generate an arcane barrier around your body that absorbs max mana 10 plus intelligence 100 points of damage. Counteracts one directional spell every 10 seconds. The shield has regeneration and recovers 10% of the shield value every second. There is a 15-second cooldown after the shield is broken. Awesome. Voice breaking. Lin Yuan was thrilled. This is what's called a defense skill. I have over 1.3 million max mana right now and over 60,000 intelligence. Calculating that, I can absorb over 19 million damage. Moreover, the shield also has a self-healing function. It restores 10% of the shield value every second. Who could hit the monsters at this stage? The most crucial point was that there was no upper limit to the damage absorbed by this shield. When one's attributes improved in the future, having hundreds of millions of shields wouldn't matter. I just want to ask, who else? Even if Samira came back to life, Lin Yuan had this confidence to stand and jerk with him. With such an unbelievable defense skill, Lin Yuan had a little more certainty about tomorrow's transformation challenge. The next day, Lin Yuan woke up refreshed. After having breakfast, he explained to Li Yan and, taking out Illunis, he teleported into the Star Realm Mage Tower. You have entered the Astral Mage Tower. Coming to this place again, Lin Yuan had a different feeling. Last time, Lin Yuan came in a hurry and didn't feel it carefully. The arcane energy within the Star Realm Mage Tower was endless, and if you fought here, Lin Yuan's skill damage was at least doubled. The magical energy here is too abundant. It's too suitable for mages. The Illunis in Lin Yuan's hand shook slightly, unusually active. It was right to give Illunis to you. I didn't expect you to actually fuse the Void Treasure Pearl into it. A soft voice came from Lin Yuan's ears. As the voice fell, a woman in purple vestments came before Lin Yuan. Greetings, Ms. Magna. Seeing Magna appear in front of him, Lin Yuan said in a somewhat formal manner. This person in front of him was a powerful demigod. Lin Yuan still didn't know how her character was, so naturally he couldn't treat the other party lightly. There's no need to be polite. I'm just a phantom that Magna left here. The main body is confronting the Dark Titan. Magna's phantom call casually summoned a chair and said in a slightly casual manner. It's only been a few days and you're already level 30. Magna really didn't look at you wrong. Hearing Magna Mirage's compliments, Lin Yuan always felt a bit torn, not knowing how to address the other party. The phantom could see Lin Yuan's dilemma in the slightest, and without continuing to talk nonsense, he pointed at Portal 3 and said, You can go straight in when you're ready. Mirage had just finished speaking when Lin Yuan couldn't wait to walk towards Portal number 3. There wasn't the slightest bit of procrastination. What an impatient brat. Mirage shook his head and laughed lightly. You have entered the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary. Please destroy the crystallized dragon Helion. Coming out of the portal, Lin Yuan came to a valley. Below the valley was a volcano, with scorching magma erupting out from time to time, eventually turning into pieces of lava. Lin Yuan was wondering what this place was. A group of half-dragons over 10 meters tall suddenly marched in the distance. Carnelian Dragonman Hero LV40. Life, 420000. Attack power, 320000. Armor, 100,000. Magic resistance, 150,000. Dragon Might Pseudo deals 50% extra damage to creatures below heroic level. Crushing Strike. Swing your weapon to deal 150% attack damage and send enemies flying with a cooldown of 8 seconds. There were 20 half-dragons that appeared, each one of them powerful. They come to a stop close to the lava, carrying away the scorching lava on their backs in containers. What are these half-dragons for? Lin Yuan didn't figure out what this place was, and didn't act rashly and silently followed behind this group of half-dragons. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Yuan followed the group into a tunnel underneath. Walking out of the tunnel, Lin Yuan was shocked and, "This is a dragon's nest." What appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes were thousands of unhatched dragon eggs. The group of half-dragons had just placed the lava they had just collected around the dragon eggs. So they want to hatch this batch of dragon eggs. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the thousands of dragon eggs. "I wonder if I can take these dragon eggs away. It would be great if I could take them away. Wouldn't there be thousands more dragons under his command? When the world tree has spawned enough elves, I'll be able to form an army of dragon knights." Thinking about it was too much. "You guys, why are you moving so slowly? Go and collect the lava right now. If you delay Lord Hylian's plan, see if I don't skin you." When this voice came, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the speed at which the half-dragons worked became twice as fast. "I really don't know what Lord Hylian sees in you guys. Dull heads who can't even speak." When the owner of this voice came closer, Lin Yuan realized that the one speaking was actually a black dragon. Black Dragon Sentinel Sarian, Epic LV40. Life value, 540000. Attack power, 620000. Armor, 180,000. Magic resistance, 220,000. Dragon's Might, 80% extra damage to creatures below epic level. Resistant Skin, reduces magic damage by 40% and halves the duration of control effects. Dragon's Breath, unleashes Dragon's Breath on enemies within 80 meters in front of you, dealing 1,200,000 points of flame damage. Sharp Claws Specialization, ignores 30% of the target's defense and increases physical damage by 100%. The Black Dragon Sarian's body was 30 meters tall and reached 80 meters with both wings spread out. This group of half-dragons were like toys in his eyes. Sarian didn't know what was going on today, but he was a bit distracted. He thought it was because he had stayed underground for too long and was ready to go to the surface for a break. But when he passed by here, he actually saw this group of half-dragons being lazy. A nameless fire was ignited in his heart and he gave this group of half-dragon people a scolding. The sharp claws in his hands were already raised high, intending to teach them a lesson. But when he raised his front claws, his nose suddenly moved. What a smell! The black dragon turned his head to look in the direction Lin Yuan was hiding. Oops! Lin Yuan knew he was exposed when he saw the movement of the black dragon turning its head. He simply stopped hiding, and his split body technique unfolded, arranging for a magic fire chain and absolute zero. The main body took the lead and threw out a magic fire chain towards the black dragon. Enemy! Before the word attack was even shouted, the body was already entangled in the magic fire chains. Chapter 140 Strange Giant Dragon. After the black dragon was controlled, the group of half-dragons reacted. Howls like beasts came out of their mouths as they rushed towards Lin Yuan. But what greeted them were Lin Yuan's two group attack skills. War Big Dipper and Black Hole of Annihilation. 2600000. 2400000. With two shots of skills, the group of half-dragons were all killed in seconds. Now, the only enemy left in front of Lin Yuan was the black dragon. Thunder gathered in Lin Yuan's hands, a precursor to releasing Silent Thunder. A single shot of thunder went down, knocking out nearly 1/3 of the black dragon's blood. In less than 15 seconds, the black dragon was hated by Lin Yuan's thunder. Killed Black Dragon Sentinel Sarian, Half Dragon Man X20. Experience value increased by 1,200,000. The battle just now was extremely short and not very intense. Lin Yuan looked around and realized that no one had been attracted to it. Coming next to the black dragon's corpse, Lin Yuan picked up 2 items. You picked up the prison key. You picked up the black dragon leather jacket. Black dragon leather jacket dark gold LV30. Attributes: strength plus 1,500, agility plus 1,200, constitution plus 1,000. Resistant skin, 20% less magic damage taken. Taking the black dragon skin clothes in his hands, Lin Yuan gestured towards himself. Can a male wear this? The tunic on Lin Yuan's body was still gold, so after considering it for a moment he changed into this black dragon leather clothes. Not to mention, this leather jacket looked small, but the flexibility was very good. Wearing it on his body was just right. It's just that the look is a little hard to tell. Spider-Man's tights know it. This was the effect. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so Lin Yuan put it on first. This black dragon came out of that passage. Hillian should be there. There was no time to lose, so hurry up and do it before the other party reacted. If the other party realized there was an intruder, there was no chance that something unexpected would happen again. When Lin Yuan dove headfirst into the passageway, another group of half-dragon human toilers just happened to return here. This group of half-dragons looked panicked after realizing that the black dragon had been killed and immediately rang the ancient bell of warning. When the bell rang, the sleeping Hillian was immediately startled. There's an intruder. The guards within the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary all rallied in front of Helion. Find the intruder and don't let him escape. As soon as Helion gave the word, all of his men all acted. When the bell rang, Lin Yuan also heard it. So Lin Yuan sped up, hoping to quickly reach the end of the passageway and kill Hillian. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. After arriving at the end, Lin Yuan didn't find Hillian's figure. This place seemed to be a prison cell. This is where prisoners are kept? As Lin Yuan froze, a faint voice came from the cell next to him. And, outsider, what is your purpose here? Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a scarred giant dragon. This giant dragon possessed a dense number of wounds on its body, each one of which was extremely serious and would have died long ago if it was on an ordinary person. However, his vitality seemed to be extremely tenacious, and some of the wounds were still repairing themselves. It was believed that given enough time, all of these wounds would heal. I came here to get rid of Hillian. Hearing Lin Yuan's reply, the gargoyle in the cell suddenly became agitated and its entire body was exposed in front of Lin Yuan. Outsider, are you alone? After Lin Yuan saw the giant dragon's full face, he realized that it was a red dragon. Red Dragon McFath, Epic LV45. Life value, 700,092 million. Attack power, 860000. Armor, 250,000. Magic resistance, 180000. Dragon regeneration specialization. Recovers 10% of maximum life value per second. Scorching strike. Spread wings to deal 500,000 points of flame damage to everyone within 20 meters and knock them back. Cooldown 10 seconds. Flaming dragon's breath. Spits flames from its mouth, dealing 150,000 points of flame damage to enemies within 100 meters with a scorching effect. Cooldown 15 seconds. Scorch. Reduces life value by 1% per second for 8 seconds. Dragon's Might. 80% extra damage to creatures below epic level. All of this red dragon's limbs were bound by chains with cursed runes on top of them, constantly draining his life force, causing this red dragon to be in a state of torment all the time. I did come by myself. Lin Yuan answered truthfully. This answer caused the red dragon McFarth to be unusually disappointed. Outsider, you can't defeat Hillian with your strength. Even I'm no match for him. It's better for you to get some more helpers. Also, if you can see any other dragons, please help me convey the message that the Red Dragon Queen has been controlled by an evil spell, that the Red Dragon Sanctuary has been taken over by traitors, and that to save the Red Dragon Queen you must have the other Dragon Kings make a move. Lin Yuan was suddenly a little confused when Red Dragon McFath finished speaking. What's going on? I'm not just changing professions, how did I get involved with the Red Dragon Queen? According to the Division of Strength, the Red Dragon Queen's strength was at least 4 turns upwards, with a level outside of 80. Such a powerful Red Dragon Queen has been controlled. I'm sure I'm not just giving away food by getting involved. Red Dragon McFath saw that Lin Yuan had fallen into a state of thought. The huge dragon's head arched forward, somewhat anxious, and urged, "Run away, Hylian's men must be looking everywhere for your whereabouts. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave even if you want to in a while. Macfath had just finished speaking when an open-mouthed laughter came from inside the passage. Ha ha ha. You can't leave even if you want to now. The laughter had just fallen, and a red dragon with a body of over 50 meters appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Merdas Epic LV-45. Life value, 8 million. Attack power, 950,000. Armor, 300,000. Magic resistance, 200000. Crystal body specialization. Damage taken is reduced by 50%. Explosive crystal. Sends out a huge fireball that deals 1 million points of flame damage. The fireball will explode on hit, creating a one-layer crystallization effect on the target with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Crystal spike. Spits out crystal spikes from its mouth, dealing 800,000 points of physical damage to enemies within 100 meters, creating one layer of crystallization effect on the target with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Crystallization effect stacked to 3 layers will cause the target to fall into a 10-second stun. The giant dragon in front of him looked like a red dragon, but it was fundamentally different from Macfath. Macfath was flesh and blood, and looked natural with no discord. But Macfarth was different, with a body cloaked in a layer of glittering red crystals. It gave off a feeling of dissonance. It was as if it was a failed product of an unsuccessful surgery. It looked gorgeous, but was actually full of flaws. Chapter 141. You've gained a temporary gargoyle companion. Merdas. It's actually you. How did you turn into this appearance? Macfath was shocked when he saw the red crystal like Merdas. How about that? Shocked by what I even look like now. How can flesh and blood stand up to crystallized energy? Put away your childish thoughts. The queen won't be coming back. Hylian will lead us on an unprecedented path. Merdas opened his crystal like dragon claws and said elegantly. At the mention of Hylian, a look like that of a berserker appeared on Merdas' face. Merdas, wake up. Hylian was deceiving you all. Look at your current ugly appearance. You abandoned the red dragon's powerful life force and chose a path of death. Macfath was pained. His former partner had actually abandoned the red dragon's proud body and was transformed into an ugly crystallized monster. For a short period of time, a great power had been gained, but the way forward had been cut off. The strength had been constant at level 45, unable to go further. Macfath was different. His strength would always progress as he grew older. It was important to realize that Macfath was only 120 years old this year and had just left the ranks of young dragons. He was one of the younger dragons. When Macfath became an adult, his strength would be at least level 60. As long as Macfath didn't fall in the middle of the journey, his peak strength would be around level 70. Further up would depend on chance. If the luck was good enough, breaking through level 80 would not be impossible. Macfarth felt that Merda's choices were ridiculous. You're just mesmerized by the false power in front of you. Sooner or later you'll eat your own words. You're full of crap, you're just a prisoner. What? Do you still expect this weak human to get you out? It's ridiculous. Humble reptile. Become a work of art in my hands. At the end of his words, Merda's tone turned morose. Without even a single greeting, he spat out crystal spikes at Lin Yuan. To actually sneak attack, what a despicable dragon. The opponent was the first to attack, and Lin Yuan didn't choose to be a living target. With a flash of his figure, he dodged the crystal spikes attack and came behind Merdas. Afterwards, Lin Yuan struck out a magic fire chain, controlling Merdas. Seeing that Lin Yuan was actually planning to fight with Merdas, Macfath immediately shouted from the side. Run, you're no match for Merdas. You'll be torn to pieces. Lin Yuan heard Macfarth's shout, but he didn't care. I'm not his opponent. Just kidding. I can't beat him to death, little master. During the magic fire chain control, Lin Yuan released mirror image. This time, the skills Lin Yuan had arranged were magic fire chains and silent thunder. Lin Yuan was going to experiment with the effects of the skills with the dragon in front of him. The mirror image first struck 2 thunder of silence. Then Lin Yuan connected with the third. With a zippy sound, Merdas's blood level was instantly reduced by 1/3. It's effective. The silent thunder that Lin Yuan had just shot came with additional damage from the 3rd hit. The activation of destruction mode had sped up a bit more. It was really good. After a while, after Lin Yuan's 3rd silent thunder hit, Merda's massive body collapsed. It fell to the ground with a rumble, the red crystals on its body shattering all over the place. Obviously, he was no longer alive. You actually defeated Merdas. McFarth in the cage shouted excitedly. Who on earth is this human? The mighty Merdas didn't even survive 1 minute in his hands. I probably wouldn't be able to do well against him. Maybe he really does have the ability to kill Helion. As McFath thought of this, his large eyes were filled with excitement. Mage, your strength is very powerful, but this is Helion's lair, and he has several powerful dragons under him, and Myrdas is just one of them. Release me from the cage. I can be your helper. The key to the cage is on the black dragon Sarian. Sarian is not as strong as Merdas. You can handle it. From Lin Yuan's body, Male Das saw the hope of killing Helion. He intended to gamble his life to accompany Lin Yuan in the fight. Hearing McFath's words, Lin Yuan remembered the other item that the black dragon had exploded, the prison key. When Lin Yuan sheathed the key, McFath's dragon's head was filled with question marks. Where did you get this key from? I killed a black dragon before I came here and retrieved it from him. Oh yeah, that black dragon's name was whatever you call Sarian. Kerala, Lin Yuan used the key to open the cage holding McFath. After McFarth broke free of his chains, the huge dragon's head threw itself up to the sky and roared. Roar! The feeling of regaining his freedom was simply fantastic. Without his chains sucking the life force out of him, the wounds on McFath's body healed at an amazing speed. After 10 seconds, McFath's blood level was back to full, and he said with a strong voice, Mage, it's not too late. The interior of the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary possesses a defensive boundary laid down by the Red Dragon Queen. With our strength it's impossible to break it. We need to find Savina now. She's Hilion's wife. Kill her and Helion will naturally come to us on his own accord. Inside the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary we are no match for Helion. Only by luring him out do we have a slight chance of winning. After hearing McFath's words, Lin Yuan gave a cry of danger. There was actually a defensive boundary laid down by the Red Dragon Queen inside the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary. Who would have thought that? The Red Dragon Queen was a level 80 powerhouse. So one could only imagine how powerful the boundaries she had laid down were. If you don't know anything and you go in head first, I'm afraid you'll be destroyed without any dregs. Luckily, he had saved McFarth by mistake, or else he really wouldn't have known about this hidden information. The abyss was full of pits, so I'd have to be more careful in the future. After getting ready, Lin Yuan asked, Where is Savina? Come on my back. I'll take you there. After Lin Yuan stood up on McFath, McFath flapped his wings and rose into the air. Sit tight, I'm fast. McFath emphasized as his body suddenly accelerated and rushed outside. After flying out from inside the passageway, McFath saw many Carnelian dragons. Seeing the half-dragonians who were fiddling with the lava, McFath was enraged and, Traitors, go to hell. Taking a deep breath, McFath opened his mouth and spat out fiery dragon breath towards the half-dragons. These half-dragons were creatures of low intelligence, and when they saw McFath attack, they actually didn't dare to dodge. In less than 5 seconds, all the half-dragons in front of them were turned into charcoal. After killing these half-dragons, the anger in McFath's heart subsided a bit. Then, McFath closed his eyes and sniffed with his nose to determine Savina's direction. I smell it. She's there. Chapter 142 Giant dragons also have bitter feelings. After determining the direction, McFath quickly flapped his wings, gaining speed. How did you determine where Savina is? During the flight, Lin Yuan asked curiously. McFath sniffed in silence for a short while and returned, saying, Savina was originally a humorous and lively dragon. I used to be one of her many suitors. I confessed my love to her once when we were alone but was rejected. She said that she had always treated me like a younger brother. Though she treats me like a brother, I've always silently liked her, and would give her anything good I could find. I've gotten a Moloch flower before, which serves to perpetuate an aromatic effect for itself. Savina smiled so happily when she got the magic luo flower. She used it on the spot. I was the first gargoyle to smell the scent of Savina's body. It's a smell I'll never forget until I die. Maybe it was because Lin Yuan had saved himself. McFath said all the words he had hidden in his heart. To Lin Yuan's ears, this was really a sad story. A story of a lickspittle not being allowed to die. Lin Yuan didn't have to think to guess the subsequent story. Savina, the socialite, had followed Helion, who had the greatest potential in the younger generation of the Red Dragon. McFath, the spare tire, was in jail. Don't say, McFath the Red Dragon really has the potential to be a protagonist. If he didn't die in a few hundred years, he might be able to become the king of the Red Dragon clan. While Lin Yuan was rambling, McFath's body did a big pirouette in the air, then landed on the ground and, Savina, I'm coming. At this moment, Macfatha's voice was low, with a complicated look in his eyes as he stared at a giant dragon in front of him that was over 60 meters long and said, Savina, why are you doing this? The queen treats you like her own children. Why are you betraying the queen? Macfath still couldn't figure out one thing. Why did the ironclad Red Dragon Legion mutiny? And where did Harrion get that evil weapon that could control the queen? Oh, the sniveling Macfath is here. You were actually able to escape from inside the cage. It seems that the prison built by the Black Dragon isn't that foolproof. Hearing Macfatha's words, Savina spread her wings. Her huge body slowly turned around and said with a languid intent, Betrayal, no, you're wrong. We are to lead the Red Dragon Legion to the top. Think about it, how many of our compatriots have died in these decades? The queen she didn't even ask. The hateful thing is that when my father was sneak attacked by the undead, the queen was right in front of him but turned a blind eye, saying something about how it would be a violation of the dragon contract if she made a move. At the mention of this, Savina raged. Simply stupid. To watch her own people being killed for a contract that has long since expired. Does she deserve to be the queen of the Red Dragon? After Savina finished speaking, her entire body became abnormally berserk, and the red crystal on her body emitted a demonic red light. It became abnormally evil. Savina Epic LV50. Life value, 10 million. Attack power, 1200000. Armor, 350,000. Magic resistance, 280,000. Crystal body specialization. Damage taken is reduced by 50%. Crystallized laser. Fires a ray of light that deals 150,000 magic damage. Hitting the target produces a freezing effect that lasts for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Charm crystal. Spews mist from his mouth, dealing 1 million points of magic damage to enemies within 100 meters. Charming the target for 8 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Low roar. Emits an ear-piercing roar, causing a fear effect on targets below epic level for 6 seconds. Cooldown 18 seconds. Seeing Savina's skills, Lin Yuan let out a straight cry. All of them were control skills. Under the same level, even if a whole team came, they might not be able to beat Savina, because there were just too many control skills. And the cooldowns were all very low. Sea of Men tactics were simply useless against Savina. But unfortunately, Savina had met Lin Yuan. What's the point of wasting words with her? Just get her. Lin Yuan saw that Macfath was hesitant to make a move and decided to make the first move. Human. As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, Savina then noticed that there was such a person as Lin Yuan. I said how you suddenly got out of the trap. So you had help. It was so hard to escape. And instead of fleeing with your tail between your legs, you actually dared to come in front of me. What an overgrown fool. A red light flashed in Savina's eyes as she unleashed a charm towards Lin Yuan and Macfath. At the same time, Lin Yuan also threw out magic fire chains towards Savina. Both sides were hit by the skill at the same time and fell into a state of control. But it was only a split-second's effort that Lin Yuan used the charmed heart fragment, removing the charm effect. He then released the mirror image technique. Still a familiar flavor, still a familiar recipe. Magic fire chains coupled with silent thunder. In 20 seconds of effort, Savina's body fell to the ground. Killed Savina. Experience value increased by 1,800,000. You rise to level 31. Skill points increase by 2,000. Once Savina was dead, Lin Yuan came to her body and picked up a skill book. Crystallization Ray level S-level max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 120,000 mana. Description. Releases a laser that deals intelligence 10 points of magic damage to the target, causing the target to fall into a crystallized state, reducing armor and magic resistance by 20% for 10 seconds. This skill is a bit interesting, cutting magic resistance. Detected that Arcane Radiance and Crystallization Ray can be fused. Are they fused? These two skills can still be fused? Lin Yuan thought about it briefly and instantly understood. Arcane Radiance and Crystallization Ray both weaken defense, no wonder they could be fused. After confirming the fusion, Lin Yuan had an additional new skill. Corrosive Laser SS Grade Level Max. Casting time, instantaneous. Consumption, 250,000 mana. Description. Fires a laser towards the target, dealing intelligence 100 points of magic damage. Targets hit by the corrosive laser have their armor and magic resistance reduced by 5% per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 6 seconds. This skill came at a good time. Through the battles of the past 2 days, Lin Yuan realized his shortcoming. That was the lack of the magic penetration attribute. As Lin Yuan leveled up more and more, the opponents he encountered became more and more powerful. The armor and magic resistance were frighteningly high. Group attack skills couldn't even kill monsters in seconds anymore. Lin Yuan was worried about this. As a result, he was able to fuse a skill that reduced his magic resistance. The skill was good. In the past, if you met a monster with high magic resistance, you would have to use arcane light to cut down on magic resistance. Now there is no need. With just 2 shots of corrosive laser, no matter how high the opponent's armor and magic resistance was, no matter how high their armor or magic resistance is, they'll be bare in 20 seconds. Save time and effort, convenient and fast. Chapter 143 Thoroughly Crystallized Hylian. After Savina's death, Macfatha's entire body looked much more forlorn. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't heartbreaking to have one's favorite person die in front of one's face. However, as a member of the Red Dragon Army, Macfath was still able to prioritize. Regaining his spirit, Macfath said, "Hylian should have realized that Savina is dead. All we have to do now is to wait for him to throw himself into the net. Are there any traps or spells left behind by the Red Dragon Queen? The kind that can directly take him out?" Lin Yuan asked with Macfath. These words made Macfath unusually embarrassed. "There are, but those things are in Hylian's hands." Hearing Macfatha's words, Lin Yuan was a bit surprised that, "What level is Hylian's level? I was level 58 before I was imprisoned. I'm not sure how many levels he is now." Macfath said back, "A level 58 gargoyle." Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't over level 60. Above level 60 had force field suppression, so he might not have a chance of winning. On the other side, inside the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary, after learning that Savina had been killed, a dragon-shaped crystal slowly stood up. This crystal was Hylian's current body. When he was standing still, regular people could not tell what the object in front of them was. Hylian raised his head and let out an angry growl that, "Savina, my love!" Hylian spread his wings and flew into the air, his massive body nearly 100 meters long. Under the reflection of the light, the crystal-like body emitted a demonic red glow that, "No matter who you are, I'm going to flay you." Although Hylian's body was huge, his speed wasn't slow at all. In less than 10 minutes, he had already arrived in front of Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and Macfath, a dangerous red light flashed out of Hylian's mouth and, without even a single greeting, he directly launched an attack. "Intruder! Die for me!" Red lasers covered the entire cavern, and Lin Yuan and Macfath had nowhere to hide. "Danger!" The attack was so powerful that Lin Yuan decisively used time stasis. He turned into a little golden man when the attack came, immune to the laser's damage. But Macfath was not in a good position. He was solidly hit by the laser and his entire body turned into a ruby. Crystal seal duration 12 hours. Seeing the status on Macfarth's body, Lin Yuan pinched a sweat in his heart. Fortunately, he was decisive enough, or else he would have to turn into a ruby just like Macfath. "Actually In was able to dodge my dragon's breath." Hylian let out a soft eep as his huge body landed on the ground. His eyes looked towards the already dead Savina. At this moment, Savina's body had already changed greatly. The layer of red crystal wrapped around her body was shattered, revealing some blackened flesh and blood. To use one word to describe it, it could only be ugly. However, Hylian did not dislike it, and once again spat out red flashes from his mouth, wrapping Savina's body. After that, Savina's body stopped festering and turned into the same red crystal as Macfath. After doing so, Hylian lifted his head back up and looked at Lin Yuan and, "Human, where did you come in from?" Hylian was very puzzled in his heart. He had already blocked off all of the space in the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary. This human in front of him wasn't even level 60. He couldn't even locate the spatial coordinates of the Red Jade Crystal Holy Land. How did he enter this place? Lin Yuan didn't answer this question from Hylian. He had a serious look on his face at the moment, as if he was facing an enemy. Carnelian Crystal Dragon Hylian Legendary LV61. Life value 55000000. Attack power 3600000. Armor 1 million. Magic resistance 800000. Crystal armor specialization. Immunity to control effects. Rebounds 100% of physical damage taken. Carnelian force field. Applies a layer of crystallization effect to enemies within 500 meters every second. When the crystallization effect exceeds 50 layers, the target will be assimilated into crystal for 12 hours. Crystal Dragon's Breath. Spits Dragon's Breath at targets within 100 meters, dealing 1 million points of magic damage per second for 3 seconds. Enemies hit by the Dragon's Breath for 2 seconds will be assimilated into crystals for 12 hours, cooldown 3 minutes. Blasting Blast. Casts Crystal Bomb on a random target every 10 seconds, dealing 800,000 points of damage and forming 1 mark. When a target accumulates 3 marks, it deals an additional 1 million points of damage and stuns for 3 seconds. Helian's level actually broke through level 60 with force field suppression. Armor reached 1 million points and magic resistance was 800,000 as well. Every skill was extremely nasty. At the same level, no one could even break Helian's defense. Luckily, Lin Yuan was a mage. If a physical professional faced Helion, he was afraid that the only way to escape was to run away. Human. From where did you come to the sacred land of Carnelian? Helion asked again, his tone already a little impatient. Lin Yuan still didn't answer, because he had already accumulated 12 layers of the red jade force field on him. If it had accumulated to 50 layers, Lin Yuan would have been assimilated into a crystal without the need for Helian to do anything. As for how to deal with it, Lin Yuan already had a preliminary idea in his mind. That was to rely on Sublime Walking to get rid of the crystal force field. Before using Sublime Walk, Lin Yuan threw a corrosive laser towards Helion. The entire person then disappeared in front of Helian's eyes. After Lin Yuan disappeared, it confused Helion. Where is that human? Why can't I sense him anymore? Where did he go? Did this human master the power of space? It can't be. Spatial power is a power that only level 80 powerhouses can master. How could this human master it when he's just level 30? He must have hidden it. Helian guessed correctly. Lin Yuan used Sublime Walk to hide. After waiting 3 seconds, Lin Yuan realized that the crystallized layers on his body had disappeared. After 10 seconds, Lin Yuan reappeared in front of Helion. After throwing the corrosive laser again, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared again. Lin Yuan's behavior completely enraged Helion. Damned human. Reptile who hides his head. Helion spread his wings, his huge body constantly cruising through the air, trying to find out Lin Yuan who was hiding in the shadows. Unfortunately, that was all useless. Lin Yuan's main body was so far away from Helion that it was impossible to find it in a short period of time. After 20 seconds, when Helian's armor and magic resistance were corroded to 0, Lin Yuan chose to strike. The figure reappeared near Helion and directly opened the mirror image technique. The mirror image art struck 2 silent thunders, drawing Helian's attention away. Lin Yuan's main body hid to the side and continued casting spells. Opening the secret effect of the cloak doubled the casting time and doubled the damage. Once 3 seconds had passed, Lin Yuan had already condensed Silent Thunder in his hand. The moment the skill was thrown out, Lin Yuan used Void Erosion on Helion. 26 million. The Silent Thunder that Lin Yuan threw out dealt over 20 million damage. It knocked out almost half of Helian's blood. Chapter 144. Still wanting to run, too late. Helian's body froze violently after he was struck by the Silent Thunder and, how? Helion couldn't believe it. His own body had been fully strengthened by the Carnelian crystal. His defense and magic resistance were both unprecedentedly high, so this human shouldn't be able to break through my defense. But why is his magic so powerful? No, I can't continue to stay here. I have to return to the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary. As long as I return to the interior of the sanctuary, there's no way this human can be my opponent. Having made up his mind, Helian began to prepare to escape. Before escaping, Helion spat out dragon breath towards the mirror image's location, destroying all of them. After that, Helian made a pirouette in the air and flew towards the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary. This is to run away? Seeing Helian's movements, Lin Yuan guessed that he was trying to run. However, Lin Yuan didn't immediately go after him, but instead slowed down for a while in the same spot. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to chase after him, but Lin Yuan already had 2 layers of exploding crystal's negative status on him, and with another layer, Lin Yuan would be stunned. Looking at it this way, Helian's skill was so disgusting that he would get hit if he wasn't careful. After 10 seconds, the negative statuses on his body disappeared, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. How can I let you run away? With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of Helion. Without waiting for Helion to react, Lin Yuan's skills had already been thrown all over the place. What annihilation black holes, war astral winds, corrosive lasers. As long as they were instantaneous, Lin Yuan had thrown them all. However, as Helion was immune to control effects, these skills didn't slow Helion down and only caused damage. But this was enough to make Halion's heart tremble. That round of skills just now knocked out more than 8 million of Halion's life value. Only 1/3 of Halion's life value remained. With 2 more rounds, Lin Yuan would be able to kill Helion before he could enter the Carnelian Crystal Sanctuary. Helion obviously felt the crisis as well, and his flight speed increased violently. No matter how fast Helion was, Lin Yuan didn't panic. Lin Yuan had to make sure that there were no force field effects or negative statuses from exploding crystals on his body before he struck each time. You couldn't be in a hurry when fighting Helion. The closer you got to victory, the more so. With the last few million life points remaining, Helion suddenly stopped. This uncharacteristic behavior caused Lin Yuan to throw in the towel. It didn't approach hastily. Damn human. Such a coward. Realizing that Lin Yuan hadn't actually appeared, Helion let out a roar of chagrin. And, "Human, you can't kill me." Then, Halion's body suddenly swelled up with a boom. Lin Yuan heard a shocking explosion. Helion had actually chosen to self-destruct. Phew, that was close. Luckily, I didn't lean forward. Lin Yuan secretly celebrated after realizing that Helion had self-destructed. I didn't expect this Helion's character to be quite rigid, blowing himself up at the drop of a hat. With Helion dead, my quest is considered complete. Isn't it? Opening the quest panel, Lin Yuan realized that the quest was showing as unfinished. Uncompleted, what's going on? Could it be that Helion isn't dead yet? Could it be the golden cicada trick? Good for you, Helion, so you're playing this trick with me. I can't let you get away with it. Lin Yuan's figure flashed and came to the place where Helion had just exploded himself. After checking around, Lin Yuan was sure of one thing. And that was that Helion's self-destruction just now wasn't a fake. Because the surrounding walls and the ground were full of crystal fragments, and there was a deep pit in the center. All the signs indicated that Helion had indeed exploded. But why is the mission not completed? Continuing to search. Finally, in the corner of the deep pit, Lin Yuan found a 5-meter-tall crystal dragon egg. Carnelian Crystal Dragon Helion Legendary LV61. Life value, 99.99. Carnelian Nirvana. Each time you take damage, you will only take a maximum of 1 point of damage. Megalosaurus Regeneration. Restores 10% of its life value every second. It can still regenerate? Looking at the giant egg that was much taller than himself, Lin Yuan was a bit surprised and, raising his hand, he struck a war dipper. 1 point of damage bubbled up above the dragon egg. Lin Yuan tried a few other skills. He found that all of them were 1 point of damage. Grass. This is too much of a trick. Reducing damage by 1 point was nothing. It was a big deal to take more time, but this blood recovery skill of yours was a bit excessive. Returning 1,000 blood per second. Who can do this? Lin Yuan was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet. Lin Yuan was furious. His hands were not stopping, constantly throwing black holes of annihilation at the giant egg. He hoped to trigger the instant death effect. Unfortunately, he had thrown hundreds of them, but they didn't trigger. After releasing too many skills, Lin Yuan was a bit tired and sat on the ground cursing. Dogs. They're too cheating. Bullying me for not having enough people. If only I had a summoning skill, I could summon an army to destroy you. At the mention of summoning, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. He opened his packages and searched through them. Afterwards, he smiled and took out a piece of equipment. How could I forget about you? What Lin Yuan took out was none other than the Fishman's Horn. Fishman Horn Ornament Gold LV25. Attributes. Life value plus 1,200. Constitution plus 80. Agility plus 50. Give me over. Summons 20 blue-cheeked fishmen to help in battle. Lasts 30 minutes. Cooldown 30 seconds. When he got this equipment, Lin Yuan was still disgusted. He thought that this thing was trash, and that dogs didn't even use it. But who knows, this thing has helped Lin Yuan a lot today. Putting on the Fishman's Horn, Lin Yuan tried to summon it. 20 centimeter tall blue-cheeked fishmen appeared in front of him. Before the fishmen appeared, they were startled by the giant egg in front of them and gibbered something. Go, attack this egg for me, Lin Yuan ordered, pointing at the giant egg. These fishmen were dull and didn't know fear at all. And after hearing Lin Yuan's words, They rushed towards the giant egg with the wooden fork in their hands wailing. One. The fishman's attacks hit the giant egg, causing 1 point of damage. However, in less than a second, the dragon egg's blood level was back to full. Something's up. Lin Yuan did some math. 1 minute could summon 40 fishmen. 30 minutes could summon 1,200 fishmen. Fishmen attack speed was once a second. 1,200 fishmen was 1,200 points of damage. The dragon egg's blood recovery rate is 1,000 points per second. It wouldn't take long for these fishmen to shatter the dragon egg. That's great. Lin Yuan really didn't expect the fishman horn to be this useful. 30 minutes later, Lin Yuan had summoned 1,200 fishmen, which surrounded the dragon egg and sold their attacks. Lin Yuan was beside him like a general, and Shaggy 8 commanded. Use give me a hard stab at him. Work hard. The object you're fighting is a giant dragon. Take out this dragon egg, and you can brag about it for the rest of your lives. Originally, Lin Yuan was expecting to use words to motivate. But the thin brain capacity of the fishmen didn't allow for intelligence. No matter what Lin Yuan said, the fishmen only knew to straighten up and stab their heads forward. Chapter 145 Crystallized Cage and Danger to Come. Under the continuous attack of more than 1,000 fishmen with pitchforks, Helion's dragon egg was finally broken. You have killed Helion. Your experience value has increased by 2,600,000. Red Dragon Legion favorability plus 10. Current favorability is friendly. After the eggshell was broken, these fishmen were gibbering and cheering. One fishman was very perceptive and brought the 2 items in the eggshell to Lin Yuan. A ruby crystal and a skill book. Has Helion become like this because of this crystal? Lin Yuan picked up the red crystal, skeptical. Red Jade Sacred Crystal 7 colors. Purpose. The crystal is filled with mysterious power. Its function is unknown. Crystallized Cage Grade SLV1. Casting time. Instantaneous. Consumption. 30,000 mana. Description. Ignore magic immunity use on one target. Inflicts intelligence 1 point of magic damage causing it to enter a stagnant state. Duration 3 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. This skill was good. Lin Yuan was satisfied. Ignore magic immunity, this skill was awesome. Was it still about this crystal? Lin Yuan carefully examined the red crystal in his hand. And while doing so, Alunis transmitted the emotion of wanting to eat it. You want to eat this crystal? Lin Yuan asked with Alunis. Alunis' reply was firm. To eat it. Why are you eating everything? You're not afraid of eating it. Lin Yuan was a little worried. Lin Yuan still remembered the strange appearance of Helion. If Alunis absorbed this red crystal, would she also undergo a mutation? So Lin Yuan didn't directly give the red crystal to Alunis to absorb. It's okay. I can digest it. Alunis said that with the Void Pearl in place any energy could be absorbed and wouldn't mutate. Because the Void was the biggest mutation. Sensing Alunis's thoughts, Lin Yuan somewhat understood over the flavor of it. Void energy was a higher level of power. In front of Void power, all other energies don't want to mutate. Knowing this, Lin Yuan was a bit thankful. Alunis had really gotten lucky by fusing the Void Pearl. Knowing that Alunis wouldn't mutate, Lin Yuan placed the Carnelian Sacred Crystal on Alunis and let it absorb the power of the Carnelian Sacred Crystal. During the absorption process, Lin Yuan learned about the crystallization cage and pulled it straight to full. After pulling it up to full, Lin Yuan received the prompt. Detected that crystallization cage and magic fire chain meet the fusion conditions. Is it fused into an SS skill? Fusion. These 2 skills were both very bullish control skills. Lin Yuan wanted to see what skills he could fuse out. Demonic Soul Cage SS Grade Max. Casting time. Instantaneous. Consumption. 300,000 mana. Description. Unleashed on one target, deals intelligence 50 points of soul damage per second and imprisons the target for 8 seconds. This skill ignores magic immunity and resistance effects. Cooldown time 12 seconds. Awesome. After reading the skill description, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. Ignoring magic immunity Lin Yuan understood, but what did ignoring resistance effects mean? Was it that no matter how much resistance the opponent had they would be imprisoned for 8 seconds? If that was the case the skill would be too awesome. Lin Yuan was looking at the Alunis Carnelian Sacred Crystal when Macfatha's voice suddenly came to his ears. Previously, Macfath had been hit by Helion's crystallized dragon breath and turned into a crystal. Once Helion died, the crystallization effect he had applied was lifted, and Macfath chased him all the way over to find Lin Yuan, who was fuming. Honorable Mage, could it be that you struck down Helion? Macfath landed on the ground after spotting Lin Yuan, his tone tinged with respect. You killed Helion and gained the friendship of the Red Dragon Legion. Mentioning the Red Dragon Legion, Macfatha's tone carried pride. But then Macfatha's head dropped. Because the Red Dragon Legion was already a thing of the past, and currently the Red Dragon Legion was being enslaved by the evil demons. Human, come with me. You helped the Red Dragon Legion and deserve to be rewarded. Macfath spoke to Lin Yuan and prepared to fly towards the Red Jade Crystal Sanctuary. Before moving, Macfath saw the staff in Lin Yuan's hand and exclaimed, Mage, you're planning to fuse the Red Jade Crystal Sanctuary into your weapon. Stop this dangerous move. Macfath persuaded. The Red Jade Sacred Crystal is an ominous object. Hylian just didn't manage to resist the erosion of the Red Jade Sacred Crystal, and his entire body was corrupted and degenerated into his previous form. One of the important reasons why the Red Dragon Legion chose the Holy Land here was to seal this Red Jade Sacred Crystal. Mage, you have a very promising future. Don't be tempted by the evil power of the Red Jade Sacred Crystal. Macfatha's words could be described as bitter. This was all because Lin Yuan was powerful. If it was anyone else, Macfath would have slapped him over. How could he still be so humble? This thing is evil, I don't feel it either. Hearing Macfatha's words, Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. It's too childish for your Red Dragon Legion to be stationed here just to seal this tiny piece of carnelian sacred crystal. After such a short delay, Elunis had already sucked all the energy out of the sacred jade crystal. With a click, the carnelian sacred crystal shattered into two halves and fell to the ground. Oh no! Seeing this, Macfatha's huge eyes revealed a look of awe. Get out of here! But Macfatha's words were still finished. After the carnelian sacred crystal shattered, a wisp of black mist flew out from it. Immediately after the black mist appeared, it drilled into Lin Yuan's body. You have been invaded by the intent of the thousand-eyed demon Levithas. Lin Yuan couldn't care less about the prompts on the panel at the moment. After this intent invaded Lin Yuan's body, it actually took charge of Lin Yuan's body directly. Lin Yuan's pupils became pitch black, emitting an evil aura from the inside out. Macfatha's huge body trembled under this aura. With a thud, he fell to his knees in front of Lin Yuan. A little bug made by a titan. Lin Yuan said casually as he craned his neck. The voice was deep and hollow, not Lin Yuan's own voice. Then the voice was clearly spoken by the so-called thousand-eyed demon Levithas. When Macfath heard Lin Yuan's words, his entire body trembled. It was a sign of fear to the extreme. Insipid reptile. Levithas controlled Lin Yuan's body and walked back and forth. In the middle of the day, he nodded in satisfaction and, this body is unexpectedly powerful then. It's a good seedling. It even has the potential to ascend to the divine realm. Levithas' tone was tinged with delight. I didn't expect that after being sealed for countless years and breaking the seal, the first creature I encountered would have such amazing potential. It was truly heaven's help. Levithas stretched his back. The taste of freedom is fantastic. There was a smug look on his face, but he didn't wait for a few seconds of smugness when an angry roar came from his body. And, get out from inside my body. As he spoke, an even stronger aura than Leviosis emerged from Lin Yuan's body. This aura seemed to be above everything, looking down on everything in the world. It easily crushed all of Levice's power. Human, I'll remember you. This power appeared too suddenly, and this thought of Levithas only had time to let out a miserable scream before it was dispersed. Chapter 146 Dragon Breath Technique. After Leviticus' power disappeared, Lin Yuan's pupils turned into normal human colors. After returning to normal, Lin Yuan bent down and gasped for air. Whoo! Successfully destroyed the Leviosis idea body. Experience value increased by 8 million. You have obtained the 1000 illusion evil eye. The 1000 illusory evil eye fuses with the eye of truth, and you gain the eye of breaking delusion. Your existence has aroused the interest of Levices, and he will send his men to capture you. After the break, Lin Yuan received a large chunk of prompts. After killing Levices' idea body, Lin Yuan's boosted to level 32 and also received a skill. What's with this power just now? Lin Yuan muttered as he looked at his hands. The moment Levice's idea body invaded his body, Lin Yuan's body was like a candle that burned out, and Levice's was the long, eternally dark night. There was no way to resist the other party's power. The moment the darkness enveloped Lin Yuan, he could only watch, unable to do anything. However, when Levinus was about to erase Lin Yuan's consciousness, An endless power suddenly surged out from Lin Yuan's body. With this power, Lin Yuan seemed like a god in charge of everything in the world, and with a single blow he crushed Levithas. This power came and went so quickly that Lin Yuan couldn't even find the source of its existence. It left him baffled. Could it be the work of an external device? Lin Yuan thought left and right and attributed this power to the external hangings. Aside from the plug-in, there shouldn't be any hidden power in my body. That idea body just now seems to be called something like Thousand Eyes Demon Levithas. The name is so awesome. Oh yeah, he also gave me the 1000 illusory demon eye, which is fused with the eye of truth. Lin Yuan hurriedly clicked on the skill panel to check out the newly acquired skills and,